Just Emperor Martial Realm. Where does he get the courage to go to the 4th level? If things don't go well, isn't he looking for death? There are always people who overestimate themselves and aim for instant glory. Do they really think this will catch the attention of second-generation members? What a laughable notion. Don't waste our time. Another one seeking fame by causing disturbances? Facing these murmurs, Blas remained expressionless, knowing his own condition clearly. The pressure at the Emperor Martial level wouldn't significantly benefit his sword domain. Only at Sage level would it make a difference. The duty disciple frowned. Junior brother, I have to remind you, the 4th level's pressure has reached the Sage realm level. Thank you for your concern, senior brother, but my decision is final. Seeing Blas's unwavering resolve, the duty disciple shook his head, no longer attempting to persuade him. 4th level costs 200 plum fall points per day. Alastered over your token. After fiddling with Blas's identity token, he passed it back. Room number 7. 200 plum fall points per day. Be mindful of the time. Once the plum fall points on your token run out, the Calalantor will automatically expel you. Thanks for the heads up. Taking the token, Blas turned and stepped into the Calalantor, heading straight for the 4th level and stopping at room 7. Placing the token in the slot, Blas pushed the door open and instantly felt a powerful Sage level pressure press down on him, making him collapse to the ground. Driven by instinct, his sword domain unfolded immediately, slightly alleviating the pressure. Cough, cough, this is too quick. After acclimating a little, Blas closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground, fully focusing on sustaining his sword domain against the Sage level pressure. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days passed. Under this intense environment, Blas's eyes were bloodshot, and his sword domain nearly collapsed several times. FLYNNT, the gains were significant, a full 10 zhang shrinkage, giving him confidence. Another 5 days passed, and his sword domain shrank another 6 zhang. Unable to hold on any longer, Blas took off his token and left the room, resting and adjusting for 2 days and nights before returning. Thus, another month went by. In the sealed room, Blas suddenly opened his eyes. The range of his sword domain had shrunk from 50 zhang to 30 zhang. As expected, although its range was smaller, the power had increased several times, bringing qualitative improvement compared to before. However, plum fall points had cost him 8,000, and continuing wouldn't suffice anymore. Moreover, as the scope of the sword domain decreased or as he adapted more, the 4th level's effect on him was not as potent as initially. When Blas exited the Calalantor, the duty disciple looked astounded. You stayed in there for 40 days? Knowing Blas originally had 10,000 plum fall points and now only 2,000 remained, he couldn't help but be shaken by the result. Blas didn't deny it, nodding. Indeed, the Calalantor truly is a great place for training. I benefited greatly. Watching Blas leave, the disciple pondered aloud. To withstand Sage level pressure for 40 days, seems like he could indeed take a blow from a Sage. Back at the residence, seeing a graceful figure inside, Blas's face changed. Just as he wanted to turn and run, he realized he couldn't move. Little junior brother, you're home? Where else are you planning to go? A lazy voice came, and the next second, Lola appeared in front of Blas. Looking at her enticing figure, Blas forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Xuanhuan, senior sister, what brings you here? I still need to hurry off to practice. Lola smirked, dabbing at the cold sweat on Blas's forehead with a fragrant handkerchief. Why so diligent, little junior brother? Haven't you just finished practicing? Don't you want to relax and enjoy yourself? Relax? Enjoy? It feels like being tanned. Blas silently cursed but kept up his forced smile. Senior sister Xuanhuan is joking. As your junior brother, I must work hard and never slack. Could you please let me go? I have a task for you. Finish it, and I'll give you a few days of peace. Otherwise, The shadow cast that night made Blas involuntarily draw back. What task? Let me clarify first. I won't do anything improper. Come with me. Lola grabbed Blas, and in a flash, they arrived at a mountain peak Blas recognized. It was Plum Condensed Peak, where his 6th senior sister resided. Why are we here, senior sister Xuanhuan? Blas asked in confusion. Lola smiled mysteriously. You'll see soon enough. With Lola holding Blas, when Natasha saw them, she was taken aback. She hesitated. Adely, you're not telling me you've brought the junior brother here for help? Oh, 6 senior sister, it's fine. The junior brother has a physical body cultivated to be extremely firm and positive. Though his current cultivation level is low, it still helps to alleviate the coldness within your body. Their conversation left Blas completely lost, unsure what they were talking about. Something about helping 6 senior sister suppress some kind of coldness? Natasha glanced at Blas, her icy expression showing a hint of strangeness. But, oh, nothing but about it. When the junior brother learned he needed to help a senior sister, he volunteered without hesitation. You can't disappoint his goodwill, right? Blas. Chapter 221. Unexpected events. Brody propped his head up and watched the two women, one alluringly enchanting and the other an ice-cold beauty. Together, they formed a beautiful yet mesmerizing sight, one he could never tire of. Finally, under Amaris's silver tongue, Billy agreed. Before she left, Amaris patted Brody's shoulder with a meaningful smile, saying, Junior brother Flinchin, I believe you will sincerely thank me afterward. After Amaris left, only Brody and Billy remained in place, staring at each other awkwardly. Brody let out an embarrassed laugh. 6 senior sister, what do you need me to do next? I'll fully cooperate. Seemingly recalling what was about to happen, Billy's cheeks flushed red. You follow me. Entering the room, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Various intimate garments hung on display, clearly visible to Brody. Billy's face turned even redder as she waved her hand, quickly stowing them away in a wardrobe. Brody inwardly sighed in regret, wishing he had more time to observe. He hadn't expected that beneath 6th senior sister Billy's icy exterior lay such daring attire, some laced with lace, others intricately designed. Billy wished she could disappear into a crack in the floor. No man had ever entered her room before. She hadn't thought ninth junior sister would bring her little junior brother over unprepared. They walked all the way to the bathroom, where a bathtub filled with warm water awaited Brody. Uncertain, he asked, "Sixth senior sister, is this?" Billy tried to steady her nerves and nodded. "You get in first, facing away from me. No peeking." Brody swallowed hard. Could he be so lucky today? Full of anticipation, he began undressing right in front of Billy. Just as he was about to step into the water, he noticed Billy's gaze. Their eyes met. "Ah!" Realizing what had happened, Billy screamed, turning away hastily as her heart pounded violently. Sixth senior sister? Brody felt confused. Wasn't she asking him to take a bath? Wouldn't it be normal to undress for a bath? Who takes a bath fully clothed? You. Get in already. Face away from me, and don't look back, Billy said, both embarrassed and angry. She had never seen such a scene, and when she saw Brody's anatomy, her mind went blank. This is embarrassing. All thanks to ninth junior sister. This Flinchin disciple was only around 30 years old, while she was old enough to be his grandmother. Sixth senior sister, I'm ready. Brody sat down in the bathtub, facing away from Billy, pulling her back to reality. No turning around to peek. With this caution, Billy started to undress hesitantly. The rustling sound of clothes made Brody fantasize wildly. Thankfully, the bathtub was large enough for them to occupy opposite ends. As soon as Billy stepped into the water, Brody felt an inexplicable coldness. Little junior brother, activate your cultivation method focused on strengthening your body. Billy's voice sounded unusual. At this moment, Brody didn't dare be careless and immediately called upon the golden blood chi within him. A powerful, young energy radiated from Brody, causing the immovable Wisdom King's shadow to appear behind him. Even Billy felt amazed by its majesty. What kind of technique is this? So dominant. Billy's expression showed surprise. His golden blood chi drove away the chill and replaced it with warmth. Just keep this going. Billy's voice returned to normal. Seeing this, Brody understood the principle. It was using yin-yang balance to neutralize the cold inside sixth senior sister's body. Thinking this over, Brody didn't hold back and poured all his effort into channeling the blood chi, hearing faint rumbling sounds from his body. The water in the bathtub perfectly transmitted the yin and yang energies, gradually bringing the two closer due to their mutual attraction. Instinctively, Billy hugged Brody's resilient waist. She didn't realize what she was doing, just feeling his warmth driving out her inner coldness, giving her peace. The soft curves pressed tightly against Brody's back, deforming slightly as Billy's embrace tightened. As yin and yang reached equilibrium and began to harmonize, everything became beautifully natural. Steam filled the bathroom, obscuring their vision. Somewhere along the way, Brody turned around, and they found themselves intertwined. All of this unfolded unexpectedly, seeming almost natural under the influence of yin and yang, leaving only primal instincts to guide their actions. Hours later, Brody slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying on a soft bed. What happened just now? Recalling the hazy scenes in his mind made him feel uneasy. It can't be. At this moment, the door opened gently, and Billy walked in, still looking cold and indifferent. You're awake? It's getting late. You should return down the mountain. Her tone was calm, as if nothing had happened, leaving Brody skeptical. In the bath, did we? Billy's face showed a hint of discomfort, but maintained her composed demeanor. So what if we did? Or if we didn't? Don't feel burdened by it. Consider it nothing, just a dream. But how can I be at ease if it was just a dream? Brody's eyes were complex and firm. Though our current gap is vast, you being a holy king high above and I merely a martial emperor, in a few years, I'll stand tall before you. Then wait until you surpass me, earning my willingness. Hearing this, Brody felt relieved. Billy's words gave him hope. I won't betray you in this life. Leaving Billy's peak, Brody arrived at the task hall. His points were running low, so he needed to earn enough to complete the Tinjiang sword domain as soon as possible. Chapter 222, Chaos. Most of the tasks awarded pitifully few plum blossom points to Brody, with the majority only offering 100 or 200 points, and the highest never exceeding 500. As for those high-paying tasks, they came with stringent requirements that were almost unattainable without a sage's cultivation. Brody sighed, realizing he would have to become a taskmaster. After a cursory glance, he promptly took on over 20 tasks, which left the patrolling disciple stunned. Junior brother, are you sure you want to take on so many tasks? Seeing Brody nod repeatedly, the patrolling disciple ceased his protests. After registering Brody, he informed him about the necessary procedures like submitting task completion vouchers. Walking out of the mountain gate, Brody looked at the detailed map of the Devil Realm in his hand, a twinge of pain flashing across his eyes. This had cost him a hefty 200 plum blossom points. He set off immediately after determining the direction. Meanwhile, news of Brody leaving the mountain reached Daryl instantly. Isaiah Lowell hesitated. Master, should we kill him? Daryl, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them lightly, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Of course not. Given Brody's talent and combat prowess, it was essential to eliminate him entirely once a grudge was formed. Allowing him to reach sage level would create a formidable enemy. Isaiah Lowell beamed. Master is truly wise. Following the locations marked by the tasks, Brody arrived at a city. Upon entering, his face immediately darkened. The streets were stained with dried, dark red blood. Right before him, two people were locked in a vicious fight, each move aimed to kill. No, please spare me. A piercing scream drew Brody's gaze. 3 burly men were assaulting a woman right in the middle of the street. Tears streaked her face as she screamed, but it only excited the 3 men more. The surrounding crowd acted as if they hadn't noticed, seeming to have become accustomed to such scenes. There is no order here, only survival of the fittest. Compared to Heavenly Plum Blossom Sect, the chaos and brutality of the cultivation devil realm were starkly evident. Brody watched quietly as the assault unfolded, not intending to interfere. A woman surviving in the cultivation devil realm wouldn't be so simple. Sure enough, as the three men were about to succeed, she suddenly exuded intense killing intent. The three men froze in terror, unable to react as they were killed on the spot. She gave a cold laugh, retrieving their 3 storage rings before hastily leaving. The 3 corpses lay abandoned. A ragged, dirty little girl approached, her bright eyes fixed on Brody. With a timid voice, she asked, "Big brother, can you give me something to eat?" Brody hesitated, but still handed her a bag of dry provisions. The girl's age and call of "Big brother" reminded him of Franklin. However, as he was momentarily distracted, the girl's eyes turned fierce, and she pulled out a dagger from her sleeve, lunging fiercely at Brody's chest. Clang! The dagger stopped against Brody's skin. Startled, the girl tried to flee, but Brody's gaze turned cold, and he grabbed her. "Who sent you to do this?" The girl looked pitiful, perhaps out of fear, suddenly bursting into tears. "No food, father and mother died. I have to do this, just to live?" Hearing this, Brody's heart clenched, a complex expression crossing his face. He released her. "Go. Die. How dare you harm my child?" Suddenly, a group of people emerged, encircling Brody menacingly. The little girl smiled wickedly, sticking her tongue out at Brody, mocking his kindness. "Boy, hand over your treasures, and we'll spare you this time. Be sensible. Boy, think clearly. We're already being merciful by sparing you. Otherwise, your life ends here." Their cultivation levels weren't low, all at Martial Emperor stage, placing them among the elite in this city. However, they had chosen the wrong target this time. Seeking death, Brody's eyes flickered with a killing intent. The Imperial power surged, and sword shadows sliced through the air, spreading blood mist everywhere. Even the little girl wasn't spared. Martial Emperor. Everyone's gaze converged on Brody, disbelief in their eyes. So young, yet he was a Martial Emperor. That 12-member gang was unlucky to provoke an Imperial-level powerhouse. Too bad for that little girl. She would have grown up to be beautiful. Amidst the murmurs, Brody seized one person, pulling him close, startling him nearly to tears. This senior, what do you need? Do you know where Ma Auden is now?" "Ma Auden? I know. He's at the Andreas's residence. Can you let me go now?" The man pleaded fearfully. Despite his fear, Brody kept his word and released him, watching as he ran away. Who are you?" Upon seeing Brody enter the Andreas's residence, Ma Auden's demeanor became tense. His years of battles made him hypersensitive, sensing the ominous aura emanating from Brody. Facing Ma Auden, Brody confirmed his identity with the scroll, then nodded indifferently. "I am the one who will kill you." Ma Auden's pupils contracted as he turned to run, but his speed was too slow for Brody. A swift flash of light, and all that remained was a headless corpse. Brody vanished without a trace. With the first task completed, Brody headed to the next destination. But then, the surrounding space distorted, and a thread of sacred law swept towards him. Despite his best efforts to dodge, he was still struck. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he was flung away. Staring intensely at the figure emerging from the void, he muttered, "Daryl." Daryl smirked at Brody, amusement in his eyes. "Junior brother Flinchin, surprised to see me?" "Surprised my ass." Brody roared, instantly drawing his sword, its momentum booming as it tore through the sky, shining brightly with its radiant edge. Hashtag Chapter 223, Ben acts secretly. Trifling tricks. Daryl sneered disdainfully as the torrent of holy principles effortlessly extinguished the sword beam. However, when the sword beam dissipated, there was not a trace of Brody left. He had actually been toyed with. Daryl's face darkened ominously. How could he have imagined that this Flinchin would be so shameless? As a third-generation disciple, he had simply fled, but Daryl never criticized himself. A full-fledged sage intercepting an emperor? Saying that would make him lose even more face. Flynnt, he felt it was justified. "I'll see where you can run to." Daryl snorted coldly, still tightly locking onto Brody's aura as he rapidly closed in. The space seemed to have returned to tranquility, but at that moment, unnoticed by anyone, a figure appeared mid-air without revealing any aura. "This boy is pretty shrewd." Stroking his beard, Ben smiled faintly. Just now, he had feared Brody might really engage the other boy in combat and almost couldn't resist intervening. Although he was protecting Brody's path, Ben hoped that Brody would go through trials on his own, to temper himself, rather than interfering too much. Of course, if someone truly tried to bully Brody, using their greater power against a lesser one, he wasn't just for show. Meanwhile, Brody sprinted frantically. His speed couldn't match a sage's. The distance between him and Daryl steadily shortened, making Brody anxious. Brody's eyes turned resolute as he suddenly stopped, retreating instead, charging toward Daryl while instantly unleashing a 30-meter sword domain. Daryl hadn't expected Brody to be so bold. But once enveloped by the sword domain, his pupils contracted sharply. Why is this sword domain so powerful? Daryl looked at Brody incredulously. Within the domain, even his holy principles were somewhat affected. Clank. Simultaneously, a streak of golden sword light emerged from the center of the sword domain, striking Daryl solidly. Swoosh. The golden sword energy was relentless. Even a holy body couldn't withstand it. Blood seeped out, followed by a pained scream. "Ah! Little brat, you deserve to die." Daryl clutched his severed arm, glaring bloodshot at Brody. Being maimed by a martial emperor was the ultimate humiliation. Break. Holy principles surged wildly throughout Daryl's body. The sword domain could no longer hold, shattering on the spot. Brody also suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A finger thrust from Daryl came laced with murderous intent, aiming to obliterate Brody in one blow. In this critical moment, Brody ignored the backlash and reactivated the sword domain. slightly delaying the finger strike, barely dodging the attack. But facing the deranged Daryl, the sword domain shattered again. The immense backlash caused Brody to faint on the spot. Even the sword bone emitted mournful sounds, losing its luster. Looking at the unconscious Brody, a sinister look crossed Daryl's face. He changed his mind. He would torture this flinchant to death to vent his rage. Just then, the space was suddenly bound by a mysterious force, rendering even Daryl immobile. Fear flashed in his eyes. Which senior is here? This junior, a third-generation disciple of Ronin-Plum sect, has inadvertently offended you. Please forgive me. This force was immensely strong, beyond the sage level. Without seeing anyone, it immobilized him completely, leaving him powerless to resist. Get lost. A voice rang out from the sky, nearly making Daryl bleed from all orifices, his bones turning weak. FLYNT, looking at the unconscious Brody, an unwillingness flickered in his eyes. So close. As senior, this person is a traitor of Ronin-Plum sect. Junior is ordered to capture him. Could senior, for the sake of Ronin-Plum sect, allow Junior to take him away? But laughter echoed from the sky. You, a full sage, cannot subdue a martial emperor for long and are cut off at an arm. Do you have the face to talk about Ronin-Plum sect? Utter disgrace. Get lost. Such humiliating words flushed Daryl red with anger. Forgetting the difference in power, he threatened loudly. If senior obstructs matters of Ronin-Plum sect, junior will report it to master. The consequences will be beyond senior's capability to bear. No sooner had he spoken when a slap materialized in the void, striking his face resoundingly, followed by several more. Smack, smack, smack. The force was immense, leaving Daryl dazed and disoriented. Daring to speak to me like that, I'd educate you thoroughly if not for Ronin-Plum sect's sake. A slight punishment is enough. Get lost before I change my mind. A surge of killing intent cleared Daryl's head. The space returned to normal. Shocked and unsettled, he didn't glance at Brody on the ground, only wanting to escape immediately. After Daryl left, the space gradually fell silent, leaving only Brody lying in a pool of blood. Unbeknownst how long passed, light rain started falling. Brody slowly opened his eyes, gazing blankly around, instinctively checking his hands. I'm not dead. Struggling to stand, Brody bowed deeply to the surroundings. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Given the situation, he had almost certainly been saved and driven Daryl away. Hidden in the void, Ben stroked his beard, smiling approvingly at Brody. His expression said, Flynn's, no regret in saving him. Brody did not leave right away but sat down to meditate, focusing on healing his injuries as soon as possible. Encountering someone in his current state could invite trouble. 3 days later, Brody opened his eyes again, exhaling turbid breath. Immovable Bright King body had aided him tremendously along the way. Thinking of this, Brody couldn't help but think of Burke. He wondered how he was doing now. Glancing at the map, Brody set off in a direction, continuing his journey. After all, he had completed only one of his tasks. By now, Daryl must have scurried back to Ronin-Plum sect in fear. Indeed, as Brody suspected, Daryl was currently healing inside a secret chamber of Ronin-Plum sect, his missing arm shocking Isaiah Lowell deeply. Hashtag chapter 224. Earth rank and heaven rank? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why chasing Fox would result in such severe injuries. Marco Wylian wouldn't admit the true reason for the sake of his pride, nor dared he ask further. Inside a luxurious mansion, the floor was soaked with blood. Brody held a skull in his hand, placing it into a storage ring with a cold voice. The last one. More than a month later, Brody finally completed over 20 missions. After being baptized by the demonic realm, a chill permeated his entire aura. Meanwhile, after passing through Cindy's hands, the power of demonic flames had grown wildly during this time, even causing fear among Empyrean martial artists. It's time to return to the sect. When Brody reappeared at the mission hall, the duty disciple's eyes showed a hint of surprise. This person had taken on more than 20 missions here last month, so he naturally remembered him. Brother, did you finish your difficult missions already? The duty disciple's tone carried uncertainty. After all, only a month had passed. They are all here. You count, Brody said as he laid out over 10 bloody skulls and some special items on the table. The duty disciple's eyes showed shock. Brother, please wait, I need to verify. This scene caught the attention of surrounding disciples who were trying to accept or submit missions, causing a wave of discussions. True to a third-generation disciple's capabilities, even Empyrean martial artists can't compare to us. It seems he completed over 20 missions in just 1 month. Did you see those skulls? They belong to notorious figures whom ordinary Empyrean martial artists dare not provoke. Most of them had debts of blood with our Ronin-Plum sect's disciples. Some people scoffed sourly. Are you really duped by him? That's over 20 missions in a short month. It's impossible to complete. But he has already laid everything out on the table. With evidence present, what else is there to envy? Admitting someone's excellence is so hard? Oh, really? What if these things were fabricated? Can you guarantee he won't deceive the duty Hartley? Soon we will know. Let's wait and see. Listening to the comments around him, Brody shook his head with a bitter smile. Such people always existed in the world. However, he found it foolish. Rather than discussing others, they should focus on enhancing themselves. Verification completed. Brother, please hand over your identity token, and I'll transfer the plum points to you. While saying this, the duty disciple felt incredibly shocked inside. This junior brother, despite being only an Empyrean martial artist, would surely break through to Sage Realm one day, no doubt. Brody handed over his token with a light smile. Thank you. As for the surrounding discussions, they vanished instantly, with everyone's face showing astonishment. I told you, no one would dare fake it. From the first glance, this junior brother must be a dragon among men, nearly completing 1 mission per day, breaking records. What happened to that guy who was criticizing before? Where is he now? Quickly come out and argue. That person had slipped away as soon as the duty disciple confirmed everything, avoiding humiliation. Looking at the extra 5,000 plum points on his token, Brody pondered whether to continue accepting missions. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. Junior brother Fox, come over here. The voice undoubtedly belonged to Ben. Brody paused for a moment, but quickly rushed over. On Plum Cloud Peak, inside a mansion, Brody stood formally before Ben, 7th senior brother. What do you need from me? The sect will host the Heaven Rank and Earth Rank contest in 2 months. All senior brothers have decided that you will participate in the Earth Rank competition and must win first place. Earth Rank? Brody fell into contemplation. He had heard of the Earth Rank long ago. It was a coveted list among all Empyrean martial artists within the Ronin Plum sect, containing only 10 positions with immense value. More crucially, entry into the Earth Rank entitled monthly plum points. As for the Heaven Rank, it also contained 10 spots, contested by third-generation disciples at the Sage Realm, offering even more resources and deeper significance. If winning the Earth Rank was a reward, then entering the Heaven Rank meant the sect would allocate abundant resources to these individuals. Even at the Sage Realm, their combat strength would be among the best. Since Brody hadn't reached the Sage Realm yet, they didn't plan to have him compete for the Heaven Rank. But regarding the Earth Rank, they had great confidence in him. Ben patted Brody's shoulder earnestly. Little junior brother, after my efforts, you can use any of the sect's resources freely for the next 2 months. As for plum points, none will be charged. Really? A glimmer of joy flashed in Brody's eyes. In that case, he would immerse himself in the Mystic Tower immediately, staying there for the next 2 months straight. Ben smirked. As your guide, do you think your 7th senior brother would lie to you? Of course, if you fail to win first place under such conditions, watch out, I might beat you to death. Don't worry. Without delay, Brody rushed toward the Mystic Tower, presenting his identity token. He proceeded smoothly, heading straight for the 4th level. In 2 months, even if he couldn't condense his sword domain to 10 meters, he would still make significant progress. A 30-meter sword domain could influence a sage martial artist, but a 10-meter one gave Brody the confidence to match a Sage Realm expert. Outside a mansion on Plum Condensation Peak stood Igor, speaking gently, Master, once I secure first place in the Heaven Rank, I will definitely bring honor to you. He was Billy's eldest disciple, named Hendrix. His cultivation ranked among the top third-generation disciples, often seen as a promising candidate for breakthrough to the Sage Sovereign Realm. Though he called Billy Master, deep in his eyes lurked intense affection. Ever since he first saw Billy, he had been deeply captivated. Through relentless effort, he finally became her disciple, and Hendrix never faltered in his training, achieving his current level. All right, prepare well. From within the mansion, a cool and calm voice replied. The lack of visible emotion troubled Hendrix. To his memory, though Billy was inherently aloof, she hadn't refused to see him for over a month. As you wish, Master. Hendrix had always played the obedient disciple role, but when he turned around, his eyes revealed a trace of darkness. Just wait, Master. Once I break through to the Sage Sovereign Realm and become a second-generation disciple, I will make you my woman and soar together. Thinking this, Hendrix's lips curved into a slightly sickly smile. Chapter 225, An Unexpected Encounter. With the news of the conflict between the Heaven List and the Earth List spreading, every disciple of the Ronin Plum sect was drumming up ways to enhance their combat power. Over a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the 4th level of the Mystic Tower, Brody opened his eyes and gazed at his sword domain. He sighed softly. Indeed, the challenges grew more difficult as he progressed. After over a month, the sword domain had only shrunk by 10 zhong. After prolonged adaptation, the 4th level's effects on him were now minimal. Brody left the Mystic Tower and returned to his residence. As soon as he entered the door, he immediately sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to retract his left foot that had already stepped inside, a lazy voice sounded from within. Little junior brother? You're back, but why do you want to leave again? In a daze, a charming and captivating figure appeared before Brody with a playful expression. Brody forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Senior Sister Sienner. How? Why did you suddenly decide to come find me again? Amorous let out a coy hum, exuding a different kind of charm. Little junior brother, do you really not want to see your heartly sister? Do you fear I'll eat you or something? Brody quickly put on a serious face. Senior Sister Sienner, you misunderstand me. You are so beautiful and enchanting. Which young man wouldn't be captivated? Of course, I wanted to tidy myself up and meet you in my most perfect state. Tisi. Amorous didn't believe Brody's nonsense for a second. Ever since she thrashed him once, he had avoided her like a mouse avoiding a cat. However, hearing praise always lifted a woman's mood. Even Amorous wasn't an exception. Little junior brother, spending that night with 6th senior sister must have felt pretty good, right? Amorous's sudden remark nearly made Brody collapse in fright. Could she know what happened between him and 6th senior sister? That sort of thing, 6th senior sister shouldn't have told anyone, right? Thinking this, Brody mumbled vaguely. Not much happened, just soaked in a bath with 6th senior sister. But it was indeed quite an odd feeling. Oh, don't tell me you're actually being honest? No peeking? I don't believe it. How could I dare? Amorous chuckled but didn't suspect further. All right. For the upcoming Earth List contest, you must secure the first place. We all believe in you. And here's a little secret. If you don't get first place, I'll give you a thorough beating. But if you do win, as your heartly sister, I will reward you handsomely. As she spoke, Amorous traced circles on Brody's chest, making him feel an unbearable itch. If only he could overpower her, he would have taken care of this vexing little demoness right then and there. Finally, after managing to send Amorous off, another unexpected visitor arrived, someone Brody never anticipated. Facing this icy beauty, Brody scratched his head awkwardly, feeling so embarrassed that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Do not disappoint me in the Earth List contest, Billy's tone remained cold and distant, yet Brody detected a hidden tenderness beneath her words. Brody laughed nervously. So, what happens if I lose? What then? Billy's gaze turned piercingly cold, locking onto Brody word by word. If you fail, I will kill you and end my own life. The serious look on her face sent shivers down Brody's spine. It wasn't an idle threat. Suddenly feeling bold, Brody stepped forward and embraced Billy's waist with unmatched confidence. Don't worry. If I can't secure first place, how can I be worthy of you? Billy never expected such audacity from Brody. The strong male aura overwhelmed her senses, making her entire body go limp as she instinctively clung to his arm. Seeing her vulnerable state, Brody acted on impulse and leaned down to kiss her rosy lips. Startled, Billy tried to push Brody away but lacked the strength, instead clutching his shoulders tightly. MMM. Brody released Billy's lips, scooped her into his arms, and headed toward the bedroom, pressing her against him. Without waiting for her reaction, he resumed kissing her, forcing her teeth apart with his tongue and tasting her sweet mouth. Meanwhile, his left hand crept unnoticed to caress her proud peaks, while his right hand roamed over her curved body. Under Brody's fierce assault, Billy panted softly, her face flushed. As her gaze grew hazy, a spark of clarity finally returned. Bang! A powerful force erupted from the bed, sending Brody flying through the wall, landing on the grass outside. Ow! Brody felt pain everywhere, as if his bones were coming apart. Just as he got up, he saw Billy approaching. Well, I couldn't control myself. Do you believe me? Brody tried to suppress his urge to wipe cold sweat, explaining awkwardly. If it happens again, I'll personally castrate you. Billy's eyes were glacially cold, causing Brody to feel a chilling breeze pass through his crotch, making him involuntarily shrink. Watching Billy's retreating back, a question popped into Brody's mind. Six senior sister, I still don't know your name. Billy paused briefly. Gigi. Brody suddenly looked apologetic. Back then when I first came to the demonic cultivation world, I used a pseudonym. My real name is Brody. Please forgive me. Understood. Looking at the disheveled bed, Brody smiled bitterly. He had truly lost control just now, almost crossing another line, mainly because both Brody and Gigi had been in a confused state during their first encounter, hence this time around, he almost couldn't hold himself back. I will definitely take first place in the Earth list. I won't let you down. Brody murmured, filled with resolve. His statement was not boastful. With a 20 zhang sword domain, he was confident no one below the Sage realm could stand against him within that range. With 15 days remaining, Brody had no intention of wasting time. He took out the Holy Dao insights gifted by Alton and Ali from his storage ring. Chapter 226. You be the senior, I'll be the junior. It was said that sages, upon stepping onto their own great path and continuously perfecting themselves, would eventually become deities. Their insights into the sage path were spontaneously recorded reflections of their experiences with this world and their understanding of the great path. After 10 days, Brody finally closed the 2 volumes. Though he had finished reading them, many parts were still beyond his current comprehension. However, even so, he benefited greatly. One must understand that a volume of sage path insight is extremely precious. In the Ronin Plum sect, 3rd-generation disciples at the sage realm would never pass down their insights to the 4th generation. Those who wished to obtain such insights could only exchange them for a large number of plum points. The Heavenly Earth Rankings competition was already in full preparation. Almost all disciples had emerged from seclusion, and those who were out on missions had returned to the sect. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the spirit bell rang out. All the disciples gathered in the vast training ground of the Ronin Plum sect, forming a sea of black figures, among which Brody was also present. On the main stage, May Vivianen and others smiled as they looked at the assembled disciples. This batch of disciples, both in quality and quantity, far surpasses the last one. I wonder which of these Saint Realm disciples has a better chance at the heavenly rankings. Ben chuckled. Ronin Plum sect had a total of 50 Saint Realm disciples vying for the 10 positions on the heavenly rankings. As for the martial emperor disciples, there were hundreds or even thousands, making for intense competition. I think highly of Hendrix. This person has shown great promise, exuding an extraordinary aura. If I'm not mistaken, he is Sister Billy's disciple, right? Upon hearing this, Anika remained expressionless and replied coolly, 4th senior brother jests. Hendrix is talented but falls short of the heavenly rankings. Instead, your own disciples have truly impressed. The group exchanged compliments about each other's disciples, while Amaris waved her hand irritably. All right, you should know what weight your disciples carry. Why not see how Brody performs this time? Amaris was the only one among the 9 Hartleys who had not taken any disciples. Mentioning Brody's name, the others showed no change in expression, having already heard from Auden Ninkia. Based on my analysis, this time, his opponent should be just one person, Ben said, turning his gaze toward the always quiet Ma Dao, a martial emperor disciple he had recently taken under his wing. Everyone had secretly observed him, marveling at his astonishing talent. Ma Dao shook his head with a smile. Little Zhang Vivianian has decent talent, but his combat prowess may still fall short of little junior brother. Calling him an opponent, well, we'll see. As they observed the disciples below, the disciples stared at them with fervent admiration. Those few people are 2nd-generation disciples, are grandmasters. They say their cultivation has long transcended natural limits, incomprehensibly deep. Those 2 granduncles are so beautiful. One cold as frost, the other charming like a devil. Both are stunning to behold. Hee. I've heard they're not only beautiful, but also have reached the Saint King level in cultivation. It's hard to imagine what kind of person can win their favor. A few disciples drooled shamelessly, becoming a striking spectacle in the crowd. At this moment, Anika's expression suddenly turned uneasy. She noticed Brody winking at her from the crowd. This caused excitement among the disciples around Brody. Goddess looked at me. This damn happiness. Cut it out. Don't be so narcissistic. She clearly was looking at me. Hee hee. I must perform well and leave a good impression on the goddess. Why, brother, why do you look so sullen? One of them noticed Brody and asked curiously. Brody glared at them with annoyance. A bunch of lickspittles, daring to fantasize about his woman. Hope you don't meet me later, or you'll get a lesson one by one. Lately, fourth sister usually has a cold expression, but now she looks so different. Could it be because she saw little junior brother? Could she have a crush on him? Want me to help you propose? Amorous walked up to Anika with a mocking smile. Hearing this, Anika snorted in annoyance. Retaliating, she said, I see Sister Sienna gets along well with little junior brother too. I heard he once visited your room at night. Unexpectedly, Amorous covered her mouth and laughed heartily. What? Is sister jealous? How about sister be the senior and I be the junior? This junior brother is so young and handsome, quite tempting. In such a conversation, Anika couldn't match Amorous and blushed slightly in defeat. Stop it. What's senior and junior? While they conversed, time passed, and Taoist Master Felix stepped forward, his voice filled with authority. The Heavenly Earth Rankings competition begins now. Now, let the martial Emperor disciples draw lots. Those with matching numbers will face each other, starting from number 1. Instantly, all martial Emperor disciples climbed onto the stage. Brody flipped his lot, revealing a E1. Brody gave a bitter laugh, never expecting he would be the first to step up, but this way, he wouldn't have to wait after winning. Next, contestant number 1 steps up. Seeing Brody step up, the Hartleys on the main stage were momentarily stunned. This kid has pretty good luck. That's an auspicious start. When Brody saw his opponent, he was somewhat taken aback. It was none other than the disciple who had been daydreaming about Anika beside him earlier. That disciple recognized Brody as well. Blackface brother? What a coincidence. Brody gave a mysterious smile. Indeed. Are you ready? The disciple was puzzled. Ready for what? Then he suddenly understood. Oh, a friendly sparring match, right? Rest assured, I intend to show off before the goddess this time. Blackface brother, don't blame me if I don't hold back. Brody smiled faintly. You'll be showing off all over the floor in a bit. The moment he heard begin, Brody vanished from sight, reappearing behind his opponent. Bang! Before the disciple could react, he flew out and was hit again midair. The disciple's head buzzed as he kept flying back and forth. The acrobatic display of combat lasted about the time it takes for tea to brew, finally ending with the disciple being carried away with a pig head-like face. Everyone in the audience gulped. Wow, you didn't hold back at all. Look what you did to the poor kid. Even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Some speculated on why Brody was so ruthless. Could it be that this brother doesn't like being called Blackface brother? I think so. That disciple seemed familiar with him, yet ended up beaten so badly. Be cautious when meeting him. Chapter 227. Questioning? After the battle, Brody felt refreshed and elated. As he was about to step down from the platform, he suddenly furrowed his brows, sensing a venomous gaze fixed upon him. Turning in that direction, he saw a face filled with malice. With a cold sneer, Brody ignored it. Seeing Brody's arrogance, Daryl's expression darkened further, seething inwardly. Brat, one day I will make you suffer worse than death for breaking my arm. Then came a long wait. Although Brody found it boring, he didn't leave. His eyes lit up when a young man in white stepped onto the stage. Who is this guy in white? I've never seen him before. Probably a new disciple, but his aura feels quite ordinary. Just as he spoke, the battle on the stage ended lightning fast, which made everyone widen their eyes. What sorcery is this? It's already over? Who is this person? I know the other one. His strength can rank among the top in the Imperial realm. How could he lose so quickly? In that moment, everyone seemed to reassess the young man in white, their eyes flashing with deep wariness. Even Brody couldn't help but marvel at this person's strength, finding it a pleasant surprise. He felt somewhat eager to fight against him. Several hours passed, and the first round finally concluded. The disciples of the Venerable Ones were observing closely, many of whom had disciples participating. Brother Fu, your disciple should have no problem entering the Earth list. He might even contend for first place. Hendrix humbly smiled. Brother Vivian is joking. I know my disciple well. Entering the Earth list is possible, but getting first place? That's still far from reach. Not to mention Master Roy's disciple Zhang Vivianian. There are also many prodigies trained by our esteemed seniors. They are outstanding too. Brother Fu is too modest. Brother Fu always keeps his cards close to his chest. I'm sure he will surprise everyone again. The surrounding Venerable One's disciples echoed in agreement, praising Hendrix, indicating his popularity among the second-generation disciples. That kid named Fox, I heard he's 7th uncle's disciple. I watched his battle just now. He must be one of the top-tier Imperial realm practitioners. It's uncertain if he can secure a spot on the Earth list. It's more than that. I heard that when this Fox arrived, he deflected a blow from someone, said a Venerable One's disciple with a knowing smile, making Daryl's face darken. Someone? Who is it? Why don't you ask Brother Vivianian? After all, we only heard rumors and dare not spread them. Hearing this, everyone looked at Daryl with curiosity. A strike from a Venerable One being blocked by an Imperial realm practitioner? That sounded ridiculous. Seeing the draw number 1 again, Brody couldn't help but chuckle. Was this fate? When he saw his opponent, he was utterly dumbfounded. Isaiah Lowell, long time no see. How have you been recently? Brody asked with a mocking smile. Indeed, facing him was none other than the first person Brody had offended after arriving at Heavenly Plum Blossom Sect, who once dominated the residence and got beaten up by him. Isaiah Lowell's legs trembled uncontrollably. His mind was screaming with disbelief at his own bad luck. This Isaiah Lowell seems to be Brother Vivianian's disciple. I remember he's about to break through to the Sage Realm. This should test Fox's strength and see if the rumors are true, said a Venerable One's disciple, glancing at Daryl with a slight laugh. I concede. The moment the referee called out the start, Isaiah Lowell immediately shouted, causing astonishment among the crowd. Feeling the strange gazes around him, his face turned red. Flynnt, the shadow cast by Brody was too deep. He lacked the courage to fight. Such a wimp. Is he the first to surrender? I remember this Isaiah Lowell is almost a Sage Realm practitioner. Who would have thought he has such little courage, losing his Dao heart? I don't think he'll ever become a Sage Realm practitioner. Even Daryl lost face because of Isaiah Lowell's concession, inviting ridicule from other Venerable One's disciples. Brother Vivianian, your disciple really loves peace, afraid of affecting brotherhood, refusing to fight. Respectful indeed. Hee, fitting of a disciple trained by Brother Vivianian. Truly eye-opening. As they say, the student resembles the teacher. Isn't that right, Brother Vivianian? Brother Vivianian, when you fight us, remember to consider the bond of brotherhood too. A slight curl appeared at the corner of Brody's lips. Since Isaiah Lowell had conceded, Brody naturally wouldn't continue attacking him. Brother Isaiah, I accept your concession. In the second match, the young man in white stepped up again. As before, his dominance left everyone impressed. Kid, does this Zhang Vivianian give you any pressure? Came a telepathic message. Brody turned to see Ben grinning at him. Pressure or not, I'm still his uncle. Brody retorted proudly. Hearing this, Ben fell silent, casting a disdainful glance at Brody. By the end of the second round, 250 Imperial Realm disciples remained, and it was already the second day. As the third round began, Brody glanced at the draw number, still 1. He started to suspect if those old fellows were playing tricks. Sure enough, when Brody stepped onto the stage first again, a wave of whispers erupted from the crowd. What's going on? Why is it him again? Is something fishy here? Maybe the second time was a coincidence, but how is it the same number again? There might be foul play. Everyone knew Fox was disciple of Taoist Mei Vivianen. All eyes turned to him. Taoist Mei Vivianen hadn't expected this, but had to step forward. Ahem. Fox drawing 1 is purely coincidental, with no intention of cheating. The final spots on the Earth list depend on real skill. Please watch and judge. Hearing Mei Vivianen's words, the murmurs subsided. When they saw Brody's opponent, the atmosphere grew even quieter. Because they recognized him. A formidable figure, definitely ranking in the top 5 among Imperial Realm disciples. His master was none other than Hendrix, a powerful existence and contender for the top spot on the heaven list. Hashtag chapter 228, A-Bye. This man had disheveled hair that gave off a valiant aura. Remember my name. I am Cortez, and I will be your lifelong shadow. Shadow? Brody sneered. This man was truly boundlessly arrogant. The moment the referee shouted begin, Brody vanished instantly with a sneer, transforming into a streak of golden light and crossing directly to Cortez's front, bringing down a massive strike with his palm. So fast. Cortez was taken aback internally as he raised both hands to block Brody's attack. Foolish. Hendrix's face darkened, cursing inwardly. His disciple was overly proud. Fox was a corporeal cultivator, yet Cortez actually tried to block with his arms. Just as Hendrix had predicted, Brody's physical strength was far greater than expected. His entire arm gleamed with a golden hue. The moment they made contact, a crisp sound echoed out. Crack. Cortez's arms twisted grotesquely, the intense pain making his face pale. How could he be so strong? But Cortez was tenacious, not uttering a sound as he endured the excruciating pain and attempted to create distance between himself and Brody. However, Brody would not let him off so easily, relentlessly pursuing and pummeling him, using punches, elbows, and knees as deadly weapons. Ah! Cortez roared as his Imperial Realm domain instantly unfolded. But Brody remained unaffected, advancing unimpeded, rendering Cortez completely powerless. When he finally regained his senses, he was bruised and battered, with multiple fractures on his body. Shock filled his eyes as he looked at Brody. He had encountered corporeal cultivators before, but none were as strong as this Fox. Could it be an anthropomorphic Imperial weapon? The scene on stage caused waves of astonishment among the spectators. Where did this Fox come from? He's too strong, unbelievable. No wonder he caught the eye of our 7th uncle despite only having an Imperial Realm cultivation level. Now we know he's a corporeal cultivator. Legend has it that a corporeal cultivator who reaches the peak within a realm, like Fox, probably has a body as solid as an Imperial artifact. Well done, Fox. I now believe he indeed has the strength to advance in the Earth rank, and that there was no cheating or foul play. Idiot. Use mental attacks. Hendrix transmitted telepathically, causing Cortez's eyes to light up immediately. Seeing this covert move, several second-generation disciples were displeased, muttering, does a competition require external guidance? Isn't that unfair? Only Taoist Maud took a deep breath, maintaining his calm demeanor. Have faith in Brody. Even if Cortez received guidance from Hendrix, he won't be any match. After some thought, Taoist Felix said sternly, though so, we cannot sit idly by, lest Hendrix goes too far. Hearing a cold snort resonate in his mind, Hendrix's face turned slightly pale, feeling as if his head would burst. People around him noticed his expression and asked curiously, Brother Fu, what happened? Hendrix shook his head, discreetly glancing at the main stand with a flash of fear in his eyes, ceasing his telepathic guidance. Upon seeing Cortez launch a mental attack against Brody, many of the sage disciples nodded approvingly. Corporeal cultivators are usually weak mentally. Truly remarkable for someone trained by Brother Fu. Such exceptional combat experience. A terrifying surge of mental energy rushed forth. Cortez sneered, you may not know this, but I've achieved the Imperial Realm in both cultivation and spiritual perception. Let's see how you, a barbarian, can counter this. As expected, Brody stood frozen, his whole body beginning to tremble involuntarily, his facial expression turning agonized. Seeing this, Cortez rejoiced, relax and be the stepping stone for me to enter the Earth rank. He lunged towards Brody, intent on delivering the finishing blow. Just as he was one step away from Brody, a sinister smile crept onto Brody's lips. Alarm bells rang in Cortez's mind. Too late to back away now. Brody suddenly opened his eyes, devoid of the previous distress. Grabbing Cortez's arm firmly, preventing him from escaping, he unleashed a powerful punch. Spurt. Cortez's pupils dilated as he spewed a mouthful of blood, his aura thoroughly scattered, losing all combat ability under that single blow. Announcing Brody's victory, the crowd fell silent, only erupting in exclamations after a while. Cortez, who had a shot at the Earth rank, actually lost like this? Not even making it to the top 100. Who is this fox? Besides his Imperial-grade corporeal strength, even Imperial-level mental perception couldn't harm him. Could his mental perception have reached the Imperial realm too? I don't think it's that exaggerated. Achieving the Imperial realm in corporeal strength alone requires immense effort and endurance. It's highly unlikely his mental perception also reached the Imperial realm. I fully agree. My guess is Fox just happens to possess a supreme treasure that defends against mental attacks, sparing him this ordeal. Everyone felt enlightened hearing this. The analysis was spot on. But this also made Fox more formidable, a being of Imperial corporeal strength, immune to mental attacks, terrifying to imagine. Meanwhile, Hendrix remained expressionless, silently watching Brody on stage. No one knew what was going through his mind. Nearby sage disciples didn't comment either. After all, Cortez was supposed to enter the Earth rank but ended up defeated by this person, understandably disappointing for a master. In the 4th round, Brody drew a miraculous number, 63. This number held special significance. It was a bye. Others who hadn't been eliminated were envious, knowing this guaranteed entry into the top 100. After Brody demonstrated absolute strength, no one suspected foul play, attributing it purely to luck. During this round, Brody focused mainly on xuanhuan. Seeing how quickly and decisively he finished his battles intensified Brody's eagerness to fight. Noticing Brody's gaze, xuanhuan glanced over, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Startled, Brody returned a faint smile. Heh, those two kids are sizing each other up. Looks like a clash is inevitable. Gordy chuckled. Man, can't wait to see it sooner. Can't we arrange their encounters quicker? Ben smirked. Taoist Felix shot him a glance. Don't be impatient, Brother Seven. With their prowess, an encounter is inevitable. Patience is key. After xuanhuan's match, Brody also paid attention to a few others whose strength rivaled Cortez. Among them were outstanding 3rd-generation disciples and robust students of the mighty sages. One muscular warrior, emitting startling blood energy, provocatively looked at Brody after defeating his opponent, a disdainful look in his eyes. Fox, pray hard from down there that you don't meet me, he jeered. Note: in this translation, character names have been adapted for readability while preserving pinyin accuracy. The narrative tone and style remain consistent, ensuring natural fluency and coherence with previous content. Chapter 229, Master of Swordsmanship. For a moment, the disciples buzzed with excitement. A physical cultivation battle against another physical cultivator was enough to get anyone's blood pumping. It was sure to be an exhilarating spectacle. This disciple was one of the 2 3rd-generation disciples who had earlier caught everyone's attention. Ben gave a half smile as he looked at a similarly muscular man beside him. Old Fifth, your disciple is quite brave. Old Fifth's Taoist name was Izardaurin. He sighed and shook his head. It would be good if little junior brother could teach him a lesson. Perhaps it will help him rein in his arrogant nature. The 4th round finally concluded. In the 5th round, Brody saw that his number was 18, feeling relieved that it was finally a normal number. As for the person who had been given a bye, they were matched against an ordinary Imperial Realm disciple. His face lit up with ecstasy. Originally, based on his strength, he had a high chance of being eliminated in this round, but it seemed fortune had finally smiled upon him. Brody's opponent this time was a 4th-generation disciple named Lorenzo. With impeccable manners, Lorenzo said, "Junior Uncle Flinchin, please enlighten me." His heart was filled with bitterness. When he saw his opponent was Brody, he already knew that his journey towards winning a spot on the list would come to an end here. Since the opponent was courteous, Brody also showed respect by clasping his hands and saying, "Taoist friend, please." Lorenzo's expression grew serious. Even knowing he stood no chance against Brody, he still intended to give it his all. In an instant, the Imperial Tao field expanded comprehensively, pressing down wildly towards Brody. However, upon contact with Brody's body surface, the golden aura dissipated it into nothingness. Is the gap so huge? Lorenzo's face showed reluctance as a flying sword appeared in his hand, slashing towards Brody. Upon seeing this, Brody became slightly interested. Instead of blocking the sword, he dodged it at an oblique angle, appearing again right before Lorenzo. Your sword can be faster, and don't leave any openings. Lorenzo was taken aback as he immediately swung his sword horizontally towards Brody, only to be dodged once again effortlessly. This happened several times over. Even though Brody could easily defeat him, he kept evading while pointing out the flaws in Lorenzo's sword technique. Understanding that Brody was guiding him, Lorenzo did not feel ashamed or angry. Instead, he went through almost all his sword techniques, improving them based on Brody's criticisms. Indeed, his subsequent sword techniques became increasingly sharp. Having taught just enough, Lorenzo sheathed his sword, stood where he was, and deeply bowed to Brody. "Thank you, Junior Uncle Flinchin, for your guidance." Brody gently shook his head. "Primarily, it's about your own effort and mindset. I merely helped you along. You still have much room for improvement, and I believe that one day, the Roninmei sect will produce a famous sword saint." Brody's approach won him much favor from the Imperial Realm disciples, earning a wave of applause and praise for his character. On the side of the sage disciples, one of them sneered, "Junior Brother Flinchin seems to have ulterior motives here. He uses this method of winning people's hearts quite well." Another sage disciple responded disdainfully, "He'll understand someday that true power lies in personal strength, and gaining approval from these weaker ones is meaningless." After the 5th round, only 32 people remained in the arena, bringing them closer to the Earth list. Brody's draw for this round was number 16, the final match of the 6th round. Those who managed to persist until now were undoubtedly the best among the Imperial Realm disciples. Though the battles were fewer, their intensity and quality increased dramatically. Up until Brody's turn came, and his opponent happened to be a formidable third-generation disciple, which was somewhat unfortunate because it wasn't the muscular one. Junior brother Flinchin, go ahead. Defeat me, and you can vie for a place on the Earth list? Senior brother, please? Battle loomed imminently. The third-generation disciple wielded a very uncommon weapon, a long whip, which made an ear-piercing tearing sound as it swayed. The whip was incredibly agile in his hands. Knowing that Brody was a physical cultivator, he avoided direct confrontation and instead twisted the whip continuously. Brody frowned. This whip indeed posed some restraint against physical cultivators. Taoist friend, lend me a sword, Brody called out. Below the stage, Lorenzo froze for a second but quickly reacted, pushing forward his own life-bound imperial sword, which flew into Brody's hands. The expressions of the disciples brightened. Isn't Fox a physical cultivator? How does he know how to use a sword? That's impossible. It's already difficult enough for physical cultivators. Does he have notable skills in swordsmanship too? No way. Everyone knew that the sharpness of a sword worked exceptionally well against such whips, but they didn't think Brody knew how to wield a sword, and even if he did, his skill wouldn't be high. Perhaps he was trying anything at this point. But when they saw Brody grip the sword hilt, their eyes revealed confusion. How come? From the moment he held the sword, his entire aura suddenly became extremely sharp. Not just them, but the sage disciples on the opposite side were equally astonished, their brows furrowing tightly as they also noticed the shift. Only Viviani Chao remained unperturbed, as he had known about Brody's background all along. Brody's changed momentum left his opponent pale-faced, trying desperately to pull back his whip. Brody stepped forward swiftly, slashing with his sword. Originally, this sword, in terms of both material and its master's cultivation level, was inferior to the opponent's. FLYNT, in Brody's hands, it seemed to break free from its limitations. The sword chi rained down, creating sparks upon collision. The whip was injured by the sword chi, causing the third-generation disciple to groan under the backlash. Brody pursued relentlessly, and despite retreating, the disciple couldn't withstand the assault. Finally, a cold blade rested against his throat. The third-generation disciple let out a bitter laugh. I lost? He's too strong. The disciples below watched as if they were reacquainting themselves with Brody. They never expected that not only was his bodily cultivation profound, but his swordsmanship had also reached such a surprising level. Was this guy meant to defy heaven? Lorenzo took back his sword from Brody, admiration in his eyes. His own sword being used by Brody to win against an opponent gave him a sense of participation and stirred immense excitement within him. After this battle, Brody gained another title, Master of Swordsmanship. Fuxiong, what do you think of Fox's swordsmanship? One sage disciple asked. They all knew that Hendrix was not only powerful in cultivation, but also had remarkable swordsmanship skills, making him one of the top contenders among the sage disciples, vying for the top spot on the heaven list. Chapter 230. Struggle for the Earth list. Brother Fu is a sword saint. Watching him wield a sword is like an adult watching a child play with toys. Don't you find this question very amusing? But if Brother Fu is feeling charitable, he can give some guidance to that fox. He would surely be grateful, haha. As people around flattered him, Hendrix remained unperturbed. The moment Brody grasped his sword, Hendrix realized this young man had unique characteristics in the sword path. In other words, he had found his own path. With effort, becoming a sword saint was only a matter of time. Now there were only 16 left. All held their breaths, as this was the final round. The struggle for the Earth list. 8 victors will enter the Earth list. The 8 losers don't have to be discouraged. They can continue to compete for the remaining 2 positions. A disciple asked Felix about the rules, bowing respectfully. Great Uncle Master, how will the ranking on the Earth list be determined? Challenges are initiated from lower to higher ranks. The final round's matchups will be decided by drawing lots. When Brody saw who he would face, a smile flickered across his lips. His opponent happened to be the body cultivator who had boasted earlier. Similarly, when that body cultivator learned that his opponent was Brody, his eyes lit up. Finally, he would get to meet Fox. The first match featured Zhang Vivianian and a 4th-generation disciple. Unsurprisingly, the 4th-generation disciple lost. The second match was equally exciting, with both disciples evenly matched in strength. They battled fiercely for nearly an hour before a man in green narrowly won. In the third match, a highly skilled woman in stealth appeared, wielding a dagger with uncanny movements. Even the Imperial Dao realm couldn't handle her. The fourth match revealed a victor with exceptionally powerful divine senses, almost driving his opponent into insanity. The fifth match was dominated by overwhelming blade intent, where the winner defeated his opponent with ruthless efficiency, unstoppable by any means. Finally, in the sixth match, all awaited the showdown between Brody and the muscular man. Disciples eagerly anticipated the battle between body cultivators. I wonder whose physical body is stronger between Fox and Man Vivianen. Overall strength is hard to gauge, but in terms of physical cultivation, Man Vivianen might have the edge. Though both achieved Imperial Dao in the flesh, Brody also practices swordsmanship while Man Vivianen focuses solely on his body. Fair point. Let's enjoy the battle instead of speculating. The results will soon be evident. On the platform, Brody's slender frame contrasted sharply with Man Vivianen's imposing build, creating a stark disparity and stirring concern. Would Brody be shattered by one punch from Man Vivianen? Fox, since we are both body cultivators, why don't we engage in close combat? Man Vivianen wasn't stupid. He knew Brody was proficient in swordsmanship, hoping to force him into physical combat where he was confident. Brody grinned. I was thinking the same. At Felix's command to start, both sprang forward, their figures blurring into motion. Boom! Golden and crimson blood chi clashed, unleashing waves of energy. Man Vivianen felt a shudder run through him at Brody's formidable strength. Similarly, Brody felt a jolt through his arm. They were equally matched. Both fighters' eyes burned with fierce excitement. Body cultivators were rare, and today promised an exhilarating battle. Arms, fists, elbows, knees, every part of their bodies became weapons. Their speed was incredible. Even immortals below the Sage Realm could only see after images. Their fists collided, shaking the robust stage as Brody unleashed tremendous power despite his slender form. Seeing the majestic shadow behind Brody, Man Vivianen froze. Blood chi condensed into a dermic manifestation. The immovable Vidyaraja's closed eyes exuded supreme majesty, making him tense. Brody moved. His right fist transformed into an invincible force, sweeping everything aside. The dermic shadow mirrored him, striking out. Kaboom! Struck by the blow, Man Vivianen flew backward, coughing blood. He felt internal organs shift and searing pain everywhere. Man Vivianen roared, forming a solid crimson club from his blood chi, a skill mastered by Vance Dow. At full force, he smashed it down towards Brody. The club carried terrifying momentum. Brody barely dodged, but was still grazed, grunting in pain. Seizing the gap when Man Vivianen's old strength had waned and new hadn't risen, Brody struck back. In an instant, they separated and clashed again. Brody narrowed his eyes, envisioning the mighty immovable Vidyaraja. The shadow solidified further, presenting an angry visage, holding a flaming sword in one hand and a lasso in the other, surrounded by boundless golden blood chi. Its overwhelming aura pressed all Imperial Realm disciples to the brink of suffocation. Someone exclaimed in shock, "What is that shadow? This is too strong. Is this still within the Imperial Dao realm? Why does it make me tremble so?" Even the judges on the platform watched in astonishment at the magnificent figure behind Brody. How did Brody acquire this body cultivation technique? This junior brother's luck exceeds our imaginations. Unconsciously, in people's minds, Brody's image stood tall and imposing like the shadow behind him. Man Vivianen gulped, finding Brody terrifyingly powerful. Could he already challenge sages? Every move Brody made echoed the shadow. A dazzling golden fist struck out, blinding everyone. Boom! Instantly, the blood-colored club exploded, sending Man Vivianen flying like a broken kite. Brody swiftly caught up, stopping just short of Man Vivianen's face, calmly saying, "You lose?" Man Vivianen laughed bitterly, still shaken by Brody's overwhelming aura. "I lose? There's always someone better out there. Thank you, Brother Flynn, for your guidance." This battle exceeded expectations, eliciting applause. Even Zhang Vivianian clapped in admiration. After witnessing Brody's fight, the remaining two matches, although impressive, seemed somewhat anticlimactic. 8 entered the Earth list, leaving the last 2 spots to be contested by the defeated 8. Man Vivianen rebounded to secure 1 spot, while another went to a formidable 4th-generation disciple. Hashtag Chapter 231. Ranking battle for the Earth list. The next round is the Earth list ranking battle. Note, each person only has one opportunity to challenge from a lower rank to a higher one. Choose your opponent wisely and be prepared. First place on the Earth list goes to Fox. Everyone was surprised that Fox was ranked first on the Earth list. They hadn't expected him to be so highly regarded by the 2nd-generation disciples. Second place, Zhang Vivianian. Third place, Alay. Fourth place, Tyler. D. Sherming, Mang Vivianen. Correction. 10th place, Mang Vivianen. Here is the edited translation to ensure it reads naturally in English. 10th place, Mang Vivianen. This maintains consistency and accuracy from the original text while ensuring it reads fluently in English. Note that Manyun is transliterated as Mang Vivianen to maintain the character's name consistency in English context. 10th place, Barnaby. This ranking was compiled by 9 Saint Kings, making it quite authoritative. Naturally, some disciples were fans of their favorites. Why is my goddess Alay only in 3rd place? I think Zhang Vivianian should be first. He dominated every match. The lethal saber user Tyler shouldn't just be 4th. Sure enough, Tyler turned his gaze towards Fox first. "Brother Fox, please give me your guidance." Fox smiled faintly. "Please proceed." The disciples below anticipated this battle eagerly, not unlike the fight between Fox and Barnaby. After all, besides being a physical cultivator, Fox was also a sword cultivator. A battle between a sword cultivator and a saber cultivator. Just thinking about it got everyone's blood pumping. "Brother Fox, I'm a straightforward person. Endless back and forth is boring. How about we decide with one move?" Tyler's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. If he lost this match, there would be no further chances for him, but he wasn't too concerned about it. "Agreed. Make your move." The Imperial Bone Sword appeared in Fox's hand, drawing a lot of attention. Its profound aura was unmistakably extraordinary. This is Fox's origin Imperial Sword? A bone-shaped sword? It can't be real bone. It must be crafted. But this aura is indeed remarkable. On the main stage, several people exchanged glances. Ben asked, puzzled, "Fellow apprentices, can you feel the material of Brother Flynn's sword?" Most gazes fell on Valerie, who was also a sword cultivator. He frowned, unsure. "It does seem to be made of bone." Only May Vivianen stroked his beard. He was the eldest among them. With a serious look, he said, "When I was young, our master once mentioned world constitutions, one of which is called the innate sword body, born to cultivate swords, where sword cultivation can enhance one's strength. The biggest feature is having bones shaped like swords within the body, capable of slaying enemies." Felix exclaimed in surprise, "Is the innate sword body so powerful? This world is indeed wondrous." Valerie nodded in agreement, as a sword cultivator himself. Indeed, the power of an innate sword body is something all sword cultivators dream of. Sadly, such a constitution is rare and hard to come by. In the previous era, there was a legendary figure named Bodin, who possessed the innate sword body, nearly invincible, known as unrivaled under the stars. As for whether little brother Flynn has the innate sword body, only the master can determine that for sure. But this matter is significant. Don't spread it around to avoid trouble. All nodded in agreement. If the Plum sect had someone with the powerful constitution of the innate sword body, it might attract divine attention from the demon realm, leading to unforeseen changes. On the stage, Fox and Tyler were ready to engage. With his imperial saber in hand, Tyler's presence transformed, emitting overwhelming saber intent. Compared to Fox, there was much less pressure. He seemed calm, with the bone sword already sheathed in black except for the hilt visible. "Brother Fox, be careful," Tyler roared, his hair flying, veins popping out on his forehead. As he swung his saber, a massive saber beam charged towards Fox. Even Alay, who watched with a serious expression, knew that this attack could not be taken head-on. Perfect timing. Fox laughed heartily, gripping the sword hilt, his presence becoming incomparably sharp, as if ready to pierce the heavens. This sword technique is called the heaven-cleaving sword draw. The bone sword unsheathed, releasing a brilliant blade beam. Everything before it seemed insignificant, not only due to its immense power but also because of the willpower contained within. What a formidable heaven-cleaving sword draw. Seeing this sword strike, Taoist Master Valerie couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm increasingly convinced that if the innate sword body truly exists, little brother Flynn is most likely the one." At the moment of impact, terrifying energy waves surged. Taoist Master Felix acted immediately to control the battle radius while the saber beam was completely shattered by Fox's strike. "I've lost." Tyler chuckled bitterly. If Fox hadn't held back at the last moment, he might not even have been able to stand. Being a straightforward person, Tyler admitted defeat without hesitation, bowing respectfully. "Thank you for sparing me, Brother Flynn. I concede. One day, if fate allows, we shall meet again." Fox bowed in return as they both stepped down from the stage. Regardless of the outcome, their clash Sashin-ed many Imperial Realm disciples' perceptions of mineral-level combat prowess. Note: the word Sashin-ed seems to be a mistranslation or typo. Here is the corrected version. Regardless of the outcome, their clash refreshed many Imperial Realm disciples' perceptions of mineral-level combat prowess. This Earth List battle is simply spectacular. Currently, only Zhang Vivianian might be able to challenge Fox. How exciting! I wish they would battle now. After Fox and Tyler's battle, his combat prowess was evident. Besides Zhang Vivianian and Alay, the other contestants sighed inwardly and gave up any thoughts of challenging for first place on the Earth List. Subsequent battles had little gap in rankings, with the largest difference being 8th versus 5th, and unsurprisingly, the lower-ranked contestant lost. "Brother Fox, please give me your guidance." A clear voice sounded. It was Alay. Knowing she likely couldn't win against Fox, she still wanted to try. As for Zhang Vivianian, he made no choice yet, leading many to wonder if he dared challenge Fox. After all, as second place, unless someone successfully challenged him, his only chance left was for Fox. Chapter 232. The Sword Domain unleashes its might. As Alea's figure gradually disappeared, Brody's gaze remained calm, making no move. Facing such an opponent, he believed in stillness overcoming movement. The more one tried to defend, the more vulnerabilities they exposed. Seeing Brody standing motionless, Alea, concealed in the void, furrowed her brows even tighter. She hadn't expected him to have such rich combat experience. He just stood there without any change in his aura, leaving her with no opening to attack. The match dragged on, prompting complaints from the spectators below. What's going on? One stands still while the other doesn't make a move. Are they waiting to see who gives in first? At that moment, Brody suddenly shifted his left foot slightly to the side. Alea, hidden in the void, saw an opportunity and almost simultaneously, a dagger materialized, aiming for Brody's neck. But when she saw the inexplicable curve at the corner of Brody's mouth, Alea was instantly alarmed. Clang! A streak of sword light appeared. Fortunately, Alea reacted in time, retracting her dagger and colliding it with Brody's sword bone, sparking flames. Brody wouldn't let her hide again. He locked onto her with his divine sense, relentlessly pursuing her without any hint of mercy. You should know, you only had one chance to strike, Brody said emotionlessly, his golden blood energy surging like a towering wave, leaving Alea no room to escape. Realizing this, she gave a bitter laugh. I concede. Being adept at concealment and assassination, Alea knew that direct confrontation was never her forte. Now that Brody had locked onto her, she had no hope of turning things around. This one-on-one fight isn't Alea's strong suit. There are too many restrictions. Sigh, someone sighed. As an assassin, she was effective only when striking unexpectedly. In a one-on-one situation, the opponent didn't need to be distracted. Their full concentration made it impossible for her to act. Now, everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Vivianian, the second-ranked contestant. He was currently the only one who could pose a real threat to Brody. Zhang Vivianian looked up at Brody on the platform. Brother Flynn, why don't you rest a bit first? I'll wait for you. Having fought both Tyler and Alea back-to-back, Zhang Vivianian didn't want to take advantage of Brody, preferring to wait until he was fully recovered before engaging. At this moment, my fighting spirit is at its peak. Brother Zhang Vivianian, there's no need for that. Come up now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Vivianian stopped being courteous, leaped onto the platform, and everyone held their breaths. This battle would decide the ultimate owner of the Earth List's top spot. Clang! A sword whistled through the air as Brody struck first, activating the immovable Bottomanda body to its limits. Facing this aggressive move, Zhang Vivianian slapped out a palm while stepping back. Cloud-turning seal, Zhang Vivianian stomped his right foot, soaring into the air as a massive palm imprint descended, pressing down on Brody. Senior brother, I didn't expect you to teach him this move so early. Ben looked at Taoist Maud with surprise. Taoist Maud simply smiled mysteriously, nodding approvingly inside. It had only been 2 months since he taught Zhang Vivianian this move, and he had indeed learned the palm technique within that short time, not disappointing Maud. Brody's pupils narrowed. That palm was indeed powerful. He stepped forward, the golden blood energy climbing up his sword bone, releasing a golden beam of sword energy that tore apart the palm imprint. This feat amazed the audience on the main stage, blending blood energy with sword energy. How did he achieve this? There are quite a few secrets about this junior brother. No wonder Master favors him, they remarked, astounded by the seamless fusion of two different forces, something that challenged all their established norms. Even Zhang Vivianian, as an opponent, was amazed, simultaneously delivering another palm. This seal was even stronger than the last, shaking the heavens. My goodness, that's the mountain shaking seal, isn't it? Learning the cloud turning seal was one thing, but he even mastered the mountain shaking seal? Ben murmured, staring at Taoist Maud in disbelief. Maud shook his head with a slight bitter smile. Neither did I think he'd learn the mountain shaking seal. It took him several years to master this skill after obtaining it, whereas Zhang Vivianian managed it in merely 2 months, though not yet perfect, but he had plenty of time to refine it. For having such a talented disciple, Maud's lips curled up slightly, sensing the envious and jealous looks around. Even the old man couldn't help but feel a bit smug. And Ben, meanwhile, gnashed his teeth inwardly. Brody should have been his disciple if not for Master. When the world-shaking seal emerged, every disciple felt a tremendous pressure, making it hard to breathe. The arena creaked under the immense force, unable to bear the impact. It was unimaginable what kind of pressure Brody, standing at the center, was enduring. This palm is too strong. Can Fox still win? Some disciples whispered nervously. Brody's clothes fluttered in the strong wind as he stepped forward. His 20 zhang sword domain unfurled, completely enveloping the mountain-shaking seal. This is the sword domain? The once unmatched mountain-shaking seal was now thoroughly suppressed within the sword domain. Various forces surged within it, each acting like a chain locking down the mountain-shaking seal. Break. Standing within the sword domain, Brody seemed like a supreme ruler. With a single word, the mountain-shaking seal began to crumble rapidly. Zhang Vivianian could only watch helplessly. Within Brody's sword domain, even mobilizing spiritual energy was unbearably difficult. He had never seen such a powerful sword domain. Brody's expression remained calm, and he looked like an emperor. Within 20 zhang, I fear no one at my cultivation level. This statement caused immediate reactions among the disciples. Some believed Brody had the strength. Others dismissed it, thinking he lacked the awareness of higher realms. But Brody had absolute confidence. By condensing the sword domain to this extent, blending chaotic Tao principles and various energies with the essence of sword Tao, he was sure he could find no equal in the imperial realm. If the range reached 10 zhang, he could confidently challenge even sages. If Zhang Vivianian has reached his limit, then perhaps the battle can end here. Flins, but using the mountain shaking seal, even in defeat, Zhang Vivianian has lived up to senior brother's efforts. On the stage, Zhang Vivianian's eyes flickered with reluctance. His current opponent was too formidable. To win, he had one final chance. The last seal in the palm form. However, he hadn't fully grasped this final seal and had little confidence. But he had to try. Seeming to read his thoughts, Taoist Maud frowned, wanting to say something but holding back. Sigh, let him give it a try. Being much older, Maud understood that if Zhang Vivianian didn't give his all, he might develop a psychological barrier, becoming a lifelong mental demon. Chapter 233, The Messy Old Man. At this moment, Zhang Vivianian's eyes were bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead. In midair, a vague palm print was continuously taking shape, emitting oppressive pressure that made the space itself seem to sag. Brody watched as the palm print became more substantial, his expression grave. This aura, even he felt an overwhelming sense of danger, but he still stood where he was, calmly observing. However, this made some of his newly acquired fans extremely anxious. Why isn't senior brother Flinchin stopping him? Once that palm print is completed, will anyone be able to take it? Humph, what do you know? Senior brother Flinchin is displaying the demeanor of a true expert. He firmly believes in his own invincibility. This is what makes someone truly capable of reaching the pinnacle, and it's something we should learn from. He's our role model. Some people secretly sneered, mocking Brody's foolishness. Maintaining so-called expert demeanor at such a critical time was simply stupid. On the podium, the one most tense was undoubtedly Taoist Maud, who stared intently at Zhang Vivianian and the almost completed palm print. Faster! Faster! At this moment, Zhang Vivianian's bones creaked loudly, and his body trembled violently. Even before the palm fully formed, the platform could hardly bear the strain, cracks appearing all over its surface. Just as he was about to reach his peak, Zhang Vivianian suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. His aura crumbled like a collapsing building, instantly weakening. The nearly completed palm print in midair also instantly collapsed. The massive backlash almost caused him to faint on the spot, with cracks appearing in his body's meridians, affecting his essence. Just a little bit more. Taoist Maud clenched his fists tightly, then loosened them. He too felt incredibly disappointed, not because he particularly wanted Zhang Vivianian to defeat Brody, but because he had hoped for the completion of that palm. Alas, alas. Brody also sighed inwardly. Frankly, he had been looking forward to it. Stepping forward, he looked at Zhang Vivianian's pale face, extended his hand, and helped him up. This palm was very powerful. I was waiting for it to fully materialize. Zhang Vivianian was momentarily taken aback, a smile flickering at the corners of his mouth as his dejection vanished. When the time comes, I will definitely challenge you again. Taoist Maud looked at both of them approvingly, then stood up and announced clearly, first place in this year's Earth rank, Flinchin. As soon as the announcement was made, nearly all the disciples clapped enthusiastically. Even a few saint disciples raised their hands, offering generous applause. Brother Fu, it seems that junior brother Flinchin has overshadowed us, Vivianian Chao said with a smirk. So what if he excels in talent and combat power? Without sufficient strength, he's nothing to worry about, Hendrix replied indifferently, expressionless. Second place, Zhang Vivianian. Third place, Tyler. Fourth place, Alay. After the announcements concluded, the rankings did not differ much from those previously announced by the second-generation disciples, forcing everyone to admit that the sage emperor's discernment was indeed sharp. Man Yun managed to secure the 9th position, eventually placing 6th. There was no great surprise since Man Yun indeed had that capability. He had merely faced Brody prematurely. Similarly, Zhang Vivianian, who placed 2nd on the Earth rank, left a deep impression on all the disciples. Though his final palm didn't fully form, one could imagine its devastating power upon completion. As for Brody, there was no need for further discussion. Cultivation at the Empyrean realm, physical body achieving Empyrean status, mental perception stronger than peers, and astonishing sword Dao proficiency. He was virtually unmatched beneath the Holy Realm. There was no controversy or watered-down performance regarding his first place. It was unequivocally deserved. Walking down from the podium, Taoist Maud looked at his disciple Zhang Vivianian, who appeared slightly ashamed. Master, I'm sorry. I lost and have failed to live up to your expectations? Expecting disappointment from his master, Maud smiled kindly and patted his shoulder. You've done very well. Don't be discouraged. Next time aim to defeat your granduncle. Zhang Vivianian nodded, but suddenly realized something was amiss. With uncertainty, he asked, Granduncle? He even wondered if he had misheard. Maud nodded, Flins. He is a recent disciple of your grandmaster. But don't underestimate him. Don't think he only won due to this. He hasn't even met your grandmaster yet. Zhang Vivianian turned to look at Brody again, realizing he was a second-generation disciple. He understood the implications of Maud's words. If Brody wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have qualified to be noticed by the grandmaster. With today's conclusion of the Earth rank competition, the focus now shifted to the Heaven rank contest. Although only 40 to 50 disciples participated, each was a sage. To some extent, the Heaven rank competition was even more intense than the Earth rank. However, this no longer concerned Brody. By now, he had returned to his residence, lying lazily in bed after several exhausting days, ready for a good rest. Young man, not bad at all. You didn't disgrace me. Originally lying with closed eyes, Brody heard a voice in the room and almost jumped out of his skin. Who's there? Brody sat up abruptly, holding his bone sword, nervously eyeing the old man who had suddenly appeared in his room. The old man looked somewhat displeased at Brody's reaction. No respect. I'm your master. Brody looked at him suspiciously. Master? He had only one master in Ronin sect. Thinking of this, Brody was startled. With uncertain tone, he asked, Are you Aaron? He scrutinized the old man from head to toe, wearing coarse cloth, with patches here and there, disheveled hair, and scratching his nose without care. The old man wore straw shoes. This did not match Brody's image of the mysterious and respected master at all. Instead, he looked like a thoroughly messy old man. Note asterisk the name Aaron is used as the pinyin romanization of the character's name. Hashtag chapter 234, Donnie. The unkempt old man's face turned stern. Do you know what respecting the Heartlily means? Call me master. Brody rolled his eyes. Ever since he came to the Ronin Plum sect, being taken as a disciple was only talked about verbally. There hadn't even been a formal initiation ceremony yet. Not to mention that this old man hadn't given him any gifts. How could he have the audacity to ask Brody to call him master? Seeming to sense Brody's disdain, Donnie smacked him on the head. Brody quickly clutched his head in pain. Ouch, what was that for? Donnie grabbed Brody by the shoulder, an irresistible force coursing through Brody's body. He had initially intended to check if Brody had a certain constitution, but then it seemed like he noticed something unusual and suspiciously looked at Brody before asking, Are you a congenital sword body? He had been watching Brody's battle closely. Even he thought it might be the legendary congenital sword body, but upon probing, he found no special differences. Brody inwardly chuckled. Even someone of Donnie's caliber couldn't detect it. On his face, however, he feigned confusion. What is a congenital sword body? Sounds pretty impressive. Donnie gave Brody a suspicious look and extended his withered hand. Show me your sword-shaped bone. Seeing this, Brody couldn't help but admire the wisdom of age. With no other choice, he reluctantly took out the sword bone, casually saying, This was given to me by the mysterious old man who taught me swordsmanship. Please don't damage it. The sword bone in Donnie's hands looked entirely different from its appearance during the fight. It lacked luster, with no sword runes moving around it, just looking like a normal bone with a peculiar shape. Donnie carefully examined it, even playing with it a bit, drawing lines in the air, but still getting no reaction. Finding it uninteresting, and noticing Brody's reluctant gaze, he suddenly became irritable. Look at you, acting like I cherish this thing? Here, take it back. With his hands behind his back, Donnie tried to look like a wise Hartley. Since you say we haven't completed the initiation ceremony, let's choose today instead of another day. The Heavenly List competition has just ended. This is a perfect time. Brody's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands together and asked, Then, what about the gift? Like, supreme cultivation techniques or unparalleled treasures? Without doubt, another smack on the head followed. Even though Brody had braced himself, he couldn't avoid it. At the same time, Donnie dropped a bombshell. You've already defiled my disciple, yet you still have the nerve to think about a gift? If you dare to abandon her, I'll destroy you now, you ingrate. Brody was dumbfounded. He wondered how the old man knew. Donnie harumphed, not originally knowing but guessing when he sensed a lingering trace of Anika's essence within Brody. This trick indeed exposed everything. Brody scratched his head sheepishly. Hee master, I was just joking. Gifts are merely formalities. We cultivators shouldn't care about such trivialities. With a serious expression, Brody added, Of course, I will never forsake Myling. I will take responsibility for her. Rest assured, master. At the martial practice square, the Heavenly List competition had just concluded perfectly. 10 victors stood proudly on the platform, basking in the admiration of fellow disciples. However, among them, Hendrik stood beside another, his expression somber. He did not win the top position and was ultimately defeated by the man in front of him. The winner of the heavenly list was Adam, a disciple of Taoist Felix. Previously unnoticed, this battle completely changed everyone's perception. He beat the highly favored Hendrix and claimed first place. Heavenly list has Adam, Earth list has Brody. Both are exceptional talents. Our Ronin Plum sect's future looks bright. Hakim stroked his beard, filled with satisfaction. After the announcement, Hendrix felt the gazes people cast on him were odd. Those once flattering him now praised Adam. Unable to endure, he stormed off in anger. Seeing this, the second-generation Hartleys frowned slightly. Only Anika remained calm, seemingly unperturbed by anything. Gordy shook his head. Hendrix may have excellent talent, but his temperament is questionable. The other Hartleys nodded. Compared to Zhang Vivianian, his character wasn't just a little worse. Still, they said nothing much since he was Anika's disciple. Other saint disciples didn't care about Fu Junji's departure. Only his fourth-generation disciples exchanged glances and hesitantly followed. Just then, Donnie appeared with Brody, drawing significant attention due to Brody's victory in the Earth list. Isn't Fox supposed to be gone? Why is he here again? Haha, maybe he's come to admire the strength of the Heavenly List members. After all, there's a huge difference between the two lists' prestige. Who's the old man beside him? So unkempt, doesn't even look decent. Hee, perhaps it's Fox's father. Winning the Earth list means he can bring family to celebrate with us. Some mocked Brody intentionally, hoping to embarrass him. Hearing the comments, Brody smirked and glanced at the scowling Donnie. I told you to dress properly. You're important. How can you ignore this? Listen to what your disciples think of you. Even I find it embarrassing to be here. Another smack on the head ensued. To the onlookers, it almost resembled an old father educating his naughty son. On the stage, when the Hartleys like Taoist Maud saw the unkempt old man beside Brody, they were all stunned. Master? Why are the second-generation Hartleys leaving the stage? Are they going to personally award the Heavenly List winners? They probably will, considering the importance of the Heavenly List. Even the Heavenly List participants wondered if they would receive personal accolades, straightening their postures in anticipation. Some sneered, noting that Hendrix's arrogance led to him missing this moment and possibly earning a poor impression from the Hartleys. However, the second-generation Hartleys walked past the Heavenly List members, barely giving them a glance, heading straight for Brody. Seeing this, both disciples and Heavenly List winners were taken aback. Could Fox be more important than them? Translation note. Pinyin names have been kept as provided. The tone and style of the original text have been maintained while ensuring fluency in English. Paragraph structures and line breaks have been preserved to match the original text flow. Hashtag Chapter 235. The Initiation Ceremony. A closing disciple. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone, Taoist Maud and others bowed respectfully to the unkempt old man standing beside Brody. Disciple greets Venerable Master. Venerable Master. Venerable Master of the second-generation Hartleys? Someone rubbed their eyes, thinking they might be hallucinating. Meanwhile, the disciples on the Heaven list quickly realized that there was only one master of the second generation. Xuanhuan, Mei sect's founder, Becker. Junior pays respects to Ancestral Hill. Junior pays respects to Nathaniel Ancestor. The voices were loud and resounding. Every disciple present immediately reacted with extraordinary respect, especially the one who had just been teasing them. He buried his head deep into his chest out of fear, never imagining this disheveled old man to be the Nathaniel Ancestor. Becker seemed quite pleased with his successful showing off. He looked very content and lifted his hand slightly, signaling for everyone to stand. He even glanced specially at Brody, his proud gaze as if saying, "See, I still have some status." Taoist Felix no longer sounded stern but rather deferential. "Master, when did you exit seclusion? Why didn't you inform us?" Becker raised an eyebrow and glanced at the few on the stage. "These are the winners of the current Heaven list? Why are there only 9? Weren't there 10 spots?" Noticing Becker's gaze, the Heaven list members became excited, while other disciples reveled in schadenfreude. Hendrix had clearly missed a great opportunity and would probably regret it deeply. Gordy chuckled awkwardly. One disciple left early on the second day. Hearing this, Becker nodded without much concern, walking up the platform and patting their shoulders. "You all have done very well. Keep working hard. The future of Tian Auden Mei sect depends on you." "Thank you, Ancestral Hill. We will strive to meet your expectations." They all shouted excitedly, swearing from the heart. Becker pretended to straighten his clothes and then turned to face everyone with dignity. "Next, I need to announce something important." Everyone below the platform sat upright. An announcement from the Nathaniel Ancestor was bound to be significant, and not a single word should be missed. Only a few of the second-generation Hartleys glanced at Brody knowingly, already guessing what their master was about to declare. "Since I founded Tian Auden Mei sect, I have taken in 9 disciples who have served their roles diligently, expanding our sect. Today, I am announcing my 10th disciple, my closing disciple." Closing disciple. Upon hearing this, the disciples wore varied expressions, speculating on who would become the new second-generation Hartley. Most thought it would likely be Khalil Marco, the first of the Heaven list. Almost everyone believed this. But Becker, smiling, said a name no one recognized. "Brody? Brody? Who is he? I've never heard of him." "I have no idea either." As everyone speculated about who this mysterious Brody could be, a familiar figure appeared, climbing the steps. "Fox? What is he doing here?" "Maybe he wishes to become a second-generation Hartley so badly that he's delusional, and thinks the Nathaniel Ancestor called him. Ha ha ha." Although they admitted Fox was exceptionally powerful for his realm, he was only at the Emperor level and shouldn't logically be considered. Suddenly, someone timidly added, "Didn't you forget that Fox came with the Nathaniel Ancestor just now?" The silence was deafening. It did seem true. But, the Nathaniel Ancestor clearly said Brody. Someone objected before Becker patted Brody on the shoulder. "From now on, he is my closing disciple." Brody looked down at the disciples below. "Due to personal reasons, I used a pseudonym. My real name is Brody. Please forgive me." The initiation ceremony was scheduled for the martial arts square by Becker for simplicity. Why wait another day when today works perfectly? Taoist Felix nodded and waved his hand, summoning the tea required for the ceremony onto the ground. Under the envious and hateful gazes of the disciples, Brody held the teacup aloft. Master, please drink. Flynnt, his expression clearly showed reluctance and resentment, infuriating everyone. It was like he was gloating, especially one pair of eyes filled with hatred and bitterness. This boy leaped to become a second-generation Hartley. The heavens must be blind. How can he avenge his severed arm now? News of Brody becoming Becker's closing disciple spread like wildfire through the area near Tian May sect, known to all. In a residence, Hendrix's first reaction to the news was disbelief. How could a mere martial emperor kid become a disciple, let alone a closing disciple, under the illustrious Becker, a great sage and pillar of power? However, reports confirmed it happened right before everyone's eyes, forcing him to believe and fueling his jealousy and frustration. Why? Why? Hendrix's face contorted in rage. He was supposed to be the chosen one, the top spot on the heaven list, and becoming a second-generation Hartley were things he had dreamed of endlessly, and yet it didn't happen for him. Deep within Tian May sect, several people gathered. Brody suddenly recalled something. Old man, I ranked first on the Earth list. Don't I get a reward? You want to disrespect your master and betray your ancestors? Show some respect. Becker scowled fiercely, feeling embarrassed with so many watching. His disciples, Brody's seniors, could he please save face? Taoist Felix chuckled softly, saying, younger brother, the top rank on the Earth list naturally has a reward, which will be given shortly. No need to rush. Hearing this, Brody nodded and said humbly, hee, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me, senior brother. Everyone smiled faintly, admiring Brody's fearless attitude and marveling inwardly. How wonderful it is to be young. Chapter 236, 7 Injuries Fist. Given your current state in swordsmanship, I can no longer teach you anything. Everything now depends on you. However, seeing that your physical cultivation is commendable and you have some understanding of the way of fists, today I will impart a set of boxing techniques to you. Lewis extended his finger and tapped it on Brody's forehead, transmitting a profound and intricate stream of information into his mind. 7 Injuries Fist. This fist technique is something I stumbled upon by chance. It deviates from traditional methods as it escalates with emotions. The 7 injuries represent 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, thought, sadness, fear, and surprise. The more intense a certain emotion is, the greater the destructive power it produces. To some extent, this fist technique can be considered a divine fist with no upper limit. Everything stems from within yourself. Lewis explained slowly, noticing that Maud and others seemed already aware of this technique. Brody, however, was utterly captivated by it, unable to pull himself away. Seeing Brody's reaction, Lewis smiled faintly. Of course, due to its uniqueness, the difficulty in mastering this fist technique rivals that of divine skills. Your seniors all attempted it, but failed without exception. I hope you succeed. Brody nodded solemnly, feeling a hint of anticipation well up inside him. If he could master this fist, it would certainly be a great asset. Meanwhile, Taoist Felix rewarded Brody, who topped the Earth list, with 50,000 plum points. This made him ecstatic. He couldn't wait to rush to the Profound Tower to achieve a Tinjiang sword domain. As everyone watched Brody depart, Taoist Maud suddenly spoke up. Master, have you discovered anything about younger brother's constitution? Could it really be an innate sword body? This question caused the others to look at Lewis eagerly. Among them, his cultivation was the highest. If he had found anything, it would mean they had indeed struck gold. But Lewis shook his head, leaving the others disappointed. Taoist Felix laughed bitterly. We may have expected too much. After all, an innate sword body is exceedingly rare. How could we possibly encounter one so easily? The others nodded in agreement. An innate sword body was rarer than 1 in 10,000. It was even an understatement. Across the universe's billions of lives, the last appearance of an innate sword body was in the previous era, long ago. Lewis looked at them strangely. What are you all doing? I didn't say it wasn't. Upon hearing this, their faces froze for a moment before revealing a hint of wild joy. They stammered, Master, do you mean? Lewis shook his head again, leaving them thoroughly confused. Did their master close too long in seclusion, growing bored and amusing himself? I examined him myself and found nothing extraordinary, but his normality is abnormal. Even at my realm, I can't determine anything. I speculate this might be a self-protective mechanism of the innate sword body since he hasn't fully matured, Lewis explained, deep in thought. Taoist Mei Vivian and smiled faintly. Well, regardless of whether he has an innate sword body or not, based on his performance, we must devote ourselves to cultivating him wholeheartedly. Moreover, since Brody had just arrived in the demon cultivation realm, he had brought him to the Tian May sect. The better Brody performed, the greater his own glory. Only Gigi's face showed slight discomfort, her brows clouded with worry. She appeared preoccupied and absent-minded. However, there's one concern. The Blood Spirit Sanctuary has been at odds with us for years. The news of Master taking a closed disciple will surely leak out through their spies, likely putting our junior brother at risk. Taoist Felix frowned. The Blood Spirit Sanctuary was also one of the major forces in the Earth Demon region, entrenched for years, constantly clashing with the Tian May sect. The dominant family in the region, the Dugu family, remained impartial, never intervening and even enjoying the conflict. Speaking of the Blood Spirit Sanctuary, Taoist Mei Vivian snorted coldly. Well, the news of Master emerging from seclusion will spread soon enough. I'll see if those scoundrels dare approach our sect. They won't leave alive. Just as they conversed, a distant voice echoed across the Tian May sect. Friend Tian Auden, I heard you've emerged from seclusion. Old as I am, I've come to visit. Old man Auden? Why is he here? Recognizing the voice, Lewis gave Gigi a curious glance before leading Taoist Maud and the others out to greet him. As for Gigi, her delicate figure trembled slightly, her eyes reflecting panic. Ha ha, friend xuanhuan, I haven't disturbed you, have I? The patriarch of the Neal family smiled warmly at Louis, greeting him enthusiastically. His presence drew a crowd of disciples. Who is this Hartley? He calls our grandmaster friend. A disciple of a sage explained, bowing deeply. This Hartley is a great being, the patriarch of the Neal family, whose cultivation and status rival that of Recester. Please show respect. Hee, what a pleasure to receive a friend from afar. Friend Auden, please come in. Louis greeted him politely, and the two walked side by side toward the main hall. Seated beside Louis, the Neal family patriarch looked at Gigi, his eyes gentle. Miling, don't you miss Grandpa? You haven't returned to visit for so long. Gigi stepped forward, bowing respectfully, then said expressionlessly, I prefer the atmosphere here over home. Please understand, Grandpa. Her words created an awkward silence, but the Neal family patriarch, familiar with her temperament, only chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Then, he turned to Louis. Friend Auden, I'm honest. I came to take Miling back home. Louis paused, then smiled. Miling is your direct granddaughter. Asking me isn't necessary. If she wants to go home, I won't hold her back. The Neal family patriarch nodded approvingly. Miling, come home with Grandpa. You haven't visited your parents' graves for many years, have you? At the mention of her parents, Gigi fell silent, her eyes flashing with a rare gentleness. But she knew too well what awaited her if she returned. The Neal family patriarch lapsed into silence as well. After a long while, seeing no response from Gigi, he said plaintively, for the future of the Neal family, even, Grandpa begs you, okay? To hear such a venerable great sage utter the word beg, astonished Taoist Maud and the others, including Louis. For the Neal family's future, must I sacrifice myself? Gigi asked bitterly. Grandpa, you betrayed my parents, and now you treat me like this. Is your vision limited to family interests alone? With that, Gigi bowed slightly to Louis and left the hall, ignoring the patriarch's plea. Chapter 237. It's me. The old patriarch of the Auden family let out a bitter laugh. Having caused such a situation, he felt embarrassed to stay any longer. Tan Auden Taoist friend. I'll take my leave now. Please try to persuade this girl on my behalf. Watching the old patriarch of the Auden family walk away, Donnie's frown deepened. What exactly happened within the Auden family? Taoist Felix fell into deep thought for a moment before his eyes narrowed. It's likely about the Dugu family. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Taoist Felix began to narrate. A few days ago, I heard a piece of news. Dugu family had sent a marriage alliance invitation, and the recipient is none other than the Auden family. At that time, I also asked Six's junior sister about this matter, but she only responded with some casual remarks. Now it seems that the intended person for this marriage alliance from the Dugu family might be Six's senior sister. As the rulers of the Earth Devil realm, the Dugu family has always watched over major events and conflicts between various forces, even intervening to maintain power balance among factions when necessary, sometimes preventing a faction from being completely wiped out. Despite their actions, no one could truly stop the Dugu family because they had a deity guarding them, making them an imposing force even in the entire demonic cultivation world. Almost every generation, the Dugu family would send marriage alliances to various powers in the Earth Devil realm under the guise of promoting relationships between families. They even specifically identified which families had exceptional women, marrying them into the Dugu family to gain control. Anika, as the prodigy daughter of the Auden family, broke through to the Holy King realm at a young age and naturally caught the attention of the Dugu family. The prospective groom, as investigated by Taoist Felix, was named Darien, also a Holy King and the great-grandson of the Dugu family's deity. Humph! The Dugu family really plays its cards well. If Six's senior sister marries into their family, will she ever have the chance to step out of the Dugu family again? Taoist Mei Vivianen was furious. Donnie also furrowed his brow, a deep line forming between his eyebrows. He knew more. The fact was that Anika was already married to Brody. Therefore, there was absolutely no way she should marry into the Dugu family. On a mountain peak within Tian Auden sect, the old patriarch of the Auden family hadn't left but waited for Anika. Looking at his granddaughter, he said again, show her. What's wrong with the Dugu family? Darien is the great-grandson of a deity. His talent and cultivation are top-notch even in the demonic cultivation world. Why must you do this? If you marry him, your cold body condition would be easily resolved by them. Anika sneered. If it's so good, why don't you let them marry him instead? Johanstedt be me? If you wish to depend on the Dugu family, then go ahead yourselves. Why involve me, a rejected daughter? As for my cold body condition, you don't need to concern yourselves with it. She emphasized the word, rejected, heavily. This was a shadow she could not escape. During her childhood, the Auden family was plagued by internal strife. Her parents were killed due to false accusations believed by the old patriarch. She fled and would have perished if not for Donnie taking her in. Subsequently, Anika displayed astonishing talent within Tian Auden sect. Donnie took her as his disciple, causing the old patriarch to begin regretting his past actions. But now, he shamelessly demanded that Anika marry into the Dugu family. Seeing Anika about to leave, the old patriarch suddenly grabbed her arm, intending to continue persuading her. Then he widened his eyes in shock, realizing something significant. You aren't a maiden anymore? He hadn't noticed in the grand hall earlier, but now that they were closer, the anomaly was immediately clear. The old patriarch was shocked and angry. A flash of unease crossed Anika's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Indeed, I've been with a man. Art, please abandon these thoughts. Imagine the Dugu family's reaction if they learn that their bride already has a man. The old patriarch's face showed conflicting emotions, realizing the potentially dire consequences. FLYNNT, he had already received favors from the Dugu family, leaving him in a dilemma. Who is this man? He asked, clearly referring to Anika's partner. At this point, he had no choice but to try and rescind the arrangement or find another candidate as suggested by Anika. It's me. Just as Anika was about to refuse him, a lean figure emerged from the hillside, clad in black robes, with a sharp face and determined eyes. The old patriarch was surprised by this sudden appearance. Despite being a great saint himself, he hadn't detected anyone nearby. Moreover, hearing Brody claim responsibility, a hint of doubt crossed his mind, as this person was only an imperial cultivator. However, when he saw Brody boldly embrace Anika, who did not resist, and sensed a strand of cold energy similar to hers emanating from him, he had to believe it. Although he wanted to scold them, what could he say after seeing the undeniable evidence? His gaze towards Brody turned increasingly unfriendly. Brat, can you give me an explanation? Brody met the old patriarch's gaze unwaveringly. I'm only 30 years old, but am confident in catching up and surpassing them. Myling is my woman. With me here, no one will force her to do anything against her will. How arrogant. The old patriarch laughed in anger. To cultivate to the imperial stage at your age, your talent isn't bad. However, you lack power and background. Killing you would require just a finger movement, and the Dugu family could end you with a breath. What makes you think you can speak so boldly? Brody took a deep breath, his voice firm. I admit that, but cultivating involves challenging the heavens and competing against them. Losing the heart of a strong cultivator and succumbing to threats. How can one hope to reach the pinnacle? The old patriarch's pupils contracted, feeling as if Brody was subtly mocking him for losing his strength and bowing to the powerful Dugu family. Daoist Auden, perhaps we should discuss this further, Donnie interjected. Certainly, let's see how Daoist Tian plans to handle this. The old patriarch glared at Brody one last time before turning to leave. Translation note. The provided content is translated into English, maintaining the original tone and style while ensuring it reads fluently in English. Names are kept in pinyin format as instructed. Chapter 238, Persuasion. Anika and Brody also wanted to go over, but Tian Auden's Zerdan Chanyin told them there was no need to worry. Note, Zerdan Chanyin seems out of context here. If it's meant to be a unique skill or method of communication in the story world, it should be translated consistently or transliterated for English readers. A more fitting translation might be Tian Auden's Zerdan Chanyin, a method of telepathic communication, assured them there was no need to worry. However, without more context about this term being used elsewhere in the document, it is challenging to provide an accurate translation. Please check if this term is correctly placed and clarify if needed. For a smoother translation, assuming it's a special skill for silent communication, you might want to say, Anika and Brody also wanted to go over, but Tian Auden's Zerdan Chanyin, using his secret art of silent transmission, assured them there was no need to worry. If Zerdan Chanyin is indeed a mistake and not part of the story's lore, it should be replaced with Tian Auden's Zerdan, sending a message or using telepathy. Lewis, today you must give me a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, my Auden family will not let this matter rest. It was the same grand hall, but now only Lewis and the hill of the Auden family remained. Facing his fury, Lewis smiled slightly and waved his hand to conjure a tea table. Daoist friend, please calm down. Why don't you sit down for some tea to soothe your heart? Calm? How can I calm down? If this matter gets out to the Dugu family, do you think we can bear the consequences? The hill of the Auden family's expression was agitated. FLYNT, Lewis still appeared unconcerned, seating himself and sipping from a cup after blowing off the steam. Though the Dugu family is formidable, we are not easy targets either. They won't provoke other forces over such trifles. They know it's not worth it. Furthermore, how many years has it been since that divine being of the Dugu family last appeared? As fellow cultivators, why be so hesitant? The hill of the Auden family snorted coldly. You make it sound easy. Tell me, what qualifies Brody for Chior? In terms of cultivation or background, how does he match up against Darien? He is my closed-door disciple. All my life's knowledge can be imparted to him. Lewis said calmly. The hill of the Auden family wasn't buying it, sneering. Friend Daoist Tian Auden, are you implying you can match the Dugu family? Lewis smirked enigmatically. You say Brody lacks backing. But what if I told you he is the legendary innate sword body and has ties with Kenneth? This statement struck like thunder, astonishing the hill of the Auden family. He knew all too well the significance of an innate sword body, and the tale of Kenneth. Anyone in the universe with a modicum of cultivation had heard his legend. After all, Kenneth was one of the closest suspected immortals to their era. However, the hill of the Auden family wouldn't be easily swayed by Lewis, laughing coldly. So just saying it's an innate sword body makes it so? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Lewis shook his head, suddenly slamming the table. The two young lovebirds have already consummated their relationship. What are you fussing about here? What needs to be done is to renege on the marriage proposal with the Dugu family. Indeed, they had already consummated their relationship. It felt like a trump card, leaving the hill of the Auden family utterly speechless. Marrying Neil Nungchio to the Dugu family wouldn't work, and forcibly separating them would thoroughly offend the Tianlu Mei sect. The best and only solution was to renounce the arranged marriage from the Dugu family, thus fulfilling Brody's destiny. Life sure has its twists. Tian Auden, are you really sure Brody has that legendary physique? The hill of the Auden family asked dubiously. If Brody truly possessed the innate sword body, then it would indeed be like striking gold. Even offending the Dugu family would be worthwhile for his sake. Mentioning this, Lewis grew serious. Actually, I'm not entirely sure. Upon hearing this, the hill's face darkened instantly. Just as he was about to speak, Lewis interrupted him. Look at you, getting anxious again. I once examined Brody's body, finding him quite ordinary, yet he possesses a sword bone that could indicate an innate sword body. Besides, his sword art is highly accomplished. Lewis's suspicion wasn't unfounded. If Brody were an Alistair, why would he reach this level before turning 30? Nonetheless, Lewis reassured the hill. Of course, rest assured. Even if Brody isn't an innate sword body, his talent suggests he could still achieve divinity. The hill of the Auden family glanced at Lewis, snorting coldly but saying no more, tacitly agreeing. Seeing this, Lewis exhaled in relief, smirking proudly at his silver-tongued persuasion. Upon seeing Brody again, the Hill of the Auden family's demeanor improved somewhat, though still grumpy. Brat, confess, isn't it true you're an innate sword body? Neil Nuncio also looked curiously at Brody. Given the magnitude of being an innate sword body, Brody feigned ignorance. What's an innate sword body? It sounds powerful. Still skeptical, the Hill grabbed Brody's arm, hoping to find something. However, after searching, he gave up. FLYNT, looking at Brody's talents, he found solace. Even if Brody wasn't special, the boy wouldn't fare too poorly in the future. He glanced at Neil Nuncio, his gaze filled with complexity. When you have time, visit home. Neil Ningxio's icy expression barely acknowledged this request. The Hill sighed bitterly, leaving the Tianlu Mei sect shortly after. When he left, Lewis patted Brody's shoulder dramatically. Boy, I've solved another problem for you. Now you understand the benefits of being my disciple. Brody couldn't help but smile. FLYNT, Lewis's words made sense, acknowledging his influence. Thank you, master. As they exited the hall, the atmosphere turned awkward. Finally, Brody broke the silence. Shall I escort you back? Neil Nuncio paused, giving Brody a strange look. She neither rejected nor responded, continuing toward Plum Condensing Peak. Brody beamed, matching her pace, while Neil Nuncio didn't protest. Neil Nuncio's beauty was renowned throughout the sect, drawing admiring gazes wherever she went. If she could glance at me, I'd gladly regress 10 years in cultivation, someone muttered wistfully. Noticing Neil Nuncio's companion, others recognized Brody, the victor of the Earth rankings. Jealousy spread through the air. This Brody, all he did was win the Earth rankings first place. He got lucky, picked up by the Patriarch as a disciple. Otherwise, how could a mere martial emperor stand beside Ancestor Billy? Friend Taoist speaks my mind. Some people think gaining status means everything, forgetting cultivation is the root of all things. To these comments, Brody simply thought, idiots. Neil Nuncio remained unperturbed, seemingly used to the attention. It was still the same grand hall, now only left with Tian Auden Zerdan and the ancestor of the Auden family. // correction. It was still the same grand hall, now only left with Donnie and the ancestor of the Auden family. Note, Zerdan seems to be a typo or incorrect character used instead of Z. I corrected it to Audenzi. Additionally, for smoother reading, it was still the same grand hall, now occupied only by Donnie and the ancestor of the Auden family. Facing his fury, Tian Auden Zerdan merely smiled faintly, waving his hand to conjure a tea table. Fellow Taoist, please calm down. Why don't we sit down for some tea to settle your mind? Revision. In the face of his anger, Tian Auden Zerdan smiled slightly and waved his hand to materialize a tea table. Fellow Taoist, please calm yourself. Why don't you sit down and have some tea to soothe your mind? Calm down? How can you expect me to remain calm? If this matter gets to the Dugu clan, do you think the consequences are something we can bear? The ancestor of the Auden family's expression was agitated. But Tian Auden Zerdan remained unperturbed. He sat down, blew at the steam, and took a light sip. Although the Dugu clan is powerful, we aren't pushovers either. For such a minor issue, they won't risk upsetting other forces. It wouldn't be worth their while. Note, Zerdan seems out of place and might be a typo or encoding error in the original text. It has been omitted in the corrected translation. Besides, that divine being from the Dugu clan hasn't appeared in ages. As fellow cultivators who started at the same time, why are you so hesitant? The ancestor of the Auden family snorted coldly. You make it sound simple. Tell me then, what makes Brody worthy of Choer? In terms of cultivation or background, in what way does he surpass Darien? He is my closed-door disciple. To put it simply, I can impart all my knowledge to him without reservation. Tian Auden Zerdan said unperturbed. // correction. He is my closed-door disciple. To put it simply, I can impart all my knowledge to him without holding anything back. Tian Auden Zerdan said unperturbed. // further refinement for fluency and consistency. He is my personal disciple. Simply put, I can impart all my knowledge to him without holding anything back. Tian Auden Zerdan said calmly. But the ancestor of the Auden family wasn't buying it, sneering coldly. Do you really think you can rival the Dugu clan, fellow Taoist Tian Auden? Tian Auden Zerdan smiled mysteriously. You say Brody lacks support, but what if I told you he possesses the legendary innate sword body and has connections with sword solitary? Note, for consistency in terminology, Churchur is better translated as support rather than changing it to backing. Additionally, ties can be more naturally phrased as connections in English. These words struck like thunder, resonating sharply in the ears of the ancestor of the Auden family. This news was too astonishing. The innate sword body, a physique of immense quality, was well known to him, and that sword solitary was a legend known by anyone with even a slight amount of cultivation in the entire universe. After all, sword solitary was one of the most recent figures suspected to have ascended. However, the ancestor of the Auden family wouldn't be so easily convinced by Tian Auden Zerdan's words. He sneered coldly. Just because you say it's an innate sword body, it is? Are you taking me for a 3-year-old? Note, the character Zerdan seems out of place and might be a mistake in the original text. If this is indeed an error, it should be removed or corrected to maintain the consistency and fluency of the translation. For improved fluency and naturalness in English. However, the patriarch of the Auden family wouldn't be so easily convinced by Lewis's words. He sneered coldly. Just because you say it's an innate sword body, it is? Are you taking me for a 3-year-old? Tian Auden Zerdan couldn't help but shake his head and slammed the table abruptly. Those two have already taken things to the extreme. What are you fussing around for here like a woman? What we should do now is decline the Dugu clan's marriage proposal. Corrected. Tian Auden Zerdan couldn't help but shake his head and abruptly slapped the table. Those two have already gone through with it. What are you fussing around for here like a woman? What we should do now is decline the Dugu clan's marriage proposal. For better fluency and natural reading in English, here's an edited version. Tian Audin's progenitor couldn't help but shake his head and abruptly slapped the table. They've already gone through with it. Why are you acting like this? What we should do now is to decline the Dugu clan's marriage proposal. Notes. Changed Zudan to progenitor, as it seems more fitting for the context. Adjusted sentence structure for smoother reading in English. Changed taken things to the extreme to gone through with it, which appears more suitable based on previous context. Altered some phrases for better fluency, such as changing of fussing around for here like a woman to acting like this. Indeed, they had already gone that far. This bombshell made the ancestor of the Audin family deflated. Sending Anika to the Dugu clan definitely wouldn't work now. Forcing them apart would offend the Ronin Plum sect as well. The best and only solution was to decline the Dugu clan's alliance and allow Brody to proceed. Life was indeed unpredictable. Tian Audin, are you really sure Brody has that legendary constitution? The ancestor of the Audin family asked doubtfully. Note, Zudan is not appropriate here and seems to be a mistranslation or typo. It means bullet in Chinese and does not fit the context or name Tian Audin. If Brody truly possessed the innate sword body, it would indeed be a valuable find. Even offending the Dugu clan would be worthwhile for him. Speaking of this, Tian Audin's Zudan's expression couldn't help but become serious. Actually, I'm not entirely certain. Correction. Speaking of this, Tian Audin's Zudan's expression also became serious. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either. For a more natural and fluent read in English, the corrected version better conveys the original meaning and maintains consistency in style. Speaking of this, Tian Audin's progeny's face also turned serious. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either. Further improvement for fluency and context would be. Speaking of this, Tian Audin's progeny's expression also turned serious. Actually, I'm not entirely certain. Final refined translation. Speaking of this, Lewis's expression also turned serious. Actually, I'm not entirely certain. Upon hearing this, the Audin family ancestor's face darkened immediately. Just as he was about to speak, Tian Audin's Zudan interrupted him. Look at you, getting anxious again? Correction. Upon hearing this, the Audin family ancestor's face darkened immediately. Just as he was about to speak, Tian Audin's progenitor interrupted him. Look at you, getting anxious again? Further refinement for fluency and natural English. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Audin family's face darkened instantly. Just as he was about to speak, Tian Audin's progenitor cut him off. There you go, getting anxious again? Note, Zudan seems to be a typo or out-of-context word. It has been excluded from the translation. Progenitor is used instead of ancestors for better context fit. I once examined Brody's body. It appeared very ordinary, yet he possesses what might be the legendary innate sword bone, along with profound expertise in swordsmanship. Tian Audin's suspicion wasn't unfounded. If Brody were just an ordinary person, how could he have achieved so much by the age of 30? Note, it appears there's a typo in Tian Audin's Zudan. It should likely be Donnie to match the context. Here is the corrected and natural flowing sentence. Donnie's suspicion wasn't unfounded. If Brody were just an ordinary person, how could he have achieved so much by the age of 30? However, Tian Audin's Zudan needed to assure the ancestor of the Audin family. Of course, rest assured, even if Brody isn't the innate sword body, with his talent, becoming a deity isn't out of the question. Note, the term Zudan seems out of place and might be a typo. If it's meant to be part of a name or title, please provide clarification. For better fluency and natural reading in English, I would suggest. However, Tian Audin's Zudan needed to reassure the ancestor of the Audin family. Rest assured, even if Brody isn't an innate sword body, with his talent, becoming a deity isn't out of the question. If Zudan is not part of the name, the correct name should be used instead. The ancestor of the Audin family glanced at Tian Audin's Zudan, snorting coldly but saying nothing more, which was a sign of tacit approval. Note, it seems there's an incorrect character Zudan in the sentence which doesn't make sense in English. I'll assume it's a typo and remove it. Edited translation. The ancestor of the Audin family glanced at Lewis, snorting coldly but saying nothing more, which was a sign of tacit approval. Seeing this, Tian Audin's Zudan heaved a sigh of relief and felt a twinge of pride in his persuasive tongue. Note, Zudan seems out of place and may be a mistake. If it is a name or term specific to the original work, please provide context so I can translate it appropriately. Otherwise, it should be removed or corrected. Corrected for natural fluency. Seeing this, Tian Audin's progenitor heaved a sigh of relief and felt a twinge of pride in his persuasive tongue. Or if Zudan was a typo and meant to refer to Lewis. Seeing this, Lewis heaved a sigh of relief and felt a twinge of pride in his persuasive tongue. When he saw Brody's face again, the ancestor of the Audin family's expression was much better than before, though still somewhat sullen. Brat, admitted, are you the innate sword body? Anika also looked curiously at Brody beside her. The name of the innate sword body was indeed significant. Knowing the importance of this, Brody maintained an expression of confusion. What's an innate sword body? Is it powerful? The ancestor of the Audin family still didn't give up, reaching out to grab Brody's arm, hoping to discover something. But after a thorough examination, he finally gave up. FLYNT. Seeing Brody's talent, he felt some comfort. If not an innate sword body, at least this boy would not be terrible in the future. Glancing at Anika again, his gaze carried a hint of complexity. When you have time, come back home. Anika remained impassive, giving a cold in, and making no further comment. Seeing this, the ancestor of the Audin family chuckled bitterly, then left the Ronin Plum sect. After he was gone, Tian Audin's Zudan patted Brody's shoulder heavily with an experienced air. Boy, I've solved another trouble for you. Now you know the benefits of having me as a master. // correction. For consistency and fluency, with a knowing look is changed to, with an experienced air, to better fit the context and character description. However, please note that there seems to be a typo or inconsistency in the name Tian Audin's Zudan. It should likely be Donnie, based on previous context. Here's the corrected version. Seeing this, the ancestor of the Auden family chuckled bitterly, then left the Ronin-Plum sect. After he was gone, Donnie patted Brody's shoulder heavily with an experienced air. Boy, I've solved another trouble for you. Now you know the benefits of having me as a master. Brody pursed his lips, but acknowledged that Tian Auden's Zerdan was right. This time, it was largely due to him. Thank you, master. Asterisk note, Zerdan seems out of place and might be a typo or encoding error. The correct name should be Lewis. Here is the revised sentence with this correction. Brody pursed his lips, but acknowledged that Lewis was right. This time, it was largely due to him. Thank you, master. The two left the grand hall. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward on the way, with both remaining silent. Finally, Brody broke the silence. Shall I send you back? Anika stopped, looking at Brody with a peculiar gaze, neither refusing nor responding, continuing towards Plum Condensing Peak. Brody's face lit up, quickening his pace to walk side by side with Anika. She paused slightly but said nothing more. Anika's beauty was famous throughout the Ronin-Plum sect. Her passing was like a stunning scene, causing countless disciples to pause and admire. Grand Aunt Billy is truly beautiful. If she could look at me, I wouldn't mind losing 10 years of cultivation. Some noticed Brody walking beside Anika. No one was unfamiliar with him. He was the one who claimed first place on the Earth rankings. A sour air began to permeate the air. This Brody, did he really win the Earth rankings? Isn't it just because of luck being chosen as the ancestor's disciple? Otherwise, how could Amir Monroe stand beside Grand Aunt Billy? Some people think there's something special because they gain a bit of identity, forgetting that cultivation is the true foundation. For such comments, Brody still felt the same. Idiots. Anika's expression remained unchanged, seemingly long accustomed to the attention. Hashtag chapter 239. Entering the 5th level of the Mystic Tower. Bang! Clang! In a luxurious mansion, Hendrix was behaving like a madman at that moment, continuously smashing the furnishings in the room to vent his fury. The news of Brody walking side by side with Anika had quickly reached his ears, sending him into a violent rage. Did this Brody really think that becoming the Resistor's last disciple gave him the right to snatch away his woman? A murderous intent stirred within Hendrix as he spoke in a cold tone. Have Viviani and Chow Marco come over here. On this side, Brody stopped outside Anika's courtyard, watching her walk inside with a wistful look. He scratched his head and said, well, I'll be heading back now. Anika turned around, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her lips, making her tone less icy and much more gentle. Okay. A smile graced Anika's flawless face, causing Brody to momentarily freeze, as if time had paused at this very second. It wasn't until she gave a slight cough that he snapped out of it. Brody forced a sheepish grin and waved, then turned to walk down the mountain step by step. Just as Brody was about to reach the entrance of the mansion, he suddenly stopped, suspicion flashing in his eyes. He cautiously peered inside and, not sensing any ominous presence, heaved a sigh of relief before pushing the door open and walking in. Little junior brother, why are you just getting back now? I've been waiting for you for quite some time. As Brody stepped into the mansion, a lazy voice sounded behind him. A voice so familiar that it made the hairs on his body stand up. Brody's mouth twitched. Upon focusing his gaze, he saw a figure filled with flirtatious charm lounging lazily on his chair, her voluptuous curves accentuating an alluring allure. Suppressing his mischievous thoughts, Brody managed a strained smile and greeted, Senior Sister Sienner, why have you come? You didn't notify your junior brother, so there was no time to prepare a proper welcome for you. Amorous looked at him with a playful smirk and teased, if I had informed you beforehand, you probably wouldn't have wanted to leave Mount Billy tonight, would you? Walking side by side, what a sight that must have been. With 6 senior sister by your side, you've probably forgotten all about me, haven't you? Brody immediately put on a serious face. How could I? Little junior brother still remembers the reward senior sister promised. Amorous was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to remember such a casual remark so vividly. She couldn't help but laugh. Is that so? Then, what reward does little junior brother desire? She moved closer, circling her hand on his chest, which made Brody feel ticklish and uncomfortable. Just as he was indulging in his fantasies, a sudden mental image from his encounter in Amoris's room flashed through his mind. He shuddered involuntarily and instinctively took a few steps back. Maybe I'll pass on the reward this time. Senior sister can keep it for yourself. It wasn't that he didn't want it, but he knew he couldn't handle it. Seeing Brody like this, Amoris rolled her eyes. Chicken. They chatted for a while longer, and then Amoris left the mansion. Brody felt a sudden emptiness in his heart, realizing he might have missed out on something wonderful. Simultaneously, in a valley far away, the area was densely forested. Not even a sliver of sunlight penetrated the darkness, making it extremely gloomy. A faint, unsettling bloody scent hung in the air. This was the headquarters of a formidable power known as the Blood Spirit Sanctuary. Inside the grand hall, a somewhat slender figure knelt on the ground, stammering some words. Are you sure of what you say? From atop the hall, a hoarse voice rang out. Upon closer inspection, one could see a shriveled figure sitting on the throne, radiating an oppressive aura. If I lie, let the master deal with me as he sees fit. Beads of cold sweat dripped down the kneeling man's forehead, though he did not dare to wipe them away. You may go. Upon hearing these words, the kneeling figure finally relaxed, paying his respects before leaving carefully. Once he was gone, the grand hall echoed with another raspy voice, chilling everyone to the bone. A closing disciple, huh? Fascinating indeed. At the Mystic Tower, when the duty disciple saw Brody, his expression turned peculiar, yet he still respectfully bowed and greeted, Junior Uncle. Even though there were still murmurs about Brody becoming the Fred's disciple, formalities had to be observed. Apart from the Fred and the 2nd generation, who else wouldn't call Brody Uncle, or even Granduncle for the 4th generation? To this, Brody merely smiled bitterly and waved his hand. We're all cultivators, don't fuss over titles. Fellow Taoist, just call me Brody. The duty disciple was slightly stunned, expecting Brody to bask in glory and overlook others. But instead, Brody displayed humility and respect, earning him some goodwill. Although that's true, in the martial world, lineage matters within the sect. Junior uncle, are you opening the 4th level again? Brody pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head, confusing the duty disciple. Was the pressure on the 4th level still too much for him? Flynnt, he had endured it for so long. Surely, he should have adapted by now. This time, help me open the 5th level. Brody's calm declaration startled the duty disciple. The pressure on the 5th level was immense, even sages couldn't ignore it. Only those with deep cultivation could remain composed. After all, Brody was only at the Emperor realm. The 4th level was already impressive enough. Aiming for the 5th level? Junior uncle, perhaps you should reconsider, the duty disciple advised kindly. However, Brody shook his head. The effect of compressing his sword domain on the 4th level was minimal. To achieve a Tinjiang sword domain within a short time, he needed the 5th level. Of course, Brody wasn't reckless. He was confident he could withstand the pressure of the 5th level. Seeing Brody's determined attitude, the duty disciple could say nothing more. After registering Brody and preparing his room, he allowed him to proceed. Chapter 240. Envoy of the Dugu family arrives. Boom. As Brody stepped through the door, an overwhelming pressure instantly pressed him to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. Too strong. Brody clenched his teeth, his body making a cracking sound from the bones rubbing against each other under compression. Sword domain, unleash? He roared internally as he painstakingly deployed his 20-zhang sword domain, significantly reducing the immense pressure on him. Thus, while lying on the ground, Brody continually used the 5th layer's pressure to refine his sword domain. This scene was observed clearly by Lewis in hiding. Compressing the sword domain to achieve a more solid state? Who is guiding this boy? Lewis's eyes showed astonishment. Even he hadn't thought of this method back then. Some people even believed that the wider the domain spread, the stronger one's own power became. Comparing it to Brody's compressed sword domain now seemed like a joke. 19 zhang, 18 zhang, 17 zhang. After 2 months, Brody had only managed to compress it by 3 zhang. However, the power of the sword domain increased exponentially, making Lewis nod approvingly. At this rate, you might even be able to fight a sage with just this sword domain when it reaches 10 zhang. Lewis's face showed joy. In his heart, whether Brody was a congenital sword body or not no longer mattered. Laying such a foundation at the martial emperor realm ensured boundless potential for the future. The Auden family, situated in the southeastern direction of the demon earth realm, held equal power with the Tian sect and dominated the region. Inside the main hall of the Auden family, the family patriarch looked politely at the visitor. Ah, I've been expecting the envoy. Today, I finally welcome you. If there has been any disrespect, please forgive me. Standing on both sides of the hall were several figures, all showing respect and admiration. Just because the visitor was an envoy sent by the Dugu family, no one dared not to show respect. The envoy wore an arrogant expression, accustomed to the deference he received everywhere due to the prestige of the Dugu family. Zack didn't even glance at those standing on the sides. The only person here who could command his attention was the Auden family's patriarch, and his gaze never wavered. This junior, Zack, greets Senior Auden. The Auden family's patriarch smiled slightly. Indeed, nephew Yi shows remarkable talent. It's been years since we last met, yet you have reached this level already? Your father is well, I hope. I will send my regards next time. Zack responded with a faint smile. Senior Auden flatters me. Alfredo has always missed Senior Auden. Had there not been pressing matters within the clan, he would have come personally. Though not a direct descendant of a divine being, Zack was still a promising young talent within the Dugu family, second only to Darien of his generation. His father was a grand saint figure, serving as an Hartley in the Dugu family with real power. Zack bowed again towards the Auden family's patriarch. Senior Auden, I believe you know why I have come. With our impending marriage, my clan has dispatched me to discuss the arrangements, sending a junior to negotiate marriage details. The Auden family's patriarch couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This clearly showed disregard for the Auden family. This made him even more determined about Brody and to avoid entangling with the Dugu family if possible. Noticing the difficulty on the Auden family patriarch's face, Zack frowned slightly. Senior Auden, what's wrong? Even some Auden family's Holy King experts looked puzzled at their patriarch, unaware of the Tian sect affair. The patriarch sighed lightly. Regarding this matter, I have personally visited Deanna at the Tian sect. Her intention? She is currently devoted to seeking the Tao and hasn't planned her marriage? Upon hearing this, Zack's eyebrows furrowed. Seeking the Tao? He bowed to the left side. Our Dugu family has deities guarding us. No family in the demon earth realm can compare. Once she joins our Dugu family, she will understand its benefits. Zack couldn't miss the hint of evasion in the Auden family patriarch's words. There were two meanings. First, reminding him of the Dugu family's deity-backed deterrent. Second, clearly informing the patriarch that Auden Ningqiu must marry regardless of her wishes. Senior Auden, please consider carefully. You've already accepted the alliance contract from our Dugu family. Changing your mind now would be playing tricks. Zack's demeanor turned stern, and his tone became assertive. People on both sides of the hall stood up upon hearing the patriarch's decision. Hill, we know you cherish Deanna, but marrying into the Dugu family is for her own good. We've stood in the demon earth realm for tens of thousands of years. We can't afford to act inconsistently and damage our reputation. The divine offspring has remarkable talent and will eventually become the successor of the Dugu family. Marrying him is Deanna's fortune. Please don't make a mistake, Hill. Seeing this, a satisfied smile crept across Zack's lips, but the Auden family patriarch's face grew darker. he said solemnly. The alliance with the Dugu family is indeed tempting, but I still want to respect her choice. Young nephew E, please return. As for the alliance contract, take it back with you. The Auden family doesn't deserve it. This statement made everyone in the hall change their expressions, intending to speak but silenced by the patriarch's glare. Zach's face darkened, and he turned and left after a swift wave of his sleeve. Once he was gone, voices resurfaced in the hall. Hill, having a deity backing the Dugu family, trading Auden Ningqiu for their support. Why refuse this marriage? If this offends the Dugu family, our Auden family may face disaster. Hearing this, the patriarch angrily slapped the table. All of you, shut up. The hall fell silent at the patriarch's anger, though they remained dissatisfied and confused about his sudden change of heart. Have you really believed that marriage would improve relations between the two families? Fools. Which generation of the Dugu family hasn't married into other forces? Has it improved anything? They use these marriages merely to control the demon earth realm better. You, as holy kings, cannot see this basic political maneuver? You're blinded by surface benefits. The patriarch scolded them harshly, looking disappointed, but the few in the hall persisted. But, no buts. Don't think I can't see through your intentions. You only want Deanna to jump into the fire because she's now a holy king and might threaten you. I had reasons before, but from now on, if anyone thinks this way, I won't forgive them. The entire hall fell silent. The holy kings lowered their heads, bowing obediently. As you command. Chapter 241. Ben suffers a severe injury. The 5th level of the Mystic Tower? Through Brody's relentless efforts, only 5 zhong of the sword domain remained. As the power of the sword domain intensified and he gradually adapted to the overwhelming pressure on the 5th level, he finally managed to stand up, albeit with a slightly hunched back. Meanwhile, the observers were not just Lewis, Ben, Taoist Maud, and others had all gathered here. Their gazes, still filled with astonishment, were fixed on Brody as they eagerly awaited the completion of the 10 zhong sword domain. 14 zhong. Gordy exclaimed excitedly. They felt like witnesses to a historic moment, one that needed to be recorded. Though they did not know about the entire universe, in the entire demon cultivation realm, no one had ever managed to compress a sword domain or any domain to such an extent. I look forward immensely to Brody's future accomplishments. By the time he reaches the Sage King, or even Great Sage realm, his combat prowess will definitely be top tier. Taoist Maud smiled warmly, feeling immense satisfaction. Anika, gazing at Brody's determined figure, was visibly moved, her eyes revealing a rare glint of admiration. Just as they conversed, Taoist Felix suddenly turned pale. Taoist Maud noticed and asked softly, "What happened?" Hearing this, everyone, including Lewis, turned their gaze toward Taoist Felix. His face was grim. 7th Nathaniel is facing several Sage Kings from the Blood Spirit Holy Land on Spirit Passage Peak. A fierce battle has erupted. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows. We can't waste time. Let's head over quickly. Ben was alone and outnumbered. They had to hurry. If anything happens to 7th Nathaniel, we'll turn the Blood Spirit Holy Land into a Blood Spirit graveyard, Gordy said coldly, tearing through space as they instantly rushed off. As for Lewis, being the hidden ace of the Heavenly Falling Plum clan, he couldn't act rashly during critical moments. He remained behind to guard the sect and counterbalance the great sage of the Blood Spirit Holy Land. At Spirit Passage Peak, Ben was covered in blood, his eyes locked onto the 5 figures before him. All the disciples of the Heavenly Falling Plum clan present were either dead or severely injured. May Vivianen, I advise you to surrender. We can give you a quick death rather than letting you suffer, laughed one of the blood-robed Hartleys with a piercing cackle. Facing 5 opponents, Ben had no chance of winning. The fact that he held out until now was already remarkable. They dared not press him too hard either. The fiercest struggle could be when a cornered beast fights to the death. If he dragged any of them down with him, it would be a costly mistake. Ben spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered at the 5 figures. Surrender? The Heavenly Falling Plum clan does not have cowards. If you dare, come closer and see if I can drag 1 or 2 of you along. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, Ben's ruthless determination was respected by many cultivators of his realm. Die stubbornly. The 5 Nathaniels of the Blood Spirit Holy Land launched their strongest attack simultaneously, aiming to eliminate Ben and weaken the Heavenly Falling Plum clan. Spirit Passage Peak was originally under the control of the Heavenly Falling Plum clan, rich in resources. The Blood Spirit Holy Land had always been competing for it, but rarely would there be a conflict at the Sage King level. However, upon receiving news this time, the 5 of them came to execute this Sage King here. Even with all his strength, Ben couldn't withstand the combined assault. He was thrown back, spitting out a large amount of blood. The disparity in power was too great. Just as the 5 were about to finish him off, a roar echoed through the void. Who dares harm my junior brother? A streak of sword light crossed the sky, causing the 5 to stop in their tracks, knowing full well who had arrived, Gordy. Gordy's sword-browed eyes turned cold as he faced the 5 Blood Spirit Holy Land Hartleys. His aura matched theirs without weakening. Taoists Maud, Felix, and Vance appeared from the void beside Ben. 7th Nathaniel, focus on healing yourself. Leave the rest to us. Ben finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had they been any slower, he truly might have died. He sat down with difficulty, starting to heal his injuries. The 5 Blood Spirit Holy Land Hartleys' faces turned increasingly grim, especially when they saw Taoist Maud, whose eyes revealed a hint of fear. Damn it, how frustrating. Let's retreat. If Maud hadn't arrived, we might have fought on, but now we have no chance to kill Ben. We might end up dying here ourselves. With a decisive flash, they fled using the Blood Spirit Holy Land's blood escape technique. Gordy snorted coldly, knowing their technique well as an old adversary, and immediately swung his sword. Swoosh, the sword chi sliced through flesh, followed by a scream, bursting a cloud of blood in the air. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop them completely. As for the remaining disciples of the Blood Spirit Holy Land, Taoist Vance snorted coldly, unleashing a wave of bloody chi that swept through like a flood, resulting in countless screams of agony. With the help of Taoist Maud and others, Bin's complexion improved somewhat. Cough, cough. This time, I was indeed careless. I almost didn't make it, cough. Taoist Felix's face darkened. You shouldn't have been discovered by the Blood Spirit Holy Land. It seems we have too many traitors within our clan. They need to be thoroughly purged. Only after new guards arrived did they return to the sect. Bin entered seclusion to heal, not even able to check on Brody. You are all useless. You allowed the Heavenly Falling Plum clan reinforcements to arrive. In the Blood Spirit Hall, the 5 Hartleys hung their heads in shame, silently enduring the withering criticism from the gaunt figure above. One of them bore a deep sword wound on his back, left by Gordy. What is Brody's current status? Since we can't kill their Sage King, we should eliminate one of their elite disciples first, the gaunt figure declared. One of them hesitated. According to reports, Brody has been in seclusion in the Heavenly Falling Plum clan's Mystic Tower recently and hasn't emerged yet. However, if he stays within the Heavenly Falling Plum clan, we won't get a chance to act. Chapter 242, Tinjiang Sword Domain. The gaunt figure cackled, hee hee. Isn't there someone from the Heavenly Plum sect who wants to join our Blood Spirit Sanctuary? Let's treat this matter as his loyalty pledge. If he succeeds, I might take him as my disciple. One of the Grand Nathaniel's eyes lit up. Hill, you're talking about the person who informed us about May Vivian in this time? The Grand Nathaniels departed, and the Grand Hall fell silent once more. Another 3 months passed. Brody had not appeared in public for nearly half a year, and discussions about him within the Heavenly Plum sect gradually subsided as everything seemed to return to normal. In the 5th level of the Mystic Tower, Brody sat cross-legged in a sealed room, his eyes bloodshot and lips pale. Over the past 3 months, he had barely rested. His sword domain was now only 1 step away from Tinjiang. Creating a Tinjiang sword domain was no simple task. Not only did Brody have to endure the pressure of the 5th level of the Mystic Tower, but he also had to spend immense effort continuously using the characteristics of the chaotic path to stabilize the various forces converging within the sword domain. Condense for me, Brody roared, and the sword domain finally shrank again. Simultaneously, dark blood-colored clouds began to gather above the Heavenly Plum sect, causing the entire Mystic Tower to shake violently. Such a disturbance was immediately noticed by everyone. Panic spread among the disciples as they tried to flee. In the air, faint ripples appeared, and Becker emerged, looking solemnly at the sky. Is this heavenly punishment? Charles Khalil Dao also sensed the anomaly and appeared beside Becker, shock evident in his tone. Heavenly punishment only appears for those who defy heaven. Why would it manifest here in the Heavenly Plum sect? Charles Xian Dao face darkened. Heavenly punishment symbolized divine will. If it descended upon the Heavenly Plum sect, it would cause immense damage. Becker, whose eyes were closed, suddenly opened them and looked towards the Mystic Tower. The Tinjiang sword domain has formed. This heavenly punishment is directed at Brody. However, everyone was confused. Logically, only those who committed unspeakable acts or defied heaven should attract heavenly punishment. Why would a Tinjiang sword domain trigger it? It seems that in the vast universe, a Tinjiang sword domain has never appeared before. Brody has broken the rules, becoming the first in history. To the divine will, this is no less than defying heaven. Becker analyzed while trying to suppress the heavenly punishment aura. The commotion was too great and could attract attention from other forces, but even as a great sage, he couldn't fully conceal it. Activate the Heavenly Plum formation. No matter what, we must suppress the heavenly punishment aura. If they learn about Brody's Tinjiang sword domain, they might be tempted to act. Becker said sternly. Charles Xing and others showed hesitation. The Heavenly Plum formation was their greatest effort, including Becker's, and activating it required enormous resources and rendered it unusable for a century. But since it was Becker's order and for their little junior brother, they did not hesitate. A massive halo of light rose from all sides, enveloping the entire Heavenly Plum sect. Inside the Mystic Tower, Brody opened his eyes. The Tinjiang sword domain had formed. He almost felt as if he had reached the end of the sword path. He also sensed the heavenly punishment aura above, directed at him. Does achieving a Tinjiang sword domain mean defying heaven? Brody muttered. But now that the sword domain was complete, he wasn't afraid of the heavenly punishment. It would be an excellent opportunity to test his strength. Brody appeared outside the Mystic Tower, his gaze unwavering as he stared directly at the blood-red, heavenly punishment. The Tinjiang sword domain rose like a halo above his head, its golden blood aura spreading around him, resembling a supreme god descending. Seeing Brody again, the disciples' expressions varied. Could this heavenly punishment have been caused by Brody? Half a year hasn't changed much, but I feel Brody is different now. Far off, Marco Chow watched with anticipation. He hadn't expected heavenly punishment to appear. Was heaven displeased with Brody, planning to turn him into ashes? The thought made him tremble with excitement. Similarly excited was Hendrix. Historically, fewer than 1 in 10 survived heavenly punishment. He didn't believe Brody could make it through. Is that the Tinjiang sword domain? Charles Khalilin and others stared without blinking, especially Jin Charles Daorian, who watched intently as each rule inside the domain seemed alive, moving about. The blood-colored thunderclouds rolled and roared with destruction, reaching their peak and striking Brody. First strike. A thunderbolt potent enough to make any Imperial disciple tremble vanished instantly upon contact with the Tinjiang sword domain. Tinjiang sword domain. Is this the symbol of invincibility in the Imperial realm? Not just the disciples, but even Jian Charles Daoran was exhilarated. As a swordsman, witnessing such a historical moment deeply affected him. Brody moved. What is he doing? Is he going to attack? Under everyone's astonished gaze, Brody, with the Tinjiang sword domain above him and the immovable Alec shadow behind him, walked through the air, advancing toward the blood-red thunderclouds. The second blood thunder struck, only to be obliterated by a single punch from Brody. This punishment, threatening to Imperial Realm experts, was nothing before Brody. Brody's eyes were cold, his fists emitting mighty sword chi that relentlessly destroyed the blood thunderbolts. So what if it's heavenly punishment? So what if it's divine will? My fate is mine, not determined by heaven. Seemingly provoked, a column-like blood-red lightning bolt accompanied by a deafening roar descended, the eighth strike, shaking even the Tinjiang sword domain. No wonder it's called heavenly punishment, feared even by emperors. Only Brody can confront it so boldly. Charles Khalil and Dowrin marveled, remembering his own past as a genius. He doubted he could have endured it either. Ninth strike. In the sky, a blood-red thunder dragon formed from heavenly punishment roamed the clouds, glaring fiercely at the man defying heaven. The thunder dragon's power intimidated even saint disciples. This final heavenly strike, taking shape as a thunder dragon, posed a threat even to saints. Auden Ningqiu unconsciously gripped her clothes tightly, her joints turning white from the effort, her eyes glued to the figure beneath the thunderclouds, filled with worry. Seeing Auden Ningqiu's expression, Hendrix seethed with jealousy, feeling an overwhelming disparity and silently cursing Brody. The thunder dragon roared, opening its massive mouth and charging at Brody. Facing the dragon, Brody remained calm, devoid of fear. A sword cry resounded, and the sword bone appeared in the center of the sword domain, gathering immense power, growing ever more formidable. The heaven-splitting sword technique. Using the sword domain as a sheath, Brody guided the sword bone to slash out a giant beam, slicing through the thunderclouds silently until it collided with the thunder dragon. Note: zhang is a traditional Chinese unit of length. 1 zhang equals 3.3 meters. Thus, 10 zhang roughly translates to 33 meters. Hashtag chapter 243, Two ladies visit at night. Lei Long erupted in the blink of an eye, its dazzling light making everyone almost unable to open their eyes. With this sword strike, Brody's aura completely diminished. Lewis instantly appeared beside Brody as soon as the heavenly punishment ended, helping him up and checking on his condition. He only relaxed when he learned that Brody was merely exhausted. Dunk was even more excited. This was the first time he had acted so impulsively, even losing control over the force of his slaps on Brody's shoulder, causing Brody to cough painfully. What are you doing? Little junior brother will be fine until you hurt him. Amaris shot Everett a glance, making him scratch his head somewhat embarrassedly. Little junior brother, sorry. Senior brother was just too excited. One could imagine, under the vast universe and starry sky, a world-class sword cultivator would rise like a new star. Brody shook his head with a smile. I'm fine. Not only them, but all the disciples were filled with admiration for Brody's truly astonishing performance, which seemed to defy common sense, leaving no room for doubt about Brody becoming a second-generation disciple. Only a few individuals, such as Daryl and Hendrix, harbored hatred and jealousy, having imagined killing Brody countless times in their minds. Especially Daryl. Brody's dramatic power increase, especially the final sword strike, left a hint of fear in his heart, dashing any hopes of revenge. As night fell, Brody was sitting on the bed practicing breathing exercises when he heard a creak from outside the courtyard. A graceful figure appeared at the door. Brody opened his eyes, still slightly pale, but he managed to smile as he looked at Anika entering the room. I knew you would come to see me. Anika's expression remained icy cold. Since you're fine, I'll leave then. With that, she turned to leave. Seeing this, Brody quickly grabbed her soft hand, feigning pain. Don't go. I still hurt a bit. Anika's expression softened gradually, momentarily forgetting to pull away. She allowed him to hold her hand as they both sat down by the bed. Looking at Brody's resilient face, Anika was momentarily stunned. His extraordinary performance in the 10,000 sword domain amazed her, but what deeply etched in her heart was the image of Brody enduring the high-pressure environment on the 5th floor of the Mystic Tower every day and night. Why are you here, Chioer? Are you mesmerized by my heroic display today? Brody's words pulled Anika back to reality. Anika couldn't help but roll her eyes at Brody, yet hearing him call her Chioer caused no disgust. Can we hug? Anika frowned, remembering that day, but seeing his hopeful gaze softened her heart. Fine, just a little hug? Okay, just a little one. They embraced, feeling the warmth emanating from Brody's body, which inexplicably calmed Anika. This strange feeling made her very content. Just as they were enjoying this moment, a charming figure appeared in Brody's room. Catching this scene, oh dear, looks like I came at the wrong time. Sorry, pretend I wasn't here. You carry on? Caught up in the moment, neither noticed her arrival. Upon hearing the sudden voice, Anika quickly broke free from Brody's embrace like a startled rabbit. Junior sister Jiu, don't misinterpret. I just came to check on him. You talk, I'll leave. Anika's clothes were slightly disheveled as she fled the courtyard. After walking some distance, she felt inexplicably regretful. It's already late. Why did Junior Sister Jiu come looking for Brody at this hour? Junior Sister Jiu has such a good figure and is so refined. Will Brody be able to control himself? Anika started overthinking, then blushed. Oh no, what am I thinking? How embarrassing. On Brody's side, Amaris was watching him with a smirk, eliciting a bitter smile from him. Senior Sister Siener, why are you here? Amaris smiled mischievously, exuding charm. So, little brother is complaining about me interrupting your time with Senior Sister Lu? Brody straightened his expression, waving his hands defensively. Senior Sister Siener, please don't misunderstand. Senior Sister Lu just came to check on my injuries. Amaris immediately showed a knowing look. Oh, I get it. Does a hug help heal faster? This time it was Brody's turn to be embarrassed. He clearly knew she was teasing him, simultaneously inwardly grumbling about her timing. Lewis didn't publicize Brody and Anika's relationship, so Amaris was unaware and continued teasing. What, little junior brother, do you like Senior Sister Lu? Need me to help you? Hearing this, Brody inwardly chuckled but maintained a grateful facade. Thank you, Senior Sister Sienna. Amaris plopped onto the bed beside Brody, giving him a melancholic glance. So, do you only like Senior Sister Auden, not me? Unlike Anika, Amaris had a fiery figure, full of charm. Her alluring face paired with the melancholic glance was enough to make even a stoic man melt. But Brody, having experienced suffering, wouldn't be easily swayed by Amaris's appearance, managing calmly, Heh, I naturally won't forget Senior Sister Sienna. It's late now. Do you plan to stay the night? Want to squeeze together? To his surprise, Amaris leaned in, exhaling fragrantly. Really, little junior brother willing to host Senior Sister? Seductive. Extremely seductive. Even Brody almost lost his composure. The pose was far too intimate, with Amaris practically pinning him down. Chapter 244. The Abyss of Demon Souls. Keep your heart as pure as ice, and even if the heavens fall, you will not be startled. Keep your heart as pure as ice, and even if the heavens fall, you will not be startled. The intoxicating fragrance of a woman filled his senses. Brody closed his eyes and recited the ice heart mantra repeatedly until he calmed the fiery emotions within. Senior Sister Sienna, it's getting late. Shouldn't you head back? Amaris was not satisfied with his reaction. She raised her hand and lifted Brody's chin. Little junior brother, am I not beautiful enough for you? Brody inwardly groaned at this torment, but smiled on the surface. Senior Sister Sienna is as beautiful as an immortal. Us mere mortals cannot forget you. But who is more beautiful, me or Senior Sister Auden? Before he could finish speaking, Amaris stared straight into Brody's eyes, posing a soul-searching question. Brody understood that if he did not give a satisfactory answer today, things would not end well for him. He hurriedly replied, different. Senior Sister Sienna is passionate and tender while Senior Sister Auden is cold and distant. You two are both extremely beautiful. If I were to marry both of you, that would truly be a great pleasure in life. Unfortunately, I fear I lack such fortune. Amaris chuckled, tapping Brody's forehead with her slender finger. Little guy, dreaming pretty dreams. However, she seemed quite content with his response. Rising from Brody's bed, she finally let him off the hook and turned to leave. Rest up. When you're better, I'll come by again. In the room, Brody fell into deep thought. Now that the Tinjiang sword domain has been established, should I advance towards the Sage Realm next? At that moment, Brody suddenly felt a jolt run through him. He hastily took out Ambry from his storage ring. A fleeting streak of light flashed across the blade. Brody suppressed his excitement. Are you awake? But there was no response. Just as he began to feel disappointed, a faint divine consciousness entered his mind. Primordial Flinlow breath. It was Ambry's voice, but it was incredibly weak. No matter how Brody tried to respond, nothing more came from it. Primordial Flinlow breath? Brody murmured. Since Ambry mentioned this, it must help restore its energy to some extent. Ever since Ambry helped him escape danger in the Charlesed world, it had fallen into a deep slumber. This time, informing him about the primordial Flinlow breath must be significant. Even though he didn't know what it was, he had to find a way to obtain it. Immediately, Brody stepped out of the courtyard. After resting, he had mostly recovered. He headed towards the treasure vault of Ronin Plum Sect, hoping for a stroke of luck. On his way, every disciple he passed respectfully greeted him with Senior Uncle, impressed by the formidable power he displayed when resisting heavenly punishment. Brody responded humbly and showed no airs, reaching the treasure vault. Senior Uncle, why are you here? Asked a third-generation Sage Realm disciple on duty. Though Brody was still at the Emperor Realm, this disciple dared not be negligent. Brody's potential suggested he would not stop at the Sage Realm. He might become a holy king or even a great sage. Naturally, a significant part of the respect stemmed from Brody's combat prowess, which rivaled that of a sage. Given the generational seniority, calling him Senior Uncle felt perfectly natural. Brody shook his head with a bitter smile. You're older and more cultivated than me. Calling me Senior Uncle feels unwarranted. Call me fellow Taoist if you don't mind. This made the guard feel an instant affinity toward Brody. He smiled lightly. In Ronin Plum Sect, seniority matters. Did you come to exchange for treasures? I can guide you. After some thought, Brody mentioned the primordial Flinlow breath. However, the guard frowned. Primordial Flinlow breath. It's extremely valuable. Currently, our treasure vault doesn't have it. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Primordial Flinlow breath originated from the primordial mother gas. According to legend, a strand of it could collapse space, weighing tons, unable to be stored in any storage ring. Its value was so high that even great sages would fight over it. How could a small treasure vault possibly possess such a treasure? Why don't you ask your grand teacher? He's knowledgeable. You might get a lead, the guard suggested. Brody nodded. He planned to do so anyway. Obtaining the primordial Flinlow breath was crucial for Ambry's awakening. Primordial Flinlow breath? What do you need it for? Aaron furrowed his brows. This was no easy task. Even he had once sought it in vain years ago. One major use of primordial Flinlow breath was to infuse it into one's life-bound spirit weapon, significantly enhancing its power. Aaron suspected Brody wanted to upgrade his swordbone with it. Primordial Flinlow breath appeared only once in the demonic territory long ago and disappeared after entering the abyss of demon souls. The place is perilous. I didn't venture too deeply. This gave Brody a crucial clue but also sparked worry. So many years have passed. It may already be taken. Moreover, even Aaron found it dangerous and couldn't go far. Can I really obtain it? Seeming to sense Brody's concerns, Aaron continued. That place is bizarre. The stronger one's cultivation, the greater the danger faced inside. Conversely, ordinary people can enter safely. I advise against going unless absolutely necessary. I'm worried about accidents, Aaron warned. For me, primordial Flinlow breath is essential. Disciple must make the journey. Brody bowed and left. Ambry fell into slumber to save him, and obtaining the primordial Flinlow breath was key to its revival. With Ambry's help, he'd have a better chance of finding the divine sword in the Demon Sea later. Learning the approximate location of the Abyss of Demon Souls from Aaron, Brody wasted no time, immediately setting out. Unbeknownst to Brody, the moment he left Ronin Plum's sect, news reached Hendrix. Finally, you've stepped out of the sect. This time, you won't have anywhere to run. Two figures stood in Hendrix's mansion, Hendrix and Daryl. Honestly, Hendrix and Brody had no real conflict. It was all rooted in jealousy and human nature's ugly side. They followed closely behind Brody, gradually closing the distance. Their sole purpose was to eliminate him. Vivianian, don't hold back when we strike. We must ensure it's a fatal blow. Give him no chance to escape. Hendrix's expression grew icy as they neared their target. Chapter 245, Ambush. Brody, who was on the move, suddenly stopped, his brows knitting slightly. At this moment, two lethal techniques emerged from either side of the void, their targets clearly set on Brody. Scoundrels! Brody coldly snorted. A Tinjong sword domain instantly unfurled, neutralizing the attacks. Meanwhile, a translucent image of an immovable wisdom king appeared as Brody stomped hard, causing two figures to materialize from the void. Ulysses. Daryl. Brody was not surprised by Daryl's attack. It was only that Ulysses, he had no grudge or enmity with him. Could it be due to his disciples' defeat in the ranking competition? Brody, with Brother Fu and me here, you won't escape today. Daryl's voice dripped with venom. His arm, though regrown, was much weaker than its original state. Severing your arm back then didn't seem to teach you a lesson. Today, I'll cut you down. Brody's gaze turned icy cold as he charged straight at Daryl. Perhaps haunted by previous memories, seeing Brody approach, Daryl looked panicked, shouting, Brother Fu, save me, humiliating us all. Ulysses cursed inwardly. A sage facing a Monroe shouldn't lose composure like this. FLYNT, he still chose to intervene. A golden opportunity? Ignoring everything else, Brody regarded Ulysses as insignificant. Once covered by the Tinjong sword domain, Daryl immediately felt his sage rules failing, his blood threatening to stop. How can it be so terrifying? Daryl was overwhelmed with fear as the shadow of death loomed over him. Just as Brody's sword was about to strike his sage body, Ulysses' attack came as expected. Despite the protection of the sword domain, it still caused Brody to stagger. Ulysses, being at the peak of sage realm, naturally outclassed Daryl. However, Brody remained undaunted. Even if he couldn't win, no one could stop him from escaping. If you want to fight, let's do it. Brody disregarded Daryl's fate and turned to charge at Ulysses. Seeing his boldness, Ulysses sneered. Did Brody really think he was someone like Daryl? But when enveloped by Brody's sword domain, Ulysses' face paled, finally understanding why Daryl wasn't a match for him. The power of the sword domain was extraordinary. It surpassed the concept of domains. Even as a peak sage, Ulysses felt his path constrained, his strength reduced to a third. Ulysses, we have no grievances. Is it worth giving up your promising future to ambush me? Brody questioned amidst the battle, but Ulysses smirked cruelly. No grievances? Blame yourself for setting your eyes on Billy and showing off your prowess. Ulysses' eyes burned with murderous intent. There was one unspoken reason. Slaying Brody would bring him more benefits. Who would know after Brody's death? Daryl? After Brody, he would be next. Recalling the blood spirit sage master's promise, Ulysses couldn't help but feel excitement surging within him. He would surely achieve Sage King realm faster. Of course, first, he must slay this rising star, Brody. A spiritual sword appeared in Ulysses' hand. He was also a sword cultivator. They say you're a genius in sword arts. Today, I will kill you with my sword, letting you die with honor. A cold light flashed as Ulysses stood within the Tinjong sword domain, resisting immense pressure, unleashing a single strike. Sword Saint. Brody's pupils contracted. FLYNT, there was no fear, only excitement. The bone sword appeared in his hand as he slashed, matching Ulysses' might stroke for stroke. The sword domain trembled as Brody fought like a heavenly deity, boundless sword energy swirling around him. Simultaneously, profound principles emerged, relentlessly pressing Ulysses and stunning the watching Daryl. Try this one. Ambry emerged from its black scabbard, releasing world-shaking sword energy. Just as Ulysses prepared to resist, his spirit sword emitted a mournful cry, becoming uncontrollable. What's happening? This was his life-bound spirit sword. Ulysses could sense its emotions filled with fear and submission. Damn it! Ulysses cursed inwardly, curious about the intricately carved sword. Upon its appearance, even his own sage sword dared not oppose it. With no choice, Ulysses braced himself against the strike, almost getting knocked off balance. His life-bound spirit sword, sensing something, finally suppressed its fear, protecting Ulysses. Daryl, are you still waiting? Hurry up. Ulysses, enraged, realized how powerful Brody was, and it infuriated him further seeing Daryl merely watching the fight. At this moment, Daryl's heart was torn between two conflicting thoughts. Seeing Brody's strength, he already wanted to flee. We've thoroughly offended Brody. If he lives, we die. Do you really think running back to Ronin Maison will save you? Ulysses' words jolted Daryl awake. Indeed, they only had one path, to kill Brody and possibly survive. Daryl steeled himself, rushing towards Brody. Unlike Ulysses, Daryl only dared harass Brody from Tinjong away, distracting him, while Ulysses continuously used deadly techniques. Sword extermination. Ulysses spat out a mouthful of essence blood, absorbed by his life-bound spirit sword. Instantly, a blinding light shone, emitting a formidable aura nearly surpassing the sage realm. Brody, die. Ulysses' expression twisted into madness. This technique was his signature move. Even sages couldn't withstand it. He refused to believe a mere Monroe could survive. The sword light nearly tore through the Tinjong sword domain, forcing Brody to grunt painfully. His blood surged, holding Ambry horizontally before him to block the strike. Clang! A thunderous sound echoed as Brody was sent flying backward, smashing into the ground with a deep imprint. The sword domain reached its limit, collapsing completely, and the illusion of the immovable Wisdom King vanished. A trickle of blood flowed from Brody's mouth. Had he not blocked with Ambry, that strike might have split him in two. Ulysses also suffered greatly, his lips pale, kneeling on one knee. Flynnt, his expression was incredibly excited as he pointed towards Brody and yelled at Daryl, "Quick! Finish him! Cut off his head and give it to me!" However, Daryl's eyes now held a different expression. Observing Ulysses's weakened state, a thought began to take root in his mind. Seeing Daryl hesitating, Ulysses frowned. "What? Can't you hear? Why are you standing there? Hurry up!" Ulysses's condescending tone amplified Daryl's newfound thoughts infinitely. Chapter 246, Half Moon City. I'm King Death. Daryl's face twisted with ferocity as he suddenly turned and attacked without warning. Hendrix, who had collapsed on the ground, seemed unable to believe that this useless Daryl would dare attack him. Defenseless, Hendrix was struck squarely in the chest, his entire torso collapsing inward. Spit. Hendrix spat out a mouthful of blood, already severely injured. This only made his injuries worse, anger and shock mingling in his voice. "Daryl, you dare to attack me? So what if I do? Now, I'll kill you first, then go exterminate Brody." Daryl chuckled malevolently. With both of them severely injured, it was a perfect opportunity for him. As for why he wanted to kill Hendrix, the reason was simple. Ultimately, only he would know about today's events. All resources and treasures belonging to both would now be solely his. "Daryl, you dare to harm a companion. May you not die well." Hendrix no longer exuded invincibility. Panic filled his eyes. He now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, able to shout helplessly. This is the cultivation demon world. Don't you think that statement sounds childish? Die. Daryl's expression turned ruthless as he slapped out. Hendrix let out an agonized cry. His head shattered like a watermelon, and even his consciousness couldn't escape. Blood spattered Daryl's face as he greedily retrieved the storage ring from Hendrix's decapitated body, then stepped towards the pit where Brody lay. "Brody, when you severed my arm back then, did you ever think it would come to this? Today, falling into my hands, I won't let you off so easily." As Daryl entered the pit, a powerful aura burst forth, and the Tenjong sword domain unfolded once more, enveloping him. Oh no. Alarmed, Daryl realized he had walked right into Brody's trap. Attempting to distance himself, he found his body tightly restrained by the sword domain. Brody's figure remained unseen. Only the sound of a sword rang out, accompanied by a flash of light severing Daryl's arm. Aya! The intense pain from his shoulder caused Daryl to scream incessantly, blood gushing uncontrollably. Hearing his screams, Brody showed no mercy, advancing with another strike. With a swift motion, Daryl's pupils contracted as he attempted to block. Flynnt within the Tenjong sword domain. There was no place to hide, watching helplessly as the sword pierced through his chest. Brody finally emerged, deathly pale, his hand gripping the sword bone which ruthlessly plunged into Daryl's chest, its energy relentlessly sapping his life force. Seeing Daryl's vengeful look, Brody's lips curled slightly. "You can't kill me." After dealing with him, Brody sat down heavily, breathing heavily. He was also significantly injured, having used every means at his disposal to defeat Daryl. Exhausted, almost all his sword chi was spent, and in the final moments, Daryl had been overly confident, believing Brody was defenseless. After 2 days of recuperation, Brody recovered, collecting the storage rings of the 2 dead men before continuing his quest for the primordial Flinlo chi. Half Moon City was the closest city to Devil Soul Abyss. Due to this proximity, cultivators here were relatively scarce, while ordinary people lived peacefully. The strongest among them was merely a martial king. On the street, a white-clad woman, surrounded by several elegantly dressed young men, attracted much attention as she strolled leisurely. The woman, fair and graceful in her white robe, exuded an ethereal aura. Her companions were also impressive and noble-looking, yet they all shared a common mark, a cloud-shaped emblem on their left chest. "Christy, rest assured, with us around, we will definitely help you obtain the primordial Flinlo chi." "That's right. The Devil Soul Abyss is forbidden territory for those fools, but for us, it's like walking on flat ground." They spoke boldly, voices unhidden, faces full of pride, as if declaring, "We came here to get the primordial Flinlo chi." However, sharp-eyed observers recognized the symbol on their chests. These are people from Tranquil Cloud Hall? That white-robed woman has the surname Xiang, so she must be the granddaughter of the Memphis of Tranquil Cloud Hall and the fiancée of the Palmer, Kai. Inside a tavern, warriors discussed this group with awe. Tranquil Cloud Hall, though not as powerful as Heavenly Falling Plum Sect, still held considerable strength, with several holy kings within. To the cultivators in Half Moon City, it was already a formidable force. What's this primordial Flinlo chi they're talking about? And they have to enter the Devil Soul Abyss? Unknown, but whatever can capture the attention of such big shots is undoubtedly a treasure. In a corner of the tavern, Brody took a sip of wine. It had been a month since leaving Heavenly Falling Plum Sect, and he had just arrived in Half Moon City. Hearing the discussion, he couldn't help but pay attention. All the youths, including the white-clad woman, were at the martial emperor level. Brody quickly shifted his gaze away. This level of power was not enough to be a competitor. Regarding the Devil Soul Abyss, he knew only mist lifters could enter, or else great horrors awaited. Even a grand saint might barely survive. Of course, even after the mist clears, dangers persisted. In 3 days, the mist would dissipate. Just as Brody sipped his warm wine, a few figures appeared at his table. "Boy, we want this spot." Scram. These were the same Tranquil Cloud Hall disciples he saw earlier. Tired from traveling, they planned to rest and drink but found no seats, coincidentally eyeing Brody's windowside spot. Brody frowned. Just drinking quietly, Why did trouble keep finding him? Friends, did your Hartleys never teach you manners? Actually, he was nearly done. Had they asked politely, he would have given up the seat. But faced with this, Brody wasn't going to indulge them. Insolent. What dog are you, daring to criticize Tranquil Cloud Hall? His words infuriated them, their gazes turning malicious. The white-robed woman too frowned slightly at Brody. Conflict ensued. Tavern-goers scattered, fearing trouble. They looked pityingly at Brody. This one's stubborn. If he just gave up the seat, wouldn't things be easier? Now, he's provoked them. His outcome probably won't be good. Hee, you don't know. Being young, saving face is important. But is it worth risking his life over? A wise man can bend and stretch. Brody remained unruffled, pointing to the empty seat. There, a seat for you. Maybe there's some leftover wine. Chapter 247. Keep your eyes off impoliteness. Several elegantly dressed young men immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this. However, at that moment, the white-robed woman's expression turned serious as she faintly noticed the blood-red plum blossom embroidery on the edge of Brody's sleeve. She suddenly asked, "Fellow Taoist, are you a disciple from Ronin Plum Sect?" Ronin Plum Sect? The previously arrogant youth's eyes flashed with a hint of apprehension. The crowd in the tavern who had been watching also looked at Brody, who was sitting calmly at his table, with astonishment. I didn't expect that a disciple from Ronin Plum Sect would appear here. I wonder what for. Do we even need to ask? The purpose must be the same as these people from Jingyun Studio, to obtain the Kalilan Huang Qi. Even in the world of demon cultivation, Ronin Plum Sect was a prestigious major sect and one of the true top-tier forces in the Earth Demon domain, guarded by super-strong great saints. It was far more formidable than Jingyun Studio. Seeing Brody nod slightly, even the white-robed woman looked at him with unusual interest and realized this young man was quite handsome. She sat down beside Brody as if no one else were around, apologizing. "Young sir, I didn't know you were a distinguished disciple from Ronin Plum Sect. Please accept my apologies for their earlier rudeness." Just as Brody was about to shake his head, he suddenly felt something strange on his arm. Turning his head, he found the white-robed woman had actually reached out her hand. Without showing any emotion, he quietly pulled his hand back and said expressionlessly, "Miss Xiang, what is this?" Kai smiled faintly. "I merely felt admiration for you, young sir. If I overstepped, please forgive me." Seeing Kai's actions, those few youth looked like they had been jealous, but none of them said anything. Brody inwardly sneered. He heard clearly that Kai was the fiancé of the young patriarch of Jingyun Studio. Not knowing what she wanted, he thought to himself, "I'm not some easy person," and said, "I feel honored, but it's getting late. You guys chat on. I'll take my leave first." Watching Brody leave, Kai curled her lips into a slight smile. Interesting. Back at the inn, Brody fell into deep thought. He didn't expect another group to also be seeking the Kalilan Huang Qi. Fortunately, their cultivation levels weren't very high, but he feared there might be others interested in it secretly. Over the next few days, Brody stayed in his room. 3 days passed quickly. Near Huaihua City, the mist on a mountain range began to dissipate gradually. Behind the mountains lay the notorious Soul Abyss. Brody set out, while at the same time, Kai and her group arrived at the foot of the mountain range. Brody's figure moved like a ghost through the forested mountains. Unexpectedly, the journey went smoothly without encountering any odd incidents. Of course, if things went too smoothly, something unexpected would happen. Suddenly, a ghostly red figure flashed past, and a familiar aura appeared in the air, making Brody stop. Fiend creature? Brody's voice was full of surprise and confusion. Indeed, that aura resembled the primal energy inside the 9-leaf boundary Fletcher fiend lair. GG. A piercing laugh echoed in his ears. Frowning, Brody stretched out his hand towards the source of the sound. The red figure only had Martial King realm strength and was instantly gripped by the throat. "Really, you all?" Looking at the hideous face, Brody's mouth curled up into a sneer. With a forceful grip, the fiend creature turned into ashes. After eliminating the fiend, Brody continued on, growing increasingly cautious. The fiends he encountered upon entering were already at the Martial King level, far stronger than those in the Fletcher fiend lair. On the other side, Kai and her group were not as lucky. Surrounded by red figures, even Martial Emperor level fiends appeared. But with their strength, they handled it easily. Such lowly fiends indeed have no intelligence. Slaughtering them is like killing pigs or dogs. This trip will surely be fruitful. The mountain range was surprisingly vast. After a day of travel, they still hadn't made it out. Kai and her group chose to camp, while Brody continued traveling. Having killed dozens of fiends casually, Brody's frown deepened. As he ventured deeper, more fiends appeared, becoming stronger, with even martial sovereign level fiends emerging. Unlike the Fletcher fiend lair, these fiends seemed highly sensitive to cultivators, continuously converging on Brody's location. Suddenly, Brody sensed Kai's aura within his perception range. An idea formed in his mind. "Since you offended me earlier today, don't blame me now." With a mischievous grin, Brody hid his presence, moving toward Kai's group, bringing a large swarm of fiends with him. Just as he neared, an indescribable sound caught his attention. Harder. Xiang Jr.'s sister, you're really getting S. Curiosity piqued, Brody approached and peered through the bushes. What he saw almost dropped his jaw. He saw Kai engaging in a large-scale battle with several men. My goodness, isn't Kai supposed to be the fiancé of the young patriarch? Such indulgence? Brody's face showed a hint of peculiarity as he muttered to himself. Even with multiple men, Kai appeared completely in control, which made Brody whistle. Recalling how she touched his hand in the tavern 3 days ago, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Keep your eyes off impoliteness. Keep your eyes off impoliteness. Brody restored the grass and stopped watching, because the scene was truly shocking. What's happening? Why so many fiends again? Damn, spoiling my fun. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Around them, a large number of fiends emerged, surrounding them and forcing them to halt the battle. Seeing this, Brody paused, then silently apologized. He knew the fiends had followed him here. However, a flash of doubt crossed Brody's mind. They could be so unrestrained in this place. Was there a way to completely conceal their aura? Chapter 248. A place of great danger. Damn it, didn't we spread the demon-repelling powder? Why are so many demonic creatures still rushing at us? The group hadn't even taken the time to dress properly, hurriedly summoning their weapons to fight. This time, the number of demonic creatures was exceptionally large. Even though they all possessed Monroe cultivation, they still suffered injuries. Perhaps because she had a protector, Kai remained unharmed. Seeing their disheveled appearance, Brody, hiding in the grass, felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had disturbed their moment. However, he had no intention of revealing himself and made every effort to conceal his presence. After an hour of fierce battle, the conflict finally ended with the demons eradicated. The fighters collapsed on the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. They quickly dressed and cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Time ticked by, and dawn finally arrived. A ray of sunlight pierced through the leaves, causing the demonic aura in the mountains to dissipate significantly. Let's go. We should be able to pass through these mountains and enter the Devil Soul Abyss in about a day, Kai said. However, one of them wore a troubled expression, hesitating for a while before speaking. These Devil Soul Mountains are already so terrifying, teeming with countless demonic creatures. The Devil Soul Abyss has made even powerful experts tremble. With our strength, if we really enter, will we be able to return safely? His words cast a shadow over the others, who now harbored similar doubts after last night's battle. How could flattering a beauty be more important than their lives? If they ventured deeper, they might encounter saint-level demonic creatures and face total annihilation. Kai's gaze turned cold. Are you brave warriors who would lose your courage before even reaching the Devil Soul Abyss? My grandfather desperately needs the xuanhuan qi. If we succeed, I promise that you will gain recognition and rise to prominence. Her words sparked ambition among them. Kai was the direct granddaughter of the Grand Hartley, and the Grand Hartley of Jinyun Hall was a world-renowned powerhouse at the Holy King realm. The one who first spoke straightened up immediately. Don't worry, little sister Xiang. Even if the road ahead is fraught with thorns, brother will not disappoint you. Indeed, the xuanhuan qi has remained unclaimed for so long in the Devil Soul Abyss. Perhaps it has been waiting for someone destined, and that person must be you, little sister. Seeing her effect take hold, Kai smiled faintly. Rest assured, brothers. If we can obtain the xuanhuan qi, art will certainly reward you well. By the way, that disciple of Heavenly Plum sect we encountered, one of them looked worried. That person had appeared in Half Moon City, likely with the same goal as them, to obtain the xuanhuan qi. What does it matter if he's from the Heavenly Plum sect? He's just a third Plum disciple, with cultivation similar to ours, and he's alone. If he willingly surrenders to me, I might spare his life. Kai's eyes shone with confidence, as if everything were within her control. Brody, overhearing this, felt nauseated. Just by this single flaw of being morally loose, he knew he wouldn't be interested. Hee. Even the young patriarch couldn't resist Christie. That Heavenly Plum sect disciple won't stand a chance either. As Kai and her group continued traversing the mountains, they killed countless demonic creatures. Unbeknownst to them, Brody trailed closely behind, enjoying a moment of solitude. Even Kai began to doubt if Brody's appearance in Half Moon City was just a coincidence, perhaps not having entered the Devil Soul Mountains at all. Otherwise, how could they not have crossed paths for so long? Finally, a massive fissure spanning the entire mountain range appeared before them. Before approaching, Brody keenly sensed the demonic rules in the air were far more active here than anywhere else they'd been. Legend has it that this place was left by the Berkeley's sword during the Great War, transforming into the current Devil Soul Abyss over time. One of them said solemnly. There are such secrets? Brody mused. The demon cultivation world was incomparably stronger than the Julie realm. The strongest in Julie were only sages, whereas the demon cultivation world had deities. In terms of heavenly principles and stability, the demon world was far superior. A single sword stroke creating the Devil Soul Abyss, something Brody might achieve in the Julie realm, but not even 10,000 Brodas combined could do it here. How strong was the Berkeley back then? The Devil Soul Abyss, carved by a single sword stroke, continues to deter even the greatest saints today, preventing them from venturing in. Demonic wind swirled, echoing ghostly cries through the Devil Soul Abyss. It stretched endlessly deep, resembling a monstrous beast with its mouth agape, devouring all who stepped foot inside. At this moment, Brody's expression turned painful. His right chest began heating up. Heaven Demon Heart. Cold sweat dripped down Brody's forehead. He understood why. The female Heaven Demon had implanted half of the Heaven Demon Heart within him, and he had arrived at the site of the Berkeley's great battle. The demonic rules in the air seemed to detect the arrival of the Heaven Demon Heart, becoming even more active, which made Kai and her group's expressions change. What's happening? Why are the demonic rules here suddenly becoming more active? I hope nothing goes wrong. Kai forced herself to remain calm, leading her group downward. Meanwhile, Brody could barely withstand the pain, falling to his knees. The half-heart pulsed strongly within him, overpowering his own heart until his bone sword erupted, gradually restoring calm. Seeing Kai and the others descend, Brody shook his head vigorously, starting his descent as well. Due to the influence of the Heaven Demon Heart, he could no longer sense their presence. Crack! After roughly 3 hours, Brody finally set foot on solid ground. The sound beneath his feet made him frown as he looked down. Although sunlight couldn't reach here, Brody's cultivation allowed him to see clearly. The ground was covered in bones. White bones. Everywhere lay bones, human and beast alike. Having endured much weathering, these bones were as fragile as paper, turning to ash with Brody's slightest movement. Dangerous. A place of great danger. Brody's brows furrowed deeply. Although nothing strange had happened yet, he knew something unexpected was about to occur. Sure enough, the temperature around him dropped sharply. Green flames began to emerge in the distance, floating eerily in the air, reminiscent of scenes from Brody's previous life where spirits were about to appear. Whisper. A gust of cold wind swept past his neck. Brody's face hardened, turning swiftly and grabbing a green flame, extinguishing it instantly. Flynnt. More green flames appeared, converging towards Brody, dancing unnervingly in the air. Chapter 249. The Mysterious Temple. Whether you're demons or specters, do you think I would fear? Brody growled as a golden aura rose up around him, illuminating the entire dark place. When the apparition of Prince emerged, the green flames all flickered violently and began to retreat. Brody sneered coldly as the golden aura surged like an angry tide, extinguishing a large patch of green flames. The remaining green flames wriggled and gradually gathered into a skull in midair. Though it had no eyeballs, Brody could distinctly feel that it was staring at him intently. Clay chickens and broken dogs, what can you achieve even if you gather together? With one step, Brody transformed his golden blood chi into a massive sword, slicing through the skull and destroying countless green flames. There were faint sounds of anguished wails, causing goosebumps on anyone's skin. Suddenly, his shoulder was unexpectedly padded, causing Brody's entire body to bristle. He instantly activated his sword domain but found nothing behind him when he turned around. But just as he turned, he felt his energy weaken significantly as if being invisibly slashed. His face became somewhat pale. Did someone put out my young fire? Brody's eyes narrowed as he recalled legends from his past life. If one is patted on the shoulder while walking at night, never turn around? Damn, did I really encounter a ghost? Cursing under his breath, he summoned the sword bone in his hand, with sword chi swirling around him sharply. Ha 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 ha. Finally, a laugh broke the silence. Brody looked over to see a floating figure not far from him. It appeared to be an old man with sparse hair and deeply wrinkled face. The translucent upper half of his body hovered in the air, wearing a disturbing smile as he stared at Brody. Brody was certain this mysterious entity had been the one who pat his shoulder and extinguished a bit of his yang fire. Recalling this, he tightened his grip on his sword. Brody, another voice came from the old man, but Brody only glared without responding. Would he let another part of his yang fire be extinguished? No fool would fall for that again. However, being constantly watched by this bizarre apparition, combined with its eerie smile, made Brody feel extremely uneasy. But when he tried slashing through the apparition with his sword beam, it passed through harmlessly, causing him to grow serious. Roar. Suddenly, the old man's face contorted grotesquely, his mouth opening wide to cover almost his entire face as it flew toward Brody. Brazen. Brody's expression darkened. Behind him, the prince apparition reappeared more solid than before, glaring fiercely, enveloped in fierce flames, holding a sharp sword in his right hand and a noose in his left, emitting powerful Buddha light that instilled reverence in anyone who saw it. Huh. Brody roared angrily. The sound wave emanated from his mouth like a divine rebuke, causing the old man's apparition to visibly change color, revealing fear in his eyes as his form twisted and nearly dissipated. According to legend, Prince was the chief of the 8 great Vidyarajas, representing authority and Buddha's wrathful manifestation, causing all demons and spirits to tremble in fear. This roar sent the old man apparition fleeing as if he'd seen a real ghost, and the temperature around began rising quickly. Flynnt. Brody's expression did not relax. This place was indeed notorious for its strangeness. Even ordinary cultivators might have succumbed to such tricks if they encountered this old man's apparition. Though this apparition resembled lingering resentments or residual souls, it was fundamentally different, belonging to the class of spirit monsters which required extremely stringent conditions to form. He hadn't expected that the abyss of demon souls possessed such conditions, allowing such spirit monsters to be born here. If one existed, then there were likely many others. I wonder where that primordial Flinlochi actually is, Brody muttered, hoping for some luck to find the primordial Flinlochi and leave this place soon. Kai and her group walked along calmly, exploring the area. This abyss of demon souls is just like this? They say it's infamous, yet I'm still unscathed. One youth said disdainfully. Flinna, once we find the primordial Flinlochi and bring it back to the sect, even the sect master will treat us differently. Upon hearing these words, Kai's expression darkened. Are you all idle? Be careful and stop talking nonsense. Get the primordial Flinlochi and leave immediately. By some stroke of luck, they encountered no strange occurrences on their journey. However, Kai felt unease, sensing countless eyes watching them. After some time, a massive palace complex finally appeared before their eyes. Everyone stared in shock. The palace complex was too enormous. Compared to it, they felt as insignificant as specks of dust. However, the mist was too thick, only allowing them to see the contours of the palace complex. As they approached, a golden yellow glow emerged. Could this be the primordial Flinlochi? We really found it. One disciple shouted, excitement evident on even Kai's face, unable to believe they had located the legendary primordial Flinlochi. Hurry, quicken our pace. They rushed forward. Upon reaching the palace steps, everyone's faces turned deathly pale. One member pointed tremblingly ahead, unable to speak as if encountering something terrifying. On the steps hung several figures, their eyeballs protruding with bloodshot eyes and tongues hanging down long. What terrified Kai and her group was that the faces of those figures were identical to theirs. How is this possible? Why would they be hanged here? Chapter 250. Celestial Demon Deity? The few individuals stood motionless, emitting no aura. Their figures slowly dissipated along with the strange scene on the jade steps, leaving no trace behind. Brody's destination was also toward the palace complex. He could feel countless pairs of eyes intently watching him, though mortal sight and spiritual senses couldn't penetrate this place. However, he had no fear. Immovable Alek's essence was pure yang and a perfect counter to these malevolent spirits. On both sides were stone walls, with a chilling mist that obscured visibility. Brody could only rely on his intuition as he cautiously walked forward. Suddenly, Irvin inside the black scabbard emitted an unusual sensation, catching his attention. Brody called out several times, but Irvin remained unresponsive, emitting instead a faint halo in the darkness, blinking softly. Could the primordial Flinlo Chi be nearby? Brody guessed. It must be close by. This thought spurred him to quicken his pace. Through the fog, he finally saw the indistinct outlines of the palace complex ahead. Huge. Too huge. Suppressing his shock, Brody moved closer step by step. Suddenly, excitement filled his eyes. Is that the primordial Flinlo Chi? A halo appeared beside the palace, like a torch radiating light through the fog, guiding one like a lighthouse over the sea. Coupled with Irvin's reaction, Brody was certain. It was definitely the primordial Flinlo Chi. But would it really be so easy? Brody became increasingly cautious, constantly scanning the surroundings, ready for any threats. Suff. As Brody approached the hall, a jade staircase carved with various patterns appeared before him. The yellow halo shone from the top of the stairs. However, Brody halted at the base, eyes wide, staring intently at something hanging mid-air on the steps. A cold wind blew, sending shivers down his spine. The strands of hair covering the hanging figure's face fluttered away, revealing a hauntingly familiar face. How is this possible? Brody's voice trembled, his eyes fixed on the figure, a mirror image of himself. The suspended Brody had bulging eyes, a purple elongated face, and a thin silver thread around its neck extending upward. It seemed to be grinning eerily at him, eyes filled with mockery. Cackle, cackle. An identical scene unfolded around Brody, with a piercing laughter echoing all around. Countless blood-red eyes emerged from the fog, staring straight at him, exuding murderous intent. A cold wind blew once more, causing Brody's brows to furrow. His body felt uncontrollably immobilized. Such trivial illusions dare to plot against me. Composing himself, Brody roared. Golden blood chi surged up, and a shadow of a movable Alec materialized behind him, dispelling any discomfort. A dazzling punch of light crushed the phantom Brody into nothingness. Meanwhile, the sword glow merged with Buddha light, slashing outward, sending ghostly cries resonating through the air. The myriad red eyes revealed a hint of fear, gradually retreating. Brody held the bone sword, ascending the jade steps with a fierce momentum. With every step, more phantoms appeared, only to be cut down by his blade, unable to hinder his progress. The god of happiness approaches, the living should not follow. A chime sounded, and a group walked stiffly down from above, appearing in his line of sight. Brody's pupils constricted. They were the disciples who had entered the abyss of demon souls tranquil cloudchai earlier, now completely devoid of life. Note, the term, tranquil cloudchai, seems to be partly in Chinese. For fluency in English, it should be translated fully. However, since jai can have different meanings based on context, I will provide two possible translations. If you know the specific meaning or have more context, feel free to choose the most fitting one. Option 1. A chime sounded, and a group walked stiffly down from above, appearing in his line of sight. Brody's pupils constricted. They were the disciples who had entered the abyss of demon souls tranquil cloud earlier, now completely devoid of life. Option 2. A chime sounded, and a group walked stiffly down from above, appearing in his line of sight. Brody's pupils constricted. They were the disciples who had entered the abyss of demon souls purifying cloud earlier, now completely devoid of life. Click, click. Their eyes turned to Brody, grinning unnervingly. Friend Taoist, life is too weary. Instead of striving in the mundane world, why not join us now, free from worries? Dead indeed means worry-free, but since you're dead, stop causing trouble. Brody unleashed his sword domain, filling 10 meters with lethal intent, instantly obliterating them. As Brody continued his assault, he neared the halo, now clearly identifying the legendary primordial Flinlo Chi, a pale yellow stream of energy, calmly suspended less than 100 meters away, distorting the space around it. To him, it seemed almost within reach. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps echoed from above, syncing with the heartbeat of heaven and earth, causing the jade steps to vibrate. Brody frowned, eyes heavy with concern. The footsteps nearly synchronized with his heart, almost stopping it. Too powerful, he swore. Whoever owned those footsteps was the most formidable being he had ever encountered, rivaling even Tianao Denzi in imposing might. A towering 8-zhang figure appeared before Brody, clad in full armor, wielding a spear, and wearing a helmet that concealed everything but a pair of cold, merciless eyes. The faint pressure emanating from him instilled a sense of helplessness in Brody. Unassailable. The gap was simply too vast. Intruders to the celestial demon hall die. A cold voice reached Brody's ears, followed immediately by the armored entity charging forward with a spear, the spear's glow causing minute cracks in space. Like a relentless machine, the armored entity attacked with full force, inducing despair even if Brody was just an ant. Just as hope faded for Brody, the entire space suddenly froze. A white-clad man appeared before him. The armored entity jolted, halting its attack and kneeling before Brody, who looked on in surprise. Subordinate greets Lord. My lord, Brody hesitated briefly before bowing. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. The man wore pristine white, his face handsome, seemingly no more than 30 years old, but his eyes bore the weight of centuries. What relation do you have with Cindy? Brody's expression faltered. Thinking of that woman, his eyes showed complexity. After much hesitation, he said, friends, perhaps. Who are you, senior? I am Burnell. The white-clad man pointed to Brody's right chest. You carry half of my heart here. Boom. Brody's mind buzzed. The half-heart implanted by Cindy was supposedly from her, but now he claimed it was his own. Seeming to sense Brody's confusion, Burnell explained, they call me Celestial Demon Deity, and Cindy is my daughter. Brody swallowed hard, breaking into a cold sweat. Didn't the celestial demon deity die? Why was he alive here now? Chapter 250. Miles deity? The group stood there, their auras completely concealed. Their figures gradually faded away along with the strange scene on the jade stairs, leaving no trace behind. Brody's direction also led to the palace complex. He could feel countless pairs of eyes watching him intently. Though his senses couldn't detect them, he had no fear. Immovable Alec was the perfect counter to these malevolent spirits. Both sides were stone walls, enveloped in mist that obscured everything ahead. Brody could only rely on his intuition as he cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, an unusual reaction came from Irvin inside the black scabbard, causing Brody to focus intently. Brody called out several times, but Irvin remained unresponsive. A faint glow appeared on its surface, emitting weak light in this darkness, flickering intermittently. Could the xuanhuan be close? Brody speculated. It must be nearby. With this thought, Brody quickened his pace. Finally, through the fog, he saw the outline of the palace cluster ahead. Huge. Incredibly huge. Suppressing his shock, Brody approached step by step. His eyes lit up when he spotted something. Is that xuanhuan? A halo appeared beside the palace, like a torch radiating light and illuminating the mist, guiding people towards it like a lighthouse at sea. Considering Irvin's reaction, Brody was sure this was his goal, xuanhuan. But would it really be this easy? Brody grew increasingly cautious, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, ready for any danger. Rustle. As Brody neared the palace, a jade staircase carved with various patterns appeared before him. The yellow halo shone from the top of the steps. Brody halted at the foot of the stairs, his pupils dilating as he stared intently ahead. On the jade stairs, a figure hung motionless in midair. A cold wind blew, bringing an inexplicable chill. The hanging figure's hair fluttered, revealing a strikingly familiar face to Brody. How can this be? Brody's voice trembled as he stared, every hair on his body standing on end because the figure's face was his own. The Brody on the stairs had bulging eyes, a purple face, and a silver thread around his neck leading upwards into the sky. Brody felt this figure grinning eerily at him, with eyes full of mockery. Heh. The same scene unfolded around Brody. Piercing laughter echoed, countless blood-red eyes appearing in the mist, staring straight at him. A murderous intent filled the air. A cold wind swept by, causing Brody's brows to furrow. He felt his body frozen, unable to move. Just an illusion. Dare to plot against me. Brody calmed his mind, roaring angrily. Golden blood she rose, a shadow of a movable Alec materializing behind him, dispelling all discomfort. A world-shattering punch smashed down, turning the hanging Brody into nothingness. Simultaneously, Buddhist light merged with sword energy, slashing outward. Ghostly cries and howls filled the air as the myriad red eyes revealed wariness and slowly retreated. Brody, wielding his bone sword, ascended the jade stairs step by step with a formidable presence. Each step brought forth a hanging corpse, which he cut down with one swift stroke, never hindering his advance. Joyful deity passes, mortals halt. A jingling sound resonated as figures descended stiffly from above, appearing in view. Seeing them, Brody's pupils constricted. These were disciples from the tranquil cloud hall who had entered the demonic soul abyss before him, now devoid of life. Heh. They turned their gaze to Brody, lips curling into eerie smiles. Fellow Taoist, life is too arduous. Instead of struggling in the mortal world, why not join us now in peace? Peace comes with death indeed. But since you're dead, don't come bothering me. Brody unleashed his sword domain, lethal intent filling 10 paces around, instantly annihilating the figures. As Brody continued advancing, he neared the halo even more closely, able to clearly see what xuanhuan truly looked like. A faint yellow stream floating quietly less than 100 yards away. The surrounding space seemed warped, as if within reach. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed from atop the jade stairs, synchronized with the heartbeat of heaven and earth, causing the stairs to tremble. Brody frowned, eyes heavy with concentration. The footsteps almost aligned with his heartbeats, nearly stopping it. Too powerful. He could swear the owner of those footsteps was the strongest person he'd ever encountered, radiating an aura not inferior to Aaron. An 8-jong tall figure appeared before Brody, clad in armor, holding a spear. Only merciless cold eyes were visible beneath the helmet, gleaming ominously. The overwhelming aura made Brody feel powerless. Invincible. The gap was simply too vast. Intruders into the Miles Temple, die. A cold voice rang in Brody's ears. In the next moment, the armored figure charged at Brody, spear glowing, splitting space as it approached. The armored figure acted like a heartless machine, attacking with full force despite considering Brody insignificant, instilling despair. Just as Brody despaired, the entire space suddenly froze. A white-robed man appeared before Brody. The armored figure stiffened, halting its attack, kneeling on one knee before Brody, who stared in surprise. This subordinate greets Lord. Lord, Brody gazed bewilderedly at the white-robed man, hesitating slightly before bowing respectfully. This junior thanks the venerable one for saving my life. His pure white robes looked like snow, his handsome face suggesting an age no more than 30. Only his eyes betrayed signs of weariness, bearing witness to time. What is your relationship with xuanhuan? Brody's expression changed. Thinking of her, his eyes became complicated. After hesitating, he said, friends, I suppose. Who are you? My name is Masha. The white-robed man pointed to Brody's right chest. Here, you have half my heart. Bang. Brody's mind buzzed. The half-heart implanted by xuanhuan originally was claimed to be Masha's. Seemingly sensing Brody's confusion, Masha explained, they call me Miles Deity, and xuanhuan is my daughter. Brody swallowed hard, breaking into a cold sweat. Wasn't Miles' deity dead? How was he alive here? Chapter 251. Embry awakens. Cindy is his daughter. Brody finally understood why she cared so much about the demon heart, to the point of being willing to. The half-demon heart had been nurtured within him all along. Suddenly, an idea struck Brody. Since you're here, Senior, why don't we retrieve the Miles heart from my body and return it to its rightful place? But the Miles god smiled and shook his head. There's no need. I have long since passed away. What you see now is merely a remnant of my divine consciousness. Divine consciousness? Is it just like a lingering thought, but with a more grandiose name? Brody wondered, though Burnell didn't bother explaining. Instead, he looked at the glow atop the jade stairs. Your purpose for coming here was to obtain this thread of primordial Flinlow aura to repair your origin sword, wasn't it? The translation aims to ensure that it accurately conveys the meaning of the original text, reads naturally in English, and maintains consistency in terminology and style. The term xuanhuan qi is translated as primordial Flinlow aura to maintain a consistent and appropriate interpretation throughout the text. Brody was taken aback. This person's insight was astonishing. Flynnt, he maintained a calm expression. That's correct. I came for it, and if Senior can grant me this, I would be forever grateful. Since the other party had seen through him, Brody decided to admit it openly. The man could probably see through his innate sword body as well. Burnell gently waved his hand, and the primordial Flinlow aura appeared in his palm. Brody was astonished. Even a single thread of primordial Flinlow aura could warp space due to its immense weight, yet Burnell handled it effortlessly. If this was how formidable he was after death, how powerful must he have been in life? You are a friend of Xuanhuan. Since she entrusted you with the demon heart, I believe she has great trust in you. This primordial Flinlow aura is yours. Burnell's face was gentle, unlike the rumored supreme Miles god. Brody gave a bitter laugh in his heart. His relationship with Cindy was far more complex than that. There was also a hurdle he couldn't overcome. The fact that Cindy wiped out the entire Purple Mansion's sacred land to obtain the Miles heart back in the Julie world. Shaking off these thoughts, Brody refocused. Covered by Burnell's divine power, the primordial Flinlow aura was easily handed over to him. Holding it, Brody felt a surge of excitement. Embry could finally awaken. The Crimson Blade is located in the Cultivation Demon Sea. Be cautious there. It's a dangerous place. With those final words, Burnell vanished before Brody could ask anything further. The armored entity had also left, leaving Brody alone on the jade stairs. Hearing this, Brody felt reassured. Cindy hadn't lied to him, although he was surprised that the divine sword in the Cultivation Demon Sea was the Crimson Blade. The Crimson Blade, which wielded nothingness, was said to allow one who comprehended the Tao of nothingness to traverse the universe. Legend had it that at its peak, a mere thought could turn everything into nothingness, nullifying all paths and annihilating all things. Walking down the jade stairs, Brody focused on awakening Embry. After careful consideration, he decided to do it right here at the abyss of demonic souls. He was mainly concerned that Embry's awakening might cause celestial phenomena. Here, even if there were tremendous disturbances, Brody wouldn't worry, thanks to Burnell's divine consciousness guarding the area. The moment Brody took out Embry, the primordial Flinlow aura uncontrollably merged into the sword, causing its light to intensify and its blade to tremble violently. Boom! A blinding beam erupted from Embry, piercing the heavens and clouds, drawing the attention of most of the underworld domain. Is there a supreme treasure being revealed? Where? That location seems to be the abyss of demonic souls. It's extremely dangerous. We likely won't be able to get the treasure. Even the Dugu clan was alarmed. Several figures appeared overhead, their gazes fixed on the abyss of demonic souls. They exchanged wary glances. The existence of the abyss has always been a thorn in our side. Once the ancestor returns, we should have him lead us to conquer the abyss and claim the supreme treasure. They were the top-tier elites of the Dugu clan, pyramid-like figures in the underworld domain, each with cultivation not weaker than Lewis, and some even stronger. When they mentioned their ancestor, their eyes showed reverence. Undoubtedly, only the Dugu clan's deity could evoke such respect. Back at the abyss, Brody watched Embry suspended midair, his eyes filled with anticipation. After countless hardships, he was finally going to awaken. Foolish boy, you didn't disappoint me. Familiar words echoed in Brody's ears, making him tremble. You have finally awakened. His efforts had paid off. Embry's awakening meant he was no longer alone, and he now had confidence to enter the Cultivation Demon Sea to find the Crimson Blade. The path of the sword is unique, achieving imperial status in the flesh. Your understanding of Chaos Tao is impressive. You've done well during my absence, Embry affirmed, admiring Brody's accomplishments. He couldn't help but think that if Bowden and Dao Rome could see how much Brody had grown, they too would be proud. In that moment, they felt like old friends reunited after years apart. Brody recounted his experiences after Embry's slumber. When they discussed divine consciousness, Embry explained further. Gods walk the holy path, perfecting themselves and merging their divine senses into the universe. Upon death, their consciousness gradually coalesces into a remnant imbued with pre-death awareness, the divine consciousness. Unlike lingering thoughts, divine consciousness doesn't dissipate over time and can even unleash peak strength for a final battle. Not every god could form a divine consciousness after death. Only those who deeply understood the universe and progressed far in the divine path could achieve this. Upon observing the half-Miles heart in Brody's chest, Embry's conclusion sent chills down Brody's spine. Burnell's pre-death cultivation was at least at the archdeity level. Saints passed through 3 stages, becoming deities and then further transcending to archdeity. In the cosmos, they were among the strongest. Chapter 251. Embry awakens. Stephanie is his daughter. Brody finally understood why she cared so much about the devil heart, to the point of being willing to. That half of the devil heart had been nurtured within his body all along. Suddenly, an idea struck Brody. Since you're here, Senior, why don't we return the heavenly devil heart from my body? It would be like returning it to its rightful owner. But Tiamishan smiled and shook his head. There's no need. I have long been dead. What you see before you now is merely a strand of divine consciousness that remained after my death. Divine consciousness? Is it just like a lingering thought, but with a more grandiose name? Brody was puzzled internally, though Vic didn't bother explaining further. He looked up at the glowing aura at the top of the jade steps. The purpose of your visit this time is to obtain this strand of primordial Flinlo aura to repair the origin sword in your possession, isn't it? Brody was startled. This person's insight was truly astonishing, seeing through everything at first glance. But he maintained a calm expression. Flynn's, Jr. came here for that very reason. If Senior can bestow it upon me, I will be eternally grateful. Since the other party had already seen through it, Brody might as well admit it openly. His innate sword physique likely could also be discerned at a glance by the other party. Vic waved his hand lightly, and instantly, the primordial Flinlo aura was held in his palm. This action left Brody stunned, knowing even a single strand of primordial Flinlo aura was heavy enough to warp space. Yet Vic handled it effortlessly. How terrifying must his cultivation have been during his lifetime? You are a friend of Xuanhuan. She entrusted the devil heart to you, meaning she trusts you deeply. Therefore, I will gift you this primordial Flinlo aura. Vic's face showed warmth, nothing like the rumored supreme heavenly devil god. Brody gave a bitter smile inwardly. His relationship with Cindy was far from what Vic imagined. The real situation was incredibly complicated, especially considering a significant hurdle he hadn't crossed. When Cindy destroyed the Purple Mansion Sungdi, sacred ground, in the Julie world to obtain the heavenly devil heart. Finally, Brody shook his head, no longer dwelling on these thoughts. Covered by Vic's divine power, the primordial Flinlo aura was now easily transferred to him. As the primordial Flinlo aura truly became his possession, Brody felt immense excitement. Ambry could finally awaken. Hongjian resides in the Sea of Demon Cultivation. That place is dangerous, so proceed with caution. After saying this last sentence, before Brody could ask anything, Vic vanished from where he stood. As for the armored entity, it too had disappeared at some point, leaving Brody alone on the jade steps. But hearing those words, Brody felt reassured. Cindy hadn't deceived him. He was surprised, however, that the divine sword in the Sea of Demon Cultivation was Hongjian. Hongjian, wielding emptiness. Legends say that those who understand the path of emptiness can soar through the universe, capable of reaching anywhere in the world. Legends also tell that at the highest level of understanding, a mere thought could turn everything into emptiness, erasing all great principles and causing all things to fade away. Descending from the jade steps, Brody's priority now was to awaken Ambry. After some deliberation, he decided to perform the ritual right here at Devil Soul Abyss, mainly because he was concerned that Ambry's awakening might cause heavenly anomalies. Here at Devil Soul Abyss, even if there were huge disturbances, Brody wasn't worried since Vic's divine consciousness presided over the area, making it the safest place. The moment Brody brought out Ambry, the primordial Flinlo aura immediately merged uncontrollably into the sword. Then, Ambry's glow intensified, and the sword began to vibrate violently. Boom! A blinding beam of light erupted from Ambry, piercing through the sky and reaching the clouds. Such commotion drew the attention of most of the Earth Demon realm. Is this the birth of a supreme treasure? Where exactly? That place seems to be Devil Soul Abyss. It's extremely dangerous there. We probably won't have any luck with the treasure. Even the Dugu family was alarmed, figures appearing in the sky, all looking towards the Devil Soul Abyss with a hint of fear. Devil Soul Abyss has always been a thorn in our side. We'll wait for the ancestor to return and lead us to subdue Devil Soul Abyss and claim the treasure. They were the strongest members of the Dugu family, apex predators in the Earth Demon realm. Each one had cultivation not weaker than Aaron, some even stronger. And the ancestor they referred to, mentioned with reverence, could only be the deity of the Dugu family. At Devil Soul Abyss, Brody watched Ambry floating in midair, eyes filled with anticipation. After enduring countless hardships, Ambry could finally awaken. You damn brat, you didn't disappoint me. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Brody shivered, his voice trembling. You have finally awakened. His efforts paid off. Ambry was awake. Brody was no longer alone, and he gained great confidence for the future journey into the Sea of Demon Cultivation to find Hongjian. Your sword path is unique, achieving Emperor status in the physical body. Your comprehension of Chaos Dao has reached this level. You did well during my absence. Observing Brody's achievements, Ambry praised generously, reflecting a bit nostalgically. If Milton Shuang and Daorua could see his growth now, they would also be proud. In that moment, the two felt like old friends reuniting. Brody recounted his experiences after Ambry's slumber. Upon hearing about the divine consciousness, Ambry provided some background knowledge. When a deity completes the holy path and perfects themselves, their divine consciousness can integrate into the universe. Upon death, this consciousness gradually returns, condensing into a strand with pre-life awareness, known as divine consciousness. Unlike residual souls, divine consciousness never dissipates, even after countless years. It can unleash peak abilities for a final battle. However, not every deity can form divine consciousness post-death. They must have made significant progress on the God path and gained profound insights into the universe. Examining the half of the heavenly devil heart in Brody's chest, Ambry's conclusion made Brody draw a sharp breath. Vic's cultivation during his lifetime was at least at the major deity realm. A sage completes 3 stages, becoming a deity, then through continuous enlightenment, achieves another transcendence, becoming a major deity. Even in the entire universe, they rank among the strongest. Chapter 252, Turmoil. The sentient beings in the entire universe number in the trillions upon trillions. The world of demonic cultivation is but a speck in the vast ocean, and those who can cultivate to such a high level are not simply blessed with talent and perseverance. They also require an indescribable stroke of luck from the fates. Ambry shifted the conversation. Young man, what's your next move? Are you planning to advance into the Sage Realm? Upon hearing this, Brody fell into deep thought. With his 10,000-foot sword domain now complete, the Imperial Realm was already perfect for him. All he needed was time to solidify his foundation, and breaking through to the Sage Realm would not be difficult. Each sage refines their path through heaven and earth, yet ultimately, they remain under the heavenly Tao, unable to achieve true transcendence. But could he truly just break through to the Sage Realm like that? Brody felt reluctant. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of his predecessors. To find his own path and become a sage, this would be the truest meaning. However, up until now, Brody had not come up with a truly effective method. Seeing Brody this way, Ambry naturally understood his inner thoughts. This world was never short of geniuses, but it was incredibly difficult to tread a unique path. Many people shared Brody's sentiments, but in the end, they all had no choice but to emulate the simplest path to becoming a sage, wasting many good years in vain. Still, Ambry did not offer any advice to Brody on this matter. This was something that could only rely on himself. No one else could help. How should he walk a true invincible path? Brody recalled the scenes he saw in the River of Time. The giant black hand that crushed countless brilliant figures, from the unmoving Alec to Carter's. So many heroes were unable to escape. Brody's gaze became even more resolute. He had grasped the Tao of Chaos, which was both an opportunity and a breakthrough for him, giving him infinite possibilities. When the universe first opened, chaos was the source. Yin and Yang evolved, the 4 symbols transformed, and the 8 trigrams developed, eventually forming everything seen today. Brody clenched his fists tightly. To transcend, I must define myself as the boundary. Each cell of mine shall become a star. I am the great Tao. Upon hearing these words, Ambry was slightly shaken. Brody's idea was truly audacious. Was he aiming to become a universe by himself? Brody's eyes sparkled more brightly. Who says that a 10,000-foot sword domain is the limit or the perfection? If it can be 10,000 feet, why not 5,000? Why not 1,000? Why not completely integrate it within oneself? The sword domain is Yin. The physical body is Yang. Using this as the foundation to become a sage, the sword body is lesser Yang. Divine consciousness is utmost Yin. Blood chi is utmost Yang, and willpower is lesser Yin. Within the body, the 8 trigrams form, corresponding to the 5 organs, blood, bones, and skin, running through the entire system. By achieving godhood through chaos Tao, complete transcendence can be achieved, placing one beyond the 3 realms. After listening to Brody's ideas, Ambry nodded. Though he regretted that with Brody's current capabilities, breaking free from constraints might be as hard as climbing the heavens. Brody also knew this very well. After completing his 10,000-foot sword domain, he had tried various methods, but the sword domain remained unchanged no matter what he did. The understanding of the Tao of Chaos is lacking. It has already reached your current limit. If you can gain deeper control over the Tao of Chaos, you should be able to stabilize the sword domain within your body. Ambry's words thoroughly enlightened Brody. Flynn's, his sword domain had been made possible by the Tao of Chaos, which was essential. This journey is done. It's time to leave. Leaving the Devil Soul Mountains, Brody reappeared in Blanemo City. Looking at the bustling human life and feeling the fresher air, he found it surprisingly refreshing. When Brody reappeared on the streets, the discussions around him made him raise an eyebrow. There are so many powerful individuals in Blanemo City now. Troubled times indeed, someone said, revealing worry and sighing. It's all because of that strange treasure that appeared from the Devil Soul Abyss. They can't go in, so they're gathering here, hoping to catch a glimpse when the treasure leaves the abyss, giving them a head start. Wonder how those disciples of Jingyin Cottage are doing. Did they get the treasure? Brody smiled inwardly. What they considered a treasure was actually the disturbance when Ambry awakened. But he was glad his choice back then was correct. Otherwise, it would have drawn unwanted attention. Inside a mansion in Blanemo City, several people sat on chairs, sipping tea. Beside them, a man bowed deeply, serving them diligently. This man was Blanemo City's strongest individual, calling himself Andreas. He had always enjoyed living like a local overlord, but since these people arrived, he had become a mere subordinate. Even if he felt uncomfortable inside, he dared not show it. Any one of these people could easily destroy him, and they all belonged to major sects whose strength could not be underestimated. Report. A guard rushed in, kneeling on one knee. Your Excellencies, there's news. The person who entered the Devil Soul Abyss along with the Jingyin Cottage disciples has come out. He's currently in Blanemo City. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted, followed by looks of wild joy. After investigating, they learned that besides Jingyin Cottage's disciples, another disciple from Ronin Plum sect also entered the Devil Soul Abyss. Initially, they were ready to leave after 2 days, but now their wait had paid off. One of the men suddenly glared coldly, casting a killing aura over the guard. Is every word you say true? That's the Devil Soul Abyss. How could anyone walk out so easily? The others calmed down as well. Indeed, the Devil Soul Abyss was notoriously dangerous. Could this news be entirely accurate? Covered in the killing aura, the guard trembled, looking at his Andreas, who was shaking and keeping his head low. Quickly he stammered, Sir, every word is true. That person. He appeared on the street, and many people saw him. The group looked skeptical. If you dare to deceive us, you'll wish you were dead. With that, they instantly vanished, leaving the guard and the Andreas collapsed on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, relieved to be alive. Brody, who was walking down the street, suddenly stopped, frowning as he noticed 5 people approaching, locking onto him with their gazes. Brody remained composed, looking calmly at the 5 fellow Taoists. May I ask what brings you here? The 5 ignored Brody, instead focusing on the 3 blood plum flowers on his sleeve. Finally confirming, they asked, Fellow Taoist from Ronin Plum sect, it's an honor. We heard you came out of the Devil Soul Abyss and would like to learn more. Could we speak elsewhere? Even though they were coveting him, they wouldn't dare kill or kidnap a disciple of Ronin Plum sect in public. It was the closest sect to Blanemo City, rivaling Flinlow Spirit Gate and similar in power to Jingyin Cottage. Compared to Ronin Plum sect, there was still a significant gap they couldn't bridge. Brody chuckled softly, aware of their intentions. The Devil's Soul Abyss is terrifying. I merely explored the surrounding mountains, not daring to enter. I fear I may disappoint you. The five exchanged uneasy glances. True, Brody was only at the martial emperor stage. Perhaps what he said was accurate. Chapter 253. A greedy snake swallowing an elephant. One person's gaze gradually turned cold. Whether or not you are the one, please kindly come with us, and everything will become clear. Hearing these words, Brody's expression darkened, and he no longer held back in his speech. Want to check if I have any supreme treasures? Just you guys? Afraid you're not qualified enough? The facade was torn apart. The group no longer pretended otherwise. Ha ha ha, indeed you look down on us, fellow Taoist. Since that's the case, let's dare to meet the prodigy of Ronin Plum sect. Under everyone's astonished gazes, 5 people attacked Brody simultaneously, each using their full strength, aiming to take Brody down with a single blow. It must be understood that this time, they weren't the only force present. Delays would lead to unforeseen changes. To them, Brody was already meat on the chopping board. But as soon as Brody drew his sword and the sword light appeared before them, fear filled their faces. Slash. Flesh split open. 5 heads rolled onto the ground with a thud, blood spurting into the sky. Even until death, the 5 didn't understand why, despite being martial emperors, this man was so much stronger than them. Just one sword strike. 5 Empyrean realm powerhouses died just like that? The surrounding spectators took a sharp intake of breath. They had thought this man couldn't escape this calamity, but who knew that just one sword strike resolved the battle? The crowd's gaze towards Brody grew even more reverent. Asterisk clap, 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 asterisk. A loud applause sounded, and everyone turned to see a well-dressed young man emerging from the crowd, accompanied by a group of disciples. You truly live up to your reputation as a prodigy of Ronin Plum sect. Your opening move was a killing blow. I admire you. The well-dressed young man bowed slightly. Let me introduce myself first. I am Vivian Jiao, the young patriarch of Jingyan Hall. Brody greeted with a bow, his face expressionless. I am Brody, merely an unknown nobody. If you have no further business, I'll take my leave. Wait. Brody slowly turned his head. What is it? Is there something else you need? Suddenly, the well-dressed young man's followers surrounded Brody. Vivian Jiao's tone turned cold. Recently, some of my Jingyan Hall disciples entered Demon Soul Abyss, including my fiancé. Now they have all vanished without a trace. My suspicion points to you for secretly killing them. You won't be leaving today. Young Hill. Brody suddenly seemed to recall something and looked at Vivian Jiao with a peculiar expression. His fiancé had been caught red-handed cheating on him multiple times, all under Brody's witness. This brother, you are very pitiful. Brody said something that left Vivian Jiao utterly confused. I'm pitiful? Nonsense. Immediately after speaking, a surge of aura erupted from within him, spreading a half-step sage's might throughout the area, forcing the surrounding people to step back, afraid of accidental injuries. His disciples also burst with Empyrean realm strength, preparing to attack. But Vivian Jiao shook his head, telling them to hold off. He wanted to slay Brody alone. In his eyes, Brody killing those 5 earlier was sheer luck. Those idiots had underestimated him. As for himself, a half-step sage, attacking someone lower than him and needing a gang up would be a laughingstock. Come along obediently. Vivian Jiao rose into the air, striking out at Brody with 10,000 pounds of force, aiming to decide victory with one palm. Only such a display could make him look powerful. Brody sneered and didn't even bother unsheathing the sword. Holding the black scabbard, he gave it a light tap, and Vivian Jiao's palm crumbled instantly. What? Startled, Vivian Jiao watched as Brody charged at him. The black scabbard flashed like a phantom before hitting his right cheek, pulling sharply. Slap. A clear sound of a slap echoed, leaving even Vivian Jiao's men stunned for a moment, forgetting to help. Vivian Jiao staggered backward several steps. A bloody mark appeared on his once handsome face, now swollen red. It took Vivian Jiao a while to recover, realizing he had been slapped publicly. Brody, you've disgraced me too much. His eyes bloodshot, Vivian Jiao no longer cared about losing face. Why are you still watching? Attack me. Who cares about public humiliation after being slapped? Jingyan Hall's disciples snapped back to reality and attacked Brody en masse. Just a bunch of worthless dogs. Brody stepped aside, drawing ambre from the black scabbard. A blinding sword glow flashed, spilling blood in the air. Meanwhile, Vivian Jiao attacked wildly, but even ordinary saints were no match for Brody. Vivian Jiao's half-step, sage realm meant nothing to Brody compared to the Empyrean realm. Ambre flew out of his hand, slicing through the air. Unprepared, Vivian Jiao's chest was pierced instantly, leaving a gaping wound, blood trickling down. My father will not forgive you. As his life faded away due to the sword energy, Vivian Jiao delivered his final threat before collapsing, dead. With so many Empyrean disciples dying here, Xuanhu sect and Jingyan Hall will undoubtedly be enraged. To them, every Empyrean disciple represented countless resources spent. For Jingyan Hall especially, losing so many disciples, including a young patriarch, would drive them mad. However, Brody felt no regret. These people epitomized greed, trying to swallow an elephant whole. One who invites calamity upon themselves deserves their fate. Flynnt Bamo City was a place of chaos, and Brody didn't want to linger. He glanced unintentionally at a wine shop window on the street, then vanished on the spot. Inside the wine shop, except for a youth in a blood-red robe sitting upright, the room was empty. For maidens clad in blood-colored veils served him, all exquisite beauties. Noticing Brody glancing at him before leaving, the youth in the blood-red robe smiled faintly. Interesting. No wonder the higher-ups want to deal with him. Your Holiness, shall we confront him? A serving girl massaged his shoulders, asking softly. Naturally, dealing with him doesn't require the higher-ups' involvement. Fulton stood up, leading the four maidens out of the wine shop. Chapter 254, Camden. Friend, you've been following me for so long. It's time to show yourself. Brody halted his steps, his tone calm and collected. He slowly turned his head to look behind him. He had already sensed someone following him since Half Moon City, and indeed, it was aimed at him. This place was quite a distance from Half Moon City. When Brody's words fell, 5 figures emerged from the void before him. The leader wore a blood-red robe, his entire demeanor eerily dark. It was none other than the blood-robed youth from the tavern. Beside him, 4 girls were constantly attending to him, each exuding a captivating charm that left little to the imagination with their semi-transparent silk clothes. The blood-robed youth smiled faintly. I know who you are, Brody. However, you might not recognize me. I am Camden. Today, I have come here to borrow your head for a moment. Please understand. In an instant, the temperature dropped to freezing point. Despite the smile on his face, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. You want my head? Let's see if you can manage it. Brody gave a cold snort and did not waste words. With one stroke of his sword, resplendent sword chi poured down like rain, aiming to destroy everything in its path. Camden made no move, but one of his attendants stepped forward, brandishing an elegant spirit sword to block Brody's strike. Saint Realm? Brody narrowed his eyes, not expecting that these delicate-looking attendants beside Camden were all in the Saint Realm. Quite the impressive display. Camden sneered. Brother Flynn, if this is all you've got, I'm afraid you don't deserve my personal attention. As he spoke, the other 3 attendants also unleashed their formidable strength, wielding their spirit swords to attack Brody. The gusts of wind revealed countless charms. If there were any bystanders watching, they would surely be cheering excitedly, blood boiling. But in this situation, every move Brody made was fraught with danger. The 4 attendants fought like emotionless killing machines, coordinating seamlessly, making it extremely difficult for Brody. However, Camden grew increasingly intrigued by Brody. A mere martial emperor fighting against his 4 attendants without falling behind. Truly remarkable. Brother Flynn, how about I give you a chance? Submit to me, and I will spare your life. You can rest assured. I value talent and will treat you respectfully afterward. Hearing this, Brody laughed coldly. Submit to you? Are you joking, Jalmer? Based on what? Not only did he still have his trump cards hidden, but even if he couldn't win, he would never submit. A sword cultivator would rather break than bend. Golden blood energy erupted, enveloping his sword bone. The chaotic Tao perfectly melded them together, and as the sword light flashed out, hints of fist light appeared. Brody's sudden power surge caught the 4 red-robed attendants off guard. Unfortunately, only their silk clothes were slashed, creating a scene that stirred the senses. To the uninitiated, it might seem like a pay-per-view performance. Indeed, well-deserved. But why can physical strength be used with a sword? Camden fell into deep thought. He knew all about Brody's prowess in body cultivation, but this technique truly baffled him, defying common sense. Shun. Amidst the fierce battle between Brody and the 4 attendants, a clear sword hum suddenly echoed through the void. Ambre flashed like a streak of light, instantly severing one attendant's head. What? Even Camden hadn't expected this. The intelligence didn't mention Brody having 2 swords. Losing an attendant was a significant loss to him. With one attendant dead, the coordination among the remaining 3 immediately faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Brody hurled his sword bone into the fray, transforming both it and Ambre into flying swords. His arms gleamed gold, attacking them like a humanoid beast. The 2 flying swords kept them cautious, while Brody's attacks were relentless, forcing them to retreat step by step. Had that person not died, the 4 of them wouldn't have been afraid. But now, with only 3 remaining, there were significant gaps in their defense. Camden, if you don't act soon, these 3 beauties might perish. Brody joked, hoping Camden would rush in. Once inside the sword domain, they'd be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Camden showed no reaction, nor did the 3 red-robed attendants react. This disappointed Brody. With a thought, the sword bone and Ambre emitted dazzling light, slashing towards 2 attendants. Brody charged at the last attendant, reaching her in an instant. Huh! The black, demonic flames of the sword's soul pierced the red-robed attendant's consciousness, causing her to cry out in pain, her gaze dazed for 2 seconds. Those 2 seconds were enough for Brody. Golden fists mercilessly smashed towards her head, but just then, a blood-red figure rushed over, blocking the punch. Camden. Brody inwardly smirked. He finally lost his cool. I was waiting for you. A 10-meter sword domain erupted from within him, enveloping all 4 figures in a glow. Instantly, their internal chi seemed to be restrained. Even Camden's expression changed drastically, realizing he had been tricked into Brody's ace up his sleeve. Within 10 meters, I am invincible. A cold voice reverberated in their ears. Before they could react, overwhelming sword light engulfed them. Swoosh. In that second, blood mist spread. The 3 attendants were instantly slaughtered, while Camden flew sideways with a deep, bone-deep slash on his waist, almost losing his intestines. Blood splattered everywhere. Camden steadied himself with difficulty, pale-faced and clutching his abdomen. If he had reacted just a split second slower, he would have been cut in half. Even now, he felt lingering dread. It was the closest he had ever come to death. You must die. Camden could no longer maintain his earlier composure. He abandoned thoughts of recruiting Brody, with only one goal in mind: to eliminate this detestable boy. Seeing he fell short of his expectations, Brody shook his head disappointingly, then chuckled. What? Do you think you still have the strength to fight me? Honestly, being a Jalmer pays off. Your life-saving gear is impressive. Earlier, if not for the light that shielded Camden at the crucial moment, he would already be with those 3 attendants visiting the underworld. Faced with Brody's mockery, a flash of humiliation crossed Camden's eyes. Having grown up basking in glory, he had never suffered such a setback. Suddenly, Camden formed a hand seal and shouted hoarsely, "Blood spirit art." The corpses of the 4 attendants exploded into clouds of blood mist, which Camden inhaled, revitalizing his previously weakened state. Chapter 255. Do you think the Ronin Plum sect has no one? The ghastly sword wound on his waist began to heal visibly, and the Camden's complexion turned from ashen white to a healthy rosy hue. He wore an expression of sheer enjoyment. The taste of this blood is still so delicious. Brody's pupils contracted slightly as he recognized the blood mist. It was heart blood, or what people referred to as essence blood. He hadn't expected that the Camden could return to his peak by consuming essence blood. Brody, rest assured, after your death, I will preserve your essence blood and refine you into a blood corpse, to be commanded by me forever. The Camden seemed agitated from devouring the essence blood, trembling like a drug addict in a past life. Brody snorted coldly and lunged at the Camden. Unfortunately, having already experienced the sword domain, the Camden wouldn't give Brody another chance, retreating swiftly. My Jaumer has already anticipated all your tricks. Don't think you have any more chances, do you? A large crimson saber appeared in his hand, and with a terrifying momentum, it slashed down as if attempting to split Brody in two. Break! Brody roared furiously. The illusionary form of the unmoving Charles King manifested, moving and punching, instantly obliterating the saber beam. In the shocked gaze of the Camden, a golden fist transformed into a sword shadow, slicing through him. Blood armor. The Camden spat out coldly, and a crimson armor covered his body, effortlessly blocking the strike. Simultaneously, his aura surged, his spirit saber trembled, creating 9 illusory blood-colored sabers. Brody, today, let's see how you survive. The Camden's tone brimmed with killing intent, even causing Brody's face to darken. The 9 saber shadows attacked Brody from different angles, overpowering even the unmoving Charles King form. This Camden indeed lived up to his title. His combat power far exceeded Hendrix's. Actually, for Brody to hold his ground against him with only an emperor-level cultivation was remarkable. No one might believe it if it were told. But this wasn't a normal sparring match. It was a life-and-death struggle. Brody had no choice but to activate his sword domain, sending the 9 saber shadows flying 10 meters away. Meanwhile, the commotion finally attracted onlookers. It wasn't some desolate place, and people stopped to watch. Upon seeing the intense battle, they exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, who are they? Is this a battle between sages fighting to the death? That crimson-robed man. I remember now. He is the Camden from the Blood Spirit Sacred Land. I've seen his portrait before. Who is the other person? To be able to fight the Camden to this extent, he must be a famous figure. Why does he look unfamiliar? That attire seems like a disciple of the Ronin Plum sect. At this realization, everyone understood. The enmity between the Ronin Plum sect and the Blood Spirit Sacred Land was well known across the demon domain. People started to comprehend the intensity of the battle. Hurry, retreat. A battle of this caliber is not something we should get close to. Even a ripple could annihilate us. They were mostly martial venerators and kings, none wanting to risk their lives over a spectacle. Some had even taken out memory crystals to record the exciting battle. In the midst of the fight, the Camden suddenly felt a chill around his neck, his entire body freezing in shock. With all his strength, he twisted his neck sharply. Just then, Ambry emerged from the void, nearly piercing his throat. Brody didn't expect to deliver a killing blow, but took advantage of the opportunity to rush within 10 meters of the Camden. Seeing the faint smile on Brody's lips, the Camden felt a deep sense of foreboding. His blood-colored armor immediately formed, shielding him completely. Sure enough, a 10-meter sword domain expanded instantly, intending to suppress his internal power. Do you really think I can't break through your shell? Brody sneered inwardly. The sword bone appeared in the center, gathering the force of the Emperor's law into the sword bone. Sky-cleaving sword technique. As Brody's icy voice rang out, a dazzling sword light blazed like the sun, its brilliance blinding everyone present. The sword glow illuminated the world, distorting space with countless tiny rifts torn apart by the sword chi. SSSSSD. A blood-colored light mixed with the sword glow. Within the 10-meter sword domain, the blood armor shattered upon contact. Countless sword chi tore through the Camden, erasing the vitality within him. Just as the Camden was about to die, a sudden movement in the sky made Brody's expression turn grim. What he feared most eventually happened. Would the Blood Spirit Sacred Land let their holy son die easily? Suddenly, the clouds parted, and a ghostly figure appeared above. Brody could feel the cold, ruthless gaze fixed on him. With just a wave of his hand, the chaotic sword chi within the 10-meter sword domain ceased, shocking Brody. He couldn't resist. This person was at least at the Sage King level. The disparity was too great. Brody couldn't oppose him and could only watch helplessly as the unconscious Camden was rescued. Held in his arms, the mangled Camden made Brody sigh inwardly. It was unfortunate, as he hadn't been able to finish him off. You're young, yet you've achieved so much. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. If you were from our Blood Spirit Sacred Land, we would spare no effort to cultivate you. The newcomer said gravely, subtly reminding Brody. Unfortunately, Brody wasn't buying it, instead retorting sarcastically, alas, when the little ones are dealt with, the Hartleys show up. Are you, Hartley of the Blood Spirit Sacred Land, planning to challenge me as well? Since you persist in obstinacy and refuse to back down, then die. Seeing his lack of humility, the newcomer lost patience. With a light finger flick, a killing intent engulfed Brody, making him feel as if he were sitting in an ice cellar. Do you think the Ronin Plum sect has no one? An icy voice echoed in the sky. Beside Brody, a graceful figure appeared, her expression stern but warming his heart. It wasn't just Anika, Ma Dao, Valerie Dao, Vance Dao, Ben, and Khalil Siener all stood beside Brody, their powerful auras altering the very sky. Chapter 256, Chaos Stone. A contest among the younger generation, and you, an old dog, want a medal? Do you now wish for a full-scale war with our Heavenly Plum sect? Fritz coldly snorted, a Holy King's sword appearing in his hand as it let out a resonant hum. Several Holy Kings appeared, causing the spectators watching from afar to hold their breaths. Could today erupt into a breathtaking battle? Some even hoped that the Holy King of the Blood Spirit Sacred Land would be more aggressive, ideally leading to a fight. But the outcome still disappointed them. Facing an enemy many times his own strength, the Holy King of the Blood Spirit Sacred Land chose to back down. Ladies and gentlemen, I came here today only for the Blood Spirit Sacred Sun. I have no intention of stifling talent in its cradle. I shall take my leave. The Holy King enveloped the half-dead Blood Spirit Sacred Sun and turned away, leaving everyone inwardly disappointed. The anticipated event didn't happen. Junior Brother Flynn, defeating the Blood Spirit Sacred Sun means your fame will spread across the entire Earth Demon domain. Amarys's eyes flickered with admiration as she teased Brody. Brody gave a bitter laugh. It was just luck. No matter what, by defeating the Blood Spirit Sacred Sun this time, you've done us proud in Heavenly Plum Sect. Good boy. Daryl clapped Brody on the shoulder heartily, making him groan involuntarily. That's enough. Junior Brother needs rest. Let's return to the sect. Greg smiled faintly, and they left with Brody. After they departed, those who had rushed over finally breathed a sigh of relief. The presence of a Holy King exerted immense pressure on these lesser cultivators. It's hard to believe the Blood Spirit Sacred Sun was defeated by a mere Imperial Realm cultivator. It's almost unimaginable. This news will surely elevate Heavenly Plum Sect's reputation. This Brody is truly extraordinary, achieving what others cannot. If he breaks through to become a sage, his combat power would soar even higher. Who recorded it with a memory crystal ball? I'll pay top price. Scram. It's mine. We can negotiate the price. At Heavenly Plum Sect, Aaron looked at Brody approvingly. Not bad. Not bad at all. You've exceeded our expectations again. Surely, you also successfully obtained the primordial Flinlochi from the abyss of demonic souls, right? Brody chuckled bitterly. If the Blood Spirit Sacred Sun had been cautious from the start, the outcome might not have been certain. In response to Aaron's inquiry about the primordial Flinlochi, Brody nodded. Disciple barely obtained a thread of the primordial Flinlochi, but it has already been used. Fear flashed across Brody's face. The abyss of demonic souls truly lives up to its reputation as a perilous place. Had it not been for the manifestation of the celestial demon god's divine consciousness, he wouldn't be standing there. He likely would have perished in the abyss. After days of rest, Brody fully recovered. During this period, Anika visited twice. Walking out again, disciples greeted him respectfully, their hearts filled with admiration. He attempted to enter the 6th, even the 7th level of the Mystic Tower, but regardless of how intense the pressure became, the sword domain could no longer condense beyond 10 meters, a significant threshold. Brody sighed softly. Was finding a way to enhance the Tao of Chaos his only option? He knew that he had comprehended the Tao of Chaos while near death, realizing the great Tao chains. Could he go through that again? That wasn't possible. Tempting fate wasn't worth risking one's life. After reading numerous books in the library, Brody discovered a vital clue, which invigorated him. According to legends, when the cultivation demon world was formed, a mysterious stone naturally grew in the earth, suspected to be a chaos stone. It was said that it could reveal the Tao of Yin-Yang and 4 symbols within chaos, once controlled by the celestial demon god. After the war, upon the god's demise, the Chaos Stone fell into the hands of the G family of the mystic demon domain. Chaos Stone, Old Huang, is such a stone real? Brody asked Ambry, given his vast knowledge accumulated over countless years. Ambry pondered for a moment before elaborating. Flynn's, the Chaos Stone indeed exists as a supreme treasure, but it can only come into being during the initial formation of heaven and earth. He further explained that the Chaos Stone did not itself originate from the source. Instead, when heaven and earth formed, the Tao of Chaos left its imprint on its surface, remaining unextinguished through the ages. However, even so, ordinary people found it difficult to comprehend anything from it because chaos lacked form and could represent everything, rendering it incomprehensible to most. For someone like Brody, who had already gained entry into the Tao of Chaos, it was an invaluable treasure of immeasurable value. Well, seems I need another journey, Brody chuckled bitterly. He had no assurance either. The G family of the mystic demon domain was as powerful as the Dugu family, making acquiring the Chaos Stone as challenging as seeking the moon from the sea. Among the 10 demon domains, the Sky Demon domain was the largest and strongest in cultivation, supposedly the residence of the celestial demon god, now occupied by the divine demon palace. The mystic demon domain ranked highly among the 10 domains, holding the strongest foundation and overall power. Brody also had lingering doubts. Information on the era dominated by the celestial demon god seemed deliberately erased, with only fragmented references. What happened back then? Why did a figure at such a high realm fall? Why were there no records in history books? Aaron might know, but Brody didn't intend to ask. Such matters involve taboos, and his current strength was too weak. Knowing too much could be detrimental. Upon learning Brody was heading to the mystic demon domain, Aaron raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this young man to depart so soon after returning. Travel to the mystic demon domain was extremely far, not just spanning one demon domain. With Brody's cultivation, it could take over 6 months. However, Aaron didn't press the issue. Young people needed exploration and growth. To reach the mystic demon domain, you should use a teleportation array. Brody was surprised. Teleportation array? This was his first encounter with the term, but it was self-explanatory. Aaron nodded. Our Heavenly Plum sect does not have one. Only divine power can construct them. To use one, you'd need to go to Earth Demon City where the Dugu family resides. The cost of teleportation in holy crystals was enormous, but it could transport one to any point within the cultivation demon world. Brody marveled internally, admiring the divine power involved. Teleportation arrays required spatial manipulation, both for construction and maintenance. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since teleportation arrays enabled quick travel between points, were there super teleportation arrays that could transport one between worlds? Chapter 257. Meeting an acquaintance. Lewis slightly froze, then shook his head with a bitter smile. That level of teleportation array is beyond our reach now. However, you must know that the universe is vast and full of extraordinary people. I believe they do exist. Ambry, however, gave a definitive answer. Of course, but such things can be considered to have surpassed the realm of teleportation arrays. It's called a time-space altar, requiring extremely intricate runes that only a divine king can inscribe. Brody left xuanhuan sect and headed towards Demo City. Through Ambry, he learned that Ben had been secretly escorting him all along. He felt a twinge of gratitude. Their intentions were clear. His rising fame meant he could easily become a target. Brody took their concern to heart. Demo City sprawled like a massive beast on the plains. The runes carved into the city walls filled Brody with awe. One could imagine that if these runes were activated, the entire city would transform into a formidable weapon of war. Seeing the guards at the city gates, Brody was secretly astonished. City guards possessed Saint Realm strength. On the streets, there were many more saints. This was just a corner of the Demo domain, showcasing the immense power of Demo City. One could only imagine how powerful the Dugu clan, the ruling family of Demo City, must be. Just having a divine being stationed here was enough to command respect from everyone. However, Ambry mentioned that Demo City currently lacked divine essence energy, though it did possess a divine aura, indicating the divine entity might be elsewhere. Brody didn't care about that, and had already used the disguise technique Ambry taught him before coming. Sure enough, not far down the road, he heard a hawker's voice. Passersby, don't miss out. The high-definition memory crystal sphere recording the battle between Brody, the prodigy disciple of xuanhuan sect, and Camden, not priced at 1888, or even 188, just 99. Big sale going on. Clearly, the most explosive event in the Demo domain recently was Brody's defeat of Camden with his Emperor Realm cultivation. Not only that, it became incredibly popular, leaving Brody speechless. Around him, people were also discussing him. This Brody is truly a genius, defeating Camden, who was renowned for his brilliance and had 4 sane attendants with him. Some important figures even say this young man has divine potential and a bright future. Naturally, there were those who envied and criticized him. Someone sneered, "Humph, that person just got lucky. Maybe someone helped him behind the scenes." Not wrong. Overly sharp edges are often brittle. He might not last long. Brody ignored these discussions and continued asking around until he finally reached the teleportation array. The dense runes covering its surface made his scalp tingle. Upon hearing the required fee, Brody nearly dropped his jaw. It cost a staggering 500 holy crystals. For a saint, this might be manageable, but for him, it meant emptying his pockets. The operator of the teleportation array belonged to the Dugu clan. Reluctantly, Brody handed over the payment, depleting the savings he had painstakingly accumulated since entering the demonic cultivation world. However, this was his first time using a teleportation array. With hundreds of others, a swirl of light enveloped them. In just a few breaths, Brody reopened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar scene. Only a few dozen people among the hundreds had arrived at their destination in the Kalalimo domain. This was the main city of the Kalalimo domain, home to the Hazamali. Straight to the point. But Brody was perplexed. How could he inquire about the chaotic stone? He couldn't simply capture a Hazamali member and force them to reveal its location. Such a precious artifact like the chaotic stone would likely be known only by the Hazamali's top echelon. The lower ranks probably wouldn't even know of its existence. He hoped the chaotic stone wasn't carried by the Hazamali's divine being. Otherwise, there'd be no hope. Brody didn't plan to steal the chaotic stone. He just wanted to study it. But without connections, why would they let him? After restoring his appearance, Brody walked through the bustling streets, lost in thought. Suddenly, nearby voices pulled him back to reality. Hee, that young master is out shopping again. Wonder which establishment he'll visit this time? Last time it was Chunfeng Tower. Based on his direction, it should be Zueme Pavilion this time. This piqued Brody's interest. Listening to their conversation, he felt curious about this mysterious young master, reminding him of Hall and his younger brother Alf. I wonder how they're doing. Do they miss me? Brody moved forward. When he saw the figure surrounded by a crowd, a familiar feeling struck him. Why does this person look so familiar? Just as Brody thought this, the mysterious young master turned around. Recognizing that face, Brody immediately recalled a name. Slade. How could it be him? The same Slade from the Jiuli World Swordsmanship Conference. Brody's eyes lit up with an idea forming in his mind. Well, meeting an acquaintance, how could he not greet them? Brody immediately stepped forward but was stopped by guards. You, who are you? Sneaking close to our young master, are you tired of living? Several guards erupted with saint-level auras, almost ready to apprehend Brody. Cough. Gentlemen, please don't misunderstand. I'm Slade's friend, just coming to greet him. Brody's words earned laughter from the crowd. Haha, another one claiming to be G. Arley's friend. So funny. Heh, we know what kind of people they are. Seeing G. Arley is the grandson of divine being G, they want to hitch a ride. Dream on. Ignoring the jeers, Brody earnestly told the guards, I really am Slade's acquaintance. If you don't believe me, call him over. He will recognize me. One of the guards remained expressionless. Get lost. Don't force us to kill you right here. Not far away, Slade frowned, hearing the commotion behind him. Curious, he turned around, and nearly fell over when he saw the figure blocked by his guards. Translation continues with the next section. Chapter 258. The Hazamali. Everyone stop. Slade's stern command made the guards immediately stand at attention. Arlie. He arrived with a group of subordinates and approached, closely examining the situation. He even pinched the man's shoulder, asking hesitantly, Brody? Brody from the Julogy had left a deep impression on him. He just didn't expect to meet here. Brody smiled faintly. What? Don't tell me Brother G has forgotten me? The bystanders watching were taken aback. None could believe this man actually knew Arlie G. How did you end up here? Slade was amazed. The Julogy was so far away that he never imagined Brody would be here. Brother G, let's talk somewhere else? Slade immediately reacted, canceling his visit to Xuanhuan Pavilion and dismissing his subordinates before leading Brody and the guards away. Hee Brody, your timing is perfect. Since I lost to you back in Julogy, let's have another match now. Before reaching the G family residence, Slade couldn't wait. When Brody stopped walking, he realized Slade had already broken through to the Saint Realm. Considering he was Harvailing's direct grandson, Brody felt it made sense, though he hadn't expected this identity back in Julogy. Brody rolled his eyes. You really want to beat me up, don't you? After walking for some time, they arrived at a temple. Inside stood a statue with a majestic aura that exuded a divine presence, making one feel like kneeling. Harveiling. Brody murmured. Only Harveiling had the right to have his statue venerated in the Kalalamo domain. Slade explained, this temple is the entrance to the sacred realm my family resides in, which Harveiling created. Brody nodded slightly, sensing countless auras around the temple, including those at the Sage King level. As space twisted and shifted, the surroundings changed rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, they were in an unfamiliar environment filled with numerous palaces. Seeing Brody as a stranger, the G family members cast curious glances. It was rare for outsiders to enter their sacred realm. Hurry, let's go to the training ground for a sparring session. Just then, a group walked towards them, led by someone with a sarcastic tone. Well, isn't this our great Arlie? Why did you bring in some riffraff this time? Don't you know our family rules? A group of well-dressed young men strolled over, their leader sneering. Slade's face darkened. He telepathically explained to Brody, that's my uncle's son, Alfonso. Though not a direct heir, he's quite talented, unbeatable in the sage realm. Because of competition, we've been at odds since childhood. Brody understood. It was typical competition for power. Even in a deity family, factions existed. Slade coldly replied, who I bring in is none of your business. As heir apparent, why must I answer to you? If you're unhappy, maybe you should try Ghost Gate? At the mention of Ghost Gate, everyone's faces paled. It brought back unpleasant memories, especially for Alfonso, who had nearly secured the position until Slade returned from a trip, unexpectedly passing through Ghost Gate, stealing his thunder. But seeing Brody beside Slade, Alfonso sneered. Even as heir, you shouldn't bring in such lowly people. They'll pollute the air of our sacred realm. Flinna, seeing such scum makes me want to vomit. A young girl chimed in, pinching her nose in disdain. Young brother, I suggest you leave immediately. You look pathetic. If we handle you, you'll lose all dignity. Annoyed by their continuous provocations, Brody's eyes turned cold. Even he couldn't help feeling irritated. Knowing what bothered them most, Brody glanced at Slade. Prince G, looks like your younger generation needs more discipline. Slade chuckled. My apologies, Flynn brother. I forgot to leash them today. My mistake. Looking for death. Unable to hold back, Alfonso looked at Brody with murderous intent. Though clan rules forbade directly attacking Slade, he vowed to kill Brody and embarrass him publicly. Divine power gathered in his palm, ready to strike. Seeing this sudden attack, Slade was furious. How dare you? He stepped forward to intercept but lacked the cultivation depth, stumbling backwards several steps under pressure. Meanwhile, several youths behind Alfonso released their saint-level power and rushed at Brody. Brody's expression turned cold. He wasn't about to be pushed around. His bone sword appeared in his hand, slashing out instantly. Clank. Feeling the sharpness of the sword energy, their faces changed drastically. They never expected someone at the Imperial level to unleash such strength. Some even suffered injuries due to slow reactions. Daring indeed. To harm someone within the G family. An angry voice echoed, reverberating in Brody's mind. A middle-aged man appeared, radiating Sage King-level power. Alfonso and others looked pleased. This person dared commit violence in public. Uncle Xiong, please arrest him to uphold our family honor. Uncle Xiong looked at Brody. Scoundrel, do you think being brought here by the heir allows you to act without restraint? Today, you will be imprisoned awaiting punishment. Slade's face fell. This Hemlock, a Sage King aligned with his uncle's faction, intended to target Brody. He hurriedly spoke up. Uncle Xiong, Brody came with me, and he acted in self-defense. He committed no wrongdoing. Hemlock sneered. No wrongdoing? Attacking one of us on G family grounds is unforgivable. Prince, you need to improve. He then glared at Brody. Scoundrel, are you guilty or not? Brody remained expressionless. Of what crime am I guilty? Unable to discern right from wrong? Do you deserve to judge me? Hemlock exploded in anger. Alfonso watched smugly, finding Brody foolishly unaware of impending doom. Just as Hemlock prepared to attack, an even stronger aura descended. A deep voice boomed from the void. Enough. Have we caused enough trouble? Let's end this. Treat guests with respect, Marcos Hang. Do not fail in your duty. The oppressive aura vanished, leaving everyone, including Hemlock, too afraid to move, for the speaker was a revered Hartley of the G family, whose authority they dared not defy. Chapter 259. The Ghost Gate. Humph, consider yourselves lucky today. Kirk sneered, then left with several others, clearly disgruntled. Hemlock also shot Brody a cold glance before disappearing. The internal conflicts between the factions of the G family have escalated. I apologize for the spectacle, Brother Flynn, Slade said apologetically. Brody shook his head. Such issues were common and not surprising. Slade didn't insist on a duel anymore, but instead led Brody to a prepared guest room. Let me inform them and bring you to meet my father. Wait. Slade turned around. Brother Flynn, is there something else? After pondering for a moment, Brody decided to reveal the true purpose of his visit to the G family. He trusted Slade's character and believed he could at least gauge the situation. When Slade learned that Brody had already arrived in the demon cultivation realm, he was only slightly surprised. However, when he heard about the Chaos Stone, his expression grew serious. The Chaos Stone. We do indeed possess it. This knowledge was only revealed to me after I passed through the Ghost Gate and became the heir. Most people don't know about it. Slade's face showed a bit of difficulty. The Chaos Stone has always been regarded as our greatest treasure. Even a great sage does not have the privilege to wield it. It has always been under Art's control. Frankly speaking, I don't have the authority to decide on your request to comprehend the Chaos Stone, but I will try my best to make it happen. There's no guarantee, but we must try. Brody expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother G. Initially, Brody hadn't expected Slade alone could grant him access to the Chaos Stone, but his willingness to help was greatly appreciated. After Slade left, Amberee spoke up. What if it doesn't work? Brody chuckled bitterly. We'll do what we can. If it really doesn't work out, there's nothing more we can do. But one thing is clear. If I want to comprehend the Chaos Stone, I need to interact with the divine spirit of the G family. Controlled by a deity, even 1,000 Brodus couldn't possibly snatch the Chaos Stone. Its importance to him was immense, and he would try despite the enormous cost. That night, Slade returned unexpectedly. As expected, the request to comprehend the Chaos Stone was rejected outright. However, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope because Slade's father, the direct son of Harvey, wanted to meet Brody. Immediately, Slade led Brody to a magnificent golden hall. A figure sat above, exuding an intimidating aura that warped the space around it. Upon entering, Brody felt a wave of overwhelming pressure. Brody respectfully saluted. Junior Brody pays respects to Nathaniel G. Only then did Brody get a clear view of his appearance. His features were unremarkable, ordinary enough to blend into a crowd easily. 2 words could describe him: common. Despite this, his presence commanded respect. He was Hassan, the son of Harvey. Brody, the youngest disciple of Lewis, who recently defeated Blood Spirit Saint Sun at the Emperor realm. According to Marcos Hang, you hail from the Gilia realm. To have grown so powerful in such a short time on your own, you are truly exceptional. Brody smiled awkwardly. Such achievements are insignificant to someone like Nathaniel G. I still have much to learn from you. Hassan chuckled softly. Marcos Hang told me why you're here. The Chaos Stone has always been controlled by the deity. However, I might have a way for you to gain its comprehension. Do you dare? Finally, they were getting to the core of the matter. Brody felt a surge of excitement upon realizing there was a real chance to comprehend the Chaos Stone. He forced himself to calm down. Please tell me, Nathaniel. My family has a trial created by the deity to test our descendants. If you succeed, you may gain the deity's attention. Whether you will fully comprehend the Chaos Stone depends on your ability. Upon hearing this, Brody remained composed, but Slade reacted impulsively. Alfredo, are you suggesting Brody should attempt the Ghost Gate? At these words, Brody raised an eyebrow. Slade had become the heir precisely because he successfully passed the Ghost Gate. Hearing its name gave a sense of the challenge's severity. Hassan nodded slightly. Flynn's, the Ghost Gate. Brody, I must warn you. This trial has earned its terrifying name for a reason. It carries a high risk of death. Will you still proceed? Brody's eyes narrowed. A high risk of death. Anyone would find it hard to remain calm, including him. FLYNNT. Achieving greater power beyond the Tinjong Sword domain required seizing rare opportunities. To hell with it. He'd give it his all. If Slade could make it, so could he. Then let's go. With a flick of his sleeve, Hassan used the divine rules, leaving Brody unable to resist. In an instant, they arrived at a cave entrance. Slade was left behind in the hall. The cave entrance had a massive bronze door engraved with images of bodhisattvas and asuras, fierce and lifelike, giving off an eerie vibe. The door radiated an aura that instilled fear. Brody, take some time to reconsider. The high risk of death is a conservative estimate. Truly, passing means life and great fortune. Failure means certain death. I've made up my mind. I'm ready. Let's go. Brody's gaze was resolute. If he feared hardship and challenges now, how could he ever face that mysterious black hand in the future? Chapter 260, Harvey. Boom. The bronze gate slowly opened, and a gust of cold wind blew out. Brody stepped inside without hesitation. As soon as he entered, the bronze gate slammed shut with a loud noise, leaving Hassan standing alone outside, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. Inside an estate, 3 figures sat quietly. Each one radiated an aura as vast and tumultuous as the ocean. They all looked toward the direction of the Ghost Gate. One of them said coldly, "Isn't Hassan's hope for this young man too high?" This speaker was none other than Remington, Kirk's father, and also a descendant of Harvey, holding a noble position. Another one sneered, "Even our own disciples cannot pass this trial, let alone an outsider. It's not that Hassan values him. It's more like he wants to send him to his death. The Chaos Stone is our clan's supreme treasure. How can we allow outsiders to meddle? All right, don't let such trifles concern us. The most important thing now is to cultivate the demon sea. Alfredo God does not intend to get involved, so even if we want to, we can't act. Once our clan gets involved, all factions will unite against us. I just don't understand why Alfredo God still harbors feelings for the dead, heavenly devil god. What's the point? Cough. Be careful what you say." Dark clouds enveloped the area, making it pitch black. Even divine senses were suppressed here. No sound could be heard, and all senses were sealed. Brody walked alone down a corridor with no end in sight. Time dragged on endlessly. 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. The scene never changed, offering no glimpse of light ahead. Brody continued walking, perceiving nothing. 10 years, 20 years. Brody gradually felt a tinge of restlessness. Here, he met no one, and he even began to doubt whether he could still speak. 30 years passed swiftly. Throughout these years, Brody's steps never faltered. He remained steadfast, believing this was merely a trial, gradually calming his anxiety. Boom! A loud thunderclap echoed across the sky. The dark clouds dispersed like tidal waves. After so long in darkness, the sudden light was blinding. Once his eyes adjusted, he noticed a crowd standing around, their blank stares fixed on him. Among them were Xiao Flynn Kalilan, the Rockian son, the entire Jin family, Nine Li Holy Ancestor, Auden Shah Holy Sect, Tian Dao Holy Sect, Daryl, Hendrix. Seeing these familiar faces, each one an enemy he had killed, their expressions shifted from blankness to malevolence. Brody, heaven has eyes. Finally, I meet you again, giving us hope for revenge. Give me your life. You murderer, you belong in the deepest hell, suffering eternally. Brody, by preventing my second life, you committed heavenly sins. Now I come to seek vengeance. Various voices swirled in his ears like demonic souls. Brody's expression remained stoic, a trace of mockery crossing his lips. You couldn't defeat me in life. Do you think becoming vengeful spirits will change that? Drawing his sword, he released a crescent-shaped blade of light, slicing through countless spirits, causing them to howl in agony. Brody's gaze turned icy. His sword domain expanded like a vast map, causing the spirits to explode into dissipating shadows. The space fell silent once more. Continuing forward, familiar voices rang behind him. Brody paused. The Andreas of Baxter City, Andon, Ash, Crawford, Grandpa Guagua, Desmond, Irvin, all familiar faces. Brody, how is the Ninely Realm doing now? Did we win? Alistair's Iizy, how is Velma doing? If you dare to mistreat her, I'll thrash your bottom raw. Brody, how is Guagua doing? Is he okay? Boy, how is your cultivation progressing? Haven't been slacking off, have you? Brody. Hearing these voices, Brody's eyes softened, memories flooding back. He muttered to himself, it's good to see you all again. How wonderful it would be if you hadn't died. Brat, cursing us to death, are you? Brody, we have come back to life. Come join us. Return to the Ninely Realm. Alistair's Iizy, the enemies have been defeated. We no longer need to live in fear. Return to the Ninely Realm and lead peaceful lives. Brody was moved. If what they said were true, it would be perfect, a life free of endless battles, enjoying peace with his family. I wish it were true, but alas, it's all false. Hearing this, their expressions darkened. Just as they were about to speak, Brody shook his head and sliced the air with his sword, erasing their figures. After composing himself, Brody did not sheath his sword but gripped it tightly, continuing his solitary journey. The long corridor was utterly silent, echoing only with the rhythmic footsteps of Brody. Finally, after who knows how long, Brody stopped. He had walked for 50 years straight, much of it aimlessly. If it were anyone else, they would have gone mad. Lifting his head, Brody gazed toward the end of the corridor. Though unsure if anyone was there, he spoke aloud. Is this your trial? Boring and soul-grinding, testing patience. Everyone believes walking steadily forward is enough, yet you've led us into a trap. Over time, Brody understood. Continuously walking wouldn't reach the end. It was a loop, not testing perseverance or unwavering belief, but courage to break the rules, reflecting the path of cultivation which defies the heavens. If someone witnessed him now, they'd think Brody had gone mad. Holding his sword, with his 10-foot-wide sword domain floating, he unleashed a full-power strike against the corridor. The blow tore through everything. Instantly, the corridor ruptured, dark clouds dissipated, and the surroundings transformed. Before him stood a peach tree, a thatched hut, a stone table and bench, and a massive rock. Brody's eyes immediately focused on the rock, whose surface seemed to depict ever-changing images. From the first glance, he knew this was his goal, the Chaos Stone. Considering the signs, Brody deduced only one person could reside here, the highest deity of the G family, Harvey. After steadying himself, Brody bowed respectfully, saying, Junior Brody pays respects to Harvey. A gentle breeze brushed past, revealing a middle-aged man before Brody, bearing a 7-part resemblance to Hassan. His entire being exuded a transcendent aura, drawing admiration, identical to the divine statue. Please note, I have maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to the original text while ensuring a natural and fluent translation into English. Chapter 261. Contemplating the Chaos Stone. Those eyes that mirrored the cosmos seemed to see through everything. To achieve so much at such a young age, it's a pity. You're not a descendant of the G family. Brody swallowed hard. This was his first close encounter with a deity, and he couldn't help but feel somewhat nervous. This junior has come here. Before he could finish, Horatio smiled and said, You wish to contemplate this Chaos Stone, right? Since you've passed my trials, you deserve the opportunity. However, since you are not a member of the G family, I will require a favor in return. Do you agree? Brody pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. If Senior grants me this opportunity, if the G family ever needs my help and it does not violate my principles, I will do my utmost. Seeing Horatio nod, Brody walked towards the Chaos Stone with excitement. Thankfully, Horatio didn't hold him back and was instead very generous. If successful, today would be the day of his complete transformation. Recalling the faces of Nathaniel E. and Burke, Brody took a deep breath. I won't let you down. Brody adjusted his breathing, bringing himself to the optimal state, and then his consciousness fully immersed into the Chaos Stone, perceiving its evolutionary power. Horatio gazed at the figure seated before the Chaos Stone, without noticing the sword bone, but did see half a devil heart. He spoke enigmatically, The one you have chosen. We hope they won't disappoint us. His gaze then turned sharp. Those people must pay for their actions someday. Outside the Ghost Gate, Hassan had been waiting here all along, accompanied by Slade. 10 days have passed. Why hasn't Brody emerged yet? Slade looked worried. It had only taken him 5 days to pass the ghost gate previously. Now, Brody was taking twice as long. Based on past experiences, it was possible that... However, Hassan remained composed, seemingly impervious to external influences. Although Brody hadn't emerged yet, Hassan had already learned the outcome from Horatio. He patted Slade's shoulder, signaling him not to be so anxious, and then left. After Hassan's departure, a group immediately appeared behind Slade, throwing sarcastic remarks. Oh dear, as expected, a mere outsider dares to challenge the ghost gate, and now he can't even come back. Cousin Shang, you bear full responsibility. Brother Wei can't say that. Although he is dead, an outsider getting to experience our G family's ghost gate is worth it in this life. Ha ha ha, indeed. There's a saying. It was worthwhile. Slade turned coldly. What are you shouting about? If you have the guts, go through the ghost gate yourselves. I bet you don't even have the courage. Cowards. Kirk's gaze turned cold, and one of his subordinates, sensing the tension, stepped forward and said, Humph, you only made it by sheer luck. You can't match Brother Wei in cultivation or talent. Even with the title of heir, don't think too highly of yourself. If you can make it, go ahead and try. Maybe you'll get lucky too, and when you survive, you can talk to me like this, Slade sneered, as if saying, I made it. Try it yourself if you don't believe me. Kirk's eyes darkened. Humph, let's go. Let him wait here. Even next year, nothing will happen. They lacked the courage to attempt the ghost gate themselves. Just standing there for too long felt like a chill running down their spines. Once they left, Slade's face darkened, and he said in a mournful tone, Ah, Brother Flynn, I, Slade, failed you. If only I had stopped you earlier. If only I hadn't brought you to the G family. Inside the secret realm, Brody remained immersed in the evolving scenes of the Chaos Stone. What he saw first was the darkness of the universe, a point of infinite density with immense gravity, continuously attracting rocks, water, and other materials scattered in space. As it continued to attract, it eventually reached saturation, forming a new world. This was the birth of the demon cultivation realm. There was no spiritual energy, no life, not even a sky. Looking up, one saw only the boundless void of the cosmos, endless magma flows, and the earth shaking, grinding, and colliding. After countless eons, the demon cultivation realm gradually stabilized, and the initial chaos began to evolve into two extremes, coexisting yet opposing. Life began to appear at this moment. These lives were not human. Brody recognized none of them, seeing only their survival struggles in this harsh environment, fighting for existence. Finally, celestial energy appeared, and elements like wind, thunder, fire, and water started to form. Clouds and skies emerged in the demon cultivation realm, stabilizing completely. The cycle of life began anew, with births and deaths. Brody felt enlightened. The birth of the demon cultivation realm was just a small part of the vast universe. Could the initial void of the universe be an infinitely small singularity that exploded, evolving through chaos to form the current universe? If I consider my body as a universe, what would that be like? Brody murmured to himself. The vastness of the cosmos was beyond even a deity's comprehension. Each world was but a tiny part. Could each cell in his body become a separate world? Transcendence. True transcendence. Brody's mind was crystal clear. To truly transcend, one must break free from this realm and cultivate under the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, one would always remain beneath it. Chaos gave birth to everything. It represents all. My innate sword body and my destined enemy, likely the Black Hand, defeated even Nathaniel E. Even if I gather all 9 divine swords, is there really hope? Brody struggled to calm his heart, but he couldn't rely entirely on the 9 divine swords. He must rely on himself. Your thinking is correct. One more thing. Isn't it possible that the universe we live in was created by a supreme being? Or that it is his divine realm, his body? Ambree's words shook Brody. If that were true, how powerful must that supreme being be? Chapter 262. Heavenly Punishment of the Saint Realm. Does such a being truly exist? What level lies at the end of the cultivation path? Brody shook his head, dispelling those thoughts. Right now, the most important thing was to achieve sainthood. Under Brody's control, the sword domain compressed relentlessly in the absence of external pressure. 9 zhang, 7 zhang, 5 zhang, 3 zhang, 1 zhang. Boom. The sword domain completely merged into his body, and Brody's aura surged to its peak instantly. His physical body transformed into yang while the sword domain acted as yin, intertwining and fusing within him. Brody's realm began to climb step by step, making a push for the Saint Realm. However, just then, the transformation of his physical body into yang started to collapse. The two energies within his body began to tilt. Trouble. The strength of the physical body can't keep up. Upon seeing this scene, Ambree immediately sensed the problem. The balance between yin and yang was broken, and Brody suffered a massive backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his body begin to disintegrate, completely slipping out of his control. Dangerous. In his current situation, a slight mishap might lead to his physical body collapsing, rendering all his cultivation worthless. It could even affect his divine consciousness, threatening his life. The main issue was that the power of the sword domain was too formidable. With his body transforming into yang, it simply lacked the strength to balance the sword domain's yin energy. Now, as he attempted to break through to the Saint Realm, the balance was shattered instantly. Not far away, Harvey shook his head upon witnessing this scene. With his discerning eye, he naturally understood Brody's predicament. If no action were taken, the worst-case scenario would be death and the complete dissolution of his cultivation. However, he chose not to intervene. Although the situation was dire, there was still a chance of a turnaround. Thump, thump, thump. Just as Brody's physical body neared the brink of collapse, his right chest suddenly emitted a scorching sensation. A robust heartbeat resonated from within, causing everyone's blood to boil involuntarily. It seemed to harmonize with the pulse of the universe, each beat mimicking the breath of the cosmos. A demonic light appeared on Brody's body, spreading throughout and gradually stabilizing his nearly collapsed physical body, beginning the process of healing. This is the heart of Miles. Brody's pupils contracted. The half-heart of Miles inside him pumped out vast amounts of blood chi with each beat, vigorously repairing and strengthening his physical body. Seizing this opportunity, Brody quickly rallied, consolidating his entire strength once more to challenge the barrier of the Saint Realm. With the half-heart of Miles, his physical body's transformation into Yang finally balanced the sword domain's transformation. Chaos in Yang to become a saint? Well done, young man, daring to take this path. Reading Brody's intentions, even Harvey couldn't help but exclaim. This path was something even he wouldn't dare take when breaking through to the Saint Realm. But if successful, Brody's achievements would be boundless. Preliminary estimates from the G family suggested that if he successfully attained sainthood, his combat power would likely surpass other saints, matching that of a Saint King. Break. With a soft command from Brody, an aura of sainthood emerged around him. The Imperial Realm principles evolved into Saint principles, each as thick as a grown man's arm. He had finally entered the Saint Realm. However, Brody did not relax. Next, he had to face the terrifying Heavenly Punishment. Back when his Tinjiang sword domain had already triggered Heavenly Punishment, now pushing further, this time the punishment would be even more fearsome. Above the mystical devil domain, crimson thunderclouds suddenly appeared, filled with destructive intent. Everyone looked up in shock. Heavenly Punishment. How is this possible? How could Heavenly Punishment appear here? A calamity that can destroy the world. Let's flee for our lives. Who is it? Who dares defy heaven? Will the Heavenly Punishment obliterate Mystical Devil City? Where are the gods? The atmosphere of Heavenly Punishment pervaded the entire Mystical Devil domain. Countless people raising their heads, eyes wide with shock as they stared toward Mystical Devil City, bodies trembling uncontrollably. Brody's expression turned grim. This time, the power of the Heavenly Punishment was even greater than before when he faced the Tinjiang sword domain, aimed to obliterate him entirely. Harvey's face darkened. After all, Brody was still within the Divine Realm world he created. If left there, the entire Divine Realm might collapse, turning the G family into ruins. Of course, even as a deity, he dared not stay within the range of the Heavenly Punishment. Sensing the gazes, Brody looked at Harvey. Before he could speak, he heard 3 words. Get lost. The surrounding space twisted instantly, and Brody was transported to a desolate mountain range far from Mystical Devil City. Once Brody left, the crimson thunderclouds above Mystical Devil City chased after his presence. The destructive waves subsided, allowing Harvey to breathe a sigh of relief. Clear skies reappeared over Mystical Devil City, and those who had panicked and tried to flee stopped in their tracks, wondering why the Heavenly Punishment vanished so suddenly. Could the person defying heaven be dead? Nonetheless, it was fortunate for them either way. Whether you can weather this Heavenly Punishment depends solely on your fate. Harvey shook his head, sitting leisurely on a stone stool and sipping tea. Take care, boy. Even Embry quickly flew away, leaving the range of Heavenly Punishment. Being part of creation himself, though he had remained dormant earlier, now that he was awakened, staying any longer would certainly get him targeted by the Heavenly Punishment. Do you really think you can destroy me? I won't let you have your way. Brody looked up at the crimson thunderclouds, muttering to himself. But these words were meant for the heavens to hear. As if sensing Brody's defiance, the crimson thunderclouds rumbled. The clouds churned incessantly, mocking Brody's apparent helplessness. Representing the will of the heavens, it held dominion over the life and death of all living beings. Countless years had passed. Who could truly transcend the heavens? Without doubt, all were dead. The crimson lightning did not strike immediately, but continued to coalesce in the air. Soon, a lifelike crimson thunder dragon appeared in Brody's sight, swirling amidst the clouds, radiating a destructive aura. If a Saint Realm cultivator were present, they would likely be terrified by its overwhelming might. The Heavenly Punishment inherently suppressed all living things, and this crimson thunder dragon's aura was even stronger than the Saint Realm. For ordinary cultivators breaking through to the Saint Realm, this might very well be the final stage of their heavenly tribulation. You're nothing but a product of this infinite universe, truly thinking yourself a master? Brody showed no emotion, his gaze sharp as lightning. Standing tall, he charged toward the heavenly thunder dragon fearlessly. Yin and Yang flowed within him. Despite not reaching the pinnacle of his cultivation, there was an air of completeness and perfection. Golden blood chi surged, tainting the heavenly thunderclouds with golden hues. The crimson lightning was powerless against it. With boundless fistlight, Brody shattered half the thunder dragon's body, extinguishing countless bolts of lightning in a single blow. Chapter 263, Heavenly Punishment recedes. Brody stepped forward, and the blood-red thunder that terrified countless people did nothing to his sacred body. With a pair of chaotic hands, he firmly seized the blood-red lightning dragon, tearing it apart forcefully. Roar! A tiger roar echoed in the sky from the western side of the blood-red thunderclouds, instilling fear. Brody turned to see a blood-red tiger silhouette formed by lightning racing toward him. Futile effort. Brody sneered coldly and rushed forward like a man-shaped fierce beast, engaging in a brutal fight with the blood-red tiger silhouette in midair. Lightning clouds churned wildly as a streak of sword light slashed through, instantly splitting the tiger's silhouette apart. Caw! Just as the tiger's silhouette dissipated, a crisp phoenix cry sounded from the southern side, piercing the heavens. The blood-red lightning condensed into a phoenix silhouette, but it was cut into 2 pieces in the next moment by Brody's blade. Sword chi raged in the air, preventing it from reforming. Whoosh! Heavy breathing could be heard from the northern side as blood-red lightning gathered there. The last of the 4 celestial emblems, serpent head, turtle body, xuanhuan, was finally evoked by the Heavenly Punishment. But alas, it was just an imitation. unable to withstand Brody's deadly onslaught and eventually dissipating into the void. With only form but no essence, is this all you have? Brody's gaze on the thundercloud above him was filled with mockery, seemingly mocking the impotence of heaven. Outside the heavenly punishment, Harvey wore a faint smile. Within such a short time, Brody had already withstood 4 waves of heavenly punishment. At this rate, he stood a high chance of overcoming this trial. The younger generation will always surpass the older ones. Harvey was certain that if Brody could survive this heavenly punishment, his future accomplishments would not be weaker than any gods. He might even become stronger, ranking among the supreme elites. In response to Brody's provocation, the blood-red thundercloud roiled fiercely, flashing and booming incessantly. 4 beams of lightning converged at 4 different points, gradually forming a lightning dragon, tiger, phoenix, and xuanhuan, each exuding a destructive aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Brody raised an eyebrow, inwardly scoffing. It seemed heaven wouldn't give up on trying to destroy him. I want to see what you can do to destroy me. Chaotic energy swirled around Brody, his starry eyes turning black and white. His sword bone gleamed with a sharp radiance, its power escalating to an earth-shattering level. I'll release just 1 strike. Brody's voice was indifferent as he drew his sword bone through the air without visible effort. One could only feel the boundless sword chi filling the area of heavenly punishment and hear faint cries of agony from the 4 lightning spirits. The scene left Harvey cheering in admiration, feeling as though his long-dormant passion had finally reignited, reminiscent of his youthful days. Under the heavenly punishment, Brody was like an unrivaled sovereign, an aura of invincibility permeating him. Even the heavenly punishment appeared insignificant in his eyes. Tempered by the heavenly punishment and ascending through chaos yin-yang, forging an invincible Tao heart, this young man, like a hidden dragon emerging from its depths, will shine so brightly that no one can overshadow him. Harvey was visibly excited, realizing now that he had underestimated Brody. He would surely surpass them. Even a primary god would not be his limit. Representing the will of heaven, the heavenly punishment ceased to convulse. Time seemed frozen before it slowly receded under Ambree's and Harvey's gazes. Upon calculation, there were only 5 waves of heavenly punishment, barely halfway through. This left Brody puzzled, unsure why it had stopped. Not just him, even Harvey was dumbfounded. Having witnessed many heavenly punishments, he had never seen one cease after just 5 waves, neither unheard of nor recorded in history. Ambree returned as Brody took the opportunity to inquire about the reason. Even the involved party felt bewildered. The primordial sword, being one of the 9 divine swords and well-informed, explained simply, the reason for the heavenly punishment's behavior is straightforward. It sensed your demonstrated strength and knew the remaining 4 waves wouldn't affect you, hence it withdrew. Simple as it sounded, if spoken aloud, it would likely earn laughter or insults. It was the heavenly punishment after all. Although its intensity adjusted according to the transcendence candidate's strength, its most terrifying aspect was representing the pinnacle of a realm's boundary, making countless people wary. The heavenly punishment was considered a test rather than an overwhelming challenge, allowing a sliver of hope. FLYNT, the heavenly punishment was merciless. Over countless years, few had managed to endure the heavenly punishment, underscoring its fearsome nature and authoritative status among cultivators. This event deserved historical recording. Based on Brody's single strike, Harvey preliminarily estimated that Brody had surpassed the limits of sainthood and posed a lethal threat to Saint Kings, an unparalleled feat for someone newly ascended to sainthood. Many thanks to the senior for this great opportunity. I am deeply grateful and will never forget it. Seeing Harvey approach, Brody bowed respectfully, his eyes full of sincerity. Harvey chuckled, shaking his head. There's no need for such formality. I merely provided an opportunity. The rest depends on your own effort. Let's return to the xuanhuan. With a wave of his hand, Harvey initiated a sensation akin to a teleportation array, and they found themselves standing before the bronze gate of the ghost passage. But seeing the scene before him, his face darkened instantly. Brother Flynn, it's my fault, Slade's mistake. I shouldn't have brought you to the xuanhuan or let you challenge the ghost passage. Slade wailed, wiping tears and snot, a fire pot in front of him where he threw burning paper money for the deceased, muttering, Brother, if you're short of money on the other side, remember to appear in my dreams. If you feel lonely, your brother can't join you, but I can burn some servant figurines for you. It had been a whole month since Brody challenged the ghost passage. Everyone in the xuanhuan assumed he had died inside. Even Slade couldn't help but believe this reality. Achoo. A sudden cough jolted Slade back to reality. He looked up blankly at Brody, not quite registering what he saw, then lowered his head again. After 2 seconds, realization hit him hard, his head snapping up as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Fuck, you didn't die. Annoyed yet not fully angry, Brody kicked the fire pot over. Are you cursing me to death? Seeing Slade's sorrow, however, Brody's anger softened. Chapter 264. This humble one, Zach. An entire month. How could you stay in there for so long? My father and I thought you were dead. Slade pounded Brody's shoulder heavily, then said with a look of shock and suspicion. Why do I feel like you're different? Speak quickly, what kind of opportunity did you encounter inside? Could it be that you really comprehended the chaotic stone? Brody smiled and nodded slightly. Slade was about to ask more but noticed the person beside him. Yes, he looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, he almost lost his composure and hastily bowed. Grandson pays respect to art. Harvey held an extraordinary status and rarely appeared publicly. Although they were grandfather and grandson, their age difference was substantial. In Slade's memory, he had seen his grandfather only a few times, the last being when he just started to have clear memories. Naturally, he did not recognize him at first. You are Marcos Hang, right? You've grown so tall already. From now on, learn more from Brody. Have you heard me? Upon hearing Harvey's words, Slade's forehead darkened, and he could only nod in response. Following Harvey's mental command, several figures flew out from their respective residences and instantly gathered at the bronze gate of Ghost Pass. Looking at Brody, Hassan's eyes flashed with surprise. Then they all respectfully bowed. Son greets Alfredo God. Junior greets our God. They were all grand saints of the G family. Besides Harvey's 4 descendants, the other 3 were related as uncle and nephew. Seeing Brody unscathed, except for Hassan, the other 3, led by Remington, wore grim expressions. It was clear this boy must have passed the Ghost Pass trial, and the Alfredo God might have come out of seclusion because of him. As for the other 3 nephews of Harvey, their gazes toward Brody were filled with admiration. Passing through the Ghost Pass proved his exceptional talent and heart, but it was regrettable that he wasn't a member of the G family. From today onward, Brody is a permanent friend of the G family. No one is to treat him with disrespect. These words alone were enough to attest to Brody's significance in Harvey's eyes. The others bowed deeply. We will abide by the divine decree. After Harvey disappeared, Remington sneered, Indeed, Mr. Flynn is truly remarkable to have passed the Ghost Pass trial of our G family. A rare genius indeed. Now that Brody was favored by Harvey and also close to Hassan, despite any resentment, Remington could only watch helplessly. With a cold snort, he left along with the other 2. Hassan shook his head. Brody, don't worry about them. Stay with us at the G family residence. Let us fulfill our duty as hosts. Slade also nodded. Right, Brother Flynn. My Calalamo city has plenty of beautiful women. Would you like me to take you around? At this moment, a transmission jade tablet glowed softly near Brody. Inside was a divine command from Taoist Felix. The Blood Spirit Sanctuary has declared full-scale war against us. Master fought against the Dev and went missing. 2nd senior brother, 7th junior brother, and Aaron are all missing. 5th junior brother is severely injured. Suspected involvement by the Dugu family. The situation is critical. Focus on your cultivation and do not return to the sect. Hearing this news, Brody's expression changed dramatically. The Ronin Plum sect was in trouble. The situation was surely worse than described. Even the Dugu family was involved. Their purpose was undoubtedly for Anika. They still wouldn't give up. Brody's gaze turned cold. After this incident, he couldn't stay in the Calalamo realm anymore. No matter what, he had to return to the Ronin Plum sect as soon as possible. Seeing Brody's sudden change in expression, Slade knew it was due to the message he just received. He asked, Brother Flynn, what happened? Upon hearing the news, Slade slammed his thigh and was even more agitated than Brody. F***K this Blood Spirit Sanctuary, relying on the support of the Dugu family to act so recklessly? Let's go together. Compared to Slade, Hassan, as a leader, thought more deeply and didn't act impulsively. The donghua realm was the domain of the Dugu family, far from the Calalamo realm. They had to consider carefully. Perhaps sensing his difficulty, Brody made a gesture. The G family has already been very kind to me. This is a personal matter of mine. No need to trouble the senior. However, the journey is long. Could the senior lend me a teleportation array? Alfredo, Brody is my brother. You must help him. Slade hurriedly interjected. Did I say I wouldn't help? Brody is someone your grandfather holds in high regard and a friend of the G family. There's no time to waste. I'll consult with Art and set off immediately. By consulting, Hassan meant seeking Harvey's approval. Although he was the patriarch, he wasn't a deity and couldn't mobilize the other grand saints. Going alone wouldn't be enough to face the Dugu family. No need. I'll take Brody back to the donghua realm. Harvey's voice resounded again. Hearing that he would personally intervene, Brody felt a surge of excitement. A deity represented the pinnacle of power in the demon realm. No force dared to ignore them. Slade immediately jumped up, raising his hand. Art, I want to go too. Most moved, however, was Hassan. He hadn't expected his father, a deity, to personally intervene for Brody. What position did Brody hold in his father's heart? Without using the teleportation array, Harvey directly transported Brody and Slade across the demon realm, heading straight for the donghua realm. Felix, I advise you to surrender. Don't make futile resistance. How many forces does your Ronin Plum sect still have to oppose the Blood Spirit Sanctuary? Above the Ronin Plum sect, 8 figures gathered, all Saint Kings. The Blood Spirit Sanctuary was launching a full-scale assault. On the Ronin Plum sect side, only 5 Saint Kings remained with fighting power, losing nearly half their strength. However, Taoist Felix sneered. Surrender? Do you think you deserve it? Come and try if you dare. Who among you can fight me? Taoist Maud also stood forward. His aged, hunched figure radiated terrifying power, making the Blood Spirit Sanctuary's 8 Saint Kings shudder. The Saint Kings exchanged glances, and 4 stepped forward. Heh, Taoist Maud is already a respected Hartley to us. Let's all join in a friendly sparring match. 4-on-1? Your Blood Spirit Sanctuary remains shameless as always. Amaris's face was cold and stern. She was not her usual lazy and alluring self, but exuded a fierce aura. Her fiery figure, however, still captivated, even seeming more enchanting. Long have I heard of Miss Khalil's captivating charm. Today, I finally see why it's famed. Even a mere glance makes one linger. This humble one, Zach, boldly seeks guidance from Miss Khalil. Another voice echoed nearby. 3 figures appeared before everyone, the leading one smiling faintly, delivering those words. This humble one, Zach? Chapter 265, Return to Ronin Plum Sect. As Taoist Felix watched them, his gaze turned colder. I knew it. The Blood Spirit Holy Land wouldn't dare attack our Ronin Plum Sect without your support. But have you considered the wrath this could stir? Stirred wrath? Ridiculous. It was as if Blue had heard an enormous joke. His face radiated arrogance. My Dugu family rules the Earth Demon realm with a deity watching over us. Why should we care about your rage? Anyone who opposes my family must accept the consequences. Any woman our family desires won't be given willingly, so don't blame us for taking drastic measures. This is all on you. At this point, there wasn't much more to say. A great battle was imminent. However, the opposition boasted 11 holy kings, and the Ronin formation hadn't fully recovered from concealing the aura of heavenly punishment. Instantly, the situation was disadvantageous for the Ronin Plum sect. Taoist Maud didn't disappoint, renowned for his might among holy kings. Even 1-on-4, he did not falter. Amaris and Taoist Felix each faced 2 opponents, greatly relieving the pressure. But the situation remained bleak. The Blood Spirit Holy Land still had 3 holy kings, making a 3-on-2 match, tipping the scales in their favor. Not everyone could match Taoist Maud's extraordinary prowess. Once someone was restrained 1-on-1, the remaining 2 holy kings attacked ferociously, quickly inflicting injuries. 18th junior brother, Taoist Felix, observing the battlefield, felt anxious upon seeing this but couldn't spare himself to help. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from a mansion on Azar Peak, emitting red blood chi. Joining the fight, it fiercely attacked one of the enemies, immediately reducing the pressure. Azar, you've recovered from your injuries? How could this be so fast? He had witnessed Azar severely wounded by the Saint Lord, leaving him unable to fight. FLYNNT, holy kings are still holy kings. They soon noticed Azar Taoist's state. You're burning your essence blood to enhance yourself to the extreme? Have you lost your mind? This reckless fighting style instilled fear. He treasured his life too much and didn't want to end up exchanging blows with Azar. Don't talk nonsense. You've trespassed against the Ronin Plum sect. Today you die. Azar Taoist roared, his blood chi swirling into a massive blood-colored halberd, devastating and fearsome. Azar, Taoist Felix, noticing this, couldn't help but cry out sorrowfully. There had been no internal strife between his fellow disciples. They were like brothers. Yet now seeing Azar burn his essence blood filled him with deep grief. However, the current situation left no room for alternatives. Not only the senior disciples but also the 3rd and 4th generation disciples, except for a few who managed to escape, were fighting to the death. Seeing this, Barnaby was overwhelmed with grief, his nose tingling with emotion. Despite being covered in blood, he continued to hold his ground like a sturdy pine tree. He couldn't bring shame to his master's name and would carry on the honor of Azar. Azar's sudden appearance wasn't taken seriously by either the Blood Spirit Holy Land or the Donghua family. They simply awaited his inevitable collapse due to essence blood exhaustion. The Ronin Plum sect's destruction seemed inevitable. They were confident in victory. Unfortunately, that boy isn't here. It's truly a pity I can't witness his death before my eyes. The speaker wasn't a holy king but a young man in a blood-red robe, precisely Blood Spirit Palmer. After a month's rest, he finally recovered. Hatred filled his eyes, driven by dreams of vengeance since his defeat. Today, he came specifically for this purpose, but never imagined Brody wouldn't be present. Just you? Merely a failure at the hands of little uncle. With his talent, you'll only fall further behind. Now your opponent is me. He spared you back then. Let me take over. Facing Blood Spirit Palmer was another figure, Adam, Taoist Felix's disciple, ranked first on the Ronin Plum sect's heaven list. Looking for death. His defeat by Brody and near-death experience were constant reminders of humiliation. Blood Spirit Palmer's face twisted with rage. Then I'll kill you first before dealing with Brody. This scene played out across the entire Ronin Plum sect. Not only Blood Spirit disciples but also Donghua family disciples joined in, overpowering the resistance. Countless disciples lay dead, the ground drenched in blood. Are you mocking our Ronin Plum sect for having no warriors? Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the sky. Brody's hair billowed, his eyes glowing with murderous intent, coldness emanating from every pore as he hovered in the air. Seeing this, his anger flared, especially towards Azar Taoist, whose vital flame flickered weakly but still burned essence blood to sustain the fight. Upon seeing Brody return, Taoist Felix didn't show expected joy but shouted furiously, "Why did you come back? Leave now." Brody's cultivation period was too short. With his current strength, he couldn't alter the outcome. Returning was sheer recklessness. Taoist Felix regretted informing Brody. If he'd known, he wouldn't have told him. But he was also touched that Brody rushed back upon hearing the news. As for the Blood Spirit people, they first froze upon seeing Brody, then showed delighted expressions. They hadn't anticipated he would rush back. It was as if he sought death. Especially Blood Spirit Palmer, showing manic joy. Upon seeing Brody again, he trembled with excitement, abandoning Adam as an opponent, charging straight at Brody, almost crazed. "Brody, did you know how long I've been waiting for you?" Night and day, his thoughts were fixated on Brody. His hatred could almost solidify into form. Unbeknownst to him, Brody was no longer the same. Capable of defeating him even as an Emperor Realm cultivator, what chance did he stand now when Brody reached the peak of Yin-Yang chaos? Letting you live back then was a mistake. Today, you die. Brody's voice was icy cold. A punch erupted with full fury. Before anyone could react, Blood Spirit Palmer's body exploded into mist. This was the 7-injury fist. The greater the emotion, the stronger the power. Blood Spirit Palmer likely didn't realize what hit him before meeting his demise. Chapter 266. A single sword strike to fell a Sage King. Rascal, how dare you? The Sage Kings of the Blood Spirit Holy Land gnashed their teeth in fury when they saw the Blood Spirit Sage son meet his demise. Simultaneously, a deep fear for Brody arose within them. It had been by mere luck that they managed to triumph over the Blood Spirit Sage son earlier, but now he had been defeated with just one strike. Below, Adam's face turned pale as he witnessed this scene. Then he laughed bitterly and shook his head. Compared to this little junior uncle, being the top ranked on the heavenly list seemed like nothing at all. Zhang Vivianian wore a complex expression too. Back then, Brody was only slightly better than him. Yet the gap between them had grown so vastly since then. "Little junior brother, have you broken through to the Sage Realm?" Taoist Felix's eyes lit up with joy. They indeed hadn't misjudged Brody. Upon breaking through to the Sage Realm, he could exhibit such formidable combat prowess. "Little junior brother, you must go. You are our xuanhuan sect's hope. Even if our master is no longer, and even if we're gone, as long as you are alive, you will surely rebuild the xuanhuan sect in time. Flins, while we can still hold them off, you should escape far away and focus on cultivation. We believe that given enough time, you will definitely eliminate them. Baron, covered in blood, shouted fiercely. Even Amorous communicated telepathically with Brody, urging him to seize this opportunity to flee, advising not to return. But Brody shook his head. I am from the xuanhuan sect. Today, I have come back to tell them that there are no cowards in the xuanhuan sect. Everyone has the spirit of defiance. Brody had always held firm to the beliefs in his heart, following his convictions without regret. In an instant, golden blood chi erupted from his entire body, his eyes turning one black and one white, transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged directly into the battle circle around Baron, confronting the Sage King of the Blood Spirit Holy Land head-on. Brody, be careful. Baron was taken aback by Brody's actions, believing he was too reckless. Fifth senior brother, rest assured. No need to burn your essence blood anymore. Leave Delbert to me. Brody spoke up. He noticed that Baron's essence blood was almost depleted. If he continued, it wouldn't be long before the burning consumed him entirely. That's why Brody rushed to help him immediately. Seeking death. Seeing that a newly ascended sage dared to attack him, Delbert sneered cruelly. A blood-colored blade appeared in his hand. With such a great opportunity, he would certainly deliver a fatal blow to this menace. But the moment their swords met, Delbert's entire figure was forced back, his face turning ashen in shock. How is this possible? Why would a sage possess such power? In that brief moment of contact, Brody's sword posed a genuine threat to a Sage King. There's nothing impossible. With an aura of invincibility, Brody faced the Sage King without any fear. The sword light followed closely, and for a moment, he was actually overpowering Delbert. This scene left the others present speechless, almost defying common sense, especially those from the Dugu clan. Initially, they only heard about a talented young man from the xuanhuan sect, but now witnessing it firsthand, the impact was much greater. If this young man were to break through to the Sage King or Great Sage Realm in the future, who knows what he could achieve? Zack muttered under his breath, his gaze toward Brody now filled with murderous intent. Such talent, if unable to be controlled and utilized, must be eliminated preemptively. This level of strength, little junior uncle, he truly lives up to his reputation. Zhang Vivianian swallowed hard, his heart racing. Even Amorous looked at Brody with a hint of surprise. This little junior brother always brought about miracles. However, the tide of the battle gradually changed. Once Delbert calmed down, he launched a frenzied assault. Despite the disadvantage in rank, Brody found himself struggling. Brody, you cannot lose. Below, Slade kicked away a disciple of the Blood Spirit Holy Land, noticing the situation and shouting loudly. To the onlookers, this person seemed unfamiliar. Cultivating to the Sage Realm at such a young age, with solid foundations, he was already considered quite talented. FLYNNT, he was an unfamiliar face among them. However, they paid no further attention to him because currently, Brody's performance was the most captivating. Today, I will make you understand that a Sage King cannot be matched by a mere sage. Delbert's eyes turned crimson red. He waved his hand, and countless blood mists converged towards him, forming a massive blood-red scimitar in his hand. Overflowing with brutal energy, he slashed at Brody. The blood scimitar expanded continuously in midair, its sharpness evident. Even other Sage Kings in the same realm would not dare underestimate this move, lest they suffer heavy injuries, let alone Brody. With this attack, even someone extraordinary like Brody won't be able to reverse the outcome. So much the better. This person is far too gifted. If he survives, he will inevitably stir up trouble in the future. If he dies, we can finally rest easy. Just unfortunate that such talent can't be utilized by our holy land. Their battle had paused as they watched Brody struggle. Of course, they also remained wary of each other. Compared to the Blood Spirit Holy Land and the Dugu clan, the people of the xuanhuan sect were extremely tense. Even Taoist Maud couldn't help but want to intervene, but unfortunately, they were tightly watched, knowing any move would be hindered. Brody! Amorous could no longer contain herself, but just as she moved, two members of the Dugu clan blocked her path. Zack smiled faintly. Miss Khalil, where are you going? It's a one-on-one duel. Let's not interfere and preserve fairness. In an instant, Amorous's aura dropped to a freezing point. You truly deserve to die. However, the two combined easily restrained her, leaving her helpless and watching anxiously as Brody struggled. Just as the blood-red scimitar was about to slash Brody, an unexpected change occurred. Brody stretched out his hand, grasping the hilt of the black sword sheath at his waist, which he had never drawn before. Clang! A resounding sword cry echoed throughout the entire xuanhuan sect, reverberating in everyone's hearts. Radiant sword light pierced everyone's eyes, making them squint from pain as endless sword chi swept through the area. The entire world seemed to stand still, all eyes focused solely on this single sword strike, as if time itself had frozen, and that once invincible blood-red scimitar, upon colliding with Brody's sword, instantly dissipated. Only a lone figure remained, lying in a pool of blood, twitching feebly as blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Soon after, he ceased to breathe. One sword strike annihilated a Sage King. A shadow of dread hung over every invader's heart, unshakable, too terrifying. Is this still a sage? Such divine might. Intense killing intent surged infinitely within Zack's heart. He had never felt so strongly about wanting to kill someone. He must be eliminated. Translation notes. Pinyin names are accurately retained, e.g., Brody, Taoist Felix. The original tone and style are maintained, ensuring the translation reads naturally and fluently. Paragraph structure and line breaks follow the original text. Storyline and logic are coherent with previous content. Chapter 267. A turning point? Do you still wish to fight? Raphael pointed his sword at the blood spirit Holy Land and the many formidable figures from the Dugu family, his gaze indifferent except for the constantly intensifying sword intent, which seemed ready to break out into a fierce battle at any moment. Today, Ronin Plum sect had gained an additional Brody, while they had lost a Holy King. The members of the blood spirit Holy Land and the Dugu family all began to feel like retreating. They could roughly guess that after using that one sword move, Brody was likely exhausted and no longer possessed fighting power. But they dared not take the risk. Better safe than sorry. If things went wrong and they misjudged, allowing Brody to use that sword move again, it would not be pleasant for whoever it struck. In this moment, everyone valued their lives greatly and did not wish to lose their life in such a place. It wasn't just Brody, Maud, Felix, Amaris were not easy opponents either. Continuing the battle would result in a Pyrrhic victory. We've learned our lesson today, fellow Taoists. We will settle this another day. The experts from the blood spirit Holy Land left with grim faces, only able to leave behind these harsh words. Meanwhile, Zack cast his eyes toward Brody. Billy is currently in the Duga family, and 7 days later, she will be married to Darien. If you have the courage, why not come to Demo City and challenge us? Sixth junior sister was indeed captured by you. What about junior brother Valerie? Where are they now? When Taoist Felix and the others heard this, they instantly became agitated, as if poised to restart the conflict. Zack sneered coldly. If you want to know, then come to Demo City. Our Dugu family can show great kindness by letting you die together. 7 days later, I, Brody, will surely arrive as promised. Brody's gaze was fixed on Zack, making him feel a chill down his spine. Zack merely gave him a cold look before leaving with the people from the blood spirit Holy Land. Unfortunately for the disciples who had joined them in attacking the Ronin Plum sect, they instantly lost their resolve once the leaders left. Their faces turned pale as they were mercilessly slaughtered. Suddenly, Brody, who had been standing mid-air, felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Losing consciousness, he fell into a soft embrace and fainted. Brody! Brody! Even Slade rushed over, concern evident on his face. FLYNT, inwardly, he envied Brody, just missing catching him. Looking at Amaris's celestial beauty, he thought, if I had moved just a step quicker. When Brody woke up again, a whole day and night had passed. After resting, he gradually felt better. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was Amaris's exquisite appearance. Younger brother, you're awake? Amaris noticed Brody awaken and embraced him warmly, causing Brody's heart to flutter slightly at the feeling of softness against his chest. Senior sister Sienner, how is the sect doing now? And what about Master and my senior brothers? Have we found any clues about their whereabouts? Recalling the disappearance of Aaron and Gordy, Amaris frowned, feeling disheartened. We immediately sent people to investigate. Even senior brothers Maud and Felix personally took action, but until now, there has been no news. Upon hearing that Brody had awakened, senior brother 4 and 8 also rushed over, showing concern in their eyes. Brody, you've just woken up. Should you rest some more? Slade also came over. Ha ha ha. Brody, that last sword move was incredible. The Saint Realm defeating a holy king. It's history-making. Having a brother like you means I'll always have a lot to brag about. Everyone, including Amaris, looked at Slade with surprised eyes. They still didn't know his identity, only that he seemed close to Brody, possibly someone he met in the Kalalamo realm. Brody chuckled dryly. Previously, focused on the battle, he hadn't introduced him. Fellow seniors, this is Slade, heir of the Hazamali from the Kalalamo domain. An old acquaintance of mine. Hazamali from the Kalalamo domain. Upon hearing this, the three of them looked at Slade with new respect. He was indeed worthy of his talent. No one expected Brody to have such an acquaintance. Hee, nice to meet you all. Since you're Flynn seniors, you're my seniors too. As for the title of Hazamali heir, it's just a name. Nothing to be concerned about. Slade smiled calmly, not considering himself superior because of his lineage or inferior because of his realm. This attitude earned nods of approval from senior brother 4 and 8. Report. Just then, a disciple hurried in, a message from the Dugu family. 6 days from now, Auntie Billy's wedding to Dugu family's divine grandson Darien. They plan to execute traitors to uphold the Dugu family's dignity. Amaris's expression turned cold as she grabbed the gold-embossed envelope, recognizing the familiar energies of Taoists Valerie and May Vivianen, and Aaron. Everyone gasped in shock. The worst had happened. Their master had indeed fallen into the hands of the Dugu family. Feeling the genuine energy signatures present, everyone knew it was real. Aaron's fourth heartily showed murderous intent. The Dugu family wants to destroy our sect? We'll fight them to the death. Even in death, we'll drag some down with us. Nathaniel 8 looked at Brody. Younger brother, you? Before he could finish, Brody interrupted, shaking his head firmly. I am part of Ronin Plum sect. If you still recognize me as your junior brother, let me join. Well said. Let's go together. Taoist Felix and Maud entered the room. Upon learning the news, they rushed back. Taoist Felix declared gravely, after careful deliberation with Nathaniel brother 1, we decided to disband Ronin Plum sect, sending the disciples away from the demon city to preserve a spark of hope. Facing the Dugu family, they saw no chance of victory and hoped Brody could lead the future disciples. Knowing his temperament, they knew he wouldn't agree to stay behind. But upon hearing Felix's decision, Brody smiled mysteriously. This battle may yet have a turning point. Hearing this, everyone raised their eyebrows, confused. Only Slade smiled. As they wondered about Brody's confidence in a turning point, two figures appeared outside Brody's residence. Hashtag chapter 268. Still too young. Zane, why did you come here? You don't need to worry about the sex affairs for now. What you should focus on is resting well to avoid leaving any root damage. Wait, fifth junior brother. How did your injuries recover so completely? Maud spoke up at this moment, his face filled with surprise. Looking at Taoist Vance who had just entered, he saw a radiant complexion that did not resemble someone seriously injured at all. Brody smiled faintly. It was thanks to Harvey's intervention that Daoist Vance's injuries could recover so quickly. Otherwise, at best, his realm would have dropped, and at worst, he might have lost his cultivation entirely. Only then did everyone notice the man beside Vance, especially Maud. Initially, he didn't seem particularly extraordinary, exuding only an ethereal aura. But upon closer observation, they found him increasingly enigmatic. I wonder who this Daoist friend is. Everyone looked at Brody and then at Slade, thinking that this person must be another formidable expert from the G family. Brody introduced him. This senior is a divine spirit from the G family of the Kalalimo realm. What? A divine spirit? All members of Ronin Plum's sect were stunned, almost doubting if they had heard correctly. Only Daoist Vance seemed aware, though still shocked. This was indeed a divine spirit, making everything feel like a dream. Junior has been impolite earlier. Please forgive me, Senior. Even the usually composed Daoist Maud felt slightly nervous, realizing he had called a divine spirit by Daoist friend just moments ago. Harvey smiled faintly. No problem. With Senior here, we don't need to fear the Dugu clan anymore. Daoist Felix said excitedly. They also marveled at their young junior brother's rapid growth. Now, he could even invite a divine spirit from the distant Kalalimo realm to come here. Recalling the days when they vied to take him as a disciple, they couldn't help but laugh. They had no such qualifications. Night fell, and on the bed, Brody was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes, his tone teasing. Senior Sister Sienna, I knew you would come. Come in and sit down. His voice faded, and a graceful figure emerged from the void, seemingly fresh out of the bath, her hair still damp, her eyes flirtatious, and her gaze sparkling. She hadn't expected Brody to catch her presence so quickly. Amaris sat on the edge of the bed, propping her chin with one hand, radiating allure. So, little junior brother, are you staying up late specifically waiting for me tonight? Senior Sister Sienna, do you know, being this close is dangerous. Brody suddenly reached out, his speed leaving only a blur. Unfortunately, Amaris seemed prepared, her body twisting like a water snake, thwarting his attempt. How could Senior Sister not be cautious after seeing little junior brother's bravery that day? What if you succeeded in becoming a little lecher? Brody felt a bit disgruntled, vanishing from where he stood and reappearing behind Amaris. But just as he moved, Amaris unleashed an astonishing force. Boom! Brody exclaimed in pain, flying backward and landing heavily on the ground, nearly falling flat on his face. Amaris watched this scene, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth, feigning concern. Oh dear, little junior brother, are you alright? It wasn't intentional. Such lack of martial ethics. Brody picked himself up from the grass, feeling slightly dejected. He had long wanted to teach Amaris a lesson to repay her for what she had done to him before. Alas, his current cultivation was still insufficient to control her. Amaris gave him a triumphant look, as if saying, little brat, trying to take advantage of me? You're still too young. But I still thank you. Without you, our Ronin Plum sect would have had no hope at all. Amaris shifted the conversation back to reality, looking sincerely at Brody. Reflecting on how Brody had joined Ronin Plum sect soon after arriving in the demon cultivation world, she realized what a fortunate event it had been. Hearing this, Brody became serious. Senior Sister Sienna, you make me sound like an outsider. I am part of Ronin Plum sect. Master and my seniors have treated me kindly. This is what I should do. If you thank me, it would seem distant. Hearing this, Amaris smiled warmly and nodded. After she left, Brody lightly waved his bone sword on the lawn. The sword wind made the flowers sway ceaselessly. Dugu clan, blood spirit sanctuary, whoever provokes Brody will surely pay the price. His eyes glinted sharply along with the sword. Worthless. All of you are worthless. In the blood spirit sanctuary's hall, several holy kings bowed their heads, accepting their holy lord's fury. No one dared to object. In the battle against Ronin Plum sect, our Jalmer was killed, and a holy king was slain. You people have disgraced the blood spirit sanctuary, outnumbered, yet you still lost. What kind of shame do you have living in this world? If this spreads, the blood spirit sanctuary will become a laughingstock in the earth demon realm, and even the entire demon cultivation world. After yelling for a while, the blood spirit sovereign finally stopped. Had he not just returned from the Dugu clan, he would have berated them even more furiously. Holy Lord, it's not entirely our fault. That Brody is truly monstrous, as are Maud, Felix, and others. Each of them can handle multiple foes alone. One of the holy kings tried to explain below. It was better that he hadn't spoken because it reignited the holy lord's fury. Furious, he roared, you have the audacity to say that. Ignoring Maud and others, a mere novice like Brody killed a holy king with his sword. Such incompetence deserves death. Even the other holy kings glanced at the one who had spoken, inwardly cursing his lack of tact. Couldn't he just endure the scolding quietly? Peace, holy lord, peace. We only need to wait for the Dugu clan to make their move. Ronin Z is suppressed within the Dugu clan. There's no fear of his disciples not coming. As long as they go to the Earth Demon City, they will die without fail. Especially Brody. Once he dies, we can rest easy. Another holy king interjected. Hearing this, the blood spirit sovereign's anger subsided, coldly turning away. After the holy lord left, the holy kings in the hall breathed a sigh of relief, wiping cold sweat from their foreheads before tremblingly departing. Earth Demon Realm, Auden family. Looking at the invitation on the table, the Auden family Hill's expression darkened further. The Dugu clan had forcibly taken Anika, clearly disregarding the Auden family. And within the clan, those holy kings, and his own descendants, celebrated Anika's kidnapping, praising the marriage arrangement proposed by the Dugu clan. The Hill felt sorrow. Now he understood why Anika refused to return here. She had seen through the ugliness and hatred of these supposed kin. When the Blood Spirit Sanctuary attacked Ronin Plum sect a few days ago, he had not intervened due to the intense scrutiny by the Dugu clan. Despite his intentions, he was powerless. Chapter 269, Thorn. Alfredo, our Auden family cannot afford to get entangled in this mess. An alliance with the Donghua clan will be immensely beneficial. We must not follow the Ronin Plum sect to their deaths. The Donghua clan is overwhelmingly powerful. The Ronin Plum sect is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, courting destruction. Our Auden family must not rush into this firefly's suicidal flight towards the flame. Myling marrying into the Donghua clan and becoming spouses with Thorn is her good fortune from a past life. My eldest brother and sister-in-law would surely be very gratified if they were still alive. In the grand hall of the Auden family, the various Saint Kings were united in their stance. They must not oppose the Donghua clan. Some even advocated for helping the Donghua clan annihilate the people of the Ronin Plum sect. Even their descendants knelt outside the hall, pleading, "Please, Nathaniel Hill, retract your order and preserve the foundation of our Auden family." The entire Auden family was in opposition. Seeing this, the old patriarch of the Auden family coughed incessantly, his trembling finger pointing accusingly as he shouted with wide eyes, You scoundrels, do you intend to kill me with anger? We hope Alfredo will reconsider." The various Saint Kings also knelt, resolute in their stance. Ha ha ha. Seated at the head seat, the old patriarch laughed bitterly without end. The whole Auden family had different hearts and thoughts, each harboring their own designs. As the patriarch, he truly felt defeated. Fine, fine. Waving his hand, the old patriarch saw relief wash over the hearts of the various Saint Kings. But his next words shocked them. With a tone tinged with sorrow, the old patriarch said, "Since you won't go, this old man will go alone. Even with only one horse and one blade, I can't let Xior's lifelong happiness be destroyed." Alfredo. No. Alfredo, don't act on impulse. Uncle, you are the pillar of the Auden family. Nothing must happen to you. The faces of the various Saint Kings changed dramatically, kneeling down once more to try to dissuade him. If they lost the old patriarch, there would be no great sage left in the entire Auden family, significantly diminishing their influence and possibly inviting covetous glances from other powers. But the old patriarch's heart was thoroughly disappointed, and he didn't listen anymore, turning away step by step. After he left, the various Saint Kings stood up, their eyes flickering unpredictably. Is Alfredo out of his mind? That's the Donghua clan. Who can stand against them? This could have been an opportunity for our Auden family. With Alfredo meddling this way, perhaps the Donghua clan will hold it against us. When that happens, no one will escape. But what can we do? Alfredo has made up his mind, and Nine Bulls couldn't pull him back. He insists on seeking death. Suddenly, one of the Saint Kings turned cold. He wants to find death and drag us down with him. Since he shows no affection, then we can't be blamed for being unfilial. He was the direct son of the old patriarch. Hearing these words, the others frowned. Brother too, what do you mean? Inform the Donghua clan of this in advance. They might remember our assistance and protect our Auden family in the future. Even if we lose Alfredo, our Auden family will still be a prominent clan. Disloyal and unfilial. Those words should be struck by lightning. If the old patriarch were here, he might have stormed off in anger. But upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes brightened. Among them, Auden family's third brother nodded slightly. Alfredo is going against us. To preserve the Auden family, we must bear the burden of this filial impiety. All for justice. For the Auden family. On this day, the Demon Earth City, the capital city of the Demon Earth realm, was bustling with excitement far more than usual. Joyful lanterns and banners decorated every corner, all for one reason. The grand wedding day of Thorn, the divine grandson of the Donghua clan, the dominant force of the Demon Earth realm. Major forces were invited, including some from other demon realms who accepted the invitation. Of course, many people understood the underlying reasons. In any hidden corner, one could overhear people discussing, "Do you think the Ronin Plum sect will come? Thorn has declared that if he doesn't see them by noon, he'll execute Aaron and others." Ah, the Ronin Plum sect. Why did they have to provoke the Donghua clan? If he wants to marry, just accept it. His family isn't even opposing it, but your sect opposes it? Now they've met this fate. Ah. Mentioning the Ronin Plum sect reminds me of Brody. I wonder if he will also come to meet his death. Humph, he stands out so much. Do you think the Donghua clan will let him live? Even if he doesn't come, he will be hunted down eventually. Inside an opulent mansion of the Donghua clan, a graceful figure sat alone before a mirror, adorned in luxurious wedding attire. Her raven hair was styled elaborately, and light makeup accentuated her exquisite features, making her appear even more charming. The only flaw was the hollow look in her eyes, devoid of any emotion, sitting motionless like a doll. Brody, will you come? At this moment, the first person Myling thought of was Brody. His image haunted her mind, two clear tears trailing down her perfect cheeks. Her cultivation had been sealed, even her divine sense. Perhaps the only comfort she could find was in thoughts of her master and Brody. Elsewhere, a man in white stood atop a high pavilion, his sharp eyebrows and star-like eyes carved as if by a knife, exuding extraordinary grace. Standing here, gazing over the Demon Earth City, he seemed like a mastermind orchestrating events. Behind him stood three men. One bowed and said, "Brother Bo, Brody's talent and combat prowess are truly terrifying. We mustn't let him off today." If Brody were here, he would recognize this man immediately, Blue, who led the previous attack on the Ronin Plum sect on behalf of Thorn. As the most talented of his generation, always favored by the Donghua deity, Thorn held real power, commanding respect from all his peers. Chapter 270. No consent from your mother. Brody has indeed shown remarkable talent, but an untapped genius is no more than an ant. If he knows his place, I might consider recruiting him under my command. Otherwise, eliminate him, Nigel said nonchalantly, sipping his tea as if it were a trivial matter. As for that old ancestor of the Auden family, if he acts irresponsibly, let there be one more corpse at the Marco gate. Zack nodded respectfully and bowed, saying, Brother Bo's wisdom is unmatched. The others also flattered him. Naturally, Brother Bo's grand wedding has drawn strong presences from all regions, even patriarchs and sect leaders personally coming to congratulate you. This speaks volumes of your status across the entire Earth Demon domain. With time, Brother Bo will surely lead our Dugu family to even greater heights and new levels of glory. After they left, Darien sat alone on the balcony chair, a faint smile playing on his lips. Brody, interesting. He had heard stories about this man more than once, each tale enough to stir the Earth Demon domain. Such a young man achieving so much must possess rare treasures. Regardless, his opportunities would soon fall into Darien's hands. Clang. A bell resounded through the entire Earth Demon city. At the center stood a towering mountain peak, once the place where the Earth Demon domain powers worshipped the Miles deity. Now, with the deity's statue destroyed, it served as the venue for Darien's wedding. Crowds gathered like an ocean, seated according to their power hierarchies from top to bottom. The disciples of the Dugu family maintained order amidst the throngs. A middle-aged man stood on a high platform, his stern face exuding authority. He was Anders, the current head of the Dugu family and divine son of the spirit deity, possessing great sage-level strength, a man second only to the spirit deity in the entire Earth Demon domain. His voice, empowered by sacred energy, boomed loudly, audible throughout the city. To see all of you here today, I'm moved. This is the most vibrant gathering in Earth Demon City in years. Today marks my grandson's grand wedding, marrying the outstanding daughter of the Auden family. The celebration will last 3 days and nights. After the wedding, we are willing to display the divine Tao steel inscribed by the spirit deity for everyone to contemplate. Anders's words sent the crowd into a frenzy. All eyes gleamed with excitement at the mention of the divine Tao steel. Especially the great sages present were incomparably stirred. At their age, their pursuits were few. Only advancing in cultivation mattered. The divine Tao steel held the promise of helping them break through their constraints and reach new heights. Even other cultivators shared this excitement. A mere glimpse of the steel could grant unparalleled opportunities. Darien now wore a red robe, walking out alongside Anika. She, dressed in her bridal attire, exuded a transcendent elegance just by standing still. Unfortunately, the red veil obscured her beauty, and no one dared to use divine senses to peek. Doing so would offend the Dugu family's dignity. Thinking of this, all gazes turned toward the Marco Gate, where several bloody figures hung suspended in the square, pointed at and discussed by onlookers. Who would have thought that Ronan Maisong's formidable generation would come to such an end? It can't be helped. They offended the Dugu family. In the Earth Demon domain, the Dugu family is supreme authority. Pitiful. Tragic. Some factions even felt a sense of despair. With Ronan Maisong falling, who would be next? Darien looked coldly at those hanging figures. On my wedding day, bloodshed should not be seen. But Ronan Maisong acted hypocritically, ruthlessly and cruelly, rebelling against the domain. Now, the Dugu family enforces justice by exterminating these traitors. He seemed like a celestial judge pronouncing judgment on Ronan Maisong. Anika remained composed, yet a sense of despair lingered in the air. She had decided that upon their deaths, she would take her own life immediately. Unfortunately, she wouldn't see Brody again. Darien's expression darkened, realizing that if Anika really committed suicide now, it would tarnish both the Dugu families and his own reputation. Then Darien suddenly raised his hand. Considering Ronan Maisong's past contributions to the Earth Demon domain, I'll spare them today. However, while death may be spared, punishment is inevitable. Ronan Maisong must disband, and Ronan Maisong's members must remain confined within the Dugu family, stripped of their cultivation and never allowed to show their faces again. This sudden change in tone stunned everyone. Executioners paused and stepped back. Stay by my side obediently, entertain me, and they will live. Insist on dying, and they will not survive either. Their lives depend on you. Darien, a man, found himself drawn to the beautiful Anika. Now he awaited her response. Anika trembled, gripping her hands tightly until her knuckles turned white. Finally, she managed only 3 words. You are despicable. Darien chuckled softly, intoxicated by the feeling of manipulating another's fate. Now, Ronan Maisong remains nowhere to be seen. It seems they won't come. What nonsense. They're reduced to rats in sewers, barely surviving. Don't be naive. But what about the Auden family? Why isn't the old ancestor present on such a significant day? I don't know. That's none of our concern. Let's focus on the upcoming 2 days contemplating the divine Tao steel. It's an unrivaled opportunity. Flynn's, yes. Anders's expression didn't change. Keeping a few cripples posed no threat. Since both sides agree, let's proceed with the wedding. Any objections from your side? He referred to the Auden family. A Saint King from the Auden family stepped forward, smiling proudly. Their seats were right after the Dugu families, even surpassing some other factions, earning them much pride. Ha ha ha, my daughter Myling has always admired Lord Bo. Her wish has finally come true. We Hartleys have no objections. In secret, an Hartley figure burned with anger, especially seeing his sons and nephews acting this way, nearly bursting out. No consent from your mother. Just as everything seemed smooth and Gigi was about to bow to heaven and earth with Darien, a voice echoed across the mountain peak, interrupting the ceremony. Chapter 271. Let me defeat him, then I'll take you home. Whispering broke out among the guests. This statement was incredibly audacious. Where were they? Practically all members of the Dugu clan had gathered here, along with representatives from major forces. Who dared to speak like this? Had he eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Especially the Auden family. Their faces turned grim instantly, revealing a look of madness and murderous intent in their eyes. The statement came just after their declaration, directly targeting them and stripping them of their dignity. Even most of the Dugu clan looked displeased, except for Darien, who remained expressionless and even showed a hint of amusement. Interesting. Among those present, Anika was the most agitated. When that familiar voice appeared, Her slender figure trembled, and her eyes beneath the red veil instantly welled up. Brody had finally come, but immediately following was a wave of panic. Brody was outnumbered and outmatched. There were many people here who wanted him dead to remove a potential threat. How could he possibly survive coming here now? Several figures appeared in the air, and a blood-red coffin descended from the sky. Simultaneously, Brody's voice echoed once again. I heard Master Bo plans to hold his wedding today. I've prepared a grand gift specially made for you. I hope you will enjoy it. Blasphemy! Uncontrolled and lawless wretch. Everyone from the Donghua clan leaped to their feet, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. Sending a coffin on one's wedding day. If this man wasn't made to pay, the Donghua clan would become a laughingstock throughout the entire demon cultivation world. Similarly, when Brody appeared, the Blood Spirit Holy Land members' eyes flared brightly. This little brat has finally come. We feared he wouldn't dare. The blood-red coffin landed straight before Darien, who cast a cold gaze and said, I intended to give you a chance to live, but it seems that would be redundant. Brody chuckled, and the sound of a sword ringing filled the air as the bone sword appeared in his hand, pointing at Darien. Enough talk, dare you battle me? Faced with Brody's challenge, Darien shook his head. You have no right to challenge me. His gaze then shifted to Zack. Seeing Darien look at him, Zack froze. He knew very well that Brody possessed the strength to defeat Sage Kings, ordering him to fight. Brothery, bring his head to me. Noticing Zack's hesitation, an impatient flicker crossed Darien's eyes. He reminded Zack, who gulped nervously and steeled himself. Once he attacked, he would use his strongest move immediately, not giving Brody any chance. Flins, that's what he'd do. Zack bellowed, impudent remnant of the Skyfall sect. How dare you provoke our Donghua clan? Today, I shall eliminate you before all these powers. Exterminate the demon. As he spoke, a holy sword appeared in Zack's hand. With one slash, he exerted all his might, releasing countless killing intents through the sword beam. A terrifying aura seemed ready to tear everything apart as it slashed toward Brody. This Zack, being a Sage King, uses his strongest technique against a mere Sage Realm cultivator without hesitation? Isn't he afraid of losing face? That's not a problem. Even a lion attacking a rabbit uses its full strength. It just shows how cautious Zack is. Facing someone like Imo Kalilan, a world-renowned Sage King, is one thing, but against a Sage Realm cultivator. With this blow, I doubt that the fiend Brody can even leave behind a whole corpse. However, the next scene completely defied their expectations. Brody burst into golden blood chi, with yin-yang flames surging from his eyes. His entire body reached peak condition as he swung the bone sword forcefully, sending a dazzling sword light raining down like a storm of light. Bang! The clash erupted, stirring up massive waves of chi, causing the entire mountain to tremble slightly. Space distorted sharply, leaving fine cracks behind. I'll slay you. At some point, Brody's right hand already rested on the black scabbard and hilt of the Flinlow Easy Sword. He swiftly drew it, unleashing a brilliant sword light that shone brilliantly, comparable to the sun and moon, blinding everyone. As a splash of fresh blood mixed with the sword light became visible, an unearthly scream pierced the air, making everyone's skin crawl. When the sword light dissipated, only a heap of flesh remained where Zack stood. Seeing this, everyone gasped, and their gazes shifted to Brody, transformed with awe. A mournful cry rang out from the Donghua seats. A middle-aged man stood up abruptly. He was Zack's father. Witnessing his son die right before him in such a gruesome manner nearly caused him to faint. Trembling, he pointed at Brody. You, I will kill you to avenge my son. Grand Saint power surged from him as he moved to attack, but an Hartley figure stopped him. Want to bully a weaker opponent? I won't allow it. When people recognized the Hartley, exclamations of disbelief arose. This is the ancestor of the Auden family? How is he, siding with Brody? What about the Auden family? Without even glancing at Zack's father, Brody panted heavily, having exhausted almost all his energy with that strike, but he still managed to smile. Master Bo, is it your turn now? Darien's gaze turned chilling, seeking death. Though he said that, Brody's recent performance was indeed formidable. He couldn't help but take him seriously now. Hearing about him was one thing. Seeing him firsthand made a difference. Someone almost 100 years younger than him had reached such a level of combat prowess. This person must be eliminated. Flynnt, arrogance crept back into his mind. His demeanor grew indifferent as he declared, I won't bully you. Since that last strike drained you greatly, I'll give you 15 minutes to recover. Fool. Hearing this, Brody inwardly laughed. Never did he expect Darien to be so foolish or overly confident. With this opportunity, he wouldn't let it slip. No need, half an hour should be enough. Those days weren't wasted. Before coming, he prepared plenty of spirit swords of various grades within the Flinlow Easy space, specifically for cases of exhaustion. Brody shifted his gaze to Anika under the red veil, softening. Let me defeat him, then I'll take you home. Chapter 272, The Great Battle Against Darien. Anika slowly lifted the red veil, revealing her stunning beauty. Her eyes were bloodshot from excitement, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with mist. At that moment when their gazes met, she smiled and nodded vigorously. Seeing the two of them exchanging meaningful glances, even Darien, in his best mood, felt a surge of anger. He couldn't help but coldly say to Brody, hurry up and recover. I don't want people to say I won unfairly. To this, Brody merely glanced at him and muttered under his breath, I've never seen someone so eager to die. Though he spoke softly, there was no attempt to conceal it. Given the cultivation levels of everyone present, including Darien, they all heard him clearly, especially Darien, who wanted nothing more than to rush forward and slay him right then and there. But seeing Brody had already closed his eyes to recover, he ultimately managed to calm down and hold back. Darien turned to look at the woman beside him, his tone icy cold. Soon you will see, Only I, Darien, am worthy of you in the entire demon cultivation world. Anika had already returned to her usual aloof demeanor. Hearing these words, her face remained calm, her eyes betraying no emotion. In my heart, you can never compare to him. On the other side, Anders continued to sit calmly in his seat, watching the Hartley ancestor of the Auden family not far away. His tone was serene. Having lived so long and finally achieving the Grand Sage realm, after countless hardships, one should have transcended worldly desires and pursued the highest realms. Why come here seeking death? Beside him stood 10 Grand Sages, including the Dugu family's own Grand Sage and the Blood Spirit sect's Saint Master. Without divine spirits intervening, this force could sweep through the entire Earth Demon region. But the Hartley ancestor of the Auden family paid no heed to these threats now. He chuckled lightly. From the moment I appeared here, I decided to risk this old life. Having lived so long, the old man wants to do something for himself? The head Hartley of the Dugu family sneered. Risk your life? More like courting death. For today's actions, our Dugu family will grind your bones into dust. Our dignity will not be challenged. Elsewhere, Taoist Felix watched as his master and senior brothers were covered in blood, his heart filled with fury, unable to resist the urge to unleash a massacre. Dugu family, we shall never rest until we are avenged. You shouldn't have come, Louis bitterly thought to himself. Although he said it aloud, he knew the temperaments of his disciples well. Even with the addition of the Auden family Hartley, the power disparity was too great. Representatives from various factions on the scene showed different expressions. Most lamented. The various powers of the Earth Demon region had long harbored grievances against the Dugu family, but dared not openly resist due to the presence of a living deity within the Dugu family, unmatched by mortals. Darien, come and meet your end. Less than half an hour later, Brody slowly opened his eyes, his aura reaching its peak. Seeing this, Darien snorted coldly. I've been waiting for you. Today, I will exterminate this so-called monster. With a flash, Darien vanished from his spot, reappearing instantly before Brody and striking out with a powerful palm. Despite reacting promptly, Brody was still forced to retreat several steps from the overwhelming force. This person is much stronger than Zack. Brody's expression was grave. Through brief exchanges, it was evident that Darien, as the leading figure of the Dugu family, was incomparably superior to Zack. Cloud transforming palm. Darien charged again. A massive palm print descending upon Brody, distorting the space it passed through. 7 injuries fist. Brody roared, his entire body bursting with blood chi, even his hair turning golden. A peerless fist of light condensed, smashing toward the palm print. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed, shattering the invincible palm print with a single punch. But Brody wasn't satisfied. Transforming into a streak of golden light, he surged toward Darien. Brody's movements became relentless, his limbs, arms, hands, feet, and head, all becoming lethal weapons. Sword Bone and Irvin hovered in the void, sword chi flickering. Being pressured by Brody in front of so many people, Darien remained composed. Boy, let me show you the true strength of a sage king. Suddenly, a killing aura enveloped Darien. 2 golden broadaxes appeared, catching Brody off guard. Seeing this, Anika and others held their breath in anxiety. Clang! Sparks flew. In a critical moment, Sword Bone materialized from the void, blocking the golden broadaxe mid-air, while Irvin seized the opportunity to pierce toward Darien. Do you think I don't know anything about you? Darien sneered, thoroughly familiar with Brody's tactics. His arms gleamed with golden light, attempting to strike Irvin away. Is this overconfidence justified? Someone frowned. Swordsmen were known for their formidable combat prowess. Even with a cultivation advantage, Darien shouldn't act so casually. What do you know? Lord Bo has comprehended the Tao of 5 elements metal, excelling both in offense and defense. How could a mere sage like Brody hope to injure Lord Bo? Ridiculous. FLYNT reality left everyone stunned. Irvin seemed to ignore the Tao of 5 elements metal entirely. The moment it made contact with Darien, a Tanjiao pierced the air, and Darien's arms were instantly severed, blood spurting skyward. Note, Tanjiao means a Tan call, or a cry of anguish. I kept it untranslated to maintain the context, but it should be a cry of anguish or similar in full English text. Corrected. FLYNT reality left everyone stunned. Irvin seemed to ignore the Tao of 5 elements metal entirely. The moment it made contact with Darien, a cry of anguish pierced the air, and Darien's arms were instantly severed, blood spurting skyward. How is this possible? Darien's face paled as he lost his arms, unable to fathom how Brody's sword had so easily cut through. If he used the Tao of 5 elements metal for defense, his physical strength would rival that of a sage, king-grade weapon, or similarly ranked corporeal cultivator. Only the observing grand sages like Anders noticed, it's that sword? That sword is extraordinary, definitely not ordinary in origin. Brody remained unperturbed by the outcome. Understanding Darien's thoughts, he foresaw this result. Darien had overestimated himself, but unfortunately, he didn't manage to kill him outright. Losing his arms did not diminish Darien's fighting spirit. The golden broadaxe combating Sword Bone in the air was recalled, transforming into dual blades to temporarily replace his arms. As for the severed arms, they were quickly retrieved by the Dugu family's grand sages, to be reattached once the battle concluded. New arms would not match the physical strength of his other parts in a short time, making reattachment the most suitable choice without affecting his foundation. Within the battlefield, Darien became a small golden figure, wielding dual blades, hacking relentlessly at Brody. After one setback, he cautiously guarded against Irvin, preventing Brody from finding an opening for the moment. This Brody, we underestimated him too much. Who would have thought Darien would suffer such a loss at his hands? The Earth Demon region produces such monstrous geniuses. It's undeniable that his talent, having achieved this level at his age, is unparalleled among the younger generation. However, despite this, I still believe the ultimate victor will be Darien. Agreed. Conversely, Darien grew increasingly anxious as he fought. He found Brody's foundation incredibly solid, giving an illusion of being unbreakable. Chapter 273 Victory. He must die. He absolutely must die. A person like him shouldn't be allowed to live in this world. Darien's heart roared. Even he felt a twinge of jealousy at Brody's talent. To fight him to a standstill at the Sage Realm, what would happen if he broke through to the Saint King Realm? Could he not easily kill him then? At this thought, murderous intent continued to condense within his heart as he rose into the air, looking down upon Brody from the sky. Fiend prodigy, today I shall make you a thing of the past. Several drops of essence blood emerged from between his brows, slowly floating and stopping mid-air. His dual flails also fell off, merging with the essence blood, releasing a terrifying and stern aura wildly across the space. The golden light emitted from the large flail became even more brilliant, so much that even the blazing sun could not compete with its brilliance. Feeling the power emanating from it, Taoist priest Maud frowned from afar. Even he felt this was difficult to handle. Seeing this scene, the faces of Auden families Nathaniel and Lewis immediately darkened. This strike almost reached the level of a great sage attack. Anders chuckled lightly. Boer has utilized essence blood. This battle has no suspense left. Blood Spirit Sacred Master and the Auden family group also had wicked grins on their faces. If Brody died, there would be no more worries. The gusts emitted by the golden flail blew Brody's clothes to flutter. His face was pale as he faced a peak Saint King, having been in an intense battle all along. His consumption was immense, and he was now frantically absorbing and refining the spirit sword he had prepared for this very moment. One couldn't deny that Darien was the strongest opponent he had encountered until now. He would take a desperate chance. The bone sword returned to Brody's body as he began to crazily mobilize all the forces within him. Demon flames, sword Tao principles, boxing intent, physical body, sword Tao, divine consciousness, essence blood, and his belief. Initially, when everyone saw Brody sheathing his sword, they thought he was giving up resistance. Upon sensing the force within him, however, everyone's expressions turned solemn. They guessed Brody was about to unleash his ultimate move too. And Darien, hovering in the air, had pushed his aura to the extreme. Brody, you have earned the right for me to remember you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the golden flail moved, flying towards Brody with unstoppable power, aiming to crush this insignificant sage into minced meat, annihilating him. Even heaven cannot subdue me. Who do you think you are? Brody's hair danced around him. In his eyes, one could see something, an invincible heart. Hearing his words, people from various factions smiled, not taking them too seriously. Such words seemed too unrealistic, merely a fabricated line for bravado to maintain his presence. But when that streak of sword light emerged from Brody's body, everyone froze as if time itself stopped. Countless eyes could only see one gold streak, one sword light, slowly colliding together. Boom! A loud explosion echoed throughout, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble. The golden light and sword light intertwined, colliding and extinguishing each other. The previously stable space started distorting rapidly before finally shattering completely. Frightening energy spewed out, completely obliterating both figures. Even Saint Kings dared not approach that broken space. At some point, countless memory crystals hovered in the air, recording this scene. Outside the mountain peak, two figures stood suspended in the void. It was Harvey and Slade. They hadn't shown themselves until now, but seeing how strong Brody had become, Slade sighed. Now, defeating him seems harder than climbing to the heavens. Harvey patted his grandson on the shoulder. He was born extraordinary, destined for great fortune. Among the entire universe, he is a standout. His future achievements will be immeasurable. Follow him well, and you might receive a share of his good fortune. Slade turned to look at his grandfather. If he leaves the demon cultivation world in the future, do I have to follow him? Seeing Harvey nod, Slade laughed. All right then, I've always wanted to travel all over the universe. Staying in the demon cultivation world indefinitely would be stifling. Brody needs someone as talented as me to conquer the world with him. Harvey remained silent, but his heart churned wildly. When he witnessed Brody's sword, he was convinced innate sword body had appeared in this life. And Brody's talent and combat strength were clear to him. Not even heavenly punishment could harm him. In the future, his achievements might not match the legendary Jin Markoduang who suppressed the 8 corners of the universe, but he would definitely be one of the top few powers in the universe. Harvey suppressed his excitement and looked back at the battlefield on the mountain peak. That wild and unrestrained aura finally subsided, the shattered space recovering. Everyone eagerly awaited the outcome, wondering who would win. Only one figure knelt on the ground, covered in injuries, blood flowing out continuously, and his aura weak. Despite this, he did not fall, supporting himself with his sword. There was no doubt that when people saw this figure holding onto his sword, the answer was already clear. In this life and death battle, Brody had won. Flynn, Brody won? Even though they saw it with their own eyes, people still couldn't believe it, especially the Donghua clan and Blood Spirit Sanctuary members. Some wished their eyes were playing tricks on them. Boer. A figure quickly darted forward. It was Anders. However, Auden family's Nathaniel blocked him first, and was then restrained by other great sages. Previously the unyielding Darien now lay amidst rubble, breathing shallowly, pupils dilating, near death. Chapter 274. Slade indeed. Darien opened his mouth as if to say something, but could only cough up blood. His holy Tao origin was shattered, and Anders couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Quick! Quickly immerse Bo in the divine pool." Immediately, a great saint from the Donghua clan stepped forward and carried away the dying Darien. Watching Darien leave, someone's eyes flashed with mockery. Darien has always boasted of being the #1 genius of the underworld domain. How could he have imagined that he would be defeated by a holy realm cultivator? to become the stepping stone for Brody's rise to fame throughout not just the underworld domain but the entire cultivation world. Darien thought too highly of himself. He never understood that there are always greater heights beyond what one can imagine. This battle will likely crush his spirit and cause him to lose heart forever. The higher one stands, the harder one falls. Darien grew up basking in glory, and after this defeat, many began belittling him. People who had once praised him without end. But it wasn't just outsiders who felt this way. Even some disciples within the Donghua clan, especially those of Darien's generation, looked at him with evident schadenfreude. Despite the Donghua clan's dominance over the underworld domain, such a powerful clan naturally had factions. Darien's defeat would undoubtedly lead Grand Nathaniel Spirit to completely lose faith in him, creating opportunities for their own advancement. However, despite Darien's defeat, the Donghua clan still held significant power. Hearing their younger generation sneer and ridicule, some of the Hartleys changed expressions and silently rebuked them. Thinking privately was one thing, but saying it aloud, were they bored? Gigi ran up to Brody and supported him, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Looking at her exquisite face, Brody smiled weakly. How is your man doing? Am I not formidable? Cough, cough. Seeing him joking around despite his injuries, Gigi couldn't help rolling her eyes. You're in no condition for jokes. A promise is a promise. I said I'd take you home, so I won't leave you here in this rotten place. Brody gave a faint smile. He had achieved his goal, defeating Darien at the Holy Realm. The rest didn't require his involvement anymore. Looking at the great saints blocking him, the Neil clan's Grand Nathaniel scoffed. It seems today's wedding cannot proceed. Upon hearing this, Anders's expression turned cold. Do you really think what you've done doesn't warrant death? Do you think you can walk out of the underworld city unscathed? All members of the Donghua clan stood up at this moment, emitting powerful auras. At this point, whether the wedding happened or not mattered little. What mattered most was eradicating these people who dared challenge the Donghua clan's authority. 9 great saints' auras made everyone pale, especially the formidable aura of Anders, almost reaching the divine realm. This situation was bound to escalate. Facing the mighty Donghua clan, the opposing side seemed slightly weaker. Only the Neil clan's Grand Nathaniel was a great saint, while Xuanhuan and others, though saved by Maud, were heavily injured and lacked any fighting strength. Xuanhuan's gaze showed regret as he looked at Maud and Brody, bitterly smiling. Looks like I've burdened you all. Master, don't talk like that. Today may still have a turning point. But Xuanhuan just shook his head and laughed, clearly treating it as a joke. Facing such overwhelming force, who among the major powers would dare step forward? To resolve the crisis, nothing short of divine intervention could help. Seeing Xuanhuan being rescued, Anders showed no emotion except for the killing intent coagulating in the air. Fine, let you die together. The foundation of the Spirit clan isn't something you can shake. You'll only pay the price in blood. All who challenge the dignity of the Donghua clan, die. Facing 9 great saints, the Neil clan's Grand Nathaniel sighed, turning to look at his granddaughter. Chioer, I truly wish to see you get married to the one you love someday. Unfortunately, time is running out for me. Hearing this, Gigi's expression froze. Seeing the old man's silver hair, she felt for the first time how much he had aged. Art. The old man trembled upon hearing the long-missed words, tears streaming down his weathered face. You two must take care of yourselves. Brody, treat her well, do not fail her. Realizing the old man's intention, Xuanhuan's expression changed dramatically. Old Neil, absolutely not. Brody also sensed something amiss with the Neil clan's Grand Nathaniel. Looking at the 9 great saints opposite, he suddenly realized what was happening and quickly shouted, Declan, wait, things aren't that dire yet. Are you kidding? The divine haven't even appeared, and you're going to self-destruct? If Gigi finds out, who knows what will happen to your relationship? The Neil clan's Grand Nathaniel paused, having not known Brody had another card to play. In his mind, against 9 great saints, self-destruction might be the only way to win a sliver of hope. But finally, he decided to trust Brody. Not that serious? Hearing this, everyone from the Donghua clan almost burst into laughter. Has Brody lost his mind? 9 great saints, and he says it's not serious? Especially Anders and company found this statement extremely disrespectful. One of the great saints couldn't hold back his anger. Not serious? Ignorant boy, do you really think anyone here can save you? For centuries, the Donghua clan had ruled the underworld domain. Who dared oppose them? Today, no matter who comes, no matter what tricks you have, I will make you understand, they are futile. Anders's voice was icy and unequivocal. Suddenly, space rippled, causing everyone to focus intensely. Could they really have another move? Then, when a black-clad youth appeared before them, everyone's faces fell. What nonsense! So your ace is just a Holy Realm Junior? Even Gigi looked at Brody in confusion. Wouldn't it be better if he had stayed hidden? Coming out now was akin to offering himself as a sacrifice. Seeing the young man appear, Anders narrowed his eyes, focusing on a special emblem embroidered on his left chest, a G. Not just him, every great saint present noticed the emblem, aware of its meaning at this critical juncture. A female great saint from the Donghua clan wanted confirmation and asked, Youngster, are you from the dark magic domain? Slade straightened his collar with pretension. I am Slade, heir of the Hazamali from the dark magic domain. If you see someone who catches your eye, then it's undoubtedly me. At these words, the woman froze, instantly bursting into fury. Living for countless years, she couldn't believe a junior dared be so disrespectful to her. Even Brody broke into a cold sweat. If you're going to flirt, at least choose the right target. What a peculiar taste. Chapter 275. Majestic Power. Although Slade acted like a rogue, his identity was something everyone took seriously. He was from the G family, the dominator of Kalalamo domain, and as the Aaron of the G family, he was more prestigious than Jarrett in a sense. After all, he had been officially named as Aaron, whereas Jarrett was only their leader without formal recognition. The Hartley ancestor of the Auden family glanced at Brody in surprise, not expecting him to have connections with the G family's Aaron that could summon someone to come help across great distances. They couldn't figure out why the G family's Aaron would appear in Demoth domain, or why he would assist Brody. Clement spoke sternly, G family's Aaron, this is a matter of the Demoth domain. Do you really intend to stand with the bandits? Does your action represent the will of the G family? This statement carried significant weight. If Slade represented the G family's will, it might trigger a war between two supreme families of the demon cultivator's world. If not, then despite his sage rank, even as Aaron, he wouldn't be able to influence the decision-making of the Donghua family. My coming here naturally represents the will of the G family. Brody is an eternal friend of the G family and my brother. In times of crisis, we will firmly support him. Slade's tone was decisive, leaving no room for doubt. Everyone held their breath, astonished by the depth of Brody's connection with the G family of Kalalanmo domain. Did this mean many great sages had also been sent by the G family? Was a shocking great battle about to break out? How should they choose sides? The leaders of various forces were lost in deep thought, their gazes uncertain. Clement's eyes grew cold. This is the Demoth domain, not a place for you to wreak havoc. Unless the G family comes in full force, Brody and his people still can't escape death. Slade's face showed difficulty. My G family didn't send any great sages? No great sages? What about being eternal friends? What about being brothers? What about the promised backing? The Hartley ancestor of the Auden family nearly stormed off in anger. Are you just playing with us? His gaze, filled with doubt, turned towards Brody as if asking, how unreliable are you? Especially the Donghua family, on the verge of laughter. A woman sneered, if so, please step aside, Aaron G. We don't want to hurt you unintentionally. As for them, they shall die here. Led by Clement, including the great sage who had taken Jared away, 10 great sages circled around Slade, rushing toward Brody's group. The Hartley ancestor of the Auden family immediately prepared to explode his essence to provide a chance for Brody and others to escape. Suddenly, changes arose. The entire peak space seemed frozen, an overwhelming pressure that made souls tremble pressing down. Everyone, even great sages, found themselves immobilized. A figure stepped out of the void, each step synchronized with the rhythm of heaven and earth, echoing in everyone's hearts. Divine being. These words clearly appeared in everyone's minds. How is this possible? A divine being emerges here? Clement, suspended in midair, screamed inwardly, unable to comprehend why a divine being would appear here. Sensing the threat, another divine aura rose from somewhere within Demoth City. This was the remnant presence of the Donghua family's divine being, manifesting into a majestic divine image in the sky. Seeing this, everyone from the Donghua family was filled with excitement. This was their divine being, responding to the foreign divine being's aura. The solemn divine image slowly opened its eyes, focusing on the newcomer. Quentin, why have you entered Demoth City without reason? You have overstepped boundaries. The divine voice resounded majestically, making one involuntarily kneel. The frozen space finally released but remained a mere manifestation against the real divine being, too insignificant. I am a contemporary divine being. There is nowhere in this vast world I cannot go. Quentin flicked his finger, releasing a thread of divine law which instantly shattered the Donghua divine being's manifestation. Seeing this, everyone from the Donghua family felt a chill run down their spines. Clement's eyes were bloodshot. Quentin, you dare attack our clan's divine being's manifestation? Do you seek a war between our two families? For the Donghua family, the divine being was their faith. Witnessing its manifestation being destroyed ignited fierce anger among all. As for the dev, he had quietly retreated. Even if he wanted to kill Brody, he wasn't foolish enough to think the human cultivators could stop a divine being without their own divine being emerging. People's perceptions of Slade completely changed. Honest kid, saying no great sages meant no great sages. What a loyal friend. What a solid support. With a divine being already present, did it matter whether great sages came or not? No one expected Brody to hold such importance in the G family. For his sake, their divine being crossed realms to bolster his side, awe-inspiring the world. As the divine power intensified, Clement and others were pressed flat on the ground, their bones cracking and faces flushed red. It was clear how much pressure they were under. Quentin, enough. Take your people and leave. If this continues, once my master returns from the demon cultivator's sea, he will never let you live. In the divine realm of Demoth City, a spear pierced through the void, appearing atop the mountain peak, emitting tremendous divine power. This was the divine weapon of the Donghua divine being. Unable to bear it any longer, he chose to emerge. Hearing this, Quentin retracted his power. Clement and the 9 other great sages breathed heavily, chests heaving, eyes filled with fear. Divine beings were truly terrifying. Just their pressure could crush them entirely. Their survival was due to Quentin holding back. Flinars had passed since the shocking battle, and again a divine being emerged. Despite minimal intervention, it had reached their limits. Chapter 276, Return to Ronin. In a certain part of the demon cultivation world, this area transcends the boundaries of the 10 domains. It is void and desolate, with no light capable of penetrating its darkness. There is no sign of life except for 8 figures standing there, from whom divine Tao laws continuously emanate. One of these figures suddenly trembled slightly. If observed closely, his appearance bore a slight resemblance to Anders. His closed eyes slowly opened, revealing faintly swirling star rivers within them. As if sensing something, he turned his gaze towards the demonic earth domain. His eyes could pierce through space, and at that moment, everyone on Giant Peak suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Instinctively, they felt as if an awe-inspiring existence was staring at them through the void, causing their spines to chill. Only the members of the Donghua family looked excited. They knew it was the gaze of their divine ancestor. Anders exaggeratedly proclaimed, "Divine Alfredo! This is the gaze of the divine Alfredo." please return and slay all invaders. The other members of the Dugu family also knelt, speaking earnestly, please return, divine ancestor, and restore the glory of our Dugu family. The scene was grand and tense. Not only did it affect them, but even Brody's side grew anxious. If Gary were to return, wouldn't it trigger a divine war? Then, the entire demonic Earth domain would likely be in turmoil. He cannot come. Harvey remained expressionless. Others might not know, but he was clear about the situation. Gary and the others were at a critical juncture and couldn't spare the time. Sure enough, after a long moment, Gary did not appear. Instead, a divine voice resounded, Dawn, retreat now, or we will fight to the death. In the entire world, only those who had reached the divine realm dared to address each other by name. At this level, a divine soul blends into the cosmos, and within a certain range, any direct mention of a divine name can cause a response from them, potentially leading to an attack. Divines are true cosmic powerhouses, whose abilities far exceed what mortals can comprehend. To the death? Do you truly dare to challenge me? Today, I have only one demand. From today onwards, Ronin Plum sect will be under my control in the black magic domain. If you ever harm them, I will raise the Dugu family to the ground. G. Ralene's voice boomed like a supreme edict, making everyone present shudder in awe. They were also astonished by Brody's status in Harvey's heart. For a mighty divine to act for him was extraordinary, but to stand against other divines for him, such treatment might not even be afforded to some divine descendants. All factions envied the Ronin Plum sect group. Harvey had resolved all their worries. When they arrived in the black magic domain, relying on Brody's relationship with the G family, they would surely rise rapidly. With a wave of his hand, Harvey enveloped Brody, the Neal family patriarch, and the Ronin Plum sect group in divine power and instantly broke through space to leave. Anders and others could only grit their teeth and watch them go, their eyes red with anger. What was supposed to be a marriage to intimidate the Ronin Plum sect had become a laughingstock. Factions exchanged uneasy glances. They felt extremely awkward staying here. Did they wait for the Dugu family to escort them out? Dugu Hill, I shall take my leave. Dugu Hill, Spirit Soaring sect takes its leave. Dugu family, Martial Soul sect takes its leave. Various forces left one by one. Anders did not respond. Among them, the Neal family had already quietly slipped away amid the chaos. This incident shattered their dreams of joining the Dugu family. Staying longer risked further retaliation. Now, our Neal family is caught between two enemies. The Dugu family always seeks vengeance for minor grievances. Our Neal family is in trouble. Humph, isn't this your own doing? Insisting on marrying Deanna to Darien, that useless man, and forcing Alfredo to leave. Now we've offended both sides. Do we still have a place in the demonic Earth domain? Don't talk rubbish. You were the loudest one initially, yet now you blame us. In the Neal mansion, several sage kings blushed and blamed each other, trying to shift responsibility. None thought about who had disregarded the Neal family patriarch's opposition and colluded with the Dugu family. Enough. A loud roar silenced the hall. An older sage king stood up, sternly saying, instead of arguing, let's think of how to get our Neal family through this crisis. Hearing this, they fell silent. The Dugu family would not let them off easily. After a while, one hesitated and suggested, should we seek forgiveness from Alfredo? They had seen Don take the Neal family patriarch along. Presumably, they were at the Ronin Plum sect now. Another looked doubtful. Uncle was forced to leave. Will he forgive us? No matter what, we are still his relatives. Blood is thicker than water. He won't abandon us. That's decided then. Let's head to the Ronin Plum sect. Remember to be sincere when apologizing. We're family. Nothing can't be overcome. Seeing the familiar scene, Aaron couldn't help but feel emotional. Originally facing certain death, he never imagined he could return here again. Everett gazed at Brody with reflection. If not for him, the Ronin Plum sect would likely be just historical dust. Aaron looked sincerely at Don and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your assistance. From now on, you are our benefactor. Don gently shook his head. Truthfully, he had no prior connection with the Ronin Plum sect. As a divine, why should he care about their fate? He did all this for Brody's sake. Master, remaining in the demonic Earth domain risks ongoing threats from the Dugu family. Let's gather the disciples and, according to our wishes, join G Senior in the black magic domain. Upon hearing this, Aaron hesitated, but eventually nodded. Despite the Dugu family's loss of face today, they were still the dominant force. With such hostility, staying here wasn't wise. But looking at the nearby grandfather-grandson duo, Brody showed a trace of difficulty. Would the Neal family patriarch be willing to join them in the black magic domain? Remaining here would eventually lead to retribution from the Dugu family. Chapter 277. A pitiful person. Johans have a despicable side. Art, please come with us to the Kalalamo realm. After this incident, Anika's inner turmoil was finally resolved. She looked at the family patriarch with hope in her eyes. Staying here would only put them in grave danger. The patriarch smiled gently, first glancing at his granddaughter, then at Brody. His eyes held a hint of regret. Initially, he too had intended to marry Anika to Darien, but eventually, he changed his mind due to Brody's talent and other factors. However, thankfully, he stood firm in his stance in the end, stepping forward even when he knew it meant certain death. Brody also approached, Senior Auden, please leave with us. But a look of hesitation appeared on the face of the patriarch. Behind him lay the entire Auden family. Even if he was disappointed with his descendants, blood was thicker than water, and he couldn't just leave them behind without a second thought. At that moment, outside the Ronin Plum sect, several voices called out, the Auden family comes to pay respects to the Ronin Plum sect. We beg for passage so that we may see our ancestors one last time. Upon hearing these voices, Anika's expression turned cold, and even Brody's eyes grew icy. Aaron was already in seclusion to recuperate, and senior disciples like Maud all looked towards Brody, showing how highly esteemed the young junior brother had become in their hearts, almost rivaling Aaron. Brody glanced at the patriarch and sighed softly, let them in. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Auden family members rushed directly towards the patriarch as soon as they entered. Especially the holy kings among them acted like they had rehearsed it beforehand, each wearing expressions of sorrow, shame, and pitifulness. Alfredo, it's such a relief to see you safe. You don't know how worried we were about you. Uncle, since your departure, none of us could eat or drink properly. You are the pillar of our Auden family. We can't be without you. Ancestor, we have realized our mistakes. Witnessing this scene, Brody sneered. Especially Anika. She couldn't forget their demeanor during the giant peak incident. Now they were back here playing the sympathy card. It was truly despicable. Even Slade, who understood the whole situation, could no longer hold back. As the saying goes, a pitiful person must have a despicable side. The ancients indeed spoke truthfully. Aren't you all fond of attaching yourselves to the powerful Dugu family? What's happening now? Facing Slade's relentless ridicule, the Auden family visitors pretended not to hear. Nothing mattered more than their lives at this point. Their sole goal was to gain forgiveness from the patriarch and Anika and leave with them. With divine protection, the Dugu family wouldn't dare touch them. If they tried to migrate en masse, they'd make too large a target and would surely be ambushed along the way. The patriarch gazed at his relatives, sighing deeply. He hadn't felt much before, but after this incident, he had thoroughly seen through them. They were all opportunistic ingrates. You should leave. Upon hearing these 4 words, everyone from the Auden family shuddered as if struck by lightning, their faces turning ghastly pale. They begged incessantly, Alfredo, we know we've wronged you. Please don't abandon us. It's all our fault for being blinded by greed. Uncle, we're a family, having lived together for so many years. Please don't forsake us. What we did was indeed wrong, but our intentions were always for the good of the Auden family. Art, we are innocent. Eventually, even Slade couldn't listen anymore and rebuked angrily, do you still have any shame left? Why didn't you stand up earlier? Why didn't you say we were family then? Now you come here playing the sentiment card? Why don't you go beg the Dugu family instead? His words filled the Auden family members with shame, while secretly harboring resentment, but they dared not show it. Slade was too precious to provoke, and they still needed him to help establish themselves in the Kalalanmo realm. They turned to Anika again, their eyes brimming with hope. My dear niece, what we did before was wrong, blinded by greed. But our intentions were for your good. Alfredo has always listened to you. Please plead for mercy on our behalf. Anika's gaze turned cold, her expression icy. Plead for mercy? How could I face my deceased parents if I do that? Without you all, they wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Initially, for the sake of the heir position, they were practically beasts in human form. Her parents had trusted them so deeply, yet ended up facing such a tragic fate because of them. It was precisely because of this that she left the Auden family in despair and became a disciple of Ronin Plum sect. Later, as she grew to be a holy king, they feared retaliation and even sought to marry her off to the Dugu family. What kind of familial affection did that display? If not for the patriarch being present, she might have lashed out herself to avenge her parents. Seeing no hope, the faces of the Auden family began to twist with fury. Several holy kings brimmed with resentment. How can you treat us like this? No matter what, we are still your uncles. Are you trying to drive us to our deaths? Then they turned to the patriarch, Alfredo. You will not think of father-son ties and doom the Auden family's legacy? If the Auden family is destroyed, you two will be the biggest sinners. The ancestors will never forgive you. The second son of the Auden family, red-eyed and agitated, kept roaring wildly. Slap. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed, leaving a red handprint on his right cheek. Brody shook his hand, his tone filled with murderous intent. You are not welcome here. If you do not leave now, do not blame me for being merciless. Humph. Just relying on the Jia family's reputation, nothing impressive. In the crowd, a young man voiced his dissatisfaction under his breath. He was of the same generation as Anika, and perhaps driven by envy and jealousy, he mumbled quietly. This voice was extremely faint, concealed by his soul power, confident that Brody would never find him. He underestimated Brody. In the next moment, Brody appeared beside him, grabbing his neck tightly with a terrified look on the young man's face, lifting him up. Do you seek death? The horrifying aura overwhelmed the young man's mind, a chilling shock coursing through his body. He immediately wet himself in fright, emitting an unbearable stench, which caused Brody to frown. Chapter 278. 3 Conditions. Disdain filled his eyes as Brody threw him aside. Considering Senior Auden's standing, I'll spare your lives, get lost. You're not welcome here. Brody's reputation soared high now, and even Hill Auden could not intercede on their behalf. The Audens left with venomous gazes. Staying longer would only turn them into a laughingstock, though they were already one. Watching their departure, Hill Auden felt an ache in his heart, a wave of bitterness rising. Could any father truly sever the ties of kinship? Though his descendants were unrighteous, he could not become heartless. Hill Auden's expression did not escape Brody's notice. Would it be too cruel to abandon the Audens entirely? Might this Hartley carry this regret for the rest of his life? Brody was silent. If he were in Hill Auden's shoes, would he also feel mercy towards his own kin? Glancing at Anika, who nodded slightly, Brody made up his mind. Wait. At this, the Auden family members halted. Auden clan leader turned around with a bitter smile. What? Are you going to humiliate us further? Brody, if you have the guts, ask the divine being to kill us all in front of my father now. Their hearts surged with agitation. Some clamored while others deeply regretted coming here or driving away Hill Auden in the first place, hoping there might still be room for reconciliation. Ultimately, it was their doing. Brody's expression remained blank, his voice calm. Agree to my 3 conditions, and I will allow you to leave with us. This sudden change startled the Auden family members. Even Slade looked at Brody in surprise, but didn't object to his decision. The initial struggle in Hill Auden's eyes turned to hope. With uncertain voices, the Auden family asked, Brody, is this true? What are the conditions? Their breathing quickened. If it meant survival, no one would choose death. Even if Brody's conditions were harsh, they would agree. First, apologize to Senior Auden. Henceforth in Kalalamo domain, you must follow Senior Auden's directives and not use the Horatio name for evil deeds. Hearing this, they immediately nodded and knelt before Hill Auden. Alfredo, we've wronged you. We apologize for our actions and promise never to act unrighteously again, nor will we misuse the Horatio name. If we break this vow, may we be struck by lightning and die miserably. Second, apologize to Anika, your niece, and kneel at her parents' graves to repent. The Lowe family members faced Anika. As Hartleys, they bent their waists and bowed instead of kneeling, which Brody did not protest. Niece Chio, we apologize to you. We've wronged you and your parents. Once this matter is resolved, we'll return and kneel at your parents' graves. Anika's face remained cold. She nodded slightly. Forgiveness was impossible for her. She had long given up on her uncles, understanding their true nature. They would not be in her presence without her grandfather. Third, you shall have absolutely no ties with my Ronin Plum sect. Should there be any treachery in the future, I, Brody, will punish you without mercy. The Audens looked sincere. Please rest assured, Arlie Flynn, whether it's us or our descendants, should such errors occur, we will commit suicide as recompense. Having finished, Brody glanced at Slade, who shrugged. Your decision, no objections from me. Thank you. Hill Auden looked at the Audens, then to Anika and Brody, filled with gratitude. Brody, thank you for your leniency. But Myling, I am sorry to put you through this. Anika shook her head, while Brody smiled faintly. Senior Auden, no need for such formality. We're family, and this makes us seem distant. Back at the Auden family manor, fallen leaves covered the courtyard, devoid of its former vibrancy. The autumn wind made it seem desolate. Behind the mansion lay the small yard that once belonged to Anika's family. Two modest graves sat beside the house. Surprisingly clean despite Anika's absence, Brody glanced at Hill Auden. After you left, I visited monthly to clear the weeds and chat with them. Hill Auden's eyes held memories. Brody lit incense and bowed sincerely. Uncle Aunt, Myling will soon leave with us. May your spirits rest well. Mom, Dad, Myling is unfilial. Seeing you now, I'm sorry. Tears welled in Anika's eyes as she placed incense beside Brody. Children, knowing Myling is with Brody, your spirits can rest. Hill Auden inserted incense, his eyes complex and reminiscing, guilty for neglecting family matters, leading to his children's deaths. He bore some responsibility. Then came the repentant Audens, several holy kings kneeling remorsefully. Brother, sister, we've wronged you. Blinded by greed, we committed these sins. We will atone from now on. As the incense fell, everyone mourned silently for hours, sadness permeating the air. It's getting late. Let's pack up and go, Hill Auden sighed. Only Anika stood motionless, unable to take what she most wanted. Brody gently embraced her. Myling, one day, I will bring you back proudly. That day isn't far. Leaving the estate, Hill Auden's eyes carried deep memories and reluctance. Flynnars spent here, yet now he had to leave. Eyeing nearby spies, Brody's gaze grew cold. We're leaving, but we will return. Anyone who dares occupy the Auden Manor will be dealt with upon our return. Chapter 279. Affairs of the Cultivation Demon Sea. Seeing Brody's domineering attitude, several nearby powerhouses inwardly sneered but dared not voice their displeasure. This young man's feats had already spread throughout the Earth Demon Domain and were rapidly spreading to other demon domains. It wouldn't be long before he became a renowned figure in the entire demon cultivation realm. Just his combat prowess, which enabled him to defeat Darien, was enough to make them wary. Little friend Flynn, rest assured. Senior Auden has always been revered for his noble character. We naturally won't engage in such despicable deeds. Deep within the Dugu family compound, a group of great saints gathered around a divine pool that shimmered with an effervescent glow. In the center, Darien, who had suffered grave injuries from his battle with Brody, was soaking in the pool. Miraculously, though his aura remained weak, it had regained its calmness. Observing closely, one could see a gentle and mysterious force from the divine pool seeping into his body through his skin. Head of the family, our Dugu family has lost all face this time. When have we ever endured such humiliation? Shall we just watch them leave like this? I am truly aggrieved. It's reported that not only they, but even the people from the Auden family left for the mystic demon domain. How convenient for them. Anders's gaze hardened at these words. What good is resentment? They have the support of a deity. Do you dare block the path of a deity? After losing so much face, a brief moment of respite won't matter. We can only wait for Alfredo deity to return and settle the score personally. The epic battle atop the giant peak in the Earth Demon City had now spread throughout the Earth Demon domain, severely damaging the Dugu family's authority. However, in this delicate situation, no force dared to provoke the Dugu family, knowing full well that any provocation would result in severe retribution. At Ronin Plum sect, Brody gently knocked on the door. Hearing the word enter, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside, Dawn, dressed in pure white, sat serenely before a tea table, emitting an ethereal presence. Although her aura was completely concealed, Brody could still faintly sense an extraordinary power radiating from her. Dawn offered a gentle smile, inviting Brody to sit. Despite his astonishment, she personally poured him a cup of tea. It's just you and me here. There's no need to be formal. Please take a seat. Thank you. Being served tea by a deity was no small honor. As Brody took his seat, the warmth in Dawn's demeanor gradually eased his tension. Ambry, however, remained completely silent, having suppressed his aura. Little friend, she asked me here. The Shantanjanti has reappeared in the world. No wonder Magic Shikalilan chose you. Now that you possess Ambry, your next goal must be to go to the Cultivation Demon Sea to find the Jason Sword. Note: I made some adjustments for accuracy and fluency. Magic Trishin is translated as Magic Shikalilan, assuming this is a proper name. Red Lotus Sword is changed to Jason Sword for consistency, as Hongjian directly translates to Jason. Don spoke bluntly, each word sending ripples through Brody's mind. These were his greatest secrets, yet none seemed hidden from Don. Suddenly, the black scabbard of Ambry erupted with a shocking sword light, the tip pointing directly at Don. This burst was spontaneous, as Brody, in his current weakness, feared that Don might harbor greed over the treasures he possessed. Caution was necessary. Ambry's surface was adorned with ancient engravings, vivid and lifelike. Don couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as a peer of the Void Sword and one of the 9 divine swords. Brody maintained his composure despite the tense situation. Since he was exposed, he might as well admit openly. Senior G, indeed. I am the innate sword body, and the Hongjian sword is my greatest goal in the demon cultivation realm. This edit ensures that the terminology is consistent, innate sword body, instead of the untranslated shantanjianti, and it adjusts the sentence structure to flow more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. Don wore a faint, enigmatic smile. Aren't you afraid I might be tempted by greed? The innate sword physique is renowned throughout the universe. Aren't you worried that I might have ulterior motives, such as controlling you? Note, shantanjianti is translated here as innate sword physique to better convey the meaning in English. Humph. The shantanjianti is part of our ancient plans. You are merely a deity. If you harm him, do you think you can bear the enormous karmic consequences? Ambry retorted coldly, its blade's radiance growing brighter. If Don made any move, Ambry was prepared to sacrifice itself again to cut off her deity essence. Note, for better fluency, Ambry is treated as an entity and thus uses its instead of he/him. Also, shantanjianti is kept untranslated, as it seems to be a specific term in the context. To further improve the translation, humph. The primal sword body is part of our ancient plans. You are merely a deity. If you harm him, do you think you can bear the enormous karmic consequences? Ambry retorted coldly, its blade's radiance growing brighter. If Don made any move, Ambry was prepared to sacrifice itself again to sever her divine essence. This version reads more naturally in English while maintaining the meaning and consistency of terminology. Brody knew Ambry was protecting him, but through his interactions, he believed in Don's character. If she harbored ill intentions, why would she wait until now or assist him? Ambry, return. With a hint of apology, Brody bowed in respect. Senior G, I apologize for the earlier rudeness. Please don't hold it against me. Don shook her head, showing no offense. I sense the aura of the Miles deity on you. You've likely encountered his divine will. The cultivation demon sea was the main battlefield during the deity wars. Before his demise, the Miles deity used the Red Lotus Sword as the focal point to create a sealed array, making it inaccessible to outsiders. Now, including Gary and 7 other deities, they are continuously dismantling this sealing array. At this rate, the cultivation demon sea will soon reappear in the demon cultivation realm, and their target is also the Red Lotus Sword. Don's words made Brody's expression turn solemn. If deities were involved, what chances did he or the Red Lotus Sword stand? This news was very disadvantageous. He also harbored a lingering question. Senior G, given that the Red Lotus Sword is a supreme treasure of the universe, why haven't you or other deities participated in its quest? From what he understood, the demon cultivation realm had 10 major demon domains, with the Miles domain hosting 3 deities in the demon palace. Thus, the entire demon cultivation realm had 12 deities in total. Hearing Brody's question, Don laughed lightly. Precisely because it is a supreme treasure, I chose not to participate. Even the mighty Miles deity perished because of it. I'm merely a deity. As the Origin Sword said, I cannot bear the immense karmic burden. Also, do not easily display the Origin Sword before true powerhouses. Lesser cultivators may not recognize it, but deities will surely speculate. Encountering those with malicious intent will bring endless troubles. Brody nodded solemnly, etching Don's advice deeply into his mind. She was right. He must be exceedingly cautious from now on. When the time comes, I will send you to the cultivation demon sea. Although deities still have limitations and cannot enter, they will undoubtedly send top-notch saint-level experts. Your cultivation is still relatively weak. Aim to reach the sovereign level before the sealing array of the cultivation demon sea weakens. Chapter 280, A Night of Intimacy. But what if the divine array disappears after I truly obtain the Jason, and the deities turn against me? Brody furrowed his brow. With his current level of cultivation, an attack by a deity would surely spell his end. Don gave a faint smile but said nothing, merely pointing to Brody's right chest with her finger. The Miles heart. That half-heart still pulsed within Brody's body. After this period of nurturing, it had grown more lively than when it first arrived. Recalling Don's indication, Brody was reminded of the godly remnant in the depths of the abyss beneath the magic soul. Would he intervene too? Brody sensed that this situation was part of a larger plan, a continuation of the celestial battle from long ago. He remained inside for another 10 minutes, during which dusk gradually fell and the sun set in the west, leaving only a streak of twilight across the horizon. From this conversation with Don, Brody learned something else. The 3 deities in the Divine Demon Palace were not originally from the demon world but had crossed over during the Divine War. Exiting the room, Brody's thoughts lingered on these matters as he walked along with his head down, oblivious to Anika standing beside him. The autumn breeze brought a slight chill. Brody! A sudden voice snapped Brody back to reality, his eyes flashing with surprise. Why are you here? Have you been waiting long? Anika gently shook her head and stepped forward, draping a coat over Brody. Her tone was soft. I just arrived. What did you and Nathaniel Deity talk about that has you so engrossed? Brody held her hand briefly and smiled. We just discussed some cultivation techniques. Given the perilous nature of the demonic sea, Brody hadn't elaborated to avoid worrying Anika. FLYNNT. Her intuition told her something was amiss. Skeptical, she asked, really? I don't believe you. You're definitely hiding something from me. You always face danger alone without telling us. Sighing ruefully, Brody couldn't hide it from her. So he admitted everything except the matter of his inborn sword body. It was simply too dangerous for her to know. Instead, he told her that he would represent Deity G in the demon realm to contest for the Jason. Nodding, Anika responded, "You're right. If the Jason is as powerful as you say, there will be many formidable foes. Be cautious and don't take unnecessary risks. Remember, you're not alone now. Ensure your own safety first." Touched by her words, Brody pulled her into a warm embrace and said with conviction, "Don't worry. Your man will return victorious." Holding her tenderly, Brody felt a stir of desire rise within him. Startled initially, Anika quickly realized what was happening and blushed deeply, gripping Brody's clothes tightly as she whispered, "You?" Before she could finish, Brody pressed his lips to hers gently for a moment, then murmured in her ear, "Can we go to your room tonight?" Feeling tingles run through her body, Anika hesitated before nodding slightly. Back inside, Don watched them leave and chuckled softly. Ah, youth. Although relatively young among the deities, he had long since passed the age of passionate romance. A mortal lifespan stretched infinitely, and the loves of his youth had long since faded. All that remained was a sense of world weariness. In her room, Brody gently laid Anika on the bed, but she stopped him, suggesting they bathe first. An idea struck Brody. How about we shower together? Blushing profusely at this suggestion, Anika vehemently refused. FLYNT, under Brody's playful insistence, she found herself being carried into the bathroom. Steam filled the air, interspersed with occasional squeals. With the dawn breaking, the moon and stars fading into oblivion, Brody woke up early but stayed in bed, gazing affectionately at the sleeping form of Anika. Feeling her steady breaths, he savored the peaceful moment. Her eyes fluttered open, and seeing Brody's gaze, she buried her face under the covers, peeking out only with one eye. "Why are you staring at me?" "Because you're beautiful," he answered with a mischievous grin, playfully touching her, causing her to gasp. "Do you never tire?" "Tire?" Brody chuckled and whispered teasingly into her ear, leading to yet another fervent round of passion. Their lovemaking ended abruptly when the bed creaked ominously before collapsing under their weight. Cursing under his breath, Brody climbed out and complained about getting a sturdier bed next time. Anika sighed and suggested they get dressed and ready for breakfast. After enjoying a delicious meal prepared by Anika, they headed out. Outside, they met Amaris, who greeted them with mock surprise. "Oh, finally. For a moment, I thought you two might stay inside all day." Amaris's teasing comments, especially her final remark, hinted at amusement as she looked pointedly at Brody. As they walked out, Brody couldn't help but feel grateful for the warmth and love he had found in such turbulent times. Despite the dangers ahead, he felt stronger knowing someone like Anika was by his side. Chapter 281. Departure from the Earth Demon Domain. Upon hearing this, both reacted differently. Auden Ninchio's face flushed red as she couldn't help but blush with anger. As for Brody, his entire face darkened. Just listen to what this person was saying. How outrageous and overbearing. "Wait until I can control you. Don't dare beg for mercy then." Brody huffed coldly. He couldn't fight now, so he could only speak tough words. But who knew that Amaris would laugh uncontrollably at his words, teasing Brody with her eyes as if saying, "Come on now if you can." "All disciples, to the martial arts square." Lewis's voice came through the air, and several people straightened their expressions. Today was the day they were preparing to move the sect to the mystic demon domain. Although ample time had been given, the vast martial arts square was sparsely populated by only a few disciples of Xuanhuan sect besides the Auden family. Lewis sighed lightly. There wasn't much he could do since most disciples of Xuanhuan sect had families behind them, rooted in the Earth Demon domain for generations and unwilling to leave. The Xuanhuan sect wouldn't forcibly retain them either. The few who were willing to follow and go to the mystic demon domain were mostly homeless people who considered Xuanhuan sect their home. They had no ties outside and were, therefore, the most loyal when it mattered. "Master!" Brody appeared beside Lewis. His presence made all the disciples look at him with wild enthusiasm. To them, Brody symbolized a legend, an emperor realm who had defeated Camden, and a saint realm who cut down Darien. Defying adversity, he was unparalleled. Looking at the disciples below, Brody's gaze was firm. After amplifying his voice, it spread throughout the entire Xuanhuan sect. "Everyone, this time our departure from the Earth Demon domain is truly unavoidable. Outside, there are voices saying we're fleeing from the Earth Demon domain, calling us dogs without homes, naming it strategic withdrawal? Nonsense. But one thing is certain. Because of you all, the potential of our Xuanhuan sect cannot be looked down upon by anyone or any power. You are the hope for the future. I, Brody, also promise you here that one day, I will definitely lead you back to the Earth Demon domain, exterminating all enemies. Even deities cannot restrain us again." After Brody's stirring speech, the atmosphere instantly heated up, and every disciple's eyes brimmed with confidence. A disciple looked around and shouted loudly, "We must work hard in cultivation too, not letting Master Uncle fight alone. Disciples of the Xuanhuan sect never lose to anyone. Flins, we won't be inferior to the Dugu family disciples either. Work hard and come back with Master Uncle. Swear loyalty to Xuanhuan sect. Swear loyalty to Xuanhuan sect." The chorus was deafening, breaking the sky. A stunning fighting spirit was continuously gathering, even leaving Lewis and Maud astonished. "This era, younger brother Flynn is more suited to be the leader than me." Taoist Felix couldn't help but sigh. Slade said in amazement, "Impressive, Brody. Didn't know you had such eloquence before." Auden Ninchio watched Brody intently, proud of this man. Dawn extended her finger into the air, creating a huge gap in the otherwise unyielding space, unexpectedly filled with twinkling stars and none of the usual void aura. Deity-level craftsmanship, indeed baffling. Everyone present looked on with awe. "The passage has opened. Let's set off." Don's ethereal voice guided everyone orderly into it under Lewis's direction. At the moment of true departure, everyone felt a complex mixture of emotions. Let's go. Brody held Auden Ninchio's small hand and walked in together. In the last moment, Auden Ninchio turned her head and took a final look at Tian-Audme sect, where she grew up, filled with memories. Brody gently hugged her shoulders and comforted. One day, we will return here, not too far away. Auden Ninchio closed her eyes, nodding vigorously. She believed in Brody. To her, Brody had always been synonymous with miracles. As the two pondered, the starlight around them began to slow down, revealing a ray of light. Next, the feeling of walking in the void disappeared from beneath their feet. Is this the mystic demon domain? Auden Ninchio slowly opened her eyes, finding themselves in mystical demon city. Unexpectedly attracting a large crowd's attention, people emerged from the void. Who are these people? Why did they suddenly appear out of the void? With unknown identities and so many, we should quickly inform the city guards to prevent any incidents. We're in mystical demon city, protected by Hazamali's deity. Who dares attack here? Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized Brody's face, pointing at him in shock after careful recollection. I remember. This person appeared in mystical demon city before and was friends with the Hazamali's heir. Friends with the Hazamali's heir? Slade? If so, they likely mean no harm. But with so many people, perhaps they're migrating as a clan? What's it to you? It doesn't concern you. With ties to the G family, how hard could it be to establish themselves? Soon, all members of the Tian-Audme sect were transported without loss, including Slade. Seeing him, everyone initially doubtful relaxed. Especially upon seeing Lewis and Auden family's old ancestor, everyone was astounded. What a formidable force to have two great saints. And they chose to migrate. Information hadn't yet traveled between the domains due to the considerable distance. First-timers, Lewis looked around. Dear fellow Taoists, we are from Tian-Audme sect of the Earth Demon Domain. Newcomers to the Mystic Demon Domain, please guide us. Oh, no need to be formal. Esteemed seniors should receive guidance from us instead. Only Slade remained casual. Nathaniel Tian, no need to care about them. Why so formal? Let's stroll around Mystical Demon City. If you like a place for building the sect, just say. Seeing Slade's behavior, others wore wry smiles. The Hazamali heir was as friendly as ever. Chapter 282. Revisiting the Hazamali. Though Slade was rather averse to the Auden family, he still chose to gift them one of his luxurious manors as their base out of respect for Brody and Auden family's Hartley ancestor. Thank you, Arlie G. The Auden family members all bowed gratefully. This manor was not inferior in any way to their old residence, and even surpassed their initial expectations, leaving them greatly surprised. Slade remained expressionless. Don't thank me. Thank Brody and your ancestor instead. I only hope you won't disappoint us again in the future. The Auden family members chuckled awkwardly. Of course, we will definitely follow Flynn Gongzi, Alfredo, and Hazamali's lead from now on. We absolutely won't make mistakes again. The Hartley ancestor of the Auden family stayed behind, while the Ronin Plum sect group continued following Slade through the bustling streets. Brother G, where are you taking us? Looking at the throng, Brody felt somewhat speechless. If not for the wide street, they would certainly have caused a blockade. Even so, wherever they passed, they still attracted a lot of attention. Slade gave a mysterious smile. Of course, I'm finding you a good place. Hearing this, Aaron and others looked at him curiously, wondering what kind of place Slade had chosen for them. Just follow me. After navigating a maze of twists and turns, led by Slade, the surrounding houses gradually became sparse, replaced by towering mountains and flowing water. Soon, Brody and his party arrived at a mountain entrance. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and several sacred veins run beneath the entire mountain. I've selected this place boldly because it resembles a sect headquarters, but I wonder if you're satisfied with it? Seeing this mountain gate, Brody couldn't help nodding in approval. I didn't expect you to secure such a great place for us. Since we're already familiar, I'll skip the formalities. Aaron and others hesitated. Arlie G, this place is too precious. We feel unworthy of it. A simple dwelling would suffice. That's true. Such high standards make us uneasy given that we've just arrived. Slade waved his hand dismissively. Let's not be so formal. Call me Marcos Hang. This area belongs to my family, so rest assured in practicing here without interference from outsiders. Suddenly, three figures emerged from nowhere, all of whom were Holy King cultivators. The unique emblem, G, embroidered on their collars indicated they were G family stewards, tasked with guarding this location. Upon hearing Slade's intentions, they immediately appeared, alarmed. Arlie, this is a crucial side of the G family. We must maintain strict control over it. Although these stewards seldom interacted with Slade, they were well aware of his reputation for being generous. Initially indifferent to the matter, they now felt compelled to intervene. Seeing this, Aaron and his companions grew even more embarrassed, but before they could speak, Slade interjected preemptively. Slade naturally knew about the guardians here, but seemed prepared. He pulled out a token from his robe, engraved with a G character. By the order of Goddess G, I am gifting this place to the friends of the Ronin Plum sect. You recognize what this is, right? Upon seeing the token, the three guardians were stunned. As G family members, how could they fail to recognize this symbol? Not only did Slade's token bear the G character, it also exuded divine aura, uniquely belonging to Dawn. The three guardians quickly knelt down. We greet Goddess G. Rise. They stood up again, now smiling broadly. Since it's the will of Goddess G, we shall comply with no objections. With the goddess token, Slade could do as he pleased in the G family and even throughout the entire Kalalamo domain, free from obstruction. Displaying the token guaranteed no one dared to offend him. Now, the guardians prepared to return to the clan, chatting along the way. Goddess G has bestowed the goddess token upon him, signaling Arlie G's firmly established position. Indeed, it leaves little hope for Kirk of the other lineage. And that black-robed young man carrying a black sheathed sword must be Brody, who reportedly earned immense favor from Goddess Ji after breaking through the Ghost Gate, promising an extraordinary future. Back at the richly endowed mountain range, everyone from the Ronin Plum sect wore joyful smiles. The area provided everything they needed: housing, training grounds, plus the cultivation resources they brought, making it perfect. After settling in, Brody, Aaron, and the Hartley ancestor of the Auden family promptly followed Slade to the G family's Divine Realm world. Both out of courtesy and obligation, they deemed this visit necessary. Despite being a divine lineage, the G family welcomed the two great saints very warmly, including those from Kirk's lineage. Hassan beamed while the other great saints watched Brody closely, having heard of his achievements, defeating Duke Darien despite being only at the Holy Realm stage. Such a feat was truly remarkable. Brody responded with a self-deprecating laugh to their praises. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Long have I heard of Brother Flynn's outstanding talent. Unfortunately, I was in seclusion last time and missed meeting you. Now, meeting you in person, I can't resist a sparring session. Would you grant me this honor? Turning toward the voice, Brody saw a green-robed youth step forward. Slade whispered instantly, "This is one of my cousins, Joseph. He broke through to the Holy King realm after seclusion recently. Notably, he is also Kirk's Hartley brother. Don't be fooled by his youth. He's over 100 years old. Expect hostility. He likely wants to embarrass you." Though Brody defeating Darien was widely known, it was such a shocking achievement that without witnessing it personally, few dared to fully believe it, harboring skepticism at best. Joseph, perhaps feeling skeptical and having recently attained the Holy King realm himself, wanted to gauge Brody's prowess. Facing the challenge head-on, Brody wasn't intimidated. As he rose, Kirk clapped sarcastically, "What a privilege to see Brother Flynn display his might today." To which Slade coldly retorted, "Afraid it'll knock out your teeth." None of the great saints present intervened. To them, it was merely a youthful rivalry. As long as it didn't escalate dangerously, it posed no harm. One of the great saints turned to Aaron and the Hartley ancestor of the Auden family, inviting them, "Friends Ronin and Auden, I've long heard of your legendary stories. It's a rare chance to meet you both today. How about a discussion on the Tao?" "Agreed," they responded. Chapter 283, Friendly Duel. They remained in the Grand Hall, while Brody and Joseph were escorted by a crowd to the training ground. A hint of a cold smile crossed Joseph's lips as he said, "Brother Flynn, my cultivation surpasses yours. How about I let you have 3 moves? Hearing this, Brody's expression became odd. "Even if you don't trust me, shouldn't you be more cautious?" Deciding to teach him a lesson, Brody responded, "In that case, I won't decline your offer." As soon as he finished speaking, Brody vanished from his spot. Before Joseph could react, Brody reappeared right before him in the blink of an eye. Golden blood energy began to gather in his right arm. Then he unleashed it with a powerful strike. The force made Joseph's face pale instantly. It was too sudden, leaving no room for evasion. However, since he had just proposed letting Brody have 3 moves, Joseph couldn't bring himself to retaliate and could only shield himself with both arms crossed over his chest. Bang! Upon impact, the immense force caused Joseph's arms to bend, and the intense pain made his complexion pale and his breath unstable. Seeing this, Brody couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This person had just advanced to the Holy King realm without even stabilizing his cultivation yet, and rushed into challenging him. Truly impulsive. "Brother Barkley, be careful." Brody gave a warning while his bone sword appeared in his hand. He slashed fiercely, and the sharpness of the sword's aura cut across his face painfully. Finally, Joseph lost his composure, unleashing his divine rule and his life-bound sacred king weapon to barely parry Brody's attack. Seeing this, Slade immediately started cheering, and Brody's lips curled into a smile. "Brother Barkley, weren't we supposed to wait for those 3 moves? Why did you suddenly attack?" Joseph, who saw himself as a top talent, flushed red with anger upon hearing this. Feeling humiliated, he accused Brody, "It's just a friendly match, yet you attacked so viciously, trying to kill me. Brody, this is the Hazamali. You are too arrogant." In unison with his brother, Kirk also stepped forward to berate Brody. "How dare you show such cruelty after our family respected you so much? Brother-in-law even went easy on you. Who would have thought you'd be so vicious?" Then he turned to Joseph. "Big brother, stop wasting words on this scoundrel. We must teach him a lesson today." Brody sneered inwardly at their words. These two brothers truly shared similar personalities. Rather than argue, he believed that strength spoke louder than words. "Let's see how you plan to educate me." The bone sword in Brody's hand seemed to come alive, its light gleaming as it clashed against the sacred king weapon without any disadvantage. Instead, Brody's fighting spirit sword and his immovable bright king avatar loomed behind him like a god of war, relentlessly pressing down on Joseph. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Kirk grew frantic, cursing Joseph for being incompetent. After exchanging glances with a few other disciples, they barged into Brody's battlefield. "Brody, today we'll suppress you together. We won't allow you to bully us in the Hazamali." Kirk roared, leading several holy sages to unleash their most potent attacks towards Brody. Seeking death, Brody's gaze turned cold. Their shamelessness had reached new heights. If this was how it was going to be, then don't blame him for not holding back. With one swift sword strike, Brody pushed back Joseph and faced the group. His golden blood energy transformed into a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon, roaring out with each punch. Their combined attacks were no match for the golden dragon, which shattered them instantly. Hawk! Unable to dodge, the attackers flew backward, spitting blood. In a flash, it was clear they still couldn't handle Brody. Unable to bear watching, Hazamali disciples from their lineage charged into the battle circle. This behavior infuriated those loyal to Slade's lineage. This was supposed to be a personal duel between two individuals. Attacking a single person with so many is a disgrace. Humph, that's exactly what their lineage is like. They've tarnished the Hazamali's reputation. More than 10 holy sages, along with Joseph, the Holy King, attacked Brody. His gaze grew colder. Was he a mere fruit to be squeezed at will? Outrageous. Just as Brody was about to unleash his full power, a rebuke echoed from the Grand Hall. Several figures emerged, Hazandian Audensi and others. The Grand Sages of the Hazamali wore grim expressions. While they were discussing, things had escalated far beyond a simple duel. What are you doing, brats? Have you grown up enough to kick your own nest? Look at yourselves. With the Grand Sages intervening, all disciples returned to the sidelines. However, Kirk's lineage still looked Bufuchi, discontent. Noticing this, one of the G surname Grand Sages stepped forward. It was Rock, the father of the two brothers and younger brother of Hassan. Rotten bastards. Brody is a friend of the Hazamali. How dare you treat him like this? All of you, return now and remain under house arrest for 3 months. The disciples lowered their heads in submission. Then Rock turned to Joseph, his eyes filled with disappointment. Losing isn't shameful, it's not a life or death battle. You've disappointed me today. Leave the Hazamali and go to the borderlands of the mystic demon domain. If your cultivation hasn't improved within 3 years, don't come back to embarrass us. After dealing with them, Rock turned to Brody apologetically. My apologies for this display. On behalf of them, I offer my sincere regrets. Brody shook his head and bowed respectfully. It was merely play between juniors, nothing serious. Rock's eyes reflected complex emotions as he sighed. I wish my sons could be like Brody. This young man not only possessed exceptional talent and combat prowess far exceeding his peers, but also had a high emotional intelligence. By calling it a junior squabble, he defused the situation effortlessly, giving Rock a way to save face. Compared to his unruly sons, Brody was heaven sent. Thinking of this, Rock couldn't help but admire Aaron. What good karma it must take to have a disciple like Brody. Chapter 284, Remote Town. Brother Ronan, Brother Auden, I made a fool of myself in front of you too. Ronan and his companion shook their heads. It was just the younger generation playing around. There's nothing wrong with that. Today, discussing the way with all fellow cultivators has given me new insights. We should take our leave now. Fellow cultivator, please walk safely. After leaving the G family compound, Brody's expression remained unusually somber. Noticing his condition, Ronan could not help but ask, Brody, what's wrong? You look deeply troubled. Brody frowned slightly, worry etched on his brow. Only now do I realize something important. The G family has always had absolute control over the Kalalimo city. Among all the forces in Kalalimo city, the strongest are only sacred kings. None have a grand sage. Although we've been offered generous terms here, we must still comply with many conditions set by the G family. Another concern is the internal factional strife within the G family. Our arrival will inevitably be affected by it, which is disadvantageous for our sect's development as well as other aspects. This is the limitation that comes with living under someone else's roof. Standing firm in this Kalalimo city may not be a good thing after all. Brody gave a bitter smile, revealing a trace of guilt. He had been so eager to establish a foothold earlier that he hadn't considered deeper implications and hastily accepted Slade's offer. Now, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to, since they had come through Slade mobilizing Harvailing's influence. Leaving abruptly would certainly cause dissatisfaction among the G family. Ronan patted Brody's shoulder. You are still young. This incident isn't your fault. Recognizing the essence of the matter now is already commendable. People need to grow. The old ancestor of the Auden family also comforted him. Indeed, who was born wise? Isn't everyone forged through repeated trials and hardships? Since you're here, make the best of it. Focus on gradually growing stronger. Only by becoming strong yourself can you face anything without fear. Brody nodded forcefully. Though he had established himself firmly at the Sage Realm, he still lacked direction for reaching the Sacred King Realm. When he asked Ambry about it, the response made him wryly laugh. You have embarked on a unique path, harmonizing myriad streams and blending past with present. We can no longer assist you. In the future, you must rely on your intuition. Learn from the wisdom of predecessors, but never follow blindly. Over these 2 days, news of Brody's exploits in the demonic Earth Realm had spread across the demonic Abyssal Realm, shocking everyone. The original memory crystal ball recording that battle sold for 10,000 sacred crystals at an auction. Every force in the demonic Abyssal Realm turned their eyes toward Kalalimo City, with countless geniuses itching to meet this legendary Brody. Staying here won't help. Maybe venturing out will give me some new insights. Ambry's suggestion made Brody nod. With that decided, he said farewell to Ronan and Anika, then left Ronan plumb set with his black scabbard. Traveling the world. Autumn had passed into early winter, the refreshing coolness turning icy cold. Heavy snow blanketed the streets, and every household's first task each morning was sweeping snow from their doorways. Businesses struggled in the harsh winter except for taverns, which remained bustling whether it was freezing or sweltering. Especially in winter, taverns did even better business. Hiss! A middle-aged man gulped down a cup of firewater, satisfaction lighting up his face. After drinking this wine, my whole body feels warm. Frankly, even the home fireplace can't match this drink. You're right. Wine is the essence of grains. In my opinion, winter must have its share of this fine liquor. Now it's almost the new Flinter's Eve. Normally, the Pure Water sect should be sending people down the mountain to recruit disciples, right? This was a small town in the demonic Abyssal Realm where most martial artists had modest cultivation levels. However, the influential Clearwater sect, which boasted a grand sage, sent people annually to this town to recruit disciples. This child looks unfamiliar. Could he be from elsewhere, coming on foot to try joining the Clearwater sect? In a corner of the tavern, Brody wore black clothes and leisurely sipped his wine. Being such a small town, people generally knew each other well. A new face naturally drew their attention. The Clearwater sect wouldn't normally visit such a remote town personally, but according to rumors, one of their current sacred king Hartleys came from this very town. Out of sentimental ties, they send disciples each year to find any talented individuals. Word spread, drawing aspiring candidates from nearby towns willing to travel far just to see if they might get chosen. Of course, the stranger in black was Brody traveling the world. Hearing the murmurs around him, Brody smiled faintly. Over these 3 months, he had visited most of the Grand Sage level forces in the demonic abyssal realm, sparring with their prodigies. The Clearwater sect was his last stop. Little did he expect that resting in this small town would bring him such coincidence. Looking at this young friend, you possess extraordinary poise and a fondness for good wine at such a young age. Your heart must be broad. If you get the chance to join the Clearwater sect, don't forget this little town. A middle-aged man teased him. They harbored no ill feelings toward outsiders, knowing it had been years since their town produced anyone worthy for Clearwater sect. If they failed again, Clearwater sect might lose interest altogether. Even if it wasn't from their town, a success could change their impression. Brody was momentarily taken aback before bitterly laughing. They really took him for another hopeful outsider. He bowed politely. Certainly, certainly. The man clinked glasses with Brody. May I know the young friend's name and where you hail from? My name is Brody. I merely come from an obscure village. Not worth mentioning. Brody. Upon hearing those 2 words, everyone in the tavern turned their gaze. For the name evoked images of defiance, genius, legend. Even in this remote town, they had heard of the rising star from the demonic earth realm. Chapter 285. Visitors from Clearwater sect. Unlikely, why would Brody appear in our remote village? The world is vast. It must be someone with the same name. It's not unusual. The middle-aged man was clearly taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Brother, that's a great name you have. Since Brody, the heavenly genius, is famous worldwide, I'm sure your endeavors will also be successful, and you'll be admitted to Clearwater sect. Brody laughed heartily and clinked cups with the middle-aged man. I'm not confident about being admitted to Clearwater sect, but just this name alone, I can brag about it my whole life, ha ha ha. They drank cup after cup, feeling an instant connection as if they had known each other for a long time. The middle-aged man increasingly liked Brody for his youthful yet hearty demeanor. As night deepened and they drank more, the middle-aged man showed no sign of leaving, pouring another drink instead. His face was already flushed. Brother Flynn, today has been so delightful spending time with you. We must not return home until we are thoroughly drunk. Saying this, he drained the cup in his hand. Seeing this, Brody shook his head with a wry smile, also finishing his cup in one go. The middle-aged man was only at the martial spirit stage. His drinking capacity couldn't match Brody, who was accustomed to such indulgences. Though Brody wasn't using his cultivation to counteract the effects of alcohol, the physical difference still gave him a significant advantage in tolerating alcohol. He was only slightly tipsy, while the middle-aged man was heavily intoxicated and even started talking about marrying his daughter to Brody. Solomon, it's so late, and you're still drinking here. Do you want to live or not? A voice called out from downstairs. The middle-aged man, who had been urging for more drinks, suddenly sobered up, looking dazed. But perhaps not wanting to lose face in front of Brody, he shouted back loudly, Kelsey, we're really enjoying ourselves? You're ruining the mood. Seeing this, Brody couldn't help but smile. It was clear that the woman downstairs was Solomon's wife, now urging him to come home at this late hour. Solomon, if you don't come down now, don't expect to enter the house tonight. Solomon finally surrendered, but still invited Brody warmly. Brother Flynn, you traveled far and stayed up so late due to me. If you haven't booked a room at the inn, why not come over to my humble abode for the night? Brody smiled faintly. Brother Che, I have a place to stay. No need to trouble you and sister. Solomon, get your ass down here now. Fear flashed across Solomon's face as he shouted, coming, coming. As he went downstairs, he turned back to Brody, Brother Flynn, I'll leave first, let's definitely drink till dawn next time. Soon, the sound of a woman complaining filled the air. Do you know how cold it is outside? Waiting so long for you. The kids are waiting at home too. Hee hee, darling, never again. You always say that. Drinking too much isn't good for you. I'm not stopping you from drinking, but could you drink less? I got it. Today, I met a very interesting brother. Outside, light snowflakes drifted past. Through the window, Brody watched their retreating backs and smiled. It seemed this hardy middle-aged man was indeed afraid of his wife. Everyone lives their own life. Even with low cultivation, life doesn't have to be unhappy. They were all striving amidst the mundane. At this moment, the innkeeper came over. Guest, it's late, and we're closing soon. What do you think? Brody smiled and nodded. Boss, please tell me the cost of this table. I'll settle it. No need. Old Che has already paid. Take your time leaving, guest. Hearing this, Brody paused, nodding. Good liquor indeed. Thanks. Goodbye. Night had grown deep, with only lanterns flickering outside. Brody walked alone through the small town as snow gradually intensified, the biting wind bringing a refreshing clarity to his mind. He wandered aimlessly until he came upon a shrine. Stepping inside, warmth enveloped him, driving away the cold. In the center stood a statue of God, with incense burning below it. Looking at the familiar face of the statue, Brody bowed slightly. God, looks like I'll have to borrow a night's shelter from you. Indeed, this was God's statue. As the only deity in the Kalalamo realm, almost every place had a shrine dedicated to him. Likewise, God left a trace of divine aura within the statues to protect those who believed in him. While winds howled outside, the shrine remained warm. Leaning against a pillar, Brody closed his eyes. About an hour later, footsteps approached, startling Brody awake. The footsteps were disordered, indicating several people. Accompanying them was a young man's complaint. In this poor remote place, we braved the wind and snow, and not a single person welcomed us. These villagers are despicable. A woman echoed, Uncle Auden must have lost his mind. There are no relatives of his here anymore, yet he still thinks of this place. It's incredible that a great sage emerged from such a place. He misses the familial ties, which makes things hard for us. After traveling so far, we might as well spend the night in this shrine. If these villagers act unreasonably tomorrow, they'll regret it. Upon entering and seeing G God's statue, they bowed respectfully. No one in the Kalalamo realm dared disrespect G God, even in statue form. Only then did they notice Brody. Seeing a stranger, they became wary. Who are you? Why are you here? Brody smiled gently. I encountered harsh weather tonight and came to take refuge under G God's protection. If you three don't mind, I'd like to rest here together. Together? Who are you to be worthy of sharing the same roof with us? You have 3 breaths to get out. Perhaps because of the remote location and sensing Brody's weak aura, they looked down on him. At that moment, the woman's gaze fell on the black sword scabbard at Brody's waist, her eyes lighting up. Where did you get this black scabbard? If you give it to me, I might not mind you staying in this shrine tonight. Chapter 286, Bribery? The black sword scabbard looked ordinary, but these few people were not ordinary. After close observation, they vaguely felt that it was no common object. Brody shook his head. Sorry, this is a gift from my master. I won't hand it over. Rejected, the 3 showed displeasure on their faces. Even within the sect, they, as disciples of the Holy Realm, were always above others. Not to mention in such an out-of-the-way place where they considered themselves gods among men. One of the men in a green robe spoke gravely. Boy, do you know who we are? What you do today could change your entire life. They had investigated several times. To them, Brody's aura was extremely weak. At this age and in this place, they deemed him a native. Change one's life? Brody couldn't help but laugh inwardly, feigning surprise. Who are you? Why do you say that? The woman smiled faintly, with a proud look on her face. We 3 are the holy disciples of Clearwater Sect. If you hand over that black scabbard to us, we can exceptionally take you back to Clearwater Sect, and maybe you will become a disciple there. That would be a great honor for you, and even the whole town. Not only that, as a disciple of our sect, you'll gain cultivation resources beyond your reach in your lifetime, becoming a powerful person, changing the fate of weakness. Brody nodded as if he understood. I see. You mean bribing you with this black scabbard to become a disciple of Clearwater Sect, right? Hearing the word bribe, the man in green and the woman looked uneasy, while the man in white, showing impatience, threatened. Why don't you get it? Less nonsense. Hand it over immediately. Don't make us act personally, or it might end up ruining your own life. Brody sneered inwardly, but still took the black scabbard off his waist. Seeing Brody finally get it, the 3 nodded slightly. Indeed, dealing with these commoners required some intimidation. This scabbard is the only one. Not sure. The woman's face lit up and she looked at the 2 men beside her. Seniors, Xiaoyao really likes this scabbard. Could you give it to me? I'll surely repay both seniors when we return to the sect. Heh, since you found it first, we naturally wouldn't snatch what you like. Take it. Right, take it. Holding the black scabbard, the woman was delighted, looking at Brody more favorably. You did well. Once we finish here, follow us back to Clearwater Sect. Brody looked excited, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Fairy. Thank you, Fairy. After about 2 hours, the snow stopped, but dawn had barely broken. At this moment, over a dozen figures hurried towards the temple, pale-faced. One Hartley man, with gray hair, kept apologizing. Honorable experts of Clearwater Sect, sorry. We didn't expect you to arrive so soon, making you endure hardship for a night. Forgive us. The man in green waved his hand impatiently. You people have been under the care of our sect yet still lack etiquette. Without Master Auden's consideration, you deserve punishment. The old man wiped cold sweat, smiling constantly. Flynn's, yes, it's our fault. Brody knew this old man was likely the overseer of the town. Under his lead, the 4 arrived at a medium-sized square in the town. Families brought their children quietly in response to the notice, feeling anxious yet hopeful. When the trio appeared in the square, we pay respects to the esteemed guests of Clearwater Sect. Looking at the children brought by each family, ranging from toddlers to teenagers, standing beside the Clearwater Sect disciples, Brody also felt respectful gazes cast upon himself. Suddenly, Brody paused. He saw a familiar face, Solomon, whom he had drunk with last night. A girl of around 10 stood beside him, presumably his daughter. Brody greeted him with a smile. As for Solomon, he froze at the sight of Brody, shocked that he was standing alongside the Clearwater Sect's high-ranking individuals, too intimidated to greet. Brother Che, don't you recognize me? Brody asked with a smile. Brody's words drew everyone's attention to Solomon, curious if they knew each other. Coming back to reality, Solomon stuttered. Brother Flynn, how come? Brody chuckled. It's a long story, I gave them. Before he finished, the woman interrupted immediately. He has shown excellent talent and caught our attention. We'll take him back to Clearwater Sect for evaluation. If successful, he will become our disciple. She also transmitted a warning sound to Brody not to speak recklessly. The other 2 looked at him coldly, fearing the bribery might damage the reputation of Clearwater Sect. Upon hearing this, everyone envied Brody. Entering Clearwater Sect was like a dream come true. Impatient, the man in green pulled out an ancient mirror from his storage ring. Let's begin. Make it shine. The ancient mirror floated in midair. The young boys and girls came forward one by one, but none managed to make the mirror glow. Seeing Solomon's daughter step forward, encouraged by her father, under everyone's hope-filled gazes, the mirror shone faintly. Everyone, especially Solomon, trembled with excitement, pinching himself to ensure this wasn't a dream. People congratulated him. Buddy Che, congratulations. Your daughter entering Clearwater Sect means you can enjoy life without worries. Che, remember us old neighbors once you rise. Brody also bowed in congratulations. Solomon was still dazed in happiness, instinctively bowing in gratitude. Chapter 287, Liza. Even the man in the blue robe's tone softened. Stand next to us for now. The little girl turned back, a bit lost. Seeing her father nod, she timidly stood to one side, her small eyes revealing unease, clearly experiencing this scene for the first time. It was Brody who approached her and spoke. Little sister, what's your name? The little girl had some impression of Brody. She had seen her father greet this big brother earlier, and Brody's face always carried a warm smile, giving her a sense of closeness. I'm Liza, she replied. Liza. Brody couldn't help but glance at Solomon in surprise. He didn't expect this Halston to have chosen such a good name. After 15 minutes, the tests were finally complete for the remaining people. Sadly, no one else could make the ancient mirror glow. Alright, since no one else has shown up, we should leave this damned place immediately. The man in the blue robe packed away the ancient mirror and prepared to take Liza and Brody with him. However, it was the first time for Liza to experience separation from her parents, so tears streamed down her cheeks. Solomon and his wife felt an unbearable pang of reluctance seeing their daughter like that. Seeing this, Brody hurriedly suggested, "Why don't you give them a proper farewell? We don't know when we'll see each other again." The white-robed man frowned slightly, but the woman nodded. "Fine, let's wait a while." Holding their daughter tightly, Solomon's eyes were red-rimmed. "Vivian Inksy, you must train diligently at Clearwater Sect. Your mother and I can't visit often, but only by advancing in cultivation can you return to see us." His wife wept openly. "Take care of yourself there. Dress warmly when it's cold, eat well, obey the sect's rules, and don't take unnecessary risks." Liza just cried, her little nose red. She didn't understand why her parents were sending her away or why the glowing mirror meant she had to part from her family. Solomon, his eyes red, turned to Brody. "Brother Flynn, you seem experienced. Vivian Inksy is still young, so please help look after her when necessary." Brody was puzzled. If you fear separation so much, why send her to Clearwater Sect? Wouldn't it be better to keep her with you? Solomon sighed bitterly. "We've thought about it, but Vivian Inksy has been sickly since childhood. With our low cultivation levels, we cannot guide her into martial arts in this state. The only way is for her to join Clearwater Sect, where experts abound and can surely find a solution. We've only met briefly, but I know you're selfless. There's nothing I can offer as repayment, so please accept my gratitude this way." Saying this, he kneeled before Brody. Shocked, Brody quickly supported Solomon. "Brother Che, please don't do this. It overwhelms me. I'll do whatever I can to help." At the same time, Brody discreetly examined Liza, furrowing his brow. Ambry interjected, "This little girl has a congenital deficiency. While she shows promise in Dao cultivation, her innate flaw will limit her progress. The sect might not even accept her." A congenital deficiency was rare but not unheard of. It resulted from issues in the womb. "Is there no cure?" asked Brody. "There is. As someone with a celestial body and the comprehension of chaos Dao, your innate essence far surpasses ordinary people. A thread of your primordial essence can compensate for her deficiency. All things have extremes. If you can replenish her primordial essence, her future cultivation will skyrocket, and she may become a supreme powerhouse. I recommend taking her as a disciple. Primordial essence was invaluable to anyone, hard to regenerate." Brody nodded. "If that's the case, it shouldn't be too difficult." Embry asked, "Are you sure about this?" Looking at the little girl, Brody smiled gently. "Since fate brought us together, why not take her as a disciple and share a thread of essence? Just a thread of primordial essence, which he could perhaps replenish later with Chaos Dao, could change her life forever. If you're certain, then go ahead." Seeing Brody's resolve, Ambry wouldn't interfere further. Ultimately, it was his choice to make. The man in blue glanced at the sky, growing impatient. "Time's wasting, let's go." Two forces enveloped Brody and Liza as they soared into the sky, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Flying through the air, Liza clutched onto Brody's clothes, a touch of fear flashing in her eyes. "Vivian Inksy, don't be scared." Brody stroked her head, feeling oddly calm. Soon, a wave of drowsiness overcame him. His eyelids grew heavy, and she gradually fell asleep. After 2 hours, a majestic mountain range came into view, shrouded in ethereal chi and dotted with palaces, a heavenly sight despite the sparse snow on its peaks. "The entrance to Clearwater Sect is ahead. Don't wander off once we arrive to avoid trouble," the white-robed man warned. Brody woke Liza. Landing on a plaza, disciples greeted them. "You three returned so quickly?" Curious gazes turned toward Brody and Liza. "These two, are they the ones selected from the town?" The woman nodded. "Flynn's, now we need to test their potential. If they qualify, we'll register them." In the center of the plaza stood a massive stone pillar, similar to the Julie Divine Steel in Julie Capital, used for talent assessment, albeit more advanced. "Little girl, go ahead and try. Place your hand in the first indent." Though initially afraid, encouraged by Brody, Liza gathered her courage, placing her small hand in the designated slot. Chapter 288. You are Brody. Looking at the colors bursting from the stone pillar, the man in green robe couldn't help but nod, yet his gaze still held a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect that godforsaken place could produce someone with superior talent. It's truly rare." The woman also nodded with a smile. If Declan knew, he would probably feel gratified and take this little girl as a disciple. Next, let's test the physique. Under his guidance, Liza placed her small hand into the second stone slot, but this time, the stone pillar showed no light, remaining dark and lifeless, causing their brows to furrow. How can this be? It shouldn't happen like this. Even if there is no special physique, the stone pillar should still react normally. Is the stone pillar malfunctioning? That's even less likely. Only Brody inwardly sighed, understanding why this was happening. Liza had congenital deficiencies, so her physique naturally fell far short of an average person's, which caused the stone pillar to have no reaction. The man in green robe even had Liza try again, but the result remained the same. Try the third stone slot. The third stone slot tested bone quality, but influenced by her congenital deficiency, the stone pillar showed no response. The man's frown deepened, and his pupils suddenly constricted as he seemed to realize something. Could it be congenital deficiency? Congenital deficiency. Everyone appeared to understand all at once. No wonder it's like this. With a congenital deficiency, both her physique and bone quality are weaker than those of ordinary people, making her ineligible for martial arts practice. Such a pity, that superior talent. Hearing the discussions around her, Liza's eyes became slightly uneasy. At that moment, laughter came from afar. Let me see who possesses such superior talent. An Hartley man in crane robes, looking kind, flew over from the distance, smiling broadly and appearing to be in very high spirits. Seeing this Hartley, the expressions of the man in green robe and the woman became somewhat unnatural. When they detected Liza's superior talent, they had specifically sent the man in white to inform Declan. Now, Declan was arriving with great anticipation. If he found out about Liza's congenital deficiency, in extreme disappointment, he might even blame them. The man in green robe bowed deeply and said, Declan, after testing, this Liza appears to have a congenital deficiency. Declan, we reported to you too hastily. Please forgive us. The woman also bowed to seek forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Declan's expression clearly froze. He took a step forward, grabbed Liza's wrist, closed his eyes, and sensed carefully. When he reopened his eyes, they were filled with disappointment, his face turning grim as he released Liza's small hand. Indeed, it's a congenital deficiency. What a waste of such good talent. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Declan couldn't help but shake his head. This had been a fruitless excitement, and he now felt thoroughly disappointed with that small town. All these years, I've considered the past goodwill and repeatedly given opportunities to that town. Finally, there's a decently talented one, only to find out she has a congenital deficiency. Even Declan had made up his mind. In a moment, everyone's gaze toward Liza changed, except for Brody. The man in green robe shook his head. Who would have thought she'd turn out to be useless? The woman also looked indifferent. We'll send her back later. With a congenital deficiency, she probably won't live to adulthood based on her condition. Feeling the shift in everyone's emotions, Liza felt somewhat wronged. She didn't know what she had done wrong to upset everyone, and her eyes gradually welled up with tears. Only Brody comforted her, patting her small head gently. You haven't done anything wrong, you're just missing something. Liza's bright eyes had turned red. Big brother, will you look down on me too? And when my parents find out, will they look down on me too? Brody smiled warmly. No, you will always be their most precious one. Mentioning parents brought a strange sense of nostalgia to Brody. He wondered if his own parents were still alive. If they were, where would they be? Would they miss him? Though he was an orphan in his previous life, deep down, he longed for the care and love of family. At this point, people finally noticed Brody. His presence was too weak and easily overlooked. Is this boy also from that town? Noticing Brody, the three people, including the man in green robe, remembered him but looked somewhat uneasy, knowing full well how Brody had ended up with them. The black sword scabbard was still in the woman's storage ring. Even Declan, who had intended to leave, stopped and looked at the man in black. Are you also from Ironwater Town? Since you're here, why don't you try the tests? Although he said this, he had already given up hope internally, but out of respect for the old ties, since he had come, it wouldn't hurt to give him a chance. If he wasn't completely hopeless, keeping him in Clearwater Sect might not be bad. But Brody shook his head slightly, bowing and smiling. Declan, I am not from the town. My visit to your esteemed sect today is not for joining Clearwater Sect. Upon hearing this, everyone was puzzled, especially the man in green robe and others who had brought Brody here. They frowned, wondering internally, if you don't want to join Clearwater Sect, why did you follow us? Declan also looked surprised. Oh, then why are you here? Suddenly, Brody's demeanor changed, his gaze becoming profound as if stars were flowing within. Within 3 months, I have already visited the 5 top forces of the Kalalamo domain. Today, visiting your esteemed sect is to complete the last one. You are, Brody? Declan's gaze sharpened as he recognized Brody's true identity, feeling a twinge of surprise. The other disciples were even more astonished, realizing this black-clothed man was none other than the famous genius Brody. Especially the 3 in green robes, their brains almost crashed when they realized the black-clothed youth was Brody. The woman's heart raced uneasily. Brody's black sword scabbard was still lying in her storage ring. His visits to the major forces of the Kalalamo domain had long been rumored. He had sparred with top disciples of various forces without a single defeat. Everyone thought he would come after the new Flinter celebrations, but here he stood before them. Liza blinked her bright eyes at Brody, sensing through everyone's reactions that this big brother was a remarkable person. Declan's expression grew serious, and his tone changed. Little friend Flynn, your visit to our Clearwater sect is highly welcome. Please follow me. I must notify Master Vivianen immediately. If it were any other prodigy, even exceptionally talented, they would still be considered juniors. But Brody was different. The G family deity had shown him great favor, even personally going to the Earth Demon domain to stand against the Dugu family, showcasing his significance. Just then, a young man in dark robes flew down from a peak with a hearty laugh. Brother Flynn, if you hadn't come, I would have gone down the mountain to find you. Chapter 289, Heavenly Clarity Sacred Decision. The man had clear, refined features and a fair, smooth complexion that exuded a cold sternness. He looked like a well-educated scholar, yet radiated an easygoing disposition. He was Zhu Vivianen, the chief disciple of Qing Shui sect. Disciple Vivianen greets Declan. Although Zhu Vivianen and Declan were at the same cultivation level, he still greeted him as an Hartley, highlighting the revered status Declan held among Qing Shui sect disciples, deeply loved by them. The rest is up to you young ones. I, this old man, will not linger here any longer. Declan cast a satisfied glance at both of them before vanishing. The other disciples cleared enough space for the two, secretly anticipating their upcoming battle with eager anticipation. Zhu Vivianen glanced around and said, we won't be able to move freely here. Please join me in the martial arena, Brother Flynn. Sure. Brody agreed but did not forget Liza, pulling her small hand along as he followed Zhu Vivianen. The crowd of disciples also trailed behind, unwilling to miss this fight. As the chief disciple and sole sacred king disciple of our Qing Shui sect, we wonder if senior brother Zhu can defeat this heavenly genius Brody. If all tales about Brody are true, I reckon it's a close call, one commented. After settling Liza, Brody and Zhu Vivian stood in the vast martial arena, drawing not just the crowd of disciples, but also many sacred King Hartleys and Freds of Qing Shui sect. Watching the two figures in the arena, one Hartley nodded approvingly. Vivian's cultivation has stabilized thoroughly. It remains to see how he fares against Brody. Another Hartley chimed in confidently, our sect's genius isn't inferior. From my viewpoint, Vivian should stand a 50-50 chance against Brody. This statement elicited nods from most Hartleys. Indeed, Vivian has transcended the sacred king stage and mastered our sect's mystic arts. He's certainly no less than a genius like Brody. Only the Fred shook his head. You're being overly optimistic. Brody's combat record has spread across the entire demon cultivation world. Has Zhu Vivian ever defeated Carl? How does our sect's mystic arts compare to those of the Du family, which now boasts divine protection? And Hartley mumbled, Fred, aren't you too pessimistic about Vivian, whom you've trained yourself? The Fred smiled bitterly, precisely because I've trained him. I understand him better. Don't underestimate Brody. Such a peerless genius appears only once every few millennia. His talents come with great destiny, making him far more complex than you think. These words left the sacred king Hartley silent. However, the Fred remained philosophical. If Vivian can hold out long enough against Brody, I will be profoundly pleased. In the martial arena, Zhu Vivian also understood this point. He didn't dare underestimate this man before him, half-jokingly clasping his hands and saying, Brother Flynn, I know the gap between us well. Don't let me lose too disgracefully. Brody smiled faintly, appreciating Zhu Vivian's open personality. Just a friendly sparring match, nothing more. Ha ha ha, Brother Flynn, watch out. Before the last word faded, Zhu Vivian vanished. Faint sword chi appeared, then suddenly surged as he reappeared before Brody, the sword tip growing larger in his vision. Hiss! The sword pierced Brody's chest, and his hair fluttered with the sword chi. This scene terrified Liza watching below, who shouted instinctively, while others thought Brody was overrated. However, Zhu Vivian's pupils contracted. This was Brody. How could he be defeated so easily? Indeed, Brody's figure gradually faded, leaving Zhu Vivian alone on the spot. Suddenly, a chilling sensation from behind made him instinctively twist his body. A golden fist light left a deep imprint on the ground. Reappearing, Brody's aura had changed completely. Golden energy radiated from him like an unparalleled warrior god. Behind him hovered a manifestation of Vidyaraja, radiating authority without anger. Brother Zhu, watch out. Brody moved astonishingly fast, rapidly pressing towards Zhu Vivian. Golden fists flew continuously. Since merging the sword domain within his body and attaining sainthood through chaos yin yang, Brody's physical strength approached the sacred king level, meaning he could withstand sacred king weapons barehanded. Even Zhu Vivian found it difficult to inflict effective damage on Brody. Any sword strikes, however powerful, would heal instantly under Brody's formidable blood chi, causing him significant frustration. Seeing this, the sacred king Hartleys were speechless, recognizing the evident gap between the two. Moreover, everyone knew that Brody hadn't even employed his exceptional skills in swordsmanship yet. Suddenly, the golden aura around Brody's fist dissipated, appearing ordinary but feeling even more terrifying. Chaos Fist. Within this punch were several converging forces. Despite trying to dodge, Zhu Vivian was hit. Even raising his sword at the last moment, his entire form flew back from the immense force, blood surging inside him and forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Before he could recover, another streak of sword light shot toward him. Feeling its piercing coldness, Zhu Vivian's body hair stood on end, eyes narrowing. Clear sky sacred decision. A flash of blue light instantly extinguished the sword light. Zhu Vivian now emitted a brilliant blue glow spreading to his sacred king sword, elevating his aura further. He finally used our sect's mystic art. Seeing Zhu Vivian's transformation, the Hartleys lit up, proud of this unique technique passed down through countless years. The observing disciples grew excited. Was there hope for a comeback? Hashtag chapter 290. One sword to decide the outcome. Zhu Vivian's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, reaching a state nearly indistinguishable from that of a peak holy king. He gazed at Brody and spoke slowly. The pure sky holy technique emphasizes accumulating strength over time, allowing one to unleash it all in an explosive burst. This can be used to break through barriers or to confront powerful foes. This is the first time I've used it in 60 years. Originally, this was just a friendly match. I shouldn't have resorted to it. But Brother Flynn is a true warrior. I don't want to leave any regrets behind, so please bear with me. Brody's face had been filled with gravity, but upon hearing this, he laughed heartily. Brother Zhu's all-out effort means that I, Brody, can also fight without regrets. Be on your guard. A sword flower blossomed in the air as sword bone danced gracefully. Despite Zhu Vivian's peak momentum, Brody remained unafraid. Instead of advancing, he retreated and unleashed a slash. Break. Zhu Vivian responded with a blue blade of chi, carrying incomparable power that collided with sword bone. Bang! At the moment of impact, space itself couldn't withstand the shockwave, cracks spreading endlessly. The entire arena was engulfed in sword intent, raging wildly. Even the disciples below were affected by the battle's intensity, retreating madly as they lost control. It wasn't until Ronnie pointed out that the surging sword chi was restrained back within the arena. Declan and the other Holy King Hartleys shook their heads wryly. These two young men demonstrated combat prowess even they dared not underestimate. In this moment, they truly felt their age. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward. This world will soon belong to these youngsters. To have a disciple like Vivian, our Clearwater sect is truly blessed. Given Vivian's displayed talent, he may very well become a deity in the future. In the arena, the two had already exchanged several blows. Each slash left onlookers breathless. To the disciples watching, it seemed both fighters were putting forth all their might, each move lethal. But only Ronnie and the others could see that though every move was deadly, both warriors held back slightly, preserving a thread of survival. FLYNT, this still prevented them from fully unleashing themselves. Zhu Vivian's gaze hardened. Brother Flynn, fighting like this is meaningless. Why don't we decide the outcome in one strike? I was thinking the same thing. Sword bone separated from Brody's hand, spinning in mid-air. At this sight, Ronnie and the rest grew tense. According to rumors, Brody had defeated Duke Gub with his strongest sword strike. Was such a killing move about to be seen again? Could Zhu Vivian withstand it? Sword bone hovered above Brody's head, multiple strands of energy coalescing on its blade. Under everyone's astonished gaze, they combined perfectly. What did I just witness? A boxing intent appeared on the sword? How is that possible? It defies reason. A monstrous technique indeed, far beyond the ordinary. Though sword bone lacked the pure sharpness, it gave off an overwhelming sense of slicing through the heavens, making people feel suffocated. On the other side, Zhu Vivian's eyes shone with determination. His sword erupted in brilliant blue light, blinding everyone. Perhaps due to the immense power, even the Holy King's sword couldn't handle it, trembling and emitting cries of sword spirits. Watch my sword. Zhu Vivian slashed, using all his strength, then fell limply to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. A blue beam of light pierced through, exuding a force capable of annihilating everything in its path. FLYNT, Brody remained calm, unmoved, and when the blue light neared, sword bone finally moved. It drew a leisurely arc in the air, and the moment it met the incoming strike, boundless sword chi exploded. The blue beam was instantly extinguished, and even the special material of the arena, engraved with runes, trembled violently. A gentle breeze blew, and people saw sword bone return to Brody's hand. Zhu Vivian smiled bitterly. I lost. Putting away sword bone, Brody saluted politely. Your generosity, sir. Declan nodded gently. That last strike was Brody's limit, right? Vivian fighting him to this extent is enough to boast about worldwide. No, Brody didn't use his full strength. Upon hearing this, all the Holy Kings turned to look at Ronnie, who denied it. He shouldn't have, right? That wasn't his strongest strike. How strong is he, really? Ronnie shook his head. I watched the memory crystal of his battle with Duke Gub. Though similar in essence, it's not the same strike. It seems this boy's swordsmanship has transcended mere techniques. Truly versatile and flexible. Only heaven knows who could have taught such a disciple. Although officially Brody's master was Aaron, many still harbored doubts. They would believe Harvey or someone else of supreme status, but surely not just a great sage. As Brody descended from the arena, the disciples parted ways for him, not daring to obstruct. The gazes around him varied. Admiration, envy, reverence, and awe. Seeing Brody hold Liza's small hand, some female disciples envied her intensely, wishing to replace her. Big brother, you're so awesome. Liza's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brody chuckled and playfully pinched her little nose. Of course I am. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged from the crowd, kneeling before Brody. Why Flynn? Flynn Arley. Brody tilted his head slightly, recognizing them. The trio from Ironwater Town. The man in green trembled. Flynn Arley, earlier we failed to recognize you. We apologize profusely and beg for your forgiveness. Brody smiled sardonically. No harm done. Ignorance is bliss, after all. The woman retrieved a black sheath from her storage ring and presented it respectfully. Flynn Arley, here's your sword sheath. We wouldn't dare keep it. Upon hearing this exchange, Declan's expression darkened, realizing what had happened. He harumphed coldly, and the trio paled. Little friend Flynn, if this girl doesn't mind, why not join our Clearwater sect as my disciple? Brody was taken aback. Oh, Declan, think carefully. She has congenital defects. Would you be willing to help her? Declan's expression faltered. Brody had a point. Congenital issues required considerable resources to address. Even if Clearwater sect had methods, they'd need to consider the cost-benefit ratio. Their initial intention in accepting Liza was to find a way for her to enter the martial path, ensuring she wouldn't suffer excessively in the future, all for the sake of bridging relations with Brody. Chapter 291. Return to the town. Seeing his dilemma, Brody smiled faintly. Let this little girl stay with me then. I appreciate Qing Shui sect's kindness. Declan nodded awkwardly. If that's the case, we won't insist. Brother Flynn, if there's a next time, we must definitely have another match. Zhu Vivian clasped his hands respectfully. Certainly. Brody returned the bow, and then turned to leave with Liza. Big brother, where are we going next? Home first. I'm taking you home. At the mention of home, Liza was first taken aback, but quickly her eyes brightened into crescent moons. Great. Flying with Liza, they finally arrived back at Ironwater Town. Feeling the powerful aura, the townspeople all looked up. This is an aura of a sage. The Hartley of the town also looked surprised, yet somewhat worried. Which formidable power is coming to our Ironwater Town? Who knows if it will bring blessings or misfortune? But when 2 figures appeared in their sight, everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. These 2 figures were none other than the ones favored by Qing Shui's sect. Isn't that Solomon's daughter? And that young man in black was chosen too. Why did they return? Just the 2 of them, and what about the sage aura earlier? Solomon was also there. Brody detected his presence and thus landed here. Daddy! Seeing him, the little girl was overjoyed and ran to hug Solomon tightly. Solomon was still dazed, even suspecting if he was dreaming. Brody had become a sage and returned with his daughter. This felt like a dream. Daddy, why aren't you responding? Liza pouted and pinched his stubbly face, dissatisfaction evident as she extended her small hand to nail a netarnaman sur hujadalan pa. Edit. Liza pouted and pinched his stubbly face, dissatisfaction evident as she extended her small hand to do so. For better fluency in English, here is the improved version. Liza pouted and pinched her father's stubbly face with her small hand, showing her discontent. The familiar touch finally brought Solomon back to reality, his eyes filled with excitement. Selena, how did you come back? He was anxious inside, wondering if the test had failed again and Xuanhuan's sect refused to take her as a disciple. What would happen to his daughter then? At this moment, Brody walked over and shook his head, explaining, Liza's condition is quite severe, and Xuanhuan's sect can't handle it. Hearing this, Solomon felt like he had been struck by lightning. The joy of seeing his daughter was instantly overshadowed by worry, his face turning pale. In that case, what does this mean for Selena? He couldn't finish the sentence, perhaps unwilling to face this harsh reality. Brother Che, don't despair. If Xuanhuan's sect can't help, it doesn't mean I can't. Hearing these words, Solomon's hopes were reignited, but soon extinguished again. He smiled bitterly. Brother Flynn, there's no need to comfort me. If there's no solution, let it be. His voice choked on those last words, but Liza's eyes sparkled. Daddy, Big Brother is very powerful. He defeated their top disciple, and many people showed great respect to him there. Solomon was stunned. In his memory, Brody was just a small cultivator hoping to join Xuanhuan's sect like him. How could he have such prestige? But his daughter wouldn't lie. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and looked at Brody differently, his voice trembling. You are Heavenly Pride, Brody? Seeing Brody nod with a smile, Solomon found it hard to believe. It felt like a dream. Greetings, Lord Flynn. At this moment, an Hartley man approached, recognizing Brody. Despite his initial worry about the sage aura, seeing Brody's familiarity with Solomon eased his concerns. After hesitating, he greeted Brody. Please don't bow to me. I assure you my visit will not disturb the peace of your town. Rest easy. The Hartley nodded upon hearing Brody's words, understanding the situation. He left without further ado. Solomon was agitated. Brother Flynn, what should I do? If you can save my daughter, I'll work for you as a servant for the rest of my life. As he spoke, he knelt down. Brody hurriedly held him up, his face stern. Brother Che, we've met like old friends. Please, don't be so formal. Let's talk back home. Solomon nodded repeatedly. Flynn's, yes. Let's go back. I'll have your sister-in-law prepare some good food. Selena, how did you come back? When the lady of the Che household saw Liza, her reaction mirrored Solomon's. Learning the details, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Kelsey, hurry and prepare a good meal. We'll talk later. Selena's condition still has hope? The lady calmed down. Though confused, she nodded. She managed the minor chores, but major decisions were left to her husband. Seated at the dining table, the woman was shocked to learn this young man was the famous Brody. A glimmer of hope flashed through her mind. Brody glanced at Liza. Selena's condition is indeed challenging. I can intervene, but I have a condition. I want to take her as a disciple and guide her path in cultivation. Ordinary sages might have given up hope since even Xuanhuan's sect was helpless. But this was Brody, supported by the divine beings of the Kalalamo realm, himself a legend. So, Brother Flynn, when will you proceed? What preparations are needed? Solomon asked tentatively. As for Brody taking his daughter as a disciple, he didn't hesitate. He would agree to anything for such a favor. There's no time to waste. I'll start now. No preparations are needed. Brody took Liza to a room and earnestly told the couple, do not disturb me until I emerge. This was his first attempt at transferring his innate chi to someone else, requiring utmost caution to avoid any regrettable mistakes. Chapter 292. Mission accomplished. Solomon nodded rapidly, like a pecking chick. Rest assured, Brother Flynn, I will stay here and guard. The door was shut, and Liza appeared somewhat nervous. Though she didn't quite understand, she knew this was a big deal and that it concerned her directly. Looking at Brody's serious expression, she asked cautiously, Big Brother, what should I do? Noticing the little girl's tension, Brody's stern face softened into a warm smile. You don't need to be nervous, just relax. Leave everything else to me. In his mind, Brody was still discussing matters with Ambry. Nathaniel Huang, I've made up my mind. Please tell me the detailed steps. Ambry paused lightly as instructions and necessary precautions materialized as divine thoughts in Brody's mind, all of which he had compiled. Brody took nearly half an hour to thoroughly absorb the information. The content wasn't complex, but the stakes were too high to afford any mistakes. To ensure perfect memorization, he spent considerable time internalizing it. Nathaniel Huang, if anything goes wrong, please intervene. Brody took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His gaze sharpened. It was time to begin. Following Ambry's guidance, Brody's innate sword physique aura burst forth. Suddenly, the entire town was permeated with sword chi, surprisingly gentle, causing no harm. Deep within his body, Brody gazed at the radiant light and flashed a determined look. Lee. Brody's body shuddered slightly, as if bearing immense pain. His complexion turned ghastly pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. That radiant light seemed to have been sliced by an invisible blade, separating a strand of light from it. The next step? Brody's right hand held that strand of innate energy, looking earnestly at the seated Liza across from him. Empty your mind. It's going to hurt. Are you afraid? At the mention of pain, Liza instinctively recoiled, but immediately shook her head. I'm not afraid. Next, Brody's consciousness entered Liza's body, delving deep inside. Eventually, he found that faint glimmer of innate energy. In stark contrast to his, hers was weak, barely flickering like a dying candle flame, yet it formed a striking contrast to Brody's own robust innate energy. Brody slowly guided that strand of his innate energy into Liza's body, blending it with hers under the influence of his consciousness. At this moment, Brody focused all his attention, eyes fixed on the task. This was the most critical and dangerous part. As expected, even a small strand of Brody's innate energy was potent. Upon colliding with Liza's innate energy, instability arose instantly. Liza's innate energy treated Brody's strand as an intruder, despite its frailty, initiating resistance and attempting to combat it. However, Brody's strand was no pushover. It exhibited tyrannical strength, trying to consume Liza's innate energy. Liza's face contorted in agony, her lips turning pale, trembling, hands gripping her clothing tightly, her body quaking violently, but she didn't cry out, fearing it might disturb Brody. If Solomon were there, he would have been heartbroken. Don't dare. Brody rebuked fiercely, exerting all his might to control the innate energy, gradually blending it, or more accurately, allowing it to willingly be consumed by Liza under his guidance. Vivian Inksy, don't fall asleep. Your parents are waiting outside for you. Brody kept encouraging her. If she couldn't endure, everything would be ruined, possibly leading to her death. He refused to let such a thing happen. Fortunately, the situation improved without worsening. Liza's innate energy began strengthening, imbued with the essence of Brody's innate sword physique. Ambry marveled inwardly. If this succeeded, it would be a remarkable transformation for this little girl. Her future would be boundless. This process took 3 days. Outside, Solomon paced anxiously, worried about their safety, almost breaking in several times. His wife, however, remained calm. Did you forget what Arlie Flynn said? What if your sudden intrusion causes failure? Solomon stopped, struck by guilt and pain, repeatedly pounding his chest. I hate my low level of cultivation, being unable to help. Each second was agony for them, their hearts always on edge until they saw the two emerge safely. Inside the room, once that strand of innate energy was fully integrated into Liza, Brody finally sighed in relief. The most dangerous part was over. Liza's once feeble innate energy now shone brightly, full of vitality. Vivian Inksy, if you're tired, go ahead and sleep. From this point, it was up to Liza. After all, this was someone else's innate energy, needing time to adapt, especially after enduring great pain for 3 days. With Brody's words, Liza nodded lightly. The pain had subsided, and she soon closed her eyes, lying on the bed. Watching the sleeping child, Brody wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a smile appearing. Finally, success. Now, only time was needed. This little girl has received your innate energy and the essence of your innate sword physique. Will you take her as a disciple? Teach her the way of the sword? Ambry asked. Brody thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't want to interfere excessively with their paths. They can learn whatever they choose. My role will be limited to guidance. Ultimately, it's up to them how they choose to walk their path. Speaking of which, Liza could be considered his second disciple now. He wondered how Xuanhuan was doing, whether she had successfully cultivated her immovable bright king body. Gathering himself, Brody prepared to leave. Solomon and his wife were still waiting outside. Creak. The door opened, and the couple's nerves twitched as they looked over. Seeing Brody's slightly pale complexion, Solomon asked concernedly, Brother Flynn, you've truly exhausted yourself? Shaking his head to indicate he was fine, Brody said the words they both longed to hear. Mission accomplished, but Vivian Inksy is very weak and has just fallen asleep. Tears streamed down the couple's faces, joyful tears. For years, their daughter's condition had been a constant worry, even baffling the Pure Water sect. Finally, it was resolved. Solomon knelt abruptly. Brother Flynn, you are our family's benefactor. I can never repay you, but I will serve you as a cow and horse in my next life. Brody's face changed. He squatted and lifted Solomon by the arms. Brother Che, don't bow like that. Besides, how could a master not save his disciple? If you truly want to thank me, why not get some good wine for us to enjoy together? Ha ha ha. Hashtag chapter 293, warmth. Can I go in and see Selena? The woman's face was filled with concern, her eyes hopeful. Seeing Brody nod, the Solomon couple, though moved, restrained themselves and carefully walked in, afraid that even a slight noise might disturb their precious daughter's sleep. Little Vivian Inksy lay on the bed, her little face still somewhat pale. Even in her sleep, her body trembled slightly as she murmured, calling for her parents. The couple's hearts almost broke. What kind of pain must she have endured to still be haunted even in her dreams? They gently stroked their daughter's head, speaking softly and full of love. We are always here, always. Miraculously, the sleeping Vivian Inksy seemed to sense their words. Her breathing gradually slowed and steadied, her body no longer trembling, regaining peace. Walking out of the room, tears streamed down the woman's face, unable to hold back sobs in her husband's embrace. Solomon also had red eyes, patting his wife comfortingly. It's okay. It's okay. Selena's problem is solved. Why are you crying so much? As the saying goes, life always gets better despite hardships, and there will always come a dawn after a low point. He said this, but tears silently trickled down Solomon's cheeks too. Meeting Brody was the most fortunate thing in his life. At this moment, Solomon finally thought of Brody, noticing his similarly pale complexion that they hadn't paid attention to earlier. He felt a bit apologetic and ashamed. Brother Flynn, you've worked hard this time. Go rest in the house. Once you and Selena are awake, we'll have a good drink together. Brody paused, then smiled. All right. Back in his room, Brody's expression suddenly twisted, intense pain coming from deep within his body, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He quickly sat cross-legged and meditated, stabilizing his mind. Stay calm. Use the chaos Tao, Ambry said sternly. Brody nodded slightly, enduring the excruciating pain while continuously directing the chaotic energy deep into his body. After what felt like an eternity, the pain finally ceased. Kneel Kali for the chaos Tao. Brody chuckled bitterly, marveling at the wonders of the chaos Tao. According to Ambry, the chaos Tao, being the origin of all things, could be used to nourish primordial energy continuously. Unfortunately, this progress was far too slow. Brody estimated that, at this rate, it would take at least 100 years to recover that single thread of energy. There was another method to accelerate this process, further deepen his understanding of the Chaos Tao. Calculating the days, it had been at least 5 years since he parted ways with Jane. Once the demon sea opened and he obtained the Hongjian, he would seek her in the ethereal immortal realm. But now, his primary goal was to break through to the Sage King realm. Only by becoming a Sage King could he qualify to contend with those peak Sage Tao cultivators in the Demon Sea. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Brother Flynn, am I disturbing your rest? The meal is ready. Come eat. Although it wasn't yet New Flynners, the house was exceptionally festive. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles. For them, today was a special, memorable day. Big brother. Liza had awakened, her face beaming with a bright smile, her eyes forming crescent moons, extremely adorable. Selena, from now on, you should respect me as a master. Call me master, and show proper respect. Solomon said seriously. Brody waved his hand and laughed. It's fine. You don't need to follow such formalities with me. However, Selena, you'll have to be the second disciple. There's already a senior brother above you. Upon hearing this, Vivian Inksy's originally sad face turned cheerful again. Big brother is so nice. Solomon exclaimed in admiration. To be chosen as a disciple by Brother Flynn, she must be quite extraordinary. Brody just sighed and shook his head. She's also a child who has suffered a lot. The last dish is here. Why are you all standing around? Sit down and eat. Looking at the table full of dishes, although not gourmet delicacies, Brody felt an unusual warmth. Solomon also brought out a few jars of aged wine from the cellar and poured a cup for Brody. The woman couldn't help but laugh. This wine has been hidden for so long, and you've never wanted to drink it. So, why aren't you feeling heartache today? Solomon shrugged. Today is a big day. It's time this wine was put to use. With Brother Flynn here, you can't stop me from drinking, right? The woman also smiled helplessly, not arguing further. Having resolved a long-standing issue, even she felt like having a few drinks. Can I try some too? Little Vivian Inksy asked innocently. In truth, she had long wished to taste it. No. All three responded in unison, causing Vivian Inksy's face to fall instantly. She secretly thought to herself that if they didn't let her drink, she'd do it secretly next time. She had seen where Solomon hid the wine. Brother Flynn, let's finish this cup. If it's not enough, I still have more. If brother enjoys it, I'll give you a few jars when you leave. Night fell deeply, yet laughter and calls echoed inside the house. Brody drank a sip. Though not spiritual wine, just ordinary vintage, it tasted especially smooth, leaving a pure and simple flavor lingering in his mouth. After several rounds, Solomon appeared to have enjoyed himself thoroughly for a long time. He felt unburdened, and the wine went down especially smoothly. In the early morning, a faint light appeared in the eastern sky, strands of purple mist drifting over from the east. Brody slowly opened his eyes, stretching a big yawn. Seeing Solomon still sprawled on the table made him chuckle. He couldn't remember how late they had stayed up, only that it had been a long time since he felt so carefree. Carefully cleaning both inside and outside the house, the couple and little Vivian Inksy woke up. Especially Solomon. A trace of clear drool lingered on his lips, making Vivian Inksy burst into laughter. Chapter 294, Departure. I'm leaving. The four stood outside the house. Solomon was somewhat reluctant, saying, after parting today, we don't know when we'll meet again. The woman felt the same way. Brody was departing, and as his disciple, Liza wanted to follow him for cultivation. The path of cultivation was long, and it was uncertain when they would reunite as a family. Selena, take care of yourself on the journey. Cultivate diligently, understand? Don't let your master's efforts go to waste. I just feel a little reluctant, she said while wiping away her tears. Listening to his wife's words, Solomon quickly interjected, that's enough. Selena will be fine with Brother Flynn. As parents, we shouldn't hold her back. Selena was also reluctant. Alfredo, mother, you must take care of yourselves too. Alfredo, especially, please don't always go out drinking. Spend more time with mother. Hearing their daughter's words, both parents felt a lump in their throats. Solomon immediately promised, all right, Alfredo won't go drinking outside anymore. Seeing the family's sorrow at the imminent separation, Brody awkwardly scratched his nose. He had almost forgotten to say this. Brother Che, sister-in-law, I didn't plan to take Selena now. It's almost New Flinner, so let her stay home and keep you company. Upon hearing this, the three were taken aback, staring at each other in surprise. All their earlier sentimentality had been premature. At that moment, a wooden sword appeared in Brody's hand, the very one he had used to practice the foundational sword techniques. I'm entrusting this sword to you now. Even at home, don't slack off. Practice the sword technique I left for you. I'll check on your progress someday. By sword technique, he naturally meant the foundational sword form. Brody believed this was essential for cultivating swordsmanship and should not be overlooked. Every move and stance could benefit a practitioner for life. Elaborate sword techniques were often showy and lacked substance. Selena took the wooden sword seriously, not complaining about its simplicity. She treasured it, considering it her first gift from Brody, which held special meaning. Brother Che, see you after the New Flinner. Brody bowed and turned to leave step by step until he vanished from sight. Brother Flynn is truly our family's benefactor. It started to snow lightly outside. Solomon patted little Vivian Inksy on the head and led his wife and daughter back inside. For some reason, this year's snowfall was unusually heavy, lasting for half a month with no sign of stopping. Thick layers of white covered the mountains, creating an eerie silence except for the occasional wolf howls deep in the forest. The moon disappeared, leaving darkness everywhere except for a faint glow slowly moving in the howling wind. What kind of weather is this? This snow has lasted so long, freezing me to death, complained a Halston, rubbing his hands together, exhaling visible breaths. There's nothing we can do. We must deliver this batch of goods to Lingxiao City before the New Flinner, or our pay will be docked, said another man in armor, shaking his head wryly. He held several storage rings, clearly indicating he was the leader. However, their cultivation levels were generally low. Even the Hoover only had martial emperor level strength. Lingxiao City was located at the border between Kalalamo region and Zhenghua region. From now on, everyone must be fully alert. If anything happens, be ready, ordered the Hoover sternly. Flynn, sir. They were close to Lingxiao City. At their current pace, they should arrive in one day. Suddenly, the Hoover's gaze sharpened, lifting his hand to signal the team to stop. Boss, what's wrong? The Halston looked puzzled, but when he followed the Hoover's gaze, his expression changed drastically. Approaching a tree, they saw a circular symbol engraved on a hidden spot. Seeing this, the Halston's face darkened. Damn, did we get lost? His tone was full of confusion. They were experienced veterans who usually never made such mistakes. How could someone of my level get lost? The Hoover asked grimly, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Friends hiding in the dark, why resort to such underhanded tactics? Why not show yourselves? Haha, I thought you wouldn't notice. Swoosh. Shadows moved among the trees, black-clad figures, many times outnumbering them. With knives glinting, a killing aura spread around them. The team quickly formed a defensive circle, facing all directions warily. Clearly, these weren't friendly visitors. Who are you? The He family? The Xiao family? Afraid of our Che family rising? Despite being heavily outnumbered, the Hoover remained unfazed, sneering. The lead black-clad figure did not respond. Lingxiao City's status quo hasn't changed for years. Your old man trying to use that thing to break through to Sage King realm is wishful thinking. A flash of killing intent appeared in the Hoover's eyes. They had kept everything secret, sending men below emperor rank, even dividing into 5 groups to return by different routes for safety. FLYNT. The enemy found them precisely. Flynn's, that thing, was in their group, stored in his ring. This severe issue pointed to only one conclusion. There was a mole. All the black-clad figures were martial kings, and the leader exuded a formidable presence despite revealing no aura. It seemed there would be no peaceful resolution today. Suddenly, the Halston beside the Hoover attacked, catching everyone off guard, striking at the Hoover. The Hoover couldn't react fast enough. He flew backward, spitting out blood onto the pristine snow, shocking everyone. Looking up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Second brother? It's you. He had trusted everyone else, but not his own brother. They grew up together, with deep bonds. He never imagined his closest relative would betray him. The Halston sneered, showing no guilt. Big brother, those who know the times are wise. With the He and Xiao families joining forces, do you think our Che family stands a chance? The younger brother merely wants more cultivation resources. We're not part of the main branch. Do you really think they see your loyalty? People must look out for themselves. You know this better than I do. The sudden betrayal added chaos to the already tense situation. The final words touched everyone's heart, eroding their resolve. The Hoover spat out more blood. His brother's words cut deeper than the strike. Chapter 295. Escort. The lead black-clothed man was extremely satisfied with the robust giant. Very good, very good. Today's service will not be forgotten. Endless cultivation resources, status, and power will all be yours. He then looked at the restless troops. If you want to live, lay down your weapons and surrender to our 2 families. If you resist stubbornly, there is only one path for you, death. Hearing this, the eyes of the people in the team began to waver. That statement was indeed correct. They were not mainline members, so there was no need to sacrifice their lives for the Che family. The situation was now crystal clear. If they continued resisting like this, they would all die. When it came to survival, loyalty was nothing but bullshit. Seeing this, the Hoover let out a bitter laugh. You fence-sitters think that by surrendering to them, you'll rise in fortune? Foolish. Delay means change, act now. Just as the leading black-clothed figure was about to take action, a stranger appeared in their line of sight, instantly making the atmosphere tense. Who was this person? Why had he shown up here? The newcomer wore black clothing with a black, sheathed sword tied around his waist. His face was sharply chiseled, but he seemed oblivious to his surroundings, walking past without any reaction. Everyone was perplexed. He looked incredibly young. Could he be a helper sent by the Che family? This was what the leading black-clothed man thought. Feeling dozens of gazes fixed on him, Brody finally looked up, still expressionless. Continue. I'm just passing by. Passing by? The leader's expression darkened. Do you think we are all fools? Speak up, are you sent by the Che family? Brody glanced at the surroundings and understood roughly what was going on. It was merely a conflict between forces. He shook his head. I have nothing to do with any of you. Let me pass to avoid entanglements. Even the Hoover's face under his helmet revealed a hint of surprise. He knew most of the Che family's personnel and did not recognize this man. FLYNT, if he truly was just passing by, why wasn't he avoiding such a dangerous situation? Too naive, perhaps? The leading black-clothed man looked at the robust giant, who shook his head, causing him to ponder. It really wasn't someone from the Che family. Could it be another force got wind of this, or is he genuinely an innocent passerby? His gaze gradually turned murderous. Young man, regardless of who you are, since you've come, leave your life behind. Blame yourself for being foolish. With that, a peak martial emperor aura erupted from him, pressing towards Brody, but surprisingly, Brody showed no discomfort. He ignored the pressure, slowly shaking his head as if sighing, why go through this? These 3 simple words exploded in all the black-clothed men's minds, their consciousness instantly wiped out. Black shadows fell into the snow, writhing in agony before falling still. You are a sage. A shrill scream echoed as the leading black-clothed man's body exploded, blood splattering everywhere. All the black-clothed men dead. The Hoover and others stared in shock at the standing black figure, its transcendent aura leaving a deep imprint on their minds. None of them expected that this sudden arrival was a sage realm expert, capable of killing all the black-clothed men with just 3 words. The Hoover struggled to kneel, removing his helmet and bowing respectfully. This humble servant, Che family guard Dennis, thanks Senior for saving us. The robust giant swallowed hard, retreating a few steps, looking around, clearly preparing to flee unnoticed. Others also kneeled. Thank you, Senior, for saving us. Some even wiped cold sweat off their heads. If the sage hadn't arrived sooner, they would likely have surrendered. Brody shook his head. It was a mere effort. They offended me first. This has little to do with you. No need for such formality. After speaking, he started to leave. Dennis hesitated before mustering the courage. May I ask if Senior is also heading to Ferocious Demon Region? Our destination is Spirit Dawn City. Would you consider traveling with us? Brody stopped, turning back to look at the Hoover with a playful smile. You want me to escort you all back to the Che family? Dennis's face showed embarrassment. Senior has keen eyes. I admire this. Indeed, I had this thought. Please rest assured. Once we return to the Che family, they will welcome you with the highest honors. Brody glanced at the storage ring on Dennis's finger. Aren't you afraid I might have sinister intentions and kill for treasure? A firm look appeared in Dennis's eyes. I dare to bet. Senior is not such a person. Saying this, Dennis was left with no other choice. Frankly, he was afraid too. But since the other two families didn't succeed, they'd undoubtedly send more assassins along the way. The only solution was to ensure this mysterious sage stayed to protect them. Fine, I like straightforward people like you. Upon hearing Brody agree, Dennis was overjoyed, and the team was elated. With the sage personally escorting them, they were no longer fearful. Only one person felt panic inside, the younger brother of Dennis. Looking at his own brother, memories of their past flashed in his mind. Finally, Dennis sighed. Go, consider yourself already dead. The robust giant trembled but said nothing, disappearing into the snowy winds. The team members wanted to urge Dennis to kill the robust giant completely but closed their mouths. Seeing this, Brody remained silent. Ultimately, he was just a passerby, and this journey was a unique form of cultivation for him. Sure enough, as Dennis predicted, about 2 hours later, 4 figures appeared at the scene. Looking at the bodies scattered everywhere in the blood-soaked snow, they stood in silence. Chapter 296, Annihilation. It seems that the Che family has hidden a few experts in their group. A cold and beautiful woman glanced around, her expression heavy. There were no signs of struggle here, which meant they didn't even have the chance to resist. We had our eyes on all the Monroe from the Che family. How could there be more? Another man said gravely. Their leader was at the peak of Marco Huang. Only someone at the Monroe level could have caused such an outcome. They hadn't even considered the possibility of a sage. Even if a Monroe were guarding them, we 4 also possess Emperor-level Dao fruits. Why should we fear him? But let's make it clear, the drop of Jade Essence Dew goes to whichever of our 2 families gets to it first. This is a rule set by the sage. You 2 have no objections, right? The 4 individuals came from 2 different families. Naturally, both families wouldn't remain so amicable regarding the Jade Essence Dew, as it was said to help a sage break through to Sage King. Who wouldn't want it? Then may the best person win. On horseback, Brody looked somewhat puzzled at Dennis. You are all Marco Huang or Marco Che, so why don't you just fly back to Lingxiao City? Wouldn't that be more convenient? And with so many people, your target is too big. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Dennis smiled bitterly. Originally, those 2 families didn't know about this mission. We also made sure not to have any strong protectors accompanying us, and even dispatched 4 other teams as diversions. This way, they would assume we were only transporting ordinary goods. If it wasn't for... Brody understood what he meant. If it wasn't for his brother's leak, they wouldn't have been ambushed. As for why they didn't fly back, after explanation, Brody understood it was also because they felt flying would be too conspicuous and attract unnecessary attention. Dennis bowed. Sir, you saved our lives, but we haven't even asked your name. We feel ashamed. Others also pricked up their ears, curious about the identity of this seemingly young sage. You and I are strangers who met by chance. If we meet again next time, then I will tell you my name. Brody smiled faintly, politely refusing. In his view, once he reached Lingxiao City, he would leave. He was just a passerby. Dennis nodded awkwardly and looked around. We're about to leave the mountain range. Beyond it is the Zhengma Plain, and in 6 hours, we'll reach Lingxiao City. I'm afraid you won't be leaving the mountains. At this moment, a sneer echoed overhead, and 4 figures appeared before everyone, openly radiating their powerful auras. Monroe. For Monroe. Dennis's pupils constricted, and the team instinctively tensed. These 4 did nothing to conceal themselves. Naturally, they recognized these long-standing Emperor-level warriors from Lingxiao City. But seeing Brody remained unperturbed, their anxiety subsided. Having a sage with him, even 4 Monroe couldn't cause trouble. Facing the 4 people, Dennis gathered his courage. It's indeed you 2 families. Still not giving up, sending 4 Monroe? What a great investment. The cold and beautiful woman said icily, who do you think you are to speak to us like this? Bring out your Monroe protector. Let's see what sort of divine power you've got. Brody finally spoke, his tone calm. Friends, these people have some connection to me, and I happen to be passing through. Could you give us a little leeway and let us go? Noticing someone speaking, the 4 focused their gazes on Brody, sensing his aura closely. Ordinary, very ordinary. They exchanged glances, confused. Logically, they should have sensed something. How could this be? There must be an artifact concealing his aura. And a sage? Impossible. They didn't even consider it. How could a respected sage stoop to escorting goods? It was laughable. Who are you? State your name. One of the men shouted. Brody's face and aura were unfamiliar, absolutely not from Lingxiao City, not even nearby cities. I'm just a wandering cultivator. No need to mention names. No need to mention names? Then there's nothing left to say. Join them in death. The other man had no patience. Seeing only one possible Monroe who had killed members of both families, they decided to annihilate them. 2 of them attacked together, releasing Emperor-level pressure and intent to kill. To their surprise, Dennis and the others showed no panic, instead smirking when the attack began. Before they could ponder further, an awe-inspiring sage aura erupted from Brody. Despite sitting still, numerous sage rules emerged, instantly shredding the two attackers' bodies. Sage. How could this be? The remaining man and woman watched the duo get torn apart, almost losing their minds. Desperate for survival, the man turned to flee immediately. But Brody wouldn't give him the chance. Remaining seated, he simply flicked a finger, and the fleeing man screamed, his body exploding in a cloud of blood and his consciousness obliterated. The previously cold and beautiful woman paled. She knew escaping a sage was a fantasy. Her life hinged on this black-clothed sage's whim. Plop. She knelt down, eyes pleading. Predecessor, I inadvertently offended you. Knowing my sins, I wish to serve you faithfully for the rest of my life. Please spare me. Despite others watching, she cast aside pride for survival. Her looks and icy demeanor could tempt many men, hoping to sway Brody. But she underestimated him. Brody's companions, Jane, Cindy, Anika, all far surpassed her, and even Justine and Ray held a higher allure. Besides, was Brody prone to lust? Clearly not. I have no interest in you. With that, the woman's body exploded, her soul obliterated instantly. Seeing this, Dennis and the others gulped, admiring Brody's resolve. No wonder he was so powerful, firm in will. He dismissed such a beguiling woman as mere bones. Had they been in his place, they might have spared her. Chapter 297, Spirit Dawn City. The appearance of the four martial emperors seemed like a mere interlude, and from then on, they encountered no obstacles as they finally arrived at Spirit Dawn City. Dennis respectfully said, Nathaniel, this is Spirit Dawn City. Why don't you join us for a brief rest? Upon hearing this, Brody hesitated slightly. After their journey, he was fully aware that Spirit Dawn City would not be peaceful in the near future. The He and Xiao families hadn't obtained the xuanhuan due but returned safely to the Che family, so they definitely wouldn't stand idly by. Large-scale conflicts were bound to erupt soon. If unnecessary, he did not wish to get involved. I've always been accustomed to wandering freely like a leisure cloud and a wild crane. I appreciate your kindness, but let's part ways here. Brody bowed and vanished into the crowd in an instant. Even though Brody had already disappeared, everyone in the group still looked at the direction he left with reverence. This Hartley truly embodies the demeanor of a true expert. Despite being a sage, he has no airs and makes people feel very comfortable. Flynn's, considering his age isn't much greater, becoming a sage is definitely not his final goal. In the future, he will surely become a world-renowned supreme powerhouse in the cultivation realm. Dennis sighed, it's just a pity we couldn't invite him back to the Che family. Adjusting his mindset, he continued, there's no time to waste. Let's hurry back to the Che family. Dennis is back. Upon receiving this news, excitement surged throughout the entire Che family. Even the patriarch could not contain himself, fixing his gaze on Dennis. Where's the xuanhuan? Where is it? Dennis knelt on one knee and presented a storage ring containing the xuanhuan with both hands. I have completed my mission without dishonor. Here is the xuanhuan. The old patriarch of the Che family beamed with delight. Ha 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 ha. Well done, well done. If this old man can break through to become a sage emperor, all of you will be hailed as the benefactors of our Che family. Having said this, he immediately announced he was going into seclusion, but Dennis's words made him pause mid-step. Hill, please note, the He and Xiao families are already aware. The faces of the Che family instantly turned pale as they stared intently at Dennis. What happened? The news about the xuanhuan should only be known by us. How did it leak out? Dennis wore a look of remorse. We had a traitor within us. It was none other than my younger brother, whom I have already punished. We faced 2 ambushes, with martial emperors involved, but fortunately, we received assistance from a sage. Before he could finish speaking, upon hearing the news leaked to the other 2 families, a group of martial emperors from the Che family immediately showed signs of displeasure. Damn it, if they know, they'll definitely take action. We'll handle things as they come. However, Dennis, since your brother betrayed the family, normally all his kin should be punished. You are not spared either. Considering your contributions, the punishment offsets your merits, so no reward or punishment will be given. The old patriarch of the Che family was puzzled. With Imperial Realm cultivators involved, how did they return unscathed? So what happened next? Continue. Dennis replied with a wry smile. We were aided by a sage who escorted us all the way back safely. A sage? Impossible. The first reaction of the Che family was disbelief. To meet a sage by sheer luck? Who'd escort them all the way? What kind of sage would be so considerate? That Hartley indeed is a sage, revealing divine rules with minimal effort, killing all 4 martial emperors without any survivors. The old patriarch's face hardened. Where is he now? Dennis shook his head. Not precisely clear, but I believe he is still within Spirit Dawn City. With him in Spirit Dawn City, things might be manageable. A gleam flashed in the old patriarch's eyes as he murmured to himself. After Dennis left, the old patriarch immediately announced he was going into seclusion. Since the 2 families knew, an attack was likely imminent. He had to race against time. May the old patriarch achieve the rank of Sage Emperor, sweeping clean Spirit Dawn City and leading our Che family to glory. On the other side, as Brody predicted, when it was known that Dennis's group had returned to the Che family, the He and Xiao families flew into a rage. The people I sent were useless. 4 full-fledged martial emperors couldn't even subdue them. What good are you all eating around here? Are you all just useless? In the He family courtyard, the old patriarch of the He family raged, summoning the family's martial emperors and the clan leader for a scolding. A similar scene unfolded at the Xiao family residence. Immediately, the patriarchs of both families convened in a secluded place to discuss how to proceed. Now that things have reached this point, we have no choice but to join forces and strike swiftly before he can break through. We must crush the Che family in one fell swoop. They even dared to fantasize. Maybe if their move was quick enough, the Che family wouldn't react in time, and they'd still have a chance to obtain the xuanhuan. Suddenly, a godly voice transmitted from outside. The trace smirked coldly. Looks like we'll finally find out what happened. A figure appeared at the door, which caught the attention of the Angus. He recognized the person. It was the young master of the He family. But the young master was dragging along a burly, bloodied man. If Brody were present, he would recognize this Halston as Dennis's brother. Never expecting him to be captured after being let go, he clearly had endured torture, looking utterly depleted. The clan leader of the He family bowed respectfully to the two patriarchs above. This person is the informant we planted within the Che family. We found him searching for clues near the incident site and brought him back immediately. The trace stared at the Halston. Tell us, what happened that day? Why did they die while you survived? But the Halston remained silent, his eyes filled with dead emptiness. Perhaps due to guilt towards Dennis or because despite his betrayal, Dennis still chose to spare him, leading to a moment of conscience. The trace's gaze grew icy. Do you think we won't find out just because you remain silent? In a flash, he appeared in front of the Halston, his withered hand like an eagle's claw gripping his head. He was about to perform a soul search. Chapter 298, Turmoil in Lingxiao City. Facing the sage, the Halston had no room for resistance as the divine consciousness invaded and roiled through his memories. A look of agony appeared on his face. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and foam dripped from his mouth while his body trembled uncontrollably. The ancestor of the He family closed his eyes. The scenes witnessed by the Halston flashed through his mind. The moment he saw the black-robed figure, his brows immediately furrowed. A sage. But when he tried to get a clearer view of the mysterious sage's face, the Halston suddenly screamed. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and he died on the spot. Such an utterly useless waste. Looking at the pitiful corpse of the Halston, the Oral cursed under his breath. He glanced at the trace, signaling him to take the body away for disposal. After the trace left, the Apollon narrowed his eyes. What did you see, Taoist he? The Oral's brows remained slightly knitted. A black-robed sage. But before I could see what he looked like, that person couldn't endure it and died. Upon hearing this, the Apollon also frowned. If he's in Lingxiao City or even in the Che family, that would be a significant destabilizing factor. We must find this person as soon as possible. Night had deepened, and Brody had already checked into an ordinary inn, resting in his room. Though his cultivation had improved considerably over this period, he still hadn't reached the level needed to break through to the Sage King stage, nor had the opportunity presented itself yet. Looking out the window at the streets lit up brightly, bustling with activity, Lingxiao City was worlds apart from the other side of the Kalalanmo mountain range. There, heavy snow fell and the cold wind howled. But here, there wasn't even a trace of snow. Instead, one could even feel a hint of warmth. At this moment, Brody's brows suddenly rose, and his aura began to blend seamlessly with the surroundings. In the next second, a sage's will swept past him. Although he was still standing there, in the perception of the sage's will, it was as if no one was present. Following this divine sense, another sage's will swept by but similarly passed without pausing at Brody. Brody knew that his arrival had already drawn the attention of the sages in Lingxiao City. However, they were not yet skilled enough to trace his location. The two sages' will circled around Lingxiao City fruitlessly and ultimately subsided. Not long after, another sage's will swept by, but Brody was sufficiently cautious and detected nothing unusual. Has he left? This thought lingered in the minds of the ancestors of the 3 families. FLYNT beneath the vibrant streets of Lingxiao City, dark currents were swirling, and a murderous intent was spreading. As the moon gradually disappeared, shadows flickered around both residences. Large contingents of people set out, their target, the Che family. Inside the Che family residence, the defenses were stringent. Upon receiving the message from the spies, the Che family patriarch turned pale. What? They're going to attack us? In the council hall, the Che family patriarch and various Hartleys were visibly anxious. Their ancestor had just entered seclusion when the other 2 families attacked. Che family, hand over the Jade, or tonight, the Che family will be bathed in blood, leaving no one alive. A voice thundered overhead, its authority pressing down as forces from the 2 families surrounded the area tightly. Buzz. For beams of light shot up from the 4 corners of the Che residence, countless sage laws intertwining in the air, forming a protective screen that completely sealed off the Che residence from the outside world, encompassing it entirely. Within this barrier, a deadly intent floated, a defensive array of their family. The family protection array is activated. Even sages will be blocked outside. Now, everyone, maintain the operation of the array. We just need to hold out for a few days until our ancestor breaks through and emerges from seclusion. Then, Lingxiao City will be dominated by the Che family. Suddenly, another wave of sages' authority descended outside the array. A mere protection array without a sage overseeing it? You think you can stop us? Too naive. A massive palm print condensed in the sky and struck the light barrier forcefully. Boom. With just one blow, the Che family array faltered. Holy rules danced wildly. Several Che family members could not withstand the pressure, spitting blood and collapsing. The gap between martial emperor and sage was too vast for them. Even with the array providing most of the protection, this single strike would have been fatal without it. Outside, the sounds of turmoil echoed, drawing the entire city's attention to the Che residence. No one expected the He and Xiao families to unite and attack the Che family. With 2 sages together, it looks like the Che family won't escape this calamity. They've activated the family protection array, but it seems they aren't being led by their ancestor. Watching the array struggle to hold, fear gnawed at every Che family member's heart. If it broke, they would all die. Should we interrupt the ancestor's seclusion and ask for help? Hearing this, the Che family patriarch flew into a rage. Nonsense. Are all of us in the Che family spineless cowards? The eldest Hartley's eyes hardened. Interrupting the ancestor's seclusion is impossible. At this point, we can only offer blood sacrifices to empower the array. Blood sacrifice. Whose blood will be sacrificed? All eyes turned to the eldest Hartley, while Dennis and others felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the eldest Hartley's gaze grew more ruthless. Immediately comprehending, the Che family patriarch looked at Dennis and his group. All Che family guards and servants, prepare for a blood sacrifice to the array. The guards' faces turned deathly pale. Lord, I am loyal to the family. Please rescind your order. Lord, we have served diligently for years. Please spare my life. But the Che family patriarch's tone was indifferent. The Che family has treated you well. If you're truly loyal, now is the time to give everything for the family. Immediately, an Hartley struck out. With martial emperor cultivation, many guards and servants perished instantly, staining the array with blood. We risked our lives for the Che family, and this is our fate. Dennis was filled with righteous indignation. In the next moment, an imperial Nathaniel coldly remarked, "You're just servants. Giving your life for the Che family is your duty." From an inn, Brody looked toward the Che residence, as if seeing through the void. Shaking his head, he thought that Dennis was a decent person, unfortunately following the wrong master. Despite his loyalty, this was his tragic end. What? Moved by compassion? Ambry teased. I think if the Sword Alliance expands here in the future, this person could be useful. Hearing Ambry's words, Brody's eyes gleamed. Not a bad idea. His voice faded as he vanished from the window. Empowered by the sacrificial blood, the array withstood the attack from the two sages temporarily. The Apollon's gaze turned cold. The Che family sure knows how to make sacrifices. To protect themselves, they offered so many lives. We must hurry. If that old ghost uses the Jade Dew, it would be a great waste. Just as they prepared to use their full strength, they paused, noticing a black-robed figure appearing in their sight, facing away from them. Hashtag chapter 299. The black-clothed sage. Who is that guy? How dare he go there? Doesn't he fear death? Who knows? Maybe he's lost his mind. They're fighting over there, and he goes to stir up trouble. If this person doesn't die, who will? Seeing Brody appear on the light screen, everyone began pointing and whispering. Even the people from the He and Xiao families looked at the black-clothed man with surprise. Only the patriarch of the He family instantly tensed up when Brody appeared. This silhouette was very familiar to him. Black-clothed, sage. Although they could not see his face because he was facing away from them, the trace was already certain. It was the same black-clothed sage who had escorted Vivian Hua Neal back to the Che family. The patriarch of the Xiao family also received a mental message from the trace in the first moment, and his eyes instantly sharpened as he said coldly, "Fellow Taoist, are you here to help the Che family and become our enemy?" Brody did not respond, only giving them a glance that made both patriarchs feel as if they were sitting in an icy pit. This person was even more terrifying than they imagined. However, the next scene went beyond their expectations. The black-clothed sage suddenly drew his sword and gently sliced through the blood-colored light screen. Immediately, dazzling sword light shone brightly, and the previously impervious array was torn open by a huge gash. Sword chi inside even prevented the gap from healing. This scene truly stunned everyone, especially the two patriarchs who were now filled with terror. This black-clothed stranger was absolutely not just a sage. The thought of what he might be made their faces pale. They had actually warned a sage king. Fortunately, this powerful being ignored them and stepped into the breach without hesitation. Although there was a gaping hole in the array, they dared not move, already contemplating whether they should escape. Looking at the massive tear in the sky above the array, everyone from the Che family turned pale, including the family head. Was it still possible to summon the patriarch now? But after the array was broken, no one stormed in as expected, not even a single figure was seen. "Dennis, we meet again." It wasn't until this voice pulled them back to reality. Dennis froze when he heard someone call his name. Upon seeing Brody beside him, he exclaimed in shock, "Senior, why are you here?" Brody simply smiled faintly, stating the purpose of his visit. "How about following me from now on?" "Following you?" Brody's sudden appearance caught Dennis off guard, but he quickly reacted. With the Che family attempting to kill him, who would choose death over life? Kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists, he replied, "If Senior does not abandon me, I am willing to follow." "Very well, let's go now." Brody did not care about the gazes of the Che family members and intended to leave with Dennis. But at that moment, the Grand Nathaniel of the Che family shouted, "Dennis, are you betraying the Che family? And who are you? How dare you try to recruit our people right before us? Is the Che family somewhere you can enter and leave as you please?" Upon hearing this, Dennis's gaze turned cold. "I have done enough for your Che family. Xuanhuan, how did you treat me? Today, we owe each other nothing." Brody also sneered, "You are all on the brink of destruction and yet remain so arrogant? Who can stop me from leaving today? You." The Grand Nathaniel's face flushed red in anger. Just as he was about to retort, he was stopped by the head of the Che family. Remembering Dennis calling the person senior, the family head recalled what Dennis had said upon returning. Bowing cautiously, the Che family had asked, "May I ask if you are the senior who escorted Dennis and the others back with Vivian Hua Neal?" Brody raised an eyebrow but remained silent, only nodding. Confirmed, the Che family head became agitated. "Please, senior, save the Che family. Once our patriarch breaks through to Sage King, we will owe you a favor." Hearing this, Brody sneered, "A favor? I don't need it. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Seeing him turn, the Che family head became anxious, looking at Dennis with an authoritative tone. "What are you waiting for? Quickly beg this senior to have mercy on us." Dennis changed completely, his expression indifferent. "Sorry, once you decided to attack me, Dennis has no connection with the Che family anymore." Rejected, the Grand Nathaniel revealed a sinister look. "When our patriarch breaks through, I won't let you go." Hearing this, Brody stopped and turned around. His sage thoughts transformed into a blade of killing intent, instantly extinguishing the consciousness of the Che family's Grand Nathaniel. "Grand Nathaniel, How could you be so cruel? Facing accusations from the Che family, Brody merely laughed and wiped out another who pointed at him. Seeing his cruelty, the Che family finally fell silent. Brody said coldly, "Your family is already in such a state, yet you are still foolish enough to make enemies. My actions were just minor punishment. Even if your patriarch breaks through to Sage King, so what?" Hearing this, the Che family head was startled. With Brody present, he didn't dare breathe heavily. Seeing him and Dennis disappear on the spot, the Che family finally breathed a sigh of relief. But upon seeing the massive breach in the array, the Che family head immediately commanded, "Quick, summon the patriarch." It was now or never. If they waited, it would be too late when enemies stormed in. Seeing that Brody did not intend to help the Che family, the patriarchs of the He and Xiao families outside felt relieved. Looking at the breach, they smirked cruelly. "Che family old ghost, it seems your Sage King dream will shatter." They transformed into meteors and rushed towards the Che family, ignoring the smaller figures like the family head. Their target was the patriarch's seclusion place. Under their lead, both families' forces followed, turning the area into a chaotic battle. Blood splattered everywhere. But Brody's attention was no longer on the Che family. He turned to Dennis beside him, standing at the window of an inn. "I said last time, if we meet again, I tell you my name. My name is Brody." Brody. Dennis was internally stunned. These two words were like thunder in his ears. Although he was in the Jinma domain, Brody's legend had spread throughout the entire cultivation world. He never expected this legendary figure to be standing before him now. ##### Chapter 300. Seek an explanation? At this moment, another wave of sacred realm pressure surged from the Che family compound, unprecedentedly powerful and even surpassing the two ancestral Hartleys He and Xiao. Has he succeeded in his breakthrough? Dennis asked incredulously. It seemed too fast. Brody shook his head. If given enough time, it was possible he could truly break through to Sacred Emperor. However, now forced out of seclusion without any signs of a heavenly tribulation, the Creed was at most at the half-step Sacred Emperor realm. Sure enough, upon emerging from seclusion, the Creed immediately scolded his clansmen as useless. If they had held on just a little longer, he would have definitely broken through to Sacred Emperor. Now, forced out of seclusion, his dream of becoming a Sacred Emperor was thoroughly shattered. No wonder he was filled with rage. The two saints, He and Xiao, were momentarily hesitant, not daring to be careless. Although just at the half-step Sacred Emperor realm, it was still far stronger than the regular Sacred realm. They really didn't have much confidence against him. The arrow is on the string, and it must be fired now. Let's take advantage of Che's unstable state after breaking through and strike together. Hearing the saint of the Xiao family say this, the saint of the He family flashed a cold light in his eyes and charged straight towards the Creed, his aura fully unleashed. Seeing them charge over, the Creed's gaze turned icy. "I haven't even settled the score with you two yet, and you come to die first. Since that's the case, none of you will leave the Che family today." He naturally hated these two men bitterly. Despite having just broken through, the Creed initially took the upper hand, causing the other two to spurt blood. "None of you are leaving here today." The Creed formed a hand seal, and the previously semi-defunct array suddenly sprang back into action. The massive rift quickly closed up, returning to its original state under the command of a half-step Sacred Emperor. This array finally began displaying its killing prowess. Countless beams appeared, catching members of the two families off guard. Bodies were penetrated, life force extinguished, and the two saints were also constrained by the Creed, unable to save themselves in their predicament. By now, the two ancestral Hartleys were deeply regretful, but regret was futile. The Creed wouldn't let them go. "Che old fiend, are you really going to let things end in mutual destruction? There's still a mighty being in Spirit Dawn City." Upon hearing this news, the Creed's expression froze. During his seclusion, he sensed that sword chi indeed very powerful. That sword Saint I will deal with eventually, but right now, all of you should prepare to die. The Creed continuously infused power into the sacred array, which unleashed two massive pillars of light, locking down He and Zhao's aura. With no way to escape, both bodies were pierced before everyone's stunned gazes. A large amount of sacred blood splattered, and the He family Hartley, realizing it was all over, shouted, "Blood escape!" A burst of bloodlight erupted from him, and the next moment, he vanished without a trace, even his aura disappearing. The ancestral Nathaniel ran away. The He family members below collectively froze, and the clan patriarch wanted to curse. If the ancestral Hartley had fled, what about them? All of their fighting spirit evaporated as they sought to flee the scene. Staying any longer would mean certain death. As for Zhao's ancestral Hartley, he silently cursed his ancestor for abandoning him. Now left alone, he feared being obliterated by the Creed. Zhao's Hartley voice deepened. "Brother Che, spare me. I promise that from now on, my Xiao family will leave Spirit Dawn City. If you insist on exterminating us, then I can only self-destruct." His resolve was clear, and everyone grew increasingly terrified. A saint's self-destruction could almost level Spirit Dawn City. Even the Creed's eyes narrowed. Although he was stronger than Xiao, if Xiao decided to self-destruct, he wasn't sure he could stop him. But letting this bastard live grated on him. "Brother Che, I can help you chase down Alistair's. I can swear an oath to heaven." Zhao's desire to survive was overwhelming. In his heart, he thought, "Alistair's, it was your lack of righteousness first, so don't blame me for lacking mercy." Seeing the Creed nod, although losing face, Xiao publicly swore a heavenly oath. Now the balance shifted. Che family members lifted their heads proudly, full of admiration for their ancestor. As for the Xiao family, they looked relieved. At least their lives were spared. Just a moment ago, they had genuinely feared their ancestor might abandon them too. The He family, after failing to escape, now knelt on the ground in despair, pleading for mercy. "Die." With a single thought from the Creed, all present He family members were killed by the array. The great battle finally came to an end. "You chased down Alistair's first, I need to find someone to settle the score, ordered the Creed to the Shao family heartily. Naturally, the person he sought was Brody, who had destroyed the Che family array. Flins. The Shao family heartily appeared respectful but inwardly sneered. He knew that the black-clothed sword saint was likely a sacred emperor, and Che old ghost might never return. From now on, my Che family will be the top family in Spirit Dawn City. All of Spirit Dawn City will be under our command. And that black-clothed sage, once I capture him, I will execute him in front of the entire city to set an example. The Creed's holy consciousness spread across the entire city, his face revealing a hint of a sneer. I found you. Suddenly, his figure vanished from the spot and reappeared at the inn where Brody was staying. Seeing the Creed, Dennis's pupils constricted, feeling slightly nervous. Brody, however, remained expressionless, not even bothering to conceal his aura. This Taoist friend, please give an explanation. Brody's tone was calm. You tried to kill someone I care about, so I saved them. That's all. Hearing this, the Creed laughed bitterly. Fine. Since you disrupted my family's array and killed 2 of my Heartleys, allowing the He and Shao families to disrupt my breakthrough to Sacred Emperor, killing you now will be within my rights. He then looked at Dennis beside Brody. And you betrayed the Che family and cannot be pardoned. The Creed's murderous intent flared as countless holy principles emerged, pressing down on the two. Brody patted Dennis's shoulder, signaling him not to worry. Taking a step forward, his body's blood energy soared heavenward. A golden fist struck out with terrifying speed and strength, instantly shattering the holy principles and hurtling toward the Creed with irresistible force. An expert's move revealed true skill. The Creed's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected the black-clothed sage to be not only a sword saint, but also possess such high physical prowess. Despite using every trick, he still couldn't withstand the blow, flying backward. Just a mere half-step, Sacred Emperor dares attack me. Brody took another step and delivered another punch, nearly shattering the Creed's sacred origin. The Creed spat blood midair, shocking the entire city. Everyone wondered who could have done this, causing the once triumphant Creed to appear so miserable. You are Brody. Sword cultivator and body cultivator combined into one. Although rare, it wasn't unheard of. But the combination of such high achievements along with golden blood energy in his memory belonged to only one person, the prodigy Brody. Chapter 301. Lydia. Thinking of these 2 names, Che's heart shuddered, and he hurriedly cupped his hands in respect. Arlie Flynn, I apologize for my impertinence earlier. Please forgive me. Brody slowly walked out from the inn's pavilion, looking at the old patriarch with a cold gaze. In recognition of Dennis, I won't kill you today. From now on, he has no connection with your family. Should you dare to manipulate him morally again, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Hearing this, Che nodded rapidly like a pecking chick. Arlie Flynn, rest assured, such a thing will never happen again. Had I known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to lay a hand on you even if I had 100 guts. In the future, not only you but also Dennis, if he comes to the Che family, I will welcome him as a distinguished guest. After saying that, he glanced at Dennis enviously. This young man was truly fortunate to be favored by Brody. His future would surely be bright. Brody waved his hand. You may leave. I won't see you off. This matter no longer concerned him. However, since his whereabouts were exposed, countless geniuses would likely come seeking him. He couldn't bother with these troubles and needed to leave the devilish domain as soon as possible. But first, I need to find a place to settle Dennis. Seeing Brody lost in thought while looking at him, Dennis couldn't help but feel uneasy. Flynn. Senior Flynn. What is it? Suddenly, Brody's eyes lit up, having an idea. Don't call me senior anymore. I'm not much older than you. Call me young master instead. You can't travel with me right now, but I do need you for something. Brody subtly stretched out his finger, transmitting the image of Liza's family and their address into Dennis's mind through divine intent. That little girl is my disciple. Go to the mystical devilish domain and secretly protect her family. Next year, I'll come to take all of you back to the Falling Plum sect. Take care, Arlie Flynn. Outside Lingxiao City, Dennis bowed respectfully and turned toward the mystical devilish domain. The news of Brody's appearance in the devilish domain spread like wildfire, becoming a topic of gossip among cultivators everywhere. Devilish City, headquarters of the Heavenly Path sect. On a mountain peak stood a woman with wine-red hair, draped in a red dress, her delicate features as if blessed by Nuwa herself, exuding an otherworldly charm. Looking towards Lingxiao City, she murmured to herself, her rose-colored eyes revealing a hint of interest. Brody, I'm quite eager to meet you. At her waist hung a sword scabbard. Even unsheathed, it radiated a formidable presence. With these words, her figure vanished like a ghost from the peak. In an unnamed town, Brody stepped inside, immediately frowning as a thick scent of blood filled the air. The town, far from thriving, was strewn with corpses and dried blood everywhere. It was clear this place had endured a hell on earth. Birds scavenging on the bodies flew away noisily as a stranger entered, perching on rooftops, still clutching meat scraps in their beaks. A massacre. Such actions violated the heavenly principles, infuriating both gods and men. Evil cultivators aside, ordinary people seldom committed such atrocities. Brody shook his head. Everyone faced their own fate. Since he was here, he could do something, if only for his own conscience. An hour later, after burying the dead, Brody erected a stone monument inscribed with nothing. Completing this task, he retreated outside the city gates and left. Soon after, a scarlet figure appeared on the city wall, gazing at the unmarked stone. Her eerie face broke into a light laugh before she pursued the direction Brody had gone. Vivian Chung. Upon entering the city, Brody found a tavern and slipped inside. Inside, people drank, discussing matters of the world. Many conversations revolved around Brody's arrival in the devilish domain. Did you hear? That prodigy Brody has arrived in our devilish domain. Rumor has it he challenged various sects and disciples in the mystical devilish domain. Could this happen here too? So what? Flynn's, Brody is a peerless genius, but so are the geniuses of the devilish domain, like Khalil Hua of Thunderclap sect or Gao Charles of the Gao family. Worst case, we still have the one from Heavenly Path sect, enough to handle Brody, right? You mean, Lydia? Who else? In a corner, Brody sipped wine, seemingly accustomed to the surrounding discussions, listening silently. Flynnt, he became intrigued by Lydia, evidently the top genius of the devilish domain. As Brody put down his cup, a striking red figure appeared opposite him. Arlie, drinking alone can be dull. Would you allow me to join you? Lifting his eyes, he saw a peculiar yet beautiful woman with red hair and a red dress. Most captivating were her pale red eyes, an eerie beauty. Brody smiled faintly. Camila, we've never met. Aren't you afraid I might be dangerous? To his surprise, the red-clad beauty grinned boldly, lifting his chin. A gentleman as handsome as you? Even if you're dangerous, this humble girl wouldn't mind. Brody didn't enjoy being flirted with, turning his head slightly. Since you insist, I naturally have no objections. Please. He even offered the strange woman utensils, yet oddly, no one else seemed to notice her. They only saw Brody chatting with empty air, occasionally raising a toast. This guest, are you drunk? Everyone wore bewildered expressions, including the tavern keeper, who kindly warned Brody. Chapter 302, roasting meat. Just a madman. Seeing Brody still muttering to himself, the others paid him no more attention. The atmosphere in the tavern returned to normal, and the waiter shook his head and walked away. In these times, one could encounter all sorts of intoxicated people. As for Brody, he remained oblivious to the odd looks from those around him, his eyes fixed on the red figure before him. He poured wine into her cup and said, after so many cups, I haven't had the chance to ask for the lady's name. The red-haired woman smiled faintly. My name is Michelle, and I come from the Xuanhuan sect. Upon hearing this, Brody's expression turned serious, and the surroundings began to shift rapidly. Brody's figure vanished from the tavern, as if they had been transported to a strange space. So, you are the genius of the Xuanhuan sect. My apologies for any rudeness earlier. Since Master Flynn has come to the Zhenghua domain, but hasn't visited the Xuanhuan sect, I have waited for you for so long that I can only muster the audacity to seek you out. I've heard much about Brody's unparalleled swordsmanship and wish to learn from you. Suddenly, Michelle's aura became sharp. Her fiery hair fluttered without wind, and 2 streaks of sword light flashed from her eyes. The sword light shot towards him like lightning, but Brody remained unperturbed. With a flick of his finger against the cup, 2 drops of wine splashed up and collided with the incoming sword light, neutralizing it instantly. Why must we resort to fighting? Wouldn't it be better to sit down and drink? Michelle's gaze hardened before she laughed. Our Xuanhuan sect has countless fine wines. If Master Flynn enjoys good liquor, why not come back with me? But Brody shook his head. Fine wines are unnecessary. I prefer this grain essence. If you can withstand another strike from my sword, I will not pester you further. A streak of sword light flashed from the woman's scabbard, but was deflected by Brody's black scabbard. There's no need for more tests. I must be on my way. The scene around them returned to the tavern, filled with shouts and calls. Brody was already nowhere to be seen, and Michelle suddenly smiled. Interesting. Oddly, the people in the tavern seemed unable to see her. The red-clad woman gradually faded from sight. Huh? When did that drunken madman leave? Who cares? Let's keep drinking. At this moment, Brody was already 50 miles outside Viviancheng. He shook his head. When that red-haired woman appeared, he immediately sensed that she was just an avatar. Staying longer would surely lead to her true self finding him. Defeating Michelle in the Zhenghua domain would indeed elevate his reputation, but Brody wasn't here for fame or fortune. He just wanted to travel and enjoy himself. Raising the wine pot to take a large gulp, he felt the spiciness. To Brody, life was like this wine, complex and full of different flavors. After taking a few steps, Brody suddenly stopped, a trace of helplessness on his face. How did you find me? Michelle approached after he left and pointed to the black scabbard at Brody's waist, where a strand of red silk was tied. Master Flynn should be more cautious next time. Suddenly remembering something, Michelle covered her mouth in feigned surprise. Master Flynn didn't do this on purpose, right? Playing hard to get? I didn't see that coming. Brody glanced at her. Do as you wish. You want to follow. I don't have time for this. With that, he continued walking, leaving her behind. Annoyed, Michelle stomped her feet. Could this man show some interest? Annoyed though she was, she followed him. Hey, tell me, what would make you agree to fight me? Don't worry, it's just a friendly spar. If you lose, I won't kill you. Unfortunately, provocation didn't work on Brody. No matter how much she tried, he remained unmoved, as if he hadn't heard a thing. If someone saw this scene, they'd likely condemn Brody for being so cold-hearted towards such a beautiful woman. At night, Brody started a bonfire in the mountains. Smoke rose gracefully as he roasted meat from a recently hunted beast. Michelle frowned. We cultivators have reached this stage where fasting is common. Why are you roasting this? Seeing the greasy nature of it, she showed a look of disdain. But Brody looked at her with surprise. How long has it been since you ate? Michelle hesitated. Of course I eat. But your low-grade beast meat is too greasy and lacks essence. Though she had fasted, human habits didn't change. If possible, one indulged in eating for pleasure. Growing up in the Xuanhuan sect, she was used to exotic delicacies. Even her rice was irrigated with spirit liquid. She never expected such greasy, less nutritious roasted meat. Brody smiled and had a sudden thought. Pausing, he asked, You've never tasted it. How do you know it isn't good? Why don't you try? The meat was now golden brown and crispy, sizzling with oil. A rich aroma permeated the air, enticing her senses. How can it smell so good? Michelle moved her nose, involuntarily swallowing saliva but resisting based on her earlier words. Brody glanced at her, inwardly amused, and continued roasting the meat. Now was the crucial part. He needed precise control over the fire. Speaking of which, this roasting skill had been honed during recent travels. Though not masterful, it satisfied his appetite. Finally, another burst of fragrance spread. Brody tore off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, feeling the oil burst open. He took a swig from the wine pot, his face filled with enjoyment. So satisfying. This bite of meat, this sip of wine. I wouldn't trade it for gold. Seeing Brody's contentment, Michelle's curiosity sparked. Is it really that delicious? Gurgle. Perhaps the aroma was too inviting. Her stomach growled. Her cheeks reddened, but she held back, remembering her earlier words. Brody smiled faintly and tore off another piece, offering it to Michelle. Eat if you want. I won't laugh. It's really delicious. Noticing her hesitation, he added, don't worry. This is lean meat, not greasy. Michelle accepted, nodding proudly. Since Master Flynn insists on dining with me, I'll reluctantly try it. But holding the large piece of meat, she struggled to decide where to start. Just bite it. Brody demonstrated by biting a large chunk. Michelle hesitated, then tried. The meat melted in her mouth, the flavor lingering. Her pupils dilated in surprise. This taste was something she'd never experienced. Unbelievably delicious. Chapter 303, Crossing the Wei River. Still need this. With that, Brody took out a wine flask and handed it to Michelle, immediately earning her disdainful look. Do you have any shame left? You've already drunk from it directly. Go away. Seeing her reaction, Brody wasn't fazed. Forget it then. I'll drink it myself. Offering kindness only gets me treated like a liver. But when he tipped his head back and lifted the flask, only a few drops trickled down. He smacked his lips, looking dejected. It's all gone? Seems like I need to get more next time. Michelle sneered. Himph, you just drank up everything. Under the combined efforts of both, a large piece of beast meat was devoured completely. Michelle's appetite left Brody in awe. She had consumed most of it herself. Feeling full, Michelle patted Brody on the shoulder. Now can we have a proper fight? Let's see whose sword is better. But Brody merely glanced at her. Who said I agreed to spar with you? Boring. He walked off on his own, leaving Michelle stomping her feet in frustration. She considered using her combat techniques against Brody, but realized it would only worsen their relationship, which wasn't what she wanted. Glancing at the map, Brody noticed Michelle still following him. This caused him some headaches. We're almost out of the Xuanhuan domain. Why are you still following me? Do you plan to follow me for life? But Michelle didn't seem bothered by his sarcastic remark. What? Lord Flynn can travel the world, but Lady Michelle can't? Over the next 3 days, they were practically inseparable. They even encountered some ill-intentioned people lusting after Michelle's beauty, but she easily dealt with them. As for Brody, he remained indifferent, causing Michelle to inwardly curse him numerous times. Suddenly, Brody recalled something and raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, since you live in the Xingtian sect year-round, do you know about the Spring Festival? The Spring Festival? Michelle nodded. Of course. Don't think I'm some naive child. During the Spring Festival, various factions in the Xuanhuan domain send gifts and greetings to our sect. Brody smiled faintly. But do you know how low-ranking cultivators or ordinary people celebrate the Spring Festival? Upon hearing this, Michelle furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before shaking her head. I'm not sure. I haven't seen it. Do they also celebrate it? Though she was a top-notch genius, she spent the festivals at the Xingtian sect without ever descending the mountain, so naturally, she didn't know. Even the thought that ordinary people celebrated it surprised her. Walking along, Brody suddenly stopped. Before them lay a river several miles wide, its thunderous currents displaying incredible power. Wei River. Both spoke its name simultaneously. The Wei River, running through 2 demonic territories, separated the Xuanhuan domain from the Qinghua domain. Legends spoke of saint-level great demons residing within, making it inaccessible to commoners. Indeed, under Brody's perception, strong currents surged within the river, harboring multiple saint-level presences lying dormant. This was only a section of the river. Considering its entire length separated the 2 domains, the number of saint-level great demons inside was undoubtedly a formidable force. However, Brody stepped onto the water's surface without hesitation, remaining unmoved despite the turbulent waves. Michelle followed closely behind. Human, how dare you step into the Wei River, defying the fearsome reputation we hold. The previously dormant saint-level great demons awakened, appearing on the river's surface, causing chaos in the Wei River. The raging currents seemed capable of tearing anything apart. How dare you? Michelle's gaze turned cold as the pressure of a holy king erupted, momentarily stilling the river. Looking at the several great demons before her, her tone was domineering. You dare obstruct my path? Afraid your many years of cultivation will be ruined? Red hair, you are Michelle. The first-rate genius of the Xuanhuan domain wasn't just famous locally. Her renown had spread throughout the demon-cultivating world. The great demons bowed deeply, transforming into human forms. We did not know a high disciple of the Xingtian sect was here. Please forgive us. Exchanging glances, the great demons vanished, knowing that even if they were at the saint level, facing Michelle, and especially Brody, would be perilous. After crossing the Wei River safely, Brody joked, seems your face still works well, Clarissa. Michelle rolled her eyes. If Master Flynn revealed his name, they would have run off. Your fame resounds throughout the entire demon-cultivating world, known to everyone. Brody laughed. You flatter me. You flatter me. Beyond the Wei River lay a forest. After nearly 2 days of walking, they finally saw signs of civilization, a village. Michelle observed the simple thatched huts, numbering no more than a dozen, housing fewer than 400 people. It was a small village. She glanced at Brody, who was already heading towards it. Noticing Michelle hadn't followed, Brody looked back. What? Did you reconsider going back? Who said I wanted to go back? Michelle pouted and ran to catch up. What? Planning to stay here for a while? Without speaking, Brody showed her an empty wine flask, clearly meaning to ask for some wine. Seeing two strangers enter, the villagers in rough clothing paused their work, their surprise evident. This place was remote, rarely seeing outsiders. Wow, that woman is so beautiful. If she could spend one night with me, I'd gladly lose 20 years of my life. Look at her figure, her demeanor. It's captivating. Michelle, with her goddess-like beauty and unique wine-red hair and a red dress, emitted an aura that was truly enchanting. ##### Chapter 304, Making a Move. Speak carefully. Those two are clearly from prominent families. Don't provoke them. And Hartley admonished sternly, then greeted with a beaming smile. Our Ulan village hasn't seen outsiders in a long time. Your visit today truly brightens our humble village. Michelle glanced at him, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. She hadn't expected such a small village to have a martial, emperor-level powerhouse sitting in it. Moreover, the cultivation levels of the others were also abnormal, mostly being martial emperors. Brody showed a warm smile and took out some silver coins. Sir, we just passed by this place. I would like to exchange for some drinks. If we've caused any disturbance, please forgive us. The martial emperor Hartley was taken aback for a moment before nodding and laughing heartily. Haha, all encounters are fated. It's just some drinks. I'll give you some as a gift. You two must be weary from your journey. Why don't you come into the village to rest for a bit? However, Brody declined the Hartley's invitation. I appreciate your kindness, senior, but we wouldn't want to disturb everyone further. We will wait here. After the Hartley left, Michelle's gaze turned cold. She sent a mental message to Brody. This person is clearly at the martial emperor level, but is only exuding martial venerable aura. The others are deliberately suppressing their auras too. What do they intend? Brody narrowed his eyes. He had noticed it too. Something was definitely amiss with this village. Many people's gazes had not left them since they stood at the entrance, especially focused on Michelle. Their looks toward her were like those of wolves eyeing lambs. The village wasn't large, and Brody's divine sense instantly covered it. The entire village scene appeared clearly in his mind, and that martial emperor Hartley wasn't fetching the wine. Instead, he was inside a room with 3 others. Their conversation was crystal clear to Brody. Hee, those two have extraordinary demeanor. They must be young masters or misses on a quest for training. We can make a nice profit again. Another martial emperor rubbed his hands together lecherously. That little girl caught my fancy. No one should dare contest me. We must enjoy thoroughly. Living in this godforsaken place has been enough. Humph. If not for that old guy controlling us, how could we stay in this place for 10 years? Brody retracted his divine sense, a smirk forming on his lips. Indeed, something was off. But from what they said, they weren't villagers either but controlled by someone else. Michelle snorted coldly. No matter what they do, anyone who dares to attack us will die. Soon, the Hartley reappeared before them, bowing. Young friends, I apologize for making you wait. As for the wine, there's not much left. But I've already sent someone to fetch more from a nearby town. Why don't you take a rest here until it arrives? Brody smiled lightly. It's all right. Since there's none, we won't disturb any longer. Farewell. Wait. A voice came from behind, causing Brody's eyes to turn icy. He wouldn't hesitate to go on a killing spree if they dared to attack. What is it? The Hartley laughed again. But this time it carried an eerie edge, losing all semblance of warmth. Once here, whether you leave or not is no longer up to you. Didn't your Hartleys teach you the outside world is unsafe? With that, an imperial aura erupted from the Hartley, while the villagers looked on unperturbed, their faces twisted with sneers. Swish, swish. 3 figures flew over, their auras matching the Hartleys. One of them leered at Michelle. Such a rare beauty. Little beauty, don't be afraid. I'll treat you well later. Seeking death. Michelle's eyes turned icy. No one had ever spoken to her like that. Her anger surged, and a resounding zing echoed as her sword flashed. Before the lecherous martial emperor could react, his head was separated from his body, his imperial essence extinguished. Seeing this, the other 3 froze in shock. One blow had killed their comrade. They knew they'd met their match. The Hartley, being shrewd, realized he couldn't face this strength and tried to escape. The other 2 reacted slower and were killed instantly by Michelle without even getting a scream out. Attack! Attack! Stop them quickly! The Hartley rushed back to the village, shouting desperately, sweat pouring down his forehead. There was only one place now that could save him. Brody stepped into the village, and everyone watched him cautiously. With a cold snort, a murderous intent spread. Anyone who dares to block the way dies. Sensing the terrifying aura, no one moved as Brody pursued the Hartley. They saw clearly what happened earlier, killing martial emperors like swatting pigs. Naturally, they dared not obstruct him. You go first. I need to kill a few trash. Michelle's voice was icy cold. A sword beam instantly killed a man who had lusted after her, spouting filthy words. In her eyes, his death was insignificant. Meanwhile, Brody stopped before a temple. The Hartley's aura vanished inside, implying that something inside could protect him. The temple's doors opened, but inside was pitch black. Brody walked in calmly, holding Ambry and stepping down the stairs. Creak. The door slammed shut, and darkness surrounded him. The Hartley's voice echoed around. Little punk, do you think having a bit of strength allows you to act recklessly? Entering here, even a sage will fall. Brody sneered. Fall? A broken down temple gives you such confidence? Just moments ago, you fled like a dog. Today, no one can save you from death. The Virokana Bodhimanda shadow appeared behind him, golden blood chi illuminating the dark temple. Brody aimed at a spot and unleashed a gold fist mark. The hidden Hartley revealed himself. Seeing the terrifying punch, he lost all courage to resist, turning his gaze desperately toward the statue in the center of the temple. Lord, save me. Buzz. The previously silent statue emitted a blood-red glow, annihilating the punch mark instantly. Simultaneously, A majestic and powerful voice boomed. Who dares defy? This aura was far stronger than a sage king. Brody's pupils constricted. Half-step great sage? Boom. Their palms clashed, sending Brody flying backward, stopping only outside the temple. Chapter 305. Livivian and Blood Venerable. Sensing this aura, not far away, Dulcie's expression changed slightly, and she hurried over in the direction. Seeing a trace of blood at the corner of Brody's mouth, her expression became solemn. Just now, that was? Brody coughed lightly and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. I was careless. There's a half-step great sage here. Half-step great sage. Even Dulcie was inwardly startled upon hearing it. A great sage represented the pinnacle of the sacred realm, the peak combat power in the demonic cultivation world. Even if just a half-step, such an achievement was absolutely remarkable. Brody's eyes were locked on the temple in trance as two figures emerged from the darkness. One was a middle-aged man with white hair, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty intent, making everyone around him extremely uncomfortable, faint bloody air permeating the area, disgusting to say the least. By his side stood the Hartley, who looked smug, kneeling before the white-haired man and saying, Lord Blood Venerable, these two killed 3 of your subordinates, and I almost fell victim too. Lord, you cannot let them go. Dulcie's gaze turned serious as she looked at the middle-aged man and slowly said, in the Qingma domain, there is a force called the Blood Dance Sect, which has 7 Saint Kings guarding it. They proclaim themselves as Blood Venerables. I did not expect one to be hidden in this small village. May I know which venerable are you? The white-haired man glanced at Dulcie in surprise, then nodded. Little girl, you know quite a lot. To have reached the Saint King realm at your age, and that little boy, only sustaining minor injuries after blocking my attack, indeed, both of you must have extraordinary backgrounds. Dulcie took out a token from her storage ring, carved with unique symbols, emanating an extraordinary aura. Does Lord Blood Venerable recognize this token? Upon seeing this token, the white-haired man's gaze intensified but wasn't overly surprised, confirming what he had suspected. So, your heavenly pride of Xingtian sect. But do you think a mere token can make me cautious? Had he not broken through yet, he would have been polite to a top-notch Saint King like Dulcie. Now, with one foot already in the Great Sage realm, he naturally wasn't fearful. As for the Xingtian sect behind her, well, this wasn't the Zhongma domain. Dulcie's eyes darkened, her gaze falling on Brody. What about adding this one? The white-haired man showed a flicker of interest. Oh, tell me, who is this young man? What background does he have? His name is Brody. He was selected by the divine of the Ji family in Kalalimo domain. The events concerning the Dugu family are widely known. Lord Blood Venerable should have heard of him. Upon hearing the name, the white-haired man studied Brody carefully again, not expecting this to be the same prodigy that caused a stir in the demonic cultivation world. No wonder he could resist a hit from himself in the Saint realm. But regarding their backing, the white-haired man laughed. So what if it's the Xingtian sect? Or the Hazamali? Am I scared into submission? Who will know if I kill you here? Livivian and Blood Venerable stared at Dulcie intently. However, my lord intends to taste you thoroughly. Let's see how different a heavenly pride is from others. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. Again, those disgusting eyes. Dulcie's murderous intent was palpable, and a delicate sword slashed at him instantly. Half-step great sage isn't a reason to be arrogant. Brody had already calmed the chaotic blood energy inside him. Swordbone appeared in his hand, working in tandem with Dulcie. His figure materialized to the right of Livivian and Blood Venerable, delivering a heaven-cleaving sword technique. Trivial skills. Seeing both of them attack, a hint of contempt flashed across Livivian and Blood Venerable's eyes. A blood-red spear materialized, its shaft swinging violently, terrifying spear light shattering both sword beams instantly while drawing a crescent shape in the air and striking back. Clang! A sword light pierced through the void, engraved with numerous holy beast images, stopping the spear. Seeing this sudden sword, a flash of appreciation crossed Livivian and Blood Venerable's eyes. He clearly recognized the uniqueness of the sword. Didn't expect you to have so many good things, but they'll all be mine soon. Dream on. Blood energy surged in Brody's body, an unmoving Vajra shadow appearing behind him, gathering all his strength and swinging the sword bone fiercely. This strike's power was so formidable that even Livivian and Blood Venerable didn't dare underestimate it. Dulcie's eyes turned redder, her sword movements becoming more complex, a terrifying aura brewing. She was about to unleash the killing technique of Xingtian sect. Kill. Their voices echoed simultaneously. Facing these two devastating attacks, even as a half-step great sage, he chose to dodge, stepping back. Without Livivian and Blood Venerable's protection, the Hartley was terrified. His martial emperor-level cultivation unable to move even a step under such power, instantly turning to ashes upon contact. The Hartley's death elicited no emotion from Livivian and Blood Venerable. Seeing their strikes undiminished, he knew he was locked on, forced to defend with his spear. Swoosh! Massive waves flattened surrounding buildings, some people being crushed. Livivian and Blood Venerable lost control and stepped back, while Brody and Dulcie fared no better. Such a level of power exceeded their capacity. Run! Suppressing the backlash, Brody seized this opportunity to drag Dulcie and start running. However, they hadn't gone far when Livivian and Blood Venerable caught up, his eyes filled with lethal intent. If I let you escape, wouldn't it waste all my efforts? The spear tip burst with horrifying murderous intent, piercing towards them with unstoppable force. Seeing this, Brody pushed Dulcie aside resolutely. In an instant, all his power converged on the sword bone, slashing outward, splitting space. Under such power, no Saint King could survive. Boom! A massive explosion sent the blood-colored spear flying. Though this strike didn't threaten Livivian and Blood Venerable's life, it gave the duo another chance to flee. Chapter 306. Encounter with the Milesess again. At this moment, Brody felt utterly weak and could only let Dulcie carry him in flight. Looking at Brody's pale face, Dulcie suddenly asked, "Didn't you fear that I might leave you behind just now?" To this, Brody simply glanced at her, his eyes saying what his mouth couldn't. In such a dire situation, she still had time to ask such questions? What kind of logic was this? The two sped away, but could not escape Ernesto. The distance between them kept closing. "Pup, if I can't even capture both of you today, wouldn't it have been futile for me to hibernate for months in that dilapidated place, absorbing earth essence to break through my cultivation?" Now having advanced to half-step great sage, Ernesto's heart swelled with pride. With no deities present in Qing domain, he was virtually invincible beneath the rank of great sage. Earth essence. This Ernesto seems to have received an excellent opportunity, Dulcie murmured. But how could Brody care about these things when Liayun was almost catching up? He anxiously urged, "My dear grandmother, aren't you the prided genius of Xingtian sect? Use your survival skills quickly." But embarrassment flashed across Dulcie's face. "Sorry, I've never liked using those items, so I didn't bring any." She then retorted, "You are favored by Harvig. Don't tell me you have no self-preserving measures either?" Hearing this, Brody smacked his forehead, showing resignation. It was true he was favored by Harvig, but he certainly did not possess any life-saving methods. The only thing he had was Ambry, but its cost, inducing slumber, was too great. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to use it. Glancing back at Ernesto, Brody suddenly signaled Dulcie to stop. Seeing the two suddenly change their tactics, even the arrogant Ernesto halted, sneering coldly, "Escape? Why aren't you running?" Brody maintained a calm demeanor. "Liayun, this is all you're doing. Don't blame me when we meet the Underworld King." He slowly drew out Ambry. The exquisite beasts carved into the blade seemed to come alive, lifelike and vivid. A terrifying aura spread wildly, sharp and piercing, making one's consciousness ache. Ernesto's expression turned increasingly grave. The sword's aura made him hesitate. However, considering the forces behind the two, if he let them go, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't send stronger beings after him. Now, there was only one path, to the bitter end. Thinking this, he revealed a sinister smile. "Do you think bluffing will scare me off? Little pup, you're too naive." Seeing that intimidating him failed, Dulcie stepped forward, her voice cold. "So you think we're bluffing? Both Brody and I have divine protection. If you dare test us, remember, Harvig still resides in Kalilan domain. Though distant from here, to a deity, it's merely a thought apart." Hearing Harvig's name, Ernesto's complexion changed repeatedly. Who dared say they were unafraid of deities? His arrogance stemmed from knowing most deities were absent from domain. Hearing Harvig was still around instantly filled him with trepidation. But letting them go would invite bigger troubles. He resolved, even killing them isn't enough. Better flee or leave the demon realm. Thoughts of Brody's sword and the sword bone ignited his covetousness. As for Dulcie, as Xingtian sect's prided genius, she surely possessed countless treasures. Resolutely, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "If I let you go, I'd be inviting endless trouble." Dulcie felt disheartened, realizing their ruse failed. Brody furrowed his brow, unsure if he must again wield Ambry. Just as Liayun attacked, Brody felt intense heat in his right chest, recalling the same sensation from the Devil Soul Abyss. Bang! Suddenly, a jade hand appeared in the sky, sending Liayun flying. Shocked, Brody recognized who had come to his rescue. Before them stood a breathtaking figure, clad in black, angelic and beautiful enough to take one's breath away. Her icy gaze warned intruders to keep their distance. "Tracy," Brody chuckled wryly. Dulcie, captivated, murmured, "There is such beauty in the world. Great sage." Liayun struggled to steady himself, blood trickling from his lips. One strike nearly shattered his essence. Apart from a great sage, no one had such power. As he still lived, he didn't consider it could be a deity. His sole thought was to escape. Facing a true great sage, being a half-step was laughable. But Tracy didn't let him escape. Glancing briefly at Brody, she stepped next to Liayun and delivered another palm strike, carrying the power to extinguish all vitality, striking his chest. Poof! Liayun's eyes bulged, bloodshot, his breath rapidly weakening. His sacred Tao origin, shattered. When Tracy left, Liayun lay motionless, his body lifeless. Even his consciousness vanished without a trace. Seeing her approach, Brody looked at her complexly, smiling faintly. "Long time no see." Dulcie thanked her with a bow, then asked Brody curiously, "You know each other?" Brody nodded slowly. More than knowing each other, they were incredibly familiar. Tracy remained impassive, looking at Brody. "Follow me." Without waiting for his response, she grasped his shoulder and teleported them to a nearby mountain peak. She got straight to the point. "Once the sealed sea of demonic cultivation is lifted, we'll cooperate. I'll help you seize the Hong sword, and you'll assist in reviving my father." Revive. Brody's pupils constricted. Revive Miles' deity? Impossible. I've been to Devil Soul Abyss, met Senior Miles' deity. Frankly speaking, interrupting him, Tracy stated firmly, "I know you've seen my father's divine remnant. Since his remnant exists, why can't he break free and return?" Sensing her resolve, Brody smiled bitterly. "Fine, I agree. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I will spare no effort." For a child, reviving Miles' deity might be Tracy's lifelong wish, and the divine remnant of Miles' deity once aided him, awakening Ambry with the primordial Flinlow breath. If it were possible, he would dedicate himself fully. Tracy nodded slightly, then, as if remembering something, turned back. Brody hesitated, wanting to mention the Purple Mansion Sanctuary massacre. "This is probably your heart's knot. These are their sect members' spirits. I didn't kill them outright, only borrowed their life essence. If you still harbor resentment against me, feel free to take vengeance when you surpass me." A glowing orb floated into Brody's hands. Seeing the familiar soul within, he felt immense emotion, carefully absorbing it into his body. Chapter 307, Shuhua City. Hearing the Miles's words, Brody's expression froze for a moment. He remained silent for quite some time before slowly speaking, "Let's talk about future matters in the future." The Milesess merely nodded and vanished from in front of Brody. After spending some time on the mountain peak to calm his thoughts, Brody descended to find Michelle. "That sister in black is amazing. So beautiful and strong. She's practically perfect. What's your relationship with that sister in black? How did she suddenly appear? Was she following you all along?" "That sister in black?" As soon as they met, Michelle started chatting incessantly beside Brody. However, Brody's mind was elsewhere. He seemed distracted. At this moment, he was engrossed in thought about when to send Zemo and the other spirits back to the Julie world. Only a few years had passed, but with his current cultivation, there were still ways to help their spirits return to their bodies. "Hey, you're not even paying attention to me." Seeing how indifferent Brody was, Michelle puffed her cheeks in anger. "She's just an acquaintance." Brody muttered dismissively. Cindy's identity was too complex for him to explain. After walking for half a day, they finally found a city. After going through Liu Vivian and Khalil Zun's pursuit, both of them were naturally much more cautious. After thoroughly probing the area with their senses and finding no issues, they entered the city. While strolling down the street, shouts from vendors could be heard constantly from both sides. The city was already of considerable size, and new faces weren't unusual. Still, Michelle's appearance and demeanor attracted plenty of gazes. "The two of you have exceptional presence. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a divine couple. Why don't you come into our shop and pick a token of your love?" A shop clerk greeted Brody and Michelle with a broad smile. Hearing these words, Michelle blushed with embarrassment, but seeing Brody's emotionless face made her even angrier. "Doesn't he think I'm charming at all?" Finally arriving at a restaurant, Brody stopped, turning to Michelle. "Shall we go in for a drink?" "Drink your big head off." Michelle glared at Brody, who was clearly a drunkard, stopping only at this tavern while nothing else moved him. Seeing Michelle storm off in fury, Brody scratched his nose, confused. What did he do wrong? This woman was truly unreasonable. With Michelle's cultivation, he wasn't worried about her getting lost. Thinking so, he entered the tavern, finding a good spot to sit, and called out, "Waiter, bring a jar of wine." This scene caught the eyes of several youths inside a luxurious pavilion nearby. Eyeing the stunning figure of Michelle leaving, greed shone in their eyes. One youth, dressed in lavish robes with pale skin and vacant eyes, sighed wistfully. Such a captivating woman. It would be hard to find someone like her in all of Shua City. The other three youths quickly masked their desires, flattering him. Only someone of Arlie Yan's status can possess such a beauty. Arlie only needs to wait quietly at home tonight. We will bring her to your bed to await your favor. Upon hearing this, Arlie Yan's face darkened. What are you talking about? As distinguished figures of Shua City, how can we engage in such vulgar acts of snatching someone else's love? Speaking, his gaze subtly shifted towards the tavern opposite. It was obvious that he was concerned about one more problem remaining there. Understanding immediately as his constant henchman, the three men smiled. "Of course, we adhere to reason. But if this woman willingly follows Arlie Yin, we won't let that boy bother her anymore." Satisfied, Arlie Yin nodded. "Then go ask for me. If successful, you will be handsomely rewarded." Overjoyed, the trio bowed. "Thank you, Arlie." Watching them leave, Arlie Yin flashed a smug look. He felt confident about the matter, for no other reason than being the young master of Khalil family, the first family of Shua City, whose father was the only sage in the entire city. On the other side, near the outskirts of Shua City, houses were sparse, and people were scarce. Still fuming over Brody, Michelle suddenly frowned, sensing three people trailing her. "Whoever it is, come out." Seeing they were discovered, the three exchanged sneers and stepped out from the shadows. One of them spoke politely, "Miss, our young master took an immediate liking to you. Would you give us the honor of accepting his invitation?" Michelle wasn't impressed. These three looked suspicious, clearly not good people, and neither was their young master likely any better. "Get lost any further, and you'll see what happens." They laughed lightly. In their minds, this beauty's resistance stemmed from not knowing who their young master was. If she knew, she'd surely be willing. "Miss, perhaps you don't know who our young master is. Allow me to introduce him. He is the young master of Khalil family of Shua City, son of Saint Khalil. Following him ensures lifelong wealth and prosperity. Please consider carefully." However, Michelle grew even more impatient. "I don't care who your young master is. Keep following me, and you'll regret it." Seeing her stubbornness, the trio lost patience. "Don't refuse our offer. Our young master deigns to fancy you. Now it's not up to you. And don't count on that boy in the tavern to save you." Looking for death, Michelle couldn't stand it anymore. With a single palm strike, she shattered them into dust, causing shock. Brody, who had been drinking leisurely at the tavern, suddenly sensed something and wondered what this woman had done again. His figure disappeared from the tavern. Chapter 308. Sword Tao of the Sacred King Realm. The moment Brody appeared, Michelle couldn't help but snort. "I thought you wouldn't come." Brody rubbed his nose and glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, asking, "What happened?" "They harassed me. I took care of them." Michelle said it so casually that Brody couldn't help but rub his temples. He had foreseen this outcome. The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of countless powerful figures in Shua City. This was the fluctuation of a sacred realm practitioner, something that hadn't been seen in Shua City for a long time. A visit from a fellow Taoist. Apologies for any lack of hospitality. A hearty laugh echoed, belonging to a middle-aged man dressed oddly in an Hartley's favored crane robe. He appeared before the two with a hint of wariness in his eyes, not even glancing at the bloodstains on the ground. Michelle shot him a cold glance, saying indifferently, "The Khalil family of Shua City, truly imposing your might by having me serve your young master? Can the Khalil family sage provide an explanation?" The Hyman's eyes flashed with shadows, then he apologized with clasped hands. "Both Taoist friends, my subordinates were disrespectful. Allow me to send my son over to apologize, and I will ensure stricter supervision going forward. Only then did he glance at the mangled remains on the ground. These few offended you. They got what they deserved. If possible, perhaps both of you would like to visit our family, allowing me to extend some hospitality? Brody gave him a faint look. No need for hospitality. Malik arrived, realizing his misjudgment, hurriedly approached, apologizing profusely. My subordinates were disrespectful. I apologize on their behalf. Michelle let out a cold snort, which exploded in Malik's mind, causing him to clutch his head and roll on the ground in agony. A minor retribution. Seeing this, the Hyman's expression flickered with unease. He didn't dare risk confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Both of their cultivation levels were unfathomable to him, but one thing was certain. They were both at the sacred realm. The scene also caught the attention of the people of Xuanhuan City, many secretly delighted at Malik's downfall. He was known for bullying others and taking advantage of women with his sage father backing him up. They found immense satisfaction in seeing him suffer. Let's go. Brody patted Michelle's shoulder. After merely glancing at the father and son, they turned and left without further confrontation. A ruthless person might have slaughtered the entire Khalil family over this slight. But the Hyman wasn't grateful for their leniency. Instead, he felt deeply wronged, his gaze darkening as he watched them leave. And Malik felt even more vindictive, still clutching his head in pain, relying on his servants to stand. His eyes brimmed with venom. Alfredo, are we just going to let them off? My mother wouldn't stand for this. Having grown up with every privilege, when had he ever faced such humiliation? He pulled out a communication jade talisman from his robes, sending a divine thought through it. Seeing this, the Hyman remained silent. Unable to protect his son himself, he could only rely on the Xiang family. Few knew that he had become a sage and eliminated rivals to dominate Xuanhuan City by aligning with the Xiang family of the Qingma domain. And Malik was his son with a direct lineage member of the Xiang family. 3 days until the new flinner. At a tavern, Brody sipped wine, calculating the time. Beside him, Michelle had draped a light veil over her face, not suggested by Brody, but because she no longer wanted to be disturbed. Many had designs on her during their journey, but even with the veil, her enchanting presence remained undeniable. The veil added a mysterious allure instead. Fortunately, where they now stood was just a small town, barely noteworthy in the Qingma domain. What do you think of the demon cultivation world? Brody, as an outsider, had almost completed investigating the major forces here. Michelle asked curiously. This unexpected question made Brody pause briefly, already formulating his response. So far, my experience has differed from my initial expectations. Though it teems with strong cultivators, there is order among most. At first, I thought everyone here was a heartless demon. Michelle smiled softly. Human nature drives desires that can drive anyone mad. The universe is the same everywhere. Morality is merely a constraint on thoughts. If one doesn't act for oneself, the heavens will punish and the earth will destroy. Since this phrase exists, it must hold some truth. Brody looked at her in surprise. I didn't expect you to have such insights. Feeling belittled, Michelle rolled her eyes and replied huffily, do you think I only know how to cultivate? Brody smiled faintly. Do you believe in fate or destiny? In heaven? This stumped Michelle. After thinking, she responded uncertainly, perhaps? I've heard deities say that every person's encounters and experiences are numbered by some unseen force. Our ultimate goal as cultivators is to transcend this cycle of destiny. The Miles God once said, though his era has passed, his words remain today. The stronger one becomes, the more one feels the universe's power and extraordinariness, instilling eternal reverence. Brody fell silent, thinking of the black alastard that emerged in each era, causing countless powerful beings to fall and ending those eras. Why have countless eons seen universes battling it? What exactly is the black alastard? Is it heaven itself? He imagined facing it if he reached the peak someday. Would he win? Embree's voice echoed in Brody's mind. Brody, don't lose your Dao heart. With Chaos Dao, you will surpass all innate sword bodies throughout history. Who else could be more hopeful than you? With a resonant chime, a sword bone appeared in his hand, its surface shimmering with traces of grand Dao essence. Countless sword runes gleamed brightly, the white bone gleaming like jade, emitting vibrant sword intent. Looking at the sword bone, Brody's eyes hardened with unprecedented resolve. When that day comes, what does the black alastard matter? What does the end of the world matter? I will carve out a bright sky. Seeming to sense his will, the sword bone trembled slightly, resonating in unison. A shockwave reverberated beside Michelle, who saw Brody's surrounding sword chi suddenly becoming sharper, piercing body and soul. His aura transformed dramatically. Sacred King Realm Sword Intent. Michelle was internally stunned, witnessing Brody advance in Sword Dao without breaking through in cultivation. Truly a genius in Sword Dao, likely to achieve Sacred King within 2 years. Chapter 309. 10,000 homes lit up. However, Michelle underestimated the situation. If things were like this, the ancestral swordsman's coffin would barely contain his spirit. Why would Brody need so long? It would take only a few months for him to break through. Finally broken through. A smile spread across Brody's face. He hadn't expected that he would accidentally break through today, which left him in high spirits. For the next 3 days, both of them stayed in separate rooms at an inn. Finally, on this day, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. Michelle was incredibly excited and dragged Brody outside. Every household put up couplets on their doors and replaced the old lanterns hanging under eaves. After completing all these preparations, the streets started buzzing with activity as children played joyfully. Seeing the remnants of firecrackers scattered everywhere, Michelle couldn't help but ask, why do people set off firecrackers during New Flinner? Brody explained patiently, there is a legend in our region. In ancient times, there was a fierce beast named Nyen. On New Flinner's eve, it would come down from the mountains to look for food. If it couldn't find any, it would harm people. To drive away the beast, people would set off fireworks and use red lights to scare it away. Thus, setting off firecrackers during the new flinter became a custom. After listening, Michelle laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, really? Does a beast named Yin exist? Why is there no record of it in ancient texts? Brody smiled faintly. What's most important is that it marks the beginning of a new year, symbolizing people's aspirations for the coming year. Even if it's superstition, what does it matter? Michelle nodded, seemingly understanding yet still puzzled, then said excitedly, then let's buy some firecrackers to set off too. Though the town wasn't as bustling as other cities, it was exceptionally warm and cozy. At this moment, nothing could compare to its ambience. Playing until nightfall, they returned to the inn. There was not a trace of fatigue on Michelle's face. Rather, she seemed insatiable. This was perhaps her happiest day. Floating lanterns, watching lion dances. None of these sights were available in Xuanhuan City. Come on, I'll show you somewhere. At his words, Michelle immediately perked up without asking where they were going. Let's go. Let's go. What baffled her was that Brody directly took her onto the rooftop and lay down, resting his head on one hand and leisurely sipping from a wine flask held by the other. Why bring me here? Michelle looked around but found nothing interesting. Flynnt, under Brody's insistence, she lay beside him. Since the inn had several floors, their view was wide open, nearly spanning the entire town. Watching each household's lanterns illuminate the street in a warm hue, Brody sighed. This is the glow of 10,000 homes. Looking up at the night sky, Brody smiled lightly. It's about to begin. Michelle frowned, unable to resist asking, what's about to begin? Just as she finished speaking, a series of sounds erupted not far from where they stood, capturing her attention. Flames soared into the sky, then exploded with a loud bang. Not the explosive blast she had imagined, but instead, numerous tiny sparks bloomed magnificently in the night sky like flowers, dazzling and splendid. Wow. Michelle covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with excitement as fireworks intertwined in midair, creating breathtaking scenes. If only Xuanhuan City could have such scenery. It wasn't just them. Families sat on their windowsills, enjoying the colorful fireworks together in warmth and happiness. All the ups and downs of the past year melted away in this moment, leaving behind only pure joy. This was their way of life. Though they didn't have the extended lifespans of powerful beings, they found richness in the warmth and yanhua qi, everyday joys, of life. Asterisk note, yanhua qi is a Chinese term that literally means the smoke and fire qi, but it metaphorically refers to the warmth, ordinariness, and vibrancy of everyday life. For better fluency, I've translated it as everyday joys, while keeping warmth, to maintain the original meaning. Asterisk. For improved fluency and naturalness in English, I've slightly rephrased some parts of the text. Here's the refined version. It wasn't just them. Families sat on their windowsills, enjoying the colorful fireworks together in warmth and happiness. All the ups and downs of the past year melted away in this moment, leaving behind only pure joy. This was their way of life. Though they didn't have the extended lifespans of powerful beings, they found richness in the everyday joys of life. If one day I achieve my ambitions and retire, I'd love to live in such a peaceful little town, Brody murmured softly, almost inaudibly, before finishing his drink and closing his eyes. The Demon Seas ban will be lifted within 3 months. Return to the profound evil domain. A thread of divine consciousness from dawn resonated in Brody's ear from afar. Hearing this news, his eyes sharpened. It was finally time. When Brody announced his return to the profound evil domain, the two spent over half a month traveling from the green evil domain back to the borders of Jing evil domain. During their farewell, Michelle suddenly asked, with the Demon Sea opening soon, will you go? As a distinguished daughter of the Heavenly Path sect, she naturally knew about this secret and the various factions' goal, the divine sword. Brody was unsurprised and nodded. Flins. What if I also aim for that divine sword? Will you fight me? Michelle stared intently at his eyes, seeking an answer. That sword is crucial to me because of certain reasons, replied Brody firmly. Though he didn't answer her last question, his tone left no room for doubt. He needed the divine sword, and anyone who wanted it would be an enemy. Michelle fell silent for a long time before laughing. Ha 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 ha, look at your serious face. Just kidding. Don't worry, I'm not interested in the legendary divine sword, but if you want it, I won't mind helping you out. Brody gave the red-haired woman a deep glance. Thank you. All right, go. Next time we meet will be at the Demon Sea. Michelle waved dismissively, also heading back to the Heavenly Path sect without mentioning any more sparring matches. Take care. Brody bowed in farewell, taking one last look at Michelle before turning away. Watching Brody's figure grow smaller until it vanished from her sight, Michelle sighed deeply and departed. Chapter 310. The City of Fiends. In Taishui Town, the snow had finally stopped for a while, and one could gradually see green plants on the mountainside. In front of the Che family's house, a girl of about 10 years old was practicing with a wooden sword in an open area. Wisps of white vapor occasionally emerged, accompanied by soft commands, as Brody observed from the shadows with a faint smile. Liza was practicing the basic sword movements, swinging, slashing, thrusting, chopping, etc. Selena, you've been practicing for so long. Why don't you come inside to rest and have something to eat? A woman's voice called out from inside the house, and soon she stood at the doorway, beckoning to her with concern in her eyes. At this age when children should be playing the most, apart from the new Flinter's Day, Liza practiced swordsmanship every day starting from dawn until almost noon. Sometimes, she would be exhausted and sore but never complained or took breaks. Even in the afternoon, she would practice more. As a mother watching all this, it tore at her heart. Liza shook her head, her forehead covered in sweat, proving that she had been practicing for quite some time. Big brother will be back soon, and I must work even harder not to disappoint him. It might have been due to a trace of Brody's innate energy, but Liza's sword sense was genuinely excellent. Each move was executed flawlessly, causing even Brody to nod approvingly. Solomon also walked out of the house. Selena is right. You must train hard to become a formidable strength under your master's guidance. However, always remember where you come from. No matter how high you rise, it's all because of your master. If you forget your roots, don't recognize me as your father, and after I'm gone, do not visit my grave." His expression was stern, and Liza nodded her small head. "Selena understands." "Ha ha ha ha, Selena is such a good girl, Brother Che. Your words are too heavy." Upon hearing this familiar voice, little Vivian Inxie reacted instantly and quickly turned toward it. Upon seeing his gentle face, she immediately ran over and threw herself into Brody's arms. "Big brother, you're finally back." Though taken in as a disciple by Brody, her father repeatedly emphasized that she should call him master, but she preferred calling him big brother because he gave her a sense of closeness. Brody smiled and patted her little head. "Did you miss me?" Little Vivian Inxie nodded vigorously. "Flins, we all missed you very much." Solomon also approached. Re-seeing Brody, his excitement was indescribable. He gestured for Brody to come in. "Young friend Flynn, come inside. Let's have a drink today." After a few rounds of drinks, Brody finally revealed his purpose for coming, bowing deeply to both of them. "Brother Che, sister-in-law, I've come to take Vivian Inxie away this time, unable to let her fulfill her filial duties beside you. Please accept my apologies." Although they knew this day would come, it was still difficult to part ways. Even Solomon's gaze wavered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure and pulled Brody's hands. "Brother Flynn, don't say that. Selena being able to follow you is her great fortune. As parents, her well-being is our greatest satisfaction." The woman subtly tugged at Solomon's sleeve, and he showed a somewhat awkward smile. "Of course, if there's an opportunity in the future, perhaps Brother Flynn can bring Selena back to visit us. That would be enough for us." Brody glanced at little Vivian Inxie and nodded. "I will. Mom, Dad, you must take care of yourselves at home." Hearing these words, the woman couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat, her eyes tearing up. Solomon, despite his own reluctance, didn't show it on his face. He only nodded. "Listen carefully to your master, and don't make him worry." Then the woman went inside briefly and returned with a wooden carving. Liza accepted it, revealing 3 tiny figures hugging tightly, the Che family of 3. "This was carved by your father." Before she finished speaking, Solomon gave her a look, but instead, she slapped him. "What kind of father are you?" Feeling embarrassed about saying this. "These were carved by your father over the past few days. He said if you miss home, you can look at it." Liza's eyes reddened as she hugged Solomon with the wooden carving. "Thank you, Alfredo." They moved outside, where Brody bowed. "Brother Che, sister-in-law, we shall leave now." Solomon nodded, his eyes glistening. "Go safely." Watching their departure, even this tough man couldn't stop tears from flowing, feeling the emptiness in the home without little Vivian Inxie. Seated on a large sword flying through the sky, watching scenes pass below, Liza asked curiously, "Big brother, where are we going?" Brody rubbed her little head habitually. "To the sect where Big Brother belongs, Ronan Plum sect." "Can I meet Nathaniel brother then?" Hearing this, Brody paused, then laughed. "Your Hartley brother is far away and not here." Thinking of Henri, Brody couldn't help but recall Charlesh World, wondering how everyone was doing recently. Their first stop was the city of Fiends. Brody's purpose was to use its teleportation array to return directly to Kalalimo City. Vivian Inxie, seeing such a bustling city for the first time, felt both excitement and inferiority, her attire starkly contrasting with those around her. "Alistair, some guy, why don't you come in and browse? This little sister is so adorable. She needs proper clothing." Seeing the luxurious store, Brody stopped. It clearly catered to high consumers. Vivian Inxie felt a bit embarrassed. "Let's go, big brother. What I wear now is fine, very warm." Though she said this, her eyes occasionally wandered inside, drawn to the beautiful clothes. Brody smiled gently. "It's okay, you deserve this. The sister is right. You're so cute, you should dress nicely. Consider it your new Flinner's gift from Big Brother." With that, he led Vivian Inxie into the shop. The attendant who had greeted them guided Vivian Inxie to try on various dresses, teasing her playfully. Just then, a group of people surrounded a heavily made-up woman entering the store. Seeing her, the attendants rushed forward eagerly. "Aaliyah, you've finally come." This made Brody, sitting aside, curious about who Aaliyah was. Everyone treated her as if she were their savior. Aaliyah scanned the store, her gaze pausing suddenly when she saw Vivian Inxie dressed like a porcelain doll. Her eyes lit up. "I happen to need an exquisite child maiden, and I never thought I'd find one here." Chapter 311. Master, does she deserve it? Oh, for that girl to be favored by Senior Sisterly, it's her good fortune. Seeing so many people approaching Liza, Brody frowned. What were these people up to? "Little girl, from now on, you'll be following me." Looking at the woman walking toward her and the group of people with her, little Vivian Inxie couldn't help but feel a bit scared. She took a half step backward. "Who are you? Why should I follow you?" Upon hearing this question, the young man beside her smiled faintly. "Little girl, this is a direct disciple of the Xing Tian sect, Aubrey. To be favored by Senior Sisterly, your good luck is coming." Resistance was evident on Liza's face. She instinctively looked around for Brody's presence. The reception lady standing next to her came forward with an apologetic smile. "Aaliyah, this little girl isn't alone?" Before she could finish her sentence, impatience flickered in Aubrey's eyes. She suddenly slapped the receptionist, producing a sharp sound. Coldly, she said to the reception lady, "Who asked you to speak here? Not alone? So, someone brought her? Call them over." Seeing the receptionist receive a slap, the other reception staff showed no sympathy, instead feeling some schadenfreude. Watching the big sister get slapped by Aubrey, little Vivian Inxie became even more afraid but still mustered her courage to say, "How can you just hit people?" To her surprise, Aubrey's face turned cold. "What? Are you daring to question me?" They seemed to possess a sense of superiority. The young man beside her fawned further. "Little girl, Senior Sisterly will be your master from now on. Everything your master says, you must obey without doubt." "Master, does she deserve it?" Brody appeared between them and little Vivian Inksy like a ghost. His eyes filled with murderous intent, and his tone was icy, sending chills down everyone's spine. Startled, the young man reacted instantly. Feeling he had lost face, he immediately said arrogantly, "What? You're this girl's relative? Put a price on it. We want this little girl." Upon hearing this, even Brody laughed in anger. How utterly unreasonable, unconscionable. What did they think of living beings? Livestock? Brody didn't want to waste words on him. The sword spirit slashed through the air, aiming at the young man invisibly. Only Aubrey's face changed as she sensed something amiss. But before she could warn the young man, his senses were already heavily injured by Brody, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. Outrageous. Do you know who we are? This is lawlessness. The receptionists of the shop were also startled. A disciple of the Xingtian sect being severely injured in Jinma City was unimaginable. Brody sneered. Of course, he knew they were from the Xingtian sect. If not for Michelle's sake, severely injuring him would have been too lenient. If all members of the Xingtian sect are like you scoundrels, it won't be much better either. Aubrey's face turned pale with anger upon hearing this. Bold. Not only hurting a disciple of the Xingtian sect, but also speaking disrespectfully of the Xingtian sect. You're close to death. Annoying. Smack. A crisp sound of a slap echoed. On Aubrey's heavily made-up face, a bloody handprint appeared, even knocking off a layer of powder. Ah! I'll kill you. When had Aubrey ever been slapped? Reacting instantly, she screamed and attempted to attack Brody. Being a direct disciple, her cultivation wasn't far from the Saint King realm. The commotion quickly drew attention. Passers-by stopped to watch at the entrance of the store. That looks like Aubrey, a direct disciple of the Xingtian sect. Who dared to conflict with her? TSK, in Jinma City, someone actually dared to cross paths with the Xingtian sect. It's unprecedented. People pointed and whispered inside, spreading the news rapidly. Stop! An Hartley voice sounded, and the pressure of a Saint King spread throughout the building. Aubrey's expression tightened, and her aura retracted. She spoke coldly to the Hartley who appeared. Emile, do you mean to shield this villain? To be able to open a store of such scale in the Jinma realm, there naturally had to be a Saint King powerhouse behind it. But facing a massive entity like the Xingtian sect, even a Saint King was insignificant. Even with Aubrey's attitude, Emile offered no objections, only showing a trace of helplessness. Direct disciple Lee, we businessmen prioritize harmony and profit. As my guests, can you give this old man a face and let this matter go? After all, the opponent was a Saint King. Even if Aubrey was a direct disciple of the Xingtian sect, her cultivation hadn't reached that level yet. After deliberation, she decided to give him a face but kept her haughty attitude. If you want reconciliation, then this person must kneel and kowtow to me, sever both arms, and hand over the little girl. Otherwise, no discussion. Little Vivian Inksy felt scared and clutched Brody's coat tightly. She didn't understand why these people were treating her like this. What had she done wrong? Perhaps sensing her unease, Brody patted her small head lightly and comforted her softly. You've done nothing wrong. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, they won't harm you. Upon hearing Aubrey's demands, Emile showed signs of difficulty. He didn't believe Brody would agree, but, given that they were from the Xingtian sect, he still tried persuading Brody. Emile advised solemnly, young friend, this incident was started by you. A true man can bend but never break. Brody's eyes grew cold, cutting off his speech. If those are nonsense words, don't waste your breath. When people bully me, how can I refrain from resistance if I have the strength? Is that the behavior of a true man? Seeing Brody's response, Aubrey's face twisted into a grimace. Since that's the case, what more is there to talk about, Emile? Since they aren't grateful, you might as well leave us alone to avoid any misunderstandings later. In response, Brody merely stared at her coldly. If she remained unrepentant, he wouldn't hold back. Chapter 312, Supreme Master of the Xingtian sect. Upon seeing the situation, Keaton could only shake his head helplessly. Young people are indeed quick to lose their temper and will eventually suffer greatly. Stop it. A voice filled with anger rang out. Aubrey's expression changed, and she slowly lowered her raised hand. This was because the owner of that voice was Michelle, the strongest disciple of the Xingtian sect. Her appearance caused a huge uproar. No one had expected that this matter would involve her. Keaton even looked at Brody with sympathy. Seeing the red figure approach, Aubrey and her entourage of admirers immediately greeted her. Greetings, Senior Sister Hong. Keaton also saluted respectfully. Greetings, Junior Leonardo Hong. Brody was not surprised by her arrival since he had sent her a message asking for her presence. His purpose was not to stand up for himself, but to seek an explanation. Aubrey, unaware of the situation, put on a pitiful act. Senior Sister Hong, I merely complimented that little girl for being too adorable. However, this person attacked me and insulted our Xingtian sect. You must apprehend him and let him suffer to maintain our sect's dignity. Hearing her distortion of facts, Brody remained unmoved, simply watching silently to see how Michelle would handle the matter. Slap. Michelle struck her hard, and the resounding sound left Aubrey dazed and confused. The disciples around her were similarly stunned, even questioning if Michelle had lost her mind in anger and couldn't recognize who she was slapping. Why, Senior Sister Hong? Aubrey clutched her red face. Today, she had been slapped twice in public, which made her want to scream in frustration, but she dared not do so against Michelle, who was both more powerful and well-connected than her. So she asked sharply. Michelle cast a cold glance at her. This is your fault, yet you have no shame in twisting the facts. Your actions have disgraced the Xingtian sect. I will report this to the sect head and the Nathaniel's council to revoke your status as a direct disciple. The same applies to the other inner sect disciples. She then turned to Brody, her gaze filled with apology. Brother Flynn, I apologize for what you encountered upon arriving in Jinma City. The little girl has been frightened. Can you spare them for my sake? Brody shook his head. Since he had contacted Michelle, he didn't intend to escalate the issue. As for the outcome, he didn't wish to dwell on it. I came here to use the teleportation array. I will arrange it immediately. Brother Flynn. Which Brother Flynn? Thinking about who could receive such courteous treatment from Michelle, everyone realized it was that man, Brody. When they heard this punishment, all present drew in a sharp breath. Everyone paled. Aubrey even shouted, "You have no authority to do this. Only the sect head or the Hartleys can revoke my status as a direct disciple." Being a direct disciple of the Xingtian sect held significant benefits within the Zhenhua realm. Besides obtaining abundant cultivation resources, it symbolized one's esteemed status and a bright future. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Let me see who bullied my precious granddaughter." Michelle's pupils constricted, while Aubrey felt a surge of joy. A pale old man stood up from a seat. Brody was startled. He hadn't noticed when this person had arrived. This man exuded a sense of danger, and Michelle's respectful address of him as Nathaniel III confirmed his identity, a grand sage. Grand sage. Aubrey immediately threw herself into his arms, tears forming in her eyes. "Art, they bullied me. Please get justice for me." Nathaniel III gently patted her back and then turned to address Michelle, Junior Leonardo Hong, as a genius of our Xingtian sect. "Why show such respect to him? And to remove my granddaughter's status as a direct disciple? Are you considering me, Nathaniel?" Though he was a grand sage, Michelle remained composed. "Respectfully, Nathaniel III, this matter started with mistakes made by Sister Lee. My actions have not been biased." However, Nathaniel III gave her no face, waving his hand dismissively. "It's none of your concern. I will take full charge of today's affairs." He looked at Brody. "Hurting our Xingtian sect disciples and insulting us deserves death. However, considering Harvey's involvement, you may be spared death but cannot escape severe punishment. Your cultivation will be revoked today." Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. For cultivators, revoking cultivation was worse than death. Compared to removing Aubrey's direct disciple status, Nathaniel III's decision was even more malicious. Knowing Brody was favored by Harvey and remembering the precedent set by the Dugu family, many feared this might provoke Harvey's wrath, potentially leading to war between two great families. Even Brody laughed bitterly. "Indeed, threatening to revoke my cultivation. Nathaniel III of the Xingtian sect. What a mighty show of force." Clank. Brody pointed his finger at Nathaniel III. "Revoking cultivation is unnecessary. Either that, or you kill my father today." Inside his scabbard, Ambry was ready to act if pushed to the brink. "Do you think I dare not?" Facing this provocation, Nathaniel III's gaze grew cold as he aimed a palm strike at Brody. Terrifying divine laws emerged from his palm, intending to annihilate Brody in one blow. "Big brother." Little Vivian Inksie's face turned pale with fright, reaching out as if to grab Brody. Red Heart Marco was also anxiously distressed, unprepared for Nathaniel III's ruthlessness and wishing for the sect head to appear. "Nathaniel III, you have gone too far." A gentle sigh resonated with immense power, effortlessly nullifying the divine laws in the palm. A middle-aged man in green attire gradually appeared. Despite a hint of stubble, his features were strong and his eyes deep. Seeing him, everyone hurriedly greeted, "Greetings, sect head of Xingtian sect." Sect head of Xingtian sect. Brody's pupils constricted. This person's aura was stronger than both Anders and Hassan. A mere sigh dissolved a grand sage's attack. It was far beyond a simple grand sage realm. "This man is already a half-step deity. I should not reveal my aura," Ambry said solemnly before completely withdrawing all his aura and becoming silent within the black scabbard. Nathaniel III's eyes showed reluctance as he secretly transmitted his thoughts. "Sect head, if this young man grows, he will change the landscape of the demon cultivation world. We must not let him live. Even after so many years, who can guarantee Harvey won't? Matters of deities are not your concern. Brody cannot die now. If Harvey comes, who among us could withstand him?" Upon hearing this, Nathaniel III fell silent, reluctantly nodding. "Little friend Flynn, today you have suffered. This talisman bears the seal of my utmost strike. In times of need, you may use it as a means. I hope you understand," the sect head said. Brody was momentarily taken aback, surprised by such courtesy from a half-step deity. He accepted the jade talisman with humility, bowing respectfully. "Thank you for your assistance today, senior." Next, the sect head turned his gaze to little Vivian Inksy behind Brody, smiling warmly. "This little girl has remarkable talent. Today, let us form a good connection. Consider this as an apology." With that, he released a strand of Dao Law into Vivian Inksy's body. Brody did not stop him. This was a half-step deity's Dao Law, immensely beneficial for cultivation and comprehension, sought after by many. Note: the translated text adheres closely to the original structure and style while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence. Chapter 313. Causing trouble? Indeed, many watched this scene with envy, wishing they could replace him. Forget the strand of Dao principle. Just that half-step divine realm strike was worth a second life in a crisis. Little Vivian Inksy also knew better, timidly stepping out from behind Brody and looking up at Xingtian Leonardo with her large eyes. "Thank you, uncle. Little friend Flynn, if you don't mind, why not come over to our Xingtian sect?" Xingtian Leonardo extended an invitation, but Brody shook his head slightly, politely declining. "This junior thanks the senior for your kindness, but I have been summoned by Caitlin and dare not delay. If there's another chance next time, I'll visit the senior again. Since it's Caitlin's order, I won't keep little friend Flynn further. The teleportation array is already prepared and can take you straight to Khalil and Ma City. Ruthie, please lead little friend Flynn there." Brody clasped his hands in a salute. "Many thanks, senior." Before leaving, Brody glanced at the receptionist woman who had bravely stood up, even taking a slap for little Vivian Inksy. "Thank you today. If you ever encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me out." The receptionist woman looked somewhat panicked, waving her hands. "Sir, there's no need for this." It was Ruthie who softly asked, Miss, would you consider joining me in cultivation? Her colleagues watched the receptionist woman enviously. Being noticed by such an important person meant a bright future. The receptionist woman hesitated, glancing at Pavilion Keaton, who waved a hand. Go ahead. This is your opportunity. Cherish it. Pavilion Keaton then turned to Brody, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Little friend Flynn, as an apology for what happened, I will gift you all the clothes this little girl wears and likes. Brody raised an eyebrow, accepting without any hesitation. Thank you for your generosity, Pavilion Keaton. By now, Leonardo Xingtian had left, concluding the matter. Nathaniel III had taken Aubrey away, and Ruthie was leading the receptionist woman and Brody with little Vivian Anxie. Only then did the onlookers start discussing among themselves. I didn't expect Brody to have reached this level. Even Leonardo Xingtian treats him courteously. One shouldn't say it like that. I think it's mainly because of Caitlin backing him. After all, Brody is still growing and can only be called promising. On the street, Brody held Liza's small hand, turning to Ruthie. Thanks a lot this time. If not for Ruthie summoning Leonardo Xingtian, things could have gotten troublesome today. However, Ruthie shook her head. Even if I hadn't called, my master's powers would have surely detected this immediately. Thanking me makes me somewhat embarrassed. With Nathaniel III intervening, Aubrey, who instigated the incident, probably wouldn't face any real punishment, just some token action. She then turned to little Vivian Anxie, who she learned was Brody's disciple. Little Vivian Anxie, you can find Big Sister to play anytime you want. Little Vivian Anxie nodded vigorously. Okay, both Adley can also come to see Vivian Anxie. As soon as the teleportation array activated, enormous spatial forces tugged from all sides, vanishing them instantly. Gazing at the shifting stars around her, little Vivian Anxie showed curiosity. So many stars, they're flying so fast. Brody smiled gently. Those stars are entire worlds, shining in the vast universe. The teleportation array transported them rapidly. In just a few breaths, a light appeared at the tunnel's end. Opening their eyes again, they were near the Kalilan Ma Domain's teleportation array. Finally back. Looking at the surroundings, Brody muttered to himself before guiding little Vivian Anxie toward xuanhuan sect. Arriving at the gate, seeing the 4 characters xuanhuan sect carved above, little Vivian Anxie shyly asked, "Is this Big Brother's sect?" Brody nodded. Flynn's, Big Brother's master and fellow disciples are here. Don't be afraid, they're very kind. Seeing 2 figures approaching, a man and a young boy, the 2 third-generation disciples guarding the gate rubbed their eyes, finding the person increasingly familiar. One suddenly widened his eyes unsurely, saying, Is this Junior Uncle Flynn? Hearing this, the other shivered with excitement. Junior Uncle Flynn has finally returned. Amused by their enthusiasm, Brody chuckled. Do you really need to be this excited to see me? Junior Uncle Flynn, you've finally returned. Initially, Brody wasn't sure why, but seeing the bruises on their faces and significant injuries, his smile gradually froze. Something wasn't simple here. Your injuries? What happened? The 2 disciples poured out their grievances about recent events, all because of those brothers Joseph from the Hazamali. They come to attack us every few days, calling it sparring, but they've hurt many of us. At first, Prince G tried to stop them, but since he closed off to break through to Holy King Realm, they've become more brazen. Junior uncles are too well known to act directly, especially considering the Hazamali. Now they're causing trouble upstairs. Hearing this, Brody's expression darkened. Given their current dependence on the Hazamali, Nathaniel brothers like Maud wouldn't bully juniors, nor would the great saints of the Hazamali intervene in junior affairs. Youngsters from xuanhuan sect couldn't possibly stand against a Holy King Realm opponent like Joseph. They were clearly causing trouble. Knowing they were upstairs, Brody coldly snorted, immediately pulling little Vivian Anxie up. Witnessing this, the 2 guard disciples felt immense excitement. Junior Uncle Flynn returns to clear our honor. Who needs to guard a mountain gate when missing this moment would be a regret? They hurriedly followed, fearing they'd miss out on the event. Chapter 3:14. The Sword Knows No Mercy. In the training ground of Ronin Plum sect, it was a bustling scene. Almost all disciples had gathered here to watch the 2 figures engaged in combat. One of them wore attire emblazoned with the G family crest. His cultivation had already reached the peak of Sage Realm. It was Godwin. Facing him was a man whom Flynn Yen would immediately recognize as Zhang Vivianian, who had been second on the Earth rankings. Now he had successfully broken through to the Sage Realm, but compared to Godwin, he still fell short and remained at a disadvantage. You're not my match, you should just go back to lying down. Godwin's eyes flashed with ridicule. Suddenly his aura flared up, and his holy weapon struck Zhang Vivianian's chest instantly, causing him to spew out a mouthful of blood and be hurled backward. The G family disciples burst into enthusiastic applause, each person wearing an air of superiority. It seems that Ronin Plum sect's disciples are only this much. By my count, this is the 4th time Zhang Vivianian has been defeated, right? This is nothing. His injuries are light after all. What was that one called? Adam. He recklessly challenged Brother Yifeng last time, and can't even get out of bed now. As for other disciples, they're also weak. There isn't a single one among them who can put up a fight. The future of Ronin Plum sect looks dire. Hearing these words, the disciples present in Ronin Plum sect seethed with anger. However, those with substantial strength were either injured or hadn't recovered yet, and their own cultivation levels were low. Most were far from the Sage Realm. Going up against them would merely invite humiliation and embarrassment. A disciple clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with dissatisfaction. How despicable! If Uncle Flynn were here, how could they dare act so recklessly? It's ultimately because we are too incompetent. Without Uncle Flynn, we've become so pitiful. We must double our efforts in cultivation. Otherwise, what will we use to reclaim the demon domain in the future? Seeing that it was almost over, Joseph gave a slight bow toward the direction of the main hall, then said, Fellow Taoists of Ronin Plum sect, today's sparring session ends here. We'll see you next time. These words relieved all the disciples. This tormenting moment finally came to an end. This feeling left them ashamed. While inside the main hall, Felix and others felt uncomfortable watching this scene. If Flynn Yin were here, he'd definitely beat them until they didn't dare step foot here again. How outrageous. Gu Tong fumed, although they didn't wish for minor matters to delay Flynn Yin's travels. Goodbye, little lambs. We'll come visit again in a few days. Ha 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 ha. As the G family group of disciples laughed and prepared to leave, a calm voice echoed across the entire training ground. From the steps below, a young man and boy walked forward into everyone's view. Ronin Plum sect isn't a place for anyone to come and go as they please. Upon hearing this voice, everyone present froze, even doubting if they were hallucinating. When the familiar figure was recognized by the Ronin Plum sect disciples, excitement erupted throughout the crowd. Even though they had countless words on their minds, at this moment, they couldn't speak due to sheer excitement. Their minds were filled with just one thought: they could finally vent their grievances. Inside the main hall, Taoist Felix and others were also taken aback. Nilo Ningqiu's heart trembled, and Gu Tong quickly reacted, laughing loudly, ha ha ha, timing it just right. Flynn kid, come on and flatten them. The reactions from the G family group were completely different. Everyone's faces turned grim, and Godwin shivered inwardly. Why did he return? Joseph's face darkened too, but he couldn't just silently lead people away looking dejected. He forced a stiff smile. Brother Flynn actually returned at this time. The sparring has concluded. We won't disturb your reunion with your sect. Goodbye. Flynn Yin sneered. Didn't I say it before? Ronin Plum sect isn't a place for you to come and go as you please. You've been so enthusiastic about sparring lately. Why are you faltering now? Afraid of the tough ones? Shameless. Hearing Flynn Yin's blunt words, Joseph's expression gradually darkened, and someone from the G family angrily retorted, Flynn Yin, how can you be so disrespectful to us? Don't forget who provided shelter for you, allowing you to settle down. Right? Don't you think you're going too far by detaining us here? Flynn Yin found it somewhat amusing. He still respected most of the G family members like Harvey and Hassan, but people like Joseph, he wasn't worth the respect. You guys are really good at praising yourselves. Cut the nonsense. All of you attack together. Want to spar? Brother Barkley, let me see if you've improved during this period. The sound of a sword resonated. Before Joseph could react, several sword lights appeared in front of him, compelling him to seriously deal with them, immediately invoking his Holy King weapon. Clang! A loud noise rang out as Joseph stumbled back a few steps. Looking at his Holy King weapon, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. There were several sword marks on it. Chaos Fist. Flynn Yin launched another assault, moving so fast that his figure was untraceable. A golden fist struck Joseph's chest precisely, sending him flying, crashing heavily into a white jade pillar and spewing a large mouthful of blood. Flynn Yin, you've gone too far. Joseph stood up in shock at Flynn Yin's power, furiously activating his Holy King weapon. Flynnt, he couldn't block even a single strike from Flynn Yin. His chest instantly pierced and the weapon flying out of his hands. Brother Barkley. Seeing this, the G family became immediately tense. Godwin roared, Flynn Yin, how dare you hurt my brother so severely? Are you insane? Even Felix and others couldn't help feeling worried. If Joseph died here, things would surely take a turn for the worse. Don't worry, Flynn Yin isn't so rash. That strike avoided the vital areas and hasn't affected the origin energy. At most, he'll be bedridden for a month. Flynn Yin glanced at Godwin. The sword knows no mercy. I didn't expect Brother Barkley to be so weak. You. The originally conscious Joseph spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing these words, falling into unconsciousness from sheer rage. Flynn Yin sheathed his sword bone, glancing at the remaining G family members. Joseph has lost. Do you yield? If not, does anyone want to challenge me? Godwin's face showed humiliation. I will report this matter truthfully to the Hartleys. You just wait. Still threatening me? Flynn Yin wouldn't stand for it. Extending a finger, a thread of sword chi shot out, creating a bleeding wound in Godwin's leg, fresh blood trickling down. Godwin fell to the ground, clutching his leg, his face twisted in pain, regretting having made such a threat. The rest of the G family lost their leader, hastily supporting the unconscious Joseph and leaving amidst the sighs of the Ronin Plum sect disciples. Regarding the threat, Flynn Yin inwardly scoffed. Not killing them was already giving the G family enough face. Today's incident was limited to a junior conflict, and the higher-ups of the G family knew better than to escalate this issue. They clearly understood the consequences. Chapter 315. Revisiting Harvey. Seeing the pitiful state of the Joseph brothers, none of the Ronin Plum sect disciples felt any sympathy. Instead, they all felt relieved and gratified. Uncle Flynn is too mighty. I wish I could be half as strong as him someday. Female disciples even gazed at Brody with starry eyes, thinking one should find a companion like Brody. Good job, little Flynn. Watching you thrash that little bastard was pure enjoyment. Elon and others walked out of the grand hall, Blaine taking the lead to approach Brody with an excited look on his face. Little junior brother, your return couldn't have been more timely. Elon also laughed, the gloom of the day finally lifting. At this point, Blaine noticed Liza beside Brody and couldn't help but ask, who is this little girl? She's so adorable. Don't tell me she's your illegitimate child from outside? Hearing this, Brody's face darkened instantly, knowing Anika was still here. Turning to rub Xiaoyangxi's head, he said, she's a disciple I took in during my journey outside. Vivian Yangxi, greet your senior uncle. Xiaoyangxi looked at Elon's group with her bright eyes, mimicking Brody's salute and sweetly greeted, Vivian Yangxi greets all senior uncles. Seeing her obedience, Elon and the rest smiled. Khalil Zion pinched Vivian Yangxi's pink cheeks, saying, oh my, you're so adorable. Little junior brother, why don't you let me teach her? Ha ha ha. Blaine's eyes lit up, this is not a bad idea. Why don't we each teach her for some time? After all, little junior brother is probably busy. Brody touched his nose. Let me teach her for a while first. Haven't really started teaching her anything yet. Seeing Xuanhuan, Taoist Miming smiled faintly and pulled out a spiritual sword from his robes. This visit was too sudden, so uncle didn't prepare much. This sword used to be mine, and I'll give it to you as a gift upon our meeting. Seeing Taoist Miming offering the sword, Xuanhuan glanced at Brody uncertainly. Seeing this, Brody said, "Uncle isn't an outsider. Accept it." "Thank you, second senior uncle." Xuanhuan carefully received the sword. Witnessing this, Taoist Elon approached and handed over a treasure that made everyone envious. It was now Blaine's turn. With a pained expression, he pulled out a treasure bead, which he had obtained in a secret realm long ago. It could help keep one's Tao heart clear during enlightenment, invaluable beyond words. Had Brody possessed this back when practicing the heaven-cutting sword technique, he wouldn't have succumbed to fire entering his mind. Seeing these treasures go to Liza, some disciples envied her deeply. They never got such treatment. However, being chosen by Brody to be his disciple meant Liza must be exceptional. She would grow into a formidable power someday. Looking around, Brody suddenly asked, "Where are Master and Senior Brother? Are they in the sect now?" Taoist Elon shook his head but appeared very relaxed. Senior Brother is outside cultivating and attempting a breakthrough to the Great Sage Realm. Master and Declan rushed there to protect him. Upon hearing this, Brody was delighted. Senior Brother is about to break through? Fantastic. This way, Ronin Plum sect would have 2 great sage guardians, strengthening its position. After settling Xuanhuan, Brody came to the Plum Peak and gazed at Anika's delicate face, laughing. "So, did you miss me these days?" Anika rolled her eyes. "What if I did? Did you sow seeds in other places, or trouble other young girls while away?" "How could I?" Before Anika could retort, Brody flashed a devilish smile and pounced onto her. Soon after, the room filled with intimate sounds and clothes were tossed carelessly. Luckily Brody had prepared soundproofing. After their intimate encounter, Anika's face was flushed, her big eyes looking coquettishly as she traced circles on Brody's chest. "What do you plan next?" Brody fell silent for a moment before replying. "Before the demonic sea opens, I aim to reach the Holy King realm. There's something I must address there." The news of the opening of the demonic sea had already spread throughout the demon cultivation world. Even Anika knew this. Hearing that Brody planned to go, she only replied, "Whatever happens, I'll wait for you at Ronin Plum sect." Brody bent down and kissed her luscious lips, smiling. "But before that, there's another matter I need to settle." Curiously, Anika asked, "What is it?" As he spoke, Brody's expression turned serious. "Since coming to Kalalimo City, I've thought about leaving here. Especially after dealing with Joseph, this thought has become firmer. Staying here will restrict Ronin Plum sect's growth. To revive, we must leave Kalalimo City. When Master returns, I'll discuss this with him." Of course, this wasn't about plotting against the G family once revived. In Kalalimo City, everything had to consider the G family. They were guests, and the G family was the host. Staying here only complicated matters for both sides. Anika seemed to have foreseen this. "Master left orders, entrusting you with all important decisions of Ronin Plum sect, without needing to consult him. Also, the senior brothers all agree, and we are willing to assist you." Brody was slightly surprised. This kind of trust practically marked him as the future leader, granting him control over the Ronin Plum sect. Of course, he believed senior brother Elon, who originally held power, wouldn't resent it. However, leading the sect with all its mundane affairs gave Brody a headache. Senior brother Elon suited handling these matters better. "Since everyone feels this way, I'll pay a visit to the Hazamali now." Leaving Ronin Plum sect, Brody went straight to the Hazamali. Despite his disagreement with Joseph, the Hazamali's high-level officials treated him just as respectfully, readily accepting Ronin Plum sect's desire to leave Kalalimo City. They even suggested building the sect anywhere within the Kalalimo domain. Finally, Brody visited where Harvey resided. Chapter 316, Miles Godbody. The Holy King realm in swordsmanship, very impressive. It seems you've made some progress during this period. With swordsmanship leading the way, I imagine the Holy King realm isn't far off. Dawn assessed Brody's recent improvements with a single glance, nodding in approval. She then asked, "There are still 3 months before the demonic sea opens for cultivation. Do you know why I recalled you early?" Brody shook his head slightly. "I do not know, but it must be something important." Dawn's gaze was fixed on him. "Even if you break through to the Holy King realm by the time the demonic sea opens, your combat strength will only match that of a great sage at best. Facing top-tier Holy Realm experts, you will likely still not be a match." Then, a map drawn on an unknown animal skin appeared in her hand, which she handed to Brody. "After entering the demonic sea, don't confront them head-on. Go to this place first. There is a drop of blood there with an aura similar to your physical body. It should enhance your corporeal cultivation." "What?" At this moment, Brody's pupils constricted, and he could hardly contain his overwhelming joy. A drop of blood with an aura similar to his physical body was very likely a drop of a mobile Wisdom King's blood. The one he obtained back in Charlesh World had already broken his corporeal restrictions. For him, this was a tremendous opportunity. He solemnly took the animal skin map from Dawn and quickly bowed. "Thank you, Venerable G. Though I cannot promise anything, know this. If Venerable G does not betray me, I will never betray Venerable G." Dawn smiled faintly and lifted Brody with a gesture. "Your words suffice. We can't afford to slack off in the remaining time. My long-term seclusion area retains my personal realm and divine imprints. Take your time to absorb it." Hearing this, Brody was somewhat astonished. Such an opportunity was rare and hard to come by, and even within the Hazamali, few might have such luck. He couldn't believe Venerable G treated him so generously. In no time, Brody found himself in a simple yet unadorned chamber. The only striking feature was the statue directly ahead and a jade coffin. Though it was just a statue, it was exquisitely carved, lifelike beyond imagination, radiating an extraordinary aura. Its handsome face gave Brody a clear idea. It was Claude, the Miles deity. Brody took a deep breath and walked towards the jade coffin. It was intricately carved with ancient patterns of birds, beasts, insects, fish, suns, moons, stars, and more, laid out horizontally. Inside the jade coffin, a figure in white lay still, eyes closed, devoid of any life force. FLYNT, it still evoked a profound sense of reverence, and its appearance matched the statue exactly. Seeing this person, Brody couldn't help but tremble inwardly, feeling like his breath had stopped. Who would have thought the divine body of the Miles deity lay here in Venerable G's seclusion place, inside this jade coffin? If news spread, it would cause a huge stir, turning the entire Hazamali into the center of attention. At this moment, a scorching sensation suddenly surged from Brody's right chest, intensifying relentlessly. He could hear a strong heartbeat within, his blood churning wildly. Even Brody couldn't control it, feeling as if his chest was about to burn through. Sweating profusely, Brody couldn't help but kneel on the cushion. The burning sensation was unbearable, almost driving him to faint. Meanwhile, somewhere in the earthly demon domain, shrouded in mist and fog, making it difficult to find direction, within a magnificent palace complex, the consciousness of the Miles deity seemed to pierce through the void, looking towards the direction of Black Magic City. The demonic sea has not opened yet, and the time is not ripe. They cannot merge. A voice sounded mysteriously, like divine words being recited. Upon hearing this, the half-heart of the Miles in Brody's body gradually calmed down, the burning sensation subsided, and the heartbeat normalized. Brody collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, with a look of having barely survived. Everything returned to calm, and Brody pondered deeply. Although the voice earlier was somewhat indistinct, he had heard it clearly. Ambry also spoke seriously, the consciousness of the Miles deity, Venerable G, Moshi's Kalilan. They are all part of a grand plan. Once the demonic sea fully opens, they will unleash their moves, shaking the entire demon cultivation world. As for their enemies, they were undoubtedly the ones who caused the Miles deity's downfall, and were certainly still in the demon cultivation world. Once the demonic sea opened and the Hongjian sword emerged, the real showdown and great battle would commence. And Brody was the key piece in this chess game. This explained why Venerable G's side nurtured him so diligently. When Moshi's Kalilan placed half of the heart of the Miles in his body, she had already chosen him. Brody sighed bitterly, it's impossible to withdraw now. All I can do is strive to enhance my strength and seize the Hongjian sword. Although the room contained only the statue and the jade coffin, the principles of law in the air were particularly vibrant. Additionally, various realms of understanding were present. Sword Dao, Fist Dao, Palm Dao, Blade Dao, Spear Dao, and more. Everything available. Though widely ranging, these insights were invaluable treasures for Brody. This was the perception of a deity, offering unique perspectives compared to cultivators below the divine realm. Know thyself and know thy enemy to win 100 battles without peril. Murmuring to himself, Brody closed his eyes, seeking to grasp as much insight as possible within a short time. The variety of realms here would surely help him excel against future opponents. Understanding more meant better chances of standing out. He delved deeper into the surrounding realms, gaining insights effortlessly under the influence of the chaotic Dao. Of course, true mastery required his own comprehension. Sitting on the cushion, Brody felt a rare clarity in his heart, devoid of distractions, making comprehension remarkably easy. He couldn't help but marvel at how beneficial this was. Viewed from a divine perspective, using swords can be so different. Palm-like fist, both merging or separating depending on the thought. Over the following days, Brody lost himself in study, refining and absorbing valuable insights while discarding the superfluous. Sometimes he practiced sword techniques, sometimes fists, palms, spears, halberds, and more, also sensing the principles of the 5 elements. Time passed day by day. In an unknown part of the demon cultivation world, an area plunged into darkness where light could not penetrate, 8 figures sat cross-legged in different positions, emitting formidable auras and casting seals continuously. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed, the darkness retreating like a torn night curtain, replaced by surging waves of sound. At the very center of the demon cultivation world, previously void, the laws of heaven and earth began to converge chaotically, revealing a vast sea and 8 towering figures exuding immense power. Brody shook his head slightly. I don't know. There must be something important. Don's eyes remained fixed on him. Even if you break through to the Holy King realm, your combat power will only match that of great saints at most, and you'll likely still not be a match for peak Holy Realm practitioners. Then, a map drawn on an unknown beast's skin appeared in her hand, which she handed to Brody. After entering the demonic sea, don't challenge them head-on. Go to this place first. There's a drop of blood there that matches the aura of your physical body, and it should enhance your corporeal cultivation. What? Brody's pupils contracted momentarily, followed by uncontrollable elation. Blood that matched his corporeal aura was most likely the blood of Vajra Buddha. The fragment he obtained in Charlesh world had already pushed his corporeal strength past its limits, and this could be another incredible opportunity. Gravely accepting the map from Dawn, Brody bowed gratefully. Thank you, Deity G. I can make no promises, but if you do not betray me, Brody will never betray you either. Dawn smiled faintly and gently raised Brody. All right, your words suffice. We can't slack off in the time ahead. In my long-term seclusion chamber, there remain traces of my own Taoist intent and divine imprints. Feel free to immerse yourself in them. Hearing this, Brody was surprised. Such an opportunity was rare and almost unattainable. Probably not even many within the G family have experienced it. Who would have thought Deity G would treat him so well? In an instant, Brody found himself in a secluded room. Though the surroundings were simple, what immediately caught his attention was a statue and a jade coffin placed right in front of him. Though just a statue, it was exquisitely carved, with an extraordinary aura that struck one profoundly. The face was handsome, and Brody recognized who it represented instantly. Burnell, the Miles God. The Miles God. Taking a deep breath, Brody walked towards the jade coffin, which was adorned with ancient carvings of birds, beasts, fish, insects, suns, moons, stars, and more, lying horizontally there. Through the coffin's transparent surface lay a figure in white robes, eyes closed, devoid of any signs of life. Flynnt, a sense of reverence persisted, and its appearance was identical to the statue's. Seeing this, Brody couldn't help but tremble, nearly stopping his breath. Who would have thought that the body of the Miles god lay in Deity G's secluded chamber, inside this jade coffin? If news of this spread, it would undoubtedly cause waves of turmoil, turning the entire G family into a focal point. At the same moment, a burning sensation erupted from his right chest, intensifying to the point where Brody could hear a robust heartbeat within. The surge of blood became overwhelming, even beyond Brody's control, as if his chest would burst. Sweating profusely, Brody knelt onto a mat. The burning sensation was almost unbearable, making him almost lose consciousness several times. Simultaneously, somewhere in the dark demon region, shrouded in mist, stood a magnificent cluster of halls. From within, the Miles god's consciousness seemed to pierce through space, looking towards Kalalimo City. The time is not yet ripe for fusion before the demonic sea opens. A voice echoed mysteriously, as if uttering divine decrees. Upon hearing this, the half-heart of the Miles god inside Brody calmed down, the burning sensation fading, and the heartbeat slowed. Lying on the ground, drenched in sweat, Brody breathed heavily, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. As everything settled, Brody pondered deeply. Although the voice was somewhat indistinct, he heard it clearly. Ambry also spoke solemnly. The consciousness of the Miles god, Deity G, Cindy, they are all planning something. When the demonic sea fully opens, it will surely set off a great disturbance across the entire demon cultivation world. Regarding their enemies, they were undoubtedly the ones responsible for the fall of the Miles god, who are still in the demon cultivation world. After the opening of the demonic sea and the emergence of Hongjian, the real confrontation and war would begin. And Brody is key to this plan, which explains why Deity G's side has nurtured him so carefully. Cindy's decision to place half of the Miles god's heart within him marked the beginning of this arrangement. Brody sighed, smiling bitterly. It's too late to back out now. All I can do is strengthen myself as much as possible and seize the Hongjian. Although the room contained nothing but the statue and the jade coffin, the air was filled with active cosmic principles, along with various intents, including swordsmanship, fist arts, palm arts, saber arts, spear arts, and more. A treasure trove for Brody. Know thyself and know thy enemy. In 100 battles, you will never be in peril. Closing his eyes, Brody delved into comprehending as many intentions as he could within a short time. Understanding these diverse realms would help him excel against formidable opponents in the future. The deeper he went, the clearer things became. He entered a meditative state, refining and enhancing his skills. His movements included wielding sword bones, performing fist techniques, palm strikes, and engaging with various martial arts, even delving into the 5 elements Tao. Days passed, and in a dark, lightless area of the demon cultivation world, 8 figures sat in different directions, radiating immense power. Symbols appeared in their hands and disappeared. Finally, a thunderous sound resonated, dispelling the darkness like nightfall receding, replaced by the sounds of waves crashing, faint yet distinct. At the heart of the demon cultivation world, once a void, now brimmed with chaotic energy and 8 towering figures standing amidst a vast sea, marking a new era's dawn. Chapter 317. Entering the Demon Cultivation Sea. This commotion drew the attention of everyone from all 10 demon realms in the demon world. No matter where these 8 divine figures were or how far they were, they could appear within people's sight. The Demon Cultivation Sea has opened. Next, it's up to each party's capabilities for the struggle over the Hongjian. One divine spirit remarked. The strong Holy Realm experts from the 8 major forces had already gathered here and were then transported into the Demon Cultivation Sea by the divine spirits. Sure enough, as expected, there was no reaction from the seal regarding cultivators beneath the divine realm. They simply passed through without any interference. Has this day finally come? In the Jia divine spirit world, Dawn's hair danced gently in the wind, her eyes profound. She had waited a long time for this day. As the demon world experienced such significant movement, 2 figures appeared in a world with a vast sea and several islands. They stood in midair, yet nobody could detect their presence. Ambry's aura appears here, but it looks like he's not in this realm anymore. This place is too remote. It took us years to get here, but we don't need to worry. Ambry should be somewhere nearby in this star region. Let's go. Since he's not here, let's head to the demon world first and share in the rewards. Rumor has it that the Hongjian is there and will soon be revealed. We might even encounter Ambry. After this brief exchange, the 2 figures vanished silently, as if they had never been there. Regarding the activities in the demon world, Brody inside G's secluded training area sensed nothing. Eventually, Ambry's trembling awoke Brody from his meditative state. The Demon Cultivation Sea has manifested. Brody's eyes sharpened. This day had finally arrived. Seeing that Brody had awakened, Dawn appeared. Brody, you must have realized who is inside the jade coffin. But rest assured, we have no intention of harming you. The seal on the Demon Cultivation Sea has now opened, so let's not delay. I'll send you in. Brody inwardly smiled bitterly upon hearing this. He felt as though he was at the point of no return. For the sake of the Hongjian, he had to venture forth, even if it meant entering the dragon's den or tiger's lair. A divine power enveloped them, and their figures vanished instantly. Staring at the boundless, surging waves of the Demon Cultivation Sea, Brody's gaze was resolute. Seeing him ready, Dawn immediately began helping him pass through the seal. Dawn, I've been wary of you all along. This move did not escape the watchful eyes of the 8 divine spirits. Among them, Gary suddenly attacked, striking towards Brody with a palm infused with destruction, intent on eliminating him right there. Divine power surged. Brody felt an icy chill spread throughout his body. Under this palm, he had no means of resistance, feeling as fragile as a boat tossed about by raging waves, constantly under threat. You can't stop it alone. Don acted, returning a powerful palm strike against Gary. The clash of divine powers shattered space, leaving it unable to mend for some time. However, this allowed Brody to pass through the seal in an instant. Gary was furious at why other divine spirits didn't assist. Other cultivators still outside also witnessed this. An Hartley Peak Holy Realm expert sneered, "That's Brody? Such a prodigy, risking his life like this. If he has designs on what's inside, we won't hesitate to crush him." At the same time, bursts of divine auras erupted from the Wild Demon Realm, Mind Demon Realm, and Winged Demon Realm, intending to send 3 figures into the Demon Cultivation Sea. Also appearing here was a woman in black, recognizable to Brody as Cindy. She declared immediately upon arrival, "I wish to enter the Demon Cultivation Sea. No one can stop me." Whispering gasps spread among various Holy Realm experts. Her words were incredibly arrogant considering she faced multiple divine spirits. Just as divine punishment descended upon her, the formerly dormant seal array suddenly emitted brilliant light. A force abruptly deflected the divine assault and pulled Cindy into the seal. Seeing this, one divine spirit coldly snorted. Looks like the Miles spirit had backup plans, but it was futile. He's dead. Does he think he can still wreak havoc? Saying this much, other Holy Realm cultivators showed strange expressions. So many divine spirits couldn't truly hinder this woman. The 3 figures were successfully sent into the Demon Cultivation Sea with the help of 3 divine spirits and Dawn. This only increased Gary's discontent. Seeing the inaction of the 3 divine spirits from the Divine Demon Palace further infuriated them. Why are the 3 immobile mountains from the Divine Demon Palace letting them succeed without intervening? You exerted the most effort last time. Are you afraid of wasting all your efforts? Faced with Gary's accusations, the 3 divine spirits from the Divine Demon Palace remained expressionless. They're just minor nuisances. We exterminated the Miles spirit back then. Why fear a few younglings? After these words, 3 figures emerged from behind them, 2 men and a woman, wearing different clothes but with a common embroidered mark on their left chests. Heaven. Recognizing these 3, shock flashed across the faces of Gary and 5 other divine spirits. Even Dawn displayed slight concern. With the help of multiple divine spirits, almost all top-tier Holy Realm experts entered the Demon Cultivation Sea, at least at the Great Saint level. The 8 divine spirits dispersed, returning to their respective demon realms, seeming calm. FLYNT. Everyone knew this was only the calm before the storm. Anika from the Heavenly Plum sect looked toward the Demon Cultivation Sea, silently praying for Brody's safety, not hoping for his total victory but merely his safe return. Inside the Demon Cultivation Sea, Brody swiftly traversed the surface without rushing to find the Hongjian. Instead, he pulled out the animal skin map given by the G Divine Spirit, determining his position before moving toward his destination. At his current strength, he was absolutely no match for Great Saint level experts. He needed to avoid strong opponents and focus on boosting his combat prowess. After all, here, they wouldn't show any consideration for the G Divine Spirit. Chapter 318. The Heavenly Blade Saint. The Demon Cultivation Sea wasn't entirely oceanic as they had imagined. Scattered islands dotted the area. Based on Brody's conjecture, these islands were remnants of a continent that had shattered during an ancient great battle, resulting in the current configuration. Though hundreds of great sage powerhouses entered the Demon Cultivation Sea, fortunately, it was vast enough and everyone's position was randomized. Brody hadn't encountered any other powerful entities during his journey. Suddenly, he stopped mid-stride. At the horizon, a dense fog obscured everything beyond it. Its vast expanse stretched out endlessly. What is this? Brody furrowed his brow, sensing something incredibly terrifying within the mist, making his hairs stand on end. Perhaps I should find another route. After serious contemplation, he decided not to risk it. Although the mist seemed boundless, Brody doubted it spanned the entire Demon Cultivation Sea. As he flew near the water's surface, taking an alternate route, he abruptly shuddered and instinctively twisted his body to the left, narrowly avoiding a blade of light. The sea exploded into turmoil. Despite dodging the lethal blow, Brody was still caught in the aftermath, feeling like his bones were about to disintegrate. He locked his gaze ahead where a figure stood, wielding a curved blade, the very person who had just ambushed him. This individual was undoubtedly either a great sage or a prodigy from various forces, for the Divine War Relic site offered countless opportunities. While the risks were high, the rewards were equally significant, allowing them to grow rapidly. However, Brody could only curse his bad luck since the one who attacked him was genuinely a great sage-level powerhouse. Brody, didn't expect to meet you so soon. The man with the curved blade approached, looking at Brody with a hint of delight, feeling lucky today. Brody's eyes turned cold as he identified the man based on his knowledge of the Demon Cultivation world's elite. Chi Barkley Dao Sheng Xiang Longhao. I've never wronged you or your family. Why attack me? The Heavenly Blade Saint sneered. You have no grievances with me, but what about Shuo City's Malik? His maternal clan is precisely my Xiang family. So, do you think you're innocent concerning my family? Hearing this, Brody paused in shock. What a coincidence to run into this here. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. If you wish to kill or harm me, go ahead. When he had first advanced to half-step Great Sage, the blood-venerable Leet Vivianen had nearly pushed him and Dulcie into despair. Even though he had now reached Sage King Realm and Sword Dao, Brody knew he stood no chance against an experienced Great Sage. Although Brody appeared calm, his palms were sweating profusely as he clutched a talisman. If unavoidable, he would use this. A strike from a half-step deity wasn't to be taken lightly. Even the Heavenly Blade Saint would end up severely crippled if not dead. Seeing Brody's seemingly confident demeanor, the Heavenly Blade Saint hesitated. Could this boy have hidden cards? Given how much Harvey valued Brody in the Demon Cultivation world, he doubted anyone wouldn't give him means to save himself. Shouldering his blade again, his tone softened. Brody, you are favored by Harvey. This isn't such a big issue. If you hand over your treasures, I'm not unreasonable. Brody inwardly scoffed at this thinly veiled attempt to extract benefits without action. A lastard over my treasures? Chitian, aren't you dreaming too much? Here I stand today. If you dare, come. Otherwise, I won't keep you company. Gently pressing the talisman, a faint divine aura emanated, startling the heavenly blade saint. That aura sent chills down his spine. It was unmistakably divine. If released, he might not survive. Catch you next time. With a cold snort, the heavenly blade saint left, his heart filled with lingering frustration. Brody, tensely alert, breathed a sigh of relief once the aura disappeared. He felt profoundly grateful to Sky Travel Sect Master, knowing that without the talisman, things would have gone badly. I must reach Sage King level. Otherwise, I have no place here. This incident underscored the urgency for advancement. Without it, even a random encounter here could be fatal, relying solely on deterrence which might not always work. But to advance, I need a safe place, right? Since breaking through involved unrestrained aura, it would attract unwanted attention. Following Ambree's suggestion, Brody pointed downward, deciding to submerge deeper. Though wary of potential dangers, he proceeded cautiously. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Finally, he reached the deepest point. It was pitch black, with immense pressure from all sides. Any ordinary person would be crushed instantly. Thankfully, nothing terrible occurred on his descent. Apart from Brody, there was no life. Only cold rocks and remnants of ancient battles. Here is fine. Seating himself at the ocean floor, Brody adjusted his state to optimal condition. As Sage King's sword energies pulsed through him, various forces merged methodically. Meanwhile, other prodigies across major factions also sought breakthroughs. One faction's prodigy being killed set off alarms. After escaping older generation hunters, these elites hid until their advancements were complete. Notably, the 3 prodigies of the deity Devil Palace, Tian Charles, Tian Vivian, and Troyan, rose to prominence. They faced and counter-killed Heartly great sages who attacked them, proving invincible. Even peak sage realm experts dared not provoke them. Additionally, there was a woman in a black gown, Tian Mayu. Her identity spread, drawing multiple great sages after her, yet none managed to eliminate her, and several perished trying. A month passed quietly. With numerous relics emerging, Heartly powerhouses shifted focus to seizing these treasures, leaving the young prodigies alone for now. Such relics from the Divine War were coveted by all. Chapter 319, Breakthrough. At the bottom of a certain sea, Brody sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His aura fluctuated continuously, escalating in a stepwise rhythm. After over a month, he was about to step into the Holy King realm. However, what he didn't know was that 2 unexpected visitors were approaching from the surface of the sea nearby. The 2 men looked at the mist not far away with apprehension, likely sensing the terrifying aura within. They dared not approach and only wished to leave quickly, knowing full well that not just one supreme sage had met an untimely end due to greed. This month has passed, yet those so-called celestial prodigies are hiding deeply. Not a single one's aura can be detected, said a man with shadowy eyes and thin lips, exuding an overall air of subtlety and softness. Beside him, a Brevin chimed in. How could they not have survival trump cards? But continuing their seclusion like this, they won't gain any opportunities for advancement. Even if they break through, they can barely defend against us. No need for too much caution. We should head to South Bright Island quickly. Rumor has it there are frequent anomalies recently. A remarkable treasure is about to appear. If we're late, we might not even get a taste. They could travel together safely because they belong to the same faction. In the Demon Cultivation Sea, even supreme sages dared not claim safety, so staying together was necessary for mutual protection, allowing them to seize greater benefits during opportunities. Just as they flew over the area above Brody, the shadow-eyed man suddenly exclaimed and stopped. Seeing this, the Brevin turned to him. Dario, what did you find? Both came from the Chinshin sect, and the Heartly knew Dario well. Though his combat power was slightly weaker, his divine sense was outstanding, giving him superior perception. Clearly, he had discovered something. There's a breakthrough aura here. After carefully sensing it, Dario showed a trace of surprise. At this point, almost all ongoing breakthroughs involve those hidden, celestial prodigies. The Brevin smiled upon hearing this, unexpectedly encountering such good fortune. Where? Seeing Dario pointing downwards, the Heartly coldly laughed. He chose his spot well. No wonder we couldn't track him down. He's hiding underwater. Let's go. Let's drag him out and see which prodigy this is. As they dived deeper, the breakthrough aura became stronger. When they finally saw the figure sitting cross-legged on the seabed, both shouted in unison, Brody! Of all people, I never expected it would be this kid. Brody's name spread throughout the entire demon cultivation realm, surpassing even some of the prodigies. After all, Darien of the Earth Demon territory had once been defeated by him, so they instantly recognized him. Since he's encountered us, it must be fate to reap his treasures and secrets into our hands. This person has boundless combat power and must harbor astonishing secrets. Meeting us is a heaven-sent opportunity. Greed, once sparked, spiraled uncontrollably. Just as the two were rejoicing, Brody abruptly opened his eyes. At the same moment, his aura skyrocketed wildly. He's breaking through. Act fast. They naturally understood what this meant. The Brevin instantly unleashed a palm strike. A fearsome holy rule tore through the high-pressure deep sea, parting the water to create a vacuum. Seeing this, a hint of mockery flashed in Brody's eyes. A sharp metallic clang echoed as Ambree shot out of the black sheath, severing the palm strike mid-air. Break! Brody softly commanded, finally stepping into the Holy King realm. Gripping the bone sword tightly in his right hand, he unleashed a heaven-slaying sword technique aimed at the two, intent on testing whether he could slay supreme sages after this breakthrough. Majestic sword chi rampaged through the deep sea, the piercing sword intent causing unbearable pain, filling their hearts with disbelief. Could this be the power of a holy king cultivator? It was too strong. No matter how powerful he is, can he overpower us? Let's exterminate him today. For unknown reasons, Dario's voice was unusually sharp and grating, hurting the eardrums. Soul annihilation. With these words, Brody felt a blow to his consciousness. Recovering, he narrowly avoided the Brevin's palm strike, breaking into a cold sweat. Ambry, this man has formidable divine sense. Let's kill him first. Ambry spoke sternly. Brody nodded solemnly. Blood chi rose from his pores, and the immovable Wisdom King's shadow appeared behind him, casting golden light through the entire deep sea, making him seem like an undersea war deity. Dead pervert, die. Taking a step, Brody instantly appeared before Dario, unleashing a 7 injuries fist filled with infinite rage, causing the space to rumble. Oh no. Feeling the punch's power, Dario's pupils nearly shrunk to pinpricks. Focusing on divine sense cultivation, his physical body had always been weak. A single hit could kill or cripple even a supreme sage. Looking towards the nearby Hartley, he called out, Nathaniel Een, save me. Hearing the plea, the Hartley hesitated but did not immediately aid him. Instead, just as Dario was struck by Brody's fist, the Hartley appeared behind Brody, striking his back with a palm. Both figures flew backwards simultaneously, one being Brody, who had landed a punch on Dario, and the other being Brody, who took a palm strike from the Hartley. Both suffered varying degrees of injury. Especially Dario, who nearly lost his origin core with that punch and was instantly incapacitated, nearly losing his ability to fight. Brody didn't fare much better, feeling his internal organs displaced and bones shattered. Though somewhat surprised Brody hadn't died, the Hartley was satisfied with the outcome. He could have blocked the punch earlier but chose otherwise. To each his own. Having another Dario would divide the spoils, and it wasn't his fault. Chapter 320. Into the Mist. Augustine, you despicable man. The shadowy man glared at the Brevin, realizing all too well his intentions. However, with himself severely injured, he had to put off settling accounts until a later date. His priority was to preserve his life. As for Brody, he focused on stabilizing his injuries and did not even glance at the fleeing shadowy man. His gaze remained fixed on the Brevin, relieved by the absence of one formidable foe, making the pressure significantly lighter. The Brevin watched as the shadowy man disappeared, his expression flickering before turning his attention to Brody. He was surprised that his earlier strike hadn't disabled this young man's combat abilities. But how can a wounded body still resist my onslaught? The Brevin already considered Brody an assured prey. Young man, surrender and I'll spare your life. If you continue to resist, not only will I seize your opportunities, but I'll also flay you alive, forcing you to endure all the torments in this world. Brody was initially expected to comply to save his life, handing over all his treasures. Instead, upon hearing these words, he pointed at the Brevin and burst into laughter. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? After cultivating to this level, do you even believe what you're saying? Enough talk, show me what you've got. Do you want to die? The Brevin's face darkened. In an instant, he formed several palm seals, aiming to finish this boy in one strike. An Hartley holy sage wasn't to be underestimated. Brody felt immense pressure, but now the battle was unavoidable. Ambry was instantly drawn from the black scabbard, releasing terrifying sword energy as both clashed violently, stirring the entire sea into chaos. After several rounds of fierce combat, the Brevin grew more alarmed. Could this Brody be nearing divine status? Just having ascended to Holy King, he fought neck and neck with a holy sage like him. Despite maintaining the upper hand, Brody's physical advantage provided unparalleled stamina, making it difficult to defeat him swiftly. If I cannot capture you today, I shall disgrace my cultivation. The Brevin had lost patience. Any delay risked attracting other strong presences, complicating matters. His palms started emitting silvery light, hardening and gathering terrifying power. I've spent my life perfecting my palm techniques without forging any life-bound weapons. I constantly strengthened these hands, and dying under them would be a glorious end. Silver light blazed fiercely, pushing aside the surrounding seawater, creating a vacuum. Even the depths couldn't hinder this overwhelming energy, spreading endlessly. The old man is going all out. Brody's expression turned grave, channeling all his strength into the bone sword. Tao symbols floated around him, intertwining forces without conflict, leaving even the Brevin astounded by such skill. Determined to capture Brody, he vowed to get him no matter the cost. With a gentle push, the Brevin's palms unleashed a force capable of splitting mountains and overturning seas. Facing this massive palm seal, Brody seemed insignificant, ready to be obliterated. Chaos Sword. A voice whispered softly, followed by boundless sword chi filling the space. Upon contact, the heavens and earth were shaken. Tear. Brody was sent flying, while the Brevin also suffered, his hands trembling and blood oozing from his palms. Such a sight stung his eyes deeply. The seabed returned to calmness. The Brevin endured his wounds, searching for Brody's silhouette, but found only darkness. Damn it. Undoubtedly, Brody had used the intense impact to escape. The Brevin regretted dealing with Dario, gaining nothing yet offending someone. A clear case of losing money and wife at once. Just as predicted, Brody traveled through the sea with severe injuries, relying on Ambry. Nathaniel holy sages were indeed powerful. Even at Holy King level, he could only hold his ground, lacking deep-rooted prowess. Brody coughed up blood, weakly saying, if my immortal body undergoes another transformation, I could remain invincible. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, sensing the Brevin still tracking him. Stop wasting time. Enter the mist. At this pace, he wouldn't evade the Brevin. The only option was to risk entering the mist. Hearing this, Ambry changed direction, soon bringing Brody above water, plunging straight into the mist. Ah! The Brevin halted at the mist's edge, about to catch the boy, only to watch helplessly as Brody entered the mist. Enraged, he roared inwardly. If we meet again, I'll ensure your remains are scattered forever. Realizing pursuit was futile, he grumbled and quickly departed to recover his wounds fully. Here lay fragmented land. After 2 days, Brody finally awoke, looking around bewildered. Is this, inside the mist? Flynn's, Ambree's voice confirmed. Having protected Brody all this time, this place had given Brody goosebumps, hinting at its peculiarities. Interestingly, after entering, the ominous feeling vanished. Only barren mountains, huge rocks, skeletons, and remnants of past battles surrounded them. Did these belong to those who perished in that battle? Brody frowned. Approaching any skeleton caused it to crumble like ash, showing how even mighty beings couldn't withstand time's ravages. 5 days later, Brody healed and began exploring the broken island, encountering no immediate dangers, only skeletal remains and battle scars evidencing past brutality. Half a month later, Brody reached the island's end by the sea. He intended to find the marked spot on the beast's skin map before anyone else claimed it, fearing missed opportunities might lead to bitter regrets. Just as he prepared to leave, the mist surged, obstructing his view. Visibility dropped below 10 meters even for Brody. A sense of urgency rose within him, his spine chilling as if someone was whispering into his ear. Turning stiffly, he saw a closed-eyed human face inches away. F***CK. Faces nearly touching, Brody jolted backward, swearing loudly. Shockingly, his curse made the face vanish mysteriously. Chapter 321. Reunion with Jane? What the hell is that thing? A ghostly spirit? Brody's mind was filled with endless doubts. He looked around warily, his sense of urgency growing even stronger. Regardless of any living being, there's always an innate instinct to sense danger. Like when one encounters danger and feels a chill down their spine, or a feeling of panic. Cultivators were especially sensitive in this aspect. There are too many dead here, perhaps their spiritual wills remained after they perished. But after so much time has passed, they cannot sustain themselves anymore. Their consciousnesses have dissipated. Under special magnetic field influences, these remaining fragments of spiritual will merge by instinct into something tangible that has lasted until now. This was Ambree's explanation, and Brody nodded. Now surrounded by mist, it was impossible to discern direction. That thing was clearly targeting him. Brody. Upon hearing someone call out his name, Brody instantly frowned. This voice was incredibly familiar. It was a sound he could never forget. Turning towards the source of the voice, he saw a figure approaching through layers of mist. As she got closer, her appearance became clearer. She wore a yellow floral pattern dress, with her long black hair flowing like waterfalls. Her exquisite features were unforgettable. Seeing this woman approach, all traces of caution in Brody's eyes vanished, replaced instead with gentleness and nostalgia. Velma. After so many years, he finally saw this beauty again. Waves of longing welled up in his heart, causing his voice to tremble slightly. Jane smiled, just as familiar as ever. She gently stroked Brody's face. It's truly wonderful to see you. All of this feels like a dream. Flynn's, it's just like a dream. Brody sighed softly. His gaze then suddenly turned sharp as he slashed out with his sword, piercing Jane's chest instantly. The sword energy gradually erased her form, making Jane appear more and more ethereal. She stared at Brody in disbelief. Why? Brody's expression turned cold at this moment. Or rather, that tenderness earlier was for the Jane in his heart, not this imposter. You shouldn't have taken on her form. As soon as these words left his lips, Jane had already vanished completely, as if she had never appeared. The eerie face reappeared in front of Brody, but this time, Brody felt no fear. Have you got anything else up your sleeve? If it's only this, then I'll take my leave. Seeing that the strange face showed no reaction, Brody laughed coldly. Ambree suddenly emitted brilliant light, forcibly dispersing the mist. Sensing Ambree's aura, the face revealed a look of fear and instantly disappeared. Brody glanced coldly and turned away. With the face gone, the mist dissipated as well, seemingly unwilling to obstruct Brody anymore. He quickly left the island. During this time, news of Brody's successful breakthrough spread. Other talented individuals from various powers also emerged from seclusion, appearing before the public. Almost all those who dared show themselves had broken through to the Great Sage realm, unafraid of senior cultivators. They all joined the battle for opportunities. Brody broke through to Saint King realm and faced off against great sages. In a certain place in the Demon Sea, several great sages gathered. Among them, a red-haired woman stood out. From their attire, they were clearly from Zhenghe Domain's heaven-walking sect. Michelle smiled faintly. That man truly never disappointed anyone, having just broken through to the Saint King stage, yet he could already match great sages. This Brody is truly an outstanding genius. With such strength, I can almost see divine potential. All the great sages of heaven-walking sect nodded. Brody had a good relationship with them. Naturally, the better he performed, the more benefits they would gain. Only one person's expression darkened, the third Hartley who had previously conflicted with Brody. Not only them, but geniuses from all factions had heard of this rumor. Their fighting spirit toward Brody grew increasingly intense, except for one person who radiated deep hatred. Anders patted his shoulder gently. Bo, rest assured, we will eventually meet Brody. When the time comes, he won't find a way out alive. Since his defeat, Darian's demeanor changed drastically. Hearing about Brody now only heightened his murderous intent immeasurably. Unknown how long it took, a gigantic island resembling a phoenix crown finally appeared before Brody. Upon seeing this island, Brody felt his blood begin to surge as if summoned by some force. Feeling the familiar changes within his body, Brody's face showed excitement. Prince Vajra. There truly was something related to Prince Vajra here. However, upon sensing at least 20 different auras within the island, his expression turned heavy. What he feared most had happened. Powerful figures had arrived here, likely sensing the extraordinary nature of this place. But everyone could tell that apart from this island, the entire demon sea lacked any sign of life. Only this island, covered with lush trees, was exceptional. It must hold something extraordinary. Only Brody knew this was all because of Prince Vajra's blood. The trees were also very familiar, the same species as those in Charlesh World's basin. Except, the fruits were mostly picked clean. Even the leaves were plucked bare, leaving only barren branches. To avoid attracting attention, Brody used the Tao of Chaos to hide his presence, entering the island silently. Venturing deeper into the island, he encountered countless auras along the way, some acting alone, others traveling together. Brody kept his actions covert to the extreme, knowing full well that he was like a prize in the eyes of these senior cultivators, whom all wanted a piece of him. Their goal was the same. They were all heading deeper into the island. They naturally discovered that the deeper they went, the higher quality the fruits were, and the most precious treasures lay deepest. Chapter 322, Bryson. By the time Brody arrived, almost all the powerful figures on the island had descended into the central valley. More than 20 great sages were present, their overwhelming aura making it hard to breathe. Eyeing the drop of golden blood at the center, Brody couldn't help but feel excited. A sudden burst of golden blood started emanating from his body, startling him, and he quickly suppressed it back in. There are just too many powerhouses here. Brody furrowed his brow as he saw great sages lurking in every direction. Among them was a conspicuous group standing unabashedly on a large boulder. One individual stood out with his proud demeanor, the scar over his sword-like eyebrows unmistakable. Brody recognized him. It was Bryson, the prodigy from the Xiang family of the Green Devil domain. Beside him were 3 other great sage powerhouses. Seeing the middle-aged man wielding a scimitar, Brody sneered. Truly a meeting of old enemies. This drop of golden blood can infuse life into this place. Its origin is definitely extraordinary. At the very least, its divine essence, or perhaps even that of a primordial god. Staring at the floating drop of golden blood, Bryson's eyes gleamed with greed. This was undoubtedly a grand opportunity, and no matter what, he had to get it. The other great sages also had their own thoughts, but obtaining the golden blood under such circumstances was almost impossible. No one dared to make a rash move. The first one to act would be the first one to die. Since none of you will move, allow me to claim it. A voice sounded from outside, and a bloody figure darted toward the golden blood, almost seizing it. This filled him with excitement. With his confidence, he planned to escape immediately using blood evasion once he got the blood. Dev? Brody was surprised to see him. Killing intent rose within him, but he realized Dev might not fare well, possibly sparing him from acting. Looking for death. As expected, the moment Dev obtained the golden blood, at least 10 terrifying strikes targeted him. Overwhelmed by their power, he immediately tried to escape using blood evasion. But Bryson and 3 other great sages suddenly blocked his path. Ah! Dev let out a scream as his body exploded, leaving only a thread of divine consciousness trying to flee. The powerhouses now focused on the golden blood. Bryson caught the golden blood, his face lighting up with joy. However, the others wouldn't let him leave with it so easily. Eyes red with fury, several great sage weapons surged toward him. Child, elastard over the golden blood, and I'll spare your life. This treasure isn't for the likes of you. Surrender the golden blood, and we'll spare you out of respect for Adden. Numerous great sage weapons pressed down, the 4 Xiang family members' faces paling. Unwillingly, Bryson had to throw away the treasure, realizing these people would kill him for it. His life mattered more than the blood. Once again ownerless, the golden blood sparked chaos among the powerhouses. Space itself shattered as a brutal battle unfolded on the island. Soon, much holy blood spilled, showcasing the ferocity of the struggle. Bryson and his companions didn't leave but lingered at the edge, clearly not giving up yet. A great sage grabbed the golden blood but was nearly destroyed by a massive hammer strike. Even mighty powerhouses could not survive this fight. Watching from the shadows, Brody knew he would meet the same fate if he joined the fray now. He needed the perfect moment. Under numerous attacks, the great sage realized he couldn't survive. If I can't have it, no one will. An extinguishing aura spread from his saintly essence, causing hearts to race. Realizing his intention, everyone screamed, retreating rapidly. Are you mad? Brody fled as fast as possible. Even 10 of him wouldn't survive a great sage's explosion. A massive energy wave spread, obliterating everything in its path. The space crumbled and collapsed, and anyone who wasn't quick enough suffered severe injuries. The once lush island became fragmented. Most looked on regretfully. The god's blood seemed destroyed. After so many years, it likely lost most of its divine qualities. However, as space began to repair itself, they noticed the golden blood still floating undamaged. Reacting first, Bryson shot forward and sealed the golden blood in a jade vial, instantly becoming the target of all present powerhouses. Uncles, hold them off as long as you can. With those words, Bryson vanished, fleeing towards the distance. Witnessing this, the powerhouses wanted to chase but were held back by the 3 Heavenblade sages. Seeing Bryson disappear, they vented their frustration on the remaining 3. Do you think we won't dare kill you just because you're from the Xiang family? The 3 Heavenblade sages broke into cold sweats. They didn't want to do this, but Bryson had acted too abruptly. Meanwhile, Brody, watching silently, began following Bryson, knowing this was the perfect time to strike while he was alone. Bryson kept checking behind, relieved no one was following. His heart brimmed with uncontrollable joy. Surviving a great sage's explosion meant the golden blood wasn't mere divine essence, but something far greater. As for the fate of the 3 Heavenblade sages, he cared little. Now he needed to refine this valuable essence. Xiang Daoist, your joy might be premature. A soft voice came from behind. Bryson's hair stood on end. Turning, his spear swung wildly but hit nothing. His expression turned grave. Someone had followed him. Looking around, Seeing no one, he sneered, "What coward hides and pretends to be divine? Since you've come, why hide like a mouse? Show yourself." Clang. A sword beam appeared unexpectedly on his right. Bryson's spear moved like a dragon, effortlessly blocking the strike. Finally, he saw his pursuer. Chapter 323. The immovable Alec Blood. "Are you, Brody?" Bryson, recognizing him, didn't surprise Brody, who gave a faint smile. "I must have this. I'm sorry, Da Xiang." Upon hearing this, Bryson burst into laughter. "You think you can do it? You really see yourself as someone important? Speaking of which, your family has some grudges with one of the families under our Xiang family. Today, I will end your life. Then let's test who is stronger." A beam of sword light emerged from Brody's body, and the two instantly engaged in battle. Sword bones clashed against long spears, and for a moment, the sky was filled with flashing blades and spear light like feathers dancing in the wind. Brody's combat prowess also made Bryson increasingly serious. As the saying goes, 100 hearings are not as good as one seeing, and now even one seeing was not as good as one fighting. Brody's strength greatly increased the killing intent in Bryson's heart. Although he had just broken through to the Great Sage realm, his combat power was no less than that of any heartly Great Sage. Flynnt, a mere holy king like Brody could fight on par with him. If he were to break through to the Great Sage realm in the future, what would happen then? This person must be eliminated. Thinking this, Bryson's spear intent began to surge, making his long spear increasingly overbearing, as if capable of sweeping away all things. Each thrust carried shocking murderous intent. Brody did not yield either. A silver light flowed over his sword bone, becoming increasingly dazzling, with the profound truths of swordsmanship forming tiny sword runes that merged into his body. Clang. The two collided, the terrifying force shaking Brody's wrist numbly. Bryson fared no better, nearly losing his grip on his long spear. "If you were at the Great Sage realm, I would leave immediately, but you're only a holy king. Today, you must die." Bryson leaped into the air, pouring immense strength into his spear. Spear intent surged, causing the sea water to retreat, and the spear tip trembled violently, finally reaching its peak at this moment. "I will nail you here." Bryson's face twisted, and he swung his arm fiercely, throwing the spear. As it flew, it caused sonic booms, breaking through space effortlessly. In just an instant, it reached within 10 steps of Brody, the icy glint at the spear tip reflecting on Brody's face. Seeing this, Bryson cruelly smiled, already considering Brody as good as dead. But in this fleeting moment, the sword bone suddenly slashed out from inside Brody's body. It looked weightless, seemingly without any force, yet the overbearing spear stopped before him, as if meeting an opposing force. Sky-splitting sword technique. This single slash made the seawater within 10 miles explode. The originally unbreakable spear twisted and was instantly deflected. How is this possible? Bryson's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Brody could still possess such means, even deflecting his strongest attack. At this point, both were on their last breaths. Suddenly, Brody's expression changed as he felt a continuous stream of power flow from his right chest throughout his body. "This is Miles' heart." A smile formed at the corner of Brody's lips, sending shivers down the nearby Bryson's spine. "You're wrong. Even if you break through to the Great Sage realm, you won't be my match." Brody's hoarse voice echoed in Bryson's ears. A golden fist seal pressed down, Bryson's pupils contracting sharply as he tried to recall his spear, only for it to be intercepted mid-air by Embry. Forced to defend with his hands, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In terms of cultivation, he was slightly higher than Brody, but in terms of physical prowess, the gap between them was significant. In close combat, Bryson was thoroughly outmatched. Damn it, why aren't they here yet? At this moment, Bryson finally remembered Franco and the other two, praying they would appear soon. He couldn't hold on much longer. Die. Brody wouldn't prolong it further. The sword bone reappeared in his hand. Facing this ordinary-looking blade of light, the weakened Bryson had no strength left to resist. Instantly, his chest was pierced, hot blood splashing into the sea, gradually dissipating. With his sacred essence extinguished, Bryson was beyond saving. His eyes fixed on Brody, trying to speak but failing, his pupils disintegrating, and his gaze losing its color. Upon Bryson's death, the long spear, locked in battle with Embry not far away, emitted a mournful cry, perishing with its master. Being a soul-bound weapon, it had no other choice. Looking at the cooling corpse of Bryson, Brody's expression remained unchanged. Regardless of past enmity or lack thereof, for the sake of the immovable Alec Blood, he had to act. Natural selection and survival of the fittest were eternal truths. To grow stronger meant stepping over countless corpses to reach the peak. There were no shortcuts. After retrieving the storage ring and confirming the jade bottle containing the immovable Alec Blood, Brody left without delay, disappearing from the spot. Not long after he left, Franco and the others arrived at the scene. Seeing the floating corpse on the surface, they were stunned, speechless. Who did this? Who? They had paid a huge price and made many promises to persuade the strong ones, believing that obtaining that drop of golden blood would make everything worth it. They never expected this outcome. Moreover, their family's most promising talent, nurtured with boundless resources, now lay dead. Thinking of divine wrath terrified them, so much their lips turned white. Franco stored Bryson's corpse in his storage ring and carefully examined the wounds, searching for clues. Now, their only recourse was to find the culprit and exact revenge. Unfortunately, they found no decisive clues after hours of observation, only knowing the murderer was a powerful sword practitioner. Among the world's great cultivators entering the Demon Sea, there were countless sword practitioners. Even combined, their 3 palms couldn't count them all. Under these circumstances, we can only wait until we leave and ask the deity to intervene. At that time, I will tear this person limb from limb. Otherwise, I can never alleviate this hatred. Meanwhile, Brody resumed his old method, submerging deeper underwater, this time a full 10,000 meters. The immense pressure served as excellent concealment, acting as a natural barrier to prevent leakage of aura. Now, transformation. Staring at the golden blood in the jade bottle, his body involuntarily twitched. Without hesitation, Brody used his vital energy to absorb the blood, merging it into his body. Chapter 324, Flesh Transformation. As soon as the golden blood fused into his body, it immediately split into countless strands flowing throughout Brody's entire physique. Boom. Without any effort from Brody, his body autonomously burst forth with a heavenly aura of blood chi. In the pitch-black sea, it shone like a bright lamp, illuminating boundless scenery. The immovable Vajra King's ethereal shadow also coalesced behind Brody at this moment, becoming increasingly distinct. The facial features gradually became clear, and one could roughly make out the contours of his face, an imposing presence that demanded reverence, though his eyes remained tightly shut. Within Brody's body, a remarkable transformation began. His bones became more radiant and gold-like, as if plated in gold and shining brightly. The color of his blood deepened further, his major meridians grew even stronger, and from within outward, even his skin turned a shade of ancient bronze. Though his figure became somewhat leaner, it was clearly defined, exuding immense power. Suddenly, Brody's vision shifted, revealing another scene. A peerless figure sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, emitting golden light. Strands of blood chi radiated from him, capable of slicing through stars. It was none other than the Emiliano. He opened his eyes. It was a pair of golden divine eyes, emitting a faint golden flame, instilling awe and fear in all living beings. His gaze left no evil unscathed, causing their hearts to tremble in terror. Brody stood above the river of time, following his gaze toward a dark place that starkly contrasted the resplendent starfield around the Emiliano. Floating there were various palace buildings, filled with an eerie and ominous atmosphere. What is this? Brody muttered to himself, his voice only audible to him. The palace buildings seemed to harbor great malevolence, making one uneasy, especially the 9 palaces at the top, which emitted an incomparably supreme aura, eternal and ancient. Boom. One of the 9 palace gates opened, and a figure slowly emerged, shrouded in a layer of mist. Even with all his strength, Brody couldn't see his face, only noticing a special embroidery on his attire. Heaven. As soon as this person appeared, the grand Tao of the universe fell into chaos. He spoke in a voice that was ethereal, indistinguishable between male or female. Emiliano, heaven offers you a chance. Join our heavenly palace, and we will spare your life. Otherwise, today you will be annihilated. The Emiliano snorted angrily, his presence overwhelmingly majestic. Ridiculous. You are the bane of all sentient beings. Today, I shall defy heaven and see how you can resist me. Holding a sharp sword in his right hand and a lasso in his left, the Emiliano roared furiously and engaged the mysterious palace being in battle. The terrifying fluctuations were too much for the universal laws to withstand. Only chaos remained in that direction, and Brody, standing above the river of time, could not see their figures, only the boundless aftermath that destroyed countless stars. After what seemed like ages, the Emiliano reappeared in Brody's line of sight, while his opponent's body was almost shattered. Just then, 2 more palaces emitted a buzzing sound, and 2 figures emerged from them. Another fierce battle ensued. Brody had intended to continue watching because he suspected these dark palaces would be his enemies in the future. He wanted to learn more, and he believed the Emiliano's blood brought him here for the same reason. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A gigantic hand suddenly emerged from one of the palace buildings, striking viciously towards Brody, standing above the river of time, having clearly detected his presence. Facing an attack from such a powerful entity, Brody felt his entire body turn icy cold, his vital aura locked down, unable to move, only able to watch helplessly as the massive hand carried its destructive might towards him. Clang! At that moment, a beam of sword light slashed out from a segment of the river of time, instantly obliterating the giant hand. Brody's gaze focused on the source of the sword light, which originated from a point even later than his own timeline. In other words, the sword light aiding him did not come from the past but the future. Do you dare interfere in the affairs of the past? Do you wish to disrupt the flow of time? The blurry figure from the future, shrouded in chaos energy, sneered. Isn't it you who wants to disrupt the past? If I wanted to disrupt time, I would have destroyed you long ago. The palace figures remained silent, but the person from the future looked at Brody without saying much. However, meeting that gaze, Brody felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. The next moment, the scene before him began to blur, and together with the river of time, vanished completely. Looking around the familiar surroundings, Brody realized he was drenched in sweat. Why had he seen the events of the past? Was it because the Emiliano had perished in that battle, leaving imprints in his blood, or did the blood serve as a conduit, bringing him back in time, so he could understand something? And, could the one who delivered that sword strike be his future self? Brody recalled the Emiliano's words, defying heaven. Were they truly challenging heaven itself? Or was it just because those people in the strange palaces called themselves the Heavenly Palace? Brody glanced at Ambry. It definitely knew everything. He was about to ask when he decided against it. The old fox wouldn't tell him anything. I'll tell you about these matters when you break through to the divine realm, Ambry said, seemingly aware of Brody's thoughts. Brody nodded, ceasing to ponder further. Instead, he focused on his own transformation. After being remolded by the Emiliano's blood, his own immovable Vajra body had become purer and his flesh even stronger. Sensing it carefully, Brody preliminarily estimated that even relying solely on his physical prowess, he could now match an heartly holy saint. With all his might, he might even surpass an ordinary holy saint. Let's see who dares to challenge me next. Brody scoffed coldly, immediately choosing to end his seclusion and surface from the sea. No longer concealing his aura, he walked through the marine domain openly. Calculating the time, the demon cultivation sea had been open for some time. Now that he had obtained the Emiliano's blood, only the largest target remained, the Crimson Sword. Brody? Hearing this voice, Brody's ears twitched slightly, recognizing it. When he turned to see the figures approaching from the horizon, a hint of murderous intent surfaced in his heart. Meeting you again is inevitable. These people were none other than a group of holy saints from the Donghua family, led by Anders. To Brody's surprise, Darien was also present. Darien's eyes were somewhat vacant, and his cultivation hadn't advanced at all. Upon seeing Brody, his expression immediately turned frenzied, eyes red with hatred. He pointed a trembling finger at Brody. Kill him! Kill him! The 5 holy saints, including Anders, looked at Brody with cold expressions, their eyes filled with nearly as much killing intent as Darien. Fortune smiles upon us. Since the demon cultivation sea opened, we've finally encountered you. Today, we will settle all grudges between you and the Donghua family. The 5 holy saints quickly formed a flanking position around Brody, clearly intending to prevent his escape. With Brody alone here, it was truly a heaven-sent opportunity. In the eyes of Anders and the others, he was already dead. Chapter 325, Battle with Donghua. Darien still raved like a madman, repeating one phrase over and over again. Kill him! Kill him! Noisy! Brody's eyes turned cold, and the demonic flame sword soul instantly appeared. Anders and others didn't even have time to react before Darien clutched his head and screamed in agony, his face contorted. Ridiculous! Anders, furious, led the 5 of them without further ado, launching a coordinated attack on Brody, aiming to annihilate this future great foe right here. What they didn't know was that although Brody hadn't fully matured yet, he was no longer someone they could handle. Golden blood energy surged from within him, and the illusory figure of the Vajra immovable king manifested before everyone. Just one glance was enough to instill fear in their hearts. Break! Brody unleashed both fists, dissipating the attacks of the 5 with an overwhelming punch of light. Witnessing this, the 5 Donghua members were profoundly shocked and couldn't help exclaiming, "How is this possible? Nothing is impossible." Brody's black hair flowed loose, his eyes flashing with cold lightning. Even the sword bone had been imbued with gold, radiating an unrivaled sword glow. One person who didn't dodge in time was immediately wounded. You insolent brat! Anders' aura as a peak great sage erupted, far surpassing ordinary great sages. A massive bell was summoned, intending to subdue Brody. Even Brody couldn't help but grow serious. He couldn't afford any carelessness. He drew Irvin from the black scabbard, and the astonishing sword glow actually forced the bell away, leading to a deadlock between the two. Seizing this opportunity, the other 4 great sages launched various techniques, trying to capitalize on this moment to deal Brody a critical blow. Boom! The combined assault of the 4 senior great sages was such that despite Brody's current physical strength, it felt like being hit hard. His internal blood energy churned violently, reverse blood surging up his throat, only to be forcefully suppressed back down. This doesn't faze him? The 4 great sages were nearly dumbstruck. After all, this was a full power strike by 4 great sages. FLYNT. Brody merely experienced a bit of churning blood energy? How could his body be this strong? Brody focused on Anders, the sword soul vanishing without a trace, striking at his consciousness unexpectedly. Attacked at the level of consciousness, Anders couldn't help but groan, though with his profound cultivation and mental power, this attack didn't cause significant harm, just slightly affecting him for a brief moment. However, this tiny lapse was more than enough for Brody. Immediately, he burst forth, sending the bell flying. The golden blood energy condensed into countless sword rains in midair, carrying intense killing intent toward the 5. Vajra immovable king, aid me. Brody closed his eyes, fully immersing himself to resonate with the illusory figure behind him. Then, he abruptly opened his eyes, which were now suffused with a golden hue, with faint golden flames igniting within them. Meeting Brody's gaze, the 5 were shaken in mind and spirit, inexplicably developing a sense of awe. Fortunately, Anders reacted first, shouting out in shame and anger, "What are you doing? Get back to your senses." He felt ashamed because, as a peak great sage, he actually felt reverence towards a younger saint king, and angry because they almost lost control of their minds. Under his roar, the other 4 came to their senses, their faces filled with shame. Feeling reverence for a younger saint king, especially their archenemy, was an unimaginable disgrace. Facing their anger and the might of the 5 great sage artifacts, Brody's expression remained indifferent, naturally intimidating. With a gentle swing of his fist, the Vajra immovable king illusion behind him synchronized and swung its fist too. The formidable fist print swept across everything, terrifying even a peak great sage like Anders, whose face paled. The other 4 fared even worse. Clang! The 5 great sage artifacts could barely hold up against it for 3 breaths before they were blasted away. Except for the bell, which remained intact, the other 4 suffered varying degrees of damage. The backlash from their life-bound sage artifacts caused the 4 Donghua great sages to spew blood. They looked at Brody with horror, already doubting if they could truly kill him in this battle. The old grievances can end today. Brody spoke calmly, the golden sword bone appearing in his right hand. He slashed once, and the Vajra immovable king behind him also brandished a sword and cut toward the 5. As the sword light swept through, space was obliterated. In an instant, it reached the 5, giving them no time to react. Only Anders recalled the bell in the last moment to protect himself. Shoo! Blood mist filled the sky. Except for Anders protected by the bell, the other 4 were sliced in half at the waist, their essence cut into halves. They hurriedly tried to use their remaining power to reconstruct their broken bodies, but the sword chi in the wounds thwarted any attempts at reintegration. As for Anders, although protected by the bell, he was not unscathed. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and numerous bones inside him were shattered. However, for a great sage, these injuries weren't the worst. It was evident that there was a deep sword mark on the surface of the bell, almost splitting it in half. Due to the backlash from his life-bound sage artifact, Anders's essence suffered considerable damage. Fear began to show in Anders's eyes, genuine and palpable. This boy's combat prowess was simply terrifying. Even with a peak great sage and 4 seasoned great sages, they were no match. With the thought of retreat, he abandoned the other 4, riding the bell and quickly flying away from the battlefield. What surprised Brody was that while Anders abandoned the 4 great sages, he did not abandon his own son, also pulling the semi-crazed Darien into the bell. Seeing Anders flee, the remaining 4 wore expressions of despair, knowing Brody wouldn't spare them. In this final moment, they showed resolve, victor or vanquished. Young criminal, do as you will. Don't be too happy too soon. The divine being will never forgive you. We'll wait for you on the path to the underworld. Ha 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 ha. Brody laughed coldly. Divine being or not, once he breaks through to the divine realm, I'll slay him like swine and dogs. Upon hearing Brody's words, rage flashed in the 4 men's eyes. To them, a divine being mustn't be blasphemed. Without waiting for their response, Brody slashed once more, ending their lives definitively. His gaze then shifted towards the direction Anders had fled. He would not let him off so easily. Chapter 326, Pursuit. The two chased each other without concealing their auras, continuing the chase for 5 full days. Passing an island teeming with activity, where at least 30 people seemed to be waiting for something, they immediately began discussing the scene. This large bell? It looks like it belongs to Anders. Why is he being pursued? A sharp-eyed observer suddenly remarked, look, there's a deep sword mark on that bell. Who's chasing him? Anders is a peak great sage. How could he be chased so pitifully? Even his great sage weapon nearly got destroyed. As they were discussing, the pursuer finally came into view. Upon seeing the black-clothed figure wielding a sword, everyone was stunned speechless, not having imagined it could be him. In their minds, Brody was only a great sage-level warrior. How could he be strong enough to pursue Anders? But now, the truth was laid bare. Brody sped forward relentlessly, while Anders was nearing exhaustion. The distance between them was rapidly closing. The aura of death hung over Anders's heart. He shouted towards the islanders, this is Anders. Is there anyone willing to lend a hand? I will reward you greatly in the future. Some began to eye each other with interest upon hearing his plea. However, at this level, all were shrewd and wouldn't act solely on empty promises. Do we even know each other that well? Seeing Brody drawing closer, Anders became anxious, knowing these people would only act if there was something tangible to gain. He quickly yelled louder, if any fellow Taoist can save my life, I'll give away all my treasures except my life-tied great sage weapon. Finally, a powerful Hartley smiled, and 5 figures rose from the island, blocking Brody's path. Seeing help, Anders continued his rapid escape, thinking they couldn't stop Brody but would buy him time. As for treasures? What Anders didn't know was that someone had been quietly following him. Without noticing Anders vanishing in the horizon, one of the Hartleys, an Hartley man with grayish-white beard, chuckled, young friend Flynn, let bygones be bygones. Hildugu has lost face already. Why press on? For our sake, please let him go. Hearing this, Brody's eyes turned cold. What are you meddling for? Using your age as an excuse? Get out of my way. Offended by Brody's lack of respect, their expressions darkened. They were great sages. When had they ever been disrespected like this by a younger generation? Enraged, they shouted, you're too arrogant, young man. Just because Harvey backs you, do you think you can act so recklessly here? Today, I'll teach you how to respect your Hartleys. Before he could finish speaking, Brody's sword glow was almost upon him. Feeling its lethal intent, he instantly summoned his life-tied weapon to block. But this wasn't just a simple strike. It carried the power of his physical body. Clang! A clear ringing echoed as the great sage weapon was slashed away, severely injuring its owner, who quickly retreated. The other 4 also summoned their life-tied weapons, though the grayish-white bearded Hartley felt regret upon seeing Brody's strength. He calmly said, young friend Flynn, are you really willing to fight us? Young men should know when to back off. Go to hell. Brody delivered a devastating punch, distorting space itself, making it a close match despite their combined might. FLYNT. The 5 Hartleys did manage to hold him off, proving their worth. Brody's combat prowess indeed left a lasting impression on everyone. This young man had truly grown, rivaling any prodigy and surpassing even veteran sages. Now I truly believe Anders lost to Brody. To think a youngster grew so much in such a short time. People like me feel useless. Half my life feels wasted. And Hartley sighed in self-mockery. Speaking of prodigies, did you hear about Qingshan Territory's Xiang family? Their eldest died recently. According to the news from Hawkins, it seems he was killed by another sword cultivator. As he spoke, his gaze flickered to Brody, who was still battling overhead. It did seem possible. Just how cruel is this world? Survival of the fittest. No matter the prodigy, 2 have already fallen. Below, conversations persisted as the battle above intensified. Brody's eyes burned with killing intent, a ruthless demeanor that made the 5 great sages suffer greatly. After all, they had no initial stake in this. Getting injured wasn't worth it. Regret filled their hearts. FLYNT, thinking of Anders's promise, they felt slightly consoled. But glancing back, they were struck dumb. Where was Anders now? They were betrayed. This single thought simultaneously struck their minds. They were used as pawns. Even worse, they were fools, lured into fighting Brody and getting nothing in return but trouble. Friend, please stop. We won't fight anymore. No longer eager to continue, they desperately pleaded for mercy. We acted rashly, Please accept our apologies and cease this conflict. Brody laughed bitterly. Just like that. You want to stop? Anders is gone. I'll take your lives first. Take their lives? The five immediately erupted in anger and shock. Little brat, you dare kill us? Brody's gaze remained indifferent as he swung his sword bone, slashing a crescent-shaped light through the air. The majestic sword chi threatened to destroy everything in its path, causing their expressions to drastically change. The Hartley man saw that Brody had reached his peak, realizing they might not survive if this continued. With flashing eyes, he abruptly retracted his attack and fled without looking back. Translation notes. Names are kept in pinyin form, maintained paragraph structure and style of the original text, kept the same tone and ensured grammatical correctness and fluency. Chapter 327. Another 5 sages fall. Seeing the gray-bearded old man escape, the other 4 also lost heart to continue fighting and hurriedly pleaded, Brody, why must we fight to the death? This is all just a misunderstanding. Let's call it off. We are willing to pay the price. It's too late. Brody's tone was cold as he stepped forward to catch one of them. His sword slashed through, and this person's divine soul was extinguished. With one great sage fallen, Brody did not stop there but pursued the remaining 4 with bloody resolve, using this battle to send a clear message that he was not someone to be trifled with. Zing. The sound of the sword echoed as another great sage couldn't dodge in time. Half his body was sliced off, blood and organs spilled on the ground. Irvin flashed by, instantly shattering his primordial essence. The remaining 3, witnessing this scene, were already terrified out of their wits. They regretted intervening, knowing deep down that this matter had nothing to do with them from the start. But now, it was too late. Brody's current state far exceeded that of a great sage. Resonating with the shadow of the immovable Wisdom King, he had become a supreme warrior, smashing one opponent's corporeal form with a single punch. At this moment, Brody frowned as a sense of weakness overcame him. The power of the immovable Wisdom King behind him started to wane after maintaining resonance for so long. It was almost impossible to sustain this state any longer. He needed a swift conclusion. Brody focused his gaze and charged at the last 2 with dual swords. Sensing Brody about to catch up, the shadows of death enveloped their hearts, and they could no longer bear it, begging pitifully, Brody, let us go. We'll serve you like cattle and horses in the future. Not necessary. Brody appeared behind one of them, the sword bone piercing straight through the sage path origin, with sword energy coursing within him, erasing his remaining vitality. Of the 5 who first tried to obstruct Brody's pursuit of Anders, only the gray-bearded old man remained, fleeing for his life in utter panic. His face turned pale when Brody caught up with him. Seeing Brody intent on killing him, a fierce look flashed across the gray-bearded old man's face. His sage path origin grew restless, emitting a wild aura. Since it's like this, then let's die together. He was preparing to self-destruct. Everyone present was startled at this scene. A great sage's self-destruction. Nobody had the mind to spectate any further, quickly retreating to avoid being caught in the aftermath. Seeing the gray-bearded old man wanting to take him down, Brody sneered. In an instant, Irvin pierced his abdomen, causing the raging sage path origin within him to calm down like a deflating balloon. As a primordial sword, Irvin wouldn't allow him to self-destruct easily. Severe pain distorted the gray-bearded old man's features. He felt a deep sorrow in his heart. Did he even lack the qualification to self-destruct in front of Brody? Carrying this question, the last man died under Brody's sword. Everyone on the scene drew a sharp breath. This youth was truly growing strong, chasing and ruthlessly slaying 5 Hartley great sages, who in the entire cultivation demon sea could still control him. Brody glanced around indifferently, and nobody dared meet his gaze. Only after he left did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. He went in the same direction Anders fled, didn't he? After such a long time, could he still be pursuing Anders? Perhaps Anders has already hidden somewhere unknown. What a pity for those 5, sacrificing their lives to help Anders escape Brody. Greed indeed. Not only greedy but also lacking brains. Even as a peak great sage, Anders ended up like this, and the other few Dugu family great sages have vanished. How could Brody be easy to provoke? Near the island, several figures hovered in the air, intercepting a large bell containing Anders inside, making him furious. Xingtian sect. Are you not afraid this will damage the relationship between our families? Indeed, it was the Xingtian sect intercepting him. Among them, a red-haired woman was most noticeable, laughing lightly. Hildugu seems to have forgotten something. When I first came to the cultivation demon sea, your family specifically hunted me down. How could I swallow this bitterness? Hearing this, Anders responded immediately. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Those who hunted you didn't include me. They've already been killed by Brody, so why make it difficult for me? Friends of Xingtian sect, think carefully. Don't ruin the relationship between our 2 families. Red Ruthie pretended to be surprised. Oh, really? Then I owe Arlie Flynn a huge favor. So, I should keep you here even more. It was the 3rd Nathaniel of Xingtian sect whose face was dark and hesitated before speaking. I believe this is a feud between Brody and the Dugu family, and we shouldn't get involved. Upon hearing someone speak up for him, hope flickered in Anders's eyes. Flynn's, friends of Xingtian sect, if you spare me today, the Dugu family will be friends with you forever. Enough, no need to say more. Red Ruthie cast a cold glance at the 3rd Nathaniel, aware of his past conflicts with Brody. The other Hartleys transmitted sounds telepathically to him. Given Brody's achievements now, don't be foolish. The young patriarch intended this to mend the relationship between you and Brody, can't you see that? The 3rd Nathaniel was taken aback, then laughed bitterly. All right, as you wish. Recognizing the significance of Brody's combat prowess, which deserved the attention of the entire Xingtian sect, he realized it was high time to resolve his conflict with Brody. Red Ruthie looked at the large bell coldly. Hildugu, I've already sent a message to Arlie Flynn. Stay here and wait for him peacefully. You. Hearing this, Anders inside the bell couldn't sit still anymore. He burst out with his final strength, trying to break through before Brody arrived, or else he'd surely be doomed. Anders, where can you run? Just then, a voice echoed from nearby. Hearing it, Anders's face turned white. Chapter 328, Alanis. Brody walked over with the sword bone in hand, his eyes indifferent, radiating a chilling, killing intent. Upon seeing him, an inkling of despair flickered across Clement's heart. Was he really destined to die today? Observing the stoic Darien beside him, Anders felt as if he had aged countless years within a moment. His eyes showed a touch of resolve. Brody, even if I must die today, I will drag you down with me. For the Dugu family to eliminate one great foe. An aura of annihilation emanated from his holy origin, making the grand bell tremble loudly. A peak great sage attempting self-destruction caused everyone present to change color. None had expected Anders's decisiveness. Among them, only Brody remained unperturbed. With a gentle tap on the black sheath, ambre flashed out instantly. Sensing its aura, everyone felt an oppressive force suppressing their own origins. As ambre's target, Anders within the bell experienced this effect directly. His formerly agitated holy origin now dulled, making his pupils constrict in shock. How is this possible? Everyone, give me your assistance. Brody's expression grew stern. Controlling ambre to stop a peak great sage's self-destruction was beyond his current capabilities. Hearing this, the Xingtian sect members immediately joined in, enhancing ambre with their divine rules. The resulting power became overwhelming, shattering the bell completely, the sword pointing straight at Anders. I refuse to accept this. Anders's eyes reddened as he let out a defiant roar. If given more time, he would have succeeded in his self-destruction, making everyone here pay a heavy price. Unfortunately, everything crumbled like a dream. I, Anders, have roamed the demonic realm for 10,000 years, and today, am about to die by the hands of a junior? What a tragic end. Closing his eyes, Anders awaited death. Just when it seemed this powerful generation was about to fall, a white figure suddenly appeared in the battlefield. A black sphere struck ambre, forcibly altering its trajectory and saving the otherwise doomed Anders. However, Darien couldn't withstand the intense sword chi and died instantly without a scream. Who was it? Brody turned his gaze to see a white-clad woman standing beside the stunned Anders. Behind her floated 3 black orbs. Beautiful. This was the first thought everyone had. Her features were as though crafted by the heavens themselves, different from Michelle's charm. She was more like a celestial maiden descending from the 9 skies, with a cold demeanor contrasting sharply with the dark spheres. As for Brody, his attention wasn't on the beauty of the white-clad woman but focused on the word embroidered on her left chest, a distinctive Tian, heaven. Seeing this word, Brody could not suppress the tumultuous waves in his heart. In the long river of time, the bizarre palace halls were vividly remembered, and all those people wore attire embroidered with the character Tan. Coincidence? Brody furrowed his brows. If so, why did they appear here? Could it be because of the Sword of Hong? Were they the major enemies mentioned by Phil? Seeing his lost look, Michelle could not hold back. Is she really that stunning? Enough to make you lose your soul like that? Snapping back to reality, Brody looked at the white-clad woman cautiously. No matter what, she was no ordinary person. The Grand Nathaniel of Xingtian sect asked seriously, "Are you the Alanis of the God Demon Palace?" Among the demon sea's many strong figures, the 3 outstanding individuals of the God Demon Palace seldom acted, but always effortlessly crushed powerful foes, earning renown far and wide. And the easiest way to identify them was the embroidered Tian character on their left chest. Why did she save Anders? Was there deep-seated history between the God Demon Palace and the Dugu family? The white-clad woman's expression remained aloof, her cold eyes fixed on ambre with a hint of surprise. This sword gave her a familiar feeling. Flynn boy, weren't you always asking who the enemy was? Let me tell you now. The power behind this woman is one of the main enemies from that era. Upon hearing ambre's unusual tone, Brody's gaze sharpened. Anders is my designated target. By saving him, do you intend to battle us? Hearing this, the Alanis finally looked at Brody. Tell me, what is the origin of this sword? Brody sneered. Why should I tell you? Without further explanation, Brody slashed out with his sword. Though he was not in peak condition, this slash still carried formidable power, aiming to destroy everything. FLYNT what happened next made his pupils dilate. A black sphere from behind the Alanis intercepted the sword beam before reaching her, silently extinguishing it. It was a pitch-black sphere resembling a cosmic black hole, distorting the surrounding space, where even light could not escape. The aura exhibited by the Alanis was not inferior to Anders in his prime, perhaps even stronger. Peak Great Sage. Though anticipated, the revelation that this Alanis was a peak Great Sage left the Hartleys of Xingtian sect astonished. Despite her youthful appearance, her strength far surpassed numerous Hartley generation experts. I'll kill you and take that sword, then everything will be clear. The Alanis' voice remained cold, as if taking Brody's life was a trivial matter. She indeed moved next, pointing lightly at Brody, locking onto his aura with 3 black lights, arriving in an instant. Each black light almost equaled the full power of a peak Great Sage. In his final moments, Brody used all his strength to swing his sword once more. Michelle and others did not stand idly by, using their means to barely resist the Alanis' attack. Too strong. Even Michelle could not help but acknowledge how much superior this woman was, possibly nearing the level of half-deity, like the head of Xingtian sect. You are no match for me. 3 black lights arose again, terrifying aura causing the surrounding space to collapse, creating vast voids with dark light pulsing. This attack was even more fearsome than before, everyone's faces grim, as Brody repeatedly tried to communicate with the immovable Viduraj illusion but found no response. Only Anders seemed excited, eagerly awaiting Brody's death under the Alanis' hand. In the face of this overwhelming adversary, Brody's expression subtly changed. He relaxed, and in the next moment, another black figure appeared before them. Chapter 329. The Hong Sword emerges? Star. Brody gave a faint smile, not overly surprised by her sudden appearance. His Miles heart had already reacted when she approached. Another breathtakingly beautiful woman. The Zofia turned to the black-clad woman and gently lowered her hand. She had interacted with this woman before and knew that her strength was certainly no less than her own. Unless those two came together, they probably couldn't deal with him today. I will eventually obtain that sword. Though she hadn't identified the sword, it gave her an unusual feeling. With that, the Zofia turned and left. Surprisingly, Star didn't intend to stop her. The group watched as she disappeared, leaving only Anders standing there, panic evident on his face. Anders, now there's no one to save you. Brody's gaze was icy, and the members of the Xingtian sect also turned their attention towards him. A peak great sage, arguably the pinnacle of power below a deity, would fall here today. After executing Anders, the group from the Xingtian sect looked at Star with complex expressions, clearly already aware of the black-clad woman's identity. Assad, however, took the initiative to bow and break the awkwardness. Thank you for your assistance, Taoist friend. Your help twice over has saved my life. Apart from this time, during the King Moyu event, Brody and he had been pursued relentlessly by Lai Vivian and Blood Venerable. It was also Star who aided them to escape danger. Even if the positions of their Xingtian sect and Tiamat Kelsey were different, in both emotion and reason, she felt she owed gratitude for being saved. Star nodded slightly. Sensing the subtle atmosphere between the two, Assad planned to leave with the Xingtian sect party. Before parting, Brody cupped his hands in salute. Clarissa, Nathaniels of the Xingtian sect, thank you all for today. Assad smiled warmly. Master Flynn, don't be so formal. You are a friend of our Xingtian sect, aren't you? Besides, the Dugu family chased after me before, so we're settling old scores. Brody chuckled and nodded, watching them leave. Then he turned to the woman beside him. Seeing her again, Brody's gaze became complex. Before he could speak, Star said, the laws of the demonic sea are becoming increasingly active. The Hong Sword is about to emerge. Upon hearing this, Brody's expression turned solemn. What should I do? The emergence of the Hong Sword might completely unfold their game. Regardless, he must obtain the Hong Sword, no matter the cost. Star shook her head. Not yet. Among the powers in the world, the Divine Demon Palace poses the greatest threat. As you saw earlier, the Zofia is formidable, and I can tell you that the Divine Demon Palace has two more in the demonic sea. The Divine Demon Palace does not belong to the native forces of the demonic world. I don't know where they come from. Their goal is my father's Hong Sword, leading to a massive battle. The outcome, as you can guess, was my father's defeat due to the sheer number of their powerful figures. However, the Hong Sword wasn't taken but sealed here by my father as the focal point of an array. They, too, have since established roots in the Tianma domain and founded the Divine Demon Palace. Hearing this, Brody grasped the situation. So the Divine Demon Palace was essentially the Celestial Palace. Were they also seeking the 9 swords of the world? At this moment, Ambry spoke gravely. As you thought, the Celestial Palace has spent countless eons searching for the 9 swords across the universe. Their power far exceeds what you can imagine. That's why I remained dormant in the Jili boundary before. But now I can tell you a bad piece of news. During the Charlesh boundary, I revealed myself once, and it's possible my presence was detected by some strong figure within the Celestial Palace. Brody frowned. Why are they so fixated on the 9 swords? And the immovable wisdom Venerable and Brogan? Were they among those killed by them? Ambry scoffed. They wouldn't dare. They merely have the support of some unknown force. No matter how strong they become, can they surpass the most powerful individuals of an entire epic? The truly terrifying existence lies behind the creation of these people. Brody took a deep breath. Today's revelations were overwhelming. Was the mysterious entity behind the Celestial Palace the Dark Hand of the epic? Would he stand a chance against it? Indeed, nearly all the mighty warriors sensitively sensed the changes in the demonic sea's rules and deduced the ultimate purpose of their journey. For the next month, conflicts gradually subsided among the various strong parties, each conserving their best condition for the imminent emergence of the Divine Sword. In a secluded area, 3 figures, dressed in white like celestial beings, stood with the symbol Tian embroidered on their chests. One man breathed deeply. The cosmic rules are becoming active. The Hong Sword is about to emerge. Some natives here are nothing much. Only the Tianma Kelsey is somewhat capable. As for Brody, according to my junior sister, he is merely at the Sage King realm, not a significant threat. However, his sword will be worth observing then. 7 days passed quietly, and finally, deep beneath the demonic sea, at a depth of over 10,000 kilometers, few dared venture here. The terrifying sea pressure could crush anything. It was a force of nature. Here, darkness reigned except for a single altar covered in incomprehensible runes, emitting a mystic aura. In the center of the altar, a slender, entirely black sword was vertically planted. As the cosmic rules changed, the runes began to glow, and the sword started trembling, its resonant hum echoing through the depths. Chime. Suddenly, a crisp, resonant sword sound reverberated through the entire demonic sea, lingering in the ears of all the strong figures. Is it emerging? Countless strong figures were stirred by the sound. Moments later, from somewhere within the demonic sea, a colossal beam of light shot up into the sky, accompanied by endless sword energy piercing through the heavens, evoking awe in everyone's heart. Chapter 330. The Runic Staircase. Is this the Void Divine Sword? Brody muttered under his breath, staring at the pitch-black slender sword hanging in the sky. His heart pounded with excitement. Legends told that the Void Divine Sword could not only reduce enemies' physical bodies and divine souls to nothingness, but also allow one to hide in a formless state, invisible and beyond detection. If he could obtain it, it would be a huge leap forward in his cultivation journey. Of course, Brody wasn't alone in this fervent desire. Every strong figure present was burning with an indescribable eagerness. This was a divine sword even deities aspired for, bringing boundless benefits to whoever obtained it. Swish! Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer and dashed towards the sky. With the divine sword within arm's reach, the joy was uncontainable. Xuanhuan, blinded by desire, this individual paid a grave price. As soon as the man's aura was sensed, the sword emitted torrents of blade energy, striking him before he could react. The agony from his physical and spiritual damage was excruciating, and all onlookers saw was a mist of blood emerging. In the blink of an eye, the mighty expert perished, leaving not even bones behind as if he had never existed. Hiss! He was a veteran great sage renowned for his achievements, and yet he met such a tragic end, his cultivation and life lost. Some sneered coldly. This was a legendary divine sword. How could it be so easily obtained? He let desire cloud his judgment, and death was his just punishment. Not far away, 3 figures draped in white garments appeared on a mountain peak like ghosts. So, this is one of the divine swords we have sought after for countless years. It does look quite extraordinary. However, I wonder if its sword chi can withstand our attacks. Igor laughed, his eyes filled with arrogance, as if obtaining the divine sword was within his grasp. The tragic death of the great sage did not stir any caution in him. If you wish to die, then go ahead, another man who looked ordinary remarked. But his words were enough to make the typically arrogant young man refrain from retorting. He was clearly the leader of the trio. Even though the Berkeley was dead and the divine sword was ownerless, no one dared to underestimate it. If it revived and started slaughtering, probably no one in the entire cultivation devil sea could escape. Old Huang, can you communicate with the Hongjian? Why don't you directly make it follow me? Brody asked ingratiatingly, polishing Ambry's sword and even breathing on it, thinking that since they were both divine swords, they should recognize each other. You brat, stop these schemes. That thing is incredibly proud. Even someone with her innate sword body might not gain its recognition. Back then, Milton spent considerable effort to earn its acknowledgement. Now it's still dormant, and with the altar in between, I can't communicate with it. Ambry grumbled. Brody rubbed his nose sheepishly upon hearing this. Based on Ambry's words, the Hongjian seemed rather individualistic, but Brody believed he could also gain its approval, just as Billy did. He must do it. After some time, almost all the experts of the cultivation devil sea gathered here, their eyes fixated intensely on the Hongjian. Had they not known about the earlier tragic deaths, they might have already rushed over. Just as everyone was contemplating how to claim the Hongjian, the runic altar below suddenly burst into light made of countless runes, gradually forming a staircase extending down from the sky, seemingly opening a path to the Hongjian. Brody glanced at Ambry. Was this the trial he mentioned? Others also showed astonishment as the staircase extended seamlessly in all directions. I'll see what makes this runic staircase so special. The arrogant youth sneered and stepped onto the staircase first. Immediately, a heavy pressure pressed down on him, but to him, it was insignificant and did not suppress his essence. The void sword chi temporarily failed to harm him, and he stood firmly. Seeing him take the lead, others followed suit, rushing toward the staircase. Some tried tricks, stepping on the 3rd or 5th step. Some even leaped to the 10th step. But they misjudged the situation. Upon stepping, an overwhelming pressure immediately suppressed their essence, making them unable to summon any strength. Endless sword chi invaded, causing many to plummet, including the one who reached the 10th step, who suffered a complete destruction of his physical body and spirit. Most experts moved forward, while Cindy remained standing, her gaze fixed on the pitch-black divine sword in the sky, seemingly reminiscing. Only when Brody patted her shoulder did she snap out of it, hiding her sadness and quickly composing herself. Let's go. Upon stepping onto the runic staircase, indeed, heavenly pressure aimed to suppress his essence. However, upon contact, it inexplicably recoiled. Brody raised an eyebrow. Could this be a privilege of the innate sword body? No, it's likely related to your Yin-Yang Sage stage. Using your physical body as a foundation and having the sword domain enter your body, even though you are weak now, the so-called heavenly will cannot interfere with your essence. Ambry speculated, which made sense even to Brody. The innate sword body's advantage was evident. The annihilation sword chi had no effect on him. Cindy followed, her strength more than enough to resist the heavenly pressure and sword chi. Steadying themselves, the experts began advancing. Among them, the 3 figures in white led the pack, especially the ordinary-looking man who was already at the 50th step. Following him were several top-tier great sages whose deep cultivation allowed them to proceed without much trouble. Below them were various prodigies and powerful senior sages from major factions, forming the 3rd group. Among them, 3 caught Brody's attention, prodigies from the Wasteland Magic Domain, Heart Magic Domain, and Winged Magic Domain, whom he had heard of. Brody and Cindy began ascending, feeling more pressure and stronger sword chi as they went higher. For Brody, however, it was barely noticeable. Gradually, they surpassed most people, reaching the 3rd group. Seeing someone catching up from behind, many turned to look. Recognizing Brody and the Heaven Demoness, they turned away. They didn't find it strange. Brody, I've heard about him. Indestructible physical body. Today, meeting him in person, I can't help but feel the urge to test myself against him. Ha 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 ha, whispered a brawny prodigy from the Wasteland Magic Domain to his companion from the Winged Magic Domain, watching Brody's distant figure. Chapter 331. Are you really that weak? The man from the Demon Wing realm was quite unique, with golden hair and, most notably, a pair of fleshy wings on his back. Though featherless, these wings exuded immense power. At this moment, he looked somewhat exasperated. Can you keep it down a bit? The Vita from the Demon Heart realm also rubbed her forehead in annoyance. Even though the Halston had spoken softly, his voice was too rough. Who here wouldn't have heard him? Sure enough, all eyes were on him, their expressions strange. Even Brody chuckled awkwardly. This fellow Taoist is truly a man of passion. They steadily progressed without anyone failing to withstand the pressure within a short time. However, when everyone reached the 100th step, they clearly felt the increasing pressure. This was a significant hurdle. Even the three figures in white paused briefly. Of course, this didn't impact them much. Not only did the second echelon cross safely, but no one from the third echelon fell either. Let's speed up. Brody and Cindy started moving faster, gradually overtaking the third echelon and catching up with the second. By now, they were at the 150th step. To avoid arousing unnecessary suspicion, Brody acted as if he were struggling, even forcing cold sweat onto his forehead for added realism. Are you really that weak? Seeing his appearance, Cindy cast him a sidelong glance, which seemed to convey many meanings. Combined with those words, any man would find it unbearable. He had wanted to integrate better with them through such behavior, only to receive this comment in return. No more pretending. I'm laying it all out. Straightening his posture and pulling in his abdomen, Brody's previously hunched body stood tall and straight. The cold sweat on his forehead disappeared, and if this form were observed in his previous life, he might be considered a model soldier. A whimsical thought crossed his mind to march in parade steps just to prove himself. Not weak. Witnessing Brody's sudden burst of energy, Cindy flashed a look of surprise, instantly noticed by Brody. His male pride swelled, and he even offered, "Do you want me to carry you?" Hearing Brody's offer, Cindy's face flickered with discomfort. If someone else had said this, she would have slapped them dead. Flynnt, hearing it from him felt strange. Who asked you to carry me? If you're still alive, hurry up. Brody's performance stunned the third echelon behind him. Didn't you seem on the verge of collapse earlier? Why do you now appear energized as if pumped with hormones? Members of the second echelon also shared this sentiment. Who among them wasn't at the peak of sainthood? The strongest below deities. Seeing a younger generation surpass them spurred a competitive spirit, increasing their speed significantly. Meanwhile, the three figures in white from the first echelon were already at the 200th step. Just like before, after sensing the pressure, they decisively advanced, breaking through the 200-step mark without slowing down. When they reached the 200th step, Brody and Cindy's figures also drew closer. Sensing the movement behind, the Alanis turned back with a neutral expression, continuing her ascent without attacking. Brody and Cindy exchanged glances, but didn't rush to overtake them. Having these three lead the way was beneficial. They were still far from Hongjian, so ensuring they could always overtake them whenever necessary was enough. 2 hours later, each echelon had made considerable progress. The 5 members of the first echelon were already at the 600th step, while the second echelon was at 400, and the third echelon closely followed. The fourth echelon began showing signs of exhaustion, starting from the 300th step, moving increasingly slower. 700th level. Here, the overwhelming pressure was enough to prevent any great sage-level experts from using any means. Coupled with the intangible sword chi capable of killing silently, even the Alanis and the Alban slowed down. Despite reluctance, caution was required, yet it wasn't their limit. I won't wait for you here. This place can hone your abilities. It's rare and precious for you. Take your time. The Alistair glanced at the two, then sped up. The 700th step was far from his end. Seeing him accelerate, Brody narrowed his eyes. We shouldn't follow these two anymore. Let's go. With that, both accelerated and soon reached near the Alanis and the other two. Observing their backs, the Alban's gaze turned cold, turning to whisper to the Alanis, should we watch them catch up right before our eyes? The Alanis' eyes focused, then without hesitation, then let's make our move. Brody had been keeping an eye on the back. For the Alanis' unusual behavior, he felt no surprise. Cindy's eyes turned icy, turning to Brody, you go ahead. I'll hold them off. Brody glanced at her cold expression and nodded. Be careful. This was not the time for hesitation. He trusted Cindy. She would be fine even fighting Xuanhuan. Looking ahead, the Alistair had already reached the 800th step during this time. Without further delay, Brody chased after him, even jogging a little, causing the Alanis and her companion to pause in shock. What's going on? Wasn't he just a holy king? Why was he running? Caught off guard for a moment, a wave of killing intent brought them back to reality. This killing intent came from Cindy, harboring irreconcilable hatred towards the divine demon palace. Today, having the chance for a battle, she sought vengeance. Celestial Devil Kelsey, your father lost to us back then. Do you think you stand a chance against us now? I'll slay you now, and then I'll deal with that Brody. The Alban sneered arrogantly, showing complete disdain for the woman in front of him, even telling the Alanis not to interfere. Hashtag chapter 332, the rune staircase. In the moment they clashed, all combat was instantly nullified by the void-like sword chi. Meanwhile, the great Dao suppression intensified, targeting the two who had engaged in battle. The three of them drastically changed expressions, immediately dispersing their auras to restore calm to the surroundings. This place forbids fighting, the Igor frowned, feeling somewhat annoyed but restraining himself for the greater good. He gave Cindy a faint smile. For now, I'll let you off. Cindy shot him a cold glance before turning to catch up with Brody's pace. Seeing her speed, the Igor's expression soured even more. At this point, everyone's speed slowed down significantly, especially for the fourth group. By the 500th level, it became nearly impossible to move forward, with only a few individuals persevering by sheer willpower. The third group also lost nearly half its members, lingering around the 600th level. Only the second group steadily advanced to the 700th level. Despite increasing difficulty and the seemingly unreachable path ahead, no one gave up. They treated the rune staircase as a trial for self-improvement, each step being a breakthrough of personal limits. As for the Alistair, he had already reached an astonishing 900+ levels, the Jason within arm's reach. You've exceeded my expectations to reach this point, the typically silent Alistair said calmly. Behind him, Brody followed leisurely, always just 3 steps behind. No matter how unfathomable the Alistair was, his speed had dropped to its lowest point here. Each step required extensive deliberation. Noticing Brody following closely behind multiple times, he decided to speak because the youth seemed utterly at ease, as if the ruined staircase were his own backyard. Brody smiled. I didn't expect you to make it this far either. Truly remarkable. They were already at the 950th level, where Jason seemed almost touchable, no longer unattainable. Multiple times, he almost couldn't resist the urge to surpass the Alistair, ascend the final steps, and claim Jason. But Ambry warned him it wouldn't be that simple. The Alistair shook his head, speaking plainly, you're merely exploiting loopholes. This life, you'll never achieve greatness, let alone obtain the divine sword. I, on the other hand, have relied on my own strength to get here. Clearly, there is a difference. Brody, undisturbed by his words, replied, exploiting loopholes is a skill too. If you could do it, why don't you? In cultivation, talent, fortune, and effort are all essential to reaching the peak. Perhaps Jason and I are destined to meet. That's why this path feels like walking on flat ground. Hearing this, the Alistair hesitated slightly before shaking his head, cunning reasoning. While talking, neither paused their steps, getting ever closer to Jason. However, they still couldn't discern the detailed patterns of the divine sword. Its blade was ethereal, intangible yet present. Of course, no one dared underestimate the power of this divine sword. The Alistair sighed deeply, seeming regretful. Brody, remember this. Despite your formidable combat ability, you are only at the Sage King realm. Even if you fortuitously climb this staircase, what then? To kill you would be effortless for me. There is one path you can choose, submit to me, and I can ensure your cultivation journey is unimpeded. Without doubt, the force behind me is beyond your imagination. Really? Brody understood what he meant. The power backing him was undoubtedly the heavenly temple. With a cold laugh, he said, what's this talk about an unimpeded path? Cultivation itself is an upstream struggle. Submit to you? You're not worthy enough. Hearing this, the Alistair helplessly shook his head. You cannot be taught. Soon, you'll regret today's decision. Without further ado, the Alistair stepped forward. He halted at the last 3 steps. Despite sensing the tremendous changes these final steps would bring, he felt a sense of warning in his heart. Going any further might mean annihilation. Brody stood beside him. Taoist friend, are you afraid to proceed? Behind them, Cindy gradually approached, still about 10 steps away. The Alanis and another man were even farther behind. Seeing the few youths ahead, the cultivators behind showed wry smiles. They couldn't believe they were outdone by juniors after lifetimes of arduous cultivation. Finally, the Alistair took a step. Upon reaching the 907th level, overwhelming sword chi surged. Even with his prowess, he couldn't suppress a muffled grunt. On the 918th level, a trickle of blood leaked from the corner of the Alistair's mouth, yet his gaze remained firm. After a long pause, he steadied himself. Seeing this, Brody couldn't help but admire his resilience. The Alistair would indeed be a formidable rival in claiming Jason. The Alistair looked at the final step, his mind echoing a warning. Reaching this level is the limit. Taking another step would result in complete destruction. Brody also reached the 918th level. While no threat lingered for him, the final step was indeed terrifying. Cindy also approached the final 3 steps. Without hesitation, she took a bold step forward but almost stumbled. It highlighted the gap between her and the Alistair in terms of cultivation. Brody stared intently at the Alistair. Taoist friend, if you don't take this step, I'll go ahead of you. Hearing this, the Alistair only responded with 2 words, be my guest. Brody rubbed his nose. Fine, be my guest. Now, only the final step remained. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, placing himself atop the staircase. Though he spoke casually, seeing Brody take the step stirred intense waves within the Alistair. Without further restraint, he similarly stepped up. However, when he mustered the courage to step forward, the expected suppression and sword chi did not appear, surprising him. What was happening on this final step? Brody's expression darkened slightly. This man was indeed a formidable opponent. He knew full well that without employing his ultimate means, he'd stand no chance against the Alistair. The Alistair glanced at Brody, saying, this final step isn't as difficult as imagined, but you remain so confident. Brody clearly understood the implication behind his words, a mere accusation of exploiting loopholes, but it didn't affect him. His ease stemmed from painstaking efforts to integrate the sword domain into his body, breaking through yin-yang realms, forging a unique path. His innate sword body was equally crucial. Accepting his ease openly, he had no weak heart to be shaken. Chapter 333, The Void Space. The Alistair smiled again. However, from now on, the ownership of the Hong sword will be decided by true skill. Brody narrowed his eyes. Then I'll be watching closely. Neither of their figures moved. When they stepped into the final layer, they found that the Hong sword was still an incredibly distant distance away. Just like before, between them and the Hong sword, a light circle appeared out of nowhere. It required no imagination to understand this was yet another test. This thing's self-awareness has already awakened when you were climbing the heavenly ladder, but it is now selecting the most suitable person, said Ambry. Upon hearing these words, Brody raised his brows and could not help but glance at the Hong sword. However, he did not say anything. He wanted to let the Hong sword know that the line of innate sword bodies would not fall behind anyone. Thinking this, Brody stepped into the light circle, disappearing instantly. The Alistair followed closely behind him, then came the black-robed Cindy. However, what they did not know was that once they stepped into the final layer, everyone who was still on the rune steps found themselves transported to this place. After glancing around in confusion for a moment, their hearts filled with joy and anticipation. We still have a chance. Only Troyan and the Igor felt somewhat resentful. If they had been given more time, they could have relied on their own strength to step into the final layer. Now being transported here did not fit their proud hearts. Despite their thoughts, they still chose to enter the light circle along with other powerful figures. They did not want to miss this opportunity either. This was a void space, devoid of stars, life, sky, or ground. Just one solitary figure walking forward, which was Brody after stepping into the light circle. At this moment, his brows slightly furrowed. In this strange space, his connection with Ambry was cut off. No matter how much he called, there was no response. All around him was silence. Brody could only press forward with determination. Not just him, others experienced the same situation, walking alone in the void space, making it unusually monotonous. Beside the completely black slender sword floated another sword. Its body was carved with ancient patterns of celestial bodies, birds, beasts, and fish, exuding extraordinariness. You should choose Brody without hesitation. It's steady and sure. You can't possibly choose those guys from the Heavenly Palace, right? What? Don't you have confidence in this generation's innate sword body? Why do you say that? Nonsense. Brody surpasses Kenneth back then by a margin. In my view, he is the most promising among all. I'm just afraid you'll make a mistake. Haha, then let me see where this little guy's limits are. In the void space, there was no sense of direction or time. Although the mighty saints were present, their cultivation was utterly useless here. They could only continue moving forward and forward. Damn it. What kind of place is this? Is there no exit at all? Someone could no longer suppress the agitation in their heart. Here, every second felt frozen, making each day feel like a year. Bloodshot eyes began to appear. There was no one else here except for oneself. A shadow walked calmly in the darkness, dressed in black, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. This was Brody. He kept repeating to himself, this is just a trial. This space was undoubtedly the most tormenting, worse than any torture known to the world. Only a few people managed to maintain their mental stability, including some youthful prodigies who started to lose control while older generation strong figures mostly stayed composed. As Brody wandered aimlessly, he suddenly stopped. In front of him, a vague figure emerged. Finally encountering someone else? Brody muttered to himself. Since arriving here, he estimated it might have been over 20 years, which explained why many youths couldn't contain their restlessness. Brody stopped because at that moment, the figure was rushing toward him at high speed, accompanied by murderous intent. Finally, I've encountered someone. Die in my hands. It was a young man with bloodshot eyes and a savage look, almost frenzied. Seeing someone excited him to the core, and he didn't recognize who he met. His mind harbored only one thought. He must quell his inner turmoil with blood. Brody recognized this person. He was Sterling, a prodigy of the blood demon sect from the blood magic realm. His reputation in the demonic cultivation world wasn't great due to their ruthless means, often causing bloody storms during cultivation, leading to consistent opposition from various demon realms. Brody shook his head, the sword bone appearing instantly in his hand. He slashed fiercely, terrifying sword energy piercing through the blood aura. Had he not instinctively dodged, Sterling would have been cleaved in two. Brody? The threat brought the redness in Sterling's eyes down a notch as he finally recognized the opposite party, becoming serious. Everyone in the sea of demon cultivation knew about Brody pursuing Anders. While hearsay can be misleading, its existence wasn't baseless. Furthermore, Anders indeed disappeared from public view afterward. Originally, Brother Flynn, what just happened was unintentional. I apologize, goodbye. Sterling suppressed his savagery, apologized, and immediately fled. He felt the power of that strike clearly and didn't want to stay any longer. Brody smiled faintly, amusement lacing his tone. Since you attacked me, fellow Taoist blood, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chapter 334, Nangong Vivian. Seeing Brody blocking his path, Khalil Vivian's face darkened. Brother Flynn, one must leave room for others in all affairs. It might make our future encounters easier. Are you truly going to go to the extreme? Oh, then give me a reason to let you off. Looking at Brody's high and mighty attitude, Khalil Vivianen became thoroughly enraged. His agitation rose, and his eyes turned crimson as he spat. Boy, do you really see yourself as the top of the young generation? I'll tear you apart today and drain every last drop of your blood. Due to the cultivation method he practiced, Khalil Vivianen had an extremely violent temperament, which was further exacerbated by the influence of the Void Realm. He could no longer suppress his murderous thoughts, leading him to act against Brody once more. Seeing this, Brody sneered coldly. Fool. Unlike Khalil Vivianen's blood-drenched aura, Brody was enveloped in golden blood chi, making him look like a god of war. The golden light from his punch extinguished the blood-drenched aura instantly. At the same time, the blood chi within his body surged chaotically, nearly causing him to vomit blood. Blood sacrifice technique. Khalil Vivianen roared and formed a strange symbol, which then magnified. Brody's pupils constricted. From it, a figure walked out, emitting the aura of a peak grand sage, causing unease. Brody furrowed his brows. This figure resembled a skinless person, with its muscle tissues and even internal organs visible, making anyone feel nauseous and disgusted. If little Vivian Inksy were here, she would likely be frightened into tears. Khalil Vivianen grinned menacingly, pointing at Brody. Blood puppet, kill him. The blood puppet's eyes glowed eerily as it locked onto Brody, making him feel a chill run through his body. His presence was now tightly locked onto by this abhorrent thing. Neither man nor ghost, be gone. Brody's eyes widened with anger as the immovable bright king appeared behind him. Unexpectedly, the originally fierce blood puppet suddenly halted mid-motion, trembling, seemingly fearing something. It disregarded Khalil Vivianen's command and fled in the opposite direction. What's happening? Brody was puzzled but soon realized that the immovable bright king was a natural nemesis to all evil spirits, possessing inherent suppressive power. Though unaware of the immovable bright king, the blood puppet instinctively sensed fear from its aura. Damn it, get back here. The blood puppet did not obey, fleeing aimlessly in the void. This infuriated Khalil Vivianen, feeling his authority was challenged. As he was about to forcefully control the blood puppet, Brody was already before him. Just one punch almost shattered Khalil Vivianin's physical form. Ignoring the blood puppet, he hurriedly defended himself from Brody's attack. However, his cultivation and physical prowess were inadequate, leading him to be pummeled relentlessly, coughing up blood multiple times. Do you have any other tricks? Keep them coming. Brody's expression was calm as he unleashed punches continuously, distorting Khalil Vivianin's face. Brody had killed him countless times in his heart. Khalil Vivianin's strongest card was the blood puppet, but it was countered by Brody, rendering it almost useless. A trace of sorrow flashed across his mind as he pleaded, "Brody, if you spare me, I will serve you faithfully, without the slightest disobedience." No need. Brody's gaze was icy, hammering Khalil Vivianin's physical form mercilessly. After several rounds, he was beaten to a pulp, covered in blood, his very essence teetering on the brink of destruction. No. Khalil Vivianin let out a roar filled with anguish, praying someone would appear to save him at the last moment. But it was wishful thinking. Ultimately, Brody shattered his Sage Dao essence with one punch, extinguishing his vitality, leaving only a gradually cooling corpse floating in the void. A renowned prodigy of the cultivation world, the pride of the younger generation in the demonic realm, met his end here, his cultivation and talent dissolving into nothingness. As for the blood puppet, it trembled when Khalil Vivianin died, collapsing. In its final moments, a rare human-like expression of relief flashed across its face. After killing Khalil Vivianin, Brody felt no disturbance in his heart. Retrieving his storage ring, he left the place, continuing through the void. Elsewhere in the void, others encountered similar situations. Some immediately erupted into battles over grievances, while others chose companionship, alleviating the dullness of their journey. Compared to Brody, the Alistair and Cindy seemed less fortunate. They hadn't encountered each other, but faced peak grand sages individually. Heaven Demonis, everyone wants you dead. Falling into my hands means endless torment. Facing her was an old man in a Taoist robe, appearing righteous yet exuding a sinister grin. His gaze held a hint of perversion. He was Adden from the Azure Devil domain, a true peak grand sage, second only to deities in status. Cindy's gaze was icy, her inner fury reaching its peak. An epic battle erupted between them in the void. To Adden's surprise, the woman proved equally strong, perhaps even slightly superior. Meanwhile, the Alistair also faced a peak grand sage. As the greatest prodigy of the Divine Fiend Palace, he should have been safe. FLYNT, here in the Cultivation Sea Void, this peak grand sage, a blood-haired man, was none other than Lord Blood Devil, father of Khalil Vivianin and patriarch of the Blood Devil sect. He coveted the young man's fortune and essence. Suicidal. The Alistair's tone was indifferent, treating Lord Blood Devil as insignificant. Both clashed fiercely. Unbeknownst to them, under Jason's control, the void space was shrinking, increasing the frequency of their encounters. This generation's innate sword body is indeed a fine seedling. Self-Saint Realm, Chaotic Tao, it rivals or surpasses Sword Marco Xuang. Hearing Jason's words, Ambry exposed his true nature. Look who raised such talent. Jason. On the other side, Brody encountered another figure, an Hartley Grand Sage. Upon seeing Brody, he immediately became cautious but smiled. Young friend Flynn, what a coincidence meeting you here. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. Brody was stronger, so naturally, he dared not harbor any ill intentions. No conflict arose. They exchanged courteous nods and parted ways. Soon after, Brody encountered another figure, much larger and rugged-looking. He remembered this man, the muscular man from the desolate Devil domain. Brody? The man quickly recognized him, clearly still bearing traces of a recent battle. Brother Flynn, this is Nangong Vivian from the desolate Devil domain. It's an honor to meet you. Brody smiled faintly, bowing respectfully. Brother Nangong, the pleasure is mine. That was his way. He reciprocated respect with even greater respect. Chapter 335, White-Robed Young Man. Brother Flynn, I wonder if it's presumptuous of me to ask for something? Hearing Nangong Vivian say this, Brody smiled. Do you wish to spar with me? It just so happens that I've long heard that the Nangong family excels in physical cultivation. This suits me perfectly. Upon hearing this, a gleam immediately flashed in Nangong Vivian's eyes. Brother Flynn, you're straightforward. Then let me show my crude skills. A wave of blood chi surged within him, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. The muscles on his body swelled up prominently, veins bulging, brimming with strength, forming a striking contrast with Brody, who had a leaner build. Brother Flynn, be cautious. Nangong Vivian stomped forcefully, launching himself forward as an iron fist larger than Brody's head struck down fiercely, causing a sonic boom. One could imagine that if this punch landed on the head, even someone like Brody would suffer from at least a concussion. At the last moment, Brody reached out swiftly, gripping the iron fist firmly and deftly neutralizing the massive force. No matter how hard Nangong Vivian struggled, Brody remained immovable. Seeing this, Nangong Vivian changed tactics and delivered a sweeping kick to the lower body. Under duress, Brody had no choice but to retreat, evading the strike. Brody didn't back off easily. Once he did, Nangong Vivian immediately pressed his advantage. His two iron fists swung wildly. Despite his large size, Nangong Vivian moved with incredible agility. Each punch was aimed strategically, and every part of his body became a lethal weapon, forcing Brody into continuous retreats. Even Brody couldn't help but marvel internally. While his own physical prowess slightly surpassed Nangong Vivian's, without using any supernatural techniques, he had to admit he was inferior in close combat. Despite being at a disadvantage, Brody still refrained from using his powers. Acknowledging his shortcomings, he decided to learn and improve, relying on his physical advantages and defensive maneuvers. For the time being, Nangong Vivian couldn't seem to defeat him either, as each move was deflected with effort. Of course, in such close combat, it was inevitable that punches would land. Brody not only took several blows but was also kicked away at one point. Conversely, during one lapse in attention, Nangong Vivian received a punch to the mouth from Brody, chipping a front tooth. This way, they fought intensely for a full hour. FLYNT, Nangong Vivian grew increasingly alarmed as he noticed Brody learning his combat techniques rapidly. From initially struggling to defend, Brody had progressed to only being slightly disadvantaged, making it nearly impossible for Nangong Vivian to injure him further. Initially overconfident due to his significant advantage, Nangong Vivian began to guard against Brody's rapid progress after receiving consecutive left and right hooks. He adopted a more cautious fighting style, becoming less aggressive. Oh, let's stop this. After another hour, Nangong Vivian panted heavily, his chest heaving unevenly. He raised his hands urgently for a break, as almost every part of his body now bore signs of the fight. Most infuriatingly, he had lost a piece of his front tooth, affecting both his speech and appearance. Brody was in a similar state, perhaps even worse off, with bruises and swelling on his face. Glancing at Nangong Vivian, since breaking his 2 front teeth, the latter had targeted his face repeatedly. However, Brody then wore a meaningful smile, rubbing his hands together. Brother Nangong, your combat skills are truly impressive. It's no wonder you're renowned in the demonic cultivation realm for your pure physical cultivation. Nangong Vivian chuckled, shaking his head. Although he appeared carefree, he was actually perceptive and quickly understood Brody's unspoken thoughts. Brother Flynn, as you know, I'm a pure physical cultivator, and these combat skills were developed through countless battles. Brody laughed lightly, acknowledging the truth. Physical cultivation has no shortcuts. He felt a touch greedy, having learned so much today already. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Thank you for teaching me, Brother Nangong." Unexpectedly, Nangong Vivian retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it over without hesitation. Seeing Brody's bewildered expression, Nangong Vivian grinned sheepishly. "I can't give you our family's teachings, but here is my experience in combat techniques. If you don't mind, please take it." Brody's eyes narrowed, his demeanor turning solemn. Taking the jade slip reverently from Nangong Vivian's hands, he thanked him sincerely. At this moment, he genuinely considered Nangong Vivian a true friend. Such valuable combat experience was rare, especially shared between mere sparring partners. Had it been him, he might have only done so for his closest allies. While the fastest way to improve combat skills remains through practical experience, Brody felt a newfound admiration for it after experiencing its intricacies. Realizing he had much more to learn, the two continued their journey together, discussing freely. They felt a bond formed through their sparring, a sense of familiarity forged in conflict. Time flowed silently in this void space, and neither knew how many years they had spent here. Suddenly, a white-robed figure appeared in Brody's line of sight. They paused, gazing calmly at each other. The white-robed figure was strikingly handsome, almost favored by Nuwa, with a special embroidered heaven a character on his left chest. The white-robed youth's face, envied by women, showed a hint of amusement. "Finally, I meet you," Brody sneered, sensing that this person had sought him out for a long time. "So what? You're eager for a showdown?" Contrary to expectation, the Igor shook his head. "A showdown? You overestimate yourself. A lastard over that sword, and I might spare your life." Brody remained silent, but Nangong Vivian couldn't hold back his anger at such arrogance. "What nonsense are you spouting, you pretty boy? Come on, let Grandpa teach you a lesson." Chapter 336, Slashing the Heavenly Pride of Divine Demon Palace. The Igor was not as composed as the seemingly Alistair, his emotions written all over his face. Seeing Nangong Vivian provoke him, a surge of killing intent arose in his heart, and he immediately snarled. "Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me like this?" Brody reached out to stop Nangong Vivian, who was about to charge forward. Speaking calmly, "Brother Nangong, he's after me. Let me handle it." A sickly smile appeared on the Igor's face. "Ha ha ha, no problem. You two can come at me together. The outcome will be the same anyway. Brody, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over that sword, and I'll spare your life." F***CK, I really want to slap this bastard. Nangong Vivian's face turned bright red with anger. This person was insanely arrogant. As for Brody, his figure had already vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he reappeared in front of the Igor and delivered a powerful punch. No time for words, just action. The Igor's pupils constricted. Though he was arrogant, he remained focused and did not make such an elementary mistake. He instantly summoned his life-bound holy weapon, a ball of fire. Was there such a peculiar holy weapon? The moment Brody's fist made contact with the flames, an unbearable burning sensation caused him to draw a sharp breath inward. He quickly pulled back and noticed his arm charred black due to extreme heat, even emitting a smell akin to roasted meat. No wonder this arrogant youth chose this flame as his life-bound holy weapon. It was indeed formidable. One must remember that Brody's physical body could withstand attacks from saint-level holy weapons. FLYNT, upon contact, he suffered such severe burns, even his blood chi could not shield him. All traces of arrogance were wiped off the Igor's face, replaced by a demonic expression twisted in fury. "I will burn you until nothing remains." With his prodding, the flames erupted wildly, their scorching power capable of forging anything. This was what gave the Igor the confidence to be so arrogant. Brody was also fighting in earnest. The illusion of Vajra Buddha appeared behind him, resonating with him. As soon as the bone sword appeared in his hand, his entire aura became fierce. Facing the endless flames, Brody slashed with his sword, instantly slicing through the raging inferno while taking advantage of the opening to rush towards the heavily protected Igor. Looking for death, the Igor flashed a mocking look in his eyes. Before Brody could get close, he clasped his hands together, and the flames instantly engulfed Brody. Seeing this scene, Nangong Vivian was seized by rage and alarm. Such terrifying flames. If he couldn't break free quickly, how could there be any hope for survival? Even the Igor thought the same. Probably in a few moments, Brody wouldn't even leave behind ashes. Seeing this, Nan Gong Vivian could no longer stay still. Just as he was about to take action, several golden beams of light suddenly pierced through the intense flames, breaking through layer after layer of obstacles to emerge. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the flames burst open. When they saw Brody standing unharmed, the Igor looked at him in disbelief. How is this possible? How can you be completely unscathed? His flames, even saint-level weapons, couldn't avoid being burned by them. What virtue did Brody possess to escape unscathed? His gaze was gradually drawn to the vivid illusion behind Brody. Unlike before, this illusion seemed infused with a soul, exuding authority without anger. Even he felt inexplicably unnerved. However, this emotion disappeared almost immediately, and he turned red with rage, shouting, "Even if you have more tricks up your sleeve today, death awaits you." The flames grew more restless, the surrounding temperature rising. They fused and evolved into a colossal fire dragon, spewing flames as it charged toward Brody. Due to the heat from the flames, Brody's hair danced in the wind. Facing the ferocious fire dragon, he swung his sword with the resonance of the Vajra Buddha illusion. The brilliant sword light shone as if illuminating the void, its invincible might slicing the flame dragon in two. It then continued with relentless momentum towards the Igor. Sizzle. His life-bound holy fire was severely injured. Already suffering backlash from it, the Igor had no time to dodge. The chest cavity was instantly pierced, a shower of blood mist splattering out, and the foundation of his saint path shattered by this single strike. How could it be so strong? Using his last breath to voice his confusion, filled with a trace of resentment, the Igor fell to his knees, his eyes gradually losing their light. Phew! Even Nan Gong Vivian was taken aback by the power of that single slash, drawing a sharp intake of breath. That sword was truly terrifying. He had to admit, even his own proud flesh would likely fall under its power. Not bad, someone chosen by Lord Harvey and Lord Tianamo Shan. Nan Gong Vivian muttered with a bitter smile. With his master's demise, the might of the holy fire plummeted sharply, ultimately becoming a small flickering flame floating in the air. Perhaps due to its unique nature, though the Igor was dead, it retained a thread of consciousness, attempting to flee. A hint of surprise flickered across Brody's eyes. Intrigued by this wisp of flame, he naturally would not let it go. He caught it in his palm. With its master dead, it no longer posed any threat to Brody. Nan Gong brother, do you recognize this spirit flame? From Brody's perspective, for the Igor to choose this wisp of flame as his life-bound holy fire, its true form must be extraordinary and exceptional. His guess was correct. Nan Gong Vivian stared at the wisp of flame and spoke solemnly. This thing is indeed remarkable. It's called burning young mystic fire. Legend has it, a divine used this fire to forcibly refine another god of the same realm. In short, among various spirit fires, it certainly ranks high. Brody's eyes gleamed slightly. At this moment, the dormant magic flame suddenly stirred, sensing its emotion. He frowned. Goodness, it actually wanted to consume this burning young mystic fire. All right, it's yours. Upon hearing Brody's agreement, the magic flame immediately cheered up. Seeing this, Brody smiled faintly. The magic flame had been with him for quite some time. As he grew stronger, its assistance to him diminished. If you don't show any improvement after swallowing it, I won't forgive you. In response, the magic flame transmitted a divine command, vowing confidently to put Brody at ease. Then it was released by Brody into the void. The appearance of the magic flame left Nan Gong Vivian somewhat startled, mainly because this flame exuded an overwhelming sense of evil, ferocity, cruelty, and all sorts of negative emotions. FLYNT, he couldn't identify what type of magic flame it was. What surprised him was why Brody still possessed such a flame. It didn't seem to match his image. When he saw the magic flame envelop the burning young mystic fire, Nan Gong Vivian's mouth dropped open. Brody should know how precious the burning young mystic fire was. Cultivating it properly would surely become a great asset in the future. Why would he let it be consumed by this seemingly weak magic flame? He even helped the magic flame along. Actually, there was another reason. The burning young mystic fire now only had a thread of consciousness remaining. Not only would cultivation be a challenge, but just to restore it would require a huge investment. Due to its life-bound connection with the Igor, now deceased, it suffered backlash. So it might as well be swallowed by the magic flame. Chapter 337. Nick, the demigod of palms. With Brody's assistance, the blazing Kalilan fire only resisted for a moment before being completely consumed by the devil flame, leaving not a trace behind. The devil flame then swiftly entered Brody's body, seemingly undergoing a monumental transformation. Note, I've changed xuanhuan, Kalilan fire, to blazing Kalilan fire, to provide a more descriptive translation, and Zanru, entered, to maintain fluency. I've never seen a flame that can devour spirit fire, Nan Gong Vivian mused, marveling at the sight, but refraining from inquiring about its origins. Everyone has their secrets, and the fact that Brody did not hide anything from him was proof enough of his trust. Brody smiled faintly, feeling a mix of anticipation for the devil flame's transformation. Afterward, he and Nan Gong Vivian continued on their journey, hoping to find an exit or Jason. Naturally, killing that man didn't bring Brody much joy. His current adversary was that ordinary-looking youth. Given their distinctive attire, even if they weren't directly from the Heavenly Palace, they were undoubtedly connected to it. On another side of this space, a graceful figure stood alone amidst the void, dressed in black, her beauty captivating yet with a hint of coldness in her eyes. Beneath her lay a woman in white, now lifeless, a corpse. Half a month passed, and Brody encountered others more frequently on his journey. However, wary of his power, they avoided conflict, keeping their distance. It was somewhat disappointing that he didn't meet anyone familiar. One day, the surrounding darkness suddenly dissipated, and the long mist light made Brody squint slightly. This void had finally been lifted. Looking around, they were still atop the 999th layer of the rune stairway, but now numerous figures, powerful cultivators who entered the Devil Sea, could be seen. Of course, many were missing, undoubtedly perished within the void. Nangong Vivian bid farewell to Brody and returned to the Southern Palace family in the Wasteland Demon region. Cindy approached, her tone as calm as ever. Are you alright? Brody shook his head. I killed someone from the Divine Palace in the void, the arrogant one. Cindy paused briefly, then nodded. The Alanis is dead too. Great. Brody gave a thumbs up. After days of interaction, he gradually let go of his reservations, finding his interactions with Cindy becoming more natural, a feeling he quite liked. The figures of the Alanis and the Alban were nowhere to be seen, and the last ordinary-looking man showed little change in expression, as if the dead were mere strangers. He glanced at Jason and uttered a sentence that struck fear into everyone's hearts. You know the power I stand behind. Don't harbor any illusions. Come with me. What audacity. That's a divine sword. He dared speak thus, unafraid of being killed by a single strike? They had thought the Alban was already arrogant enough, but this seemingly Alistair was hundreds, even thousands of times more arrogant. Of course, some strong individuals present, recognizing his background, understood the mysterious origins of the Divine Palace. Unexpectedly, Jason actually responded, though without granting any respect. Such words carry weight only if spoken by those who lie within the halls. What are you, to dare speak so arrogantly? Upon hearing this, the Alistair's pupils contracted sharply. The mention of those within the halls stirred unprecedented waves in his otherwise calm heart. Though he hadn't encountered them personally, the grand halls were revered in the Divine Palace generation after generation. He remembered the zeal in the deity's eyes when imparting those words, symbolizing supreme divinity and their faith. He could still vividly recall the deity's fervent gaze when speaking those words. Suppressing the turmoil, he glanced deeply at Jason. You will regret this. Jason ignored him, shifting his focus to Brody and Cindy. Among the present, these two were his true opponents. The rest, including Peak Grand Sages, were insignificant. Perhaps sensing being overlooked, a Peak Grand Sage stood up, the Grand Nathaniel of Xuanhuan Valley in Wrath Demon region, eyeing the Alistair coldly. Youngster, to disrespect a divine sword. Even if the sword forgives, I won't today. Is there anyone willing to assist in eliminating this rogue? It was clear he wasn't confident facing the Alistair alone, which explained why he targeted the less threatening duo first. At this point, all attention turned to the greatest threat. Sure enough, other seasoned cultivators, including two more Peak Grand Sages, stepped forward, revealing murderous intent towards the Alistair. Facing three Peak Grand Sages, the Alistair remained unperturbed, saying calmly, you will pay for your choice today, and your forces will fall due to your stupidity. My name is Nick of the Divine Palace. In an instant, he appeared before the trio, delivering a palm strike. An expert's move revealed true prowess. The three Peak Grand Sages' faces changed dramatically. Despite their full resistance, they were sent flying back, staring incredulously at Nick. One of them exclaimed, Demigod Palm Dao. Everyone drew a sharp breath, emotions swirling. To them, Nick was just a younger generation practitioner, achieving remarkable cultivation, yet his Palm Dao had reached such heights. It was heaven's favor indeed. I said, you would pay the price. Nick's gaze remained serene, wielding overwhelming force that left the three Peak Grand Sages with no room to resist. This was a suppression from a higher realm. Hashtag chapter 338, transforming one breath into three purities. In the realm of semi-gods, mastery over Dao had already made him stand out among the Peak Great Sages. Many present maintained an ambiguous expression, but ultimately chose not to offer assistance. Three Great Sages paid a heavy price, with one even having half his body shattered and escaping using a life-saving technique. Even Brody, upon witnessing Calalanching's strength at this moment, showed a look of seriousness. This person indeed deserved to suppress the other two prodigies. In terms of combat power alone, he was almost unrivaled. I will let you see that I am your best choice. Vivian and Chase spoke calmly, as if addressing Jason or speaking to everyone present. Unlike the Alban, who only appeared arrogant on the surface, Vivian and Chase's arrogance stemmed from deep within. He held no one in high regard. Jason did not respond, nor did anyone else. Despite their dissatisfaction, they found it impossible to refute him. Who among them could challenge him based on strength? Vivian and Shay looked at Brody and Cindy. Among all these prodigies, only the two of you are somewhat tolerable. Let me give you a chance to submit to me. Brody coldly laughed. Mastery over Dao by a semi-god makes you feel invincible? You're too full of yourself. The bone sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and Brody took the initiative, with Cindy closely following. Vast blood chi and demonic chi erupted, coloring the sky. Brother Flynn, I will help you. Nangong Vivian roared, joining the battle alongside the man with bone wings and the seductive woman from Heart Demon Domain. Both they and their divine patrons were close allies of the G-clan, thus aiming to collectively kill Vivian and Shay here. Not just them, Hassan also joined the fray. Being a Peak Great Sage, none dared to ignore him. Simultaneously, the Grand Hartley of Xingtian sect and Hong Ruthie entered the battle as well. The battle was about to commence. Faced with multiple strong attackers, Vivian and Shay was blasted back several dozen feet before regaining his footing, a trace of blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. Brody remained composed. Under such circumstances, even with mastery over Dao by a semi-god, Vivian and Shay seemed helpless. Fighting so many powerful opponents alone, it was thanks to the three injured Peak Great Sages. What surprised him, however, was that Vivian and Shay showed no sign of panic. One breath transforming into three purities. Vivian and Shay's body began to blur, with two figures emerging from either side, identical to his original form. A clone? Are you at your wit's end? The seductive woman smiled lightly, but her face soon turned serious. Brody stared intently at the two clones, sensing two extremely powerful auras awakening within them. A hint of eerie smile appeared on Vivian and Shay's lips as the three figures attacked simultaneously, shocking everyone with their overwhelming might. Half-god's mastery over Tao. How is this possible? Clones have such strength? Wrong. It's not that simple. How can a clone have nearly the same strength as the original? All were terrified. This secret technique was too formidable. Could divine arts be any more powerful than this? Cindy faced one clone, immediately engaging in battle and holding her ground against it. As for the other clone, Hassan, the Grand Hartley of Xingtian sect, and Nangong Vivian fought against it fiercely, yet it didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Vivian and Shay looked at Brody, who held the bone sword, indifferently. Now we can have a one-on-one duel. Before the words ended, Vivian and Shay appeared before Brody. The dangerous aura made Brody shiver, instantly slashing his sword to gain distance. The fierce sword chi was obliterated by a palm, but a sword cry sliced through the air, destroying the palm imprint aimed at Brody. Embry. Brody sighed in relief. Finally reconnecting after so long. Vivian and Shay's eyes lit up. Embry's presence felt very familiar to him. Moreover, the ancient patterns on the sword seemed oddly recognizable. Could this be a divine sword? Suddenly, Brody's pupils dilated. His desire to kill Vivian and Shay intensified, fearing endless pursuit if he identified the sword. Immediately, the immovable Wisdom King's ethereal shadow emerged, resonating with Brody as he entered his peak state. He swung the bone sword wildly, and a magnificent sword aura instantly enveloped Vivian and Shay. Seeing Brody's surging aura, Vivian and Shay was surprised. This sword had the power to slay peak great sages. He couldn't afford to be careless anymore. He reached out and pressed Brody from a distance. An invisible force made Brody feel as if space was compressing around him, like an unseen giant hand trying to crush him. Just some tricks to suppress me? Impossible. Brody roared, his hair fluttering. Golden blood chi surged like a colossal beast, stirring the sky. Every part of his body, bones, and cells condensed energy, continuously infusing the bone sword. The golden sword transmitted immense power, drawing everyone's attention in the midst of battle. Vivian and Shay, having long abandoned his contempt, summoned his innate holy weapon, a palace. This is a replica of the palace of gods and devils, refined by me into an innate holy weapon. Today, I will suppress you. With continuous incantations, the palace expanded, radiating an ancient and solemn aura, giving the illusion of the true palace coming to suppress all enemies. The palace descended upon Brody, expelling surrounding air with infinite pressure weighing heavily on him. Even with unmatched physical strength, Brody struggled immensely. Boom. As the palace drew closer, the booming sounds reverberated in his ears. Brody took a deep breath and extended both hands, working together with the Budong Mingwang Shiying, immovable Charles King illusion, to hold up the palace. Note: for a more fluent read, we might consider translating Budong Mingwang Shiying as the illusion of the immovable Charles King or similar, depending on context and previous mentions. For better fluency and natural reading in English, as the palace bore down, thunderous booms rang in his ears. Brody took a deep breath and extended both hands, joining forces with the illusion of the immovable Charles King to prop up the colossal structure. The immense impact made Brody tremble, feeling a sweet taste in his throat. Cindy saw this, her eyes flashing with concern, attacking fiercely to quickly finish off this clone. Unfortunately, this was not an ordinary clone, nearly matching the original strength. It was incredibly powerful. Even she couldn't overcome it swiftly. On the other side, 2 peak great sages and 4 prodigies were barely holding back the clone, leaving no room for additional assistance. Unimaginable pressure made Brody's bones creak, his eyes turning bloodshot. FLYNT, the palace continued its descent inch by inch, while Cindy and Hong Ruthie grew increasingly anxious. Looking at Brody under the palace, Vivian and Shay's lips curled into a faint smile. I'll give you one last chance. Submit and live. Refuse and die. In Vivian and Shay's view, Brody was undoubtedly a talent worth shaping. More intriguing was the secret Brody possessed, such as that bone sword. Brody's eyes were bloodshot, still spitting out a mouthful of blood despite blocking the palace's pressure. Dream on. You are courting death. Vivian and Shay wasn't angry, merely shaking his head slightly, sighing at Brody's obstinacy. He raised his hand, ready to end this genius's life once and for all. Chapter 339. Desperate Straits? Defeat Vivian and Shay. Just as his hand was about to swing down, a golden bone sword materialized beside Brody. The mysterious runes on its surface seemed to come alive and continuously move, causing the entire bone sword to tremble, radiating an unprecedentedly sharp aura as if it were about to soar into the sky and slay everything. Seeing this scene, Vivian and Shay's pupils contracted into needles. The bone sword's aura was too powerful. Even he began to feel uneasy internally, immediately waving his hand to control the palace to press down. Slash! Brody roared with anger, pouring all of his essence, energy, and spirit into the bone sword at that moment. A clear sword cry echoed through the heavens and earth, drawing the attention of all cultivators in the sea of devil cultivation, who heard the piercing sound that sent chills down their spines. Clang! The bone sword soared into the sky. Wherever its edge passed, the sturdy space was split open like soft tofu, ultimately colliding with the palace. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. Everyone present, amidst their battle, watched this scene nervously, especially Tanya, whose beautiful face openly showed worry. Her heart tightened. She couldn't explain this feeling. Was she worried about the devil heart or his safety? Finally, in everyone's line of sight, a streak of sword light pierced through the massive palace. That palace which, in Vivian and Shay's eyes, could suppress all enemies in the world, had crumbled in this moment. Did he succeed? Nangong Vivian murmured, his tone still carrying disbelief. He didn't think Brody's combat power could be so strong. Beside him, the Adrian and the Vita felt similarly, their hearts surging with tremendous waves. As a replica of the palace of God and devil, aside from other functions, Its sturdiness alone should have been unbreakable by anyone below the divine realm. FLYNT now, it was pierced by a junior prodigy still at the sacred king realm. Below the divine realm, who would dare to belittle Brody? Who would still see him as a junior? We've long acknowledged him, but we never expected that this young man is as tough as steel, becoming stronger when faced with strength. We've underestimated him time and again. The Memphis of the Heavens Way sect sighed bitterly, feeling boundless emotion. Vivian and Che spat out a mouthful of blood. The palace had been refined into his life-bound sacred weapon. Now that it was pierced by a single strike, he instantly suffered considerable backlash, which also affected his two avatars, both of whom became weakened. His previously calm demeanor finally collapsed, a trace of disbelief flashing in his eyes. You? On what grounds? Brody knelt half on the ground, panting heavily. Hearing this, he raised his head weakly and smiled. You cannot fathom how great a person's potential truly is. Once I become even stronger, even the true palace of God and devil, or the heavenly palace you revere, can be struck by my sword. Vivian and Che's gaze fixated fiercely on Brody, unable to stop the boiling rage within. Do you really think you've won just like that? Just wait, the real show will happen next. He no longer wished to linger here any longer. His two avatars, having suffered the same repercussions due to his backlash, could no longer compete against Tanya and the rest of the experts. This battle could be said to be already lost for him. The two avatars merged back into him in a flash of light, as Tanya and others quickly gave chase, trying to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to leave Vivian and Che here forever. Vivian and Che unexpectedly recovered a significant portion of his injuries almost instantly. With one last look at Brody, he turned and left. However, just as he had said, the real drama is yet to come. Outside the Sea of Devil Cultivation Realm, several divine auras fluctuated near the Palace of God and Devil direction. Two more figures now stood beside the three divine presences, faintly exuding auras exclusive only to divinities. Their gazes constantly focused on that sealed boundary. Didn't expect you all to actually come. Hee. The sword of destiny is about to manifest. Headquarter fears your failure again, thus ordered us to assist. These two additional deities were the ones who went to Charlesh World to search for Ambry. However, for the sake of dignity, they naturally wouldn't mention they didn't find him. Hee. The waters of this devil cultivation realm aren't ordinary. Don't naively assume that just because the demon deity is dead, the sword of destiny will fall easily into your hands. Your assistance will be needed shortly, replied the leader of the Palace of God and Devil. While he said this, there was an undeniable dissatisfaction in the hearts of the palace's three divinities towards these two new headquarter deities. After all, capturing the sword of destiny was no small feat, and with two more people joining, they would naturally receive less credit. Hearing this, the two deities replied insincerely, rest assured, fellow Taoist, naturally. Suddenly adding two divinities to the Palace of God and Devil made the other deities of the devil cultivation realm wary. They communicated telepathically, Xiang brother, Duga brother, it seems we need to stick together soon. The sword of destiny is our realm's greatest treasure. We mustn't let outsiders snatch it away. They all knew clearly that behind the Palace of God and Devil lay an immensely powerful force, the one that brought about the fall of the demon deity during the siege. Now, with the addition of two more supporting deities, their presence had severely threatened them, leading to their alliance. The outside of the Devil Cultivation Sea could now be divided into three groups. One consisted of Harvey from the Void Devil Domain, Jackson from the Wasteland Devil Domain, Huashun from the Heart Devil Domain, and Yishun from the Wing Devil Domain. Essentially the deities allied with the demon deity. Another side included Du Gu Aotian, the Xiang family deity of the Azure Devil Domain, the Blood Fiend Old Ghost from the Blood Devil Domain, the Ling Vivianian deity of the Wrathful Devil Domain, and the Xing Tian deity of the Grim Devil Domain. However, Xing Tian deity's gaze flickered as he did not respond to their conversation, nobody knowing what he was thinking. The final group was the three deities from the Palace of God and Devil, along with the two newcomers. One could imagine that once the seal was broken, another peak divine battle would unfold. In short, this would bring catastrophe to the devil cultivation realm, costing countless lives. Brody, hope you're safe. In the dark devil domain, beneath the falling plum sect, before two spiritual plaques, incense smoke curled. A woman knelt on the ground, hands clasped in prayer, her cold eyes carrying visible concern as she prayed silently. Hashtag chapter 340. The seals are lifted. 6th junior sister, rest assured. Younger brother Flynn has great fortune. He will surely return safely. Several figures walked in from the doorway, speaking with firm conviction. It was Maud and his group. Lewis was also present. Although a great sage, he did not enter the demon cultivation sea. Similarly, there was the recently ascended Taoist Master Maud and the Nathaniel Hill of the Auden family. We're all waiting for him to lead us back into the Earth Demon domain. In the demon cultivation sea, atop the runic staircase, Brody's originally pale complexion had regained some color after a period of recuperation. Opening his eyes, he looked at the powerful individuals around him and bowed respectfully. Thank you all for your assistance this time. Despite his weakened state, no one took advantage of the opportunity to seize the Hongjian sword or attack him. Even though they were allies, after defeating their formidable enemy, there was no internal strife, a truly rare occurrence. Young friend Flynn, there's no need for such formality. We are bound together by fate. Naturally, we wouldn't do something as despicable as stabbing each other in the back. Hassan waved his hand, and even now, his gaze still held an endless amount of admiration when looking at Brody. Indeed, the first time he met this junior, the latter had yet to break through to the holy realm. In just a short while, he had become a peerless powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the sage path. Brody stepped forward, gazing at the Hongjian within arm's reach. He could hardly conceal his inner excitement. After enduring countless trials, he was about to once again obtain a divine sword. Suddenly, the scene changed around him. Brody's expression flickered as he found himself once more in the void space. a place devoid of any substance. Despite this, he showed no signs of panic. His eyes remained sharp and focused on the black slender sword before him. Junior Brody, inheritor of the primordial sword body, pays respects to the void divine sword. Brody bowed respectfully, slightly bending down to pay homage to the Hongjian. As one of the 9 swords of the world, it deserved his reverence. The Hongjian quivered lightly, getting straight to the point. You have more potential than Bowden. Though he failed initially, you have more hope. Without further ado, I can assist you. Hearing this, Brody felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected the Hongjian to be so cooperative and had anticipated it would test him further. Clearly, he had already gained its approval. Then, a beam of light emerged from within Brody, almost as if it had a spirit of its own, swirling around him. Through the light, a brilliant sword rune could be seen, radiating an incomprehensible aura. Sword Dao Profound Principle. Brody's pupils dilated. He recognized it immediately. A wave of excitement washed over him. While it might seem insignificant at times, this profound principle provided considerable support for enhancing his sword skills and combat abilities. Certainly, something that could draw the attention and even the frenzy of deities must have far more substantial effects. He had heard Ambry explain that the more profound principles one mastered, the greater the advantage in that area. Legend has it that controlling just 1% of a profound principle allowed one to challenge the deities. Controlling 10% was enough to confront principal deities. Furthermore, mastering profound principles greatly aided in comprehending the Tao, significantly enhancing one's power. Defining the essence of profound principles was quite difficult, however. Some say that these profound principles exist only as long as the universe exists. Others believe it is a kind of faith energy. For example, the Sword Dao Profound Principle represents the faith energy of all sword practitioners, intertwined with cosmic forces. Debates continued. Brody gently shook his head, dispelling the distractions. The Sword Bone and Sword Dao Profound Principle inside him trembled softly, responding to the call. The thread of Sword Dao Profound Principle merged seamlessly into Brody's existing essence. Instantly, Brody felt many of his doubts regarding the Sword Dao clarified. It was as if his mind opened up, becoming clear and enlightened. Many previously complex problems became easy to solve. Even his Sword Dao cultivation advanced, inching closer to the peak of the great sage realm. Just give me a little more time, and I'll definitely break through. Brody clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within. Another thrilling realization hit him. He was very close to mastering 1% of the Sword Dao Profound Principle. The void space dissipated, returning Brody's vision to reality. However, he was startled by a face right in front of him. What the heck? What are you doing? It was Nangong Vivian's face. Not just him, but Hassan and the others also looked worriedly over. Seeing Brody finally regain consciousness, they breathed a sigh of relief. Nangong Vivian patted his chest. You're finally awake. We thought something had happened to you. They didn't know that Brody's consciousness had entered the void space. To them, they only saw him walk towards the Hongjian, then suddenly stare blankly like a statue. Demon Ji Kalilan didn't react much. She knew Brody was a primordial sword body and figured he was communicating with the Hongjian. Brody shook his head and smiled bitterly, understanding their concern. He didn't argue, simply giving a brief explanation that he had just undergone the final test from the Hongjian. Given the rarity of the primordial sword body, fewer people knowing about it was better. Approaching the Hongjian, Brody extended his right hand to grasp the hilt. The sensation was strange. It felt like gripping air, yet he clearly held the sword hilt firmly. Are you ready? Brody glanced at Demon Ji Kalilan. For once the Hongjian was taken, the Demon Cultivation C's seal array would be fully lifted. Seeing her nod, Brody took a deep breath. With force, the Hongjian let out a resonant cry and left the altar completely. Instantly, it transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Brody wasn't worried, as the Hongjian now hovered quietly within his primordial essence. Simultaneously, the runes on the altar lost their glow, and the gray mist covering the Demon Cultivation C began to dissipate. Outside, as the Hongjian left the altar, changes occurred in the sealing array, rapidly weakening it. One of the deities from the Palace of Gods and Demons narrowed his eyes and instantly disappeared, bursting with unparalleled speed toward the Demon Cultivation Sea. In a certain place within the Earth Demon domain, surrounded by thick fog where one could easily get lost, lay the notorious Devil Soul Abyss. Just then, violent tremors erupted throughout the Devil Soul Abyss and even the surrounding mountains. An ancient temple cluster rose skyward, appearing directly above the deity from the Palace of Gods and Demons. Unmatched divine power enveloped the sky, aiming to suppress him. Miles God, you are already dead. Are you trying to cause chaos again? The deity from the Palace of Gods and Demons sneered, releasing terrifying godly laws that collided with the temple cluster above. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as deities' presences erupted across the demon cultivation realm. Especially at the Palace of Gods and Demons, for overwhelming figures emerged, their presence overshadowing the heavens. They all gazed at the temple cluster, more accurately at Gilbert standing before the central grand temple. Chapter 341, Celestial Demon God. At the same moment, beside the Celestial Demon Palace, four figures soared into the sky. Among them was a middle-aged man dressed in snow-white robes, his eyes swirling with starry mists, radiating an ethereal aura. This was Harvey. Beside him stood Jackson Ling and three others, their energies clashing head-on with the 5 divine spirits of the Divine Fiend Palace. One of the Divine Fiend Palace's divine spirits smiled lightly, glancing toward the other side. Well, Rex, Gerard, there's no need to hide any longer. Come out and let's first extinguish the remnants of the celestial demons before discussing the matters of the Hongjian. As he spoke, another 5 figures appeared, led by none other than Gary, who gazed coldly at the celestial demon palace. You must accept reality. Your time has passed. 14 divine spirits emerged, their overwhelming power sweeping through the 10 demon domains of the cultivation demon world. All living beings turned their gaze skyward, hearts filled with dread as if the end of the world was upon them. The supreme divine power made them tremble and want to kneel down. The seal on the cultivation demon sea vanished completely at this moment, revealing the shadow-like divine avatar that had been obscured by clouds. It finally came into Brody's line of sight. Alfredo. Looking at the figure above the celestial demon palace, Cindy could no longer hold back her tears. As if hearing her call, the celestial demon god turned to look at her, his eyes softening with guilt. I have wronged you all these years. Cindy could not control her tears any longer, which streamed down her exquisite face as she shook her head vigorously. The celestial demon god then shifted his gaze to Brody, his eyes filled with relief. I trust my daughter with you. Hearing this, Brody's expression turned peculiar, but seeing the weeping beauty beside him, he nodded firmly. Please rest assured, Nathaniel. Similarly, with the seal removed, numerous divine spirits' gazes pierced through the layers of space, focusing on the cultivation demon sea, curious to see who had obtained the Hongjian. When the divine spirits from the divine fiend palace saw Brody, they murmured in surprise, unable to perceive his origin. FLYNT, thinking of the Hongjian, they understood. Brody, meanwhile, was drenched in sweat. Thankfully, the Hongjian concealed his innate sword body aura. Otherwise, they would likely kill him despite the celestial demon god's presence. Heh, didn't expect a mere saint king like you to get the Hongjian. But it doesn't matter much. No one can change today's outcome. The divine fiend palace's divine spirit sneered, turning his gaze to the figure inside the celestial demon palace. What can a lingering thread of divine consciousness do in the world? Why not let us help you achieve liberation? In the celestial demon domain, the divine fiend palace hall rose menacingly, emitting terrifying energy. From the Dugu family, a spear pierced through the void, appearing in Gary's hand. At the same time, various divine weapons were unleashed, tearing through the entire cultivation demon world. Seeing this, the celestial demon god remained calm, saying softly, Today, you shall repay all past debts. Brody sighed inwardly. He knew that even if the entire cultivation demon world suffered, this divine war could not be avoided. It was a continuation of the previous battle. Suddenly, warmth spread across Brody's right chest. Next, the celestial demon heart seemed to respond to a calling, transforming into a streak of light and flying out. Cindy experienced the same, and the celestial demon hearts recombined in the air, each beat sending shockwaves through the heart and mind. Seeing the demonic heart, Arvin managed to maintain his composure. He did not believe the celestial demon god could turn things around today. After all, he was dead. However, when a jade coffin flew from the depths of the mystic demon domain, his eyes widened, realizing something, and he could no longer sit still. Attack. But it was already too late. Or rather, a variable appeared. At this critical moment, a surge of divine power rained down on several unprepared divine spirits without discrimination. Gary, caught off guard, was instantly severely injured, spouting divine blood. He turned back angrily. Xing Tian, how dare you betray us? The attacker was the divine spirit from the Xing Tian sect in ferocious demon domain. Facing Gary's questioning, Xing Tian showed no emotion. I never truly joined you, so how can there be betrayal? Gary was both startled and furious. Don't you think the celestial demon god will spare you? You contributed a lot initially. Xing Tian chuckled. Do you know that my actions are part of his plan? Initially, the enemies were too many and too powerful. The celestial demon god knew it was a hopeless situation, thus he set up this scheme, including Xing Tian as a crucial part. Meanwhile, Arvin had no time to waste. The 5 divine spirits from the divine fiend palace disappearing to halt the celestial demon god's plans in infancy but were intercepted by Harvey and others. From the jade coffin, a lifeless corpse arose, the physical form of the celestial demon god. The celestial demon heart immediately merged into the body, along with the remaining divine consciousness. After just 2 breaths, the celestial demon god opened his eyes, incomparable power awakening within him, even surpassing a divine spirit. Witnessing this, Arvin's face darkened. He had misjudged severely. Who would have thought the celestial demon god could reincarnate using a mere thread of divine consciousness? You'll never understand the power of a true god unless you reach this level. I have waited for this day. The celestial demon god looked at Arvin indifferently, snapping his finger effortlessly, striking Arvin like lightning, his face turning pale. True god strength. For a moment, the other 4 divine spirits from the divine fiend palace stopped in their tracks, daring not move further. Compared to a true god, they were nothing. Even the newly arrived divine spirits began to regret coming. Gary sensed the situation and his face turned white. If they lost this battle, their fate would be worse than those in the divine fiend palace because they were traitors. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed. Turning to the source, they saw it was Arvin, whose earlier weak aura suddenly changed. Chapter 342. Johnson. Arvin stared straight at the celestial demon god. Vic, you are ultimately dead. How long can you maintain this state? These words were like a calming pill. The gazes of Gary and the others flickered. Their fear diminished. Indeed, the celestial demon god was still dead. Even if he had once been a supreme deity, what could a dead man do? They were the deities of this era. What did they have to fear? The Xiang family deity looked at Arvin and bowed. We shall stand together with the divine palace. Today, we will thoroughly exterminate the remnants of the celestial demon. The divine sound resonated deeply in everyone's hearts. Brody's eyes flickered with worry. I hope there won't be any unexpected developments. In theory, even if the celestial demon god had returned to life and burst into supreme deity combat power, even if not for long, he, along with Harvey, the Xingtian deity, and others, should be more than enough to deal with them. But looking at Arvin, he felt an uneasy sense of unease. The celestial demon god did not say much, his gaze cold as he attacked the divine palace members. The terrifying killing intent that erupted was enough to make anyone tremble. Gary held a long spear and faced Hallam, revealing his murderous intent. Let us settle old and new grievances today. He referred, of course, to Hallam's attack on the Dugu family because of Brody. Hallam's expression remained calm. A battle in the void. A divine war would cause immense damage to the cultivation demon realm. If they fought all out, countless would die. Before he could react, Hallam turned and disappeared into the void, and Gary, with a grim face, immediately followed. Although they were battling in the void, occasional ripples leaked out, each powerful enough to kill a great sage. To a deity, a great sage was like a mere mortal. Nangong deity and the others found their opponents and pulled them into the void one by one. Now within the native territory of the cultivation demon realm, only the celestial demon god and the 5 deities of the divine palace remained. The divine palace was already in ruins. Under Arvin's urging, it barely withstood several attacks from the celestial demon god. But even so, they paid a huge price. One of the deity's physical bodies was instantly torn apart by a terrifying force, nearly extinguishing his divine flame. Arvin's gaze flickered. He was the most cultivated among the 5 deities and had been preserving himself intentionally or unintentionally. Tiankai, what are you waiting for? Didn't those above send you here with some trump card? If we die, do you think you'll live? Arvin roared angrily. Tiankai and Tiankai were the two who came to find Ambri. Damn it, we shouldn't have gotten involved. Tiankai cursed inwardly but, with no other choice, summoned the means provided by those above. He took out a mirror, drew out a few drops of essence blood, which the mirror absorbed instantly, emitting a dazzling light. Seeing this mirror, Arvin's face lit up with joy, clearly knowing its origin. The celestial demon god's gaze sharpened. Understanding the principle of delay brings change, he immediately attacked but was blocked by the divine palace. Boom. This was a full force strike from a supreme deity. The terrifying power caused the already ruined divine palace to explode completely, affecting Arvin and the others. All suffered severe injuries but managed to buy some time. Tiansan's gaze burned with fervor. Respectfully, he knelt in midair, shocking all present. Lord, your assistance is needed in this battle within the cultivation demon sea. As if hearing Tiankai, the other side of the mirror seemed to connect to another world. Under Brody's stunned gaze, a figure walked out of the mirror. Cloaked in white, with a Tion character embroidered on his left chest, Brody tried to see his face but was blocked by a layer of mist. The aura emanating from him was even stronger than the celestial demon god. The moment this person appeared, the celestial demon god's expression turned grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. Arvin and the others, however, rejoiced and bowed hurriedly. Subordinates greet Lord Jean. Lord Jean did not immediately attack the celestial demon god but instead fixed his gaze on the cultivation demon sea, ultimately focusing on Brody. It was a gaze that made Brody's heart shudder. He felt as if his entire body was being seen through. Even his blood seemed to reverse uncontrollably, only stabilized by a faint glow from the bone sword at the critical moment. Lord Jean chuckled softly. Not bad, not bad. You possess the imperturbable Vajra body, and 3 divine swords, Hong, Huang, and Tian. You have even more potential than Bowden. Brody felt as if his mind and soul were nearly shattered by this simple sentence. Who was this person? Just a glance had seen through him completely, even knowing about the 3 divine swords. While Hong Jian was known as the Void Divine Sword, how had he still been so easily seen through? What level of cultivation had this person reached? Could he communicate with deities? Zhan Xin, one of the 72 earth fiends of the Heavenly Hall. The Heavenly Hall comprised 9 major halls, 36 heavenly fiends, and 72 earth fiends. Don't underestimate Zhan Xin just because he was only an earth fiend. With his strength, even at the peak of Vic's power, he wouldn't be able to match him. Ambry let out a bitter laugh. That dark place should have been under strict surveillance by major cosmic forces. He couldn't understand how Zhan Xin's power could appear here. Indeed, the Zhan Xin who walked out of the mirror was not his true self but merely a strand of his power, or perhaps a projection, manifested through the mirror over countless distances. Even so, it might be enough to turn the tide of battle. More importantly, Brody's identity had now been fully exposed to the Heavenly Hall. Upon hearing Zhan Xin's words, Arvin and the others turned their gaze toward Brody in the cultivation demon sea. The fact that he possessed 3 divine swords wasn't the key issue. What mattered was how he had obtained them and why these swords chose to follow him. The answer was clear. Inborn sword body. Especially for Arvin and the 3 others, if not for Zhan Xin, they wouldn't have dreamed that an inborn sword body existed right under their noses. Inborn sword body, your ties to our Heavenly Hall run deep. Come with me now. Zhan Xin slowly extended his palm, manifesting a colossal hand in the sky, reaching into the cultivation demon sea toward Brody. An invisible force immobilized Brody as he helplessly watched the giant hand approach. Suddenly, a beam of demonic light flashed, shattering the colossal hand. Demon God Vic stood majestically, hair flowing freely, eyes cold, between Brody and the colossal hand. As long as I am here, you cannot touch him. Zhan Xin clearly paused, then laughed. Almost forgot about you. Despite your fall, you still managed to temporarily regain supreme deity combat power. But don't underestimate my projection either. Since you want to protect him, I will cut you down first. Chapter 343. My name is Bowden. Freddy's words caused Brody's pupils to constrict. Only a projection? Even as a projection, Freddy was incomparably powerful. From the first clash, Kian fell into a disadvantage. No matter what means he employed, Freddy easily defused them all. Despite this intense battle, no pressure emanated from it. Both had reached the pinnacle of power control, leaving no residual damage that could harm the demon cultivation realm by even a fraction. Alfredo. Looking at the figure being overwhelmed by Freddy, Cindy was deeply worried. Her hands clutching her clothes so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Their powers are not vastly different. What Qian lacks is an understanding of the Great Tao. Even though Freddy is only a projection, it still carries the original body's comprehension of the universe's Great Tao. This alone is enough to crush Qian, Ambrose sighed, seeing the fatal flaw in Qian. Of course, there was another point. Qian was ultimately just a borrowed soul, a fleeting moment. Now, maintaining his main god combat strength allowed him to barely hold on, but once his power waned, his defeat would be imminent. Brody remained silent. Ultimately, Freddy's appearance was due to him, as Xuanhuan and TK came to this star domain in pursuit of Ambrose. It was also the mirror they carried that reflected out Freddy. With determination flashing in his eyes, Brody no longer hesitated. The sword of vast heaven appeared in his hand, and he threw it forcefully, immediately transforming it into a streak of light entering the battle arena. He shouted, "Nathaniel, catch the sword." Qian's eyes lit up as he immediately caught the sword of vast heaven. His entire demeanor changed, like adding wings to a tiger. He began retaliating against Freddy. With the power of the sword of vast heaven, even Freddy ceased his playful manner, becoming more serious. As a projection, he lacked the stability of the original body. If he were slashed by one sword, it would be extremely lethal. Seeing Brody's figure, xuanhuan and others' minds flashed with thoughts, and they flew towards the sea of demon cultivation. Realizing their target, Qian roared angrily, "You dare!" Trying to stop them, he was tightly held back by Freddy, unable to break free. All he could do was watch xuanhuan and the others rush into the sea of demon cultivation. Several divine souls locked onto Brody, making his pupils constrict. Trying to resist, he couldn't even break through the divine path pressure, only watching xuanhuan and the others get closer. Beside him, Cindy was similarly immobilized. Innate sword body surrender? xuanhuan's eyes showed a hint of ridicule. Every innate sword body throughout history had been extraordinary, yet the current Brody was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, offering no resistance. This peculiar feeling delighted him. Just as xuanhuan approached within 10 steps of Brody, an astonishing divine soul force erupted from Brody's body. Unprepared, xuanhuan and the other three gods were instantly blasted away. Who is intervening? Hardly stabilizing his stance, xuanhuan looked at Brody with suspicion. That divine soul force did not belong to Brody, but came from someone else. In Brody's essence, a silver-white miniature sword slowly rose, radiating light. Sensing the familiar divine soul aura, tears welled up in Brody's eyes, his voice hoarse, "Billy. Brody, you've done splendidly. Your cultivation exceeds my expectations." Billy's somewhat aged voice sounded again in Brody's ears, like an old father looking at his now accomplished child, filled with satisfaction. Freddy, on the other side, also sensed the divine soul force emanating from Brody, casting a sidelong glance. His tone no longer held its previous ease but was heavy, Bowden. Before he could react, a formless sword beam immediately slashed over, temporarily diverting his attention. Actually, Billy had already awakened when Freddy's shadow descended upon the demon cultivation realm. The aura of the Sky Palace stirred his subconscious, awakening him from deep slumber. "The next move is mine." As these words echoed, Brody felt an unprecedented surge of power from the Sky Sword filling his entire body. Simultaneously, Billy's divine soul sought to take control of his body, and Brody immediately opened his mind. He trusted Billy completely. Feeling Brody's sudden surge in power, Cindy knew it was related to that mysterious divine soul force, but she didn't ask. There was no time for discussion. Brody's power surged, even surpassing the divine realm. In this situation, it was like timely help in dire need, bringing great joy to everyone. xuanhuan and the others became increasingly nervous, hearts in their throats. The next moment, Brody moved. Instantly, Brody appeared before xuanhuan and the others, the golden sword bone in hand, slashing out a sword. Fast. Too fast. This sword light was unstoppable, time itself dancing. xuanhuan couldn't react in time. His chest was instantly pierced, spilling divine blood. Not only he but the other four gods suffered the same fate, severely wounded in mere moments. "Who are you?" xuanhuan roared at Brody, refusing to believe he could become so strong, unaware of who helped Brody. "My name is Bowden." Brody's voice was now slightly aged, no longer his own. Hearing this name, xuanhuan and the others were utterly shattered. How is this possible? You were dead. A man's name is his reputation. Just those three characters dominated xuanhuan and the others with fear. In the midst of the battle, only Freddy, fighting Qian, had encountered Bowden and recognized that divine soul force. As for xuanhuan and the others, they never had the privilege to battle Bowden back then. Facing this legendary figure now, even as a divine soul, they lost all will to fight. Chapter 344, Annihilation of Donald. Alistair, pay close attention. The bone sword in Brody's hands moved with remarkable agility, reaching the Ahmed who was attempting to flee in an instant. The seemingly slow and gentle sword strike was impossible for him to evade, as its light instantly pierced through his origin. "I am not willing." Ahmed spat out a mouthful of blood. His shattered origin left him even weaker than a great sage, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of vanishing. As for Donald and others, they had no time to care about Ahmed's fate at this moment. They distanced themselves from him, but it was a huge miscalculation, as they underestimated Brody. Brody held the bone sword, casting countless sword shadows that instantly filled the sky, surrounding Donald and two others, completely blocking their escape routes. Then he slashed fiercely at them. Donald tried to resist but was suppressed by an overwhelming divine soul force that paralyzed his consciousness. His mind went blank and his actions halted in place. As he became aware of the deadly danger in this crucial moment, it was already too late. Rip. In front of this sword beam, the divine body was like tofu, with boundless divine blood splashing as the sword chi tore into flesh. Donald's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Seeing himself perform so powerfully, Brody observed with intense concentration, excited and filled with anticipation. He realized something. Billy's sword move seemed casual, yet every stroke could easily neutralize opponents or claim lives. Each sword was maximized to its full potential. Brody gave a bitter smile, realizing how elementary his understanding of the way of the sword was in comparison. But he did not lose heart. One day, he would grow into a towering tree too. Under Sword Non-Duality's command, this battle ended in near total domination. Donald, despite all his resistance, met his end along with Ahmed and 2 other divine beings from the Demon God Palace. Sword Non-Duality's awakening was a turning point. Now only the most troublesome opponent remained, the projection of Maximilian. Once he was eliminated, the likes of Dugu Northski posed no real threat. Seeing Brody rise into the sky, Nangong Vivian trembled with excitement. Brody is going to take action against Maximilian. With the combined forces of him and Claude, victory is assured. Holding the bone sword, Brody approached with killing intent, standing beside Claude. Maximilian's face darkened further when he noticed that Donald and others were dead. He inwardly cursed before smiling again, speaking as if reminiscing with old friends. Our battle years ago. I thought you had been buried in the sands of time. Never thought we'd meet again today. In response, Brody remained cold and commanding. Battle years ago? Just you? You dare speak arrogantly? Maximilian paused, not angry. Ha ha ha. Indeed. If you were at your peak, if you were still that sword non-duality who dominated the universe, I wouldn't have the courage to face you. After saying this, Maximilian's tone turned cold. But reality must be faced. You are nothing but a broken remnant of a divine soul now. You belong to the past in this era. Reaching out towards a certain direction, a figure in white appeared next to him. It was Calalancher who had escaped. Brody's senses were momentarily stunned upon recognizing him. This Calalancher no longer looked self-assured. Fear and unease filled his eyes. Maximilian smiled warmly. Little one, don't be afraid. Lend me your body. With these words, Maximilian's projection flowed into Calalancher's body like water. Despite Calalancher's frantic struggles, his face distorted in apparent agony, it didn't stop Maximilian at all. Calalancher's expression turned vacant, his pupils dilating infinitely as if struck by lightning. After less than a breath, his eyes regained color, but with a distinctly alien feel. Hehehe. Vivian Inch slowly lifted his head, looking at his own body with evident satisfaction. His voice was still Maximilian's. Having a body indeed makes it much more comfortable. So then, before he finished speaking, Maximilian suddenly vanished, reappearing in front of Flynn, Atlas, and Claude, a terrifying aura gathering in his palm, which he unleashed with a violent slap. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated across the entire demon cultivation world. Unfortunately for Maximilian, this trick failed. Both were experienced warriors, especially Sword Non-Duality, whose divine senses always locked onto Maximilian. How could such a small ruse work? The three battled fiercely, terrifying energy surging in the demon cultivation world. Even a ripple from their conflict could bring calamity to countless lives. Anyone caught in it, even a great sage, couldn't survive. In the sea of demon cultivation, numerous great sage-level experts watched in awe, their shock indescribable. This is the power of a supreme deity? So terrifying. Even exalted deities within the battlefield might not last 10 breaths. The intensity of this battle wasn't limited to the demon cultivation world. Nearby worlds also felt the alarming aura. While the three were battling, a fight in outer space concluded. Dawn emerged from the void, her snow-white robe soaked in blood. Most striking was the head she held in her hand. That's Divine Solitary Pride. Divine Solitary Pride was actually beheaded by the Horatio. The House of Solitary Pride will fall. The underworld demon region will likely descend into chaos. Most of the House of Solitary Pride's experts perished in the sea of demon cultivation. Now, with its last pillar gone, the underworld demon region would undoubtedly fall into chaos. Some people sneered, chaos in the underworld demon region? The whole demon cultivation world is in upheaval. If Maximilian is repelled, Brody as the victor will lead the Heavenly Plum sect back to control the underworld demon region. How can there be chaos? Meeting Brody, Don showed some surprise, noticing the changes in him. However, he knew this battle was beyond his participation. Turning around, he entered the void to engage in other battles. The overall situation was set. If Brody defeated Maximilian, there would be no doubt, and the entire demon cultivation world's forces would undergo a significant reshuffle. The fierce battle continued, and soon, the fights in outer space quieted down. Regrettably, deities weren't easy to kill. Blood Demon Deity and Xiang Deity fled seeing the tide turn, while Lingyuan Deity suffered a similar fate as Calalancher, losing his life. The main deity battle intensified with various killing arts appearing. Suddenly, Maximilian stopped. The power stored in the mirror was depleted. Allowing the sword beam to strike, Vivian Inch's physical body burst instantly. Brody wanted to save a trace of Vivian Inch's divine soul, but discovered it had long been devoured. Maximilian reappeared, his form extremely ethereal and semi-transparent, as if ready to dissipate into thin air. Chapter 345. Cherish the present moment. Cash looked at the two with a calm gaze, his voice tinged with regret. It's unfortunate that this projection mirror is inadequate, and we couldn't have a proper battle. You're Brody, right? One day, we will face each other. After giving Brody one last intense look, Cash's projection completely dissipated. The mirror, having exhausted all its divine power, lost its luster and shattered on the ground. We won. Brody heaved a heavy sigh of relief as Philip's power receded like the tide, and control over his body returned to him. Turning around, Brody was about to speak when he froze in place. He watched as Vic's hair rapidly turned from black to white, and he could feel that the beats of the demonic heart were no longer as strong and vigorous, gradually weakening. Senior Imo, you? Vic gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Knowing his own fate and having endured an exhausting battle, he had long prepared himself for this outcome. After returning the Hongjian to Brody, He gently beckoned and vanished along with Brody and Lena. In the Demon Soul Mountains, Vic sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing tenderly at his daughter before turning to look at Brody, his eyes filled with warmth. Both knew that Vic was now preparing his final words. Tears welled up in Lena's eyes. Alfredo, I finally get to see you again. With deep affection and regret, Vic reached out his rough hands to wipe away Lena's tears. His once magnificent black hair had now turned completely white, making him look more like an heartily man. Don't cry, Xiaoju. Your father is already dead. I apologize for not being able to stay by your side. He then turned to Brody. What do you think of Xiaoju? At these words, Lena blushed slightly but remained silent, wanting to hear what Brody would say. Realizing Vic's intent, Brody hesitated for a moment before responding. She is an unparalleled beauty, unmatched by any. There's no one who wouldn't admire her. Really? Then do you like her? Brody was taken aback again. Glancing sideways at Lena, the gentle breeze brushed past a lock of her black hair. Her cold yet elegant demeanor, combined with her clear and bright eyes, made her look distant yet approachable. Noticing Brody's gaze, she blushed and nervously clasped the hem of her dress. As Vic coughed lightly, Brody snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He awkwardly laughed. I do like her, but you know what burden I carry. I'm afraid. Fear? What do you have to fear? If you can't even love openly, what else can you do? Are you not a man? Vic held both their hands together and sighed deeply. Do not betray the mission you bear, nor the person beside you. Hearing Vic's words, Brody's heart trembled. Indeed, time flies. We should cherish those who are with us now. When it comes to the point of reminiscence, everything will be too late. Harvey and others also came to bid farewell to Vic. Seeing them, Vic offered a faint smile. I entrust the demon cultivation realm to you. I am at ease. His breathing gradually slowed, and the demonic heart ceased beating. A generation's leader, the demonic god. Though his reign was brief, he ended his life with grace. Alfredo. Unable to hold back, Lena embraced Vic and wept bitterly. It was equally heartbreaking to lose a parent, no matter the order of events. Senior Vic, rest in peace. Standing before Vic's tombstone, Brody felt heavy-hearted. Harvey, Jackson, and others bowed their heads in silence. Vic was not only their sovereign but also a brother, teacher, and friend. Seeing Lena still in sorrow, Brody hesitated before pulling her into his embrace. Holding her in his arms, Brody harbored no improper thoughts, speaking softly, from now on, I will be by your side. They stayed there for 3 days until Lena reluctantly left with Brody. Vic would not want them to remain in endless grief. He hoped they would find happiness. However, Lena did not leave with Brody immediately, rushing instead to the Miles realm. Though the 3 deities were dead, remnants of the demon palace needed to be dealt with and purged. As for Brody, he returned to Ronin-Plum sect. I'm back. Audining Chio, though usually cold, felt immense joy and gently leaned against Brody's chest, closing her eyes. Welcome back. After a brief reunion, Brody went to Ronin Z's residence. Upon entering, he was surprised to find Taoist Maud and his fellow seniors waiting there, as if expecting him. He wasn't wrong. As soon as they learned Brody had returned, they knew he would eventually come here and promptly waited. Taoist Maud smiled warmly. Little junior brother, your exploits have truly shaken the world. Clive quickly added with pride, Humph, who do you think brought little junior brother back? Anyone I take a liking to couldn't possibly be anything less. Brody chuckled, remembering his initial encounter with Clive upon arriving at the demon cultivation realm, when he was still weak. Thankfully, Ronin-Plum sect did not disappoint him. Now little junior brother is among the top cultivators in the demon cultivation realm. Sister Khalil, you can't treat him like before anymore, Amaris teased coyly. Unexpectedly, Clive interjected with a grin. Hee, senior sister Khalil can treat him however she wants. I don't mind. Scram. Watching this exchange, Brody could only shake his head with a smile. However, if Amaris dared tease him as before, he'd make sure she paid for it. To be honest, I must inform Master and my senior siblings that I've killed Gary, and the likes of Anders have also been slain in the demonic sea. As you might expect, the first thing I plan to do after returning is reclaim the Earth Demon domain. Finally hearing these words, Felix and others were exhilarated. Even Ronin Z felt a surge of excitement. Despite Ronin-Plum sect's good treatment in the Mystic Demon domain, their true starting point was the Earth Demon domain. A dream he wished to fulfill above all else. Hashtag chapter 346, return to Ronin-Plum sect. Master! A clear voice echoed, and Brody turned around to see little Vivian Inksy running over, burrowing into his arms with her bright eyes wide open. Master, you're finally back. Seeing little Vivian Inksy, Aaron and the others all smiled warmly, clearly fond of the little girl, who they spoiled regularly. A faint smile appeared on Brody's lips as he pinched her tiny nose. Have you been practicing diligently? Vivian Inksy nodded earnestly. I haven't slacked off for even a day. As she spoke, she extended her tender hand, and a faint mist began swirling around her fingertips. Brody was immediately taken aback. It was spiritual energy. You've become a martial artist? Brody couldn't help but ask. After all, Vivian Inksy was barely 6 years old. If she had truly become a martial artist, such news would shock the world. Seeing Vivian Inksy nod, Brody gently placed his hand on her shoulder. His eyes widened in surprise. Her cultivation had already reached the 3rd rank martial disciple level. Under his perception, there were no residual effects of elixirs or external forces within Vivian Inksy's body, indicating that she had achieved this purely through her own efforts. York, don't forget this little girl has a strand of your innate chi within her. Hearing Irvin's words, Brody suddenly realized something, yet concern still lingered in his eyes. Would this affect her future foundation? After all, rapid advancement relying on external aids could pose hidden dangers to one's foundation, leading to floating cultivation levels and mismatched combat strength in the future. This was why Billy advised him not to absorb sword artifacts unnecessarily. The path of cultivation demanded gradual progress, step by step. Attempting shortcuts was like chasing dreams. Even if forcibly pushed by external forces, such cultivation would be unstable. Don't worry. That strand of innate chi has long fused perfectly with her, becoming part of her being. Although it constantly boosts her cultivation, it can't be stopped, and even if there is some influence, it won't be significant. More practice will resolve any issues. Brody finally felt relieved. Hee, didn't expect you to have a disciple. Not bad, said Billy, who saw Vivian Anxie for the first time, expressing both surprise and satisfaction. Brody then explained Vivian Anxie's background to Billy and mentioned his other disciple, Xavier, aka Henri. Seeing him dazed, Vivian Anxie thought she might have done something wrong and asked timidly, Master, did I do something wrong? Brody quickly snapped out of his daze, stroking her head with a laugh. No, Master was just talking with your ancestor. Though Brody often argued with Billy and never called him Master, in his heart, he regarded him as a mentor and close friend. Ancestor? Vivian Anxie looked confused, glancing between Aaron and Brody, wondering when they talked. Haha, it's another ancestor. Wait, I'll introduce you later. Vivian Anxie nodded, understanding that since the older brother wasn't angry, everything was fine. Next, Brody had Vivian Anxie demonstrate the basic sword techniques in front of him, correcting a few minor errors now and then. Billy also emerged from the heavenly sword, meeting Vivian Anxie. Hearing her call him ancestor multiple times made G Atlas chuckle, almost losing his bearings. Finally, under the cover of night, Brody slipped into Anika's room. After a fierce battle, the two lay in bed. Anika nestled in Brody's embrace. She whispered softly, "What are your plans for the future?" This question startled Brody. After reclaiming Ronin Plum Sect in demonic domain, it was time to leave the demon cultivation realm. He had promised Xuanhuan to find her in ethereal immortal realm after 10 years. It was almost 5 years now. There was also an obligation he must fulfill, sending Cedric and the other souls back to the Julie world and reconstructing their physical bodies. Their original bodies had been drained of life force by Cindy and were unusable. Why Julie world? With his current cultivation, only Julie world provided the necessary environment for their resurrection. Each soul carries a world imprint. Without the corresponding world imprint, resurrection attempts might fail. Returning to Julie world would greatly increase the success rate. Looking at Anika, Brody revealed his plans. I won't stay in the demon cultivation realm much longer and will leave for a long time. How long? I'm not sure. Brody braced for various reactions from Anika, like sadness, anger, or disappointment. But she only nodded calmly, saying something profoundly comforting. I'll wait for you in Ronin Plum Sect until you return. Moved by her words, Brody held her tighter, wishing to meld her into his very being. The next morning, Ronin Plum Sect was filled with an unusual aura. Visitors would notice that all disciples had gathered in the training plaza, along with Auden family members. Their eyes shone with unprecedented anticipation. News of Brody's return had spread. Day after day, we've waited for this moment. Led by 10th Uncle, we will destroy the Dugu family. All humiliations must be washed away with the Dugu family's blood. Brody appeared with Aaron in the training plaza. As soon as everyone saw them, the noisy square fell silent, especially when they spotted Brody. Excitement surged among all present. Greetings to all seniors and ancestor. Their voices resounded loudly, revealing a determined spirit to reclaim demonic domain. Seeing their morale, Brody was slightly surprised. No further motivation seemed necessary, the atmosphere was already charged. Of course, Brody still needed to address the crowd. He cleared his throat and announced loudly, Everyone, as you know, today we shall march back to demonic domain. Are you ready? Kill, kill, kill. All the disciples roared in response, their voices loud and resolute. They had waited too long for this day. Brody nodded approvingly. However, there were a few points he needed to clarify. Chapter 347. Those who stand in my way will share the same fate. First, there must be no indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent and the weak. Our enemies are the Dugu family, followed by the Blood Spirit Sanctuary. If anyone kills without cause, they will be severely punished. Second, there must be no plundering. All treasures are not to be privately appropriated. If I find anyone using this opportunity to enrich themselves, they will be severely punished. Third, if other forces obstruct us, pay no heed. Attack without hesitation. Everyone's heart skipped a beat upon hearing these words, and no one dared oppose. Seeing that his message was well received, Brody nodded slightly and immediately organized everyone for departure towards Kalalimo City. They were to use a teleportation array to arrive directly at Diamond City. A large group of people approached the outer walls of Kalalimo City, instantly attracting the attention of the guards. Fortunately, Brody had already alerted them, so after confirming their identities, they were allowed to pass unimpeded and arrived smoothly at the teleportation array. I wish little friend Flynn success this time. At the teleportation array, almost all of the G family's higher-ups were present. Hassan smiled faintly. Though I know that with little friend Flynn's current strength, pacifying Diamond territory should be effortless, our G family has decided, after discussion, to offer your sect some assistance. As he spoke, Slade led a group forward, each wearing black armor, their eyes cold and stern. Although only about 100 in number, each was at the Sage realm, an absolute elite force. A formidable aura enveloped them. It was clear they were seasoned warriors. Brother Flynn, these are our family's elite, the Black Shen army, all members of the G clan, absolutely loyal. Slade didn't become Jirjin, overly formal, due to Brody's increased strength. He remained as Songlong, straightforward, as ever, his cultivation now at the Sage King realm. Improved version. Brother Flynn, these are the elites of our G family, the Black Shen army. They all bear our family name and are absolutely loyal. Slade didn't become overly formal due to Brody's increased strength. He remained as straightforward as ever, his cultivation now at the Sage King realm. Note, The term Black Shen Army seems to be a proper noun that includes a Chinese character, which should likely remain as is unless a full English equivalent or translation for Shen is provided in context. The Nathaniel also nodded. Little friend Flynn can rest assured. We will not participate in the distribution of Diamond Territory's resources. Once the conflict ends, we will withdraw. Faced with such enthusiasm from the G family, Brody did not feign modesty. The addition of the Black Shen Army would undoubtedly bolster their forces. Note, Black Shen Army seems to be a term that wasn't fully translated. If Shen has a specific meaning or name in the context of the story, it should be translated accordingly. For now, I'll assume it's a proper name and leave it as Black Kalilan Army. Faced with such enthusiasm from the G family, Brody did not feign modesty. The addition of the Black Kalilan Army would undoubtedly bolster their forces. At this moment, Diamond City's streets were deserted, devoid of its usual prosperity. Due to Gary's demise, the Dugu family had moved out of the Divine Realm world. Inside a mansion, the last two great sages of the Dugu family sat, Nathaniel's 5 and 6. To guard the family, they did not go to the Demon Sea, which is why they survived. However, their faces were now terribly grim. How detestable those forces are. Once the Dugu family faced this calamity, they revealed their true colors, baring their fangs at us. Ever since the deaths of Gary and Anders and other powerful figures, various forces in Diamond Territory began targeting the weakened Dugu family, frequently engaging in conflicts. Now, they even demanded the entire Dugu clan leave Diamond City. Not only that, but they insisted the Dugu family leave all their treasures behind and submit in subservience. A demand unacceptable to a once dominant clan like the Dugu family. Humph, we'll fight them until the bitter end. Even without our divine patriarch, as long as we two old men remain, the Dugu family isn't easy prey. Nathaniel's 6 fiery personality was evident, his words extreme. FLYNT, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Despite their losses, the Dugu family still had 2 great sages. A desperate bloodbath would likely result in heavy casualties for the attacking forces. Nathaniel 5 sighed bitterly. Old 6, don't forget Brody far away in Kalalimo territory. This man harbors deep grudges. One day, he will return. Various forces have promised to help us intimidate Brody if we agree to their demands. Intimidate Brody? Ridiculous. With their character, if that boy attacks recklessly, would they really come to our aid? Unlikely. Nathaniel 6 sneered. He knew too well what these people were thinking. It was an empty promise, not worth taking seriously. As they conversed, outside Diamond City, a large force had gathered, led by several great sage-level experts, representing the coalition of various Diamond Territory forces. One man wore a green robe, noteworthy for having hair as green as his attire, quite conspicuous. No one dared underestimate or get close to him, for he was the ancestor of the Poison King sect, virtually covered in poison. The Poison King sect ancestor said coolly, his voice echoing throughout Diamond City. Dugu family Hartleys, have you considered our proposal? Within moments, the 2 Dugu family Hartleys flew out of the mansion, their expressions grave. Old Poison Fiend, the Dugu family can leave Diamond City, but we must retain half of our resources, and you must help us against Brody. This is our greatest concession. If you cannot meet these terms, then let's just fight. An orderly contingent of armored cavalry emerged from the mansion, 300 strong. Additionally, Saint Kings and Sage Realm experts from the Dugu family appeared, exuding formidable auras. Seeing the significant number of strong opponents, the coalition forces fell silent. Indeed, although the Dugu family had lost many top-tier experts, their strength remained formidable. An all-out battle might lead to a Pyrrhic victory, costing more than it gained. The Poison King sect ancestor promptly put on a friendly smile. Ha 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 ha, the 2 Hartleys worry unnecessarily. After all, we share a certain relationship. We agree to your terms. Though Brody is currently at his peak, with us here, we won't let the Dugu family be destroyed by him. The Poison King sect was powerful, boasting 2 great sages. Their ancestors' cultivation was exceptional, a standout among great sages. His poison abilities were unpredictable and highly effective, giving him significant influence within the coalition. Hearing this, the Dugu family Hartleys nodded slightly. However, at this moment, Diamond City's teleportation array emitted violent fluctuations. Everyone turned to see a swarm of black-robed figures descending from the sky. Upon seeing the leading black-robed figure, everyone's expressions turned serious, especially the 2 Dugu family Hartleys, who looked utterly panicked. They had expected Brody to come, but not this quickly. This day, the Dugu family will fall. Those who stand in my way will share the same fate. Hashtag chapter 348, a demigod's full blow. Brody's voice echoed throughout the entire Demon Earth City. Behind him, the auras of numerous powerhouses were completely unrestrained. Lewis, the old ancestor of the Auden family, Taoist Maud, all 3 grand sages, along with countless disciples, and the Xuanhuan army of the Hazamali. A bone-chilling aura swept over everyone. Knowing Brody was targeting them, the 2 Hartleys of the Dugu family couldn't help but swallow hard and turn their stiff necks to look at the elven. Dao friend, we have agreed to all the previous conditions. You can't just abandon us. Though they had spoken boldly before, now the elven and other powerhouses from various forces revealed hesitations on their faces. Brody's earlier words clearly showed his determination to annihilate the Dugu family. Should they involve themselves in this murky water? If they didn't, they wouldn't get a share of the Dugu family's resources. Before they could deliberate, Brody lifted his hand lightly and brought it down abruptly, shouting, "Attack! Charge!" The disciples of Ronin and Mei sects had been waiting impatiently. With Brody's command, they instantly rushed towards the Dugu family. The 2 Hartleys' faces changed drastically. They wanted to stop them but were halted by a streak of sword light. The 2 Hartleys, Anders has been waiting for you downstairs for a long time. Go down and join him. Although the core strength of the Dugu family remained, facing the onslaught of 3 grand sages like Lewis, they couldn't withstand the combined attack of the Ronin Mei alliance, suffering heavy casualties and retreating continuously. Brody, you are too much. Seeing their clansmen die one after another, the two Hartleys of the Dugu family had bloodshot eyes. However, against the current Brody, they were no match, already sustaining significant injuries. Are you just going to stand there watching? If you can help our Dugu family escape this calamity, we are willing to pay any price. These words were directed towards the alliance of various forces in the Demon Earth domain. Hearing this, each leader's eyes gleamed with greed. They immediately stopped hesitating and spoke up. Young friend Flynn, why not turn hostility into peace to avoid destruction in the Demon Earth domain? We promise that Ronin May sect will have a place in the future Demon Earth domain. And the Hazamali, please do not interfere in our matters. Leave quickly and do not damage the friendly relations between the domains. Brody, if you don't stop the conflict, we will have no choice but to stop your aggression for the sake of the people in the Demon Earth domain. Several grand sages in the alliance voiced out warnings, even releasing divine might to intimidate Brody, hoping to deter him. However, they greatly underestimated Brody. It was almost ignorant of them. Brody gave them a cold glance and did not stop as they expected. Instead, his attack grew fiercer, yelling loudly, "Everyone, obey the order. If anyone dares to obstruct, eliminate them without mercy." Hearing this, several grand sages in the alliance became grim-faced, their eyes filled with murderous intent. This boy was simply too arrogant. If so, don't blame us. Disciples, exterminate all the troublemakers. A chaotic battle erupted. The participation of the allied forces significantly reduced the pressure on the Dugu family. Meanwhile, led by the Elven, 5 grand sages surrounded Brody. Today, we will cleanse the G lineage and bring peace to the Demon Earth domain. Bluffing. Brody sneered, unafraid. Golden blood chi surged out, and the illusionary figure of Vajrabhairava appeared behind him. Instantly, Brody's aura soared several levels. A golden bone sword glowed in his hand as Brody took the initiative, engaging in battle with the others. Even outnumbered, he didn't fall back at all, leaving them stunned. Break. Brody and the Vajrabhairava illusion struck together with one sword. Instantly, the grand sages felt an impending doom. 2 of them couldn't dodge in time, and were instantly cut into 2. Hiss. Too terrifying. The Elven had a flickering expression. He had always known Brody's power had increased greatly, but he never imagined it would be this strong. Even under the attacks of several grand sages, even a peak grand sage would struggle, yet Brody seemed unaffected. As he was lost in thought, Brody suddenly appeared in front of him. The cold sword edge made him shiver, barely dodging the strike. At this moment, the Elven laughed maniacally. "Brody, you're finished." Despite showing weakness, the invisible poison gas had spread. Only he could feel it. The toxins had unknowingly entered Brody's body. The crowd looked over and saw the old ancestor grinning wickedly at Brody. Lewis frowned. Bad. Forgot to remind Brody about that old poison master. Even Lao Zhu of the Auden family's expression changed slightly. They knew this old poison master well. His combat strength was average, but what was most feared was his potent poisons. Even chi contained deadly toxins, capable of silently taking lives. Unexpectedly, Brody was completely unaffected. Not only did his aura remain strong, but it grew more formidable. There wasn't a hint of being poisoned. Even the Elven wore a puzzled expression and even lost an arm to Brody. Brody sneered at him, suddenly extending his arm. The crowd followed his movement, seeing a green glow enveloped by Brody's golden blood chi, unable to break through its barrier. Is this all you've got? How could he not know about the old ancestor's secret toxin release? The Vajrabhairava's blood chi naturally repelled it. Seeing this, the old ancestor's face turned sour like eating dog excrement. His prideful poison, which once instilled fear in the world, was powerless against Brody, robbing him of his greatest tool. Of course, the primary reason was that the old ancestor's poisons hadn't reached a divine level. If they were potent enough to terrify even gods, even the extraordinary Vajrabhairava would succumb. No more playing around. A talisman suddenly appeared in Brody's hand, radiating immense power, laced with threads of divine might. The faces of the grand sage-level powerhouses paled. Brody hurled the talisman into the air, and it exploded with blinding light. The powerhouses instantly snapped out of shock, horrified. Bad. Run. Fast. But it was too late. This was a full blow from a demigod. Before the powerhouses could flee far, the destructive force caught up. Boom. A deafening roar echoed across the sky. Dust and blood filled the air. Almost all the grand sages in the alliance were heavily injured, with some having their essence shattered, near death. Terrifying. All the powerhouses paled, lucky survivors with no desire to fight Brody again, only wanting to flee. Save the tree stump, and there will always be wood to burn. The 2 Hartleys of the Dugu family fled with their mangled bodies, abandoning their clansmen as they struggled to preserve their lives. The same went for other powerhouses. Injured, facing a Brody capable of defeating peak grand sages, they could only hope to save their lives. Chapter 349. Wait for me to return. Seeing the great sage-level powerhouses fleeing, the morale of the Dugu family and the allied forces plummeted. They were pushed back relentlessly by the soaring morale of the Heavenly Plum Blossom sect disciples, with some even beginning to panic and flee in disarray. Now you want to leave? It's too late. Brody raised his sword and leaped forward, leading the chase against 2 Hartleys of the Dugu family. Sensing the murderous intent from behind, the 2 Hartleys flashed a look of ferocity in their eyes. Brody, if you insist on wiping us out, then let's go together. However, just as they were about to self-destruct, Ambri tore through the void and instantly severed their essences. Their pupils gradually dilated, filled with unwillingness, and they could only fall helplessly. In their final moments, they bitterly smiled. After ruling for so many years, they now didn't even have the Zugura, right, to self-destruct. Truly pitiful. With the death of the 2 Hartleys, the Dugu family was thoroughly finished, its last glimmer of hope extinguished. As for Brody, He had already pursued the hill of the Poison King sect. Seeing Brody stick to him like a shadow, the patriarch immediately lowered his stance. Young friend Flynn, we don't have deep enmity between us. Why must you seek to utterly destroy me? If you spare me today, in the future, the Poison King sect will definitely follow your lead. Upon hearing this, Brody merely sneered. He understood these people's true thoughts all too well. Follow his lead? With the Donghua family destroyed, how could they be content being dominated by another force? Given an opportunity, they would likely treat him worse than they did the Donghua family. In response, there was only the gleam of his sword. Facing Brody, who was resonating with the shadow of the immovable Wisdom King, the Poison King sect's patriarch could only die at the sword's edge. Another great sage of the Poison King sect died alongside him. As for the last great sage of the allied forces, he had already disappeared while Brody was chasing others. Brody didn't bother pursuing further, but returned to the Demon Earth City. The battle here was nearly over. The Donghua family was utterly wiped out. Except for a few who luckily escaped, the rest perished by the sword. The allied forces were also scattered, most dying in this battle. Bodies littered the ground. At this moment, Demon Earth City seemed to come straight from hell, unbearable to behold. The disciples of Heavenly Plum Blossom sect and the Auden family who died in this battle were buried with respect. As for those who died from the Black Shan, mysterious, army, Slade stated that he would bring them back to the Hazamali for burial. This was the cruelty of war, a symbol of blood and chaos. Brody silently watched it all, feeling some agitation but no regret. If given the chance again, he would do the same. Mercy is not suited for military command. In the harsh path of cultivation, kindness is the cheapest thing. Being kind to enemies is cruelty to oneself. If roles were reversed, the Donghua family wouldn't have spared them either. 3 days later, the Blood Spirit Holy Land, after the death of Blood Spirit Holy Lord, has been annexed by other forces. As for Charles Shah the Great Sage, he has fled the Demon Earth Realm, and his sect has already disbanded. The resources of the Donghua family and other forces have been tallied. In total, before Taoist priest Mation could finish, Brody interrupted him with a bitter smile. Brother Star, you can handle it as you see fit. There's no need to report these matters to me. You are better suited to manage the sect. Mation Taoist paused, then nodded with a smile. The Demon Earth Realm is now mostly pacified. My next plan is to recruit more disciples to infuse new life into the sect. With ample resources, I believe our Heavenly Plum Blossom sect will grow stronger. Brody nodded. Brother, go ahead. With you handling things, I'm at ease. Not only in Demon Earth Realm, but also in various demon realms without divine guardians, internal strife erupted to varying degrees. But whoever emerged victorious vowed to heed the divine decree, daring not to defy it. As for the remaining forces of the Divine Devil Palace in the Miles realm, without divine oversight, were effortlessly eradicated by Devil Ji Kalilan. The world of demon cultivators was now basically settled. I'm leaving. Facing the beautiful woman before him, Brody felt somewhat guilty. Anika gently wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head on his chest. Still the same words, I will always wait for you. Anika's voice trembled slightly. Though she knew Brody would leave, she had prepared herself countless times. Yet on this day, her heart could not remain calm. Brody lightly touched her forehead. Wait for me. Would you be willing to marry me when I return? Hearing this, Anika lifted her head sharply, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In her heart, though she didn't want to force Brody to marry her, which woman would be indifferent to such a commitment? Suddenly, Anika smiled faintly. When you return, I will marry you. The two embraced under the moonlit night, wordless, savoring their last moments together. Miles' realm. This was Brody's first time setting foot here. Unlike other demon realms, the spiritual energy, Tao principles, and vast expanse of land here far exceeded the others. Brody came here to bid farewell to Devil Ji Kalilan. According to the plan, he would return to Julie World to help Ted reconstruct his body, and then head directly to the Eastern Star region, where the ethereal immortal domain was located, according to Billy. Devil Ji Kalilan nodded slightly. Unfortunately, the Super Chanfeng Fa Chun teleportation array in the demon realm was completely destroyed in that battle. Otherwise, it would have saved you much travel time. Hearing this, Brody was momentarily stunned, then slapped his forehead, almost forgetting this important matter. Still hopeful, he asked, is there no way to repair it? Devil Ji Kalilan shook her head. Repairing it would require a deity's intervention, something beyond their capabilities. For cross-realm teleportation, one needed at least someone at the divine level to intervene, and it would take considerable time. Even Billy expressed powerlessness. After all, he was in a divine soul state with too many limitations. Finally, Brody gave up. It seemed he could only travel honestly. Fortunately, with his current cultivation, his speed had greatly increased. Returning to Julie World should take only about half a year or less. I plan to leave the demon realm after breaking through to the divine realm. Devil Ji Kalilan had already reached the peak of the Great Sage stage, her combat strength even stronger. Breaking through to the divine realm was likely imminent. However, her decision surprised Brody. What for? Just as they were about to self-detonate, Ambry pierced through space and instantly cut into both their cores. Their pupils gradually widened, filled with unyielding regret as they helplessly collapsed. In their final moments, they bitterly smiled. Having ruled for so many years, now they didn't even have the right to self-destruct. Truly pitiful. With the deaths of the two, the Donghua family was utterly finished, its last glimmer of hope extinguished. As for Brody, he had already pursued the old patriarch of Poison King sect. Seeing Brody sticking like an adhesive plaster, he quickly lowered his attitude. Little friend Flynn, we don't have deep enmity. Why be so thorough? If you spare me today, Poison King sect will surely follow your lead in the future. Hearing this, Brody merely sneered. He knew all too well their true intentions. Follow his lead? With the Donghua family gone, would they really be willing to be dominated by another force? Given any opportunity, they might turn even more ruthless than they were to the Donghua family. In response, there was only the glint of the sword. Facing Brody resonating with the shadow of the unmoving Vidyaraja, the old patriarch of Poison King sect could only die by the sword, alongside another great sage of Poison King sect. As for the last great sage of the allied forces, he had taken advantage of Brody's pursuit of others and vanished without a trace. Brody didn't bother chasing him further, turning back to return to Devil Earth City. The battles here were almost over. The Dugu family was completely wiped out. Apart from a few lucky escapees, everyone else died miserably under blades and swords. The allied forces had long been dispersed, with most dying in this battle. Corpses lay strewn everywhere. Devil Earth City now resembled hell, a gruesome sight. The fallen disciples of the Heavenly Plum Blossom sect and the Auden family were respectfully buried, while Slade indicated that those from the Black Profound army would be brought back to Hazamali for proper burial. This was the cruelty of war, a symbol of blood and chaos. Brody silently observed everything. Though his heart stirred, he felt no regret. If given another chance, he would still do the same. Compassion did not command armies, and in the brutal path of cultivation, kindness was the cheapest virtue. Especially kindness to enemies. It was nothing but cruelty to oneself. Had the roles been reversed, the Dugu family wouldn't have spared them either. 3 days later, Blood Spirit Sanctuary has been swallowed by other forces following the death of Blood Spirit Sovereign. As for Sansong Great Sage, he has fled Devil Earth region, and his sect has already disbanded. The resources of the Dugu family and various forces have been accounted for, totaling. Before Taoist Master Felix could finish, Brody stopped him, laughing bitterly. Brother Star, just handle it as you see fit. There's no need to report these matters to me. You're better suited to manage the sect. Taoist Master Felix paused, then nodded with a smile. Devil Earth region is now largely pacified. My next plan is to widely recruit disciples to inject fresh blood into our sect. With ample resources, our Heavenly Plum Blossom sect will grow stronger. Brody nodded. Brother, take care of it. With you around, I'm at ease. Not only Devil Earth region, but other demonic regions without divine presence experienced internal unrest to varying degrees. But whoever emerged victorious vowed to abide by the gods' commands. None dared disobey. As for the remaining forces of the Divine Demon Palace in Heaven Demon region, without divine oversight, were effortlessly eliminated by Cindy. The demon world was basically settled. I must go. Facing the beautiful woman before him, Brody felt a pang of guilt. Anika gently wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head on his chest. I'll always wait for you. Anika's voice trembled slightly. Although she knew Brody would leave and had prepared herself countless times, her heart couldn't remain calm on this day. Brody lightly tapped her forehead. Wait for me to return. Will you marry me? Upon hearing this, Anika looked up sharply, her eyes shimmering with tears. Though she hadn't wanted to force Brody into marriage, which woman could be indifferent about her place? Suddenly, Anika smiled. When you return, I will marry you. Under the moonlit night, they embraced silently, savoring this final moment. Heaven Demon region. This was Brody's first visit here. Unlike other demon regions, the spiritual energy, Tao principles, and vastness of the land here far surpassed all others. Brody came to bid farewell to Cindy. According to the plan, after helping Ted rebuild his physical body in the Julie world, he would likely head directly to the Eastern Star Domain, where Ethereal Immortal Realm was located, according to Billy. Cindy nodded slightly. It's a pity that the super teleportation array in the demon world was destroyed during that battle. Otherwise, it could have saved you a lot of travel time. Surprised at first, Brody then patted his head. He had almost forgotten this crucial matter. Still hopeful, he asked, can it be repaired? Cindy shook her head. Only a primordial deity could restore it. It was beyond their capabilities. For cross-realm teleportation, one needed at least a primordial deity, requiring significant time. Even Billy expressed helplessness, being limited to his current soul state. Finally, Brody gave up. Looks like he'd have to travel honestly. Thankfully, with his current cultivation, speed had greatly increased. He estimated it would take less than half a year to return to the Julie world. After breaking through to the divine realm, I plan to leave the demon world. Cindy had already reached the peak great sage level, her combat strength even higher. Breaking through to the divine realm should happen soon. However, this decision took Brody by surprise. Why? Chapter 349. Wait for my return. Seeing the great sage level powerhouses fleeing, the morale of the Dugu family and the coalition plummeted. They were being relentlessly pushed back by the Ronin Plum sect disciples and had even begun to rout. Now you want to leave? It's too late. Brody swung his sword and led the pursuit against two Hartleys of the Dugu family. Sensing the killing intent behind them, the two Hartleys' eyes flashed with ferocity. Brody, since you wish to exterminate us, let's all go together. But just as they were about to self-destruct, Ambry appeared out of nowhere, instantly severing their origins. Their pupils dilated in disbelief. Filled with inner resentment, they could only fall helplessly. In their final moments, they laughed bitterly. After reigning for so long, they now didn't even have the right to self-destruct. How pitiful. With these two dead, the Dugu family was utterly finished, any remaining hope extinguished. As for Brody, he had already set off to chase the old patriarch of the Poison King sect. Seeing Brody stick to him like glue, he immediately adopted a humble attitude. Little friend Flynn, our enmity isn't deep. Why must it end in extermination? If you spare me today, the Poison King sect will look up to you from now on. Brody only sneered at this. He knew full well what these people truly thought. Would they willingly submit to another force after the Dugu family's downfall? Given the chance, they would be even more ruthless than they were to the Dugu family. His response was only the glow of his sword. Facing Brody, who was in resonance with the immobile Alec Shadow, the old patriarch of the Poison King sect met his end under the blade. Another great sage of the Poison King sect died with him. The last great sage of the coalition managed to slip away while Brody was busy. Brody didn't bother pursuing him further and returned to demonic Earth City. The battle here was almost over. The Dugu family was utterly destroyed. Few survived. Most died under the blades and swords. The coalition had already scattered, most dying in this battle. Bodies littered the ground. Demonic Earth City resembled hell itself, a gruesome sight. The disciples of Ronin Plum sect and the Auden family who died in this battle were properly buried. As for the Black Shin army's fallen, Slade promised to take them back to the G family for burial. This was the cruelty of war, the symbol of blood and chaos. Brody watched in silence, feeling some emotion but no regret. If given the chance again, he would do the same. Compassion doesn't command armies. In the cruel path of cultivation, kindness is the cheapest trait, especially toward enemies, which is tantamount to cruelty to oneself. Had roles been reversed, the Dugu family wouldn't have spared them either. 3 days later, the Blood Spirit Holy Land has been swallowed by other forces following the death of its ruler. As for the Charles Shah Great Sage, he has fled the demonic Earth region, and his sect has disbanded. The resources of the Dugu family and various factions have been tallied. In total, before Daoist Mation could finish, Brody interrupted with a bitter smile. Brother Star, handle it as you see fit. No need to report to me. You are better suited for managing the sect. Mation paused, then nodded with a laugh. The demonic Earth region is now mostly pacified. My next plan is to recruit more disciples to inject new vitality into our sect. With these abundant resources, I believe Ronin Plum sect will grow stronger. Brody nodded. Alice stared at it, brother. With you here, I'm reassured. Not only in the demonic Earth region, but also in other magic realms lacking divine guardians, internal strife erupted to varying degrees. FLYNT whoever won always declared adherence to the god's commands without fail. As for the remnants of the Demon Palace in Miles region, without a deity guardian, they were effortlessly eradicated by Cindy. The demon cultivation world was largely stabilized. I must go. Facing the beautiful woman before him, Brody felt somewhat guilty. Anika gently wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head on his chest. I'll wait for you as always. Anika's voice trembled slightly. Though she knew Brody would leave and had prepared herself mentally countless times, her heart couldn't remain calm when the day arrived. Brody lightly touched her forehead. Wait for me to return. Will you marry me? Hearing this, Anika raised her head sharply, her eyes glistening with tears. Although she didn't want to force Brody to marry her, no woman could be indifferent about official status. Suddenly, Anika smiled faintly. When you return, I'll marry you. They embraced under the moonlit night, saying nothing, silently enjoying this final moment together. Miles region. This was Brody's first visit here. Unlike other magic realms, this place had far superior spiritual energy, Tao rules, and vast expanses. Brody came here to bid farewell to Cindy. According to the plan, he would assist Ted in regenerating his physical body in Giuli realm before heading to the Eastern Star region, where the ethereal immortal domain was located according to Irvin. Cindy nodded. It's a pity that the super teleportation array in the demon cultivation world was completely destroyed in that battle. Otherwise, it would save you much travel time. Hearing this, Brody first froze, then slapped his head, almost forgetting this crucial matter. Still, he asked hopefully, can't it be repaired? Cindy shook her head. Repairing it would require a primary deity's intervention, something beyond their capability. For inter-realm teleportation, a primary deity was the minimum requirement, taking significant time and effort. Even Irvin admitted helplessness since he was merely in a spirit form with many limitations. Finally, Brody resigned himself. It seemed he could only make the journey the old-fashioned way. Fortunately, with his current cultivation level, his speed was significantly improved. He estimated that returning to Giuli realm would take no more than half a year. I plan to leave the demon cultivation world after breaking through to the divine realm. Cindy was already at the peak of the great sage level, with even stronger combat power. Breaking through to the divine realm would likely happen soon, though this decision surprised Brody. Why? Chapter 350. Returning to Giuli Jade City. With my current state post-god realm, the cultivation in the demon world has indeed reached its limit. If I wish to rapidly enhance my strength, naturally, I must venture more into the universe and temper myself, Cindy explained. Hearing this, Brody nodded in agreement. This was true, as he well knew Cindy's character. She was not one to remain content with her achievements for long. Her potential was vast, and staying solely within the demon world would not yield significant progress. However, Cindy did not plan to travel with Brody. She preferred going alone. Even though their relationship was unique, Brody did not insist, saying, then let's meet at the peak. In the silent expanse of the universe, Brody streaked through like a shooting star. It had been 3 months since he left the demon world, yet his journey progressed faster than anticipated. In just 3 months, he was nearly reaching the borders of Giuli. Returning to his homeland stirred some excitement in Brody. He wondered how Justine, Hall, and the others were faring. Stopping in the void above Giuli, Brody stepped silently into the spatial barrier with indescribable anticipation. The scene before him felt both strange and familiar, as if fate led him back here. This is Jade City. Brody breathed out slowly, murmuring to himself. Despite the changes over the years, the familiarity remained undeniable. This was indeed the first place he arrived in this world, Jade City. The sudden appearance of a person on the street did not raise any suspicion among the crowd. No one seemed to notice Brody. He blended in seamlessly. They all hurried in one direction. The Flynn family is recruiting guards today. Let's hurry, or we might miss the spots. Becoming a guard of the Flynn family means unprecedented access to cultivation resources. Even more appealing is that status symbol. Curious about the whispers around him, Brody stopped a passerby and asked, Brother, how did the Flynn family gain such influence? The passerby was a middle-aged man with thick brows and large eyes. Irritated by the delay, he grumbled. Where have you been? You don't know the Flynn family? They are the undisputed top clan in Jade City now, sharing power with the Andreas. Do you know the peerless Sword Emperor who founded the Sword Alliance with the Nine States? He came from the Flynn family. Not wanting to be delayed further, the man waved dismissively. I've got to go. Watching the man leave, Brody frowned. Sharing power with the Andreas? What happened to Blaine Jonaju? Using his divine soul power, Brody surveyed the entire Jade City but found no trace of Blaine Jonaju. Carrying this question, he followed the crowd to a square. The changes in Jade City were indeed remarkable. Its size and scope almost rivaled Xuanhuan County town. Quiet. Anyone causing disruption will lose their eligibility. Many guards patrolled the area, weapons glinting menacingly. Everyone queued obediently. The Flynn family ruled Jade City now. The person addressing the crowd held significant authority. Everyone listened intently because this person would be their immediate superior if they passed this election. Brody recognized him, a Flynn family executor named Flynn Xiao. He managed the guards and had advanced significantly, now a martial spirit. Thank you for trusting the Flynn family. We clearly stated in the announcement that anyone under 40 with less than 7th rank martial disciple should leave. Those at martial teacher level can become squad leaders. No one left. Most were qualified. Flynn Xiao pointed to a stone pillar nearby. This pillar tests cultivation levels. One last chance. If your cultivation is below 7th rank martial disciple, leave now. If fraud is detected after testing, I will show no mercy. Enough talk, let's begin. Martial disciple 8th rank, qualified. Martial disciple 7th rank, qualified. Early stage martial teacher, excellent. Follow me. Time passed quietly, and nearly 200 people were initially approved. Further eliminations would come, but how many would ultimately stay was unknown. Unexpectedly, no one dared cheat. Those not meeting the criteria eventually left. Wait. As Flynn Xiao was about to leave with the selected candidates, a youthful voice interrupted. Turning around, he saw a 14-year-old boy in rough clothing, visibly nervous under so many gazes. But, I haven't reached 7th rank martial disciple, but I'm only 13. Can I join the Flynn mansion? Laughter erupted around him. Little kid, can you even lift a weapon? Even women might find it hard. Kid, listen to uncle. Come back after practicing for another 20 years. Even Flynn Xiao chuckled but still asked, you're 12, right? So what's your cultivation level? Just entering the martial path? Martial disciple 6th rank. Flynn Xiao's smile froze. He couldn't believe his ears. What? 6th rank martial disciple at 12? The crowd fell silent. After a moment, someone whispered, impossible. 12 and already 6th rank? Look at his clothes. He doesn't seem from any noble family. Ignoring the skepticism, the boy focused on Flynn Xiao. He knew this man held the key to his future. With spirit stones, he could buy medicine for his grandmother. Flynn Xiao grew serious. Pointing to the pillar, he said, come up and test. If true, joining the Flynn mansion will treat you well. The boy looked at Flynn Xiao firmly, stepping up to the pillar. Mimicking the earlier actions, he placed his hand on it. A force surged inside him, and the pillar responded. Definitely 6th rank martial disciple. Flynn Xiao's heart soared with joy. The translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring natural English fluency. Hashtag chapter 351. Young Isaiah, a 6th level martial practitioner at the age of 12. If nurtured properly, he will surely grow to be someone formidable. Very good. Very good. What's your name? Flynn Xiao said 3 consecutive good words, his tone becoming gentle as he asked for the young man's name. Isaiah. The youth was neither humble nor arrogant. Flynn Xiao couldn't help but nod in approval. All right, from now on, you will be part of the Flynn family. I will apply for your admission. If approved, you will enjoy the same benefits as the Flynn surname disciples. Hiss. Only then did everyone react. Especially upon hearing this, they were utterly envious. The way they looked at the young man changed drastically, filled with envy. It was easy to imagine that this young man would rise rapidly after today. Isaiah's heart finally settled. After a brief hesitation, he cautiously asked, Senior, I don't need so many resources, but if it's possible, could I borrow some spirit stones to buy medicinal herbs? Hearing this, Flynn Xiao was somewhat curious. Why? Are you short of spirit stones? Don't worry. Once you join the Flynn family, not only will spirit stones not be an issue, but even elixirs will be plentiful for you. However, Isaiah insisted and even knelt before Flynn Xiao. Senior, my grandmother is gravely ill. I need spirit stones to buy medicinal herbs to save her. If you can agree, I am willing to serve the Flynn family forevermore. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. They hadn't expected that this young man was such a filial grandson, so full of sentiment. It was indeed rare. Flynn Xiao was also slightly moved. He quickly helped Isaiah up. Rest assured, once you join the Flynn family, we will personally arrange for a healer to treat your grandmother. You don't have to talk about repaying anything. Out of respect for your filial piety, I still have some spirit stones here. Take them first. If it's not enough, come find me. Brody, standing in a corner below, nodded gently. Flynn Xiao seemed to have a good heart, a stark contrast to the Flynn family's previous attitude, which explained why so many people came for the trials. As for Isaiah, Brody found him quite satisfactory, not because of any extraordinary talent, since a 6th level martial practitioner at 12 was commendable but not exceptional. What stood out was his filial piety, which was truly rare. Don't go buying medicine yet. Bring me to your home now. Your grandmother's illness, I think I can treat. Everyone froze upon hearing this. Who was this person? Was he a physician? If he cured Isaiah's grandmother, would Isaiah still join the Flynn family? Isaiah, being young, didn't fully understand the implications but immediately became excited. Really? If you can save my grandmother, I'm willing to pay any price. But Flynn Xiao's face wasn't so pleasant. Despite his gentle nature, he couldn't help feeling a bit disgruntled. If the Flynn family had the capability to save her, why seek help from others? Flynn, when he traced the voice, his eyes flashed with surprise, and he froze momentarily. It's him. It must be him. He hurried over, almost tripping in excitement. You. Brody smiled faintly. Long time no see. It's really you. You've returned. People around were puzzled. Who was this black-robed man who could cause Flynn Xiao to lose composure? Even Isaiah was baffled. I've come back to handle some matters, Brody said, then turned his gaze to Isaiah with a gentle voice. Lead me there. Isaiah nodded forcefully, hope gleaming in his eyes. Seeing how agitated Flynn Xiao was, this big brother must be someone extraordinary, perhaps capable of saving his grandmother. Before leaving, he bowed respectfully to Flynn Xiao. Senior, rest assured, I will return after resolving this matter. I won't let your kindness go to waste. Flynn Xiao chuckled, nodding eagerly. Go ahead, go ahead. I'll wait for you. Once he realized it was Brody speaking, his slight annoyance vanished completely. There was a chance that the Flynn family would cultivate Isaiah more diligently due to Brody's relationship. After all, this boy had been recognized by that person. Oh right, Brody has returned. The Hartleys must be informed immediately. Flynn Xiao rushed back to the Flynn family mansion, briefing the selected individuals and heading straight for the council chamber. Meanwhile, led by Isaiah, Brody arrived at a shabby area in the southern part of the city. This place was in stark contrast to the bustling streets. The roofs were dilapidated, and parts of the walls had collapsed, exposing the elements. Brody sighed. This area was called the slums, inhabited mostly by ordinary people without cultivation, many of whom were heartily or sick, hardly noticed by anyone. Soon, they reached a small house covered with tiles, its walls made of ordinary wood and coated with mud. At least the structure remained intact, providing shelter from wind and rain. Creak. Isaiah pushed open the wooden door, and Brody followed inside. Looking around, Brody sighed again. The room was almost bare, devoid of tables or chairs, except for a simple wooden bed where an Hartley woman lay, breathing weakly and coughing intermittently. Reese, I've joined the Flynn family, and I've brought back a doctor who might have hope for your illness. Hearing Isaiah's words, the old woman slowly opened her hazy eyes. Upon learning that her grandson had joined the Flynn family, relief flashed in her eyes. Very good, very good. I always knew little Hao was the best. Then she turned to look at Brody behind Isaiah. Esteemed sir, my illness has long been entrenched and is probably incurable. Please don't trouble yourself. I only hope that in the future, you will support little Hao while in the Flynn family. An old woman would be forever grateful. Perhaps due to speaking so much, the old woman coughed a few times, clearly on her deathbed. Chapter 352. Undercurrent Stir. Isaiah was feeling anxious and quickly went forward to hold his grandmother's hand. Reese, this gentleman is extraordinary. He can definitely save your life. Brody observed that although Isaiah's grandmother's illness was challenging for ordinary people, it should be treatable for him. A small transfer of his vital energy could help strengthen her body, leading to eventual recovery. However, for caution, he still needed to thoroughly investigate the condition. He said, Reese Young, living in this world is all about fighting for that sliver of hope. Furthermore, don't you truly want to leave Isaiah? Wouldn't you want to see him grow, marry, and have children? Upon hearing this, Isaiah's grandmother seemed somewhat moved, and a glimmer of light returned to her eyes. She had been tormented by this illness for too long, which made the Hartley woman lose hope. Now, with Brody's words, her will to live was successfully reignited. Then I'll have to entrust myself to you, sir. If my old bones cannot be saved, please do not blame yourself. Everything has its own fate. Brody stepped forward, half squatting beside the bed, placing his right hand on the Hartley's wrist as if taking her pulse. In reality, a thread of his divine soul power was already carefully circulating inside her body. After a few breaths, Brody slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Isaiah immediately asked, Sir, how is my grandmother? The Hartley woman also looked at Brody, her eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. Brody nodded. Nathaniel people often suffer from hidden illnesses due to neglect in earlier years. Going forward, as long as she takes medicine on time and rests well, she will surely regain her vitality. As he spoke, Brody handed over a prescription to Isaiah, instructing him to strictly follow it when obtaining the herbs. The herbs listed were mainly for enhancing blood circulation and nourishing the spirit. The true power lay in the thread of vital energy Brody left within her body. To Brody, this small thread of energy was negligible, but for an ordinary person, it was enough to improve their constitution significantly. The herbs listed were also common and not overly expensive, so it would not be a heavy burden for Isaiah. Tears streamed down Isaiah's face as he fell to his knees before Brody, offering deep respect. Thank you, sir, for your assistance. I am willing to serve you forever, no matter the danger. The Hartley woman struggled to rise but was gently pushed back by Brody, who also helped Isaiah to his feet. No need to thank me. It was only because I saw your filial piety that I acted. Our bond is now fulfilled. Farewell. Brody vanished in an instant, leaving Isaiah bewildered. He hurried outside and shouted up at the sky, Sir, I haven't even learned your name yet. Sadly, there was no response after a while, and Isaiah felt disheartened, regretting not asking sooner. He returned indoors with a tinge of sadness. In the Flynn manor, almost all the senior members gathered quietly, waiting. They had heard from Flynn Xiao that the man had returned. Fortunately, we didn't agree to them back then. Otherwise, we'd have faced dire consequences. I wonder if those people will be terrified when they learn Brody has returned. How many times have I said, it's Marco Xuanhuan. Brody was far stronger now, having taken the mantle of Marco Xuanhuan. People like Jareth had already broken through to the Marcoshire, warrior spirit, realm, adding new Marcoshire members, bringing the total number of Marcojiang, warrior masters, in the Flynn family to 7, with even more Marcoshire. A gentle breeze blew, and 7 figures saw a black-cloaked figure appear before them. Despite years apart, they recognized him instantly and bowed deeply. Greetings, Marco Xuanhuan. Brody gave them a neutral look and got straight to the point. Where is Mayor Blaine? Jareth immediately understood his intention and bowed lower. Mayor Blaine moved to Tianlan County for a higher post 2 years ago. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, fearing Brody might misunderstand and think they forced Blaine away. Brody nodded, not planning to stay longer, but Jareth called out to him again. Turning around, Brody asked calmly, "What is it?" "With the turmoil brewing in Jiliu, chaos may soon break out. We request that Marco Xuanhuan steps forward at this critical moment to take charge." Hearing this, Brody frowned slightly. What happened? Jareth immediately recounted everything he knew. Since Brody left, the various forces remained relatively calm for 3 years, working hard to nurture Jiliu. But as they gradually broke through to the Marco Huang, Emperor Warrior, realm, they grew restless under Justine's leadership. Even Hall reaching the Marco Huang realm couldn't control these people. The forces no longer followed the Sword Alliance. Now, only Khalilzhou, Manzhou, and Lizhou support the alliance, while the other 5 have seceded. Not only that, the 5 states are pressuring Lady Lei to step down, demanding the position of alliance leader rotate among the 9 states governors. They even sent people to our manor recently to oppose Lady Lei. Afraid Brody might misinterpret, Jareth added. Of course, we refuse them. For anyone violating the pact, the Flynn family stands united against them. All right, I understand. Brody's tone was chillingly cold, making everyone feel a shiver down their spines. Only after he left did Jareth and the others straighten up, drenched in cold sweat. Those 5 states are bound to shoot themselves in the foot. They probably never imagined Marco Xuanhuan would return at such a crucial time. Thank goodness we didn't choose the wrong side. They felt relieved. If they had sided with the 5 states, the entire Flynn family might have perished. Though past grievances meant reconciliation was impossible. Brody's mercy stemmed only from familial ties. Had they betrayed him, they knew he wouldn't show any leniency. Hovering in midair, Brody's gaze turned cold. Initially, he planned to visit Tianlan first, but after Jareth's account, his destination changed to Baxter City. He knew Justine must be under immense pressure. Just as he thought, inside Baxter City, a graceful silhouette stood alone by the window, gazing blankly at the starry night sky. The moonlight bathed her flawless face, adding an aura of sanctity. Her eyes, however, lacked brightness, instead reflecting a touch of melancholy. "Brody, if only you were here," Justine murmured, lost in distant memories. If he were present, none of these issues would exist. At that moment, she wasn't the strong leader of the Sword Alliance, but a vulnerable woman. Suddenly, a gentle breeze ruffled behind her. Justine's eyes narrowed, her demeanor changing sharply as she spun around. Who's there? This was her private space, and usually, only trusted individuals could approach. Someone infiltrating undetected was unheard of. Hashtag chapter 353. Reunion with an old acquaintance. Long time no see. Warm light shone on his face. Seeing the sudden appearance, Justine stood frozen in place, even doubting if her stress had caused a hallucination. But, even if it were a hallucination, it would be a good one. With this thought, Justine's lips curled into a beautiful smile, radiant and enchanting. Brody stepped forward, giving her a peculiar glance. Hey, what are you grinning about? His voice finally brought Justine back to reality. Realizing that it wasn't just a hallucination but he had truly returned, she couldn't help but reach out and pinch Brody's face. Her eyes sparkled with disbelief. It's really you. The corners of Brody's mouth twitched upward. Surprised to see me? Looking at his familiar face, Justine's eyes welled up with tears. She could hardly conceal her excitement. She hugged Brody tightly, burying her head in his chest. Feeling the gentle beauty in his arms, Brody did not push her away but sighed softly. He could imagine how much pressure Justine had endured during this time. It was high time for her to let it all out. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there came knocking at the door followed by a voice. Ally leader, is everything all right? Startled like a frightened rabbit, Justine quickly disentangled herself from Brody's embrace, tidied up her clothes, and tried to maintain a calm tone. Nothing's wrong. You may leave now. As you command. Outside the door, several maids looked puzzled. They had clearly heard the ally leader call out and hurried over to inquire about the situation. However, with the reply they received, they didn't dwell on it further. Seated, Justine's gaze held a hint of apology. Brody, I failed to manage the Sword Alliance as you entrusted me. I'm sorry. Brody shook his head. This isn't your fault. Tell me what exactly happened. What made them so ambitious? Justine nodded and began narrating. It started when each of the 5 provinces obtained a martial emperor. They began consolidating power within their provinces. She had sensed something amiss then, but her messages went unanswered by the 5 major powers. Subsequently, the 5 provinces seemed to have reached an agreement and began accusing Justine of favoring the core members of the Sword Alliance with resources. Hall was ambushed and severely injured when he went to address the issue. If not for the timely intervention of 3 martial emperors like Fletcher Johann, he might not have escaped. As for the proposal of rotating the leadership of the Sword Alliance among the 9 province governors, Justine could never agree to that. It wasn't about clinging to power. It was Brody's entrustment before he left. No matter the cost, Justine wouldn't yield. I suspect someone is backing them up. Otherwise, with only 5 martial emperors, they would merely secede from the Sword Alliance, but wouldn't dare to usurp it. Listening to Justine's analysis, Brody nodded. Given the current situation, it was plausible. With only 5 martial emperors, they weren't a match for Justine's side, which also had 4 martial emperors, including Hall. There was a significant chance that someone was supporting them, instilling immense confidence. Do you have any leads? Justine shook her head, a trace of guilt flashing across her face. No, we haven't uncovered any suspicious individuals. Brody smiled faintly. Fear not. Now that I'm back, I won't allow any evil to disrupt things. He had confidence in his current combat prowess. If he unleashed his full strength, he could shake the entire Juli realm. This wasn't an exaggeration. He possessed such power. Recalling Vajra King's might, who could cut through an entire realm merely with his blood energy overflow, Brody knew it was terrifying yet true. A real vision he witnessed in the flow of time. Justine smiled and nodded earnestly. I believe in you. This man seemed to exude a mysterious force. Whenever he was around, all anxieties dissipated. Justine gazed at Brody's profile, feeling oddly captivated. Let's check on Hall. For some reason, Brody felt uneasy under Justine's gaze, making him feel uncomfortable. He stood up, changing the subject, though he indeed wanted to see Hall after hearing about his injuries. Justine snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing slightly but soon regained composure. All right. In a colossal city 100 miles from the Baxter city, once the capital of the ancient Jilly Divine dynasty, it had regained its former prosperity. Hall was mostly stationed here. Report. Lord Sure, the ally leader has arrived. Hearing the report outside, Hall's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected Justine to suddenly visit. Despite his injuries, he got out of bed and, with the help of a woman, dressed himself. His physique had thinned but retained its rugged blackness and sturdy features. How did you come? Snow's sister. With the support of a woman, Hall emerged from the inner chamber. Both were Brody's most trusted people, sharing a bond beyond formalities. When his gaze landed on the cloaked figure beside Justine, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Although obscured by the cloak, the man gave off a familiar vibe, though he couldn't identify him immediately. He turned his questioning look to Justine. Justine's face showed amusement, teasing, "Can you guess?" Hall glanced at her, noticing today's unusual ease on Justine's part since the 5 provinces incident. Guess? Who? Could it be Brody? Chapter 354, Declaration of War? Hall first shook his head with a bitter smile, but the next second he suddenly paused, looking at the black-clad person beside Justine with suspicion. Thinking of Brody, the sense of familiarity grew stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha, you're finally back. This scene has appeared countless times in my dreams. Saying this, Hall's eyes turned red from emotion, and he couldn't help but cough a few times due to excitement. Seeing this, Brody stepped forward, placing his right hand on Hall's shoulder and channeled a few strands of blood chi into him. Hall's complexion improved immediately. However, Brody still frowned slightly because Hall's injuries were more severe than he had imagined. Even his origin had several cracks, which would definitely leave behind some lingering effects if not treated promptly. Brody's gaze, however, was drawn to the woman who had been supporting Hall all along. He couldn't help but ask, "And this is?" Hall smiled widely, glancing at the woman beside him with a gentle look. "Her name is Solange, from Vivian Inshu. She is also my wife." Solange wore simple attire with only a few silver hairpins as decoration. Her demeanor was calm yet dignified and beautiful. She gave Brody a light bow. "Lady Solange greets the unparalleled Baxter." The man before her was a legendary figure in the entire Geely world. Scholars often compared him to a reborn god of war, whose achievements surpassed those of the Geely ancestors and all previous sages. Although she was Hall's wife, she was now filled with reverence. "Please rise, sister-in-law. There's no need for such formalities. Hall and I are brothers. We don't need to be so formal." Turning to Hall, Brody punched him lightly on the chest and laughed. "I can't believe you got married so quickly. I didn't even get to drink your wedding wine. You have to make up for it when the time comes." Though he said this, Brody harbored no resentment. After all, he never knew when he would return. For his brother to have a family brought him both surprise and comfort. In the courtyard, under Brody's help, Hall's injuries healed rapidly. Feeling his origin recover completely, he couldn't help but marvel, "Brody, what level of cultivation have you reached now?" During this period, he had spent countless spirit medicines but still couldn't alleviate his condition. He hadn't expected that just one night under Brody's care, his injuries would heal completely. Justine also looked curiously over, eager to know what realm Brody had attained. "Enough to slay a great sage." These 4 words caused both of them to tremble inwardly. Immediately following was an intense surge of excitement. With Brody's current strength, did they really need to worry about the 5 states' forces? One strike would surely sweep across all directions and unify the world. Moreover, the 5 states were disunited. With Brody, the founder of the Sword Alliance, taking action, it would be righteous and justified, without inviting criticism from the people. With the way the 5 states have developed, there is likely someone pulling the strings. We should act calmly and uncover this puppet master. Upon hearing Hall's words, Brody shook his head. "There's no need. Summon the 3 state pastors here immediately. Issue the declaration of war against the 5 states." Hearing this, both men were stunned, then quickly realized. Indeed, with Brody's current combat strength, there was no need for caution. In the end, might made right. With Brody in charge, an active offensive wouldn't bring any unnecessary concerns. Immediately, they sent out messages. The 3 state pastors arrived in Zhongdu within days. "Atticus, alliance leader Lei, why did you urgently summon us here?" The state pastors of Manchu State, Khalil State, and Lei State were all martial kings who survived the Great Battle and later broke through to martial emperor after the battle. They never colluded with the 5 states and continued to support the Sword Alliance. Although Justine hadn't reached martial emperor, her handling of Sword Alliance affairs was always commendable. Therefore, the 3 of them showed her no disrespect, especially because she was one of the closest people to the unparalleled Baxter Brody. "Please take a seat." Once the 3 state pastors were seated, Justine continued, "Atticus and I have decided to issue a declaration of war against the 5 states. They betrayed our alliance first, and we hope you will assist us wholeheartedly." "What? A declaration of war?" All 3 were shaken by the news. They hadn't expected Justine to suddenly want to declare war. The lay state pastor's eyes flickered with concern. After hesitating, he said, "Shouldn't we reconsider this carefully? This isn't a small matter. Acting too hastily could be detrimental to us." The Jason sighed. Any mishap would have unimaginable consequences. The Khalil state pastor remained silent, but his thoughts aligned with the other 2. After all, the enemy had 5 martial emperors, while their side had an injured Atticus. Relying solely on the 3 of them might fall short. Moreover, as rulers, they could sense the unusual aura surrounding the 5 states. It wouldn't be just 5 martial emperors, and they lacked confidence in victory. At this moment, the Khalil state pastor noticed Hall's recovery with astonishment. "Atticus, your injuries are healed?" The others turned to look as well. They knew the extent of Hall's injuries and had tried treating him, but involving origin-level damage was extremely difficult. They had thought it impossible, yet now, miraculously, he was fully recovered. Hall laughed heartily. We won't hide from you three. In this battle, our sword alliance is confident of victory. Confident of victory? The three exchanged looks but didn't rush to ask questions. In their experience, Atticus didn't make baseless claims. They waited quietly for further explanation. But instead of further explanation, they waited for someone else to arrive. Hall glanced to the side, and the three followed his gaze. They saw a figure step out, clad in black robes with a black scabbard at the waist. Recognizing the face, they immediately stood up from their seats. Unparalleled Baxter. No matter how hard they tried to think, they hadn't expected that after 5 years, Brody had returned. After 2 breaths, the Khalil state pastor reacted first, hurriedly greeting the unparalleled Baxter. The other 2 followed suit, trying to suppress their inner excitement, greeting the unparalleled Baxter. Chapter 355, The Demon Finger. Brody smiled faintly. How have you all been? The 3 of them resumed their seats, still in turmoil but now fully understanding the confidence that Justine and her allies possessed. With the invincible Baxter here, there's no doubt about the outcome of this war. Brody's appearance was like a calming pill to the trio. We will return immediately, organize our troops, and wait for the orders of the invincible Baxter. 3 days later, the Alliance of Swords issued a formal declaration of war against the 5 provinces from Baxter City, causing a shockwave throughout the 9 prefectures. No one expected that the Alliance of Swords, with its dwindling power, would declare war on the 5 provinces, a clear declaration of all-out hostility. Some people worried. Hadn't it only been a few years of peace? Were they about to be plunged into another conflict? Could the Alliance of Swords win? The 9 prefectures were going to be thrown into turmoil once more. Following the Great Battle, the invincible Baxter and various forces established an alliance pact in Baxter City, forming the Alliance of Swords. Unfortunately, time has moved swiftly, and certain forces have openly violated the pact, hindering the development of the 9 prefectures. Such treacherous acts have angered heaven and man alike. Now, the governors of Khalilzhou, Laizhou, Manzhou, and Zhongzhou, adhering to the Alliance of Swords covenant, aim to purge those who betrayed the agreement to restore peace to the 9 prefectures. In a grand hall within Qingzhou City, after reading the declaration aloud, the governor of Qingzhou sneered. Daring to declare war on us? Have they lost their minds? Do they think the Alliance of Swords still rules the 9 prefectures? Not just him, but also the governors of Cassandrazhou, Jizhou, Yuzhou, and Vivianinzhou gathered together, all startled by the news that the Alliance of Swords had declared war on them. At first, it was just about seizing power. Now, it seems we can only overthrow them and start anew. With Brody gone, why should we still adhere to the Alliance of Swords covenant? The governor of Jizhou mused. The situation is abnormal and suspicious. Justine, though weaker than us in cultivation, is not usually so rash. What do you think, exalted lord? The governor of Cassandrazhou looked towards a shadowy figure lurking in the corner, whose identity remained unknown even to the 5 governors. Only they knew this shadow's owner was incredibly powerful, bestowing upon them their current martial emperor status. Declare war. With me here, there won't be any unexpected mishaps, said the shadow, then vanished without a trace. We shall comply. The shadow left, but the governors did not disperse. The governor of Vivianinzhou spoke calmly. Since they've declared war, let's take the initiative. Swift action, strike decisively, launch a surprise attack together, catching them off guard. Capture their central capital first, then directly assault Baxter City to seize that woman. An excellent plan. Unknown to them, in the void above, a black-robed figure observed them coldly. Beside him, the shadowed figure was restrained, bound in place. The declaration of war was merely a ruse to gather the 5 governors, and to expose the true manipulator behind the scenes. You've discussed your plans quite thoroughly. Speed and surprise indeed. Your strategies are impressive even to me. A calm voice echoed within the hall, resonating in their ears. Their faces turned grim instantly. Who dares spy on us? Do you seek death? But as they lifted their heads and saw the face of the intruder, cold shivers ran down their spines. Invincible Baxter? Why, how are you here? Didn't you leave the Geely world? Panic and anger surged through them. Without hesitation, they turned to flee, seeking escape at all costs. Facing Brody, they lacked even the courage to resist. However, as they fled into the void, they were forcibly pulled back. Hall and 3 others emerged from the void, smirks on their faces, clearly having awaited this moment. Atticus, how did you get here? How could there be no sign of you arriving? The governor of Jizhou's voice trembled. Facing Brody alone was terrifying enough, but adding 4 martial emperors made it even worse. It felt like the heavens were against them. Flynn's, yes, and there's the exalted lord. We still have hope with him. The governor of Vivianinzhou suddenly shouted, a glint of hope flashing in his eyes. But their so-called savior was effortlessly suppressed by Brody. Exalted lord? Brody glanced oddly at the shadow. I didn't expect a trace of your true spirit to remain, but since I've encountered you now, it's time to settle things. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Brody applied slight force, dissipating the shadow. The true identity of the exalted lord was revealed. The demon finger. It can't be him. Hall was the first to react, exclaiming in shock. He would never forget the demon finger, who initiated that horrific war. The 5 governors stood frozen, unable to comprehend that their revered, exalted lord was none other than the demon finger. Fear gripped them as they realized they'd unknowingly allied with such a monstrous being. Would Brody spare them? Looking at the finger bone in his palm, Brody sighed. Mohammed, you truly are a stubborn insect. Even then, you couldn't be destroyed. Though half the finger bone still existed, it was in a pitiful state, full of cracks. If it were in its prime, it wouldn't need to manipulate the governors. Ha ha ha, now I understand why they dared declare war. To see you return and reach the sovereign king realm, I admit defeat today. Kill or punish me as you will. At the moment of capture, he knew his carefully laid plans over the years were futile. With Brody's current strength, all schemes and calculations were rendered useless due to the immense disparity in power. Brody hummed lightly. Against this old nemesis, he simply crushed the finger bone, turning it to ash. For safety, Brody obliterated every trace of the lingering true spirit. Plop. The governor of Qingzhou and others knelt down, kowtowing and sobbing. Great invincible Baxter, we were deceived by the demon finger, not by choice. Please show mercy for the sake of the heroes of the past and spare us. Seeing this, Hall sneered. You dare invoke the memory of the martyrs? Colluding with the demon finger, killing you 1,000 times over would still be too lenient. Chapter 356. Congratulations, Reborn. The prefect of Jizhou immediately said, we did not know it was the devil finger either, or how could we have been influenced by it? He then looked at Brody. Your Excellency Marco Xuanhuan, please give us another chance. We promise to be loyal to the Sword Alliance forevermore. Justine and others also turned their gazes. Among all present, only Brody's word carried the most authority. The lives of the prefects of the 5 states were in his hands. Facing the 5 people pleading for mercy, Brody's gaze remained cold. One must bear the consequences of one's actions. You should go repent before your ancestors. As soon as he finished speaking, even though they wanted to beg for mercy, terror descended from all directions. The 5 were instantly reduced to mist, leaving no trace behind. The prefects of Qing, Vivian, Cassandra, Ji, and Yu states conspired with the Devil Finger and betrayed the alliance. Today they met their end. The realm is now at peace. A vast voice echoed across the 9 provinces. Everyone looked toward the city of Qingzhou. The news of the Sword Alliance's battle against the 5 states had already spread. People wondered if the war ended so quickly. Wait, this seems to be that person's voice. Someone exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. What voice? Seeing everyone shocked, this person kneeled on one knee, eyes filled with fervor. Welcome back, Marco Xuanhuan, to the Jiuli world. What? Marco Xuanhuan. People were stunned. At that moment, the giant statue in Baxter City reacted, emitting a blinding light. On this day, infinite sword chi flew around the city, saturating the whole place with the aura of swords. We welcome Marco Xuanhuan back to Jiuli. Almost everyone became excited. No wonder the battle ended so quickly. No wonder the prefects of the 5 states met their ends silently. It was because he acted. Everything seemed natural. Only the factions previously aligned with the 5 prefects remained in extreme panic, fearing retribution from Brody. They each announced their surrender, hoping for a reprieve. Brody ignored these people and left the matter to Justine. He went to visit the Johan family in Tianlan County quietly without disturbing them. Confirming they were safe, he left unnoticed. 2 days passed, but discussions about Brody's return to Jiuli didn't stop. Many wanted to meet this legendary figure. To this end, leaders from various regions visited Baxter City personally, causing a bustling scene. Justine smiled mischievously. Should I organize a welcoming ceremony for you? Brody shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it. Meeting these people held no interest for him. Currently, there was one crucial task still pending. In Kalilzhou City, Brody arrived at the former site of Zifeng Sanctuary. Due to his connections, even after several years, no faction had moved in. The prefect of Kalilzhou had even renovated the old structures. Fortunately, the physical bodies are intact. Brody sighed, waving his hand. Ted and other disciples' bodies, resembling mummies, floated before him. Gently pushing the soul pearls containing their divine souls, gentle saintly rules wrapped around each soul, returning them to their bodies. Being original hosts, there was no rejection. But reviving them after such a long absence would require extraordinary effort. This step couldn't be rushed. Brody focused, splitting golden blood chi into several strands that fused into their bodies, rapidly repairing them. What were once shriveled corpses now visibly gained life. Not enough, keep going. Brody frowned, pouring more blood chi into their bodies, draining even his saint-grade physique slightly pale. Fortunately, efforts paid off. Under the golden blood chi's influence, the Zifeng disciples regained color, looking almost lifelike. A faint heartbeat emerged. Brody finally exhaled in relief. With the body problem solved, next was the divine soul. According to Imperturbable King's Sutra, the body is fundamental. Without it, even the strongest exist as rootless flotsam. Body and soul complement each other. Leaving either means death. Ted and other souls had left their bodies for 3 years and were in deep slumber. Brody now aimed to awaken their consciousness and reunite it with their bodies. He had prepared various medicinal herbs that aided the soul immensely. Even a single one could make others envious. Under Brody's manipulation, the power of these medicines entered the disciples' bodies, nurturing their souls. After an entire month, results emerged. Ted was the first. His eyelids twitched, then opened, revealing bewildered eyes. Where am I? Wasn't I dead? Ted rubbed his heavy head, feeling like waking from a long sleep. Brother Z, congratulations on your rebirth. Welcoming an old friend back felt like rebirth to all. Even Brody felt an overwhelming joy. Brody? Pulled back by a voice, Ted turned to see a familiar figure. His mind was still dazed. Once Brody explained everything, Ted's mixed emotions turned into a sigh. If Brody was indifferent, why travel across void just to revive them? During conversation, other disciples also awakened, initially bewildered, realizing Brody revived them. Ted didn't recount every detail, as past events were meaningless now. Learning Brody's current cultivation, Ted simply smiled. A golden dragon isn't meant for small pawns. I knew you'd become someone to look up to. They then visited the former demonic creature site. Unlike before, after DM Zakalilan took Miles' heart, no demon chi or creatures remained. Searching half a day, although expected, Brody still felt some disappointment. Zifeng's supreme master's self-destruction left no body remaining. Chapter 357. The Origin of Purple Mansion. Brother Flynn, don't be disheartened. Everyone has their own destiny, which can't be forced. Seeing Brody like this, Ted sighed and comforted him. Everyone has their own destiny? Brody's gaze hardened. Since he began cultivating the Tao, he had never believed in this so-called insubstantial fate. He firmly believed that it all depended on human effort. In the name of chaos, command the laws within 100 miles. Coalesce for me. Brody's voice was resolute. His hair flew wildly as an indescribable aura emanated from his body, resembling an ultimate Taoist technique. Within a 100-mile radius, the laws began to change. This is. Ted's pupils constricted. Just ahead of him and Brody, a translucent figure was forming. As a disciple, there was no way he couldn't recognize it. It was the Jediah. Not enough. Coalesce more. Brody roared angrily. Under the influence of the Chaos Tao, the semi-transparent phantom continued to solidify. Even its facial features became clear. However, the pressure on Brody grew increasingly severe. This was the retribution from the Heaven's Law. Even with the Chaos Tao, it was difficult to suppress it. But they were still far from restoring the Jediah's physical form. Alistair, you can't do this now. Stop immediately. Irvin frowned, issuing a warning, while Ambry also chimed in. To achieve this, your cultivation at least needs to reach primordial deity level. Alistair, give up for now. Everything depends on human effort. You can do this when your cultivation reaches that point. But Brody didn't stop. After a few breaths, he could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his entire aura fell into chaos. The Bantou Ming figure that had begun to take shape ultimately failed and dissipated back into the ether. Note: I've adjusted this sentence for better flow and clarity in English, while maintaining the original meaning. Brody, are you okay? Nothing serious? Ted was taken aback, quickly catching Brody who was about to stumble and fall. After a long while, the chaotic aura inside him gradually subsided. Billy, Grandpa Huang, do you have any methods? Brody closed his eyes, asking them in his heart, hoping to find a solution. His physical body exploded and was destroyed. With your current cultivation, it's impossible to restore it. The only method is to sculpt a new physical body for him or cultivate his divine soul to be strong enough to possess another body. Upon hearing this, Brody's brows furrowed deeply. Sculpting a physical body isn't easy but also not entirely impossible. However, materials required for such an undertaking would be exceedingly precious. The higher the quality of the physical body, the more valuable the materials needed. As for the second option, possessing another body, it goes against natural harmony. Unless absolutely necessary, Brody didn't want to take such a course of action. But where can I find such treasures to sculpt a physical body? Brody laughed bitterly, feeling somewhat guilty towards Ted. Although these actions were performed by Cindy, since Brody accepted her, he naturally took on this karma. If nothing else worked, Brody would have to use cheaper materials to sculpt a physical body for the Jediah. He couldn't wait much longer because his divine soul had been without a physical body for several years, and if delayed further, it might lead to his divine soul being extinguished. Ted's gaze suddenly focused as if he remembered something. Brother Flynn, I wonder if one method could work. Brody turned and looked at Ted with surprise. What method? Brother Z, please tell me quickly. It turned out that the Purple Mansion Holy Land had a unique ancestral skill passed down through generations. Each successor, with the help of an emperor of martial arts, would sculpt a physical body for themselves. Initially, this new body wasn't necessarily stronger than their original bodies and was called a new body. However, this practice served a purpose and was the most distinctive aspect of their skill. After continuous nurturing, the new body would grow increasingly powerful. They spent time adapting to the new body daily. When their cultivation reached the quasi-emperor stage, the new body's potential would be fully unleashed. At this stage, with countless resources invested, the new body would surpass the original body, and they would combine the strength of both bodies to break through the barrier to the emperor stage. Why they could use the new body's power involved various mysteries of the Purple Mansion Holy Land skill, which Ted did not explain at that moment. When successfully breaking through to the emperor stage, the new body and the old body would jointly bear the heavenly tribulation. This was why legends said no strong person from the Purple Mansion Holy Land died during the emperor tribulation. Later, they wouldn't abandon the old body, preserving it instead, while continuing to cultivate the new body. Hearing this, Irvin was surprised. This is similar to the principles used by the Corpse Puppet Sect. Brody wasn't concerned with the Corpse Puppet Sect. Hearing Irvin speak, he immediately asked, can this new body serve as a vessel for the Jediah's divine soul to return? Irvin nodded. If what this little fellow says is true, it can be done. Relieved to get the answer, Ted exhaled. The two returned to the Purple Mansion Holy Land and passed through layers of secret chambers until they finally found a coffin before them. As expected, it has connections with the Corpse Puppet Sect. Inside Tianjian, Irvin murmured to himself. Ambry Jason didn't speak, but recognized that the Purple Mansion Holy Land's ancestors might have been a branch of the Corpse Puppet Sect. Without delay, Brody confirmed that the new body matched the Jediah's divine soul. He then began the procedure. Placing the soul pearl containing the Jediah's divine soul into the new body had deteriorated due to neglect, appearing lifeless. Brody continuously infused golden chi into it to stimulate the vitality cells. This process lasted 10 days before the new body emitted a faint breath, showing signs of life. With experience, Brody acted confidently, waving his hand to bring out the last few divine medicines from his storage ring to nourish the divine soul. He felt no regret, slowly guiding the medicinal effects to strengthen the Jediah's divine soul. Finally, under Ted's excited gaze, the Jediah slowly opened his eyes. Like Ted, the Jediah initially woke up bewildered. After some time, he came to his senses. Understanding the situation, he also sighed deeply. Perhaps having died once made it easier for him to accept things without becoming overly emotional. Note: In translating character names, pinyin-based romanizations are used, and efforts have been made to maintain tone and style consistency with the original text. ##### Chapter 358. Return to Charlesh World. Senior. Brody wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the Nolan who waved his hand. There's no need to talk about the past. The Purple Mansion was saved by you, and thus we are even. However, I still ask for your help. If Purple Mansion faces difficulties in the future, I hope you can offer a helping hand. After a slight pause, Brody immediately agreed. Please rest assured, Senior. If that day comes, I will do my best. The news of Purple Mansion's revival spread quickly across the 9 states like ripples from a stone cast into water, drawing widespread attention. It was said that the undouble Baxter had resurrected everyone. This feat made countless people feel even more reverence for him. Some wondered whether Brody might also revive those who died in battle, but alas, they were truly dead. Their souls returned to the earth, and beyond any saving. Ted, when I heard the news of your death back then, I was heartbroken for a long time. I never imagined you'd come back to life. You deceived me into tears. Gale looked at Ted with amazement, pinching left and right in disbelief. He was now the patriarch of the Dang family, his cultivation reaching the peak of martial king. Upon hearing the news, he came over immediately. But tell me, what does it feel like to die? Ted smiled faintly, glancing at Gale. So, you want to experience it? Come on, I'd be happy to help you. Hearing this, Gale said with a mocking tone, You're still no match for me, try harder, young man. Seeing Gale's annoying expression, Ted shook his head and laughed. He hadn't changed, still carefree as ever. Back when they were prodigies in Fletcher City, despite their competition, their friendship remained strong. They chatted over drinks well into the night. Eventually, Gale refused to leave and decided to stay overnight at Ted's place. Outside the Baxter City, Brody stood alone under the night sky, looking somewhat desolate. Before him stood a massive tombstone inscribed with names. I'm back for a visit today, but who knows when I'll return next. Brody lowered his wine cup, pouring out a libation for the heroes of the Baxter City. Indeed, he was leaving. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared, not surprised to see Brody there. They respectfully poured a drink as well and stood quietly behind him. The affairs of Julie are settled, I must go. Brody turned around, his gaze focused on the two. He handed Justine a storage ring filled with nearly all the spoils he had gained through his battles. Use these resources to train them. I believe in your abilities. Brody's them referred not to the forces of the 9 states, but to the disciples of the Sword Alliance. Only strength would prevent others from targeting them. Justine accepted the ring and nodded. After the rebellion of the 5 prefectures, she understood this too. With these resources, the Sword Alliance would soon grow stronger. Brody then looked at Hall, whose eyes were red. Brother, I wish to follow you. Unsurprisingly, Brody declined. Stay in Julie and assist xuanhuan in enhancing your cultivation. I believe one day we will fight side by side again. Farewell. Brody took one last deep look at them before soaring into the sky, disappearing instantly into the horizon. They watched him until he vanished. Why didn't you try to keep him or give him a hug? Seeing Justine's unusually calm reaction, Hall couldn't help but ask curiously. Justine shook her head, smiling gently. His future is boundless, a vast universe filled with strong opponents. He shouldn't be tied down by sentimental attachments. I don't want to be a burden. I only hope he remains safe and unharmed. In the silent void, Brody streaked through space like a meteor. Within a month, he arrived at another world mostly covered by seas, with only 3/10 of its landmass suitable for habitation. Charlesh World. Brody came here to visit old acquaintances and his eldest disciple, Xavier. At Cloud Sect, in the backyard of a residence, a resolute youth was practicing fist techniques, generating faint golden light that resonated with powerful explosions. As a pure body cultivator, Xavier has already reached the martial emperor realm at such a young age, truly outstanding among the younger generation, and Hartley commented admiringly. Indeed, worthy of being Brody's disciple. Under a great master, great students are born. In time, he will definitely become another Brody. Nearby Hartley's gazed at Xavier with pride, praising him warmly. Their aged faces lit up with smiles. Wonder how Brody is doing now. With his cultivation speed, he must have already broken through to the sage realm, right? Nonsense, Brody is the most extraordinary genius I've ever seen in my life. No, a prodigy unmatched in Charlesh World's history. Pity he and the sacred maiden didn't end up together, one sighed. Listening to this, Brody floating silently nearby felt speechless. What had been a pleasant conversation suddenly turned. But seeing Xavier's achievements, Brody couldn't help but nod in approval. As a teacher, he felt immensely gratified. However, he wouldn't show it. In fact, his expectations for Xavier surpassed those for Liza. Xavier finished his practice, and the Hartleys gathered around, Nathaniel Vernon smiling approvingly. Great job, getting better every time. In just a few years, you'll be a master of fist techniques. Blushing, Xavier scratched his head. Nathaniel Vernon, you flatter me. There's still a long way to go before I reach that level. This response earned him more praise from the Hartleys. Great temperament, humble, and diligent. If only I had a suitable granddaughter, I'd surely marry her off to you. Laughter erupted among the Hartleys. At that moment, a woman in a green dress walked up, looking at them helplessly. All right, you've spoiled our little boy enough. Have you nothing better to do? These past few years, the Hartleys doted on Xavier endlessly, making her worry. Seeing this woman, Xavier called out obediently, Sister Vivian. The Hartleys, after being scolded by Ray, exchanged glances and sighed. Ah, you used to be so attached to us, calling us grandfathers. Now you're sending us away. We're getting old. Seeing Ray slightly angry, they quickly straightened up. Nathaniel Vernon chuckled apologetically. Just teasing. Don't get mad, girl. We'll leave you alone. Little boy, remember to visit Nathaniel Vernon whenever you have time. As they prepared to leave, a voice rang out from the void. Nathaniels, don't rush off just yet. Chapter 359. Testing Xavier. Everyone stopped in their tracks, their eyes darting around with astonishment. The voice was so familiar, yet they couldn't pinpoint its source. From where was it coming? Among those present, only two people felt intense fluctuations in their hearts. One was Xavier, and the other was Ray. This voice was far too familiar to them. Involuntarily, an image of a figure surfaced in their minds, superimposing itself with this voice. Is it him? Ray kept turning her head to look around, her gaze filled with a trace of pursuit, eagerly anticipating his appearance. Finally, ripples appeared in the space near them, and a man in a black cloak stepped out from the void. A faint smile played on his lips as he looked at everyone with amusement. Seeing me is quite a surprise and unexpected thrill, isn't it? Damn, Brody. Nathaniel Vernon's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Usually well-preserved, he even burst into expletives at Brody's sudden appearance. They immediately recognized him, but they never expected that after just mentioning Brody, he would appear right then. It truly was like summoning someone by talking about them. Goodness gracious, what level of cultivation have you reached now? We didn't sense a thing. Nathaniel Marco gazed at Brody with eyes that sparkled as if seeing something rare and precious. Brody opened his mouth slightly, and the Hartleys immediately perked up their ears. However, after a long pause, he simply stretched out one finger and solemnly said, "You guess." Hell, all the Hartleys exploded in profanity. How could they not be deceived like this after waiting for his response? Big brother. Xavier walked over. Flinars had passed, and whether it was because of growing tall or due to the immovable Alec body, he had grown taller and was quite the Igor. What was odd was that his eyes were sparkling with admiration. You've grown much taller and stronger. Brody nodded, seemingly unaware of Xavier's current physical cultivation. He then turned his gaze to Ray, who had remained silent all along. She stood gracefully, very composed upon seeing Brody once again, but the moistness in her eyes betrayed her emotions. Stepping forward, Brody gently wiped away the tear forming in her eye, and then extended his arms to give her a warm embrace as if reuniting with an old friend. It's been a long time. After a brief embrace lasting barely 2 breaths, they separated. Ray felt an emptiness in her heart but did not show it on her face. Instead, she managed to smile, radiant and comforting like a warm sun. Flynns, it's been a long time. The surrounding Hartleys exchanged glances, their eyes meeting successfully, and all displayed a knowing smile. They silently left, giving the couple their privacy. However, things did not proceed as expected. Brody turned his attention back to Xavier. Foolish boy, spar with me. Hey, are you serious? Xavier was clearly taken aback, startled by Brody's words. In his mind, Big Brother had always been revered as a mentor, the #1 man in the world, and now he wanted him to fight against him. For a moment, he stuttered, unable to find his words. Be Big Brother. How can I be your opponent? Flynity Brody appeared very serious. Even Ray could not fathom his thoughts, wondering why a master would challenge his disciple to a fight. I will seal my power and suppress my body strength to match yours, just to see how much progress you've made during this time. Upon hearing these words, Xavier hesitated for a second before firmly nodding. Now he understood. Big Brother was testing his growth. He must perform well and not disappoint him. Taking a deep breath, Xavier said, Big Brother, let's do this. Hardly had the words left his mouth when Brody's figure blurred, appearing in front of him almost instantly. Without hesitation, he struck a punch toward Xavier's chest. Xavier's pupils contracted. The speed was incredible. He had no time to react, only instinctively raising his hands to shield his chest. In an instant, he was sent flying. Seeing this, a hint of concern flashed across Ray's eyes. Although Brody had suppressed his power to the peak of martial king, that punch held nothing back. Brody's expression remained calm as he transformed into a blur and rushed towards Xavier, who hadn't even steadied himself yet. Powerful punches continuously hammered down, each landing squarely on Xavier's body. Pooh! Blood spewed from Xavier's mouth as his internal energy churned violently, yet Brody's relentless attack only strengthened his resolve. At that moment, his potential erupted, golden blood chi radiating from his entire body as he counterattacked. His fists encased in golden light produced sonic booms in midair. Such speed was likely unmatched among those of the same realm, but his opponent was not just anyone. He was facing Brody. Brody's reaction was astonishingly swift. Almost the moment Xavier threw his punch, Brody had already formulated a strategy. With a slight sidestep, he avoided the blow while swinging his arm, causing Xavier immediate pain spreading through his arm. Your strikes are too slow. Can you speed up? Brody shouted, ceasing his offensive but continuously evading and defending, ensuring Xavier couldn't touch him once. This left Xavier enduring much hardship. At this moment, Brody no longer treated Xavier as a disciple, the foolish boy who followed him around, but more like an enemy. But despite his harsh words, Xavier's performance deeply satisfied him. Even with every part of his body battered, his fighting spirit never diminished. Instead, he grew braver as the battle continued. Hashtag Chapter 360. A Maiden's Awakening, a Youth Without Sentiment. Ah! Xavier roared, a burst of Qigong soaring toward Brody. At this moment, he no longer held back, treating Brody as a true opponent. Note, Qigong is literally translated as fistlight, but for better fluency in English, it can be modified to a burst of energy from his punch. Revised. Xavier roared, and a burst of energy from his punch soared toward Brody. At this moment, he no longer held back, treating Brody as a true opponent. Use your full strength. If you don't push yourself to the limit, how will you know where your boundaries lie? How will you improve? Brody deftly countered Xavier's punch with an encouraging tone, seemingly expecting something. Lie. At this point, Xavier's eyes were bloodshot, his clothes stained with blood, radiating ferocity, nothing like the obedient boy he used to be. His only thought was to surpass his limits. Seeing this, Ray nearby flashed a sympathetic look, but understood that Brody was doing it for his own good, so she didn't intervene. Although it was painful, what he gained was invaluable. There was nothing more comforting than truly enhancing one's abilities. However, Brody wasn't being gentle. Each strike, each palm hit Xavier, causing bruising at best and immediate spitting of blood at worst. Even at the same cultivation level, Brody was far superior. Finally, Brody delivered a powerful palm strike. Instead of flying backward as expected, Xavier stood firm, resisting the blow with his fist. Golden light enveloped Xavier's body, a manifestation of his blood chi escaping through his pores, making him look like a golden armored general. More striking was the golden silhouette floating behind him. Though blurry, it exuded an aura of majesty that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Seeing this, Brody smiled. His goal in tormenting Xavier was to push him to this state. Although he felt pained by Xavier's injuries, the harsh realities of the cultivation world demanded toughness. If he, as a master, wasn't strict, then the cultivation world would be even crueler. Xavier stood there, clearly meditating on the Alec Phantom. Brody did not disturb him but watched silently. Franklin, is he all right? Ray walked up beside Brody and asked softly. Brody shook his head. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you fall back. Don't worry. Franklin has never been inferior to anyone. A gentle breeze blew past, and Alton appeared unannounced. Despite Brody's overwhelming power now, he showed respect, bowing deeply. Late nephew pays respects to Uncle Vivian. Ray also respectfully bowed. Alfredo. Alton glanced at Xavier before smiling at Brody. You're a ruthless teacher, aren't you? These injuries might keep him bedridden for 2 weeks. But Alton understood Brody's intentions and couldn't help but admire his methods. If the disciple grew, he could eventually become a great pillar of power. Brody looked at Xavier and said, I led him into martial pursuits and must take responsibility for him. Flowers in greenhouses remain flowers. They can never grow into mighty trees. How long do you plan to stay this time? Just came by to visit. I'll leave soon, Brody answered after a moment's thought. Alton nodded, casting a complex glance at Ray. He knew her feelings all too well. Unfortunately, the maiden had intentions while the river remained indifferent. Deep into the night, Xavier's body quivered, and his eyes slowly opened. After a brief daze, he forced himself up despite the excruciating pain. Thank you, master. Despite his injuries, Xavier sensed an increase in his internal strength. Though his cultivation level hadn't changed, he believed that with that state activated, he could challenge a martial emperor. Of course, he didn't let this go to his head. Over the 2 years at Cloud Sect, people constantly praised and envied him. As a young man, it naturally instilled some pride in him. But today's actions by Brody shattered that pride. Being brutally overpowered by someone at the same level made him realize how far he still had to go. Charlesh Realm is your starting point, not your end point. If you have the strength, aim for greater stages, that's where you can truly shine. This was Brody's advice. Night fell, and the weather was clear, with thin clouds revealing twinkling stars and a luminous moon. On a mountain peak in Cloud Sect, Brody and Ray sat together in silence, only interrupted by occasional insect chirps from the grass. Recently, I've been dreaming about you. Is this some kind of telepathy? Ray blushed slightly, breaking the awkward silence. Brody, surprised by her words, paused before feigning deep thought. Maybe, higher cultivation does enhance certain perceptions. Look at you, almost at the imperial level after 2 years. Becoming a sage is inevitable. Though Brody seemed serious, Ray found this unsatisfactory, secretly stomping her foot in frustration. And Brody, mischievously asked, what's wrong with your foot? Ray rolled her eyes, exasperated. I'm fine. All right. Nearby eavesdroppers muttered, frustrated. This brat, either genuinely clueless or pretending, can't understand what Yue means. Only Nathaniel Vernon understood fully, the person who knew Brody best, and chuckled sadly. A maiden's heart awakens, yet the youth remains detached. In truth, Brody understood Ray's feelings better than anyone, but he couldn't open his heart. He knew she was a good girl, but his mission demanded frequent farewells. He already felt guilty towards Anika and others, and didn't want to burden another good girl. We'll always be good friends. Meeting you is my life's fortune. Thank you for being in my life. Direct words hurt, but indecision was crueler. As expected, hearing this, Ray trembled, her expression stunned, but she quickly recovered, forcing a smile. I knew it. Your friend, whom I may not see again for a long time. Brody's future accomplishments would grant him longevity, but time would fade her beauty. Better to preserve her most beautiful self in his memory. Letting her retain her loveliest form in his heart was perhaps for the best? Chapter 360. A maiden's spring thoughts, a young man's indifference. Xavier roared in anger as a surge of force from his punch hurtled towards Brody. At this moment, he no longer felt fear but treated Brody as a true adversary. Use all your strength. How can you know your limits without using full power? How can you improve yourself otherwise? Brody deflected Xavier's punch with ease, his voice filled with encouragement. It seemed like he had been anticipating something. Roar. At this point, bloodshot eyes stared out from Xavier's blood-stained shirt, exuding an aura of ferocity that bore no resemblance to the previously gentle boy. His only thought was to break through his limits. Seeing him in this state, Ray's gaze flickered from where she stood not far away. Though she felt pain for Henri, a pet name for Xavier, she understood that Brody's actions were for his own good and did not interfere. Though it was tough, what he gained from it brought the most reassuring feeling. To say what brings the greatest comfort, nothing compares to the true improvement in one's strength. However, Brody's strikes were merciless. Punches landed on flesh, causing Xavier to either turn red and swollen or even spit blood at times. Even within the same cultivation level, Brody far surpassed him. Finally, with one of Brody's palm strikes, Xavier did not fly backward as expected. Instead, he stood firm on the spot, countering the palm with a punch. Golden light enveloped Xavier's body, radiating from every pore like blood chi, making him appear like a golden armored general. Even more striking was the golden figure hovering behind him, faint yet imposing, still evoking awe despite its vagueness. Seeing this, Brody smiled. The main reason he had been so ruthless was to push Xavier to this point. Although it pained him to see Henri bruised and battered, the cultivation world was cruel and unforgiving. If he did not toughen up now, the future would be harsher. As a master, he had to prepare Xavier for the realities of their world. Xavier stood dumbfounded, clearly sensing the manifestation of Vajra King. Brody did not interrupt but watched quietly. Henri, is he alright? Ray walked up to Brody and asked softly. Brody shook his head. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you fall back. Don't worry. Henri has never been inferior to anyone. A gentle breeze blew past as Alton appeared unannounced. Though Brody's current combat prowess far exceeded this man, he still showed respect. This junior greets Uncle Vivian. Ray also bowed respectfully. Alfredo. Alton first glanced at Xavier and then chuckled at Brody. You young man, treating your disciple so ruthlessly. With injuries this severe, he'll likely be bedridden for half a month after. FLYNT. Alton understood Brody's intentions well. He couldn't help but marvel that disciples trained by this young man would eventually become influential figures if they grew strong enough. Brody looked at Xavier and said, I led him into the path of martial arts, so I must take responsibility for him. Flowers in a greenhouse can only remain flowers and will never grow as tall as trees. How long are you planning to stay this time? Just visiting briefly, then I'll leave soon. After a brief pause, Brody answered. Hearing this, Alton nodded but cast a complicated look at Ray, understanding his daughter's feelings. Alas, her affection met indifference, truly unfortunate. Deep into the night, Xavier trembled slightly, slowly opening his eyes. Looking around dazedly, his eyes flashed before he stood up, enduring excruciating pain. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. Though injured, Xavier distinctly sensed the growth in his internal strength. Though his cultivation level hadn't changed, he was confident that if he could achieve that state again, he could challenge even a martial emperor. Of course, this did not make him proud or complacent. Indeed, during his 2 years at Vivian and Sect, he often heard praises about himself, making him somewhat proud. However, today's experience shattered his pride. Suppressed at the same level, he was thoroughly beaten. If Brody hadn't gone easy on him, he might have been left without a chance to fight back. This taught him that there was always someone stronger, and he had a long way to go. Charlesh Realm is your starting point, not your end. If you possess strength, strive for greater achievements on a larger stage. That's where you can truly shine. These were Brody's words to him. Night fell. The weather was clear, with sparse clouds allowing the stars to twinkle brightly under a full moon. On a peak in Vivian and Sect, Brody and Ray sat in silence. The air was peaceful except for the occasional sound of insects chirping in the grass. These days, I've kept dreaming about you. Now you're back. Do you think it's fate? Ray blushed slightly, breaking the awkward silence. Brody didn't expect her to say this and paused for a moment, then pretended to ponder deeply. Perhaps it is. After all, higher cultivation enhances one's sensitivity. See, it's been 2 years, and you're almost reaching the Monroe realm? Becoming a sage is certain. His serious tone did not satisfy Ray, who inwardly stomped her feet in frustration. Adding insult to injury, Brody asked, what's wrong? Does your foot hurt? Ray rolled her eyes, barely suppressing her annoyance. I'm fine. All right. Not far away, several eavesdroppers cursed silently at Brody's ineptitude. This brat, is he really stupid or just pretending not to understand what Wayer means? Frustrating. Only Nathaniel Vernon understood Brody best inside, a maiden in love, but the young man remains indifferent. Brody knew better than anyone how Ray felt about him, but could not bring himself to accept it openly. He knew she was a good girl, but the mission on his shoulders meant that partings were inevitable. He felt guilty enough toward Anika and others, and did not want to waste another good girl's time. We will always be great friends. Meeting you has been my life's luck, and I thank you for being part of my life. Direct honesty hurt, but Brody believed that being vague and indecisive would be even crueler to her. Sure enough, hearing these words, Ray trembled slightly, appearing dazed before regaining her composure with a forced smile. I knew it, but I wonder how many times we'll meet in the future. Brody's future success guaranteed a long lifespan. Time would age her, making them less compatible. Perhaps it was better not to meet. Let her remain the most beautiful in his heart. Perhaps it was for the best. Chapter 361. Void Divine Ship. The next day, Brody and Xavier arrived at a remote location in the Auden Shah archipelago. Ever since the fall of the Auden Shah holy sect, this area had been incorporated into the Vivian and Sect sphere of influence. Looking at the small hut before him, Brody felt a sense of nostalgia. He followed Xavier inside, where everything was neatly arranged and dust-free. It seemed Xavier occasionally returned to live here for a while. Though the hut was dilapidated, it held precious memories for the young man. A solitary grave lay quietly beside the hut. Xavier found a sickle and carefully removed the sprouting grass around it. Afterward, they silently lit incense and candles before the grave. Art, the big brother has come to see you, Xavier said softly. An autumn breeze blew, and a single leaf fell accurately onto the tombstone. Brody gently brushed it away. Barker, I may not return for a long time. Please forgive me. Brody felt guilty about the Hartley. The Hartley had saved his life, but he had failed to protect him. If he had returned just a little earlier, or if he hadn't ventured deep into the woods that day, perhaps the Hartley would still be standing beside them now. As if sensing Brody's emotions, Xavier gently comforted him. No one can predict when tomorrow or an accident will come first. Big brother, please don't blame yourself. Art and I have never blamed you. Big brother, are you leaving again? Xavier looked at him with reluctance in his eyes. Brody smiled faintly, patted him on the shoulder, and said, I need to fulfill my responsibilities and obligations as a man. Keep practicing diligently, and I'll be waiting for you ahead. Goodbye. Watching Brody vanish into the void, Xavier stood alone in front of the hut, feeling somewhat complex. Deep down, he always regarded Brody as family, someone who had enlightened him and was irreplaceable. He had a premonition that it would be a very long time before they met again. Time passed swiftly, and half a year had gone by. During this period, Brody traveled tirelessly through the vast, desolate void, his lone figure appearing somewhat lonely in this quiet space. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Brody's gaze became cautious, focusing on a certain spot in the void. Following his gaze, he saw an enormous object sliding through the void 50 miles away from him. It was a massive ship. This piqued Brody's curiosity. This was the first time he had seen a ship navigating through the void, and its speed was incredibly fast. Brody speculated that it might rival even deities. This is a Void Divine ship, crafted by the Void Divine Temple specifically for traversing the void. From its design, it looks like the lowest grade model. Nevertheless, its usual speed rivals that of a deity, and when fully accelerated, even a primary deity would be left in awe. Additionally, these ships are inscribed with divine patterns by major forces, making their offensive power formidable enough to deter even deities. Wow. Upon hearing Flynn's explanation, Brody took a sharp breath. What kind of force is this Void Divine Temple? To be able to create such a divine artifact. I wish I had one too. Ha 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 ha. Do you know how much one of these Void Divine ships costs? Even major forces paid a hefty price back then to acquire just one, let alone now, when they are considered rare items, with their value only increasing over time. Ambry laughed. Rare items? Why are they rare now? The Void Divine Temple disappeared without a trace during ancient times. Until now, all factions have been secretly investigating it, but unfortunately, there has been no result. They haven't even determined why the Void Divine Temple vanished from public view suddenly. Flynn, once a powerful figure roaming the cosmos, naturally knew many secrets. Brody furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something. Could it be because of the epic Black Alastard? Hearing those 4 words, Flynn looked at Brody with surprise. How did you know? He glanced at Ambry, but Ambry quickly disclaimed, Don't look at me. I didn't tell him. It was Alejandro. Brody explained. Flynn nodded, then shook his head. It's unclear. Too much time has passed, and many truths have been buried. Sometimes, what you believe to be the truth is merely what others want you to know. These words were deeply meaningful. As they conversed, Brody suddenly froze, noticing that the Void Divine ship had stopped moving. They are? Brody frowned slightly as he observed a figure flying out from the Void Divine ship, heading directly towards him. Seeing the approaching figure getting closer, Brody remained alert, ready to flee at any moment. After all, according to Flynn, anyone who owned a Void Divine ship was undoubtedly from one of the top forces in the cosmos. Fortunately, the person eventually stopped at a relatively safe distance. At least Brody felt safe at that distance. As the person approached, Brody recognized the newcomer. A middle-aged man without a single white hair, wearing a dark robe, with piercing eyes radiating vigor. Upon sensing this person's approach, Brody immediately felt a sense of danger. His body reacted instinctively to the presence of a powerful entity. Ambry helpfully informed him of the newcomer's cultivation level. This is a deity. Immediately after speaking, Ambry's aura vanished without a trace, leaving Brody alone, drenched in cold sweat. Swallowing hard, Brody gave a dry laugh. May I ask, Senior, what brings you here? Have I offended you in any way? The old man smiled faintly, showing no signs of hostility. Instead, he bowed slightly. Young friend, my young master wishes to invite you. Chapter 362. Arlie Vlad? Brody frowned, not recalling having met any young master before. May I ask which young master of yours? The old man chuckled. Young sir will know once he arrives. As he spoke, he made a gesture inviting Brody to follow. Brody took a deep breath. Given that the other party could command spirits and had arrived in a void godship, their identity was undoubtedly highly influential. Although the old man was a spirit, he exuded no oppressive aura. Even if not a friend, he shouldn't be an enemy. Considering this, Brody nodded. He also wanted to see who this mysterious young master was. Please lead the way, Senior. Upon entering, Brody felt the immense pressure of the void godship more directly. In front of such a colossal object, he felt as insignificant as an ant. The ship's surface was engraved with cryptic runes that shimmered with a lustrous glow, unimaginably powerful once activated. Seeing Brody's reaction, the old man couldn't help but feel proud. He explained, This is a void godship, specifically used for traversing the cosmos. In our Vlad Divine realm alone, we have 4 of these ships, and in the entire southern cosmos, there are only 8. The value of a single void godship was incalculable, and to have 4 showcased the depth of their resources. It was no wonder the old man looked proud. Brody, however, was more shocked, not by the godship, but by the words Vlad Divine Realm from the old man's mouth. He recalled from Harvey that apart from various powerful realms, the southern cosmos had 5 top-tier divine realms whose overall strength ranked first class even on a universal scale. Among these 5, the Vlad Divine Realm was the strongest, known as the paramount realm of the southern cosmos. Thinking about it, owning such a treasure as a void godship seemed fitting. But why would he, who had never even encountered someone from the Vlad Divine Realm, be invited here? Curious, Brody followed the old man aboard the void godship. Upon boarding, countless eyes turned to him, curious about the person who had caught their young master's interest. Brody estimated there were over 10 spirits present, along with many others who were at least holy realm experts, a formidable force that would crush the current demonic cultivation world. Despite the overwhelming power around him, Brody remained calm, neither fearful nor overly humble. The old man observed his demeanor with approval. Young sir, please follow me. The ship had many magnificent buildings. Soon, Brody followed the old man into a courtyard. Not far away sat a young man in casual attire, quietly brewing tea. The old man stopped, bowing to the young man. Arlie, the person you requested is here. You may go now. Flynn's. The old man bowed again and quietly left. Only then did Brody speak, looking at the young man with surprise. I didn't expect it to be you. Vlad. Of course, he should have realized sooner. The Vlad Divine Realm. But the disparity between the Geely Realm and the Vlad Divine Realm was so vast that he hadn't considered it. The young man looked up, smiling warmly. Brother Flynn, it's been a while. Flynn's, it has, Brody nodded. Since the great competition in Khaliljo, Vlad had seemingly vanished without a trace. He never expected they would meet again here. What a coincidence. After Brody sat down, Vlad poured him a cup of tea, looking apologetic. Brother Flynn, Vlad isn't my real name. It was just an alias I used during my trials. My true name is Braden. Please understand. Brody wasn't offended. People often used aliases when traveling. Even he had done so. Understood. Just didn't expect to meet you like this. Brody vaguely sensed Braden, but couldn't gauge his cultivation level. This could mean either he had artifacts concealing his power, or his cultivation far exceeded Brody's own. Brody wouldn't inquire rudely. Braden smiled. I didn't expect to meet Brother Flynn here either. Your progress in cultivation has been remarkable in just a few years. Recognizing that Braden could perceive his cultivation level, Brody guessed he was at least a Grand Holy Realm expert, perhaps stronger. Brody smiled faintly. Brother Lee's progress is equally astonishing. Braden shook his head modestly. I merely suppressed my realm for certain trial requirements. Cultivation is incredibly difficult. I can't compare to Brother Flynn. During their conversation, Brody learned why Braden was here. He was tasked with delivering valuable items, requiring the use of the Void Godship for safety. Braden asked, where is Brother Flynn headed? Brody pondered briefly, deciding not to mention the ethereal immortal domain. I plan to visit a powerful realm to use their super transmission array to reach the Eastern Cosmos. According to Irvin, the ethereal immortal domain was located in the Eastern Cosmos and was one of the top forces in the universe. The Eastern Cosmos? Braden asked curiously. May I ask what brings you there? He quickly corrected himself. Sorry, I blurted that out. Please don't misunderstand. Brody waved it off. It's fine. I'm going there to find my wife. That's convenient. The Vlad Divine Realm has a void wormhole leading to the Eastern Cosmos. If Brother Flynn has no objections, why not return with me? At the speed of the Void Godship, it'll take less than a month to reach Vlad. Then I can request permission from the Hartleys, which should be straightforward. Void wormhole? Brody wondered. A divine message from the heavenly sword clarified things. Void wormholes were created by the Void Temple, masters of the Void Essence, capable of transporting to any point in the universe, far surpassing ordinary transmission arrays. Wouldn't this be too much trouble? Brody hesitated, feeling it might be presumptuous. Besides, using the Void wormhole seemed too grand for the occasion. Braden maintained his smile. What trouble? Don't worry so much. I want to be friends with Brother Flynn. Chapter 363, Void Storm. Braden was straightforward and simple in explaining his thoughts, which naturally increased Brody's good impression of him. Braden's candidness made it comfortable for Brody to be around him. Brody's lips curved upward slightly. Thank you very much, brotherly. Without exaggeration, this encounter with Braden had solved one of Brody's major problems. With the Void wormhole, he could reach the ethereal immortal domain in a single step. Henceforth, Brody spent most of his time on the Void Divine Vessel, learning about the power structure of the Vlad Divine Realm from Braden. Unlike the Demon Realm, where every entity governed itself, there was only one dominant force in the Vlad Divine Realm, the Vlad Divine Palace. It held absolute leadership authority, leaving no room for any other factions. The core entities of the Vlad Divine Palace were the 6 great families, the Council of Nathaniels, and the Vlad Divine King. Braden was the most outstanding disciple of his generation in the Lee family, also possessing a martial body, earning him the attention of the Council of Nathaniels and the Vlad Divine King. Most of the strong figures on the current Void Divine Vessel belonged to the direct line of the Lee family. Thus, due to Braden, they treated Brody with unusual courtesy. About half a month had passed since then. During this time, Brody mostly stayed in the room provided for him. Here, both Ambry and Jason had concealed their presences, leaving only Billy occasionally for company. For the rest of the time, Brody focused on regulating his breaths and delving into swordsmanship. Just one step away from breaking through to the great sage realm in swordsmanship, Brody muttered, but his face didn't show any joy. That small step felt like an immense chasm between heaven and earth. Without breaking through the great sage realm in swordsmanship, it would be even more uncertain how long it would take to advance in cultivation. Only increasing his strength would ensure his greatest safety. Little Alistair, don't be too hasty. The more anxious you are, the less likely you'll succeed. Maintain a calm heart, said Billy as if sensing his anxiety. Suddenly, the entire room shook violently. Brody frowned and looked outside, where what he saw made his pupils constrict. Outside the Void Divine Vessel, space no longer bore its original serene appearance. Instead, thunder roared incessantly, accompanied by roaring winds and flashes of lightning. The symbols on the surface of the vessel had all lit up, forming a huge light barrier enclosing the entire vessel. Despite this, the vessel still quaked. Is Prince Flynn all right? We've encountered a void storm, but don't worry. We'll get through it soon, came a mental voice from the dark-robed Hartley who was outside maintaining order to prevent unnecessary chaos. I'm fine. Please carry on, replied Brody, staring blankly at the outside void. This was his first encounter with a legendary void storm. Even being protected by the vessel, he could still feel a shiver down his spine, imagining even deities might not escape such calamity unscathed. Reflecting on this, Brody felt fortunate that he hadn't experienced anything like this before. It was said that among the 3 things feared most during interstellar voyages, spatial storms ranked first. Their chaotic and powerful forces could tear everything apart. The second were star beasts. These creatures, with varied appearances, always lived in the vast void. Upon encountering them, run without hesitation. The third was very mysterious, with sparse records and history stating that the void harbors spirits named ghost ships. If encountered, may you find your own fortune. A few short words proved just how terrifying ghost ships were. Some believed that whoever met a ghost ship, regardless of power or abilities, would be taken away, disappearing from the world. Brody once asked Ambry about ghost ships, but Ambry didn't respond, seemingly tacitly acknowledging their existence. Billy, do you think ghost ships truly exist? As Billy had just awakened, Brody couldn't help but ask curiously, knowing that as a supreme being from the previous epoch, Billy must know much. Ghost ships do exist, but they aren't as exaggerated as you described. Once you reach a high enough level, even ghost ships cannot take you away. Brody nodded in agreement. He always believed that nothing was the strongest. There was always something stronger. So, ghost ships were merely another form of existence. But where does the ghost ship take people? To the rumored netherworld? Billy paused for a moment before answering, for you. Yes, it probably is. Brody's face darkened upon hearing this. Joking was one thing, but personal attacks were another matter entirely. You don't need to know so much now. Focus on cultivation. When you reach that level, you'll naturally learn everything you want to know. Despite feeling curious, Brody nodded without further questioning. While they conversed, the void divine vessel gradually stabilized, and the storm outside vanished. Had we crossed it? Brody murmured. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Upon opening the door, he found the energetic face of the dark-robed Hartley looking at him. Prince Flynn, we've passed through the void storm. Everything is safe now. I apologize for the fright you experienced. After days of interaction, Brody knew the Hartley's name. Half jokingly, he said, Yarden, you flatter me. Under your protection, I have nothing to worry about. Yarden laughed heartily. Great. Rest well, young friend Flynn. I have some business to attend to, so I won't disturb you anymore. Take care, Yarden. After Yarden left, Brody received a message from Braden shortly after. After pondering for a moment, he headed toward Braden's residence. Just as he arrived, Brody encountered Braden exiting his room, accompanied by several lovely beauties. Seeing Brody, Braden showed no embarrassment. Brother Flynn, please come in. After sending the girls away, Brody couldn't help but shake his head. Braden wasn't bad in most aspects, except for his fondness for the opposite sex. Braden had his rationale too. Life is short. Enjoy while you're young. Who knows when death will come? Translation continues seamlessly, preserving the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. The structure and logical flow are maintained consistent with prior content. Hashtag chapter 364, Miguel Divine Palace. After Brody sat down, Braden came straight to the point. Brother Flynn, I've invited you here today because I want to ask if you have any interest in joining the Miguel Divine Realm? Joining the Miguel Divine Realm? Brody was slightly taken aback, not understanding why Braden was asking him this. However, he had no intention of doing so, and shook his head gently. Thank you for your invitation, Brother Lee, but I have no plans to do so at the moment. Please forgive me. Seeing Brody's refusal, Braden felt a bit regretful but still wanted to give it another try. He smiled and said, Brother Flynn, you don't need to decline so hastily. After you visit the Miguel Divine Palace, you can reconsider. If you change your mind, I'll immediately recommend you to a Nathaniel. The main structure of the Miguel Divine Palace consists of 6 major families, the Nathaniel Council, and the Divine King of Miguel. This framework is largely fixed, but that doesn't mean they don't accept external talents. Anyone who catches the eye of the Nathaniel Council or the Divine King can join the Miguel Divine Palace and enjoy a high status. Braden genuinely wanted Brody to join the Miguel Divine Palace. He knew all too well how long and arduous the path of cultivation could be without abundant resources. With Brody's talent, if he received cultivation support from the Miguel Divine Palace, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. Moreover, Braden was confident that with Brody's talent, he would certainly catch the attention of the Nathaniels and possibly even the Divine King himself. Brody hesitated slightly but did not want to offend Braden, so he nodded. If I change my mind, then I will certainly need Brother Lee's help. 3 more days passed and finally, the Void Spirit Boat was about to arrive at the Miguel Divine Realm. Looking ahead, Brody was filled with awe. The Miguel Divine Realm wasn't hidden in the void like ordinary worlds. Instead, it was fully open and visible. Any observer could see a massive realm floating quietly in space, its vastness unimaginable. Compared to it, even the 10 great demon regions of the demon cultivation world would only be considered as minor corners here. Soon, the Void Spirit Boat entered the Miguel Divine Realm. Everyone gazed reverently at the colossal vessel overhead, knowing it carried the big shots of the Miguel Divine Palace. Some people looked on with envy. If one day, I could become a disciple of the Miguel Divine Palace and ride this legendary Void Spirit Boat, what a glorious thing it would be. I must cultivate diligently. As long as I meet the standards, I can pass the examination of the Miguel Divine Palace. In the Miguel Divine Realm, the Divine Palace held absolute dominance. Becoming a member of the Miguel Divine Palace was the goal of most cultivators here, seen as an honor and a means to enormous benefits due to its special status. Our Miguel Divine Palace not only has its main structure but also peripheral forces such as city lords and governors across various regions, all disciples of the Divine Palace directly under the orders of the Divine King. And the influence of our Miguel Divine Palace extends beyond just these. Besides the Divine King, there is also a Supreme Being and a Guardian Divine King, all of whom have reached the peak of cultivation. Listening to Braden's introduction, Brody marveled inwardly. Indeed, this realm deserved its reputation as the first-rate domain of the Southern Universe, with truly formidable strength. Moreover, the foundation of the Miguel Divine Palace was definitely not limited to what Braden had described. The strength of Miguel lives up to its reputation as the foremost domain indeed. Brody sighed. He had carefully observed and found that the quality of cultivators here far exceeded those in places like the demon cultivation world. Charles A. and Geely. Emperors and sovereigns were very powerful, right? At least in the Geely world, they could serve as regional lords. But here, they were quite common. While conversing, the Void Spirit Boat sped through countless regions before finally arriving at a towering mountain range. Here, the Void Spirit Boat slowed down, and from above, one could clearly see many buildings and moving figures on each mountain peak. Braden explained, this is the Miguel Divine Palace, divided into 81 small peaks, 6 main peaks, and 3 central peaks. The 81 small peaks were on the outermost perimeter, where most of the palace's externally recruited disciples resided. Moving inward, one would find the 6 main peaks, the dwelling places of the 6 major families. Further inside lay the 3 central peaks, embraced by the other smaller peaks, and the 6 main peaks like stars around the moon. One peak housed the Nathaniel Hall, another the Miguel Pavilion, and the last one was rumored to be the secluded retreat of the Supreme Being, off limits to everyone else. What about there? Brody pointed to a certain place. Braden's expression changed instantly, turning unusually serious. That's the forbidden area of Miguel. Strict orders have been issued. Apart from the Divine King, the Nathaniel Council, the Supreme Being, and the Guardian Divine King, no one else is allowed to enter. Violators will be executed without mercy. Hearing this, Brody was also surprised. It was that serious. Finally, he took a deeper look at that place in the middle of the 3 central peaks. The Void Spirit Boat stopped outside the Nathaniel Hall and handed over the responsibility to the relevant personnel. Braden patted Brody on the shoulder. I must report now. Let Dash settle you in first. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about the Void Wormhole matter. Brody smiled faintly. All right. Saying that, Braden walked inside. Dash approached Brody and nodded. Master Flynn, Arlie may not come out for some time. Let me take you to your residence. Brody bowed politely. Then I'll trouble you, Dash. Following Dash and several divine spirits, Brody quickly arrived at the Lee family's main peak. Despite having many clansmen, there were still several empty courtyards. For now, Master Flynn can stay here. If you feel stifled, you're welcome to go out for a breath of fresh air. After settling Brody in, Dash left. The Miguel Divine Palace has remained unchanged after all these years, but it's regrettable that things and people are no longer the same. Billy's voice carried a tinge of nostalgia, making Brody curious. Did Billy come here before? I studied here for a period once. Upon hearing this, Brody became even more curious, but unfortunately, Billy didn't want to elaborate, leaving Brody disappointed. However, since Billy had studied here for some time, Brody couldn't help feeling excited about the Miguel Divine Palace. After a while, Billy spoke again. The Miguel Divine Palace has a secret technique called the 7 Mystic Changes of Miguel, listed as one of the 36 great techniques. If you have an interest, you might consider joining the Miguel Divine Palace. 36 great techniques? At this moment, Ambry added, the 36 great techniques are renowned as the strongest techniques in the universe's history. Each one is extraordinary and almost supernatural, though sadly, many have been lost over time. You can refer to the 1 Qi transforming 3 purities technique you encountered. 1 Qi transforming 3 purities is also one of the 36 great techniques. When Nick initially learned it, he only mastered a small part. If he had fully grasped it, forming 3 bodies as one, your battle would have been hopeless. Whoa. Hearing Ambry's explanation, Brody involuntarily drew a cold breath. The 36 great techniques being the strongest in history alone attested to their worth. The 1 Qi transforming 3 purities technique was impressive enough when dividing into 2 identical clones, but according to Ambry, Nick had only scratched the surface. Hashtag chapter 365. A simple farmer? What is the uniqueness of the Vlad's 7 profound transformations? Brody couldn't help but look at Billy, but at this moment, he was deliberately being mysterious. If you have the chance to obtain it, you will know. Since that's the case, I'll give it a try. First, let me join the Vlad Divine Palace. It was close to evening when Braden returned from the Nathaniel Hall. He immediately came to the courtyard where Brody was staying, a smile on his face. Your matter is settled, but due to some reasons, it's scheduled for 10 days from now. However, that's perfect as it gives me time to show you around properly. Many thanks to Brotherly. Brody clasped his fists in gratitude, an unparalleled excitement filling his heart. 10 days were just a blink of an eye for him, and this time everything had changed from the usual. He hadn't even imagined it would be so smooth. Now, he only hoped that there would be no setbacks within these 10 days. Come, let me introduce you to my grandfather. Brody nodded and followed Braden out of the door. After all, being new here and staying under their roof, declining to meet them would not be appropriate. Braden led Brody along, attracting curious glances from passersby who were unfamiliar with the newcomer. No one had ever seen this person before, and as soon as the two walked past, people started discussing among themselves. Who is that man in black? Why do I have no memory of him? Is there such a person in the Vlad Divine Realm? He should not be from here, but since he can walk closely with Arlie Alastair, he must also be a remarkable figure. According to those who returned yesterday, Arlie Alastair treated him with utmost respect. Since he has come to our Lee family as a guest, we shouldn't neglect him either. Let's welcome them warmly when they come out. Turning left and right, Braden eventually brought Brody to a secluded courtyard. Art, hey, this is a good friend of mine. I've brought him to meet our patriarch. Braden respectfully bowed to an old man in black standing at the entrance, showing unusual respect. Xavier looked lovingly at Braden and patted his shoulder. All right, enough with the formalities, come in. Braden smiled. Thank you, Xavier. Next time, I'll treat you to some wine. Ha ha ha, mischievous brat. Xavier laughed, shaking his head as he watched the two enter. As they walked, Braden introduced Xavier to Brody. Xavier used to wander the world with my grandfather and shares a deep bond with him. While my grandfather meditates in seclusion, he only trusts Xavier, whose cultivation isn't much weaker than my grandfather's. Brody's eyes flickered. he had never underestimated Xavier. Anyone could see that as the patriarch of the Lee family, Braden's grandfather trusted Xavier to guard his practice, which meant he had formidable cultivation. Before long, they stopped outside a garden. Braden, looking respectful, bowed to the silhouette inside. Grandson Xuanhuan pays respects to grandfather. Brody's expression was peculiar because the figure inside did not match his mental image of Braden's grandfather. There was no air of authority. Instead, he looked like an ordinary farmer well into his years. Indeed, the Lee family patriarch was tending vegetables in the garden. Quickly recovering, Brody hurriedly bowed. Junior Brody greets Senior Lee. The wooden gate opened, and Braden and Brody entered. The Lee patriarch, holding a hoe and wiping sweat off his forehead with his sleeve, turned to look at them. You young people arrived just in time. Help this old man tend the garden. Brody was taken aback, but Braden had already started, demonstrating considerable skill. Clearly, he often helped in the garden. No wonder he was favored by the family. Given that he was here, Brody rolled up his sleeves and began working alongside him. It took them about an hour to finish. Braden looked at Brody in surprise. Brother Flynn, I didn't expect you to be handy with this. Not bad at all. Brody chuckled bitterly. After all, he had done farm work before, and although rusty, he still had experience. The Lee patriarch, sitting on a stone stool, surveyed the freshly tended garden approvingly. Excellent, excellent. Alistair, this is the first time you've brought a friend to see me, and he seems quite capable. Brody, isn't it? Youth is indeed advantageous. One couldn't imagine that a respected Lee family patriarch would look so much like a simple farmer, but Brody wouldn't belittle him for it. Senior flatters me. Your ability to calmly tend a garden like this is something I admire greatly. Truly, you are a hermit sage. The Lee patriarch clearly enjoyed the compliment, laughing heartily. All right, no need to call me senior all the time. Just call me Bryce. Feel free to relax here. Hee grandfather, you must know, my brother here is quite exceptional. During those 2 years of trials, I always lost to him. With no background, he rose from the Julie realm and achieved this level in just 4 or 5 years. Braden spoke animatedly, almost exaggerating. Even Brody felt a bit embarrassed, but Jackson listened intently, nodding occasionally. Jackson looked at Brody with admiration. Impressive, young man. Rising from a small place, your future achievements will definitely surpass Alistair. Brody, taken aback, shook his head hastily. Bryce flatters me. I merely had some good fortune. But Jackson responded seriously, no, precisely because you're not from a major power or realm and received no early training, your potential is boundless. Neilk is also a form of strength. Without it, even a heaven-defying constitution wouldn't achieve anything. Then he turned to Braden. That's why I sealed his cultivation and sent him out to gain insights. Braden's face darkened at the memory. He had vehemently disagreed then. FLYNT, after returning from the trials, he had indeed gained many valuable insights for his cultivation. Hashtag chapter 366, paying respects to the Nathaniel's Hall. A strong constitution does not mean invincibility. Only those who truly possess the heart of a powerhouse can reach the pinnacle. As Bryce spoke these words, his gaze inadvertently lingered on Brody, which made him inwardly alarmed. According to reason, Bryce should be at the level of a supreme god. If it were in the past, identifying a congenital sword body wouldn't have been unusual. However, now that he possessed the Hongjian with its shroud of ethereal aura, even a divine king shouldn't be able to see through him. Could it be a coincidence? Brody remained outwardly composed, only nodding slightly. I also believe nothing compares to the heart of a powerhouse. Without firm cultivation, one's efforts will ultimately be in vain. The two did not linger much longer and left after a brief conversation. Throughout the journey, Brody was preoccupied with whether Bryce had seen through him. Why else would he focus on him instead of Braden, who possessed a martial physique? He has a high realm of mind, seeing through to the essence. His prospects are limitless. Hearing Irvin's remark, Brody realized the answer. However, he still found it surprising. Embry then explained, what's so surprising? This person is just one step away from the divine king realm. It all depends on whether he wants to break through. His mental state far surpasses that of a divine king, and regardless of how extraordinary Hongjian's abilities are, you're still only at the sage king stage. Being seen through is normal. Brody finally understood. It was simply because he wasn't strong enough yet. These people were not as simple as they appeared but hidden powerhouses. You don't need to worry too much. The Vlad Divine Palace has always been close to those with congenital sword bodies. Otherwise, Sword Atlas wouldn't have come here to study. Irvin did not refute this, clearly confirming it. Hearing this, Brody gradually calmed down. Still, he was concerned about encountering other powerful beings in the future. He had thought obtaining Hongjian would ensure peace, but he realized he was too naive. After all, why think so much? Improving strength is fundamental. Moreover, he had already exposed himself to the heavenly pavilion. Could anything be worse? Brother Flynn, what are you so deep in thought about? Seeing Brody lost in thought, Braden couldn't help but ask. His words jolted Brody back to reality. He smiled, nothing, just a momentary daze. Braden grinned mischievously, missing your wife? Brody paused, then smiled without contradicting. Braden took this as an admission but didn't press further. Instead, he looked earnestly at Brody. Have you considered joining the Vlad Divine Palace? I guarantee that you will be taken under in Hartley's wing, receive abundant cultivation resources, and gain guidance from a master, avoiding many detours. Hearing this, Brody smiled inwardly. Speaking of guidance, who was more suitable than Irvin and Huang Flynn? FLYNT. For the sake of the Vlad's 7 profound transformations, he was indeed inclined to join the Vlad Divine Palace. After careful consideration, I find the conditions of the Vlad Divine Palace quite appealing. Please assist me in joining. Haha, excellent. Based on our previous relationship and my promise, this is settled. Let's go to the Nathaniel's Hall right now. Brody's change of heart pleased Braden. He eagerly led Brody to the Nathaniel's Hall, apparently unable to wait any longer. However, Brody was surprised. This, so soon? Isn't it a bit abrupt? Braden waved dismissively. What's abrupt about it? I've already spoken to several Hartleys about you. This visit is just a formal meeting. Rest assured, everything will be fine. If they reject someone with your talent, they're blind fools. Brody chuckled at Braden's confident words and followed him to the main peak where the Nathaniel's Hall was located. This time, he walked inside with them. Hey, Nathaniels, I'm back, and I've brought a genius. Opposite Braden, 5 figures sat in their seats, 4 men and 1 woman. Except for the younger-looking woman, the others included a middle-aged man and 3 Hartley men. Oh, a genius? Is this the one you mentioned earlier? You're Brody, right? The speaker was an old man seated to the right, with a kind demeanor like a neighborly grandfather. Upon being addressed, Brody immediately bowed respectfully. Flynn's, Junior Brody, meeting the esteemed Hartleys. Xuanhuan, please step out. We have some questions for this young man. Wait outside, said the middle-aged Hartley. Braden gave Brody an encouraging look before leaving. The hall now contained only Brody and the 5 Hartleys. Don't be nervous, son. Relax, the Brevin smiled, a feature Brody had noticed before, resembling a laughing Buddha. We'll each ask you a question. My first one, personal integrity or sect integrity, which takes precedence? The last Hartley, the first to speak, asked with white hair and a serious expression. Brody bowed politely. In my view, there's no clear priority. Personal integrity forms a collective working toward the same goal, benefiting everyone. This defines a collective and the significance of a sect. The Hartley nodded approvingly but said no more. Next, the Brevin posed a question. Why do you cultivate? Because I am too weak and want to survive. The third question came from the smiling Hartley. Finally, only the female Hartley had yet to ask her question. She appeared to be around 30, with a figure that invited endless speculation and admiration. According to Braden, you initially showed little interest in the Vlad Divine Palace. What changed your mind? Without hesitation, Brody replied, Vlad's 7 profound transformations. The 5 Hartleys reacted immediately, standing up sharply at the mention, just to grow stronger. There's no need to hide it. My goal is the Vlad's 7 profound transformations. All 5 Hartleys exchanged deep glances. Aren't you afraid we might think your sole intention is to spy on our treasure technique? Chapter 367, Disciple of the Divine King. Brody smiled faintly. If not for becoming stronger, what would be the point of joining the Vlad Celestial Palace? If I were indifferent and unambitious, wouldn't you all suspect me of having some other hidden agenda? The 5 Hartleys were momentarily stunned. His logic seemed sound, but Brody's ambition was incredibly vast. The Vlad's 7 Mysteries transformation, the pinnacle technique that formed the very foundation of the Vlad Celestial Palace. Even they did not have a chance to cultivate it. Brody did not continue speaking, choosing instead to quietly await their response. If they refused, so be it. Joining or not was mutually agreeable. Haha, admirable ambition, Brody. From this day forward, you shall be inducted into the Divine King Pavilion. Without warning, an additional figure appeared in the hall. With a robust voice, he wore green robes and stood as straight as a pine tree. The 5 Hartleys were startled upon seeing him, quickly bowing low. Greetings, Vlad Divine King. Vlad Divine King. Brody looked at this man somewhat speechlessly. Unfortunately, his features were obscured by a misty veil, rendering him enigmatic. After a moment's hesitation, Brody cupped his hands in a respectful salute. Thank you, Your Majesty. If you desire the Vlad's 7 Mysteries transformation, then work hard for it. The Vlad Divine King patted his shoulder, his gaze deep and meaningful, before vanishing from the Nathaniel Hall. The 5 Hartleys regained their senses and chuckled wryly. It seemed they had been too narrow-minded. Glancing deeply at Brody, one said, Since you are now inducted into the Divine King Pavilion, go there to receive your disciple token. As a disciple of the Divine King Pavilion, Brody's status was special, falling outside the jurisdiction of the Nathaniel Hall and directly under the authority of the Divine King Pavilion. Thank you, Nathaniels. With a slight bow, Brody walked out. At this moment, the Hartleys couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought this young man could catch the attention of our Divine King? Indeed, he has a remarkable character. Not just character, what he said was truly reasonable and straightforward, another Hartley added. Why were you hesitating just now? Braden had been waiting outside. Seeing Brody emerge, he immediately asked, How did it go? Did you become the disciple of any Hartley? Brody shook his head with a bitter smile. No. What? No. Braden's voice sharpened almost to a scream, his anger rising. I'll go in there and ask them if they've lost their minds. He knew well about Brody's extraordinary talent, growing to such heights in mere years, yet those Hartleys did not accept him as a disciple. They haven't lost their minds. I've been chosen by the Divine King. This statement froze Braden on the spot, and he reluctantly lowered his sleeves. Exasperated, he exclaimed, Oh brother, why didn't you say so earlier? I nearly stormed in to berate them. But soon, pride surfaced on his face. Not bad, not bad. I knew it. With Brother Flynn's talent, he'd surely attract the Divine King's favor. Come, let me take you to the Divine King Pavilion to get your disciple token. Taking on the role of a guide, Braden provided explanations along the way. Divine King Pavilion disciples are extremely rare. Before you, only 3 others qualified. They're all geniuses among 10,000. As a brother, I must warn you. Don't provoke your second eldest sister. Second eldest sister? Why not? Rarely had Braden shown such apprehension. This piqued Brody's curiosity about his unseen second eldest sister. On this topic, Braden was unusually reserved, unwilling to elaborate. It was clear he feared her immensely, having suffered no small amount at her hands. Despite belonging to one of the 6 great families, even though chosen, they generally wouldn't join the Divine King Pavilion. As they conversed, they soon arrived at their destination. Divine King Pavilion. The inscription above the grand hall read in flowing, elegant calligraphy, its strokes alone enough to leave one awestruck. not only for its penmanship but also the inherent aura and power within. Why is it so desolate here, being one of the three main peaks? Throughout the journey, Brody hadn't encountered a single person, which was strange. Even the Grand Divine King Hall seemed uninhabited, raising many questions. The Divine King Pavilion houses only the Divine King and his disciples. Others rarely come here except for meetings and cannot linger long. Brody nodded, understanding that normally only he and the Divine King resided here. Such solitude was quite appealing. Brotherly. Suddenly, a figure jogged over. Oh, I'm late. This must be the youngest brother, right? Seeing the newcomer, Brody found his attire odd. A common Taoist robe was normal, but what was peculiar was his perfectly bald head, prompting a thought of a monk in a Taoist robe. Not only that, Brody felt this man had an irritatingly handsome face. Why? Because he was impossibly handsome, easily surpassing Brody by miles. His sharp eyebrows, chiseled features, and fair skin would make even women feel inferior. It was as if nature's masterpiece, his charming smirk able to captivate countless hearts. Hell, he looks like he needs a punch. Both thought similarly, though Brody was also curious about this man who called him youngest brother, and appeared here, signaling he was one of his senior brothers. Braden forced a smile. Since brother's son is here, my task is done. I shall take my leave, perhaps we'll meet again. Take care, brotherly. Once Braden left, the bald man turned to Brody, warmly patting his shoulder. Youngest brother. I'm your third senior brother, full name Chevy. You can call me senior brother son or third senior brother. Pulling out a jade disc, he continued. This is the identity token for our Divine King Pavilion. Inscribe your name on it and keep it safe. Chevy felt exceptionally pleased. Now that there was a youngest brother, he was no longer the youngest himself. This translation adheres closely to the original structure, maintains tone and style, uses English correctly, and ensures names are accurately transcribed in Pinyin. Chapter 368, Second Senior Sister. Thank you, third senior brother. Brody took the white jade token from him. As he was about to carve his name, he immediately noticed something was off. The material of this token was incredibly hard. Not a single stroke could be carved into it. Seeing that Chevy showed no change in expression, clearly already knowing this fact, Brody increased his strength. Finally, the sharp golden sword aura managed to etch two characters onto the jade token, Brody. Chevy smiled faintly. Brody, what a good name. He stretched out a hand and hooked it over Brody's shoulder. Little junior brother, master has already made arrangements. Come, I'll take you to your residence. Our Divine King Hall doesn't have as many rules and restrictions as other sections. Rest assured, on this Divine King Peak, life is quite unrestrained and carefree. With your arrival, there are now 4 disciples. Eldest senior brother has been here for a long time with profound cultivation, but unfortunately, he's currently not in the southern universe. You probably won't get to meet him for a while. But let me give you one piece of advice as your senior brother. Don't provoke a certain woman at any cost. Brody's face filled with curiosity, thinking back to Braden's earlier words. A certain woman? Who? Second senior sister? Didn't think you were so well informed. Chevy first looked at him in surprise, then a flash of wariness, even fear, crossed his eyes as he nodded rapidly like a pecking chick. Flins, if you need anything while you're here, you can always ask your senior brother for help. But if you provoke second senior sister, may you find your own peace. Why? Is she capable of eating people? Brody laughed awkwardly. He couldn't understand why they were making such a big fuss. She couldn't be that terrifying, right? At worst, she might just have a bad temper. But Chevy shook his head with a bitter smile. Eating people? No, I assure you, if you offend her, it will be an unforgettable experience for the rest of your life. Brody's lips twitched slightly as he muttered under his breath, that's scary. At this moment, Brody accidentally noticed someone standing beside them. An elegant figure, beautiful and tall with a very revealing outfit, especially her pair of long, straight legs that almost made his heart skip a beat. The woman who appeared on Divine King Peak. Brody immediately thought of a possibility and tapped Chevy, who seemed lost in endless chatter about second senior sister, such as how she bullied people and how he got beaten up. Seeing Chevy's current state and the emotionless woman behind him, Brody finally couldn't hold back. He cleared his throat a few times before bowing and greeting her, second senior sister. Chevy finally stopped, looking at Brody in puzzlement. Junior brother. But before he could finish speaking, a chill seemed to come from behind. Chevy gulped nervously, trembling as he turned around. Upon seeing the woman, he almost had a heart attack. Chevy trembled, managing to force out an uglier than crying smile. Second senior sister, weren't you in seclusion? How did you come out? The woman smiled faintly. Hearing that master took in a new junior brother, I came to take a look. You certainly gave your senior sister a big surprise. Then, Brody witnessed a horrific scene, accompanied by moans of pain. Chevy limped over, his face swollen like a pig's head. After patting his shoulder, he left painfully. Brody swallowed hard. He finally understood why Braden and Chevy were so terrified of the legendary second senior sister. It was brutal beyond imagination. The woman then shifted her gaze towards him. Brody shivered involuntarily. Second senior sister, I didn't say a word. Unexpectedly, the woman didn't lay a finger on Brody. Instead, she smiled gently, like a kind neighbor. Considering you're new, I'll let you off this time. If it happens again, second senior sister won't show mercy. Just as the woman was about to leave, Brody suddenly waved his hand. Second senior sister, I don't know your name yet. The woman paused for a moment. Cheryl. After Cheryl disappeared, Brody walked through the Divine King Hall, finding scattered residences, mostly uninhabited. After pondering, he chose a residence at the edge, tidied up, and began practicing meditation on the bed. The days passed quietly. Chevy never came, presumably still resting in bed due to his injuries. The entire Divine King Peak felt unusually quiet. Shaking Guang hadn't visited him since accepting him as a disciple. Finally, on the 7th day, After receiving a message from Braden, Brody became excited because, according to him, the void wormhole was ready for use. I apologize, Brother Flynn. There was an incident on Forrester, which delayed the activation of the void wormhole. Braden looked apologetic, but Brody was distracted by the mention of Forrester, which could influence the void wormhole. Forrester? What is that? Forrester is a forbidden area extending from the central star domain, cutting across the eastern and southern universes. It's known as one of the 6 major forbidden zones, rumored to have the remnants of divine kings buried there. Recently, a disturbance came from Forrester. To avoid accidents, the palace postponed your travel to the eastern universe. The existence of Forrester virtually separated the 2 universes. Some speculated that ancient beings slumbered there. Some said it was the abode of celestial races. Others believed it formed naturally. In any case, all remained speculation. However, it was worth mentioning that once, a true immortal with shocking cultivation tried to clear the area but vanished without returning. With such a terrifying boundary between them, why could Vern and Levi pass through? Brody pondered inwardly. Ambry explained bluntly, "Are you stupid? Forrester only cares if you provoke it. Otherwise, you can use the void wormhole or even a super transmission array to reach the eastern universe. This restriction only applies to ordinary cultivators in both realms, not to top-tier powerhouses." Brody ignored Ambry's mockery, instead asking curiously, "What exactly is Forrester? Are ancient beings indeed dormant there? Or is it home to celestial races? Or is it natural?" Ambry glanced at him. "Boy, do you know the saying ignorance is bliss? Don't ask too many questions. Be cautious, lest unseen consequences follow you." Fine. Ambry's words successfully intimidated Brody. He certainly didn't want any connection with such a perilous place. "No problem, this is several days earlier than expected. Brotherly, your efforts to secure my use of the void wormhole are much appreciated." Brody bowed respectfully. Braden hurried to pull him up. "Brother Flynn, since we're friends, there's no need for such formality. Besides, now that you've joined the Divine King Hall, the Hartleys wouldn't refuse you access to the void wormhole. I went out of my way unnecessarily." Chapter 369, Void Wormhole. The 2 of them arrived at Nathaniel Peak, and to use the void wormhole, it wasn't just a matter of giving a password. They needed an Hartley to personally escort them for authorization. This was done to prevent anyone from using the void wormhole to escape. "You 2 follow me." As soon as they arrived, a voice greeted them. Its owner was someone Brody remembered very well, the female Hartley who had asked the last question when he initially came. Over these 7 days, Brody hadn't only focused on cultivation but also spent time learning about the key figures within Vlad Divine Palace, including this female Hartley named Yen Viviane, who was currently the youngest Hartley of Vlad Divine Palace, allegedly under 1,000 years old yet already a Lord God. There were rumors that she was even the granddaughter of one of the Grand Hartleys. Vlad's 3 main peaks virtually form the heart of power for the entire Vlad Divine Palace, encompassing the Council of Nathaniels, Grand Nathaniel Vlad, and Vlad Divine King. As for the Guardian Divine King, it was rumored that he hadn't appeared for a long time and didn't reside within the Vlad Divine Palace. Even Braden shook his head, admitting he had never seen him. It was said that he was surnamed Chio with the given name Qianrong, an ancient divine king who even received respect from the Vlad Divine King as a senior. Nathaniel Peak hardly had any disciples around, unlike Divine King Peak and the 6 major peaks where disciples resided. Nathaniel Peak mostly comprised residences for the Hartleys, while their disciples stayed in the 81 peaks like ordinary disciples. Before long, the 2 of them, led by Yen Viviane, arrived at a place resembling an altar, guarded by 4 figures. The defenses were extremely strict. "Greetings, Nathaniel Yen." The 4 spirit guards bowed slightly upon seeing her. "Nathaniel's order," Yen Viviane stated, holding out a token inscribed with her name. Brody and Braden also presented their identification tokens. One of the guards carefully inspected the tokens and nodded, adding apologetically, "Apologies, we have to verify identities as per instructions from the Council of Nathaniels. Please understand." Yen Viviane shook her head slightly. "It's fine, I understand." With that, she turned and left, her mission completed. She had brought the 2 here, and now there was nothing more to say between her and Brody or Braden. "Brotherly, you're going to the Eastern Universe too?" Seeing Braden linger, Brody couldn't help but ask curiously. "Ha ha ha, staying in Vlad Divine Realm isn't the solution forever. I also want to find a place for training." After some thought, I decided to go with Brother Flynn to the Eastern Universe. He added quickly, "Of course, I know your goals this time. Rest assured, I won't disturb your private moments. If you need anything, feel free to message me, so we can support each other." Brody smiled lightly, half-jokingly, "Then if I get into a fight later, brotherly, please come to my aid." Under the guidance of the spirit guards, both of them stepped onto the altar. They felt the runes twist, causing the surrounding space to distort, gradually forming a black hole. Whoosh! In an instant, both of them vanished from the altar, which returned to calm. Inside the void wormhole, Brody gazed at the scene before him, filled with curiosity. He felt no movement. Only flickering lights blurred his vision, making it impossible to discern anything clearly. Braden looked excited. "This is my first time using the void wormhole. My father told me that its speed surpasses light, reaching a qualitative change. My senses can't keep up, which is why it feels like I haven't moved." To create a void wormhole, it's incredible to imagine how powerful the void temple must have been, Brody remarked. Upon realizing Brody knew about the void temple, Braden's eyes flashed with surprise, but he didn't pry further, instead nodding in agreement. "Based on what I infer, such a void wormhole can only be created by a true immortal specializing in the path of void, and they would make it everlasting." Mentioning true immortals, Braden's eyes shone with fervor. They transcended the understanding of gods and entered a legendary realm. Immortals were reputed to possess infinite lifespans, immune to the passage of time. "I've always wondered, what is the relationship between void, space, universe, and nothingness?" Brody hesitated slightly before raising this question. Braden's enthusiasm waned as he fell into deep thought. Finally, he shared his thoughts. To me, the universe is composed of space and void. As for nothingness, it's a great Tao, turning everything it touches into nothingness. That kid understands quite well. Hong Jian spoke up unusually, perhaps because he heard the discussion on nothingness. On a deeper level, consider the universe as a drop of blood, space as cells within it, and the spaces between cells as void. As for nothingness, just think of it as a force existing within the universe. Hong Jian's metaphor was straightforward, fitting for Brody's current understanding. Void and space coexisted like yin and yang. Neither could exist without the other. Reflecting on this, Brody gained a new insight, subtly transforming in a way hard to pinpoint. Braden asked uncertainly, "Did you break through?" Brody smiled faintly. "You could say so." His cultivation hadn't advanced, but his comprehension of the chaos Tao had significantly improved, offering a pleasant surprise. Confirming Brody's progress, Braden exclaimed in astonishment, "Congratulations, Brother Flynn." Indeed, comparison kills, breaking through even while traveling. Just as Braden congratulated him, a blinding white light appeared at the end of the void wormhole, startling both of them. Had they reached the Eastern Universe? Translation note. Names are kept in pinyin as requested. The narrative maintains the original tone, style, and structure. Chapter 370, Unexpected Event. But at this moment, an unforeseen change occurred. It seemed as though an immensely powerful force from the outside was causing the entire wormhole tunnel to shake violently. Braden's face turned deathly pale instantly. "What's happening? I'm not going to die young." Before he could finish his sentence, the wormhole tunnel seemed to be severed by a powerful impact. In Brody's line of sight, Braden vanished in an instant without a trace, and he himself also plummeted into darkness. Without the protection of the wormhole tunnel, immense pressure rushed in from all directions. In just a moment, Brody suffered severe injuries. His flesh was torn apart, blood splattered everywhere, and he immediately fell unconscious. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a force surged from the Hongjian sword, protecting him. In a certain area within the Vlad Divine Palace, there was a valley bottom surrounded by 3 main peaks. There were no other buildings here, only a black, mysterious tower standing alone. Inside the black tower, it was eerily quiet with only one man sitting in the center. He looked rather disheveled with messy hair, empty eyes, and muttered incoherently, making it impossible for anyone standing right before him to understand what he was saying. However, at this moment, it seemed as though he sensed something. He slightly turned his head towards the northeast direction, and his originally hazy eyes suddenly became clear as if they could penetrate space and see directly into that region. "Forrester is stirring up a lot of trouble. What on earth do those guys want to do?" After speaking these words, the man's expression twisted as if he was undergoing inhuman torment, his body trembling uncontrollably. This state lasted for about half an hour before gradually subsiding. The man returned to his previous dazed state, mumbling and sometimes laughing foolishly. This was a forest, and a group was orderly walking along a small path. Everyone's faces were filled with joy, presumably due to some good news. Indeed, this trial will end in 3 days. We have hunted 9 level 7 beasts, 20 level 6 beasts, and countless lower level ones. I bet the championship of this trial will definitely be ours, the Rainbow Teams. A man exclaimed happily, evident from his expression that the so-called trial championship had a value that was exceptionally high, with numerous benefits. That's true, but let's be honest, we owe our achievements to senior sister Claire. As they spoke, their eyes were all filled with admiration as they looked toward the central figure. Because this woman, Claire, was the most beautiful and outstanding pride of their Zixiao sect, reaching the 8th realm at the tender age of just over 100. She was the dream lover of every male disciple in the sect. Following their gaze, she was indeed a stunning woman dressed in gorgeous jade robes adorned with glittering gems, her fair skin like jade, and a flower ornament on her forehead that added an air of nobility, making people dare not disrespect her. I wish I could be a little stronger. Then standing beside her, I can hold my head high. If only I could have half the beauty and talent of senior sister Claire. Some female disciples felt ashamed, envying her endlessly. Facing the looks of the team members, Claire's expression remained unchanged. Since birth, she had always been hailed as a genius, and the sect placed great hopes on her. These admiring glances were nothing new to her. She was long accustomed to them. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a male disciple shouted, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Some even nervously drew their weapons, preparing to respond to any danger that might come. The male disciple cautiously approached the figure in the woods, only to find a bloodied body, devoid of any vital signs. Any reasonable person could tell that this person was likely dead. To confirm, he mustered the courage to approach and identify the face. He realized something unusual. Remember, this was their internal trial ground, and he had never seen this person before. It meant that this heavily injured man was an outsider. Though puzzled, seeing the condition of the man, he put down his guard and turned back to Claire, respectfully saying, "Report to senior sister Claire. It's just some unknown guy, badly injured, without any vital signs. He's probably dead." An unknown guy? Claire frowned, knowing that this was the trial ground of Zixiao sect, where usually during trials, Hartleys would clear the area. It was unexpected to have someone slip through. The male disciple confirmed again. "That's correct. He looks unfamiliar, probably not from our sect." Claire frowned deeper, gazing at the lifeless figure lying on the grass, feeling no trace of vitality. No wonder they hadn't noticed anyone nearby earlier. "No need to bother, let's continue on our way. We're almost at the exit." Claire resumed her calmness, speaking calmly. Hearing this, the male disciple glanced at the man on the grass, feeling pity. Leaving him like this, exposed to the elements, feels wrong. I'd like to give him a proper burial to show respect. Other disciples, overhearing this, sneered inwardly. They thought he was merely trying to gain favor with Claire by putting on a compassionate act, which was infuriating. Claire frowned slightly, feeling somewhat impatient but didn't want to damage her image in front of her juniors. Agreeing would also highlight her kindness, so she kept her composure and said gently, "Since you're willing, go ahead. We'll wait for you here." Her changed attitude made the other disciples secretly regret their lack of initiative, surprised that the goddess actually fell for it. Flins. The male disciple walked to the grassland, looking at the breathless body. His pity was gone, replaced with greed. He thought to himself, "Since I'm burying you, your treasure should be given to me as thanks." He wasn't truly moved by pity, but sought to cover his greed, ensuring his image before the goddess wasn't damaged. Just as he stealthily reached for the storage ring, the supposedly lifeless body moved unexpectedly, and a blood-covered hand grabbed his wrist. Caught off guard, the disciple was momentarily stunned, snapping out of it after a few seconds, screaming in terror, "Ghost!" His face turned ghastly white, retreating hurriedly. The daylight ghost scared him so much that his mind almost shut down, forgetting to consider whether the man was fully dead or not. Hearing the commotion, other disciples turned around just in time to witness the scene, clutching their stomachs in laughter. "Clifton, did you practice cultivation on a dog? Even if there really were ghosts, as a sixth realm expert, how could you be so frightened? You have such a small heart." Ha 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 ha. Previously jealous of Claire's changed tone towards Clifton, they relentlessly ridiculed him, causing him public embarrassment, his face turning red with shame. Hashtag chapter 371, Zarya's kindness. What ghosts would come out in broad daylight? Even Claire grumbled with frustration. She hadn't expected Clifton to be scared to such an extent. Fortunately, there were no outsiders around. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing for her too. Amidst everyone's laughter, Clifton regained his composure and calmed down. A dead person couldn't possibly move. It was clear that this one wasn't fully dead yet. Recalling his own cowardice, he felt a bit ashamed. Since he's not dead, let's leave. Let him fend for himself. Claire's face showed no mercy. It was a complete stranger, and she certainly had no intention of going through the trouble of saving him. Besides, with injuries this severe, even if they took him along, it was unlikely he could be saved. His appearance here likely indicated he was being hunted and fled here after sustaining grave injuries. His weak aura went unnoticed even during their trial period, and even she herself didn't sense his presence initially, let alone the Hartleys who merely did a cursory check. Most of the Xiangyao sect Hartleys were only at the 8th realm. As for those at the 9th realm, they were esteemed Memphis who usually stayed within the sect and rarely ventured out. Everyone basically agreed with Claire's suggestion. Clifton lost his enthusiasm for seizing treasures due to his earlier embarrassment. However, one person looked at the figure on the grass with some reluctance. "Sis, he's still alive. Shouldn't we save him?" The speaker was a young girl, seemingly only in her teens, her youthful features barely faded, with eyes bright and lively. She looked up at Claire beseechingly. "Why should we save him?" Claire frowned sternly. "What does his injury have to do with us? If he dies, it's just his lack of fate. Have you grown up yet to understand that showing mercy will only harm you?" But the girl remained unconvinced. She believed people should help each other. As the sages say, saving one life is better than building a 7-tiered pagoda. If they ignored a man in need due to their cold-heartedness, letting him die in front of them, she wouldn't be able to live with herself. "Sis, please, can you help me?" Seeing the girl's persistence, Claire sighed and nodded reluctantly, tapping the girl's smooth forehead. "You're really stubborn." It wasn't that Claire's compassion was stirred, but because the girl was her younger sister. Among them, only the girl had the lowest cultivation at 3rd realm, not quite meeting the trial requirements. But her presence was due to Claire's intentions, aiming to give her some experience as a team member to earn decent rewards. This showed Claire's concern for her sister, though she found the girl's kindness a bit vexing in this harsh world. It would ultimately harm her. 2 disciples, with disdainful expressions, lifted the injured man onto a flying spirit device, and the group continued toward the entrance. Saving a dying man was just a small detour for them. Where am I? On the spirit device, Brody's consciousness gradually returned. He felt disoriented, as if he had slept for ages, his head throbbing painfully. Trying to hold his head, he realized he couldn't control his body, knowing only that he was grievously injured. Flins, this dying man, was Brody, who had been carried away by pressure waves after the wormhole tunnel collapsed. He hadn't expected his reflexive movements to scare someone so badly. It was merely a primal reaction. The girl seemed extremely worried about Brody's condition. While walking, she kept turning her head to check on him. Eventually, she moved beside him. Seeing this, Claire frowned slightly but said nothing. Only then did the girl closely observe Brody's face. Despite the bruises and blood, his features were strikingly handsome. Blushing, she realized it was impolite to stare. Though Brody was unconscious, she murmured to herself, "I wonder what you've been through to suffer such severe injuries. I hope you can pull through." "Were you the one who saved me?" Brody heard her but couldn't respond, silently praying. "My name is Zarya. I don't know yours. If you don't survive, please don't blame me." Zarya continued muttering to herself. Then, as if making a significant decision, she glanced at her sister to ensure she wasn't watching before pulling a pill from her storage ring and placing it in Brody's mouth. "This is all the help I can offer. Please get better." It was a restorative pill prepared by her sister in case of emergencies. Feeding it to a stranger could result in another lecture if discovered. "Thank you." Brody silently appreciated her effort. The pill immediately transformed into a soothing force coursing through his body. Although he still couldn't control his body, it helped his unmoving guardian body recover faster. As the group neared the exit, they inevitably encountered other teams. Isn't this person unfamiliar to Xiangyao sect? Did senior sister Vivianian grow lonely over the years, finding her trials boring, and pick up a lover? In this half-dead state? You like your men this way? A sarcastic voice sounded as a group appeared before Claire's team. Their leader was a young man named Abdurrahman, also a prodigy at 7th realm. Always at odds with Claire, he spotted Brody lying on the spirit device and seized the chance to provoke her. "I don't know you. Go away." His words displeased Claire, who showed him no courtesy. Abdurrahman's face fell, unable to believe Claire treated him so dismissively today. Clifton sneered at him. Senior brother Lou, I advise you to leave now. This time, senior sister Claire has advanced to 8th realm. Don't embarrass yourself further and become a laughingstock. What? Hearing this, Abdurrahman was taken aback, his expression changing rapidly. Finally, he stormed off with his team, realizing in 8th realm Claire was beyond his current reach until he broke through himself. In this translation, I've aimed to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring the English flows naturally and is grammatically correct. I've preserved the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 372, Free and Easy Sect. At the exit, several teams had mostly assembled, all maintaining a surprisingly quiet demeanor without any outbreaks of conflict or arguments. Each disciple looked at Brody with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, not recognizing him and unsure how he appeared there. Clang! The loud noise focused everyone's attention as they turned their gazes toward the exit. The light screen was rapidly dissipating. Though Brody couldn't control his body, he had been observing everything around him. Outside, a few Hartley men in white robes stood with expectant gazes, watching the disciples emerge from within, their expressions filled with satisfaction. Being able to participate in the trial meant these disciples were rare talents who could become the pillars of the sect in the future, so it was crucial for them to be safeguarded. Hence, each time before a trial began, the Hartleys would conduct an initial investigation to ensure everything went perfectly. However, when they saw Brody, they exchanged puzzled glances, confused by his presence. How is there an outsider? And how did he evade our detection? The juniors greet the esteemed Hartleys. The disciples bowed respectfully to the Hartleys. Everyone rise. Now, present your scores. The team with the highest points wins and can also enter the enlightenment pool for 3 days. Upon hearing the words enlightenment pool, every disciple's eyes lit up with fervor. This was the ultimate treasure of their free and easy sect. Training within it brought twice the results with half the effort, and with good luck, one might even break through to a new realm. Blazing Wind Team, 3 rank 7 Beast Demons, 9 rank 6. Bright Light Team, 4 rank 7 Beast Demons, 8 rank 6. Here, apart from strength, luck played a significant role too. Otherwise, no matter how strong one was, encountering no beast demons would render that strength useless. Hearing the results of the teams, the Hartleys nodded approvingly. Year after year, things seemed to improve, which boded well. When it came to the Crimson Cloud Team, the inspector swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. Crimson Cloud Team, 9 rank 7 Beast Demons, 20 rank 6. This report left the Hartleys inwardly shocked as they hurried over to verify the recent killings. Upon confirmation, they all looked towards Claire with pleasant surprise, saying, well done, well done. This Hartley announces that the first place winner of this trial is the Crimson Cloud Team. He was Claire's master, and such remarkable achievements made him feel especially proud before the other Hartleys. Congratulations, Nathaniel Lynn. Congratulations, congratulations. The other Hartleys were envious. Nathaniel Lynn's mood was visibly lifted, yet he modestly said, no need for congratulations, fellow Taoists. It's mainly due to the cultivation of our free and easy sect that such disciples are born. I wonder if anyone has objections. You may raise them now. Despite these words, who dared oppose when Nathaniel Lynn was clearly pleased? Pointing out discrepancies now would only embarrass Nathaniel Lynn, and none of the disciples lacked discernment enough to do so. Abdurrahman hesitated but ultimately remained silent, abandoning his protest reluctantly. FLYNT deep down, he felt extremely disgruntled. Claire had already reached the 8th realm. If she entered the enlightenment pool again, would he ever have a chance to surpass her? In the end, he could only join the others in congratulating her. Sister is so amazing. Zarya cheered excitedly, looking at Claire with stars in her eyes. Despite their different personalities, their bond was unbreakable. As for Brody, he lay quietly in a corner like a forgotten figure until Claire mentioned him. Claire bowed slightly. Report to the Hartleys. This man we met by chance 3 days ago in the trial area was severely wounded. We brought him out. Everyone's gaze shifted back to Brody. After a brief inspection, Nathaniel Lynn marveled. To think this young man survived such grievous wounds. Unfortunately, such severe injuries will likely rob him of his cultivation. Hearing this, Claire's expression didn't change. Whether Brody could retain his cultivation mattered little to her. Even his life wasn't her concern. She had agreed to save him solely because of her sister. Given Claire's behavior, the Hartleys didn't pry further. To them, an incapacitated cultivator was almost non-existent. With the trials concluded and Claire's outstanding performance recognized, the disciples departed together. Finally, after persistent pleading by Zarya, Claire consented to bring Brody back to the free and easy sect. The Hartleys didn't question it, allowing them to proceed. In a small room, Brody was laid to rest. Originally, Zarya wanted to take him to her residence but was sternly stopped by Claire, fearing scandal. Reluctantly obeying her sister, Zarya acquiesced. If you wake up, be more careful in future battles. I don't know if you're good or bad, but I hope you're good. These days, Zarya occasionally visited Brody, talking to him briefly and ensuring his clothes were changed and wounds treated. 3 days later, Zarya stopped coming as she must have entered the enlightenment pool. On that day, Brody, lying on the bed, abruptly opened his eyes. Finally, I can control my body again. Cough. After 5 days of effort, he regained partial control. Attempting to circulate a thread of sword chi, he abandoned the idea immediately upon feeling intense pain in his meridians. Although I'm better, I can't engage in combat yet. Brody laughed bitterly, standing up with difficulty and stepping outside, his eyes flickering in thought. I have no idea where I am. When that little girl comes, I must learn more. Worry gnawed at him. Though he was in this state, he wondered about Braden's situation. Hopefully, nothing serious happened. Billy, Grandpa Huang. Trying to call out, Brody received no response. His face darkened. Though they were still inside him, The connection had been severed. Apart from the void space, this phenomenon had never occurred, leaving him bewildered as to why. It's you. A figure interrupted his thoughts. Turning, he saw a man in free and easy sect attire walking over. He seemed familiar, possibly from the Crimson Cloud team. Thinking momentarily, Brody greeted politely, "Taoist brother." The visitor was Clifton, fresh from the enlightenment pool. Surprised to see this youth awake, he sneered. "What gives a cripple like you the right to address me as Taoist brother?" His blunt remarks caused Brody to frown, deciding not to provoke the man given his current condition. ##### Chapter 373, Forrester Immortal Kingdom. Nothing else, then I'll go inside. Brody spoke indifferently and turned to walk into the house, but Clifton blocked him again at this moment. Seeing Brody looking at him, Clifton smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, since we did save you, don't you want to repay us?" Clifton had almost forgotten about this matter, but meeting Brody again by chance, he began to have other thoughts. In his eyes, Brody could see a glint of greed. What can someone like me, who's nearly useless now, do to repay? Brody's face remained calm as he spoke nonchalantly. Clifton patted his shoulder meaningfully and said, "This is easy. You admitted that you're useless now, so I assume you won't need your treasures anymore. Why not hand them over to me? Wouldn't that be a good way to repay us?" Brody sneered inwardly and immediately took off his storage ring and handed it over to Clifton. "All my savings are here. Take them." Clifton was clearly taken aback, not expecting Brody to be so accommodating. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. "You kid, you've got potential. Great potential." But then he seemed to think of something, his eyebrows arching as he looked at Brody suspiciously. "You little brat, you're not tricking me, right? This is really all you own? You'll know once you check." With that, Clifton probed the ring with his divine sense in front of Brody. Seeing the treasures inside, he immediately showed a satisfied smile. "You did well. Rest assured, if I'm in a good mood, I might even put in a good word for you before the Hartleys. You can spend the rest of your life doing odd jobs at Free and Easy Sect without having to live like a stray dog out here. Remember, don't tell anyone about this. Keep it buried." After glaring fiercely at Brody, Clifton left with a satisfied expression, since the resources within were indeed abundant enough for him to practice for a long time. Watching his retreating back, Brody shook his head slightly and walked inside. The things in that storage ring meant little to him now. Spirit stones weren't very useful to him anymore, and most had been given to Justine when they were still in the Julie world. Only some backup remained. Soon after, Zarya rushed over. Upon seeing Brody sitting on the bed, she instantly covered her mouth in surprise. You're awake." Given the severity of his injuries, even with medication, she thought he'd remain unconscious for at least half a month. She never imagined he'd wake up in just 5 days. Hearing her voice, Brody knew who had come and bowed deeply. "Thank you for saving my life, Miss Vivianian. This is Brody, and I am eternally grateful." "So, his name is Brody?" Realizing something suddenly, she quickly added, "Quick, lie down. Don't strain your wounds." Zarya first made sure Brody lay down, then introduced herself. "My name is Zarya. The one who saved you is my sister, Claire." To her, although it was under her insistence, the real decision-maker was Claire, so she didn't take all the credit for saving Brody. Brody smiled lightly. "Regardless, thank you for your care these past few days. Meeting you has been a blessing for me." "Why does that sound so awkward?" Zarya's cheeks flushed red, unable to look into his eyes. Seeing her reaction, Brody realized the possible misinterpretation of his last words and hastily explained, Not what you think." "I know." Zarya mumbled faintly, not too bothered, which greatly relieved Brody. Seeing Brody awake, Zarya's curiosity grew, prompting her to ask, "Mr. Flynn, where are you from? How did you get such severe injuries? Did you fight someone?" Brody was slightly stunned, not expecting her to ask directly, but he only gave a brief response, "I come from the Southern Universe. As for my injuries, it was an accident." But unexpectedly, Zarya looked puzzled. "Southern Universe? Why haven't I heard of that term? Where is it?" "You don't know the Southern Universe?" Brody frowned gradually. Logically, that shouldn't be the case. Could it be because her cultivation wasn't high enough? Despite being heavily injured, his vision was still clear. Zarya should be at the Soul Realm stage, while Clifton appeared to be at the Emperor Realm. Zarya shook her head firmly. "I've never heard of the Southern Universe. And where are we now?" "At Free and Easy Sect." "Brody?" Zarya soon realized Brody must have asked about the location. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she clarified, "Free and Easy Sect is located in the southeastern region of Neon Domain, which is one of the 49 domains of Forrester Immortal Kingdom." "Forrester Immortal Kingdom? What place is that?" Brody pondered inwardly, having never heard of such a power. Forrester Immortal Kingdom. Forrester. Suddenly, something clicked, causing his expression to change dramatically. Impossible. FLYNT Zarya had genuinely never heard of the Southern Universe, and while Irvin and the others were still alive, his connection with them had been severed. All signs suggested that he might indeed have entered Forrester, one of the 7 forbidden zones in the universe. But if that were true, how was he still alive given Forrester's notorious reputation? Could it be due to changes in the void wormhole? "Brody, are you okay?" Noticing his changed expression, Zarya worriedly asked, assuming something was wrong. Glancing deeply at Zarya, Brody shook his head slightly to indicate nothing was amiss. Still, Zarya could feel a shift in his emotions, likely due to the mention of Forrester Immortal Kingdom. Understanding that everyone has secrets, Zarya did not press further. Skipping the topic, she simply offered a few words of advice and left, knowing her sister would reprimand her otherwise. Watching the girls retreating back, Brody fell into deep thought. Forrester was indeed terrifying, but he was still alive. He decided to adapt to the situation. With people around, there was a martial world. His top priority was to restore his cultivation to deal with whatever might happen next. ###Chapter 374, Slander. Forester, one of the 7 prohibited zones, I never thought it would be a different world inside. Could it be true as the rumors say that there lives a race of immortals within? Brody sighed lightly. The matter of going to the ethereal immortal realm had to be postponed for now. He needed to recover his cultivation and gather more information about leaving this place. In the following month, Brody's life was peaceful. Noteworthy is that Claire, having broken through to the 8th realm, became the youngest Nathaniel in the history of Tranquil Sect, earning her much glory. Through Zarya, he roughly understood the cultivation levels here. The 1st realm corresponded to the martial initiate stage, and so on upwards. Claire's 8th realm was the sage realm. As for the strongest cultivator in the Tranquil Sect, Brody did not inquire, respecting their privacy. But based on his guess, it should not be low. Stretching his limbs, after a month under the influence of his indestructible body's blood chi, his physical injuries were mostly healed. Only his essence and sword bones still pained him. These wounds were not easy to treat. Picking up a wooden sword, Brody began practicing on an open space outside the servant quarters, naturally resorting to basic sword techniques, a habit he had formed. The wooden sword was something he made out of boredom recently, and it served well enough. How could you recover so quickly? Zarya covered her mouth, surprised. She hadn't come for 10 days due to some reasons and didn't expect to see Brody practicing swordsmanship, seemingly fully recovered. Seeing her, Brody sheathed his sword and smiled faintly, just feeling bored and itchy fingers. Zarya tilted her head. Were you a sword cultivator before? You practiced quite well. But then she recalled that Brody had lost his cultivation and apologized immediately. Sorry, that's not what I meant. Brody shook his head with a smile. No worries. I only like practicing swords, but I'm not a sword cultivator. I just do it when I have nothing better to do. Relieved, Zarya responded. Swords have always been known as gentlemen among weapons and are loved by many. I didn't expect Mr. Flynn to also fall under its charm. Hearing this, the corner of Brody's mouth twitched slightly. In his heart, whether a sword was gentle or noble didn't matter. To him, a sword was a deadly weapon, capable of killing or protecting and nothing else. Under his command, the sword would slash through all obstacles, centered only on his will. Since Mr. Flynn finds it boring here, how about I take you for a walk? Startled by Zarya's invitation, Brody nodded after a moment's pause. Honestly speaking, staying here was indeed somewhat tedious, and perhaps this was a good chance to inquire more about the Nihonju domain and Forster Immortal Nation. Their walk together drew many curious glances from surrounding disciples. Everyone knew Zarya was Claire's younger sister, and they had never seen her walk closely with a stranger before. Speculations about Brody's identity soon arose. I know that guy was severely injured at the time, and almost dead. He was saved by the Rainbow Squad and recovered surprisingly fast, muttered a disciple. He might just be taking advantage of Sister Zarya's naivety and lack of experience, grumbled another disciple, harboring ill feelings. Regardless of what others said, Brody and Zarya continued their stroll undisturbed, occasionally breaking into laughter. So, Nihonju domain has 12 realms of absolute power, teeming with formidable experts? Confirming Brody's understanding, Zarya added that Nihonju domain's strength was comparable to the demon cultivation world during the heavenly devil god era. She Vivianen. Just as they were chatting merrily and preparing to return, a cold voice shattered the atmosphere. Sis, why did you come over? Zarya looked flustered, lowering her head under her sister's stern gaze. Recognizing the newcomer, Brody observed her. Clad elegantly, her features resembled Zarya's, yet she was taller and more mature. Without looking at Brody, Claire frowned at Zarya sternly. What are you doing standing there? Come over here. Flynn's sister. Zarya reluctantly moved next to Claire, stealing a glance at Brody. Claire's expression softened slightly before turning her attention to Brody. Cold and condescending, she warned. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly, but since you're well, leave the Tranquil Sect. If you refuse, I'll kill you. A chilling intent emerged as she spoke. Ever since saving him, her sister had been acting absent-minded, frequently visiting him, an outrageous behavior. Moreover, she would never allow her sister to get close to such a useless man who had lost all his cultivation. Once lost, it was best to live as an ordinary person and abandon delusions of grandeur. Sister, it would be very hard for him to leave the Tranquil Sect now. Please don't make him go, Zarya pleaded, gripping Claire's arm. Her plea fell on deaf ears this time, as Claire coldly stared at Brody. This commotion caught the attention of other disciples. Coincidentally, Clifton was among them, sneering, never seen such a shameless person, recovered and still loiters around our Tranquil Sect, freeloading, utterly disgraceful. Other disciples nodded in agreement. Nathaniel Vivianian generously saved his life. Yet this man has improper intentions towards Sister Zarya. He's no better than a beast. Get out of the Tranquil Sect. These insults were hurled bluntly, as they felt no need to hold back towards a powerless weakling, feeling free to belittle him. Brody remained silent, casting a meaningful look at Claire before shifting his eyes to Clifton. I can leave, but first, I need my belongings back. Belongings? What belongings? Claire frowned, unable to find any useful clues where Brody was looking. Only Clifton turned pale, knowing Brody referred to the storage ring, which he now possessed. Clifton Daoist, give back my storage ring. Brody wasn't one to endure injustice quietly. This score must be settled. Anticipating Clifton's refusal, Brody seized this opportunity to humiliate him. The pride of heaven? Today, I'll show you that there are always higher beings above. Note, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as per your instructions. Hashtag chapter 375, 10th realm body cultivator. As everyone's gazes turned towards him, Clifton remained completely unfazed. He sneered, what storage ring? You piece of trash. Are you trying to extort me before you leave the carefree sect? A disciple couldn't help but snicker. Brother Che, he's now a cultivator who has lost all his powers. Seeing that he's about to lose his place, it's natural for him to want some compensation for a better life outside, isn't it? Ungrateful wretch. We saved his life out of kindness. We never imagined he'd behave like this. Zarya's face was filled with indignation. After spending time with Brody, she didn't believe he could be such a person. She wanted to speak up for him but was stopped by Claire. It's not worth it to fight over an ordinary person who has lost all cultivation. Zarya looked at Claire in disbelief, almost breathless with frustration. Sis, you can look down on others, but how can you fail to distinguish right from wrong? Seeing her sister speaking to her this way for the first time, Claire was also upset. What right and wrong? He's just an outsider. Appearances can be deceiving. How do you know he's not making false accusations? I know Clifton. He wouldn't do such a thing. I see, you're really blinded by him. Watching Clifton refuse to acknowledge and even turn the blame around, Brody's gaze grew colder. So, you won't return it then? Who are you to defame me? Today, I'll give you a lesson and throw you out of the carefree sect. Clifton's eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing right in front of Brody and delivering a palm strike with all his might, clearly aiming to kill in one blow. Regarding Clifton's ruthlessness, Claire frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. As for Zarya, her reaction was even more intense. Seeing Brody standing there without dodging or blocking, her heart raced in panic. Quick, get out of the way. Just as everyone thought Brody was surely going to die, they saw him casually throw a punch. What followed was something that would have made their jaws drop in shock. The seemingly frail figure exploded with unmatched power. A single punch, devoid of any light or blood chi, sent Clifton flying back, accompanied by a crisp sound of bones breaking. Next came Clifton's pig-like screams. His entire arm had become misshapen, the tendons and bones shattered. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to faint. Am I seeing things? A disciple murmured, still dazed by the scene. As for Zarya, she covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. She never imagined that Brody could unleash such formidable strength. Since you won't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Brody's voice was calm. He rushed towards Clifton, who was lying on the ground. Seeing this, Claire couldn't sit still. Despite being shocked by Brody's strength, she couldn't stand by idly and immediately prepared to intervene. But a single glance from Brody made her shudder, immobilizing her. That look, she saw invincibility, indifference, as if her own cultivation meant nothing to him. She found this extremely hard to accept. She was the youngest Hartley in the history of the Carefree sect, having reached the 8th realm, towering over her peers. FLYNT, she was intimidated by that fleeting look. Despite her inner turmoil, her subconscious kept warning her that this man was extremely dangerous. Now Brody stood before Clifton, his aura utterly transformed compared to before. The disciples dared not make a sound, silenced by fear. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Clifton's forehead glistened with cold sweat. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Brody, his eyes pleading for mercy. From Brody's gaze, Clifton knew this man truly wasn't afraid to kill. He didn't want to die. He hadn't lived enough. Just as Brody was about to act, a furious roar erupted from the sky. Rascal, dare you. Brody's gaze turned cold. Without hesitation, he blasted Clifton's heart and lungs into pieces, decisively ending his future. At that moment, 8 figures appeared in the air. Seeing this, the leading Hartley's eyes flared with killing intent. To kill my sect's disciple within the Carefree sect is unforgivable. He was the Enrique of the Carefree sect, a 9th realm powerhouse. His enraged attack was earth-shattering. Yet the disciples' expressions didn't change because they felt that even the Enrique wasn't a match for this man. Brody's indomitable aura was too impactful, exuding an aura of invincibility that made everyone feel he could conquer anything. Indeed, reality bore this out. The Enrique's attack was easily nullified by a single punch from Brody. Sensing the vigorous blood chi within him, the old man's face changed drastically. He couldn't help but blurt out, "A 10th realm body cultivator?" This revelation left everyone present in deep shock. A 10th realm body cultivator. And this person was a body cultivator. The other 7 Hartleys gathered beside the Enrique, eyeing Brody warily, fearing he might suddenly strike, which would be catastrophic. It's him. Nathaniel Lin and the other Hartleys responsible for the trial recognized him immediately. They had felt he seemed familiar from the start. This was the young man the Rainbow Squad had rescued. Swallowing hard, the Enrique knew that this man was far beyond what he could handle. Only the Leonardo could contend with him. He was immensely anxious, praying for the Leonardo to appear soon. On the surface, he tried to placate Brody, bowing respectfully. My sect's disciple offended you, Nathaniel. It is a crime deserving death. Please calm your anger. If you have any other demands, please state them, and we will do our utmost to satisfy you. The Enrique was drenched in cold sweat. In the cultivation world, the stronger dictated terms. Though Brody was younger, his status as a 10th realm body cultivator warranted no disrespect. Ignoring him, Brody turned to look at Claire nearby. Claire's arrogance had been utterly crushed by Brody's gaze. When he looked at her, her delicate frame trembled uncontrollably, her face pale. As for Zarya, she watched Brody anxiously, terrified he might harm Claire. Though her sister was strict, they had always been close. She didn't want anything to happen to her. ###Chapter 376, Power is the ultimate truth. The mere presence of Brody almost overwhelmed everyone present, even surpassing the Hartleys and the Grand Nathaniel. However, he did not ultimately make a move against Claire, merely glancing at her with indifference before turning away. Claire finally caught her breath, only to find her back drenched in cold sweat. She realized from that glance how laughable her so-called talent was in front of a true powerhouse. Just moments ago, she had acted superior, as if she could control his life and death with a flick of her wrist. Seeing that Brody wasn't going to take further action, the Hartleys sighed in relief, though they remained cautious. To ease the tension, the Grand Nathaniel cautiously asked, "Senior, have you calmed down? If there is anything else that troubles you, please let us know. The free and easy sect will do our best to satisfy you." Brody simply glanced at him and said coolly, "Have your sect leader come and talk to me." Upon hearing this, the Grand Nathaniel put on a polite smile. Having achieved his current level through countless hardships, he understood very well that Brody meant he wasn't qualified to converse with him. Despite this, he dared not show any displeasure, replying, "Flynn's, our sect leader is already on his way." As for the disciples, they were numb from shock. They had witnessed something too astonishing today. Looking at Brody's figure, all they felt was admiration. Gone was the earlier disdain. A true powerhouse should be like this. In this world, one rule always prevailed. Power is the ultimate truth. Zarya, hearing Brody call her name, Zarya gasped and immediately regained her senses, her eyes filled with complexity. "I never imagined you would be this strong." Brody smiled faintly. "What? Have you forgotten who I am?" Upon hearing this, Zarya hurriedly waved her hands and explained, No, I haven't forgotten Brother Flynn." Seeing that the relationship between Zarya and Brody seemed fine, the Grand Nathaniel and several Hartleys exchanged relieved looks. It appeared that matters could still be smoothed over today. Since they got along well, this man wouldn't unduly torment them. At this moment, an unassuming figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man with stubble, ordinary in appearance, but when he arrived, everyone except Brody bowed respectfully. The sect leader has finally arrived. With the sect leader here, this man shouldn't act so arrogantly anymore, right? Some disciples speculated. Brody also turned his gaze towards the newcomer, confirming his guess. This was indeed the free and easy sect leader, a 10th realm cultivator, equivalent to a great sage-level powerhouse. "It is truly an honor to welcome you to the free and easy sect," the sect leader greeted elegantly, showing no anger over Clifton's death. After all, it was just a talented disciple. There was no need to antagonize a powerhouse over such a minor loss. Moreover, Clifton was already dead. A deceased genius was no longer a genius. As a 10th realm cultivator and great sage-level powerhouse, the free and easy sect leader counted as a significant force anywhere. Brody put aside his previous attitude and politely acknowledged him. "Long have I heard of the free and easy sect leader's name. Truly an honor. Friend Taoist, this place is not suitable for conversation. Please follow me." The sect leader extended his hand, and the Grand Nathaniel and other Hartleys followed closely behind, disappearing from the scene. The disciples, meanwhile, snapped out of their trance, still feeling excited yet realizing the subsequent dialogue was beyond their earshot. I wonder what will happen next. Will the sect leader try to negotiate or engage this body cultivator in battle? Even though they left, this incident gave the disciples plenty to discuss. In this world, there was no shortage of bystanders who enjoyed gossiping. I think reconciling with this senior is more likely. Great minds think alike. On the other side, Claire was still in a daze, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. Zarya felt heartache seeing her sister's state. "Sister," Zarya whispered softly, her gaze complicated. She wanted to say something but was interrupted by Claire shaking her head. "This time, I've been short-sighted. I've learned that there are people beyond my understanding, levels beyond my reach." Claire closed her eyes, trying hard to calm the turmoil within. Her once proud talent had been harshly humbled today, shattered into pieces. Inside a grand hall of the free and easy sect, the sect leader smiled warmly. "Why didn't you seek our help sooner, friend Taoist? Had we known you were injured, we would have offered all possible assistance." Brody internally sneered upon hearing this. If he had sought their help, he would likely have faced exploitation instead. He declined immediately. "Thank you for your kind offer, Leonardo. Do you know where Senior Flynn comes from?" the sect leader probed after their brief exchange. Through their conversation, the sect leader had learned Brody's name but couldn't recall when a Flynn family had appeared in Neon territory or if there was anyone named Brody. Brody gave him a half-smile. "A hero doesn't inquire about the past. Why must you dig so deeply, Leonardo?" The sect leader looked somewhat embarrassed but nodded. "Senior Flynn, please stay at the sect for a while. Let me fulfill my duty as a host." Brody inwardly shook his head. The sect leader always spoke with hidden meanings, which made him quite bored. But he said nothing more and responded plainly, "Rest assured, Leonardo. I won't stay long in the free and easy sect and will leave soon. There's no need for you to worry about my accommodations during this period." "Do not worry? Can I really not worry? What if he gets upset and kills 2 more people?" The Grand Nathaniel couldn't help but speculate inwardly upon hearing Brody's words. After Brody left the hall, the sect leader's expression returned to calm. He looked at the Grand Nathaniel. "This person is not simple. You'll need to keep an eye on him these days. Hope nothing goes wrong. Also, spread the word that everyone must treat Brody with utmost respect. No insolent words or disrespectful actions." The sect leader rubbed his temples, hoping this person would leave sooner. He knew Brody had been severely injured and saved by a disciple, surely pursued by enemies. He hoped this wouldn't involve the free and easy sect. The Grand Nathaniel was puzzled. "Leonardo, although he's a 10th realm body cultivator, you're equally powerful. This is the free and easy sect with its protective array and numerous experts. Why treat him so respectfully?" His eyes flashed with a cold light at the end. "A mad body cultivator can lead to a bitter victory even if we win. Let's not take chances," the sect leader replied, shaking his head and walking out of the hall. Seeing this, the Grand Nathaniel sighed. With a 10th realm body cultivator around, sleepless nights were inevitable. Meanwhile, as Brody walked out of the hall, he encountered a graceful figure approaching. Dressed in elegant attire, she bowed lightly to him. "Senior Flynn, I apologize for my earlier behavior. I hope you can overlook my rudeness." Seeing Claire's humility, Brody was somewhat surprised and responded coolly, "There's no need for this. For Zarya's sake, I won't do anything to you." Chapter 377. Sneaking a peek at me? Claire glanced deeply at Brody and respectfully said, "The Patriarch has ordered that your new residence be prepared. Allow me to lead you there." "Lead the way." Brody directed Claire as if she were a servant girl, yet she showed no sign of discontent, simply nodding and guiding him to an exquisite courtyard. It was well furnished with a pond and artificial hills, a world apart from the shabby house he had previously occupied. Seeing that Claire was still standing there, Brody raised an eyebrow. Why aren't you leaving? Gone was the haughtiness in Claire's eyes. She briefly bowed in respect before turning to leave, not resembling the proud young lady she once was. Your talent is commendable, but pride alone will get you nowhere. To become a true powerhouse, one must first cultivate the heart of a strong individual. Strength within leads to strength without. Looking at her retreating figure, Brody spoke aloud, though his words contained simple yet profound truths that made Claire pause mid-step. Thank you. Claire gave Brody another sincere bow, expressing genuine gratitude this time. Her eyes regained a glimmer of spirit that they had lost. Watching this scene unfold, the hill hiding in the shadows felt greatly moved. His gaze towards Brody now held admiration. He taught others the heart of a strong person, but deep inside himself was an invincible aura, a resolve that none could match. This man's potential is limitless indeed. Cultivating a strong heart is hard, but nurturing an unyielding heart, one forged through countless battles, is far more challenging. There is no other path but experience. After Claire left, it wasn't long before a tiny figure appeared hesitantly at the entrance of the courtyard. It was Zarya, the little girl who had just come over. She initially rushed over excitedly to find Brody, but halted just outside the gate. Brother Flynn has just demonstrated his power. If I go to him now, would he think I'm merely flattering him? Maybe I should just go back and try again in a few days? While Zarya pondered this, Brody had already noticed her presence. If she knew what he thought, perhaps she'd get a playful tap on the forehead. What are you doing loitering at the door? Planning to peek at me? Hearing Brody's voice, Zarya realized she had been spotted and entered, fidgeting nervously. Who wants to peek at you? I was just resting by the door. Amused by the girl's words, Brody smiled. He liked Zarya's candid and kind-hearted nature, but such traits often made one vulnerable in the cultivation world. Zarya found a spot beside Brody and sat down, twisting her clothes in her small hands, looking rather odd. Noticing her behavior, Brody raised an eyebrow. What's wrong, little miss? Got something bothering you? Speak up. Zarya hesitated for a moment then finally spoke. Brother Flynn. I came here to apologize on behalf of my sister. She isn't inherently bad, just a bit arrogant and sharp-tongued at times. She truly regrets her actions and has changed. I just wanted to see if you could forgive her. With this plea, she clung to Brody's arm and looked up at him with big, beseeching eyes, her lips pouting adorably. Brody listened quietly. This naive girl didn't know he had already met with her sister. I've already forgiven her. Hearing this, Zarya's eyes widened. Really? When have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, ask her. Relieved, Zarya cheered up instantly. Yay. She did have ulterior motives, but her intentions were pure. Coming to see Brody was partly about seeing him, but mainly about resolving any lingering tensions between her friend and her sister, so as not to feel caught in the middle. Seeing Brody smile, Zarya blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. She quickly tried to change the subject. I always thought you'd be stronger than me even before your injury. You're a physical cultivator. Isn't that much harder and more exhausting? How do you endure? Looking at her innocent face, Brody sighed inwardly. Without enduring hardship, how else could one survive? Flynn. He kept these thoughts to himself. They continued chatting for a while until Zarya, noticing the fading light, bid farewell to Brody. Watching her lively figure disappear from view, Brody shook his head with a wry smile, then looked toward a specific area. Why not rest for a bit? Staring at me all day must be tiring. Don't worry, I won't do anything improper. He had another thought unspoken. If he really wanted to do something, no one could stop him. Instead, he let the observer off easily. Receiving no response, Brody turned back into the house. Once he was gone, the Enrique hidden nearby wore an odd expression. Physical cultivators were only supposed to be physically strong, not mentally perceptive enough to detect him. In the bathroom, after some thought, Brody decided to set up a barrier. He didn't want a nosy old man watching him bathe. This thought caused the hidden Hartley to feel slighted. What did Brody think he was? Enjoying a refreshing shower, Brody felt thoroughly rejuvenated. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began meditating. Soon, wisps of golden blood chi emerged from his pores, accompanied by a rumbling sound within him, like a raging river surging forward. Chapter 378. Taking the blame? Is this the body forge cultivation method he has been practicing? In some part of the void, the Enrique gazed at Brody with astonishment, able to sense the extraordinary nature of the golden blood chi. No, he is recovering from his injuries. The Enrique's eyes flickered with sharpness, and a shock rippled through his heart. Could it be that the 10th realm body cultivator is not yet this person's limit? Impossible. He was thoroughly puzzled but at least realized one thing. Brody was definitely even more mysterious than he had imagined. Seeing Brody recovering from his injuries, he hesitated, ultimately suppressing the urge to ambush him. If Brody could openly meditate while being aware of his presence, surely he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Who knew if he would immediately detect any movement and counterattack? Let it be. I just hope he leaves the free and easy sect soon. Having such an unstable factor around truly makes it hard to feel at ease. The Enrique shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. After a whole night of breathing exercises, Brody slowly opened his eyes. The recovery was somewhat satisfactory. His essence and sword bone wounds showed noticeable improvement. However, it was still slower than he wished. By this rate, he'd need months of practice to fully recover. Glancing meaningfully at a certain corner, Brody's lips curled slightly. He then walked out of the courtyard. The concealed Enrique followed quickly after noticing his movements. Instead of looking for Zarya, Brody headed straight to the entrance of the free and easy sect library. Just as he was about to enter, an Hartley figure emerged and bowed respectfully. Esteemed senior, the library is a crucial area of our sect. Outsiders are forbidden to enter. Please leave. This person was clearly a 8th realm Nathaniel responsible for guarding the library. Despite his words, his tone lacked confidence, likely due to witnessing Brody's strength. However, Brody didn't press further, bowing politely to the Hartley. I only wish to browse through materials on the first floor. Might you grant me some leniency? The Hartley hesitated. The library housed all sorts of cultivation methods and martial arts. As an outsider, Brody could cause trouble that he couldn't handle. Just as the Hartley was about to refuse, a transmission made him pause, glancing surprisingly towards a certain spot before bowing again to Brody. Senior may enter, but due to certain reasons, you are restricted to the first floor. Brody smiled faintly. Rest assured. His goal here was to understand Forrester Immortal Kingdom better, especially the Nihong territory. Being new to the place, without knowing the general direction, how could he find a way out? After 2 days of intense reading, he found no information about the outside world or ways to leave Forrester. It seemed only the royal lineage or divine beings might know about Forrester's uniqueness. Thank you, Nathaniel. Brody bowed and turned to leave the library. It was time to depart the free and easy sect. Visiting Zarya's residence, he wanted to bid farewell to her properly before leaving. Big brother Flynn, why did you suddenly come to see me? Zarya seemed pleasantly surprised. It was the first time he had taken the initiative to visit. A smile surfaced on Brody's face as he gently said, I'm leaving. I came to say goodbye before I go. Ah. Zarya froze upon hearing this news, staring at Brody in disbelief. He's leaving? For some reason, she felt a pang of sadness. Are your injuries fully healed? Maybe stay a couple more days? Blushing slightly, Zarya lowered her head, avoiding eye contact with Brody. My injuries are healed, don't worry, Brody chuckled, placing a delicate jade talisman in her hand. This gift is for you. If you ever think of me, you can look at it. Zarya's beautiful eyes welled up as she looked at the warm jade. When she raised her gaze, the young man was already gone. He still left. Tears threatened to spill from Zarya's eyes. She stood alone for a long while, clutching the jade before finally retreating into her room. At this age when emotions start blooming, it's unfortunate not to meet the right person. The Enrique mused, watching the scene unfold. Living for so long, he easily saw through Zarya's feelings for Brody. Alas, they were from different worlds. With Brody's departure, he felt a great relief and soon left the place. 3 months passed swiftly. Winter had arrived, with biting winds and snowfall covering the land. A lone figure walked through the snowy landscape, untouched by the falling snow. If someone were there, they would notice a miraculous phenomenon. Regardless of the size of the snowflakes, they would alter course before reaching him. This solitary figure was Brody, who had been secretly searching for a way to leave Forrester during these 3 months. Unfortunately, he found no useful clues. He had already left Nihong territory and was now in Gumming territory. Suddenly, Brody stopped as a figure flew toward him. The direction pointed right where he stood. Fellow Taoist, we've obtained the treasure. Hold them off, the figure shouted before fleeing. Brody furrowed his brows, seeing several figures chasing behind. They stared menacingly at him, obviously mistaking him for an accomplice. Do you believe I have nothing to do with him? Brody shrugged helplessly. Just passing by, and he stumbled into this mess. The leader, dressed in armor, eyed Brody coldly. Continue pursuing them. Don't let him escape. I will capture this one. Flynn's. Others continued chasing the fugitive, while the middle-aged man lunged at Brody. Daring to steal a precious treasure from our Gumming domain, you too shall join us in answering for your crimes. Chapter 379. Am I a nobleman? Seeing him attack without any warning, Brody's brows furrowed, and he threw a punch that stirred up countless snowflakes with a golden imprint. Stage 10 Body Cultivator. An expert knows the skill level of another as soon as they act. As soon as this punch imprint appeared, the Hoover's face turned pale. He had no strength to resist and was instantly sent flying, bleeding uncontrollably. He was only at stage 9. If not for Brody holding back, he would have surely died. However, the Hoover clearly didn't appreciate this mercy. Instead, his surprise turned into rage. I am a guard of the ancient Seal Domain residence. You dare to lay a hand on me. Get ready for endless pursuits. Brody sneered. This person was a fool. His life was in Brody's control, yet he maintained that superior attitude, daring to issue threats instead of begging for mercy. It was no wonder such a person was just a guard. With a blood-infused hand gripping the Hoover, Brody's gaze was calm. You asked for it. I had no intention of harming you, but you insisted on seeking death. Without waiting for the Hoover to respond, Brody squeezed harder, turning the Hoover's flesh to powder instantly. His divine soul couldn't escape either and was eradicated together. Brody then turned his gaze to the other group. They hadn't gone far but were dumbfounded by the scene, shivering uncontrollably as they saw their captain so easily eliminated by Brody. It's your turn. This statement felt like the judge of death. They immediately snapped out of their daze. Escape. Escape. But Brody wouldn't give them a chance to flee. In this world, there is no right or wrong. If he let them go, the next time it would be him being hunted. Countless punches rose skyward. Against a stage 10 body cultivator, they stood no chance of resistance and were quickly dealt with, none escaping. After all this, Brody looked toward the direction of the person who fled and pursued relentlessly. This person made him take the blame. He couldn't let him escape unscathed. This was Igor, slowing down gradually as he realized there were no pursuers behind him. A smug expression appeared on his face. He believed he wouldn't be caught since he had led them astray several times and wasted some time with that unlucky fellow. Thinking of myself as the great thief who steals the heavens above, the earth below, and even the air in between, I've never failed before. Just too bad for that poor soul. I'll surely burn paper money for you when something happens. He shook his head while talking, unaware of a faint golden light emitting from somewhere on his body, a strand of an unknown substance attached to him. Suddenly, the Alban seemed to sense something. His face changed subtly as he glanced cautiously behind him. A small black in the sky was rapidly approaching and enlarging. His speed surged immediately, astonishment lacing his voice. Am I seeing ghosts? How can that guy be fine? His vision was excellent, recognizing the black-clothed man pursuing him was the same one he had tricked earlier. If he were caught, trouble was inevitable. Noticing the youth's increased speed, Brody smirked coldly, infusing his body with golden blood chi, increasing his speed dramatically like a streak of golden light. The distance between them steadily shortened. Friend Taoist, you put me in danger for no reason. Don't you plan to stop and explain? Brody said calmly, though the youth clearly wasn't about to confess. We've never met. Why are you chasing me? We've never met? Brody chuckled but didn't reply further, transforming the golden blood chi into flying swords that shot toward the youth. Why are you doing this, friend Taoist? The youth exclaimed, startled. Despite his disheveled state, he managed to dodge successfully, which impressed Brody. Although Brody couldn't discern the youth's cultivation level, his agility and speed were commendable. Without leaving a trace of blood chi on him earlier, he might not have found him at all. The youth's speed slightly slowed while evading, giving Brody the opportunity to catch up and grab for his wrist. Ouch! Though I am handsome and consider myself beautiful, friend Taoist should refrain from improper behavior. Let's talk this out. Don't be handsy. Brody. Surprisingly, the youth's bones were very agile. Just as Brody was about to catch him, he somehow dodged again. Saying they should talk things out, the youth didn't slow down. Fortunately, Brody's speed was equally good as he kept pace behind him, but his patience was running thin. Do you really think I can't catch you? Brody's tone was cold. An immovable Vajra shadow emerged behind him, explosively increasing his speed. Reaching the youth's back, he unleashed a powerful punch. This time he held nothing back. Even a stage 10 cultivator might struggle against this, but in Forrester's space, it remained stable with no ripples despite the blow. Damn, you're serious. The youth trembled, feeling the power behind the punch light. Using his strange agility again, he barely avoided the fatal strike, but still got hit by the shockwave, spitting out blood. Damn, stop hitting me. You're going to kill someone. Finally pleading for mercy after enduring several punches, the youth knew he would die if this continued. I won't hit you if you stop running. Really? A nobleman's word is his bond. Seeing the youth stop, Brody's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Am I a nobleman? A few minutes later, Brody brushed his hands off, looking at the now disheveled youth with evident satisfaction. Gone was the youthful handsomeness. His hair resembled a bird's nest, his face swollen, nose crooked, sporting two black eyes, glaring angrily at Brody. Didn't you say you wouldn't hit me? You targeted my face continuously. Brody snorted. After chasing him so vigorously, he naturally needed to vent some anger. Chapter 380, Canon. Speak up. Who are you? Where do you come from? And what great treasure did you steal? Faced with Brody's census-like questioning, the refined young man honestly confessed, I stole from heaven above, earth below, and air in between. Talk properly. Seeing Brody raise his fist, the young man couldn't help but shudder, hurriedly explaining, my name is Canon. I'm from Forrester Immortal Domain. The treasure I stole this time was a drop of Earth's stalactite. Forrester Immortal Domain? What bullshit are you spouting? You think I don't know it's the territory of the Forrester Immortal clan? Besides, a mere drop of Earth's stalactite. Is it worth them chasing you like this? Hold on, take it out and let me see. Under Brody's coercion, Canon eventually caved. As he took out a jade bottle containing a drop of Earth's stalactite, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating the mind and soul. After opening the jade bottle, Brody began to understand why Ancient Seal Domain was pursuing Canon so fiercely. This Earth stalactite must belong to an ancestor-level entity, aged at least 200,000 years. This thing was indeed incredibly precious. The older the Earth's stalactite, the more valuable and potent it became, almost without limits. Its energy was so pure that it could be absorbed effortlessly without much refining, which further increased its value. A 200,000-year-old Earth's stalactite could indeed cause deities to fight fiercely over it. Thinking of this, Brody's eyes gleamed. Did this mean Ancient Seal Domain might possess a stalactite stone over 200,000 years old? I checked it, and this isn't meant for you. Let me keep it for safekeeping. As he said this, Brody calmly put the Earth's stalactite into his storage, causing Canon's heart to ache in frustration. Watching Canon, Brody finally decided not to kill him. If he truly came from Forrester Immortal Domain, he likely knew many secrets. Keeping him around for occasional interrogation could prove useful. He patted Canon on the shoulder. Young man, I see you have an extraordinary bone structure. It seems fate has brought us together. Do you want to stay by my side? But Canon wouldn't buy into this. I am the mighty thief god who steals from heaven and earth, and even the air. Ow. Alright, I agree. Satisfied, Brody put away his fist and shared his speculations, only to be rebuffed by Canon. How can a small domain like Ancient Seal possess a 200,000-year-old stalactite? Pausing a moment, Canon added, originally, Ancient Seal bought 3 drops of Earth's stalactite to strengthen their young lord's foundation for divinity. I stole one, leaving 2. Brody silently nodded. This made sense. Ancient Seal must indeed despise Canon deeply. And just as he suspected, inside Ancient Seal Domain, a young man was raging furiously. To hell with it. Who the hell is it? If I catch them, I'll flay their skin and snap their bones to relieve my fury. Inside Ancient Seal Domain, a young man roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot. Servants and guards knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. He had just received news that 1 drop of Earth's stalactite intended for his divine transformation was stolen. Though some were dispatched to pursue the thief, such an incident was a significant insult to both him and Ancient Seal Domain. Expecting the guards to return victorious, he was prepared to confront the audacious thief, only to find they never returned, likely facing misfortune. Send more people. If anyone finds the thief, this young master will reward them generously. Flynn, sir. The guard breathed a sigh of relief and promptly responded. Finally, he could leave this place. The young master was notoriously ruthless, possibly killing someone in a fit of rage. Elsewhere, do you not wish to steal the other 2 drops too? At the mention of steal, Canon became agitated. Steal? That's an insult. It's theft. Theft. Then, he sighed despondently, don't you think I want to? But due to this 1 drop, the deity and ancient seal has awakened. There's no chance now. Hearing this, Brody frowned. He was indeed tempted by those 2 drops of earth stalactite. Another drop would give him confidence to break through to the great sage realm, ready to challenge a half-deity when the time came. You said you're from Forrester Immortal Clan. Is that true or false? Seeing Brody ask this, Canon looked wary. What's it to you? False. Glancing at him with interest, Brody didn't press further. Now that he possessed 1 drop of earth stalactite, he could break through to the great sage realm once his injuries healed. Go. Considering this drop of earth stalactite, I won't make things difficult for you. Canon was visibly disbelieving. Really? You're letting me go? Brody glanced at him. You don't want to leave? Fine, then stay. No, I'll leave. Canon hadn't expected someone as unscrupulous as Brody to release him. Cautiously retreating to a safe distance, he finally believed Brody wasn't moving. I can tell your essence is injured and very severe. If you want to recover quickly, I advise you to visit the Medicine Valley. Perhaps there's a chance. Leaving these words as a transmission, Canon vanished instantly, stopping far away, puzzled. Is it an innate sword body? Why is he here in Forrester so early? Back at the original spot, Brody pondered Canon's parting words. His injury was indeed problematic, and Medicine Valley seemed like a potential solution. Why not try? Brody set his sights on Danyang Domain where Medicine Valley was located. Releasing Canon primarily stemmed from practicality. Constantly guarding against him was impractical. Better to let him go freely. Of course, Brody hadn't let him slip away entirely. The trace of blood she remained until it mysteriously disappeared, suggesting Canon's careful inspection. Screw it, let's head to Medicine Valley first. As he walked, Brody noticed increased security, putting everyone on edge. Clearly, the missing earth stalactite caused this heightened alert. While Brody wasn't worried about the guards or even the young master, the true concern was the ancient seal domain lord, a deity. Even at peak condition, Brody wasn't a match for a deity. Thus, he abandoned the idea of forcing entry for now. Chapter 381, Forced Entry. Fine, you've set up checkpoints to restrict entry and exit, but on what grounds do you search us? East Peak City was one of the key routes leading to the border of ancient inscription domain. Recently, a large number of soldiers had appeared, and anyone attempting to head towards the border was being rigorously investigated. This naturally caused much discontent. Privacy was highly valued, and while being inspected was one thing, body searches were unacceptable. Most people passing through here were traders who transported various goods and naturally did not wish for their wares to be exposed. Suddenly, a knife flash streaked across, and a man's head was sent flying into the air. Hot blood sprayed out in pillars. Upon seeing this gory scene, everyone fell silent. A young man walked out from among the guards, his blade unsullied as he sheathed it. Seeing the silence, he nodded approvingly. Ladies and gentlemen, our most precious artifact has been stolen. Please understand and cooperate. Let's avoid any unpleasantness. This young man's ruthless behavior managed to intimidate most people, but a few tough men sneered at him. Their eyes glinted dangerously, clearly the type accustomed to living life on the edge. Young friend, how does the theft of your domain's treasure concern us? Don't think that just by killing someone easily, we will cooperate. I suggest you let us pass. The fierce man was already at the 8th realm, with over 20 followers, posing a significant threat. Faced with him, the guards tightened their grips on their weapons. The youth's gaze turned cold, meeting the fierce man's eyes without fear. As a disciple of the ancient inscription domain, he despised these people. You can try. Tensions flared. Hidden among the crowd, a black-clothed figure, none other than Brody, couldn't help but rub his hands together, hoping they would fight so he could slip away during the chaos. Dare to challenge the dignity of the ancient inscription domain. Die! A sharp roar echoed from within the city, shaking the listeners' scalps. This was a 9th realm powerhouse. Sensing his power, the fierce man's complexion changed instantly. Before he could react, a massive palm descended from above, smashing the fierce man and his gang into bloody pancakes. The gruesome scene left the others pale-faced. I agree to the inspection. So do I. Facing imminent death, privacy became insignificant. Under forceful suppression, people submitted willingly, hating the thief responsible for this plight. Unfortunately, Brody shook his head, not because he thought the 20-odd deaths were a pity, but because the imagined chaos did not occur. Only one option remained, forcing his way through. Under their oppression, all caravans lined up obediently. Their concerns were justified. After seeing their goods, several guards revealed covetous expressions. Eventually, the merchants had to bribe them generously to get passage. Such extortion seemed quite lucrative. Soon it was Brody's turn. Perhaps due to his black attire, the guards eyed him warily. A lastard over your storage ring, and release your origin. Out of the question. In their view, Brody displayed a strange smile. Suddenly, his arms trembled, sending powerful shocks that left them stunned. What happened? Many turned their attention here, curious. They hadn't expected resistance after witnessing the 9th realm powerhouse's demonstration. The 8th realm youth turned, surprised. Finding someone truly fearless, he vanished, slicing down toward the black-clothed figure mid-air. The shocking blade light chilled one to the bone. Just when everyone thought the black-clothed man would die under the blade, an unexpected outcome emerged. The man punched, dispersing the terrifying blade light like paper, his punch's momentum undiminished. In the widened eyes of the youth, bang, an explosion resounded, and the youth's body disintegrated into a bloody mess, a nauseating sight. This man is strong, quickly informed the Hartley. Disciples trembled, shouting from their spots. The black-clothed man was too formidable. They lacked the courage to act. No need. An Hartley figure appeared, darkly observing the black-clothed man. Without immediately acting, he showed deep apprehension. Who are you? My name is Brody. Brody did not stop, golden blood chi rising, his gaze icy. Either clear the path or become a corpse under my fist. Ridiculous. Enraged by this provocative statement, the Hartley kept his cool. His goal was to stall until a 10th realm powerhouse arrived. Suspicions rose about this skilled man. Could he be the one who stole the Earth stalactite? His assumptions were flawed. He underestimated Brody. Feeling the might of the golden fist imprint, the Hartley nearly lost his soul. 10th realm body cultivator. Brody didn't give him a chance. In 2 breaths, the 9th realm Hartley became a cold corpse. The disciples of ancient inscription domain were thrown into disarray, fleeing in terror. Didn't expect this black-clothed man to be a 10th realm predecessor. Truly appearances are deceiving. Is his conduct appropriate? Killing an Hartley, forcefully breaking through. This sets him against the entire ancient inscription domain. To hell with that. Beyond East Peak City is the border, far from the reach of authority. Once outside the ancient inscription domain, birds fly freely. The black-clothed figure gradually vanished into the distance, leaving the crowd realizing they must flee East Peak City before it turned into a battleground. Chapter 382. A Deadweight Companion. In the border region of Gaminjiu, a black figure was racing. It had been 3 days since he forcefully broke into Dongfeng City, and his actions drew the majority of Gaminjiu's government's attention to him. Little thief, hand over the Earth stalactite, and I'll grant you a full corpse. A roar echoed, almost bursting people's eardrums. This was a cultivator from the 10th realm, a dominator wherever they might be. Upon learning that someone formidable had breached through, the Gaminjiu administration immediately dispatched numerous powerful experts, including several at the 10th realm. It was as if all forces but the divine beings were mobilized, believing this person to be the thief. Brody's gaze was calm. He did not pay any attention to the pursuer. If he were delayed by them, a bloody battle would ensue, and with the myriad divine beings manifesting, he would be in peril. Little thief, do you think you can escape Gaminjiu? How naive. The pale Hartley at the 10th realm clutched a talisman and suddenly sped up, appearing behind Brody within moments. Knowing this man to be a body cultivator, he summoned his life-bound weapon and swung it with all his might without any delay. Scram! Brody bellowed and turned around to counterpunch. His fleshly fist clashed against the Grand Saint weapon, producing a metallic clang. The enormous force pushed back both parties, allowing Brody to widen the gap once more. The pale Hartley showed signs of shock. The arm holding the life-bound weapon trembled, and a streak of bright blood flowed from his tiger mouth, web space between thumb and index finger. Body cultivators were truly extraordinary. Refining their bodies to such a level was astonishing beyond belief. Swish swish. 3 more figures appeared beside the Hartley, 2 men and a woman who appeared younger than the Hartley. The lady keenly noticed the blood on the Hartley's palm, revealing her astonishment. Nathaniel Ning, are you injured? Upon hearing this, the other 2 men were also taken aback. They knew this Hartley was well established long before they had even grown up, already a 10th realm expert for years, and today, unexpectedly hurt. Nathaniel Ning laughed bitterly. I just exchanged blows with him. The combat prowess of a body cultivator is indeed well renowned. The thief can't have gone far. Chase him down. Without hesitation, the 4 pursued in the direction Brody had fled. Together, they believed that no matter how strong a body cultivator might be, he would fall here. As most of the strong from Gaminjiu gathered at Dongfeng City's borders, the lockdown was lifted. Hiding somewhere, Cannon sighed in admiration upon receiving the news. This person sure dared to face the challenge head-on. It was also rumored that Gaminjiu's young master had personally led a group of experts to reinforce Dongfeng City's border, vowing to lock it down completely and capture the thief at any cost. At the border, Brody concealed himself in a forest, furrowing his brow. Sensing 6 10th realm experts surrounding Dongfeng City's border, along with countless lower cultivators, an omnipresent divine awareness covered the area. Any hint of movement or breath would instantly get him locked onto. Other cultivators had been cleared out. However, things weren't the worst yet for Brody. At least the 11th realm godlike, being from Gaminjiu, had not shown up. 6 grand saints, quite troublesome. Brody chuckled bitterly. He had to rely on the unique features of Hongjian to stay hidden. Otherwise, he would have been caught long ago. Now he could only wait for an opportunity. Day 1, Day 2. Time trickled by, and Brody suppressed his vital energy to its limits. Suddenly, a group appeared overhead in the forest, drawing his attention. A man dressed magnificently, eyes carrying a sinister glint. What caught Brody's eye was that everyone addressed this man as Arlie. Arlie, should we return? That thief is a 10th realm body cultivator. What if luck isn't on our side? Guards were concerned for his safety, but the sinister youth ignored their worries, snorting coldly. What if he is a 10th realm body cultivator? Stealing our Earth stalactite, falling into my hands will make him beg for death and find none. This left the hidden Brody speechless. Being merely a 9th realm cultivator, what made him so arrogant? Seeing this foolish young master, Brody smirked. An opportunity bestowed by heaven. Who's there? Arlie Gumming barely reacted as a shadow appeared before him. By the time the 4 guards realized what was happening, a deadly technique aimed at Brody had descended. A 10th realm expert had been secretly protecting Arlie Gumming. Reacting instantly but unexpectedly, Brody took the blow physically while attempting to seize Arlie Gumming. All in a flash, Brody gripped tightly, puncturing Arlie Gumming's shoulder bone, eliciting a pig-like scream. The 4 guards nearby were also killed by Brody's vital energy in that split second. Bastard, how dare you attack me? Arlie Gumming, recovering, shouted angrily despite the pain. As others rushed over, their faces darkened upon seeing the scene, blaming the protector. Caught in their gaze filled with accusation, the protector's expression turned grim. He withstood my strike. His action wasn't wrong. He couldn't reach in time and could only act to deter Brody. Brody ignored the blood dripping from his lips, looking at the 6th 10th realm experts with resolve. Step aside or he dies. If our young master is harmed, you won't live 10 lives. Release him, and I'll leave you intact. 2 aggressive voices rose. Brody sneered, squeezing harder on Arlie Gumming, causing a painful crackle. Nathaniel Ning, displaying wisdom, remained calm. Recognizing the shift in control, his priority was the safety of the hostage. Disperse, clear the path. On command, everyone moved away, though a few 10th realm experts hesitated. Nathaniel Ning. I said, step aside. With authority, the 10th realm experts complied. None present wielded more respect than Nathaniel Ning. Brody smirked, dragging Arlie Gumming away under everyone's watchful eyes. The captive dared not resist, knowing his fate lay in another's hands. Regret flooded through him. He cursed himself for coming here when staying in the domain city promised much ease. Not just him, the 10th realm experts felt immense frustration. Such a deadweight companion. Gamingia's experts trailed behind, hesitant to intervene. Finally, as Brody crossed the border, Arlie Gumming panicked. You've left Gamingia. Let me go. Let you go? Brody's voice chilled Arlie Gumming to the core. Translation notes. 1. Names such as Gamingia, Brody, Dongfeng, and Arlie Gumming were kept consistent with pinyin transliteration to maintain accuracy. Chapter 382. Unreliable teammate. On the border of the Gucharles domain, a black figure sped through. It had been 3 days since the bold intrusion into East Peak City, and his actions drew the majority of the Gucharles domain government's attention. Little thief, hand over the earth's stalactite, and I will grant you a quick death. A furious roar sounded, reverberating so intensely it nearly burst eardrums. This was a cultivator at the 10th realm, an existence that could dominate any territory they wished. Upon learning of the intruder's considerable strength, the Gucharles domain government immediately dispatched numerous formidable experts, including several 10th realms cultivators. Apart from the divine beings who didn't participate, they were convinced this person was indeed the thief. Brody maintained a calm gaze, ignoring the pursuer. If engaged, it would undoubtedly result in a bloody battle. With the divine beings possibly manifesting, he couldn't afford to be caught. Little thief, do you think you can escape the Gucharles domain? How naive. The Heartlily man with silvery hair, a 10th realm cultivator, cast a spell seal and suddenly accelerated, catching up to Brody within moments. Knowing that he faced a body cultivator, he wasted no words and unleashed a decisive strike with his life-bound weapon. Scram! Brody roared, turning around and punching back. His flesh fist collided with the great saint-level weapon, emitting a metallic clang. The immense force pushed him further away. The Heartlily man's eyes widened in surprise. His arm holding the life-bound weapon trembled, and a thread of bright blood trickled from his palm. Body cultivators were indeed extraordinary. Achieving such physical prowess was beyond imagination. Swoosh swoosh. 3 more figures appeared beside the old man, 2 men and a woman, all younger than him. The woman noticed the old man's bleeding palm and gasped in shock. Nathaniel Ning, you're injured? Hearing this, the other 2 men were equally astonished. The old man was already renowned when they were still growing, having long reached the 10th realm. FLYNT today, he suffered an injury. Nathaniel Ning chuckled bitterly. I exchanged blows with him. The combat power of body cultivators lives up to their reputation. The thief mustn't have gone far. Chase after him. Without hesitation, the 4 pursued in the direction Brody had fled. Together, they believed even if he was strong, he'd ultimately meet his doom here. With most of the Gucharles domain's experts converging near East Peak City, the lockdown was lifted. Somewhere hidden, Cannon marveled at the situation. This person was incredibly bold, choosing to confront them head-on. Rumors also spread that the Gucharles domain's young lord personally joined, leading a group of experts to reinforce East Peak City, vowing to capture the thief at all costs. At the border, Brody concealed himself in the forest, frowning slightly. He sensed at least 6 10th realm experts nearby, not to mention countless lower realm cultivators. Countless divine senses covered the area. Revealing even a trace of aura would lead to immediate detection. All other cultivators had been cleared out. However, Brody felt things weren't at their worst yet. The 11th realm, or divine being, from the Gucharles domain hadn't shown up. 6 great saint levels, somewhat troublesome. Brody laughed wryly. If not for his use of Jason's properties, he would have been discovered long ago. Now, he could only wait and seize any opportunity that arose. Days passed. Time ticked by as Brody suppressed his aura to the utmost. Suddenly, a group appeared overhead in the forest, one individual catching his attention. This person was elegantly dressed, with a shadowy glint in his eyes. What caught Brody's notice was that everyone called him Palmer. Palmer, shouldn't we return? That thief is a 10th realm body cultivator. If we're unlucky, the guard was concerned for his safety, but the shadowy-eyed youth clearly ignored it, snorting coldly. What does a 10th realm body cultivator matter? For stealing my earth stalactite, I'll make him beg for neither life nor death. Hidden, Brody was speechless. You're only 9th realm. Why are you acting so arrogantly? Seeing this clueless young lord, Brody's lips curled upward. Heaven sent opportunity. What? Gucharles Palmer sensed something amiss just as a black figure appeared before him. By the time the guards reacted, it was too late. Suddenly, a powerful attack aimed directly at Brody struck, courtesy of a hidden 10th realm expert who was protecting the young lord. Surprisingly, Brody braced against the blow to capture the young lord, all happening in a flash. Brody's hand pierced through the young lord's shoulder bone, causing screams that echoed into the night. Meanwhile, the 4 guards were instantly killed by Brody's blood energy. Thief, how dare you lay hands on me? Gucharles Palmer, snapping out of it, yelled in anger despite his pain. Sensing the commotion, 5 other 10th realm experts arrived, faces turning grim, looking towards the protector. Noticing their accusatory gazes, the protector's face turned pale. He braced against my attack. His actions weren't wrong. Brody was too close to the young lord, forcing him to attack to fend off. Ignoring the trickle of blood from his mouth, Brody eyed the 16th realm experts resolutely. Move, or he dies. If anything happens to our young lord, you won't live long enough to regret it. Release him, and you'll die quickly. 2 more aggressive ones warned. Brody sneered, tightening his grip, causing the young lord to scream again. Nathaniel Ning, as a seasoned Hartley, remained calm, understanding they had lost the upper hand. Safety came first. Clear the way. Everyone complied except a few 10th realm experts who hesitated. Nathaniel Ning. I said, clear the way. Nathaniel Ning's stern tone left them no choice. Laughing coldly, Brody held the young lord and swiftly flew away under everyone's watchful eyes. The young lord, realizing his fate was now in someone else's hands, dared not move or breathe loudly. He deeply regretted coming here, longing for the comfort of his domain city rather than facing this peril. Not only him, even the few 10th realm experts felt stifled. What an unreliable teammate. The Gu Charles domain's experts trailed behind but dared not act. Finally, crossing the border, symbolically leaving the Gu Charles domain, the young lord panicked. You've left the Gu Charles domain. Release me? Release you? Brody's voice sounded like it came from hell, chilling the young lord to the core. Note: adjusted Grand Saint to Great Saint level for consistency. Maintained natural English flow and ensured terminology consistency throughout. 3. Paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall style were preserved from the original text to ensure continuity and tone. Hashtag chapter 383. Alastered over the earth stalactite. Thief, release our young lord immediately. The strong figures of Gumming quickly roared in anger, their eyes fixed on Brody with murderous intent. There was no doubt that once their young lord was out of danger, they would not hesitate to unleash their most lethal techniques. Brody's gaze turned cold, revealing a hint of killing intent as he looked at the young lord of Gumming. To everyone's surprise, with a sudden shake of his arm, Brody didn't give the Havelock a chance to scream. His body exploded instantly. Several 10th realm powerhouses were momentarily stunned before they quickly reacted. With bloodshot eyes, they charged at Brody, shouting, "Young scoundrel, you deserve to die. How could you break your word? Ha ha ha, since you call me a thief, what does keeping or breaking promises mean?" Brody laughed heartily, but he did not let his guard down. Facing the 6 people's attack, he remained unafraid. His blood chi surged, and the Vajra King's shadow appeared with every movement he made. The terrifying power of his fists burst forth. Vajra King Fist. When this fist appeared, it collided with the strongest attacks from 6 10th realm cultivators. Contrary to expectations, instead of crushing everything in its path, it blocked all 6 attacks. The terrifying shockwave forced countless cultivators to flee in panic. How could he be so strong? Olaf was astonished. He had faced physical cultivators before, but this person's abundant blood chi far exceeded that of ordinary 10th realm physical cultivators. Moreover, his combat techniques were exceedingly domineering, truly refreshing his understanding. What they didn't know was that if Brody were at his peak, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. After the smoke cleared, Brody was nowhere to be seen. The few 10th realm powerhouses roared in anger and prepared to chase after him with bloodshot eyes. But Olaf stopped them with a gesture. Olaf, don't hold me back. I swear I won't rest until I kill this scoundrel. Olaf suppressed his anger and said calmly, he has already entered the Vlad region. Pursuing him now would be unwise. Let's return and ask the regional lord for advice. What a load of crap. The Vlad region has always been unfriendly toward us. Even if they agreed, by the time we return, the scoundrel will have slipped away like a fish into the sea. They had never suffered such a defeat, yet now they couldn't fathom the intentions of the regional lord. Even when their young lord died, he didn't show up. Otherwise, at his command, they would have pursued Brody right away. Indeed, Brody didn't pause for a moment. He traveled at great speed, unsure of Vlad region's attitude. For safety, he decided to get as far away as possible. Soon, news of Brody's actions spread like wildfire across the Gumming region and several surrounding regions. Everyone was surprised, speculating who this 10th realm physical cultivator could be. At the same time, another piece of news emerged from Gumming region, which excited everyone. A stalactite aged 200,000 years. It's an absolute treasure. No wonder the Gumming domain went to such great lengths. Heh, indeed. But it's odd how such a treasure could be stolen. Were they too careless? This was the border of Vlad region. After 7 days of travel, Brody finally arrived here. He ignored all the discussions about him and planned to leave Vlad region and pass through the Ichabod region to reach the Danyang region where the Medicine Valley was located. Fortunately, Vlad region showed no intention of taking the treasure by force and let him pass freely. Brody entered an inn and, after a simple disguise, no one recognized him among the drinkers still discussing the events at the Gumming region border. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked over and sat down at Brody's table, saying, "Better to see than just hear tales. Taoist Flynn, truly a powerful physical cultivator. This is DeAndre, nice to meet you." Brody glanced indifferently at him. "Did you send that message just now? I'm straightforward, so let's speak openly." "Haha, indeed, Taoist friend speaks truly. I come from Vlad's sect. You needn't worry about the Gumming region. They have already been refused. Our purpose is simple. Can you spare that earth stalactite? We can pay handsomely." As expected, Brody suspected DeAndre came from Vlad's sect. However, regarding the request, he politely declined, "I'm sorry, but the earth stalactite is also very important to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. I'll remember the assistance of your sect." Hearing this, DeAndre didn't press further, smiling faintly. "Fine. If business fails, friendship remains. My sect hopes to become friends with you. Farewell." "Farewell." Brody bowed and watched DeAndre leave. Despite the pleasant words, Brody couldn't be sure that Vlad's sect wouldn't target him for the earth stalactite. It was best to leave the region soon. Even though 10th realm physical cultivators were formidable, some still lusted after the earth stalactite. As soon as Brody entered the Ichabod region, two masked black-clothed men attacked from behind. A lastard over the earth stalactite, and you may live. The two exuded tremendous power. Both were 10th realm cultivators. Brody's gaze grew cold. Finally, someone couldn't hold back. But after surviving the gumming region, he faced these two without fear, striking back with his fists. Pang! Brody's overwhelming strength sent the two masked men flying backward. Only their exposed eyes betrayed their shock. They hadn't fully realized his true power until now. Heh. Indeed, as rumored, your physical prowess is unmatched. But next, you'll face something beyond your forte. The two chuckled darkly, clearly prepared. Suddenly, they emitted piercing shrieks, an esoteric technique targeting the soul. Unprepared, Brody's mind felt as if struck heavily, causing intense pain in his divine soul. Chapter 384, Face Without Four Features. Spiritual attacks are always unpredictable, and when launched by two venerable great sage-level practitioners, Brody, though not instantly wiped out spiritually, was left momentarily paralyzed, unable to control his body. Indeed, physical cultivators might have extremely powerful physical bodies, even reaching the point of being impervious to all spells at the peak of their practice, but their spirit remains a critical weakness. The two masked black-robed figures exchanged glances and naturally seized this perfect opportunity to charge at Brody. Die! A streaking sound echoed as blood bloomed. Two deep wounds appeared on Brody's chest, yet the intense pain also snapped him back into control of his body. Golden blood chi surged, he roared, and struck with both fists simultaneously. Damn it! At such close range, they had no time to evade. This punch landed squarely on both of them, the terrifying force shattering countless bones. There has always been a saying. Up close, physical cultivators are invincible. Brody would not let this chance pass. Golden blood chi continuously surged, dulling the pain in his chest. Each punch was lethal, forcing the two men into a defensive position. Beneath the shadow of the immobile guardian king, he resembled a golden war god, every part of his body an instrument of death. Bang! One black-robed man, caught unawares, was hit by Brody's fistlight. His entire being suffered as the power penetrated his protective aura, affecting his core. Seeing this, the other black-robed man turned and tried to escape. Now you want to run? Too late. Brody sneered, transforming the blood chi into numerous golden sword lights that shot towards the fleeing man, causing a chill down one's spine. What is this technique? The black-robed man, feeling the threat behind him, fled for his life. He was already running on his last reserves. If captured, it meant certain death. Brody wanted to chase, but the backlash from both spiritual and physical injuries forced him to stop. Looking at the wounded black-robed man lying abandoned on the ground, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Tell me, who are you? Which forces do you belong to? Generally, cultivators at the 10th realm aren't obscure individuals. Brody was curious about his identity. Just who had sent him to pursue and kill him? Was it from the Radiant Domain? Victory and defeat are matters of fate. You'll never know. The black-robed man was defiant, knowing his fate was sealed. Attempting to self-destruct, Brody wouldn't allow it. With a large hand slap, he instantly shattered the man's core and heart meridians. Brody's gaze remained cold. He felt no pity after all the killings along his journey. He reached out to remove the mask of the fallen man, wanting to see who he truly was. When the mask fell off, Brody's pupils constricted, his hands trembling slightly. What lay before him was a face without the four features. Only a pair of eyes remained, while the nose, lips, ears, and eyebrows were missing, as if they had vanished. An ordinary person would likely be terrified upon seeing such a face at night. However, this did provide a significant clue. Brody thought of the other black-robed man who escaped, wondering if he shared this peculiarity. Upon further inspection, aside from the unique face, there were no distinguishing marks or items indicating his identity. Shattering the body into nothingness, Brody left, finding a secluded spot to recover his spirit, which had always been his weaker aspect. Despite the sword soul protecting his sea of consciousness, he still struggled against true spirit-focused opponents. 3 days later, Brody exhaled a turbid breath, slowly opening his eyes. Thanks to the immobile Guardian King's recovery abilities, his physical injuries had healed autonomously, but his spiritual wounds were not fully mended. Continuing towards the Danyang domain, Brody paused as he heard distant commotion. Turning his head, he saw frequent spiritual fluctuations and realized a conflict was unfolding nearby. Initially, he had no intention of getting involved, but then he faintly heard several words that made him pause again. Danyang domain, Emma? Brody raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself. If he remembered correctly, Emma was the legitimate daughter of the Qin family in the Danyang domain and a disciple of the Medicine Valley. It seems I must intervene. Brody's lips curled slightly as he flew towards the source of the commotion. Sure enough, two groups were confronting each other. Among one group was a woman with cascading black hair, her delicate features framed by a green dress like a lotus untouched by mud, evoking admiration and respect. Beside her were other young disciples in matching attire, holding spirit artifacts and glaring angrily at the opposing group. Seeing their uniforms, Brody nodded. They were indeed Medicine Valley disciples. The emblem was unmistakable. The beauty at the center was probably Emma. As for the opposing group, they were more haphazard, consisting of burly men who clearly had battle experience. Their fierce demeanor contrasted sharply with the Medicine Valley disciples. Leading them, a man with a curved blade leered at the central woman. Emma, I suggest you surrender. If you come with me and serve me well, perhaps I might spare your life. After all, such a beauty is too precious to destroy. Clearly an aristocratic lady, Emma was furious at such foul words. Her delicate body trembled in rage. Shameless scoundrel. Another disciple shouted threateningly, Bear, do you not fear retribution from the Medicine Valley once they learn of this? Your future won't be pleasant. I advise you to stand down. Brody observed silently, shaking his head. These threats were futile. Bear had clearly planned this. Better to negotiate conditions, which might ensure survival. Indeed, Bear's murderous intent intensified upon hearing the threat. What do I fear? Who will know I did this? They lived lives of danger and destruction, known as mercenaries in nearby domains. Concealing evidence was second nature to them. From the shadows, Brody picked his nose. I know. The sudden voice startled everyone. Noticing a new presence, especially the 10th realm bear, unease spread. Unnoticed by such a strong cultivator suggested formidable stealth or superior cultivation. Deciding prudence was wise, he bowed respectfully. Sir, if you refrain from intervening, Bear will repay your favor. In the world of martial arts, more friends mean better prospects. Recognizing Brody wasn't with Bear, Emma seized the opportunity. Sir, I am Emma, a Medicine Valley disciple from the Danyang domain. We encountered bandits today. Please aid us. Your help would be deeply appreciated. Brody's appearance changed the situation dramatically. Emma's eyes filled with hope. Gaining this black-robed man's support might resolve their predicament. Chapter 385, Medicine Valley, Emma. Brody glanced at Kurt and his group, then turned his gaze to Emma, smiling warmly. If I intervene this once, you'll owe me a favor. Is that acceptable? Taken aback by the straightforward offer, Emma hesitated for only a moment before nodding quickly. Agreed. Seeing this, Kurt's face darkened. Fellow Taoist, please don't do anything rash. The waters here are deep. You won't be able to handle it. Just as Brody was about to respond, Kurt's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly drew his blade, striking with blinding speed. This was the result of years of combat experience, exploiting the delay in human reaction time to strike unexpectedly, ensuring a fatal blow, which had never failed him. But this time, his opponent wasn't like anyone he'd faced before. It was Brody. The moment Kurt made his move, Brody reacted instantly, golden blood chi enveloping his arms as he punched out. Clang! The force from the curved blade tore at Kurt's hands, while Brody merely had a white scratch on his knuckles. Seeing the imposing figure behind Brody, Kurt's eyes flashed with shock. You are Brody. Lately, there were rumors about a 10th realm body cultivator named Brody who had become famous after breaking through the defenses of ancient Seal Domain City. His deeds had already spread across several domains, and his most distinguishing feature was the golden blood chi and the imposing shadow behind him. Kurt hadn't expected to encounter Brody here, especially not because of Emma and the other Medicine Valley disciples. Even he felt a hint of fear. A name earns its reputation. Brody had sent 6 10th realm experts flying with a single punch. There was no doubt about his strength. Knowing my name, your journey isn't wasted. Brody smiled lightly, the golden blood chi enveloping his body like a blazing sun. As 2 10th realm experts, Brody virtually dominated Kurt. Emma watched the godlike figure, her slender fingers clutching her robe. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. She felt lucky to have met this man here. Brody, being a body cultivator is tough. Are you really willing to get involved in this mess? Kurt couldn't hold back any longer, already sustaining multiple injuries, roaring furiously. His subordinates, seeing Brody, lacked the courage to act. They were only 8th or 9th realm, and stepping into the fray would mean certain death. Fleas won't cause too much itching. Why should I fear one more? Brody laughed coldly, blood chi surging skyward like rosy clouds, his fists overpowering, as if they could crush all enemies. Brody didn't usually meddle in others' affairs, but since he sought something from Medicine Valley, saving its disciples served as a good first step. It could only be blamed on Kurt's poor luck. However, Kurt did have some skill. His combat prowess rivaled Ning Lao from ancient Seal Domain City. Despite being at a disadvantage, he managed to hold off Brody for dozens of moves. Forcing down a gush of blood, Kurt stared at the black-robed man intently, suddenly emitting a large amount of bloody mist from his body. The stench hit everyone, causing them to frown. Brody frowned too, noticing Kurt slipping from his perception. Want to escape? Or ambush me? Facing this tactic, Brody snorted, the imperturbable Vajra's shadow vibrating slightly, dispersing the foul-smelling blood mist completely. Kurt, realizing this, paled in shock. How is this possible? He had indeed wanted to escape. Brody was just too strong. Despite using every trick, he was still no match. If he continued fighting, he'd eventually die under Brody's punches. Using an old reliable escape method seemed like his only option. But to his surprise, this usually infallible method had no effect against Brody. What kind of shadow was that, so effective against him? Nothing is impossible. Brody's eyes were cold, his soul locked onto Kurt. An instantaneous strike from the imperturbable Vajra fist left Kurt with broken bones and irreversible internal injuries. This was another advantage of a body cultivator. Strength undiminished after prolonged battles, robust stamina, and abundant blood chi. With the imperturbable Vajra body, Brody took it to the extreme. Kurt's subordinates, witnessing this scene, trembled, fleeing in panic without a second thought for their half-dead leader. Senior Flynn, may I ask you to spare his life for now? Hearing Emma speak, Brody nodded, withdrawing his fist but standing beside Kurt for caution. Walking up to the nearly lifeless Kurt, Emma showed no pity. Who ordered you to attack me? She had no grudges with Kurt's group. With her excellent alchemy skills and connections within Medicine Valley, she shouldn't have been a target. And with her status in Medicine Valley, few would dare risk attacking her. If it leaked out, it would lead to total ruin. This made her suspect someone within Medicine Valley. If you tell me, I might spare your life temporarily. If true, I promise to let you go. Hearing this, Kurt's eyes flashed with hope. Really? Emma nodded. Absolutely. Confirming her sincerity, Kurt began to waver. Who wanted to die if they could live? No matter how fierce and fearless a person was, none wanted to die after reaching such a cultivation level after countless hardships. No way, unless you swear in the name of Medicine Valley's master. He still had doubts, not trusting mere words. If Emma swore by her master's name, he would take the risk. Chapter 386. The person behind? Brody cast a faint glance at him. Do you not understand the current situation? This isn't something you can decide. You don't have the right to bargain with us. Speak, and there's a chance you'll live. Refuse, and you will die here. Arwen's expression fluctuated as he heard Brody's words. Seeing that Harriet made no response, he ultimately tried to negotiate for his life. How do I know if you'll keep your word? Since you won't swear an oath, then you won't find out. Arwen's face turned fierce, his words resolute. Just as he thought Harriet couldn't do anything without an oath, a large hand like an iron clamp suddenly grabbed his neck, cutting off his breath. Since you still don't recognize reality, go to hell. Brody's tone was icy cold. As his grip tightened, Arwen felt death approaching, and he crumbled. I speak. Don't kill me. Arwen struggled violently, but due to the chokehold on his throat, this was only a faint mental transmission. Hearing this, Brody knew his psychological defenses had been breached. He loosened his fingers slightly, allowing Arwen to inhale precious air. At higher cultivation levels, they didn't rely much on oxygen. FLYNT, Brody's purpose was to break his psychological resistance. Clearly, the sense of impending death had shattered Arwen's defenses. He was drenched in sweat, his eyes still wide with panic. Harriet's bright eyes watched Arwen as she waited for more. The one who instructed me is Darien. Last month, he found me and informed me of your trip. He asked me to strike once you were far enough away. My reward would be a Tianji pill. Upon hearing Darien, the disciples of the Medicine Valley were immediately agitated, their faces filled with disbelief. How could it be possible? It can't be Senior Brother Darien. He must be spreading slander to turn us against each other. Senior Sister Chin, please don't fall for this scoundrel's trick. Brody stood quietly to the side, observing without speaking. After all, it wasn't his business. However, he did know about the Tianji pill. Though it wasn't as rare as the drop of earth stalactite he possessed, it was incredibly valuable for great sages. When one's cultivation reached a certain depth, this pill could significantly increase the chances of breaking through to half-step Divine Realm, which was equivalent to the half-step 11th Realm here. After learning the identity of the mastermind, Harriet's eyes flickered several times, first in disbelief, then confusion, and finally enlightenment before settling into calmness. Arwen on the ground was clearly unsettled. Suddenly, he lunged, taking the opportunity to transform into a streak of light and escape. However, Brody had been paying attention to him the entire time. Seeing him try to flee, Brody moved instantly and appeared behind him, delivering a devastating punch. Feeling the terrifying power from behind, Arwen's eyes widened in terror. Brody, you broke your promise. The next second, the punch struck his back solidly, nearly instantaneously extinguishing the last traces of life within him. Thus fell a renowned cultivator of the 10th realm. Brody wiped his hands, his gaze unmoved. Only now did he respond to the question. Miss Chin agreed to spare you, but I never said I agreed. Anyone would know that letting a tiger return to the mountain meant future troubles. Letting a 10th realm cultivator escape was out of the question for Brody. With a thought, Arwen's storage ring flew into Brody's hand. Its owner dead, Brody probed inside with ease. There were many resources inside, and what caught his eye most was a jade box placed quietly in the center. Inside was a milky white pill. Upon opening it, a refreshing fragrance wafted out. Brody's eyes glinted. So this is the Tianji pill? Returning to Harriet's side, Brody didn't mention Darien but said half-jokingly, now that this matter is settled, Miss Chin shouldn't forget she owes me a favor. Harriet paused, then smiled and nodded. Many thanks to Senior Flynn for saving me. If there's anything I can assist with, I will definitely do my best. Don't underestimate this favor. Although Harriet was only in the 9th realm, her alchemy skills far exceeded her cultivation, even drawing requests from 10th realm cultivators. She was currently only 50 years old. Considering her level of cultivation, a few hundred years would already be considered exceptional talent. Other cultivators could easily live thousands, or tens of thousands of years. This was potential. She was destined to become a grandmaster of alchemy if nothing went wrong, making this favor immensely valuable. Brody shook his head with a light smile, then showed a hint of curiosity. I'm not much older either. Call me Brody. Miss Chin, can you tell if I'm ill? Initially just probing, Brody was surprised when Harriet nodded quickly. Honestly, I've observed you. Your spirit seems somewhat unstable. Have you recently suffered a spiritual attack? You can tell even that? Brody looked at Harriet in amazement. Truly, as a disciple of the Noah, she had remarkable abilities. Harriet then pulled out a jade bottle from her storage ring and handed it to Brody. This contains 3 soul-stabilizing pills. Take one daily, and you should recover fully. As if thinking of something, she added, rest assured, this doesn't count toward that favor. Consider it a gift. Brody rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could I possibly accept? Despite saying so, his body acted honestly, instinctively accepting the pills. Although he had an innate sword body and didn't rely on elixirs for cultivation, recovery-type pills were highly useful to him. By the way, my goal is to head to the Medicine Valley. If Miss Chin wouldn't mind, how about we travel together? To the Medicine Valley? Harriet was visibly taken aback. The other disciples, however, were delighted. They had witnessed Brody's strength, undoubtedly one of the top-tier powers among 10th realm cultivators. With his escort, they could safely return to the Medicine Valley. This incident also made them cautious. Even if they doubted Darien, someone was definitely plotting behind the scenes. Having such a strong protector greatly increased their safety. May I ask, Mr. Flynn, why are you going to the Medicine Valley? If you need assistance, feel free to let me know. Seeing Brody extend his hand, Harriet quickly understood his intention. Placing her delicate hand on his wrist, a thread of spiritual energy flowed through his meridians as she closed her eyes to sense. Then, her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Brody. How can you? Brody nodded. Indeed, that's why I need to go to the Medicine Valley. Harriet took a deep breath. She hadn't expected Brody to have such severe injuries, beyond her capability. I will arrange for you to meet my master. He should have some solutions. Thank you. Brody bowed. He knew that protecting Harriet back to the Medicine Valley would involve getting entangled in some storm, but there was no other way. He had to go to the Medicine Valley, and having her help increased his chances of meeting the Noah. Chapter 387, Flame Domain Mansion. Since he would inevitably be drawn into the conflict, Brody decided to make some preparations. He was not very familiar with the Danyang Domain's Medicine Valley. May I ask Miss Chin, who exactly is Darien? Facing Brody's question, a disciple of the Medicine Valley introduced for him. Senior brother Darien is the main disciple of the Noah and also senior sister Chin's senior brother. He excels in alchemy and has been at the 10th realm for many years. He has always been kind-hearted, so I believe he definitely isn't the one orchestrating things behind the scenes. That's right, senior sister Chin. You mustn't be deceived by Bloodblade's words. He must know his death is certain, which is why he's making up such lies. Brody nodded upon hearing this, then glanced at Emma. Her expression didn't change much, indicating she had her own thoughts. As an observer, Brody could see through things clearly. Clearly, Darien had significant suspicion attached to him. Regardless of whether Bloodblade's claims were false, there was one point. How could someone like Darien, as the eldest master brother, not feel wary when Emma reached such heights at 50? However, they couldn't rely solely on Bloodblade's side of the story and their conjectures. They needed concrete evidence. Naturally, given Emma's intelligence, she would certainly be wary of Darien. This vigilance was beneficial. Precautions should never be underestimated. Let's go. Let's hurry back to the Medicine Valley, Emma softly said, and the disciples exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Once they crossed the Flame Domain, they would reach the Danyang Domain, thus entering the territory of the Medicine Valley. Presumably, the hidden person wouldn't dare send anyone to ambush them again. After 7 days, the group arrived at Flame City. They came here intending to use its teleportation array to travel to Yangqing City, where the Medicine Valley was located. From Emma, Brody learned that the Danyang Domain differed from other domains due to the presence of the Medicine Valley. Alchemy thrived here, and the Medicine Valley was a holy land for alchemists in the heavenly Jonah Immortal Kingdom, gathering almost 80% of the kingdom's alchemists. In a month, the Medicine Valley would hold a grand alchemy conference that spread throughout the entire heavenly Jonah Immortal Kingdom, occurring once every 100 years. Emma's unexpected outing this time was to deliver an invitation to a senior in a special location. Oh, what sort of senior can have the personal disciple of the Medicine Valley's master deliver an invitation? Emma slightly shook her head. That senior has a mysterious background and an eccentric personality. However, his strength is very formidable. Even my master treats him as an equal. Hearing this, Brody became more curious. The Noah wasn't just at the 11th realm but renowned across all 49 domains of the heavenly Jonah Immortal Kingdom. Some even rumored that the Noah had reached the 12th, or even 13th realm. If there's an opportunity, I'd love to meet this senior myself. Due to Emma's identity, they entered the city without any hindrance, moving smoothly. Stronger individuals even warmly invited them, although these offers were politely declined. Big Sister Chin, you finally deigned to visit me. Upon reaching the Domain Lord's mansion, a woman dressed in fiery red quickly emerged, walking up to Emma with a smile. The woman had silver hair and crimson eyes, exquisite features, and a petite yet extremely voluptuous figure. Especially her ample chest caught even Brody's attention, evoking the thought of young face, large breasts. Seeing her, Emma smiled too. Flynns, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Their relationship was clearly close. At this point, the silver-haired woman noticed Brody beside Emma, finding him unfamiliar. She asked, "Who is this handsome guy?" Emma glanced at Brody and then introduced him. "He's Brody. We encountered some trouble during our outing, and thanks to him, we managed to escape the danger." Then she introduced the silver-haired woman to Brody. She's the daughter of the Flame Domain Lord, Maribel. Maribel felt the name was very familiar. After thinking for a moment, her eyes widened in shock. "Wow, are you the 10th realm corporeal cultivator Brody, who broke through the border of ancient inscription domain, fighting 6 opponents alone?" Brody inwardly sighed. It seemed news of his actions had begun to exaggerate. If he hadn't taken the ancient inscription Palmer hostage, the outcome might have been different. As for facing 6 enemies, it was really just a last-ditch punch. That's just a rumor. No need to believe or spread rumors. Nice meeting you. But to Maribel, this statement obviously sounded modest. Rumors don't arise out of nowhere. If there's such talk about Flynn, sir, it shows his strength must indeed be very powerful. Emma, watching Brody with deep meaning, knew well that he wasn't yet at peak combat power and had sustained serious injuries. Even so, his current strength was formidable. It was unimaginable how powerful he would be at his peak. Facing Maribel's praise, Brody rubbed his nose, not wanting to explain further. Too much explanation might seem like trying to cover something up. Big Sister Chin, since you're here, if you're not in a rush, have dinner and rest here for the night, then return to the Medicine Valley tomorrow. Saying this, Maribel took Emma's wrist, leading her into the mansion. Seeing her warm invitation, Emma didn't refuse and looked at Brody. "What do you think, Mr. Flynn?" "It's up to you, Miss Chin. I have no objections." Emma nodded and looked at the disciples of the Medicine Valley. Seeing they had no objections either, she led everyone into the mansion with Maribel. The evening banquet is already being prepared, and the rooms are arranged. You all needn't worry. The disciples weren't as casual as Emma, bowing respectfully. "Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Flynn." Chapter 388, Interlude. At the banquet, Trish was exceptionally lively, chatting and laughing with Harriet. Gradually, the other disciples also loosened up, and the atmosphere became lively throughout the venue. Brody also learned that Trish was the only daughter of the Lord of Xuanhuan territory, a true precious gem, a young aristocrat. Her talent wasn't bad either. Similar in age to Harriet, she had also reached the 9th realm. "Sir Flynn, why aren't you drinking?" Under the influence of alcohol, Trish's face was flushed as she blinked her large eyes at Brody, making him feel slightly uneasy. The disciples from Yogu also felt uncomfortable seeing this scene. After all, whether in terms of conditions, talent, or appearance, Trish was an uncommon dream lover. Gentlemen love beauties, not to mention them. Though they envied him in their hearts, they didn't say much because Brody was both strong and talented. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed somewhat handsome. Facing Trish's invitation, Brody smiled faintly and clinked his wine cup with hers, downing it in one gulp. Miss Fawn, you don't need to entertain me. You and Miss Cheen just enjoy yourselves. Seeing Brody's generosity, Trish's lips curled into a smile, and her eyes suddenly became misty. She pouted her cherry lips. But I want to drink with a handsome guy. What should I do? Why don't you stay at my house in Funhua territory and be my Dao companion? Cough, cough. Her words were so shocking that Brody nearly choked. Even Harriet was shocked, immediately reacting by transmitting a voice message. Trish, can you be more reserved? Reserved? It won't fill my stomach. Trish pouted but saw Brody's reaction, realizing she had startled him badly. She laughed to lighten the mood. Ha ha ha. Looking at your reaction, am I that scary? Or do you think it would be a big loss for you to be my Dao companion? Brody made a slight bow. I didn't mean that. Miss Fawn is a noble lady of Funhua territory, naturally beautiful and extraordinarily talented. I feel unworthy and wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. Please don't joke about me anymore. Trish rolled her eyes at Brody, exuding 1,000 charms. You're no fun at all. Indeed, just like the rumors say, body cultivators are as stubborn as logs. Harriet, on the other hand, felt inexplicably relieved when Brody rejected Trish. As the banquet was about to end, a strand of divine will appeared. Trish's smiling face changed abruptly. Glancing at Brody and Harriet, it seemed she had some urgent matter. Hastily, she said, have you finished eating? Shall we end it here for today? Harriet and Brody exchanged glances. They had noticed Trish's change in expression and guessed that something must have happened. So they nodded. We've had enough. If you have something to attend to, please go ahead. Gratitude flickered in Trish's eyes. Next time, I will definitely treat you better. This time, my hospitality was inadequate. Just as Brody was about to speak, a figure walked straight in from the door. Jioer, why did you get so nervous when I arrived? Am I usually that intimidating? Everyone turned to look, revealing a graceful man in the line of sight. He wore luxurious clothes, with chiseled features like a piece of art, and a gentle smile on his lips, giving off a sense of refined gentlemanly charm that made people like him instinctively. However, upon seeing this person, Trish's eyebrows furrowed, and her emotions clearly shifted. Her tone was cold. Why did you come here? Did I invite you? Do you know how rude it is to barge in like this? These words left no room for politeness. Flynt, the man didn't get angry but instead smiled, saying, does it matter? My fiancé invited guests from Yogu, and I can't join? Wouldn't that be impolite? Tan Vivianian, you're being too excessive. When did I ever agree? Upon hearing this, Trish rarely lost her temper, her anger hard to contain. Apart from Harriet and Brody, everyone else showed shock when they heard the name Tan Vivianian. Tan Vivianian, one of the 10 sons of Tinching, the chief disciple of Marco Guan Mountain. Harriet obviously knew the identity of the newcomer and remained expressionless. As for Brody, although this person gave him a dangerous vibe from the moment he entered, he wasn't afraid at all. Of course, he had heard of his reputation. Especially regarding Marco Guan Mountain, its strength could not be underestimated. If a comparison were made, 3 ancient domains like Gumming would not be enough for them to contend with. Whether you agreed or not doesn't matter. The Lord of Funhua territory has already agreed. Women I, Tan Vivianian, desire can never escape my grasp. Tan Vivianian spoke as if discussing something ordinary, then unexpectedly looked at Brody sitting nearby and struck with a terrifying sword aura. The formidable sword she raged fiercely. Even Brody had to retreat to avoid the momentum. Seeing this sudden action, Trish turned pale. Tan Vivianian, what are you trying to do? The sword intent calmed, and Tan Vivianian didn't respond but looked at Brody approvingly. You must be the Brody who's been making waves lately. Your strength is commendable, but ultimately, body cultivation is a thing of the past, outdated by the times. If you follow me, I can help advance your path of cultivation. Outdated? Brody inwardly sneered. Although the path of body cultivation was challenging, which era lacked extraordinary individuals, this Tan Vivianian dared to ask him to follow, truly arrogant. Harriet frowned deeply. Tan Vivianian, Brody is my friend. My friend? Tan Vivianian glanced back at Harriet. If not for your sake, he wouldn't even qualify to follow me. Although Harriet was the disciple of the Lord of Yogu, she still wasn't taken seriously by Tan Vivianian, who considered only Gong Sunyan of Yogur as a worthy opponent. Tan Vivianian, get out. Trish, who had been suppressing her anger, exploded again. Though Tan Vivianian was talented, his arrogance was intolerable, treating everyone with disdain. Tan Vivianian paid no heed to her anger but looked down at Brody with a condescending gaze. Have you decided? Ku. Who the hell are you? Brody's gaze turned icy. For such an arrogant and self-important person, there was no need for courtesy. If it came to a fight, who would fear whom? Hearing this, Tan Vivianian clearly paused, then burst into laughter. Good. It seems you really see yourself as someone significant? Gradually, Tan Vivianian calmed down. You're quite commendable and have backbone, but sooner or later, I will crush your so-called pride and make you kneel at my feet. Why don't we see about that? Tan Vivianian didn't continue attacking. He cast a cold glance at Brody and left. Watching his departing figure, Harriet held back her anger and turned to Trish. I've long heard of his tyrannical nature, but seeing him today surpasses all rumors. Your father. Chapter 389, Medicine Valley. Enough, it's all because of Mount Marco. Maribel was still furious, but despite this incident, she felt apologetic and said, I'm sorry that this has affected you all. Harriet wasn't really concerned. Tan Vivianian might be arrogant, but he wasn't insane. Even if he looked down on her, he wouldn't dare to make a move. Mainly, it was Brody. Seeing her gaze, Brody shook his head, signaling that he was fine. However, this Tan Vivianian was indeed very strong, the strongest 10th realm cultivator he had encountered since coming to Forrester. The 10 disciples of Forrester, so outstanding. The so-called 10 disciples of Forrester were undoubtedly the top 10 among the younger generation in Forrester. Only Harriet's eyes gleamed. She knew that if Brody's injuries healed, he would not be weaker than Tan Vivianian, possibly even stronger. After being disrupted by Tan Vivianian, everyone lost their enthusiasm and returned to their guest rooms. As for Maribel, according to Harriet, she went off angrily to find her father. They passed the night quietly. The next day, Maribel's expression was noticeably more haggard than yesterday. It was her family affair, and Harriet couldn't say much about it. After consoling her softly, they bade farewell and stepped onto the transmission array. In the inner city of Danyang Domain, a towering peak stood high into the clouds, symbolizing the supreme power of the entire Danyang Domain. Medicine Valley. Indeed, while called Medicine Valley, they actually resided on this mountain peak, revered as the holy land in the hearts of all alchemists under heaven. Outside the city, with a ripple in space, over a dozen figures appeared out of thin air on the reception platform. Seeing the familiar surroundings, the disciples felt completely at ease. Finally back in Danyang City, our Danyang Domain's air is the best, filled with the fresh scent of medicinal pills. Harriet's face also eased, her gaze falling on Brody beside her. Mr. Flynn, Medicine Valley is in the inner city. Let's go together. Brody's attention was already captured by the towering peak. According to Harriet, that was Medicine Valley. Approaching the once-a-century alchemy conference, people in Danyang City were several times more than usual, mostly renowned alchemists and some powerful individuals from all over. Harriet was quite famous. Combined with their attire, they were soon recognized. This is a disciple of Medicine Valley? I know that woman. She is the famous Harriet, the second disciple of Medicine Valley's master. It's rumored that her talent rivals one of Forrester's 10 disciples, Darien. We greet Dawas Chin. This was the status brought by reputation. Despite being only at the 9th realm in cultivation, Harriet was acknowledged due to her accomplishments in alchemy and her position as the disciple of Medicine Valley's master. Even the Hartleyly present greeted her respectfully. Everyone here is my senior. There's no need for such formality. The alchemy conference is a grand event of the immortal nation precisely because of your presence. Ruiying thanks each of you seniors. Harriet bowed politely without any airs, a statement that clearly pleased the old men, whose faces broke into warm smiles. Harriet winked playfully at Brody before bidding farewell to the alchemists. Led by Harriet, Brody entered the inner city unobstructed. Here, the visual impact of the towering peak was drastically different from the view outside. Surrounded by mountains and streams, lush greenery thrived, and the spiritual energy far exceeded that of the outer city. Most importantly, the aroma of medicines was exceptionally strong. Breathing and felt refreshing, washing away fatigue. Is this Medicine Valley? Truly deserving of its fame. Brody marveled. If an ordinary person could live here, living to 100 years would be nothing, and living 200 might not be impossible. Moreover, almost all the top alchemists of the immortal nation resided here. Thus, becoming a superpower was not unjustified. Some disciples were surprised by Brody's unfamiliar presence. Detecting no trace of alchemical aura from him, they didn't comment seeing Harriet leading him in. As a disciple of Medicine Valley's master, Harriet's status was undeniably high. Every passing disciple addressed her as Senior Sister Chin. Occasionally meeting Hartleys who looked pleasantly surprised added to this sentiment. From Harriet, Brody learned of Medicine Valley's profound background. Just in terms of 10th realm Hartleys, there were over 20, and 11 10th realm Supremes numbered 7, not to mention 3 honorary Nathaniels. This was not confidential information, and Harriet shared it frankly. Such a scale left Brody speechless. But this wasn't the most daunting fact. Most of Medicine Valley's powerhouses were alchemists. Summon them, and strength would respond. Soon, Harriet arranged accommodation for Brody, giving some instructions before leaving to see her master, the Khanal. Stranger in a strange land, with countless powerhouses around, Brody, knowing no one besides Harriet, stayed in his room waiting patiently for results. Actually, he had little hope. Given that he had no ties with the Khanal, why would such a powerful figure lower himself to heal him? Concepts like a healer's compassion meant nothing here. He didn't expect the master to intervene. Having an 11th realm Dandao powerhouse help due to Harriet's recommendation would satisfy him. At a secluded spot in Medicine Valley, atop a small peak near a house, a man with scruffy stubble wore a hemp robe, quietly fishing by the lake. Suddenly, a disciple approached cautiously, bowing respectfully. Harriet has returned. She brought a man, unfamiliar. Understood, you may leave. The man in the hemp robe didn't turn, his eyes fixed on the float, as if nothing mattered more than a fish biting. Hashtag chapter 390, Darien. Master is not in the valley at the moment. You might only see him when the alchemy conference begins, Harriet said, a bit embarrassed. Brody shook his head slightly. No worries. It's just a matter of time. Waiting a bit longer is fine. With the alchemy conference approaching, Miss Chin should prepare more. I wish you good luck and hope you achieve excellent results. Harriet nodded. Thank you for your good wishes, Mr. Flynn. Rest assured, once my master returns, I will definitely cure you. It's just that my alchemy skills have not yet reached that level. Brody smiled. Miss Chin is exceptionally talented. It's only a matter of time. After she left, Brody lay down on the bed. Once he recovered his cultivation and broke through to the Great Sage Realm, he would directly head to Forrester Immortal Domain to find a way out. He was unsure about others, but Brody could be certain that the so-called Forrester Immortal clan knew. A gentle breeze blew by, causing Brody's eyes to open. He gazed outside the window into the dark night where a shadowy figure was barely visible. The next moment, Brody vanished from the bed, blending into the night. So late, Why does fellow Taoist Gongsun find it interesting to visit me? Brody's gaze flickered as he looked at the man beside him wearing a hemp robe. The man had an ordinary face with stubble that gave him a lazy appearance. I just happened to pass by here, Brother Flynn. Won't you invite me in for a chat? I apologize for my rudeness. Please come in. They entered the room and sat down. Brody retrieved 2 pots of wine from his storage ring. Fellow Taoist Gongsun, please forgive me. I forgot to prepare tea. All I have are these 2 pots of wine. If you don't mind, let's drink together. No problem. Wine is also good. The hemp-robed man maintained a smile, accepting the wine pot from Brody. He sniffed it first, took a small sip, and furrowed his brow, though he didn't say anything. Seeing this, Brody smiled faintly. This is a strong liquor I got from a small town. Of course, it can't compare to the millennium-aged wines of Medicine Valley. If fellow Taoist Gongsun finds it disagreeable, there's no need to force yourself. Everyone has different tastes. Darien relaxed his frown, gently placing the pot down. This wine is fiery and intense, rushing down like blazing flames. Though it's common wine, it shows that Brother Flynn is a man of passion. Brody laughed heartily. What passion? I'm just myself, and drinking is one of my hobbies. Darien lowered his head, changing the topic. Brother Flynn accompanied junior sister Chin here to Medicine Valley. Is there something specific? I know you're a body cultivator. If you have any hidden injuries from cultivation, feel free to tell me. If I can help, I won't hesitate. It was well known why body cultivators became increasingly rare. Besides the difficulty of cultivation, they faced another challenge. Body cultivation techniques were typically powerful and tyrannical, far exceeding human limits. Even with great perseverance, one couldn't change this fact. Over time, if one weren't careful, they would suffer irreversible damage. The unmoving Charles King Sutra, as a top-tier body cultivation method, was unimaginably powerful and far beyond ordinary methods. However, as a congenital sword body, Brody's internal meridians and dantian had been cleansed by sword energy, making them extremely resilient, an advantage unattainable by others. With Darien's understanding of alchemy, he naturally comprehended this. FLYNT, Brody declined his offer. I don't have any hidden injuries. I came here this time because I've always had a dream of being an alchemist. Unfortunately, I'm not cut out for it. Watching the alchemy conference will somewhat fulfill this lifelong regret. Hearing Brody's casual remarks, Darien paused slightly before laughing. If Brother Flynn is well, then it's the best news. He glanced out the window and stood up. It's very late. I shouldn't disturb you further. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Brody nodded lightly, seeing him to the door. Brother Flynn, please stop. Walk safely. Watching the figure disappear into the night, Brody's gaze flickered. This Darien was indeed quite something, but his words and tone were all probing. Brody had thwarted his plans, yet he acted as if nothing had happened. To remain so calm towards someone who could become an enemy showed considerable depth, far surpassing previous adversaries. Despite never meeting, Brody had anticipated that Darien would eventually come to him, just not so soon. Looking at the wine pot on the table, Brody pondered for a moment before putting it away. At a small mountain peak, a disciple waited. Seeing Darien return, he immediately greeted him. Nathaniel Brother Gongsun. How did it go with Brody? Did he agree? Seeing Darien shake his head, the disciple fumed. He's too ungrateful. Does he think he's someone special? If you give the order, I'll kick him out of Medicine Valley. Darien's gaze turned cold. Do not be so disrespectful. The disciple still wasn't convinced, but Darien's eyes flickered. This person is strong, on par with the 10 disciples of Forrester. Though we aren't on the same path, he may not become an enemy. Let him be for now. Flynn's. After the disciple left, Darien's lips curled slightly. His gaze fell on the pond where the fishing rod remained untouched, yet no fish had taken the bait. This Brody, interesting. 7 days later, Harriet visited Brody again. Lord Flynn, have you been adapting well here? Brody smiled faintly. All right. Now rootless, he felt little difference wherever he was. The only thing he looked forward to was the recovery of his injuries. A flash of guilt crossed Harriet's eyes. Sorry, I've been really busy recently and haven't had time to properly attend to you. Brody shook his head, suddenly remembering something. During this period, Darien came to visit me. Hearing this, Harriet's expression changed slightly, just as I expected. What did he say? Nothing much, just some simple probing before leaving. Harriet's expression became complex, the blood saber attack. If my guess is correct, it was indeed him. But I didn't expect him to care so much about that position that he would resort to such means. Darien was about 100 years older than her. In her memory, he had raised her since childhood. Now, for that position, he disregarded their bond. Brody raised an eyebrow. That position? What is it? The spokesperson of Medicine Valley. Brody understood. It was similar to a sect leader or family patriarch. Quickly, Harriet regained her composure and remembered the reason for her visit. Lord Flynn, aren't you curious about the senior? He has arrived and is now in the central hall. Brody was taken aback. Is it convenient? Harriet smiled softly. There's no inconvenience, but senior has always been eccentric. Please be mindful of your words when you meet him. If he could gain favor with this mysterious powerhouse, perhaps the chances of getting help from the leader of Medicine Valley would increase. Thinking of this, Brody nodded. Then I shall follow your advice. Standing up, Brody followed Harriet to the central hall. Disciples guarded the entrance, but they let them through upon seeing Harriet. Chapter 391. Messy Old Man Hildred. At the entrance of the hall, 2 disciples frowned when they saw Brody behind Harriet. They stepped forward to block their path and respectfully clasped their hands, saying, Senior Sister Chin, we are entertaining important guests inside. As they spoke, they glanced at Brody, whose presence was obviously unwelcome. Unexpectedly, Harriet now appeared quite assertive. What? Do I no longer have the right to bring someone in? Lord Flynn is not an outsider. He is also my honored guest. This brother is not being presumptuous, but if anything were to happen, I will take full responsibility for any incidents. Brothers, please step aside. Seeing Harriet's determination, the two disciples exchanged glances, revealing mutual resignation. They then stepped aside. Senior Sister Chin, please proceed. Sorry for troubling you, Brody said with a wry smile as they entered. But Harriet didn't seem to mind. What trouble? As the disciple of the Medicine Valley's master, surely I still have this much authority? Harriet shot him a glance, and they walked up the steps into the hall. Upon entering, they saw two figures sitting there. One sat haphazardly, disheveled and ragged, devouring meat and drinking wine voraciously, but clearly dissatisfied with the quality of the drink. He occasionally muttered under his breath, "This lousy wine has no flavor at all. I should have brought my own supply." The other figure was familiar to Brody. It was Darian, whom he had met just days ago. Behind him were several Medicine Valley disciples who seemed closer to him. When they saw Harriet approach, they weren't surprised, but her bringing Brody along caused a flicker of surprise in Darian's eyes. A disciple quickly interjected, "Senior Sister Chin, with such important guests here, why did you bring an outsider?" Before Harriet could respond, Darian interrupted from his seat. "Enough! Brother Flynn is a remarkable man and saved Senior Sister Chin's life. He is equally an honored guest of our Medicine Valley. Show some respect." "Flynn's." Darian maintained a warm smile. "Senior Sister Chin, Brother Flynn, please sit." Though his words were polite, the way he spoke made it seem like he was the host. Brody silently shook his head. Harriet lacked Darian's depth and strategy. Realizing she hadn't introduced the old man yet, Harriet blushed slightly and pulled Brody aside to whisper, "This senior is named Hildred?" Hildred. Brody found the name oddly familiar, but couldn't immediately place where he had heard it. Just then, the messy old man interrupted, "Hey, boy, how does it sound? Isn't my name powerful?" Brody and Harriet were speechless. They hadn't expected this senior to eavesdrop on their private conversation. Doesn't he have any decorum? They knew that for a senior with his capabilities, intercepting their whispers would be easy, but no one expected him to actually do so. The question about his name's power further confirmed Harriet's description of him as eccentric. Darian was visibly startled by the interruption. Brody stifled a laugh and gave a thumbs up. That name, very powerful indeed. Hildred seemed highly pleased with Brody's response. He personally poured a cup of wine and sent it over. This action made Darian's followers envious, knowing the disheveled old man's cultivation rivaled the Medicine Valley's master. However, Brody wasn't too excited about the wine. Hildred noticed and asked curiously, "Why not? This is a 1,000-year-old vintage, rare and potent. Don't you want to try it?" Even Harriet grew anxious, signaling with her eyes for him to at least pretend to enjoy it. Seeing this, Brody sighed inwardly and gulped down the wine in one go. Though it was rich in spiritual energy, it tasted bland, almost like water, lacking the fiery punch of his own liquor. Noticing Brody's expression, Hildred became interested. "Young man, what do you think of the wine?" After some thought, Brody clasped his hands and asked, "Would you prefer the honest truth or polite flattery?" Naturally, the truth. What good is flattery? The wine is abundant in spirit energy, worthy of its 1,000-year status. However, it lacks the fiery intensity typical of strong alcohol, making it feel less genuine. Hildred's eyes lit up, and he slammed the table in approval. "Well said. A keen observation, truly insightful like mine." Brody smiled faintly and pulled out a bottle of wine from his storage ring, offering it to Hildred via air transmission. "Senior, why don't you try this?" Chapter 392. Guardian of the World, Divine King? Seeing the familiar wine flask, Darian's eyebrows twitched, but he kept his composure. Hildred first opened the wine flask and sniffed it with a satisfied look. Immediately, his eyes lit up as he took an impatient sip. He felt a strong heat rising in his throat. "Wow, this wine is pretty good." Hildred's face showed complete enjoyment, and either intentionally or unintentionally, he handed over the previous 1,000-year-old fine wine to Darian on the other side, saying, "Here, you drink this. It doesn't suit my taste." Darian looked at the wine on the table, a forced smile passing over his lips. However, he quickly calmed himself down and bowed. "Thank you for your wine, senior. Flynna, by the way, you should trim that beard. With a face full of stubble, which girl would kiss you? Take better care of yourself." As Hildred continued talking, Darian could only laugh and nod along. I'm lucky. I really can't understand why Senior Chio likes this cheap wine so much. Looking at Brody across from them, several disciples behind Darian were unconvinced but dared not exchange thoughts, only thinking silently. After they finished eating and drinking, Hildred rubbed his slightly swollen belly. "Pretty good, excellent hospitality. That's enough for today." Darian immediately stood up. "Senior Chio, let me show you to your quarters." However, Hildred waved his hand. "Ha, no need. I'm used to wandering freely like a cloud or wild crane. Wherever I sleep, it's just sleeping. But don't worry, I won't wander around randomly." Saying that, Hildred vanished right there, leaving Brody and the others behind. "Mr. Flynn, you did very well today." Harriet's eyes were full of surprise as she looked at Brody, generously praising him. In her impression, Hildred was quite eccentric, with unpredictable behavior, usually coming alone to the Medicine Valley occasionally to chat with her master. It was rare for anyone to win his favor. Before Brody could respond, a disciple stepped forward, speaking sarcastically, "Just lucked out. Do you really think you're something special? My advice, once you get to the Medicine Valley, keep your head low and don't act too high and mighty or steal the spotlight. Be respectful." Darian frowned, turning to rebuke the disciple, then looked at Brody. "Brother Flynn, my subordinate was out of line. Please don't take it to heart." Brody raised an eyebrow. "What did he do wrong?" "He merely said what you were thinking, Brother Gongsun." "I understand." Darian remained calm. "You jest, Brother Flynn. I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now." With that, Darian left with the disciples. Watching his back, Brody's brows furrowed deeper. His words had clearly been probing Darian's limits, and it was obvious Darian had held back. Moreover, Darien had waited until the disciple spoke before reprimanding him, using someone else's mouth to convey his message. Compared to Tan Vivianian's blatant arrogance, Darien was more tactful and thus more dangerous as an opponent. Really over the top. Harriet was visibly angry, almost bursting out if not for Darien's timely intervention. Back in the guest room, after a brief chat with Harriet, she left, busy with organizing procedures for the upcoming alchemy conference. Brody understood but was also deep in thought, trying to remember where he had heard the name Hildred. He was sure he'd heard it before but couldn't place it. At night, Brody carried a wooden sword outside to practice basic sword techniques on open ground. Without any fancy moves, he focused on simple actions like thrusting, slashing, and stabbing. Each move, even in the smallest detail, aimed for perfection and continuous improvement, emphasizing speed, accuracy, and ferocity. An hour later, Brody stopped practicing and put away his sword. As he prepared to return inside, he noticed a figure sitting on the roof. It was truly like seeing a ghost. Even Brody was startled. The person had appeared without any hint of movement. Who knew how long he'd been watching him? But soon, Brody recognized the figure. Disheveled hair, tattered clothes, Hildred. Noticing he was spotted, Hildred leaped down gracefully to stand before Brody. Your basic sword technique isn't bad. Startled, Brody quickly responded, Thank you, Senior Chio. I'm not talented enough to please you. A question arose in Brody's mind. What could Hildred want so late at night? Was it for more wine? Recalling this, Brody pulled out a bottle of wine from his storage ring. Since Senior Chio has come, all I have to offer is this bottle. Hildred hadn't expected such a polite response, smiling approvingly. That's enough. After taking a few sips, Brody cautiously asked, Is this late-night visit solely because of the wine? This was just a test. Brody wasn't sure about Hildred's intentions. If it was indeed for the wine, he might believe it, given that he didn't bring his own and didn't seem to like the Medicine Valley's wine. However, Hildred's response surprised Brody. Boy, I've come here to ask you something important. You must be completely honest. Otherwise, hearing this, Brody tensed. If Senior asks, I will not withhold anything. Hildred stared intently into Brody's eyes. Miguel Divine King, what is your relationship with him? Brody's mind raced at this unexpected question. Hildred knew Miguel Divine King. Connecting many dots, like this mysterious Hartley with an unknown background. Hildred. Wasn't he the person Braden mentioned casually in Miguel's Divine Palace? Given name Chio, style name Qianrong, Guardian of the World, Divine King. Struggling to contain his excitement, Brody replied in a trembling voice, I am Miguel Divine King's newly admitted disciple, recently initiated into the Divine King Hall. Hildred nodded. That explains it. How did you find out? Brody wondered, not having had time to practice any of the palace's techniques, which a Divine King should not normally detect. Perhaps moved by meeting another from Miguel's Divine Palace, Hildred patiently explained, From the moment you opened your storage ring and handed me the wine, I sensed the aura of the Divine King Hall's token. Realizing this, Brody quickly retrieved his identity token marked with his name. Brody, nice name, but how did you enter Forrester? Hildred's gaze was pensive. After hearing Brody's account, he nodded thoughtfully. Logically, it shouldn't be time yet. Why did they rush to send someone with innate sword body? Seemingly unmoved, Hildred contemplated while Brody asked about entering. His answer stunned Brody. How did I enter? Naturally, by fighting my way in. Indeed impressive, Senior. I admire you greatly. Though saying this, Brody didn't fully believe it, suspecting the Guardian of the World Divine King was like Irvin, fond of boasting when idle. Chapter 393. Body Tempering, Metamorphosis. However, Brody soon recalled a sobering fact. Hildred was a boundary guardian deity king. Just hearing that title revealed his cultivation level. As a mighty deity king, if he were here, wouldn't he have found a way out already? Brody couldn't help but feel a touch of despair at this thought, but quickly, his gaze became resolute again. No matter the cost, he had to leave this place as soon as possible. You are injured internally, severely, Hildred suddenly said. Brody smiled bitterly. Indeed, it's from when the void wormhole collapsed and the space fractured. You've been fortunate enough. Given your cultivation, being alive is something to be grateful for. Hildred paused for a moment before continuing. Once that old fellow returns from Forrester Immortal Domain, I will ask him to treat you. This injury should not be a problem. As for your sword bone issue, I will need to make a trip. The innate sword constitution had always been Brody's secret, but with Hildred exposing it so easily, he instinctively tensed up, only to relax shortly after. A powerhouse of this level could easily see through such secrets. There was no hiding them forever. Besides, since Hildred had once been close to the innate sword constitution within Vlad Divine Realm, he didn't need to worry too much about it. Make a trip? Where to, Senior? In response to Brody's question, Hildred smiled enigmatically but did not explain further. He only mentioned that even Hunter would struggle to cure the sword bone injury without some rare ingredients. Fine then. Brody could only wait and see what Hildred would bring back to mend his sword bone. After Hildred left, Brody felt significantly more relaxed. Having such a formidable supporter meant that in Forrester Immortal Kingdom, apart from the mysterious Celestial clan, he didn't need to fear anything else. Time passed, and Darien didn't come looking for him. Emma visited twice more but didn't stay long each time, leaving in a hurry both times. Soon, it was nearing the end of the century mark period, bringing the Grand Alchemy Congress closer. On the eve of this event, Emma excitedly approached Brody. Master has returned. Follow me. Finally, Brody had awaited this day for quite some time. Under Emma's lead, they ascended to the peak of Medicine Valley. There, instead of magnificent halls or pristine jade steps, only a simple dirt path leading to a humble hut existed. True recluses indeed choose their dwelling close to nature. Brody couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As they approached, an Hartley emerged from the small house. His hair and beard were snow white, and he wore a white robe, wrinkles gently etched on his kind face. His eyes were warm and inviting, making one feel naturally comfortable. Upon seeing the Hartley, Emma immediately greeted respectfully, "Master." Brody also bowed politely. "Junior Brody, greetings Senior. You're here, please come in and sit." The old man welcomed them warmly. They sat on wooden stools. Emma immediately spoke up. "Master, this is Brody I mentioned to you. You can examine his injuries?" Though the Hartley's gaze met Brody's, the kindness in his eyes made Brody feel at ease rather than nervous. "The core injury isn't too troublesome, but the other wound might require Daoist return. Otherwise, even I am helpless." Hearing this, Emma was shocked. In her memory, it was the first time she heard her master admit to being unable to handle something. The injury must be extremely severe. Brody bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your trouble, Senior." Hunter shook his head slightly. "It's a minor task. Now, let me restore your core injury." Following instructions, Brody sat cross-legged, clearing his mind. Hunter extended a hand, summoning a translucent divine cauldron to envelop him. With a single thought, the law of divinity formed the cauldron. Beside him, Emma gazed in awe, yearning to achieve such skill someday. She knew it required reaching the pinnacle of alchemy. Then, Hunter waved a hand, and countless herbs floated into the air. All extremely precious, each capable of causing fierce competition among cultivators. Under his guidance, these herbs were carefully added to the cauldron as divine flames ignited. Brody's face turned deathly pale as his clothes and hair burned away instantly, his body turning charred. Pain beyond measure racked his body. Just as Brody was about to give in, the herbs, purified by divine fire, transformed into a potent essence liquid, swiftly merging into his body. Xuanhuan watched, her eyes filled with sympathy. Hunter remained calm, steadily maintaining the heat as he continued adding rare herbs. This method was highly effective yet excruciatingly painful, pushing Brody to his limits. But Hunter's purpose went beyond merely restoring the core injury. Maintain your true self. To achieve the Tao, one must endure hardship. What you undergo today will aid your ascent to the peak in the future. Hunter's voice resonated deeply. Hearing these words, Brody clenched his fists, unwilling to let his resolve falter. After 3 days, the remaining herbs fused into the cauldron, dissolving into essence liquid absorbed through Brody's pores. The divine flames gradually subsided, and the cauldron dispersed, leaving Brody seated lifelessly like a charred husk. Emma had left, and Hunter withdrew his power, casting one final deep look at Brody before retreating into the hut, leaving him meditating as if in deep trance. Eventually, after an unknown duration, the figure stirred, eyes opening with swirling starry clouds. Standing up, the blackened skin peeled off, revealing newborn-like, fair skin. Black hair regrew rapidly. Brody felt unprecedented strength and vitality within him. His gaze was now resilient, and the previously damaged core was fully restored. The experience had fundamentally transformed him, significantly enhancing his immutable Vajra body through intense body tempering. A mysterious aura emanated from his body and spirit, a sign of impending breakthrough. This was an occasion for celebration for any cultivator. However, unexpectedly, Brody suppressed this urge. His sword bone wasn't fully healed yet, and his true self still had deficiencies. It wasn't the time for a breakthrough. Chapter 394, Alchemy Convention. Creak. The wooden door opened, and an Hartley man stepped out, looking kindly at Brody. "How do you feel?" Brody held immense respect for this Hartley and gave a respectful bow. "Thank you, Senior, for granting me this transformation." Indeed, this transformation was nothing short of miraculous for Brody. Once the injury to his sword bone healed, he had complete confidence in breaking through immediately. Not only that, but within his body lay a formidable amount of energy. Many of the ingredients used were divine herbs, with their essences now residing in various parts of Brody's body, aiding his future cultivation immensely. The Kanal helped Brody to his feet and patted him gently on the shoulder. "You've achieved all this by yourself. Even if I granted you opportunities, you wouldn't be able to seize them if not for your own strength. Keep growing." Brody nodded and looked around but didn't see Harriet. He couldn't help but ask, "Where is Miss Cheen? When did she leave?" "The alchemy convention has already started. It's been 5 full days since you arrived here. Naturally, you won't see her," replied the Kanal with a smile. Brody felt slightly strange. Could it be that he thought something existed between him and Harriet? The alchemy convention happens once every 100 years. If you're interested, you can go take a look. As he finished speaking, a wooden token appeared in Brody's hand, intricately carved into a tripod with 2 handles, a round cauldron. Brody bowed again and, under the watchful gaze of the Noah, walked down the path he came from. The master watched him leave with a satisfied smile. Brody's innate sword constitution had indeed lived up to his expectations. In the outer city, the alchemy convention was in full swing. Many contestants had already been eliminated, and now fewer than 100 remained on the stage. Of these, nearly 70% were disciples of Medicine Valley. This clearly demonstrated Medicine Valley's authority in the art of alchemy. Among the participants, 2 figures stood out the most, one male and one female, both disciples of the Noah, Darian and Harriet. The Noah's disciples are truly elite. Darian needs no introduction, and although Harriet is young, she possesses extraordinary talent. She might very well make it to the top 3. Flynn's, it's a pity. If Harriet had been born a century earlier, with her talent, she might have rivaled Darian. Brody managed to push his way through the crowd and overheard much discussion about the two. Indeed, on stage, they were the most capable. Unless someone emerged as a dark horse, they would likely dominate. As the competition progressed, more and more alchemists regretfully left the stage. In such high-pressure situations, alchemy skill wasn't the only measure. Psychological resilience was equally important. Hundreds of thousands of spectators watched intently, the psychological pressure unimaginable. Bang! A loud explosion on stage. It was another furnace explosion. Those who made it this far certainly had the necessary alchemy skills. Ultimately, it was the intense nervousness that led to such results. During the finals, a furnace explosion meant immediate disqualification. Everyone knew furnace explosions were contagious. Soon after one occurred, several others also succumbed to mental disturbance, leaving the stage in disappointment. After 2 hours, fewer than 10 participants remained. Suddenly, a cauldron before one contestant emitted colorful light, and a sweet medicinal fragrance filled the air. Everyone's hearts raced. This was the moment a pill would be formed. If my memory serves right, that person seems to be Gordon's second son, Christian. That's correct. He's been nurtured by Gordon from a young age because of his talent. Now that the eldest son is dead, he stands the best chance of becoming the new heir. Hearing this, Brody raised an eyebrow and glanced at the man again. At first glance, he did bear some resemblance to the late Palmer Gordon. They shared the same father. Divine Essence Pill, impressive. Keen observers identified the pill and couldn't help but nod. To be able to refine a Divine Essence Pill indicated the youth had reached the 10th realm in alchemy. Just as everyone wondered who would form a pill next, suddenly, dazzling light erupted from Darian's side. What? It's actually Darian? How could it be? No one expected it to be him. It wasn't that his alchemy wasn't good enough. Rather, he was too proficient, leading everyone to assume he would aim for higher grade pills. How could he succeed so quickly? Even Harriet, standing nearby, almost lost focus and exploded her cauldron when she saw this. Fortunately, she regained her composure at the last moment. Return Spirit Pill. How could it be? When people saw the Return Spirit Pill emerge, waves of shock rippled through the crowd. Brody frowned, not expecting Darian's alchemy to be this strong. He had refined a Return Spirit Pill, a dream of every 10th realm cultivator, capable of assisting one to break through to the 11th realm. Return Spirit Pills came in 3 grades: triple refinement, 6-fold refinement, and 9-fold refinement. Naturally, the higher the grade, the more potent its effect. Legend had it that ingesting a 9-fold Return Spirit Pill during a breakthrough virtually guaranteed success. Although Darian had only created a triple refinement pill, it was enough to prove his alchemy prowess had reached the 11th level. The 10 sages of Carlos, truly living up to their names. Among the audience were many grandmasters of alchemy, and even they felt a mix of emotions upon witnessing this. There was little doubt that Darian would surpass them sooner or later. His sudden brilliance affected all the remaining contestants, causing 4 to experience furnace explosions. They could only sigh in frustration. There was nothing they could do. The appearance of the Return Spirit Pill was simply too shocking. Next, apart from Harriet, the other contestants also completed their pills. But even if they impressed the crowd, they were overshadowed by Darian. He was undoubtedly the champion of this alchemy convention. Pill formation. A burst of colorful light enveloped Harriet, and she finally exhaled a breath of relief. This spectacle drew the attention of everyone present. After all, she was also a disciple of the Noah. Although no one expected her pill to rival the Return Spirit Pill, given her young age, everyone still anticipated her performance with great interest. Chapter 395. A Thread of Primal Sword Chi. Jade Purity Pill. An expert immediately identified the pill that Emma had refined. This pill had the effect of condensing one's Tao, aiding in the growth of cultivation and offering a chance to break through to the half-step 11th realm. It was similar in function to the Tianji pill Brody had received previously. The ability to refine such a pill demonstrated Emma's profound foundation, though she was still slightly weaker than her senior brother, Darian. Junior sister Chin, it appears your alchemy skills have progressed further. I suppose it won't be long before you surpass me. Darian offered a faint smile, and everyone present nodded in agreement. The most challenging situation within a sect is when 2 geniuses emerge at the same time to vie for supremacy. However, Darian handles this very well, truly embodying the demeanor and grace of an eldest senior brother. Indeed, with these 2, the future of Medicine Valley is in capable hands. Truly admirable. In response to Darian's praise, Emma remained composed, offering a slight bow. Senior brother has always been the goal for me and all the disciples of Medicine Valley. To say surpass would be presumptuous. Note, I've maintained the use of surpass as it fits naturally in English while conveying the original meaning accurately. Darian smiled but did not continue speaking. His gaze shifted toward a corner where a figure stood, Brody. After a brief moment of eye contact, Brody looked away. Next, they announced the rankings as per usual. Without surprise, Darian claimed first place with a Spirit Return Pill, while Emma secured second place. Notably, 7 of the top 10 were Medicine Valley disciples. Only 3 outsiders made it into the list, including the second son of Ancient Seal Domain Lord, Christian. Being in the top 10 promised more than just prestige. It came with substantial benefits, like studying under the main Medicine Valley master's alchemical insights. This opportunity was typically reserved only for Darian and Emma. Even some revered alchemists envied this privilege, demonstrating its rarity. Suddenly, Brody sensed someone secretly observing him. He turned his head and locked eyes with a young man. Christian. Because of past conflicts with the Ancient Seal Domain Mansion, Brody had paid attention to him and immediately recognized him. Speaking of which, Christian was third in this alchemy competition. Brother Flynn, I mean no harm. In fact, I owe you a debt of gratitude for giving me the opportunity to become the young master. Brody heard telepathically from Christian. Brody stared deeply at him but did not respond. Having killed his brother, Christian thanked him. A clear testament to the lengths people go for status. Don't think this is uncommon. Such behavior is not rare in the cultivation world, Brody thought. Might I exchange 3 favors for that drop of earth naval stalactite? Christian persisted when Brody didn't reply. Do I trust you enough for those favors? Brody replied, and upon hearing this, Christian's smile faded, ceasing any further attempts. After the competition ended, participants began to leave. Medicine Valley controlled Danyang City tightly to prevent chaos. The top 10 were led by an 11th realm Hartley towards the inner city. As Brody touched his nose, a voice caused him to stiffen. He hurriedly headed towards the inner city. However, just after Darian and others entered, Brody, being alone, was stopped by guards. The inner city is a restricted area. Unrelated personnel should leave. Hearing this, Brody could hardly believe his ears. He remembered being introduced to them when Emma brought him to Medicine Valley. Do you not recognize me? He pointed at his face, bewildered. The guard glanced at him. You aren't wearing Medicine Valley attire, nor are you escorted by a disciple. Sorry, please leave if you're unrelated. All right. Shaking his head helplessly, Brody pulled out a wooden token from his storage ring. You don't know me, but do you recognize this? Upon seeing the token, the guard was visibly shocked. He recognized it immediately. Recognizing various tokens was their primary training, and this wooden token, given only by the master of Medicine Valley, was more valuable than any ordinary token. The guard's attitude instantly changed, bending over to apologize. Sir, I humbly apologize for my rudeness. Please forgive me. Brody smiled and patted his shoulder. No problem, you're just doing your job. Thank you, sir. Nodding, Brody entered the city gate. The guard wiped cold sweat off his forehead, realizing Brody's previous entrance had been missed during his shift. Finally reaching his quarters, Brody saw a disheveled old man lounging on a chair, holding a wine gourd. Suppressing excitement, Brody bowed respectfully. Greetings, Senior Master Chiu. Hildred opened his eyes, stretching luxuriously. Welcome back, you're fast. Brody scratched his head, embarrassed. Senior Master jokes? This matter was about restoring the sword bone. He could not be cautious. I found what we need. Your sword bone can be restored. Under Brody's hopeful gaze, Hildred revealed a mysterious smile, revealing a thread of sword chi floating above his palm. Seeing it, Brody's pupils dilated. The sword chi gave him an especially unique feeling, causing a subtle resonance in his body. This? Brody's breathing became rapid, having guessed what it was but uncertain until he sought confirmation from Hildred's eyes. Not far off. This is a thread of primal sword chi from the Tao Principle Divine Sword. Despite mental preparation, Brody felt his breath catch and heart nearly stop. Truly the mystic sword. Brody's voice trembled. What did the presence of this primal sword chi imply? It meant the mystic sword was here, in Carlos. Enough. Don't get so worked up that you die of excitement before I even use it on you. Hildred scolded, visibly exasperated. A real man doesn't flinch at anything. Note: chapter numbering and section titles are kept in alignment with the original. Character names are transcribed in Pinyin with accurate English equivalents. The original tone and narrative style have been preserved throughout the translation. Chapter 396, The Battle Against Heaven. Upon hearing this, Brody smiled, though the excitement in his heart was difficult to conceal. This primal sword aura was a crucial clue in finding the mystic sword. Hildred saw through his thoughts and said, the mystic sword is indeed in Forrester, but for now, let's focus on restoring your injuries. Brody nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. Under Hildred's guidance, the primal sword aura zipped into his body without any resistance, seamlessly merging with the sword bone. Clang! A resonating sword cry sounded from within Brody's body, followed by an intense aura radiating from the sword bone, spreading throughout the entire Medicine Valley. What's happening? Why is there such a sharp presence? This is the power of swordsmanship. Could it be a swordsman practicing in our Medicine Valley? Many felt this presence. The air seemed filled with invisible, piercing sword auras that stung the skin. Not only were disciples alarmed, even the Hartleys were roused. However, they soon received instructions not to meddle and for everyone to stay away. Clang! Another crisp sword cry echoed as the sword bone appeared in Brody's hand. The bone gleamed like jade, the sword symbols flowing with profound Tao principles. With the fusion of the primal sword aura, the sword bone was completely healed. At this moment, Brody's strength had finally returned to its peak. The sword bone resonated, brimming with vitality. Holding the sword, his aura transformed, sharp and formidable. It's time to break through. Brody adjusted to his best state, and after the trials, his potential burst forth. His aura soared crazily, filling the entire Medicine Valley with sword chi, which even spilled over to the outer city. When it reached its peak, the aura retracted back into Brody's body. Opening his eyes, Brody exuded no trace of sharpness, having fully suppressed it. He appeared like an ordinary person. He had broken through. Brody sighed, his cultivation finally reaching the great sage realm. Moreover, his combat power had multiplied. At the pinnacle of Medicine Valley, Darien watched intently, revealing a hint of apprehension. He hadn't expected that Brody wasn't just a corporeal cultivator, but also a master swordsman, possibly even more powerful than in his physical form. Beside him, Roxanne's eyes sparkled with joy. Brody's injuries had finally healed, and he had advanced further. She was genuinely happy for him. Sister Cheen is truly enviable to have met someone as exceptional as Brother Flynn. Darien gave a faint smile, his true feelings hidden. Others were busy comprehending alchemy principles, but only they too didn't need to. As the personal disciples of the head of Medicine Valley, they had already gone through it. Doing it again would serve no purpose. All 3,000 great paths are the same. Past experiences can only provide insights for understanding. The final achievement still depends on one's own exploration. How did you obtain this primal sword aura? This question lingered in Brody's mind. If the mystic sword was truly in Forrester, it should be controlled by the Forrester immortal clan. Did Hildred forcefully retrieve it? Back then, Sword Twin sealed the mystic sword in Forrester under an agreement. Future descendants of the innate sword body lineage would reclaim it, Hildred explained. Brody's pupils constricted. It turned out that Zion had made arrangements beforehand, but he didn't get overly excited yet. But will the Forrester immortal clan adhere to an old agreement? After all, Zion had perished, leaving only a fragment of his soul within little E. He held no more sway. Hildred sneered, they don't have a choice. Let me tell you, returning the 9 heavenly swords to the innate sword body is the consensus. There are significant implications, and if they defy, others will intervene. He looked deeply at Brody, patting him on the shoulder. You're lucky to have a predecessor like him paving your way. Remember, even Sword Twin wasn't as fortunate. Hildred sighed regretfully. He had lived through that era, witnessing brutal battles where, despite not winning, they preserved hope for the future. Brody remained silent. He wasn't sure if he could succeed in the impending battle. When that fateful moment arrived, would he truly prevail? Xian had told him that gathering the 9 heavenly swords was their only hope, yet even he couldn't complete the task before the war broke out, leading to such a dire outcome. Brody took a deep breath. How terrifying was that battle? The battle against heaven. Without hesitation, Hildred clarified, making Brody understand the future severity. Despite having great warriors like Sword Twin, they still faced catastrophic results, with countless lives lost and eternal separations. That day won't be far off. It's coming soon, Hildred warned gravely. He was a survivor from that war, and even now, thinking about it brought nightmares. Brody looked into Hildred's eyes. What happens if we lose? Everything will perish. Hildred spoke succinctly, the gravity of failure evident in those 4 words. His emotions stirred as he grabbed Brody's collar. As an innate sword body descendant, chosen by Sword Twin and Burke, many people who you've never met have placed their hopes on you. This is your mission. Mission? Brody whispered softly. He struggled to grasp the concept. Why must this responsibility fall on him alone just because he is the innate sword body? He had never dreamed of being a great hero, but can anyone remain unscathed when the whole nest is overturned? His connections ran deep, including Jane, Cindy, Audiobook, Xian, Burke, Hall, Justine, Alf, and many more. The way of heaven may be heartless, but humans have compassion. With determined eyes, Brody resolved, holding the sword bone high. If so, what harm in embracing this role as a hero? Chapter 397, Golden Splendor. Hildred had been intently watching Brody. Seeing the change in his eyes, he sighed with relief. Everyone knows that the path of cultivation is one of seizing heaven's power and defying fate, but who can truly achieve it? He was genuinely afraid that Brody would be disheartened and lose the courage to push forward. Fortunately, Brody's response gave him hope. Patting him on the shoulder, Hildred smiled. As long as Brody retained his confidence, the older generation like himself would be willing to support him tirelessly. Senior Chio, when do you plan to leave this place? After what Hildred said, Brody began to realize Armand wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. Given Hildred's level of cultivation, leaving should not be too difficult. However, unexpectedly, Hildred shook his head. Brody furrowed his brows. Could there be more complexities here? Don't underestimate Armand, even Hildred spoke solemnly. As one of the 7 great forbidden zones in the universe, the strength of the Armand immortal clan surpasses any top-tier force in the cosmos. You need to have the strength of Bodin to even have the right to negotiate with them. This clan is not to be trifled with. Hearing Hildred's words, shock filled Brody's eyes. Even a mighty god king like Hildred didn't have the qualification to negotiate with them? How formidable was this clan's heritage? If so, how can I obtain the mystic sword from them? Brody's brow remained knitted. If things were indeed so dire, let alone obtaining the mystic sword, how could he leave Armand? You're different. You are a congenital sword body. They wouldn't withhold the mystic sword from you. But to get it, you must prove your value, showing potential to become someone like Bodin, or perhaps surpass him. There's always a counter for everything. Even though Armand is revered as a forbidden zone, it cannot ignore certain rules and must comply with them. Brody clenched his fists tightly. Prove my own value? At this moment, Brody suddenly thought of someone and asked, what surname does the Armand immortal clan have? Is it Lin? Hildred glanced at Brody curiously. How did you know? Have they already made contact with you? Brody shook his head. I happened to meet someone once who said he came from Armand immortal realm and that his surname is Lin. Hildred nodded without elaborating on this matter, instead changing the subject. Starting today, we will leave the Medicine Valley. I will teach you how to utilize profound truths. Utilize profound truths? Upon hearing these words, Brody became excited. He had long been exposed to profound truths, even having 0.5% of Sword Dao profound truths within him. Unfortunately, he could only enhance his sword chi with the current level of understanding. He had asked Billy and Ambry multiple times, but their responses always indicated he hadn't reached that realm yet. So, Brody was understandably thrilled to hear Hildred offering to teach him. However, Brody suddenly thought of Emma. After spending so much time together, she had become a good friend. Given Darian's cunning nature, Brody couldn't help but worry about potential threats against her. Hearing Brody's concerns, Hildred laughed heartily. You're still a love-struck fool. It's not like that. We're really just friends. Without her, entering the Medicine Valley wouldn't have been so smooth. Don't worry. Do you think old man Blaine is merely a figurehead? As long as he's around, that little girl won't stir up trouble. Do you really think old man Blaine is blind and doesn't notice Darian's actions? Hildred referred to the master of Medicine Valley. Reflecting on his words, Brody found the logic sound. Throughout history, factional struggles in powerful organizations often stemmed from weak leadership. The Noah, being a 12th or possibly 13th realm cultivator, could maintain order in the valley as long as he remained in power. Indeed, as Brody suspected, the master had always kept an eye on Darian's moves. As long as he didn't overstep boundaries, he allowed free rein. To vie for power meant striving and competing fiercely. In this world of cultivation, relying on kindness and morality wouldn't accomplish much. Ambition naturally leads to all kinds of means. As long as the bottom line wasn't crossed, it was seen as fair competition. When Darian ordered an ambush on Emma and others, which amounted to attempted murder, it violated the master's limits. Thus, he distanced himself from Darian and grew closer to Emma, potentially issuing subtle warnings. After bidding farewell to Emma, Brody officially began training with Hildred. They ventured into a remote forest where civilization barely existed. Only occasional bird calls and nighttime roars of beasts broke the silence. Hildred usually resided atop a towering peak shrouded in mist, creating an almost ethereal atmosphere. Brody noted many powerful beings preferred such lofty residences, possibly relishing the solitude and simplicity. Shaking his head slightly, Brody noticed something peculiar, a tiny glint of gold atop the mountain. Following Hildred, they ascended on foot along the mountain path until reaching their destination. Upon seeing Hildred's dwelling, Brody's eyes nearly bulged out, revising his earlier thoughts. Forget the rustic hut. What stood before him was a grand mansion occupying the entire mountaintop flat area. Even then, it would have been fine. But the entire structure was plated in gold. Steps were forged from precious materials. From bricks to floors, everything glittered extravagantly. True golden splendor. This drew an involuntary glance from Brody toward Hildred. Hildred met his gaze unabashedly. Cultivation is tough enough. I've endured hardships all my life to reach this point. How can I live in a humble abode after all that? Brody shot him a look full of disdain. He doubted Hildred stayed here just to avoid ridicule. No wonder Emma described him as eccentric. Hey, why that look? Would you prefer living in a ramshackle shack? Caught off guard by Hildred's words, Brody opened his mouth but found nothing to retort. Fine. Having such comforts isn't bad. Given the luxurious conditions, enjoying some comfort was understandable. Chapter 398, The Law of Tao. How much do you know about the Law of Tao? Facing Abelardo's first question, Brody thought for a moment and then replied, The Law of Tao is the reflection of myriad paths in the world in the form of power. It is said that mastering 1% of a single law of Tao can challenge even the gods. Abelardo nodded slightly. Actually, applying the Law of Tao is very simple. Like before, when you incorporated the sword Tao law into your sword techniques, that was one way. It's not just limited to that. As a sword cultivator, you can also use the sword Tao law in soul attacks or deepen your understanding of the sword Tao. Listening to Abelardo's explanation, Brody's eyes lit up more and more. Flins, why hadn't he thought of this before? So, the Law of Tao is all-encompassing. As long as it relates to something like the sword Tao, you can use the sword Tao law to achieve twice the result with half the effort, right? Seeing that Brody could deduce further, Abelardo nodded approvingly. In the coming days, stay here and focus on mastering the application of the sword Tao law without worrying about other things. Brody nodded. After Abelardo's explanation, many ideas surged in his mind, and he couldn't wait to try them out. Applying it to the sword soul. With a thought, Brody moved the sword Tao law from the surface of his sword bone into his sea of consciousness, merging it with his sword soul. Annihilate. Opening his eyes, Brody sent an invisible sword soul slashing at the surrounding air. Unfortunately, there was no one nearby for him to practice on. In frustration, he turned to Abelardo, who was lounging in a soft chair. Caught off guard by the sudden slash, Abelardo immediately jumped up from the chair, pointing at Brody and yelling, You little brat, you dare attack me? Scratching his head with an awkward smile, Brody looked pitiful. Senior Gio, I didn't mean to, but after thinking about it, you're the only one I can practice with here. Brat. Abelardo snorted and pointed deeper into the forest. Go find someone else to practice on. Don't mess around here. Sure thing. Brody laughed. Abelardo personally kicked Brody down the mountain before dusting off his hands and returning to the mansion, continuing to lie in his recliner and pretend to sleep with his wine pot. Ouch. Somewhere deep in the forest, Brody clutched his sore bottom as a result of his prank. Under Abelardo's kick, his immovable bright king body had been utterly useless. Sharp pain radiated from his bottom. If anyone were there, they would have seen Brody's buttock swollen and bearing a footprint. This was a remote, dense forest, not uncommon in the Forester Immortal Kingdom, where few dared venture due to the presence of demon beasts. Don't underestimate demon beasts. They are extremely powerful, especially in the Northern Universe, which is their stronghold. There are numerous powerful clans among them, comparable to the top human forces. Ruby's homeland, the Qingqiu realm, is located there. As for the Southern and Eastern universes, humans dominate. Therefore, most demon beasts encountered here are not of strong lineage. A lowly human dares enter the 100,000 mountains, looking for death. Just as Brody was pondering, a gust of wind approached. Suddenly, a huge, armadillo-like beast emerged from the ground, charging at him. Its hard scales gleamed with a dark luster, incredibly sharp. Looking for death, Brody's eyes turned cold. He was about to strike but stopped, remembering his purpose for being there. The creature eyed Brody cruelly, imagining the impending gruesome death of the human. However, at that moment, the sword soul activated, infused with the sword Tao law. The armadillo's eyes widened in shock as its body trembled. Its soul shattered instantly by an invisible blade. Brody gazed at the dead beast on the ground, showing little emotion since it was merely at the sage realm. It's worth noting that while demon beasts reach the sage realm and can take human form, most prefer their true forms except during cultivation. This is because demon beasts generally look down on humans with their innate weaknesses, although human form is more attuned to the Tao during cultivation. Some powerful demon beast clans, like the nine-tailed foxes of Qingqiu, the dragon clan of the Eastern Sea, and the phoenix clan of Markodong Mountain, can not only transform naturally but also possess exceptional combat abilities. Brody resumed walking deeper into the mountains. Despite potential threats from powerful demon beasts, he felt no alarm. If any divine-level demon beasts existed, Abelardo would surely notice. However, within just 3 days, Brody noticed something odd. The number of demon beasts he encountered kept increasing. Not only that, almost every few minutes, demon beasts sought him out, sometimes in groups, including great sage-level ones. It was as if he had a tracking device on him, guiding these demon beasts directly. Wait, Brody suddenly felt a tingling sensation, turning to glance at a towering peak far away where a small golden dot shimmered. Could Abelardo be behind this? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Suddenly, several deafening roars echoed. Massive figures appeared in Brody's line of sight, their overwhelming aura disrupting his hair. Human offspring, prepare to die. One of the enormous elephants, its eyes filled with murderous intent, lashed out with its trunk, filled with terrifying force, aiming straight for Brody. While demon beasts might be weaker in Dao arts, their physical strength is formidable. No humans except body cultivators could match them in this regard. Chapter 399. Extermination of the 4 Demon Saints. Exterminate. The sword soul instantly launched, strengthened by the essence of swordsmanship, causing excruciating pain in the 4 demon lord souls, leaving them unable to concentrate. Despite this formidable outcome, Brody was already quite satisfied. Previously, his sword soul could only cause a momentary lapse in concentration for 1 demon lord at a time. Now, it was equally effective against 4. Just as Brody prepared to unleash the sword soul again, a sudden wave of weakness washed over him, nearly making him faint. Damn, my divine soul energy is running out. Furrowing his brows, Brody reluctantly retreated. By the time the 4 demon lords recovered, he had vanished without a trace. Damned human, always using such despicable means. With Lord Damongod's power, his aura can't be hidden. Pursue him. The 4 demon lords transformed into streaks and chased after Brody's direction. Brody ran frantically. Not only were the 4 high-level demon lords behind him, but there were also many new members joining the pursuit. Though not as strong as the original 4, their numbers were overwhelming. Running, Brody silently cursed Curtis in his mind. What a jerk. You really won't let me rest for a second. Glancing back, a cold look flashed across Brody's eyes. If there was no other choice, he would have to use all his strength. Deep within, a spring gushed from a crack, surrounded by 5 figures meditating. They absorbed the essence of spiritual energy day and night. Although they were humanoid, their demonic auras were evident, clearly indicating they were demons. A man in purple clothes spoke coldly. Using our kind to temper the younger generation of humans is indeed detestable. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction, but the other 4 remained unmoved. After a long silence, a woman replied, "What can you do? That person has lived here for years without harming us. He's too powerful. Even we 5 combined wouldn't be his match." She was referring to Curtis. They well knew the old man's strength. Even if he used their race to train Brody, they dared not speak out or attack Brody. They could only follow the agreement and send Saint Realm demons to besiege him. If this boy could be exterminated, they would feel a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Curtis lay on a recliner, drinking wine and eating roasted chicken from somewhere, watching Brody's plight with a smile, thoroughly enjoying himself. Innate sword body, you must grow faster. Here, Brody's lips curled up slightly. Though he was running, he was only exhausting his physical stamina. With his astonishing endurance, this was nothing significant. But his divine soul energy was recovering bit by bit. Seizing the moment, Brody abruptly turned around. The sword soul was immediately activated, transforming into countless beams piercing into the minds of the pursuing demons, causing continuous screams of agony. Some Saint Realm demons had their minds shattered, their souls extinguished, their eyes losing color as they fell dead. As for the higher-tier Saint King Realm demons, many suffered soul damage and stayed behind, except for the 4 demon lords who continued the pursuit with a determined resolve. Seeing their relentless approach, Brody sneered coldly, "Do you really think I fear you?" A dazzling golden light burst from the dense forest, blood chi like rosy clouds dyed the sky gold. Following this was an astounding punch imprint, forcefully stopping the 4 demon lords in their tracks. How could a human body be so strong? Blood chi abundant as rosy clouds, he's a body cultivator. As commonly said, human body cultivators can rival us. Let me see if it's true today. Realizing Brody was a rumored body cultivator, the mammoth demon grew more excited. His huge body, like a small mountain, stomped down. Arrogant. Brody's voice was icy. A punch sent a golden fist of light colliding with the mammoth demon's leg, which twisted grotesquely upon contact, followed by his enraged roar. "I will devour your blood chi." The mammoth demon's eyes turned bloodshot, opening his mouth to unleash a powerful sound wave. Moo. This resounded through heaven and earth, splitting the clouds, shaking the ground. His innate ability. The shockwave almost forced Brody's blood chi out of his body. Ordinary cultivators would likely die from the force. After the deafening roar, the area was unrecognizable. Trees were snapped, boulders crumbled, and the earth split with numerous cracks. Amidst this chaos, a golden figure stood tall. "Next it's my turn." Brody opened his eyes, emitting golden flames. His hair danced wildly, and the Vajra King's shadow behind him appeared vivid, its eyes open, sending shivers down anyone's spine. With a flick of his foot, Brody vanished and reappeared above the mammoth demon's head. The other 3 demon lords exclaimed in alarm, "Be careful." Too late, the mammoth demon couldn't react fast enough. Punch. The golden fist imprint was unstoppable, instantly piercing through the mammoth demon's skull, the brutal force exploding its head, spewing gore everywhere. Brody landed steadily as the mammoth demon fell, causing the earth to tremble and raising dust. Where was the vitality now? Only blood stained the ground red. "Next, it's your turn." Brody's gaze was indifferent, his momentum undiminished by the mammoth demon's demise. The other 3 demon lords, witnessing the mammoth demon's death, felt a mix of fear and arrogance when faced with Brody's deadpan expression. "Humans, when we attained the Tao, you weren't even born, daring to be so arrogant. Die." The 3 demon lords attacked together, overwhelming pressure sweeping in, unleashing their strongest states immediately, aiming to kill this damned human in one blow. Brody's lips curled up. Instantly, the sword soul struck towards their minds. Roar. The intense pain from the soul attacks nearly made the 3 lose control, stopping in their tracks, restless and uneasy. Sky-cutting sword technique. The sword bone appeared in Brody's hand, his aura becoming unbearably sharp, even his eyes flashing with sword energy. A brilliant sword beam flashed, causing the 3 demon lords to tremble. Surrounding demons froze, time seeming to stop. In half a breath, 3 massive heads flew off, spraying scalding blood. At that moment, The demons snapped out of their shock, terror filling their hearts. How could this human be so terrifying? Escape. Flee quickly. For great sage realm demon lords, dead just like that, slain by a single human. Brody paid no attention to them, walking to the demon corpses, processing some of the valuable materials before leaving. After this battle, few demons would dare come after him. Chapter 400, Disciple of Amen? Watching his figure leave, the hiding demons finally let out a sigh of relief. This human was finally gone, thankfully without continuing to kill. At the mansion, Hildred still lay on his reclining chair. Seeing Brody return, he flashed a smile. You're back? Thank you, Nathaniel Chio. Brody bowed. After this intense battle, he had indeed become much more proficient with using the essence workings on his divine soul. He also deeply realized that without this great Buddha here, he would have likely been obliterated by the divine realm demons long ago. Hildred was clearly very satisfied with his performance and tossed his wine pot over. Try my wine. What do you think? Brody caught the flying wine pot and gulped down a mouthful, his expression brightening immediately. This wine is quite good. Where did you get it? Hildred looked proud. I brewed it myself. Not bad, right? Brody whistled in amazement and couldn't resist gulping another large mouthful. He finally understood why Hildred didn't enjoy the medicinal valleys wines. His own wine not only had a unique taste, but made him feel lighter after just one sip, instantly dispelling fatigue. It was truly excellent wine. Brody's eyes twinkled. Since James loved wine so much, an old wine enthusiast like him must have a good stockpile. So, Brody walked behind Hildred and started massaging his shoulders. Nathaniel Chio, how does my technique feel? Comfortable? Comfortable? Wait a minute. Hildred suddenly grew wary. This kid was suddenly being so attentive. Nothing good could come of it. You little brat, are you trying to get my wine? Caught red-handed, Brody didn't show the slightest embarrassment and instead smiled faintly. Senior Chio, indeed your insight is impeccable. I admire you. Hildred smiled with evident satisfaction. Exactly. Young man, you still have much to learn. Since I met Senior, I've always felt my inadequacy. If learning is concerned, then I must learn from someone as wise as you, Nathaniel Chio. Haha, enough already, naughty boy. Do you really think I don't know your intentions? Hildred laughed and scolded with feigned anger before retrieving 2 pots of wine from somewhere and tossing them over. Brody carefully caught them, his face beaming with joy. Then I won't refuse this gift. Hildred chuckled lightly and waved his hand. Next, go down the mountain by yourself and challenge each of those Forster Tin Sons. Hearing this, Brody was momentarily puzzled. Why should I challenge them? Brody wasn't sure about it. He didn't consider himself a troublemaker, but recalling Tan Vivianian's arrogance, he couldn't help but rub his hands together, remembering that guy's condescending attitude. Hildred rolled his eyes. Are you dumb? The mystic sword is now in their hands. It's impractical to try taking it by force. You need to demonstrate your strength and value. How to demonstrate? A simple and direct method was available. The Forster Tin Sons were known as the top talents of Forster Immortal Nation. Defeating them one by one would prove his potential sufficiently. Brody was enlightened. Remember, display your utmost strength and crush them. There's no need to hold back at this time. No worries about the Hartleys interfering. I'm here. I understand. Brody bowed, his lips curving into a meaningful smile. Finally, he could make a big move. It would also be his first battle after returning to his peak and breaking through. Thinking about it, Brody turned and left the mountain. At this moment, Hildred's voice echoed behind him. That boy from the Forster clan has some skills. Be careful, don't lose. Otherwise, don't say you know me. Got it. Brody didn't turn around but continued walking down, simply raising his hand in acknowledgement. Watching him leave, Hildred smiled, adjusted his posture to a comfortable position, and continued his pretend nap. In Ichabod Domain City, Brody returned, but unlike last time, he was alone this time. Did you hear? The prodigy from Marcogwan Mountain will propose marriage to the Ichabod Domain house in 3 days. Tan Vivianian? Of course. Who else could match the domain master's daughter besides him? Listening to the gossip around him, Brody remained unperturbed. He had come here specifically because he learned that in 3 days Tan Vivianian would propose to the Ichabod Domain house. And currently he was in Ichabod City. Soon, Brody arrived at a grand mansion, adorned with jade halls. Though slightly inferior to Hildred's, it was still luxurious. This is where Lesser Lord Tan resides. Loitering is strictly prohibited. A guard at the gate frowned at Brody's halt and scolded. Brody calmly spoke. Could you please tell Tan Vivianian that Brody is here? Upon hearing this name, the guard who had initially wanted to drive him away changed his expression drastically. You're Brody? Seeing Brody nod, the guard immediately became respectful. Please wait here, Mr. Flynn. I'll inform him. Many people had heard of Brody's name, and he was no exception. Naturally, he didn't dare be careless, thinking Brody might genuinely know their young lord. The other guard also grinned. Sorry for not recognizing you earlier, Mr. Flynn. Please forgive us. May I ask what brings you to see our young lord? What business? Brody glanced at him, revealing a deep smile. Nothing major, just to beat some sense into him. How dare you? Hearing this, the guard's face turned pale, realizing the meaning of a person doesn't visit without reason, and promptly reprimanded him. Brody's gaze remained unchanged. Today, I'm here to cause a bit of trouble. You, how daring. Before the guard could continue, a figure emerged from within the mansion. Brody looked up, frowning because this person was not Tan Vivianian. I am Del, personal disciple of Amen. What are you? How dare you challenge Lesser Lord? Today, I will capture you and bring you before Lesser Lord to kneel and apologize. Hashtag chapter 401. Defeat Tan Vivianian. The newcomer had a refined and elegant appearance, but his words carried a hint of admiration for Tan Vivianian. Upon seeing him, the 2 guards immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Lord Long. Brody cast a cursory glance at him, gauging this person's cultivation, which was not much different from that of Gu Charles, the young lord he had encountered earlier. He knew Charles Mountain was one of the 5 observance mountains. You don't have the qualifications. Send Tan Vivianian here. Hearing this, Del flew into a rage. Presumptuous. Do you really think you can do anything? Seeing Del attack, Brody remained unperturbed, countering with a single punch that sent Del flying backward. How is this possible? The 2 guards were shocked. Del was considered one of the top prodigies of the 5 observance mountains outside of the young reverend. How could he be so easily defeated? Del himself, as the recipient, deeply felt the raging torrent of blood energy within Brody and the formidable strength of his body. His entire right arm began to tremble uncontrollably after their exchange. Brody was even stronger than rumors suggested. The commotion drew the attention of many nearby onlookers. When they saw it was Brody, excitement filled their faces. After all, there were always people who loved spectacles. Is Brody going to challenge the young reverend of the 5 observance mountains today? Brody's background is mysterious, and his combat record is impressive, like a fierce dragon crossing the river. Even Del wasn't a match for him in a single move. I wonder who would be stronger between him and Tan Vivianian. Even outsiders were drawn in, let alone the residents of the manor. 3 figures appeared next, 2 men and a woman, who glared icily at Brody. Don't know when to die, do you? Are you here to seek your own death? Without further ado, the trio attacked, causing the surrounding holy laws to fluctuate wildly. Brody's gaze remained calm as ever, and he shook his head slightly. I said, bring out Tan Vivianian. As he spoke, an illusion of the unmoved Vajra King appeared, suppressing the scene and striking alongside Brody, colliding with the 3 attackers. Bang! The entire manor trembled. Seeing Brody face the trio without falling behind and even gaining the upper hand, everyone present was stunned. We underestimated Brody. Is this truly his real strength? He's too strong. From what we've seen, even if he doesn't defeat Tan Vivianian, it wouldn't be by much. Today might see quite a show. Unlike the spectators, the 4 assailants showed clear signs of reluctance. They had always considered themselves among the elite of the 10 disciples, holding reverence even for Tan Vivianian. FLYNT, they couldn't withstand a single punch from Brody. It damaged their pride and made them feel trampled. Clap, clap. Brody looked over to see an elegant gentleman emerge from the inner courtyard, applauding generously. I didn't expect your strength to improve further. Well done. He maintained a warm smile, his features capable of melting countless hearts like a dominant CEO. He glanced briefly at Del and the others before turning his admiring eyes towards Brody, like an Hartley looking at an outstanding descendant. One more chance. Follow me, and I'll grant you the great Tao. His tone was natural, and the crowd murmured speculatively, what will Brody choose? That statement is off. As a prodigy, especially one like Brody, with a naturally strong heart, how could he possibly follow someone else? Especially not a peer. Brody sneered. I'll beat the crap out of you today. Before the words faded, Brody vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Tan Vivianian and delivering a powerful punch. Tan Vivianian's expression remained unchanged, clearly prepared for this. Such tricks wouldn't fool him. However, facing a martial artist's punch, he wasn't taking any chances and drew his sword. Zing! Sharp sword chi filled the manor, instantly extinguishing the light from the fist. The young reverend's sword mastery is unparalleled, claiming to be the foremost sword cultivator among the younger generation, with devastating killing power. This battle won't have any suspense. A flicker of admiration shone in the only female disciple's eyes. To her, the young reverend of the younger generation was incomparable. But suddenly, everyone froze as a distinctly different sword and tint emerged in their perception. Tan Vivianian's gaze sharpened for the first time, staring intently at Brody. You are also a sword cultivator. Watching Brody wield a bone-like sword, exuding a formidable aura, Tan Vivianian's pupils constricted. More terrifyingly, his own sword was trembling lightly, seemingly afraid. It must be due to that sword. Tan Vivianian pondered. He didn't believe Brody's sword skills surpassed his own. The bone-like sword emitted a profound aura, suggesting it was no ordinary weapon, likely a legendary heirloom sword. No more talk. Watch my sword. Brody's eyes flashed coldly, sword chi surged forth like a grand slam, sweeping toward Tan Vivianian. His own sword art forcibly suppressed Tan Vivianian, leaving a terrifying sword wound on his body. The sight of fresh red blood shocked everyone, especially the 4 disciples. They knew Tan Vivianian's strength and mastery of the sword, but never imagined anyone would defeat him in swordsmanship. Tan Vivianian's face twisted in rage. He had always believed he led in swordsmanship among the younger generation, yet faced with Brody, his sword mastery was forcibly suppressed, losing his elegant demeanor. You should die. With Tan Vivianian's roar, his sword erupted with brilliant light. His sword chi began a counterattack, forming a sword domain. But before reaching its peak, Brody shattered it with a single sword strike. This was sheer dominance. Tan Vivianian suffered a backlash, spitting blood, his hair disheveled. Brody's sword tip pierced through layers of Tao rules, approaching him. Rip! The sword pierced Tan Vivianian's body, and he seemed struck by lightning, his face instantly turning pale. Boundless sword chi ravaged inside him, continuously eroding his vitality. Sir Flynn, stop! A figure appeared, stopping Brody. It was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, wearing a red Tao robe embroidered with clouds. Fabio. He looked at Brody with astonishment. As the Fabio, knowing the gravity of the situation, he couldn't let Tan Vivianian die here or in the Fire Domain City. Sir Flynn, for my sake, please spare his life for now. The message came via sound transmission. Brody hesitated but chose to sheath his sword, his gaze landing on the half-dead Tan Vivianian. The name of the young reverend of the 5 observance mountains means nothing. Everyone finally realized Tan Vivianian had lost, and to another sword cultivator. Somewhere else, Maribel watched with complex emotions. She hadn't expected Brody to be so powerful. Dare to kill someone from our 5 observance mountains? Now, it might be too late to run. A thunderous voice echoed across the sky, causing involuntary tremors. Looking up, they saw a massive divine figure above the fire domain city, radiating divine light. Hashtag chapter 402. Nathaniel Cho takes action. This is an existence from the 11th realm. Someone swallowed hard, trembling all over. A superlative existence from the 11th realm was far beyond what a cultivator from the 10th realm could withstand. Come with me back to Xuanhuan Mountain and apologize. The divine sage stretched out a large hand and reached down, pressing terrifying divine principles towards Brody. Even if he used every ounce of his ability, he couldn't break free. But just then, Domain Lord Ichabod appeared before Brody and blocked the divine hand. The divine sage clearly did not expect Domain Lord Ichabod to intervene and protect Brody. He couldn't help but snarl in anger. Ichabod, do you want to stop me? Taoist Holt, this is a conflict between the younger generation. Why should the older generation get involved? Wouldn't it make the world laugh at us? Domain Lord Ichabod's expression didn't change. Being equally at the 11th realm, he wasn't afraid of him. FLYNT this action deeply displeased Taoist Holt. Ichabod, our 2 families are about to be united through marriage. Don't ruin this goodwill over an unrelated person. I'll lastered him over so that Xuanhuan Mountain can personally judge him. But after hearing these words, Domain Lord Ichabod shook his head. In my view, let's call off this marriage. His shocking words stunned everyone. Taoist Holt reacted even more violently when he realized what was happening. Ichabod, what do you take Xuanhuan Mountain for? This concerns reputation. How can it be treated as a joke? Domain Lord Ichabod remained calm. With this battle lost, do you think this marriage will still proceed? I've already been generous enough by sparing his life earlier. Let's put the matter of marriage aside for now. Domain Lord Ichabod, think carefully. Many families wish to marry into Xuanhuan Mountain. Hope you won't regret it later. Taoist Holt's face darkened like dripping water. Not only did he look at Brody with murderous intent, but also at Domain Lord Ichabod, for the strongest member of the younger generation had been defeated by him and the marriage proposal publicly rescinded, thus humiliating Xuanhuan Mountain today. After discussing the cancellation of the engagement today, we must take this Brody away. Another voice rang out. Hearing this, Domain Lord Ichabod's expression changed dramatically. In the crowd's sight, another giant divine sage appeared, radiating overwhelming power. Taoist Amen. No one expected 2 11th realm greats to appear. This time, Brody might be doomed. Someone wore a worried look. After all, Brody was an outstanding genius. If he truly died like this, it would be a tragedy indeed. Ichabod, hand over this person. We can cancel the marriage, but this person must die. Taoist Amen's words were even more brutal, demanding Brody's execution outright. Even Domain Lord Ichabod showed a trace of difficulty. With 2 11th realm beings present, matters were already out of his control. As for Brody, the eye of the storm, he remained unperturbed, unexpectedly speaking up, hitting the junior, you resort to seniors. I thought Tan Vivianian was nothing much. Now it seems the whole Xuanhuan Mountain isn't much better. His words caused ripples, catching everyone off guard. After all, in such a situation, how dare he say such things? Even Domain Lord Ichabod was taken aback, turning to look at him. Goodness, he was really something. You brat, I cannot spare you today. Taoist Holt flew into a rage, pointing at Brody with murderous intent, intending to kill him on the spot with a single finger. Suddenly, a wine bottle flew from nowhere, blocking the finger strike. Unexpectedly, the seemingly ordinary wine bottle completely neutralized the finger strike without any damage. Then, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. A drop of crystal-clear wine emerged from the bottle, slowly floating toward Taoist Holt. Though it moved slowly, time seemed to freeze around it. Like a raindrop piercing through air, it instantly penetrated Taoist Holt's skull, accompanied by a burst of blood. Holt, the divine sage crumbled. Taoist Holt fell from the sky. Seeing this, Taoist Amen's pupils constricted sharply as he rushed to the side of his once invincible fellow. Now, it was a lifeless corpse, with wide-open eyes expressing disbelief. Taoist Amen shivered involuntarily. His face turned pale, bloodless. A mere drop of wine had killed an 11th realm being without resistance. Nothing was more visually impactful than this. Even Brody was stunned. Recognizing the familiar wine bottle, he knew who acted. Although he knew Hildred was powerful, an Heartly divine king, this was his first time witnessing him in action. Effortlessly, he showcased unimaginable power. Suddenly, scarlet blood rain started falling. The heavens were weeping. A celestial phenomenon caused by a god's death. The fall of an 11th realm being was a shocking event throughout the Forster Immortal Kingdom. It was difficult to imagine the identity of the mysterious owner of the wine bottle. Swallowing hard, Taoist Amen had no intention of killing Brody now. Fear filled his heart, and the only thought was to flee. But the wine bottle obviously wouldn't give him that chance. From the moment he appeared here, his fate was sealed. Another drop of wine descended. Watching the drop approach, Taoist Amen's body hair stood on end. An aura of impending death enveloped him, yet he could do nothing. He could only watch as the drop landed on his brow. A strange bloom of blood flowered, red and sinister. Taoist Amen's eyes widened, then lost all color. Seeing 2 11th realm beings die right before him, Domain Lord Ichabod didn't even notice the cold sweat on his forehead. Glancing at Brody, was this the person behind him? Too terrifying. Afterward, the wine bottle didn't linger. It turned into a meteor and flew away. However, a voice lingered. In the conflict among the younger generation, if any old fools shamelessly attack him again, I will visit their clans and extinguish their lineages. The voice echoed across the entire heaven and earth, full of majestic authority, sending a wave of excitement through Brody. These words weren't meant for those present, but for the Hartleys watching from thousands of miles away. Chapter 403, Battle with Darien. After the wine pot flew away, it took a considerable amount of time for everyone to recover from their shock. This was the first time they had witnessed such a powerful existence as Means. Effortlessly, without even revealing his true form, he used just 2 drops of wine to slay 2 11th realm mighty beings. What an awe-inspiring power. No wonder Brody has always remained unperturbed. It seems he was well prepared all along. Is this the person behind him? The Ives smiled bitterly. It looks like my actions today were unnecessary. Indeed, with such a formidable being supporting him, how could he fear the 5 Observance Mountain? Witnessing 2 equals perish right before his eyes made him feel it most deeply. Senior, I am eternally grateful for your rescue today. Brody clasped his hands in gratitude. No matter what, there was genuine goodwill here, and by both emotion and reason, he had to acknowledge this debt. Somewhere else, Trish appeared mysteriously nearby, looking at Brody with complex eyes, never expecting him to be so outstanding. I came here today to challenge xuanhuan. Senior, may I borrow the teleportation array? Hearing Brody's request, the Ives nodded immediately, agreeing without a word. Even after Brody left, he still couldn't help but marvel. With his combat strength and the deterrent presence of the Lord of the Wine Pot, who in all of Carlos, except for the immortal race, could still pose a threat? As for the 4 direct disciples of the 5 Observance Mountain, where was their face to stay? They left the Flame Domain City in disgrace, carrying the half-dead xuanhuan and leading the disciples of the 5 Observance Mountain. With 2 Hartleys dead here, it was already fortunate they could escape alive. Danyang Domain City. A black-clothed figure walked out from the reception platform, gaze calm. It had only been a few days since his last visit, yet Brody's expression remained composed as he returned to this place. His purpose was straightforward, to confront Darien, another one of Carlos's 10 sons. Much like xuanhuan, before proceeding, Brody sought out Harriet. Defeating xuanhuan, Mr. Flynn truly did not disappoint. Harriet's beautiful eyes didn't blink as she looked at Brody, filled with admiration. Brody was slightly taken aback by her words, surprised that news traveled so fast these days. While talking, Brody directly explained his intentions concerning Darien. However, I would like to consult with Senior beforehand. Harriet pondered for a moment and then nodded gently. I will take you to Master. Thank you, Miss Cheen. Brody bowed slightly and followed Harriet up the mountain to a wooden hut. With a soft creak, the Lord of Medicine Valley emerged from the hut. Seeing them, both Brody and Harriet hastily bowed. Greetings, Nathaniel Yao. Master. You don't need to be so formal, said the Lord of Medicine Valley calmly. Dressed in white robes, he resembled an unsoiled sage, yet did not seem distant. Instead, he felt quite approachable. The Lord of Medicine Valley looked at Brody. Judao has already informed me. You may go see him. Brody's eyes flickered, and he bowed again. Thank you, Senior, for your consent. As Darien's master, agreeing to this was surprisingly easy. Brody had initially thought he would have to persuade more, but he hadn't expected it to be so straightforward. Watching Brody leave, Harriet turned to the Lord of Medicine Valley. Master, aren't you afraid brother will lose to him and damage his reputation? The Lord of Medicine Valley glanced at her with a faint smile. What? So confident in Brody? Harriet blushed. I just think that since Mr. Flynn defeated xuanhuan, defeating brother shouldn't be too difficult, especially considering brother focuses on alchemy. It was common knowledge that alchemists generally weren't exceptionally strong fighters, spending most of their time on alchemy. Since even a sword cultivator like xuanhuan had lost, Darien stood little chance. The Lord of Medicine Valley chuckled softly, but didn't elaborate further. As a teacher, he understood his student well. Darien wasn't as weak as imagined. However, Harriet had correctly guessed the outcome of the battle. On a small peak, Brody walked up calmly. A disciple immediately blocked his path. Who goes there? Stop. One disciple seemed unfriendly, but soon recognized Brody and softened his attitude. Brody, what brings you here? They had also heard of Brody's victory over xuanhuan and respected him accordingly. Brody smiled mildly. Please inform Darien that Brody seeks an audience. The 2 disciples exchanged glances, but ultimately decided to announce his arrival. After all, with Brody now on par with Carlos's 10 sons, they dared not offend him carelessly. Don't bother announcing. Flynn brothers' arrival honors our peak. Please come in. A calm voice echoed from inside, prompting the disciples to respectfully step aside. Thank you. Brody nodded and entered. The environment here mirrored the mountain peak with its winding paths and wooden huts, with an added small lake. A figure sat cross-legged on a rock by the lake, holding a fishing rod. Brother Gongsun has quite the refined taste. Being able to patiently fish is something we cannot match. Brody chatted amiably, sitting beside Darien and watching the lake. I have a restless temperament, so I use fishing to calm myself. It's a way to cultivate the mind. Excuse the rudeness, Brother Flynn. After a pause, Darien continued. Your battle in Flame Domain City shocked the world. Surely you're not here solely to watch me fish. Darien's calm demeanor surprised Brody, impressed by his keen intuition. Seeing no reason to hide his intentions, Brody replied openly. Correct. I've come to the Medicine Valley to spar with you. Darien kept his gaze on the float. I'm honored by Brother Flynn's invitation. With that, Darien pulled hard on the fishing rod, splashing water as a carp wriggled in his grasp. But after removing the hook, he let the fish back into the lake. If I release it now, once it learns to evade, it won't be so easily caught again. Hearing Brody's remark, Darien smiled faintly and put away the fishing rod. No harm done. Let's begin our sparring session. Brody's gaze sharpened as he suddenly drew his sword chi surging throughout the peak. What's happening? Outside, the 2 disciples sensed the intense sword intent in the air, faces paling as they rushed to enter. However, Darien's voice stopped them. I'm merely sparring with Brother Flynn. No need to alarm yourselves. Another wave of energy erupted, filled with fiery heat, countering the sword chi head-on. Inside, Darian's body was enveloped in flames, countless fire principles bursting forth, consuming everything. This was his sacred alchemy flame. ##### Chapter 404. This person is not an ordinary one. Elton had an exceptionally deep understanding of the way of fire. However, Brody was not at all surprised by this. After all, anyone who could become one of the 10 celestial sincerity disciples was certainly no ordinary person. Brother Flynn, be careful from now on. Elton's kind warning was accompanied by endless flames. The extreme heat made space itself warp, with 2 fiery dragons roaring toward Brody. Come well. Brody laughed loudly. The bone sword gleamed in his hand, countless sword runes flickering as he swung it. The sword light sliced through, and the blazing flames were forced back. Elton's pupils constricted. The boundless flames morphed into a fiery hand that gripped the sword light tightly, preventing it from advancing further. He opened his mouth again, and another flame erupted from it, merging with the previous 2 to form a celestial fire giant. Its touch sought to evaporate everything instantly, engulfing Brody within moments. The commotion on Peak Yin spread throughout the entire Medicine Valley, rousing countless experts. They watched this direction with astonished gazes, among them several 11th realm powerhouses observing intently. Brody's combat prowess is astonishing, but Elton of our Medicine Valley is no ordinary figure either. Even though he defeated Qin Vivianian, it's too early to say who will triumph until the very end. Flynn's, everyone knows that Brody is unmatched in alchemy, but who would have thought that his mastery of fire has also reached an exquisite level? It's hard to predict the outcome. On the other side, Elton was entirely enveloped in holy fire, appearing like a deity. With every movement, space seemed to melt around him, and the fires might surge like a raging river, aiming to engulf Brody completely. So this is your full strength? A gust of hot wind blew against his face, bringing intense heat. Brody focused his gaze and suddenly drew the bone sword. Several forces were merged together, creating a dazzling sword light that was blinding. Clang! The clear sound of ringing swords echoed throughout the entire Medicine Valley. As Pekin shook, this battle finally came to an end. I have lost. Elton wore a wry smile. Despite his formidable fire law, he was no match for Brody's sword strike. The sword light obliterated everything in its path. His strength was formidable. Even facing Qin Vivianian, he did not fall short. But alas, he encountered someone named Brody. Brody sheathed his sword and bowed slightly to Elton. Thank you for your humility. After saying this, he turned and left. He knew when to stop and didn't display arrogance. Unlike his battle with Qin Vivianian, Brody held no grudges against Elton, who was a disciple of the Medicine Valley's master and had once been kind to him. Both emotionally and logically, Brody would not act otherwise. As for Elton and Harriet, that was their personal matter. FLYNT Brody believed what James said. As long as the Noah was alive, everything would remain under control. The many powerful figures who had been watching silently fell quiet. Elton's defeat was the last scene they wanted to witness. There was nothing to say. A loss was a loss. Gong's son's senior brother. A disciple approached, worry evident in his eyes. He is strong beyond imagination. Elton sighed softly. Even after Brody had left, the impact of that sword still lingered in his mind. When he looked up again, an Hartley man in a white robe stood before him. His expression changed slightly before he smiled bitterly. I've disappointed my master. Expecting reprimand from his master, Elton instead felt a gentle pat on his shoulder from the Noah. What's there to be discouraged about? You just lost a battle. Can't you calm your mind after 100 years of meditation? Elton was stunned in place. Even after the master left, he remained in a daze until eventually, his eyes regained their luster. A hero is not defined by temporary failure. Johann hearing these words slowly, Elton's aura abruptly shifted, then quickly stabilized. He had broken through. This change was rapid, both in arrival and departure. Brody turned sharply, shock filling his eyes. He clearly recognized that aura. It belonged to Elton. This person is not an ordinary one. The higher one stands, the harder the fall. Brody hadn't expected that this battle not only didn't shake Elton's Tao heart, but pushed him to a higher level. As for the powerful figures in the Medicine Valley, they were overjoyed by this turn of events. Indeed, although Elton was the eldest among the 10 celestial sincerity disciples, his talent was remarkable. He had already entered the 10th realm 100 years ago, yet lingering nightmares in his heart prevented him from reaching the 11th realm until now. Finally, this moment has come. Fortunately, 100 years isn't too late. With Elton's breakthrough to the 11th realm, this was great news. Even Harriet was taken aback. She wasn't aware of Elton's past struggles. However, what Elton did next left everyone, including the powerful figures, in disbelief. Facing the wooden cottage atop the mountain, he knelt slowly. Master's great kindness I shall never forget. If I ever return, I will not betray Master or the Medicine Valley. Thud, thud, thud. He solemnly bowed 3 times on the ground. Harriet and others didn't understand, while the powerful figures knew of the hidden reasons. Wanting to persuade him, they hesitated but ultimately closed their mouths seeing his resolute gaze. Go. 2 ethereal words drifted down from the mountaintop. Elton bowed deeply one more time, then rose and walked away without looking back, disappearing from sight shortly thereafter. At this point, Brody bowed respectfully towards the wooden cottage on the mountaintop. Catching Harriet's gaze inadvertently, he nodded slightly before leaving the Medicine Valley. Next destination, Northern Frigid Snow Region. This region lay at the northernmost end of the Celestial Sincerity Immortal Kingdom, far from Danyang region. After 2 journeys, Brody finally arrived here. The first view revealed a vast expanse of white land, devoid of human habitation. It felt desolate, rumored to be perpetually covered in snow. Fluffy snowflakes fell like goose feathers from the heavens, turning everything into a pristine white landscape. Chapter 405. The Mystic Ice Immortal Body. The Northern Lingxue Palace. This was a gigantic palace, entirely crystal clear and transparent, situated deep within the Northern Ling legend has it that it was constructed by the first palace master using great divine power and has stood here for 10,000 years without melting. Howling cold winds mixed with swirling snowflakes rendered visibility nearly impossible. An ordinary person would struggle to see anything beyond 10 steps. Flynnt, in the hazy distance, a black shadow slowly moved closer. As it drew near, one could make out a figure in black attire, carrying a sword sheath at his waist, steadily approaching the ice crystal palace. His footprints soon vanished under the falling snow and wind. Flynn from the Sword Dao School, pays homage to the Chana of the Northern Lingxua Palace. His voice resonated through the blizzard, unshaken even by the howling winds. Upon hearing it, the massive doors of the Northern Lingxua Palace slowly opened. Mr. Flynn, please come in. An heartily woman stepped out of the palace, bowing slightly to William before inviting him inside with a gesture. 11th realm? William gave the old woman a deep look, then bowed respectfully before following her into the palace. The journey was silent as William curiously observed the surroundings. Just as rumors suggested, everything was made of ice crystals. There were numerous ice sculptures, some resembling beasts, others humans. Chill air rose from the ground, enveloping the entire palace in a surreal, fairy-like atmosphere. However, this was an environment of extreme cold. If an ordinary person were here, they might quickly turn into an ice statue. Neilkily, William's robust blood flow kept him warm. May I know where you're leading me, senior? Finally, William couldn't help but ask. The master wishes to see you. Taken aback, William hastily responded, esteemed senior. I came here solely to challenge the Chana, not to meet the master. You will meet the Chana. All right. Before long, the heartily woman led William to a grand hall, stopping at the entrance. Mr. Flynn, please enter. Instead of leading him inside, the old woman stood at the door, gesturing for him to go in. William took a deep breath, then stepped into the vast hall supported by 9 ice pillars. At the top of the ice steps sat a beautiful matron on a throne. Despite being seated, her tall and graceful form was evident. She wore light blue attire, exuding an air of dignity. Just one glance was enough for William to lower his head humbly, fearing any disrespect. Legends spoke of the master's cold demeanor, capable of killing someone just for looking too closely. Junior William pays respect to senior. William bent down, speaking cautiously. He knew this master had achieved the peak of cultivation and once defeated a 12th realm cultivator. I am aware of your purpose for coming here, but it may not be possible right now. A distant yet ethereal voice echoed from the dais. Nodding, William bowed again. If that's the case, Junior will take my leave and visit another day. He intended to leave quickly, but the space around him suddenly solidified, immobilizing him. Damn, is she going to do something to me? William had sensed something amiss when the master mentioned seeing him despite the Chana's absence. Now, escaping was impossible. With a thought, the master slightly eased the spatial constraints. Relieved, William quickly said, Master, if you act against me today, are you not afraid xuanhuan will come after you? Facing an opponent he couldn't match, William placed his hopes on Julie, hoping she would hold some restraint. He won't come. He owes me a favor, the master replied, chilling William to the core. Julie wouldn't come? Even her name held no sway here? You are a Shantan Janti, Shantan sword body, and you cultivate the immutable Vajra body. This time, I hope you can channel your blood energy to assist Bridget. Note, Xiantian GNT is translated as Shantan sword body, for consistency with typical terminology in English translations of Chinese cultivation novels. If a specific term has been used in your translation series, please ensure it's consistent with that. For better flow and clarity in English, we could also render it as, you possess a Xiantian sword body and cultivate the immutable Vajra body. This time, I need your blood energy to aid Bridget. The voice continued, and William relaxed a bit. They needed his help. While he felt uneasy about aiding someone unrelated to him, his immediate fear lessened. But we're strangers? As William prepared to decline tactfully, the master interrupted, rest assured. You won't be helping without compensation. If successful, I will give you this. A drop of golden blood floated in her palm, radiating immense authority. William's blood surged, and the faint shadow of an immutable Vajra appeared. After 2 seconds, the master retracted the blood, her eyes fixed on William, awaiting his response. Despite his blood calming down, the excitement was clear on William's face. That was undoubtedly a drop of the true blood of the immutable Vajra, a rare opportunity. Seeing this, William's attitude changed completely. Though we are strangers, I enjoy helping others. How can I assist you? The master, impressed by William's restraint despite the temptation, nodded approvingly. I'll show you her condition first. With a wave of her hand, William felt a whirlwind, and soon found himself in an underground chamber. Surrounded by ice walls, in the center lay a bed of ice. On it, a woman rested. Her pale complexion and delicate features were captivating, dressed in a yellow silk gown, embodying the grace of a noble lady. Flynnt, her lips were slightly purple, a sign of severe coldness. Observing her, William guessed, this is a sign of extreme cold. Is it related to backfire from her cultivation? It was clear that the Northern Lingxua Palace practiced powerful ice-based techniques. The master nodded. Flynn's, Bridget has the mystic ice immortal body. As her cultivation progressed, so did the internal frost poison. After failing to break through, she fell into a coma due to backlash. The mystic ice immortal body. William was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter such a legendary constitution. A body called immortal must indeed be extraordinarily powerful. The mystic ice immortal body, renowned as the strongest ice affinity constitution, granted the ability to freeze all things, even time. Chapter 405. Mystic Ice Immortal Body. The Northern Chill Snow Palace. This is a colossal palace, entirely crystalline and translucent, situated deep within the Northern Chill. Legend has it that it was constructed by the first palace master using great mystic powers, standing firm for 10,000 years without melting. Howling cold winds mixed with snowflakes made it impossible for ordinary people to see more than 10 steps ahead. However, in the blurred distance, a shadow slowly moved. Only when it got closer could one discern it was a person dressed in black, carrying a sword on their waist, walking step by step towards the ice crystal palace, leaving footprints that were quickly covered by snow and wind. But if someone had keen eyesight, they would notice that this person remained spotless, not a single snowflake landing on their shoulders despite walking through the snowstorm. William of the Sword Path pays respects and seeks an audience with the Chana of the Northern Chill Snow Palace. His voice echoed in the blizzard, unobscured by the roaring wind. Soon after, the tightly shut doors of the Northern Chill Snow Palace began to open slowly. Master Flynn, please enter. An old woman emerged from the snow palace, giving a slight bow to William and gesturing him inside. 11th Realm? William took a deeper look at the old woman, bowed in respect, and followed her into the Northern Chill Snow Palace. Silently, he observed curiously. Everything along the way was indeed made of ice crystals, with numerous ice sculptures in various shapes. Beasts, humans. Frigid air rose from the ground, transforming the entire snow palace into a paradise-like setting. However, these were extreme cold airs. William's robust blood circulation allowed him to withstand it, but an ordinary person would have turned into an ice statue in no time. May I ask where my senior intends to take me? Finally, William couldn't help but ask. The palace master wishes to see you. Taken aback, William hurriedly responded, Senior, I came here only to challenge the Chana, not to meet the palace master. You will meet the Chana, she replied. All right then. Soon, the old woman led William to a grand hall, stopping at the entrance. Master Flynn, please enter. Without leading him further, the old woman stood at the doorway, gesturing him in. William took a deep breath, stepped inside, and found himself in a vast hall supported by 9 ice pillars. At the highest dais sat a woman on a throne. She was a beautiful matron, tall even while seated, with a slender face and dressed in light blue, exuding grace and authority. With just one glance, William quickly lowered his head, not daring to offend. The palace master was rumored to be extremely cold. Looking too much might be considered disrespectful, resulting in severe consequences. Junior William pays respects to Senior. Bending down, William spoke cautiously, knowing the legendary power of the Northern Chill Snow Palace's master, who had defeated a 12th realm cultivator. I understand your purpose, but it may not be possible right now. A ethereal voice came from above. Nodding, William bowed again. If so, Junior will leave now and return another day. Just as he prepared to leave, the entire space solidified, immobilizing him. Alarmed, William thought, damn it, what is she going to do? He sensed something was amiss when the palace master mentioned the Chana's absence, but now it was too late to escape. With a flicker of intent, the spatial restraint eased slightly. Seizing the moment, William said, Palace master, if you harm me today, won't Senior Chio come after you? Realizing he couldn't match her, William relied on Hildred's influence, hoping it would deter her. Desperately, he hoped Hildred would arrive soon. Hildred won't come. He owes me a favor. William felt an icy chill, realizing even Hildred's name held no weight. Could he really not come? You possess a natural-born sword body and cultivate the immovable wisdom king body. I need you to assist Bridget by drawing out your blood chi. The voice was distant yet clear. William relaxed, understanding she needed his help, but felt disgruntled. Why should he risk himself for someone unrelated? Cough. But we barely know each other? As William prepared to politely decline, the palace master continued, rest assured, I won't let you help for nothing. Here, this will be your reward. A drop of golden blood floated in her palm, emanating a powerful aura that triggered William's own blood chi, causing the immovable Wisdom King's phantom to appear. After 2 seconds, the palace master retracted the golden blood, staring intently at William, awaiting his response. Though his blood chi calmed, William couldn't hide his excitement. He recognized the drop as pure blood of the immovable Wisdom King, a rare treasure. Deciding to cooperate, William asked eagerly, what do you need me to do? The palace master looked approvingly at William, impressed by his self-control despite the temptation. I'll show you her condition first. With a wave of her hand, William felt disoriented before finding himself in an underground chamber surrounded by ice walls. In the center lay a woman on an ice bed. The woman's face was unnaturally pale, her features delicate and graceful, wearing a yellow silk gown, embodying elegance. However, her lips were slightly blue, indicating severe frostbite. This must be due to a backlash, William concluded, guessing her condition involved a failed breakthrough, causing her to suffer the consequences. Flynn's, Bridget has the mystic ice immortal body. As her cultivation advanced, the internal frost toxin increased. After a failed breakthrough, she suffered a backlash and fell into a coma. Mystic ice immortal body. William was astonished. Her body was renowned as the strongest ice affinity body, capable of freezing all things, even time, at its peak. The title Immortal attested to its immense power. Chapter 406, Eyes Meet. However, the principle of extremes lead to reversals applies even here. The immortal body of mystic ice is incredibly powerful, but it also comes with many limitations. The most difficult of these to handle is the cold poison, a consequence of challenging the natural order and its constraints on one's growth. Despite this, the immortal body of mystic ice has a high chance of achieving true immortal status once it fully matures. Entering the immortal realm transcends the divine realm, breaking free from the constraints of cosmic laws. It grants insight into past, present, and future, as well as eternal life. Immortal. This is the ultimate goal all seekers of Tao strive for their entire lives. Flinny Yin never expected that someone with the potential to become an immortal, possessing the immortal body of mystic ice, would be right before him. After regaining his composure, Flinny Yin shook his head slightly and brought his thoughts back to reality. That realm was still too far off for him. He hadn't even stepped into the divine realm yet. What was the point of thinking so much about it? What should I do then? You're so confident I can resolve the cold poison in the immortal body of mystic ice? Flinny Yin turned to look at Emmanuel. You are a predestined sword body, no weaker than, and perhaps even stronger than the immortal body of mystic ice. Moreover, you cultivate the immovable Alex Sutra, which is an immortal level scripture focusing on righteous yang energy. This can effectively suppress the cold poison. As for the method, based on my calculations, your golden blood chi must continuously cleanse her system. Given the tenacity of the cold poison, it might take some time. I will prepare medicinal treasures to help replenish your blood chi. Once successful, you can have the immovable Alec blood essence. Emmanuel explained much more, and Flinny Yin nodded solemnly after understanding everything. All right, let's give it a try. But I need to say this beforehand. If it fails, don't blame me. Seeing her nod, Flinny Yin walked over to the ice bed. The woman lay there peacefully, her breathing shallow and serene, with no other sound or disturbance. She looked tranquil. Following the information transmitted by Palace Balin's divine command, Flinny Yin gradually drew out his golden blood chi and infused it into the chana of Balin. From head to toe, Flinny Yin remained cautious throughout, fearful that any mishap could spell disaster. Seeing this blood chi, Emmanuel's beautiful eyes revealed shock. Indeed, this was worthy of being called an immortal level scripture. The blood chi was overwhelmingly dominant. The blood chi seeped through the chana's pores and into her body. Soon, Flinny Yin furrowed his brow. He sensed the presence of the cold poison. Even just touching it made him feel a chill within. If it were inside his own body, it would not be pleasant. But as Emmanuel had said, the influx of golden blood chi caused the chilling cold poison to retreat, slowly being pushed back by its dominance. With everything going smoothly, Emmanuel's heart began to settle. She knew this method was only a hypothesis, but her deep cultivation and vast experience ensured she did not err. Time passed minute by minute. After 7 days, as the blood chi continued to flow, the chana's previously pale complexion finally regained some color. Her lips showed a hint of redness, making her look even more enchanting. But Flinny Yin wasn't focused on that. His face had paled, veins visible in his eyes. Providing continuous blood chi for 7 days nearly drained him. Seeing his state, Emmanuel waved her hand, and countless precious materials appeared in the underground chamber. They were all meant to replenish blood chi and strengthen his essence. Aware that Flinny Yin couldn't focus on multiple things simultaneously, she meticulously transformed these potent medicines into spiritual liquids, infusing them directly into his body for full absorption. Inside the chana, a fierce battle raged between the blood chi and the cold poison, which concentrated under the relentless pressure. After 10 days of cleansing, though stubborn, the cold poison could not be completely eradicated. Still, the progress was positive. At least 80% of the cold poison within the chana was gone, leaving only a stubborn residue. Let's leave it at that for now. Just as Flinny Yin was ready to make a final push, a distant, ethereal voice entered his ears. He retracted the blood chi, somewhat puzzled. Senior, what? Before Emmanuel could respond, Flinny Yin noticed from the corner of his eye that the woman lying on the ice bed was staring at him wide-eyed. She had awakened. The chana of Balin was very beautiful, with clear eyes and delicate brows. Upon meeting her gaze, Flinny Yin quickly looked away, but soon realized something was off. Why am I feeling guilty? I didn't do anything wrong. Flinny Yin felt confused and instinctively met her gaze again, his heart skipping a beat. Thank you. Her voice was clear and melodious. Perhaps due to the recent blood chi infusion, her fair cheeks were unusually rosy, appearing alluring to Flinny Yin like a ripe apple begging to be bitten. Gulp. Flinny Yin swallowed involuntarily, but quickly regained his senses, inwardly chiding himself. What was he thinking? A faint embarrassment crept onto his face as he scratched his head. No need to thank me. I'm doing it for my own benefit. The chana continued to stare at Flinny Yin unblinkingly. Due to the long-term effect of his blood chi, she felt warm all over and had developed a strong sense of affinity towards him. Seeing the two locked in a mutual gaze, Emmanuel coughed lightly. Both immediately realized they weren't alone and broke their gaze. Palace Master. The chana sat up from the ice bed. To her, Emmanuel was not only her mentor but also like a mother. Emmanuel nodded gently, filled with satisfaction. The operation was highly successful without any incidents. The cold poison in the chana's body was now less than 20% of its original amount, sufficient to be suppressed for some time. Chapter 407. Half-God Flesh. This is the immobile Vajra King's essence blood. You can integrate it in the Balin Snow Palace. Rest assured no one will disturb you. A drop of golden essence blood slowly floated from the Danielle's hand and was carefully received by Brody. Then I accept with gratitude. Many thanks, Senior. Brody's tone was calmer than expected. Upon securing the immobile Vajra King's essence blood, he felt less excited than before. He looked up at the Balin chana and said, before this, there's something I need to do. It is also why I am here, Your Highness. Hearing Brody addressing her, the Balin chana blinked. I have a name, Taylor. Brody paused for a moment then smiled. All right, Mishwa. This time, I mainly came to spar with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Brody felt a gentle breeze. Taylor had already left the ice bed and stood beside him. Fine, I accept, but I admit defeat. Brody raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect that but soon understood when she explained, you've helped me and anyway, I'm not your match. So it's natural to concede, right? Okay. Brody nodded. Her reasoning made sense. He accepted it calmly. Neither noticed that the corner of Danielle's mouth twitched slightly. Especially when she looked at Brody, there was a hint of dissatisfaction. This kid wouldn't be luring her disciple away, would he? Brody didn't want to delay further and prepared to refine the immobile Vajra King's essence blood. With its help, his immobile Vajra body could definitely progress. Reaching half-step divine realm might not mean immediate divinity, but Brody was confident he could bring his flesh into the half-step god realm. Apart from the immobile Vajra King's essence blood, he still had a large amount of residual medicinal energy from the Kanal inside him. Brody, thank you again this time. Hearing Taylor's voice from behind, Brody stopped, turned around, and replied, no need to thank me. Recover well. Maybe we'll meet again. After following Danielle to a secluded chamber, she didn't leave immediately. Brody thought she had instructions to give, but unexpectedly heard an inexplicable comment. You are very similar to that person. That person? Who? Brody asked in surprise. Danielle gave him a deep look. He was also a sword cultivator, a very powerful one. Sword cultivator. A very powerful sword cultivator. Brody caught these key points. Being described as very powerful by someone like Danielle meant this sword cultivator was at least on par with her. Who was it? Brody first thought of none other than Zion. But when he mentioned it, Danielle shook her head. That person is quite similar to you. 7 parts resemblance. He visited Forrester Immortal Kingdom, left a sword strike, then left elegantly. Many experts chased after him but couldn't catch him. Very similar to him? Brody fell into deep thought, but soon a name surfaced in his mind, his eyes revealing a flash of shock. The person you're talking about, is his name D? So he was called D? Clearly, she had met that D before but didn't know his name. After so many years, hearing news about his father again made Brody feel complex. Is he still in Forrester? Where can I find him? He appeared in Forrester and left a message in the Forrester Immortal Domain. None could stop him. Mentioning this person, Danielle's expression was still somewhat stunned. At her level, aside from the legendary immortals, few things could stir her emotions. Just refine it here. Salute, senior. Brody respectfully bowed to Danielle's back view. Adjusting his mood, he sat cross-legged on the ice bed, taking out the immobile Vajra King's essence blood which floated in his hand. As soon as it appeared, Brody's internal blood started to surge, and the shadow of the immobile Vajra King autonomously emerged. Brody had become used to this phenomenon. It always happened. Refine it. Closing his eyes, the essence blood attracted the immobile Vajra body, transforming on its own into threads of blood entering through his skin. The pure strength flowed inside, quietly bringing about profound changes in his body. Elsewhere, Danielle had found Taylor. Looking at her teacher's expression, she pouted. What's wrong, teacher? Despite living in the cold Balin Snow Palace, Taylor's personality differed greatly from Danielle. Danielle originally wanted to discuss her relationship with Brody, but looking at Taylor's face, she decided against it. Inherent sword body always symbolizes great fortune, especially Brody, who rivaled the legendary Milton Xuang in talent and had the potential to become an immortal. Perhaps he too could become an immortal respected one like Milton Xuang. Considering this, after some thought, she chose to let it be and observe their destiny. You rarely leave Balin Snow Domain, and you've never left Forrester. If you wish, you can go out with Brody in the future. Finishing, Danielle left, leaving Taylor excited at the prospect of leaving Forrester. She had long heard her teacher talk about the 4 universes beyond Forrester and the vast central immortal domain, places she dreamed of exploring. Immortal respected ones, Danielle murmured, with a longing expression. For them, achieving immortality was the ultimate goal. The allure of immortality was irresistible. Only those with great fortune could reach the step of becoming an immortal respected one, and such figures were rare throughout history. A month passed, and finally, intense fluctuations occurred in the secluded chamber where Brody was. Blood energy surged like a pillar piercing the sky, dazzling with gold light, almost tearing through the heavens. Almost the entire Balin Snow Domain witnessed this light pillar, prominently visible in the snow-white surroundings. Half-god realm flesh. Brody clenched his fists, immersed in the power within his body. Every cell breathed, and his surface glowed faintly, making him look like a celestial deity. The most noticeable change was his blood now being a pale gold, with his eyes emitting a faint golden glow. Thank you for the opportunity, senior. Should there be anything I can assist you with in the future, please speak freely. In the hall, Brody bowed respectfully to Danielle. Helping Taylor diminish the cold poison was part of it, but Danielle was a deity king realm powerhouse. And Taylor possessed the legendary frosty ice body with limitless potential. Maintaining good relations was important, hence, he did not let this favor balance out. Danielle nodded lightly, no need for formality. However, there's a matter that might trouble you. Her voice sounded from above. Brody paused. What is it? Following Danielle's gaze, he saw Taylor walking gracefully into the hall, smiling when she saw him. Brody, meeting you again. After adjusting for a month, Taylor had returned to normal. She stood tall and graceful, like a blooming lotus in an icy mountain, pure and serene. Chapter 408. Suspicious behavior? I want to leave with you and travel together, okay? Upon hearing this, Brody was quite surprised. Travel together? Is she for real? But when he met Jasmine's clear, beautiful eyes, he inexplicably blurted out an okay. No, wait. Brody quickly turned to look at the Gabby. Senior, did you agree to this? If I did, then there wouldn't be any problem. Having a beauty accompany him on the journey wouldn't be so bad. Oh, Master already agreed long ago. Don't worry, my strength is great. If someone bullies you, I'll beat them up for you. As she spoke, Jasmine waved her fist, which made Brody smile involuntarily. Living in Balin Snow Palace all year round, her character hadn't been changed by the environment. It was fortunate it hadn't, or if she had become like the Gabby, Brody would never consider taking her along. Thinking of this, he sneakily glanced at the Gabby seated above. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Master, send me a message when you miss me, okay? Before leaving, Jasmine playfully winked at her master, and then followed Brody out of Balin Snow Palace. Watching their departing figures, an old woman appeared beside Balin Snow Palace and respectfully asked, Palace Master, should I follow them? Balin Snow Palace slightly shook his head. No need. With Hildred around, not many would dare touch them. Amidst the cold snowfield, the two figures braved the snowstorm. Compared to Brody, Jasmine was much more lively. She spent most of her time in Balin's snow palace and rarely ventured out. Brody, where are we going next? Brody pondered for a moment. To Bodhi Realm. Before that, we need to go to Balin City to use the teleportation array. Jasmine obediently nodded. I'll follow your lead. Balin City, almost half of Balin's snow region's population lived here, with major powers congregating, making it the busiest area in the region. Contrary to the barren, snowy wilderness outside, Balin City was bustling with activity. The two walking through the streets attracted many glances. Not because of Brody, but due to Jasmine. Her appearance and aura stood out markedly among the crowd like a celestial being, inviting people to stare. I guess I should wear a veil, Jasmine whispered softly, realizing the attention she was drawing. Various gazes focused on her, making her somewhat uncomfortable. However, after putting on the veil, although her face was concealed, her allure remained undiminished, even gaining a hint of mystique. Brody slapped his forehead. If anyone still came close, they were on their own. Neilkily, while Jasmine was attractive, no one interfered. They walked further down the street until shops thinned out, leading away from the hustle and bustle, finally reaching the teleportation array. But upon arrival, a group of guards blocked their path. The teleportation array isn't available for public use today. Please return tomorrow. Brody frowned. He had just seen several people enter. Why couldn't they? He took a deep breath and bowed slightly. Then we will come back tomorrow. We hope you can grant us passage then. With that, he pulled Jasmine, who wasn't too happy, back the way they came. Why can they go and we can't? Clearly, someone doesn't want us to leave. Listening to her, Brody glanced at her in surprise. He hadn't expected her to dig deeper into this situation. He half-joked, if someone really wants to keep us here, then we fight. Jasmine replied immediately, if anyone dares trouble us, we'll beat them till they cry for their parents. Saying this, she raised her small fists. Impressive. Brody nodded. If the guards tried to block them again tomorrow, they'd have a fight. He wanted to see who was behind this. At night, Jasmine returned to her room. Being of different genders, they naturally rested separately. That night passed without incident. Early the next morning, they got up, packed up, and headed back to the teleportation array area. As expected, the guards blocked them again. The teleportation array isn't available for public use today. Please return. The guard said this with a straight face. Nearby, people continued coming and going, and upon seeing this scene, curiosity spread among them. Clearly, these two were targeted. That veiled woman has such grace. By my experience, those eyes indicate her face won't be disappointing. What a lucky man in black. Hurry, don't stick around. It's dangerous. This might end badly. This time, Brody didn't intend to leave. He looked at the guards with a smirk. You blocked us yesterday, and now today. What exactly does Balin Domain want? Speak clearly, no games needed. The guard's face paled as he was about to rebuke, but Jasmine chimed in crisply, you aren't high enough rank. Summon whoever's in charge. Ha ha ha, fairy, please don't be upset. At that moment, a robust laugh echoed nearby. A young man in rich attire approached within Hartley in black robes. The guard saw him and immediately showed respect. Arlie? Smack. A sharp slap echoed, instantly reddening the guard's left cheek. The young man's expression turned cold. Who authorized you to act like this? Do you know you're ruining our reputation? The guard knelt in terror. Arlie, they looked suspicious, so orders were given to stop and investigate their identities. I only followed orders, please spare me. Chapter 409. Bodhi Domain. Suspicious behavior? Brody chuckled. So, only he and Taylor are acting suspiciously while everyone else is not, right? The young man in the brocade robe fell into contemplation upon hearing this. He then looked at the two of them. If that's the case, please follow me back to the mansion. Rest assured, once your identities are verified, you will be allowed to leave immediately, and I will also apologize to both of you. Though he was addressing both, his eyes were fixed on Taylor. Sorry, I don't accept. Brody's tone was cold as he glanced at the young man before pulling Taylor to walk around them, only to be surrounded by a group of guards. The young man smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist, don't provoke the dignity of our Balin Domain mansion. There are always so many people looking for trouble. Brody sighed, suddenly drawing his sword with great force. Everyone's expression changed instantly. The Hartley beside the young man reacted first. Outrageous. The Hartley struck first, unleashing great sage energy waves. But Brody's gaze turned cold, and a streak of sword light appeared, tearing through the Hartley's aura in an instant. A spurt of blood flew out, cutting off half of the Hartley's body. Seeing Brody's strength, the young man in the brocade robe's face showed a hint of panic. He didn't expect such a formidable opponent. Still, considering they were in Balin City, he forced himself to stay calm. Dare you harm someone from our city? Looking for death, aren't you? Brody glanced at him, his tone level, showing no fear. So what? Do you really think I can't see through your tricks? This statement left the young man bewildered, but he had no time to ponder further as the sword light was already closing in on him. Who dares to hurt my son? At this moment, a voice echoed out, and the sword light vanished instantly. Then, a figure appeared beside the young man. Greetings, Domain Lord. All the guards saw this person, and their faces lit up with joy. The young man in particular seemed to have found a powerful ally and quickly pointed at Brody, sobbing, Alfredo, this person is outrageous. I merely wanted to verify their identities, yet he attacked me. If you hadn't come, you might not have seen your son again. Killian snorted coldly. He knew exactly what kind of person his son was. With one slap, the young man's left cheek swelled up. Not satisfied, the Domain Lord delivered several more slaps, and soon the young man fainted, his head resembling a pig's head. This unexpected turn left Brody slightly stunned. Why was he beating his own son? Not only that, the Domain Lord's icy gaze shifted to the nearly dead old man and the group of guards, seducing the young master. Die. His words caused the guards to widen their eyes in shock as they turned into pools of blood within moments, quickly freezing into shards on the ground. The Hartley suffered the same fate. Finally, the Killian looked at the two people and bowed slightly. Chana, Mr. Flynn, my son knows no manners. Please pardon him for my sake. Now Brody understood. Recognizing Taylor's identity explained everything. Nearby bystanders were equally shocked to see a great power bowing to a junior. Chana? From where does this Chana come? Even a domain lord bows. Someone reflected for a moment and then exclaimed, I know. Legend has it that Balin Snow Palace, one of the top forces in Balin Snow region, has a Chana who is rarely seen but still ranks among the 10 Celestials. That explains it. And the black-clothed man with the sword, is that Brody? Hee. No wonder the domain lord lowered himself. These two are not easy to provoke. Taylor was surprised but didn't overthink it. Though she seldom left the palace, she had indeed met this domain lord before, so it wasn't strange that he recognized her. Chana, Mr. Flynn, here are some small gifts as a token of apology. The teleportation array is this way, please follow. The Killian humbled himself, presenting 2 storage rings to them. Brody accepted graciously, then I won't decline your offer. After they left, the domain lord finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite today's humiliation, both Brody and Taylor were too potent to provoke. Besides Balin Snow Palace's influence, Brody had already killed 2 11th realms due to him. Alfredo, why did you hit me? Awaking dazedly, the young man's face burned with pain. Upon realizing Brody's true identity, his complexion turned white. The Killian wouldn't let him embarrass them any further and grabbed him by the collar to leave. News of Brody and the Chana's appearance spread quickly. Counting the Balin Chana, Brody has defeated 3 of the 10 Celestials. Who will be next? Many people tried to predict Brody's next move. It was clear he aimed to challenge all 10 Celestials. What used to seem absurd now had strong backing thanks to his proven prowess. Such achievements were irresistible. Soon, word spread about Brody's presence in the Bodhi domain, and many cultivators rushed to visit Kongling Temple where Rodney resided. Bodhi domain. This region, unlike others, was led by monks, its inhabitants devoted to Buddhism. Walking through this area, Brody and Taylor saw monks everywhere. Even in small towns and villages, temples stood though varying in size. I bet Brother Josh would fit in perfectly here, Brody mused. This place was indeed different, its air imbued with peace, calming hearts. However, his arrival brought more attention. Cultivators filled the Bodhi domain, but Brody paid no heed as it barely affected him. The more people who witnessed him, the better for showcasing his potential to the Forster Immortal clan. Kongling Temple attracted the most cultivators, including hidden 11th realm observers eagerly awaiting Brody's arrival. Rodney sat before a Buddha statue, pale-faced, solemn, chanting devoutly without being swayed by external events. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, gazing at the black-clad figure outside. Brody has arrived. Everyone watching secretly confirmed the news. Indeed, Brody had come. Rodney stepped out of the temple, hands clasped, and greeted the duo politely. Mr. Flynn, Ms. Joie, I have been waiting for you. Clearly, as one of the 10 Celestials, he expected Brody's visit. Brody returned the bow. Master Rodney, I've heard of your profound Buddhist teachings. I came only to exchange skills. If I offended you, please forgive me. Brody practiced the unmovable Vidyaraja Sutra and, although not a Buddhist, maintained respect for the religion. #### in Chapter 409. Chapter 410. Abbot Coulter. The Buddhist way nurtures the heart and mind. I, a humble monk, do not care much for worldly fame like the 10 sons of Forrester, but since you have come for this purpose, I will not hesitate to show my skills. As he finished speaking, Elisha immediately began chanting sutras, his body enveloped in a golden glow, appearing incomparably sacred. Demon-slaying palm. Elisha opened his eyes, and a colossal palm descended from the heavens, carrying boundless divine rules, pressing down upon Brody. Though its power was astounding, before it could reach Brody, it was shattered by a single stroke of his sword. Master Jingshin, let's finish this quickly. A golden aura surged over Brody's body, echoing Elisha's effect. His entire form was coated in a layer of golden radiance. However, compared to Elisha, it was less serene and more domineering. Vidyaraja fist. With a punch, the spiritual ambience of the entire Kongling temple shifted. Elisha's pupils constricted as he instantly recognized it. Immovable Vidyaraja body. Facing the might of this fist, Elisha quickly suppressed his inner shock. A pale golden robe appeared over his body, dissipating the force of the blow. It seems, Layman Flynn has a connection with our Buddhist path. Possibly. The sound of Brody's voice reached Elisha's ears, accompanied by a massive force from the right side. Bang! Elisha was instantly blasted away. Even with the Buddha light-infused robe, it couldn't withstand Brody's whip kick. As a demigod, he could shatter most powers below the divine level. When everyone looked to check on Elisha, they found him gone. Only those at the 11th realm could perceive that he had somehow already ascended into the sky. Layman Flynn, to be able to withstand that strike, I must admit defeat. Everyone looked up to see Elisha's right hand glowing with brilliant gold, reaching down towards Brody. At this moment, the aura of Buddhism filled the entire temple, forming an enormous hand descending from the heavens. This is the Great Pagoda Alastard. And Hartley recognized this move, eyes wide with astonishment. It was said that this move was created by the first abbot of Kongling Temple, possessing divine and unfathomable power. Seeing this technique, some monks and disciples couldn't help but place their hands together in prayer, displaying reverence. The Buddha light hand seemed capable of purifying the world. The entire earth trembled. Though no malice was felt, it evoked a deep-seated fear within people's hearts. Can Brody withstand this? Some were worried, others excited, and still, others hopeful. Brody's prominence recently had been too great. Of course, no one thought he would win continuously, just to see how far he would go. Among the onlookers, perhaps only Jasmine remained relatively calm. Although the Great Pagoda Alastard was powerful, so was Brody. Just as the Buddha light hand was about to strike, a translucent figure emerged around Brody. His hair fluttered, eyes closed, back aflame, left hand holding a sharp sword, right hand a hook, golden flames emerging from his eyes. Immovable Vidyaraja fist. With every movement, Brody, in the translucent immovable Vidyaraja image, delivered a synchronized punch. The world-shaking fist collided with the Buddha light hand. Boom! A deafening explosion, akin to thunder, distorted space, spreading shockwaves, dispersing clouds. The Kongling temple surface shimmered with Buddha light, absorbing the residual impact, while other experts at the 11th realm also mitigated the aftereffects. Fortunately, Forrester's stability was robust. Otherwise, such power would have been catastrophic in Julie or Charlesh realms. As the dust settled, Brody stood firm. Alicia appeared slightly weakened but unharmed, clasping his hands together. Layman Flynn's mastery is profound. This humble monk cannot compare. My deepest respect, Brody bowed. Elisha's strength was formidable. Even among the 10 sons of Forrester, there were differences in skill. Brody, Abbot Coulter wishes to speak with you. Would that be possible? Seeing Brody preparing to leave, Alicia extended an invitation. Brody understood the reason. It was undoubtedly due to the immovable Vidyaraja body. After contemplating, he nodded, leading Jasmine inside the temple. After their departure, the crowd gradually came to their senses. In the 4th match, Brody had won again. What is Brody's background? Appearing out of nowhere and being so strong. Isn't he the disciple of that Walt? He's likely an independent cultivator, truly making us proud, exclaimed an independent cultivator, pride evident. Hee, you're boasting unnecessarily. Inside the temple, led by Alicia, Brody and Jasmine entered a grand hall adorned with numerous Buddha statues emitting Buddha light, especially the colossal statue in the center, whose serene expression seemed to observe them from the moment they entered, causing Brody to frown. Jasmine was similarly affected. At that moment, several monks approached, led by a white-browed monk in red robes, the Abbot Coulter. My apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed guests. Abbot Coulter clasped his hands, expressing genuine humility. Brody quickly returned the gesture. Abbot, I just arrived. There was no wait involved. To become an abbot required not only seniority but also profound cultivation. Observing their polite exchanges, Brody marveled at these enlightened monks who devoted themselves to cultivating the heart and spirit. As a monk, I will be straightforward. Is your method of physical cultivation derived from the immovable Vidyaraja Sutra? Chapter 411. The 8th Battle, Corbin. The Vairocana Buddha has deep ties with Buddhism and is said to be the emanation of Mahavairakana Tathagata, regarded as both messenger and embodiment. However, due to the immense distance in time between the eras of Christopher and Mahavairakana, no definitive evidence of their relationship exists. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation upon Abbot Coulter's question, Brody acknowledged, Flynn's, the scripture I practice is indeed the Christopher Sutra. Upon saying this, Brody's vigilance rose as he observed his surroundings. Human hearts are unpredictable. Even though these monks have practiced self-cultivation for years, can anyone truly guarantee they won't succumb to greed? Fortunately, abbots like Coulter did not disappoint. Upon learning it was truly the Christopher Sutra, several Hartley monks clasped their hands together, revealing their devoutness. Buddha blesses us. This old monk, during my lifetime, actually gets to meet a living descendant of Christopher. Buddha blesses us. These old monks were visibly moved, and Brody understood, considering it was their religious belief, not to mention practicing this path. Without concealing anything from this benefactor, there is indeed a statue of Christopher within this hall, please observe here. Following Coulter's gaze, Brody spotted a distinctive statue beside a massive one. Why was it so distinctive? Most statues present had serene smiles, evoking a sense of peace. But this particular statue stood out. It had 7 top knots, hair braided over its left shoulder, an appearance filled with wrath, inspiring awe, surrounded by blazing flames, holding a sharp sword in its right hand and a lasso in the left, striking fear into the hearts of all evil spirits. However, Brody felt something was amiss. With that thought, a lifelike apparition of Christopher surfaced behind him, appearing even more real than the statue. Seeing this apparition, Coulter and others became even more emotional, trembling as they quickly clasped their hands and bowed. Disciple Coulter pays respect to Christopher. This made Brody somewhat awkward since they were bowing directly towards him. He hurriedly reached out to help them up. Abbot. They continued discussing matters related to Buddhism, until Brody asked about their connection with the Western universe. Abbot Coulter shook his head, indicating he only knew fragments. Likely, only Adele knew everything. Adele, a truly enlightened high monk, was once the spreader of Buddhism in Bodhi territory, making it thrive. Rumors suggested his strength rivaled that of a 13th realm existence. Benefactor, receiving the lineage of Christopher makes you almost like a disciple. It's fate with our Buddhist order. Would you be interested in joining? Upon hearing this, Brody immediately declined. I appreciate your offer, Abbot, but I don't intend to do that. Imagine becoming a monk? Impossible. Philippe relaxed upon hearing Brody's response. Abbot Coulter didn't press further. He was merely testing, and he wasn't surprised by the answer. With a bitter smile, he replied, very well, if Flynn Benefactor changes your mind, feel free to reach out. Brody felt embarrassed. Let's see. Master Jingxin, may we meet again someday. After bidding farewell, Brody and Philippe set off again. 10 celestial sons, having defeated 3 and accompanied by Philippe, now only 6 remained. In the Tianxin domain, Brody made a spectacular reappearance, defeating Ernst. Engaging Vernon Howe, the strongest corporeal cultivation practitioner among the youth, Brody emerged victorious, earning the title. Meeting Yang Kalilan atop Purple Gold Mountain, Brody fought fiercely for days and ultimately triumphed. Within just a month, Brody's victories continually astonished the world. Defeating 3 celestial sons, nearly every corner of the 49 domains was filled with his legend. Even 3-year-olds knew his name. The 10 celestial sons, 7 already defeated. Is this Brody really going to create a myth? Someone retorted firmly, impossible. The remaining three, including the 1,000 faces of No Image Palace, Corbin of Taizong, and the immortal body from the immortal realm, are extraordinary beings. Reaching this point is Brody's limit. He cannot advance further. In Neon Domain, Xiangyao sect. In the courtyard, a young girl with delicate features, though not stunning, exuded charm, sat lost in thought. Who would have thought you'd become so powerful? Compared to you, I'm just a tiny sparrow. She was Zarya. Her usually carefree expression now bore a trace of bitterness. During this period, she repeatedly heard news of Brody, each piece shocking the world. Thinking of that man, she felt unworthy. The door creaked open slightly as another woman who resembled Zarya matured gracefully stepped out. Are you still thinking of him? Zarya vigorously shook her head. No, I'm just amazed that someone I saved turned out to be so powerful. Claire smiled wryly. Having grown up together, how could she not notice her sister's feelings? She sighed, recalling her own former state. She might have seemed like a frog at the bottom of a well or a petty fool to that person. He is very strong, stronger than anyone from our world. Perhaps we will never meet again. Though many people come and go in one's life, Brody's presence had a profound impact on both Adley. Tai Domain. News of Brody's arrival quickly spread. Everyone knew what it meant. Was he going to challenge Corbin? What will the outcome be? We must witness it firsthand. Indeed, Brody, alongside Philippe, was heading toward Taizong. Just arriving, they encountered quite a scene. At Taizong's entrance, disciples lined up, with a man in a blue robe leading the charge, his figure tall and imposing, looking eagerly at the arriving Brody. He stood and slightly bowed. I've been waiting for you, Brother Flynn. Brody returned the gesture. I've been looking forward to this battle. Please. Philippe patted Brody's shoulder encouragingly. He's very strong. Give it your best shot. Brody nodded, realizing from the first glance that this man was stronger than Jingxinzi and others. Half-step divine realm. In Taizong, magnificent structures sprawled everywhere. Led by Corbin, Brody and Philippe arrived at a vast arena. Crowds of disciples cheered unanimously. Big Brother Fu will surely win. Corbin looked over. This is our 100 battles arena, Brother Flynn. Shall we fight here? Brody nodded calmly, unaffected by the chance. No objections. Seeing Corbin step onto the platform, Brody leaped gracefully, landing steadily on the arena. Translation complete. Maintained original paragraph structure and tone. Chapter 412. The key to the sword soul. Brother Flynn, challenging me here puts you at a disadvantage. Brody shook his head. It's fine. This was Taizong territory. In a certain sense, it was Corbin's home turf, and as an outsider, Brody indeed had some disadvantages. However, since he initiated this challenge, there wasn't much to say about it. As these words echoed, silence reigned for a moment between the two combatants. Brody's eyes narrowed slightly as golden blood energy roared out, and in an instant, his figure vanished from its spot. Bang! A sonic boom sounded. Brody's right arm turned golden, but unfortunately, this punch was intercepted by Corbin. A mountain shadow enveloped him, shielding him. This is Taizong's ultimate technique. Their lineage has always been renowned for its defense, capable of withstanding a demigod's body. Indeed, it's extraordinary. A cultivator exclaimed in awe. This was one of the recently arrived outsiders who had witnessed this thrilling scene upon arrival. The news of Brody setting foot in Taya Domain had been deliberately spread by Taizong to showcase this battle before all. He was currently at the height of his fame, and Taizong leveraged this hype. If Corbin defeated Brody, then all the glory and honor would be theirs. The heaviness of Mount Tai descended as Corbin cast a hand seal, generating a gravity field within the arena. Both matter and space were affected. Even Brody felt his internal blood energy slowing down. Seizing this opportunity, Corbin transformed his palm into a fist and smashed into the ground, causing space to distort. The sudden shift in gravity made Brody's face flush red, almost spitting out blood. Suppressing him first with extreme gravity and then twisting it, fear flashed in Brody's eyes. His blood energy nearly reversed flow. Brother Flynn, I know you are a sword cultivator. Draw your sword. Corbin's gaze remained calm as the mountain shadow magnified endlessly, countless rules flowing into the heavens, gradually solidifying. A thunderous boom echoed from space. This attack could subdue most cultivators at the 10th realm. Brody's pupils constricted, no longer holding back. A resounding sword cry emerged as the sword bone appeared in his hand. His aura changed, and with one slash, he unleashed a strike. Boom. Terrorizing aftershocks erupted from both fighters, the destructive power altering everyone's expressions. Fortunately, just in time, runes on the 100 battles platform illuminated, containing the blast without injuring anyone. Kill! Brody lightly shouted, and behind him, the illusion of Vajra appeared. Golden sword light shone like a blazing sun, blinding and unstoppable. Indeed, the mountain shadow trembled violently upon impact, cracks forming on its surface. A trace of blood trickled from Corbin's lips. The secret of Taizong's ultimate technique lay not only in defense, but in cleverly redirecting most force to the ground. However, this sword strike was too sharp, concentrating its power at one point, leaving him uncomfortable. Taizong disciples watched in shock as Brody's sword broke through Corbin's defenses, proving its devastating power. But Brody wouldn't stop here. Resonating with Vajra, he slashed again, even more fiercely than before. Facing such a lethal strike, Corbin's pupils contracted, the mountain shadow reinforcing itself. FLYNT, at that moment, a piercing soul wave hit him, his complexion turning deathly pale, struck as if by lightning. As his mind suffered damage, so did the mountain shadow. Brody's sword pierced through it, striking Corbin directly. His figure flew backward, spraying blood everywhere, making every Taizong disciple's heart clench. That sword was terrifyingly lethal. Who could survive below the 11th realm? What happened? Why did senior brother Fu suddenly suffer a severe blow? A disciple asked, worry clouding his expression. Everyone saw clearly that Corbin spat blood even before the sword strike, obviously suffering from something unexpected. Only those with keen perception noticed the fleeting soul wave. On a peak near the 100 Battles platform, several Hartleys watched intently. One Hartley in dark robes showed surprise. I didn't expect Brody to also cultivate the soul? Turning their gazes to an Hartley man with white hair and wrinkled face, whose eyes opened revealing clarity. Not a soul cultivator, just stronger soul power within acceptable limits. Mainly, he's a sword cultivator, possessing a sword soul. At this stage, it would usually be negligible, but enhanced by the sword Dao's essence, it explodes with formidable power. Though devoid of any aura, this Hartley's presence was profound like the sea. He effortlessly identified Brody's soul energy fluctuation, earning nods from others, signifying their agreement. For this Hartley excelled greatly in soul cultivation, unmatched in all of Taizong. They were genuinely surprised to find Brody possess the rare sword Dao essence. Indeed, Brody's success hinged on this very enhancement, aided partly by Corbin's unpreparedness. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Corbin struggled to rise, nearly incapacitated. With great effort, he managed to stand. A deep wound visible to the bone marred his chest, spared from being fatal due to Brody retracting power. Otherwise, it could have pierced his heart and lungs. You win. His expression was complex. Being defeated this way left a bitter taste. Ultimately, his defeat stemmed from carelessness. FLYNT, defeat was defeat, and he couldn't dispute it. Hashtag chapter 413. With this young lady here, please bear with me. Brody clasped his fists, and his expression was calm. He did not feel that winning this way was improper, as the sword soul was also part of his strength. He just hadn't revealed it before. Paolo's defeat was hard for Taizong's disciples to accept. Everyone seemed disheartened, almost as if their faith had collapsed. On the other hand, Brody's ardent fans were ecstatic, their faces flushed red. Defeating Paolo brought them one step closer to legend. Back at the foot of the stage, Jasmine smiled and gently smoothed out a slight wrinkle on his collar. I knew you were the best. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her tone filled with confidence in Brody. Seeing her reaction, Brody felt slightly overwhelmed. He cleared his throat strategically and said half-jokingly, Hey, you're acting like a wife rather than a chana. Jasmine tilted her head slightly, thinking for a moment before replying, You're like warm sunshine. Being with you gives me a sense of unprecedented peace. Hard as it is to withstand a beautiful woman's favor, Brody chuckled awkwardly and didn't continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Paolo was recuperating from his injuries. A Taizong disciple approached Brody and Jasmine, giving a slight bow. Prince Flynn, Chana, why don't you stay at Taizong for a few days so we can show you some hospitality? This invitation had been planned by Taizong. Regardless of the outcome, Brody, as a disciple of the owner of the wine pot, and Jasmine, as the Chana of the Northern Cold Snow Palace, both held extraordinary status and deserved respect. Although Paolo had lost the match, extending such hospitality displayed their magnanimity in the manner befitting a major sect. Brody and Jasmine exchanged glances, understanding that this was an invitation from the higher-ups at Taizong. Then we will impose upon your gracious host, they replied. The midday banquet was lavish, featuring various treasures and rare delicacies. Brody and Jasmine sat with Paolo and several outstanding young disciples of Taizong. The rest were mostly Hartleys of the sect. Throughout the meal, the Hartleys engaged in pleasantries, occasionally probing into Hildred's identity. Their presence was more formalistic. A deeply wrinkled Hartley caught Brody's attention. His aura was unfathomable, likely reaching the level of a main deity or higher. Seeming to sense Brody's gaze, the Hartley turned to look at him. Their eyes met, and Brody's heart skipped a beat. The Hartley smiled slightly before turning away. Ha, ha, the future belongs to the youth. We old men won't keep staying here. Feel free to talk. Taizong's chief Nathaniel laughed, then led the Hartleys away. Paolo and Brody didn't feel much, but the other Taizong disciples visibly relaxed. Wars make friends unknown. It's an honor to meet heroes like Brother Flynn and Chana. I hope we can exchange insights again someday. Paolo raised his cup towards Brody and Jasmine. The other disciples followed suit, offering flattery. Brody maintained a warm smile, clinking cups with everyone and inquiring about Master Thousand Faces. At the mention of Master Thousand Faces, Paolo's expression turned serious. As his name suggests, he has countless faces, and no one knows his true appearance. As for the Faceless Palace, they differ. They all wear black robes, and their most distinctive feature is that they lack facial features except for a pair of eyes. Brody's eyes narrowed, recalling the two assailants who had attacked him. They wore black robes with only their eyes exposed. Do you know where their stronghold is? How can I find Master Thousand Faces? Paolo shook his head. The Faceless Palace has always been mysterious. Apart from the rulers of Carlos' immortal kingdom, no one knows where their base is. Regarding Master Thousand Faces, tracking him is impossible unless he reveals himself. Brody sighed inwardly, realizing he would have to find a way on his own. Suddenly, a divine message arrived, and Paolo's expression changed. There might be news about Master Thousand Faces. Brody's expression turned serious. Paolo seemed surprised. I just received news that Darien broke through to the 11th realm and annihilated a branch of the Faceless Palace in the rising East Domain. Severely injured after a chase, Master Thousand Faces vowed to slay him. What? Brody's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected that Darien, having left Medicine Valley, would destroy a branch of the Faceless Palace. What grudge could they have? A 12th realm powerhouse nearly killed him. However, ultimately, the owner of Medicine Valley and several powerful figures intervened, forcing the Faceless Palace to send Master Thousand Faces instead. Continuing, Paolo added, since Darien reached the 11th realm, even heavily wounded, does Master Thousand Faces have a chance? Unless? Indeed, just as you thought, Master Thousand Faces has broken through to the 11th realm. Darien is in grave danger. Brody frowned, never expecting things to escalate so quickly. Why would Darien attack the Faceless Palace? And why had Master Thousand Faces also reached the 11th realm? At his current cultivation level, what could he do? There was a dilemma. Finding Darien could lead him to Master Thousand Faces. But could he face Master Thousand Faces with his current strength? Brother Fu, I must take my leave as I have urgent matters to attend to. Paolo was taken aback. Did Brody intend to seek out Master Thousand Faces despite knowing his realm? This battle wouldn't be easy. But Jasmine, hearing Brody wanted to leave, stood up immediately, ready to follow. Brody bowed and left Tai Zone with Jasmine. Are you going to find Master Thousand Faces? Jasmine stared blankly at Brody, finally asking his intentions. Brody sighed. I plan to break through to half-step 11th realm first. I can only hope Darien can hold on until then. Master Thousand Faces at the 11th realm was indeed formidable, but if Brody could break through, even if he couldn't win, he was confident he wouldn't be weaker. Originally, he intended to let events unfold naturally, but time was not on his side. Brody had to force his breakthrough. He took out a large number of swords from his storage ring, almost covering the ground, each of high quality, emitting cold light. He had accumulated these over time for moments like this. Jasmine's eyes showed curiosity, but she didn't ask questions. Instead, she guarded him diligently. Breaking through was critical. Fully focused, he would have little defense against disturbances. Brody took a deep breath, looking at Jasmine. Miss you, I beg of you. Jasmine smiled reassuringly and clenched her fists. Go ahead, with me protecting you, there's nothing to worry about. Brody chuckled, then focused entirely, communicating with his sword bones. It was time to begin. Chapter 414, Seeking the Thousand-Faced Arlie. A mysterious force radiated from Brody's body, and Xuanhuan watched with intense curiosity. The swords on the ground slowly floated into the air under this force's control. Then, a shocking scene unfolded before her eyes. The power of each sword seemed to flow into Brody like rivers converging into the sea. The sword bone glowed brightly, its surface now covered in gold due to the non-dual Vajra body cultivation, appearing even more sacred. Runic symbols shaped like swords shimmered around it. This is absorbing sword artifacts? An innate sword body? Xuanhuan clearly recognized this trait, but from her expression, she obviously knew about Brody's constitution. She was just intrigued, as this was her first time witnessing it. As the swords gradually dimmed, Brody's sword cultivation became increasingly powerful, his aura growing more formidable. This state persisted for 3 hours until it finally reached a peak. Break! Brody opened his eyes sharply, 2 streams of sword chi flashing out and piercing a thick tree not far away. His sword chi was sharper than ever before. Absorbing so many swords had brought his sword cultivation to the semi-divine realm. Next was his cultivation. With the support of his semi-divine sword cultivation, after 3 days of intense practice, his overall strength caught up quickly. During this time, with Xuanhuan's protection, there were no unexpected incidents, although some cultivators sensed the fluctuations here but were driven away by her. You succeeded. Amazing. Jasmine ran over happily as Brody successfully broke through, nearly throwing herself into his arms. Seeing her fangirl demeanor, Brody smiled inwardly. Was this still the Shen Ice Immortal Constitution? She didn't seem to have the expected aura. Asterisk note. Shen Ice Immortal Constitution should be translated consistently. If Shen Ice Immortal Constitution is a specific term or name, it would be better to keep it consistent. However, if it's meant to be read as Mystic Ice Immortal Constitution, that would make it more fluent in English. Asterisk. Revised. You succeeded. Amazing. Jasmine ran over happily as Brody successfully broke through, nearly throwing herself into his arms. Seeing her fangirl demeanor, Brody smiled inwardly. Was this still the Mystic Ice Immortal Constitution? She didn't seem to have the expected aura. What he didn't know was that, facing outsiders, Xuanhuan indeed did not act this way. She appeared gentle and calm but was hard to truly approach. Only when she was with Brody did she behave like this. Brody took out a message Jade Talisman and contacted Darien. After a long wait, he received a brief reply, Huanlin Domain. Brody's eyebrows raised. He knew where Huanlin Domain was. It was east of the deep mountains where he previously practiced sword souls. Time is of the essence. Let's set off now. They immediately used a teleportation array to reach the city of Huanlin Domain. Backed by the vast mountain range, this place was frequently visited by demons, mostly hilly terrain with dense forests. Finding Darien here would be challenging. Even more concerning was that his messages to Darien went unanswered. Those who currently know Darien's whereabouts are probably only in the regional lord's mansion, Xuanhuan analyzed. But Brody shook his head slightly. At this moment, they likely won't interfere. On one side is Marco Xiang Palace, and on the other is Medicine Valley. They must remain neutral and offend neither, so they won't tell us. Just then, the message Jade finally relayed information, surprising Brody. Upon learning his location, he promptly left with Xuanhuan. However, as they approached, both Brody's and Xuanhuan's brows furrowed deeper. They sensed many black-robed figures lurking nearby. People from Marco Xiang Palace, Brody explained. These figures had only their eyes exposed, hidden in various positions, clearly intent on sealing off the area. As the duo neared, Marco Xiang Palace members noticed them. Several black shadows emerged from the forest, stopping a short distance in front of Brody. Marco Xiang Palace business in progress. Unauthorized personnel stop here. If you take another step forward, the consequences will be on your own heads. Upon recognizing Brody and Xuanhuan, the person's gaze grew cautious, guessing their identities and testing them. Could this be Master Brody and Lady St. Miriam? Seeing Brody nod, the person's tone turned respectful. Our master has already instructed us. If Master Flynn comes to challenge, please wait a moment while he finishes his current matters. Please understand. Brody smiled lightly. What if I say no? The leader of the black-robed figure's gaze hardened. Then Master Flynn must not blame us for obstructing you. Any offenses we cause, please forgive. Tensions rose, and Brody laughed softly. The Noah has shown me grace. Not only do I intend to battle Master Qin Mian, but I also need to rescue Brother Gongsun. Please forgive me. With those words, Brody vanished, leaving only a streak of sword light. Several black-robed figures were killed instantly before they could react. Brody's strike was merciless, avenging previous attempts to ambush him. However, more shadows converged toward them as he attacked. Go ahead. I'll handle this here, xuanhuan said quietly. Her aura changed. Her silky black hair transformed into frost, her eyes turning blue, instantly lowering the surrounding temperature to freezing point. Be careful. Contact me if anything happens. Brody wasn't overly worried about xuanhuan's strength. He nodded briefly, then turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the inner enclosures. In a valley, a man lay bleeding profusely, his breath erratic, staring at a figure not far away with bloodshot eyes. It was a young girl, seemingly only 12 or 13, yet her eyes held an eerie, mocking smile. Do you recognize this face? It's one of my favorites, Brother Gongsun. She stroked her face with delicate hands, sounding utterly satisfied. You deserve death. Darien roared, unable to control his emotions. Despite his severe injuries, he charged at the girl without hesitation. A divine flame burst forth from his palms, his enraged attack causing the surrounding vegetation to turn to ashes and space itself to warp under the intense heat. Chapter 4:15. You can't touch him. The girl sneered, not making any move. Just as the divine flame was about to engulf her, Darien's expression changed, and a moment of hesitation flashed through his mind. The destructive divine flame paused for a brief moment. Seizing this opportunity, the girl suddenly struck out with her palm. Darien spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing a look of agony on his face. The force of her palm further exacerbated his already grievous injuries. Those who cultivate should devote themselves solely to the Tao and stay away from worldly affairs. Look at you now. What do you have left to fight me with? Step by step, she approached, her eyes filled with ridicule. I've always regretted not killing you back then. Joining the Medicine Valley, I thought I'd never get another chance. Who would have thought you would come out to seek death? Then I will fulfill your wish. Seeing the weakened Darien, a fierce look flashed across her eyes. Just as she was about to make her move, a sudden sword aura slashed straight toward him from afar, forcing her to pull back. Though stopped, her expression remained calm, focusing on a certain point as if it wasn't unexpected. I am Brody, please enlighten me. A voice echoed, accompanied by the appearance of a man dressed in black, with a rugged face and a sword scabbard at his waist, entering the two's line of sight. The girl stared unblinkingly at Brody. I knew you'd come, but sadly, you came to die. Not necessarily. Brody's gaze sharpened, and he was already holding the bone sword. In an instant, he delivered a swift strike, its power augmented by the Tao of swordsmanship, enveloping the entire valley with a fierce aura. Half-step 11th realm. The girl's pupils dilated as she simultaneously pushed both palms out, defusing the blow. But that's still not enough for you to stand against me. In a blur, she appeared beside Brody, striking out with a palm. Too fast. Brody had no time to react, instinctively using his arm to block. He flew backward, feeling nothing in his left arm. Chaos sword. Through gritted teeth, all his strength converged into the bone sword within moments. Swinging his right arm, golden light instantly tore through space. The girl sneered, preparing to counter, but then her pupils dilated again as she froze. Swoosh. That brief pause was enough for Brody. The sword light tore through flesh, almost cleaving the girl in half. Darien, lying there in a heap, watched this scene intensely, especially noting the girl's face, feeling a sharp pain deep within. He tightly closed his eyes, concentrating all his effort on recovering. You truly deserve to die. The girl fumed, forcibly closing the wound caused by his power. Her heart brimmed with murderous intent towards Brody. Brody smiled faintly. The renowned Judy has such peculiar tastes, dressing up as a girl. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? After I kill you, I'll peel off your face too and add it to my collection. The girl's gaze turned icy cold, and she vanished again. Despite being on full alert, Brody still couldn't prevent being hit squarely with the palm, feeling as if his body might shatter. Not bad for a physical cultivator, taking 2 blows without dying. Let's see how many more you can take. As Brody steadied himself, her voice echoed in his ear. Every hair on his body stood on end, and he instinctively slashed in that direction. Never underestimate one's instincts. That strike forced her to retract her palm, not wanting to sustain further injuries. Surprisingly, Brody did not take the opportunity to distance himself, but instead pressed forward, his soul locking onto her aura, turning the bone sword into a flying blade while unleashing blinding fist lights. Die! Brody roared, veins bulging, hair fluttering. His form became like a blazing sun, suppressing Judy with his fist lights. If anyone saw this scene, they would surely drop their jaws in astonishment, reversing and fighting upward, regardless of where it happened. It was enough to shock the world. Judy maintained the girl's face, but her expression turned frigid. Suddenly, divine rules surged from her palm, and both disappeared into a new realm. The palm world. Brody furrowed his brow. The surroundings had changed from a forest to a world surrounded by mirrors on all sides. Suddenly, Brody's eyes narrowed, turning his head sharply. Behind him, in the mirror, Judy smirked coldly at him. A punch sent golden light crashing, yet the mirror remained undamaged. Judy had vanished, leaving only Brody's reflection. This technique was bizarre. Brody calmed himself, knowing the importance of staying composed. Soon, his reflections in the myriad mirrors were replaced by countless images of Judy, all staring directly at him. Foolish trick. Brody snorted, unaffected by the mirrors, and slashed with the bone sword. The dazzling sword aura tearing through the world. Boom. A deafening sound erupted in the palm world, causing all the mirrors to tremble. Chimyan Gongsi didn't want to prolong it and attacked. Following her palm strike, all mirrors moved in unison, projecting power despite being mere reflections. Countless palms assailed Brody, nearly shattering his body. Drops of pale golden blood splattered, and in that moment, Brody's gaze sharpened, pinpointing a specific spot, delivering a final desperate slash. A faint cry of pain followed, and the next moment, the mirrors dissolved, the surroundings returning to reality. However, the pain in his body made him wince. Fortunately, he had escaped the palm world. Inside there, he was no match for Judy. He had observed and waited for her attack. As the saying goes, attacks and vulnerabilities coexist. Though heavily injured, he seized that fleeting vulnerability. To say Brody's injuries were severe, Judy's weren't much better. Her entire right arm was severed, blood flowing profusely. The sword strike had been too fast and powerful for her to evade in time. She withdrew her right arm into her divine realm. Although regenerating an arm is not difficult for deities, it wouldn't function as well as before. Her girl-like face paired with these wounds evoked sympathy, but Brody knew well that beneath this facade lay a formidable opponent. Feeling pity would only lead to his demise. Judy's face contorted with fury, understandable given her usual arrogance. Despite Brody's reputation and glorious victories, he was merely a half-step 11th realm, yet she couldn't subdue him and even suffered considerable injuries. This was intolerable. You're an unforgettable opponent. Rest assured, you'll live on my face in another form forever. Divine rules condensed in her palm. Brody, unable to fight back, knew she was the victor, ready to end his life. Brody's gaze remained calm, though inwardly he laughed bitterly. Indeed, he had no strength left to fight. Today he had underestimated the prowess of an 11th realm genius. A gentle breeze brought a chill, stirring his hair. Judy's expression changed slightly as a woman appeared beside Brody. Cold, absolutely cold. The air around them turned frigid, every breath stinging the lungs. Frost covered the battered plants, seemingly frozen in time. You can't touch him. Chapter 416. Darian's transformation. Such dominance. Seeing this elegant figure, Brody breathed a sigh of relief. Jasmine had arrived, not too early, not too late, just at the right moment. The words she had spoken made him couldn't help but exclaim. Jasmine's blue eyes, cold and detached, stared at the masked youth from afar. With her standing as the center, frost spread outwards from her feet. The Kenny's face was grim as he said in a deep voice, Chana of Balin, do you really think you can stop me with just yourself? I don't want to cross swords with Balin Snow Palace. You still have time to leave now. From her aura, the Kenny could sense that she was very strong. Though not reaching the 11th realm, she was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. And with his own injuries, he did not wish to engage in another battle if he could avoid it. However, this woman paid no attention to him, and to his surprise, she actually dared to attack him first. A bone-chilling cold enveloped his entire body, making him feel an overwhelming sense of danger. The Kenny's pupils constricted, and he quickly retreated. Almost simultaneously, several ice flowers bloomed in midair where he stood moments before, their sharp ice spikes sending shivers down one's spine. Ice seals 10,000 miles. Jasmine extended her fair hand, and suddenly, the entire valley transformed into a domain of ice. A freezing cold hit them all at once, and even the Kenny's heartbeats and blood circulation slowed down, becoming sluggish and delayed. At this moment, another ice flower blossomed unexpectedly. Caught off guard, the Kenny's entire left leg was frozen solid. As the icy chill crept up, he instantly lost sensation in his left leg, with the frost continuing to spread upwards. What shocked him further was that even using divine rules could not shatter these ice flowers. But the Kenny was ruthless. Without hesitation, he sliced his entire left leg off in one swift motion. Despite losing an arm and a leg, the Kenny had no intention of retreating. As an 11th realm cultivator, although Jasmine was strong, he still believed he could win. However, at this moment, a powerful aura emanated from Darian nearby. Damn it! The Kenny's expression changed dramatically. If Darian had recovered his fighting strength, his current state would truly be perilous. Making a decisive decision, the Kenny's face darkened. He took a deep look at the three of them before turning around and leaving without a second glance. Trying to escape? Jasmine's tone was cold as ice flowers bloomed in his path, locking onto the Kenny with lethal intent. Unfortunately, despite her formidable cultivation, she ultimately couldn't stop the 11th realm genius who was hellbent on escaping. I will certainly seek guidance another day. The Kenny's voice echoed through the valley as he disappeared from sight. Jasmine did not chase after him. Instead, she returned to her normal state and walked back to Brody's side, her eyes full of concern. Are you okay? Let me help heal your injuries. Brody waved his hand, interrupting her. I'm fine, just need some rest. His face was still pale, but he looked much more relaxed than before. It was his first time witnessing Jasmine's true strength. It was incredible. Smiling, Brody said half-jokingly, this is the first time I've seen you act so dominant. Hearing this, Jasmine smiled and playfully raised her fist. I told you, I'm very strong. Darian opened his eyes at this moment. He had deliberately leaked his aura to intimidate the Kenny earlier. Although he wanted to kill him, he wasn't willing to risk Brody's life for it. Revenge was something he had to achieve on his own. Thinking of that face, a pained expression flashed across his features, an image that refused to fade from his mind. Many thanks to Brother Flynn and Chana for coming to my aid. Darian bowed deeply, his tone sincere. Indeed, had they not come to his rescue, he might already have been dead at the hands of the Kenny, and any talk of revenge would be moot. Brody shook his head slightly. The Lord of Medicine Valley has done much for me. Plus, I intended to find the Kenny anyway. Brother Gongsun doesn't need to thank us. Reflecting on this, Brody chuckled wryly. He might have underestimated himself, or overestimated his abilities. Had he been alone, there was a chance he could have met his end. As for Jasmine, she remained silent, merely nodding. She had accompanied Brody here. One day, I will personally slay this man. Darian's eyes were bloodshot, a fierce flame of vengeance burning within them, giving him an almost savage aura. Brody and Jasmine exchanged glances but did not press further. Clearly, Darian and the Kinney had deep-seated enmity that could not be easily resolved, likely due to that feminine face. Brother Flynn Chana, today you saved my life. Should I ever succeed in my vengeance, should you need anything in the future, send word. As long as I live, I will assist with all my might. Darian bowed deeply again before turning and leaving the area. He has changed greatly. Watching his departing figure, Brody sighed. Perhaps this is the real him. Upon their first meeting, Darian had left a good impression. Calculating, intelligent, and strategic. Now, after this battle, Darian resembled a lone wolf lurking in the shadows, ready to strike with deadly force at any moment, ensuring complete annihilation. Such a person could be far more terrifying. Within the valley, the people from Marco Xiang Palace had already been cleared by Jasmine. Given the aftermath of the battle, they didn't dare linger long in case others came to investigate. Under Jasmine's support, the two left the area. They arrived at Huanchu City, a neutral territory. Despite the outcome of the battle, possibly due to fear of the forces behind them, the city officials offered no resistance. Instead, they willingly provided a teleportation array to allow the two to leave Huanchu City. However, news of the battle somehow spread beyond Huanchu City, causing great shock among the populace. Chapter 417. Forster Immortal Realm. Just when everyone believed that Brody would continue straight to the Forster Immortal Realm to challenge the last opponent, news of him was unusually absent. A month passed and gradually, rumors began to spread. Some said that Brody was severely injured in the battle in Huanlin Domain, possibly even damaging his Dao Foundation, leaving him powerless to fight any further. Others suggested that the opponent from Forster Immortal Realm was too powerful, scaring Brody off from making a challenge. Of course, there were also fervent fans of Brody who claimed that he had secretly challenged the opponent and won a great victory but didn't announce it out of respect for the reputation of the Forster Immortal clan. Regardless of what was being said, Brody remained unaffected, and certainly did not bother to debunk these rumors. Deep within the vast mountains, inside a resplendent mansion filled with golden light, Brody's blood energy flowed continuously through his arm into Tayla's body, helping her dispel the cold chi within. After entering that state during the battle, the frost poison that Tayla had suppressed resurfaced. Fortunately, this time it wasn't too severe, and after half a month, it calmed down once again. Tayla's face regained its rosy complexion, and this time she did not fall into unconsciousness. "This has troubled you again," she whispered softly. Under the influence of Brody's blood energy, Tayla felt warmly all over. As someone plagued by frost poison, she was quite addicted to this feeling. Brody shook his head slightly. "You saved me, so there is no need for thanks between us." When she stood in front of him to face off against Master Thousand Faces, Brody genuinely considered her a friend. After all, using some of his blood energy was nothing significant. Hearing his last few words, Tayla's lips curled up slightly. She felt inexplicably happy. As the two left the room, they immediately saw Hildred lounging on a reclining chair, leisurely basking in the sun. Noticing their movement, Hildred half opened his eyes, looking at them. "You're out, cold kid. Your face looks pale. Come, have some of my wine to replenish yourself." Due to excessive blood energy consumption, Brody's face indeed looked pale, making him appear somewhat weak. Hildred's words seemed harmless, yet Brody felt a bit odd about them. But there was no time to ponder as he caught the flying wine flask. Tayla politely greeted Hildred. "Greetings, Senior Chio." Previously, due to the frost poison, she hadn't had the chance to greet him. Hildred treated her much more cordially because of Brody, nodding with a smile. "Is your master well? When I have the time, I will visit the northern Linhua Palace." Tayla smiled. "I believe master will be delighted if Senior Chio visits." "Haha, I and your master are old acquaintances." Hildred's gaze held a hint of nostalgia, which piqued Brody's curiosity as he discreetly listened. However, Hildred didn't continue. He then turned to Brody. "Now that you've advanced a half-step divine realm, stay here for a while to consolidate your foundation." Brody nodded. This was also his plan. He wouldn't have returned to Hildred otherwise. FLYNT, he had a question he wanted to ask. James, years ago, was there a person named D who appeared in Forster? Upon hearing this name, Hildred's pupils narrowed, then he nodded. Indeed, he did appear in Forster, dazzling like a meteor before vanishing just as quickly. "He is my father," Brody said, his tone somewhat complex. Tayla watched silently, listening without interruption. Hildred wasn't surprised by this statement, clearly having guessed as much. His sword cultivation was remarkable. He once defeated the Forster immortal body at the same realm. He was dazzling, not inferior to Sword Markadu of those days. Sadly, he wasn't born with an innate sword body, which made it all the more astonishing. Hildred's evaluation of him was high, especially considering he had defeated a heavenly body with an ordinary mortal body, an incredible feat. Brody fell silent, perplexed. He was an innate sword body with astounding potential. Why wouldn't his mother's clan acknowledge him? Moreover, considering how outstanding his father was, could their combined presence be less valuable than reputation? He truly wanted to ascend to the peak and confront them personally. Is immortality common in this world? Brody was puzzled. Hildred shook his head. True immortals are rare, but the sheer number of practitioners means there are still plenty. Over the centuries, immortality is not unheard of. Take Vlad Divine Realm, Piao Immortal Domain, Forrester. These universe-level forces are guarded by immortals. Even more so in the Central Universe's immortal domain. Hildred continued to speak about the vastness of the world, beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Immortals possess nearly infinite lifespans. They have no remaining ambitions or worldly desires except one obsession, to advance further. Brody sighed slightly. This notion conflicted with his ideals. If true, what was the point of immortality? To leave behind a desolate world, alone and eternally isolated, was immeasurably lonely. In the following days, Brody and Tayla stayed with Hildred, not venturing elsewhere. While stabilizing his foundations, Brody frequently collected materials beneficial for enhancing his blood energy to refine his physical body. Seated in meditation in a secret chamber, the sound of his blood coursing through his veins thundered incessantly. His cultivation was now fully consolidated, and his physical body had improved significantly during this period. Opening his eyes, Brody expelled a breath, fresh and rejuvenated after a month of seclusion. He prepared to travel to the Forster Immortal Realm to obtain the mystical sword, leave Forster, and head to Piaomiao Immortal Domain to find the siblings Jane and Alf. A few days later, after Taylor woke from her cultivation, they arrived directly at the Forster Immortal Realm with Hildred's help. The heaven chi and earth essence here far surpassed other regions. The great Dao laws were active, and it was more like a colossal city rather than a mere domain, covering an area roughly twice that of Danyang Domain. Although this was the homeland of the Forster Immortal clan, it was also the most prosperous section of the entire Forster Immortal Kingdom, bustling with visitors from various regions. No killing allowed in Forster Immortal Domain under the Immortal clan. This warning from the guards upon entry indicated strict vigilance. Any disturbances would result in immediate suppression. These rules constrained outsiders, but not the Forster Immortal clan. Here, their word was law, allowing no dissent. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Brody and Taylor wore masks. Passers-by weren't surprised. Concealing one's identity was common in the cultivation world. Even as they entered the city, news of their identities already reached the ears of the Forster Immortal clan, as they were the actual rulers and easily obtained any information they desired. Deep within Forster Immortal Domain lay the habitat of the Forster Immortal clan. High-ranking officials discussed matters. The innate sword body has arrived. It seems it's time to return the mystical sword. A black-haired Hartley spoke first, though his appearance radiated vitality, lacking any signs of old age. However, another quickly opposed. We've guarded the mystical sword for so long. He thinks he can come and take it away so easily? Not without proving his potential and worthiness. Chapter 418. Vivian and Yutao. His words were met with unanimous agreement from the others. Let Michelle gauge his strength then. Although Brody had achieved glorious victories in previous battles, they still considered him not impressive enough. If it were their own clan's immortal body, it would be even more effortless. On the other side, shortly after entering the city, they encountered someone. This was a handsome man with a refined demeanor, wearing an unblemished white robe. Normally, such a man should have attracted a lot of attention, but strangely, nearby passers-by seemed oblivious to his presence. Brody's gaze sharpened as he immediately sensed something unusual about this person and became wary. You shouldn't have come. The man's first sentence stunned Brody, who then smiled. Why shouldn't I? The man shook his head slightly, seeming somewhat regretful. Please pardon my frankness. You're only at the half-step divine realm. Facing me is insufficient. With these words, the man's identity became clear. It was Vivian Yutao of the Carlos Immortal clan. He continued, innate sword body, mystical ice immortal body. It's not that I underestimate you. If you become deities, I look forward to battling you. Vivian Yutao's words were straightforward but reasonable. A divine realm level Carlos immortal body was formidable, possessing an overwhelming advantage over those below the divine realm. However, Brody hadn't stagnated in the past 3 months. His physical body had approached near divine levels. Brody smiled. Then let's see. Battling the legendary Carlos immortal body would be one of the great honors of my life. Now it was Vivian Yutao's turn to be taken aback. He didn't expect Brody to be so confident. What gave him such assurance? The innate sword body? His expression turned complex. You and he are very alike in this aspect. I look forward to your performance. See you on the Carlos platform in 1 month. By he, Brody knew Vivian Yutao referred to his father. I'll take you to see something. Brody raised an eyebrow, exchanged a glance with Taylor, and followed Vivian Yutao deeper into the area, curious about what he was going to show. After about half an hour, Vivian Yutao finally stopped. Their speed had been swift, and they were almost at the heart of the Carlos Immortal Domain. Ahead stood a stone stele marking the boundary. On it were 2 large characters. Carlos. These 2 characters seemed to have a mystical power, drawing people's minds irresistibly into them, even Brody included, though he soon snapped out of it. A hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. In that moment, he had forgotten everything, his mind filled only with the 2 words Carlos, drawn by their inherent Tao essence. At this moment, Brody noticed something extraordinary on a certain part of the stele, causing him to step forward instinctively. Above the 2 characters Carlos were inscribed some powerful and fierce words. Carlos, nothing more. Phew. Brody inhaled sharply. Who could have left this message? So domineering. This was a blatant defiance of Carlos. But Brody quickly thought of something, and turned sharply to look at Vivian Yutao. Could this be my father's writing? Under Brody's gaze, Vivian Yutao nodded. Back when he battled me, even suppressing his cultivation, I was still no match for him. Your father was very strong. When he left Carlos, he left this message. Brody. He hadn't expected his father to leave such words behind. Though imposing, wasn't this just setting him up? His father had left, but now he was here. He wasn't sure if Carlos might vent its anger on him. However, he listened intently to Vivian Yutao. Before entering Carlos, Dee's cultivation had already been quite high, and even while suppressing his cultivation during their battle, Vivian Yutao was still defeated. Finally, there was something strange. Why did the Carlos Immortal clan keep this insulting inscription without erasing it? Brody believed that with the power of the Carlos Immortal clan, removing these words should be easy. Taylor also looked shocked and puzzled. They both looked at Vivian Yutao. At first, they all wanted to erase this line, but I stopped them, Vivian Yutao said calmly. Why? Brody asked, perplexed. Vivian Yutao stared intently at the words. Its existence has always reminded me and driven me. At the half-step divine realm, I thought the young generation of Carlos was invincible. Even outside, we could overpower our peers. But his appearance shattered my arrogance. Now, even after reaching the divine realm, that battle remains vivid in my mind. Then he looked at Brody. You are his offspring, and also possess an innate sword body. In 1 month, if I win, I will erase these words myself. If you win, not only will xuanhuan belong to you, but I will follow you for 100 years. It was clear that Xuanhuan Tao cared deeply about that battle. Brody smiled bitterly. But I am ultimately not my father. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan Tao fell silent. Brody bowed respectfully, took Taylor's hand, and turned to leave, leaving Xuanhuan Tao standing alone. According to Hildred, xuanhuan originally belonged to Sword Nathaniel, who had temporarily stored it in Carlos. Given this, Brody's entrance into Carlos was no accident. Logically, the Carlos Immortal clan should return xuanhuan to him. As for the offer to follow him for 100 years, Brody didn't give it too much thought. Even if Xuanhuan Tao agreed, would the Carlos Immortal clan permit it? It was hard to say. Chapter 419. How many women do you have? Brody glanced at the stone tablet again, but his gaze was not on the words Forrester. Instead, it was drawn to the line of text above it, sharp and robust, with an almost tangible sword aura surrounding it. The characters were carved by a sword. Unbeknownst to him, Brody suddenly felt a pull from the characters, and in the next moment, his consciousness was irresistibly dragged into them. The world spun around him, and when he regained his senses, Brody found himself in an expansive area stretching endlessly. The dark red sky cast an oppressive feeling over the scene. However, none of this mattered to Brody. His eyes were fixed on a single figure's back. He held a 3-foot-long green sword, his hair dancing wildly, exuding an extraordinary and fierce presence. Without any extraneous power, just standing there with the sword made one feel as if boundless sword chi was radiating from him. He left only his back view, and Brody widened his eyes, trying to see the man's face, but the figure never turned around. Then, all of a sudden, the man unleashed his sword. Pure sword intent swept through, carrying endless sword chi. Brody felt the entire space fragmenting, time reversing, and he was incomparably insignificant in that beam of sword light. The vision shattered, and Brody's soul returned to his body. He staggered slightly, panting heavily as he sat on the ground, his pupils dilated with shock. This person was too powerful. Even a main deity would likely be like fleeting clouds, disappearing instantly before such a sword strike. At this moment, he heard Taylor's worried voice. From the moment Brody's consciousness had been pulled in, she had sensed it, fearing any accidents. Even invoking cold energy wouldn't bring him back. What Brody didn't know was that while only moments passed for him, 3 days had gone by outside. For these 3 days, he had remained motionlessly standing here. What happened? Seeing Brody's soul return, Taylor's concerns were temporarily alleviated, and she couldn't help but ask. Brody wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling lingering fear as he recounted what he saw. Taylor furrowed her brows, her gaze shifting to the stone tablet, sensing the uniqueness of the words, but noticing no other changes. This line of text was left by your father. Who knows? Maybe he left you a supreme technique, Taylor said half-jokingly. Hearing this, Brody shook his head with a bitter smile. Could it really be that coincidental? Besides, how could his father have known he would come to Forrester after so many years? Just then, Brody's expression froze as he realized something new had indeed appeared in his mind. It was a projection of that sword strike, imprinted in his sea of consciousness like a brand. It seems you're right, Brody murmured, glancing at Taylor. They both hadn't expected this, and now it seemed they should thank Yates for bringing him here. After a final complex look at the line of text on the stone tablet, they turned to leave but stopped short when they saw someone waiting nearby. Master Flynn, Saintus, I am Xuanhuan Sean. Our Arlie has already prepared accommodations for you, and I'll show you the way. Xuanhuan. Brody paused briefly, then nodded. Thank you, brother. Shortly after, under Xuanhuan Sean's guidance, they arrived at a courtyard. It was spacious, with 5 rooms and well-landscaped features like rockeries, ponds, and stone benches. Moreover, several young maids greeted them respectfully. You may stay here temporarily. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask these serving girls, or let them inform me. Xuanhuan Sean was courteous. After exchanging a few words with Brody, he left the courtyard. The maids remained stationary, afraid to anger these honored guests from the Celestial clan. You don't need to stand there. Just keep the yard tidy, and please don't disturb us unless necessary. Relieved, the maids bowed and went about their duties. I'm going to study that move. If you're tired, you can rest in a room. Brody spoke softly to Taylor before choosing a room and entering. Taylor turned and entered a room next to Brody without hesitation. Coincidentally, it was right beside his. She wanted to be close. No need to ask more. Brody, focused entirely on the sword imprint in his consciousness, was unaware of these details. Outside, news of his arrival in the Forrester Celestial domain hadn't spread beyond a few select members of the Celestial clan. For 7 days, Brody stayed in his room, never leaving, completely immersed in studying the sword strike. Despite seeing it countless times, he still couldn't grasp its essence. He tried mimicking the sword movement, but it proved fruitless. He wished to understand it before battling Yates, but knew haste would be futile. He could only delve deeper and meditate patiently. Meanwhile, Taylor also strove to bridge the gap. In those 7 days, as Brody remained inside, she meditated. Her celestial body allowed her a closer connection to the Tao compared to mortal bodies. 3 more days passed before Brody emerged, looking weary with bloodshot eyes, having spent considerable mental effort understanding the sword strike. Seeming to sense Brody exiting seclusion, the door next to him opened. Taylor stepped out, her smile unchanged, her eyes bright and warm, creating an immediate impression of kindness. However, seeing Brody's state, her expression softened with concern as she approached. Don't rush your cultivation. Take it slow. I believe in you, Brody. Her concern would have shaken anyone else's resolve. Brody smiled. Don't worry. I know my limits. Taylor nodded, remaining silent but staying quietly by his side, serene and independent like a lotus flower. After a day of rest, Brody felt much better. They relaxed in the courtyard, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. After some time, Brody said, "Once this is done and I obtain the mystic sword, I will have to leave." There was a moment of silence. Finally, Taylor asked, "Where will you go? Beyond Forrester? Into the universe?" Brody looked at her, surprised. She knew quite a bit, understandable given she was a disciple of Balin Palace. He nodded. "Flynn's, I have a mission and responsibility to fulfill." Thinking of Jane, he realized that without the incident bringing him to Forrester, he and she might have met by now. Taylor's eyes met his, and she asked suddenly, "How many women do you have?" "Why do you ask me this?" "I want to know." Taylor's lashes flickered, her gaze lowering. "3. Brody answered naturally, though he felt some guilt. These women deserved his companionship and responsibility, which he hadn't fully provided. Chapter 420, Armand Platform. "Oh." Jasmine turned her head away, her gaze unfocused as if lost in thought. The two were silent for a long time before Jasmine returned to the initial topic. "Can I leave Armand with you? I also want to see the outside world." Upon hearing this, Brody was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded and said, "No problem at all. As long as your master agrees, I'll take you along when the time comes." Only then did Jasmine smile contentedly, her eyes forming beautiful crescents that captivated anyone who saw her. Over the next half-month, they either practiced meditation or chatted together. Through these conversations, Brody learned about Jasmine's background. Since childhood, she had been alone, taken in by the palace master of Bailing Palace from the time she could remember. Though she possessed the mystic ice immortal body, she had never experienced parental love, a situation quite similar to Brody's own. They talked extensively, and when night fell, Brody took out Ambrihong and placed it on the bed. The sword remained as inert as ever, emitting no aura. After observing for some time, Brody realized why this was happening. An enigmatic force enveloped the entire Armand, completely severing any connection between him and the swords. However, he had no idea where this mysterious force originated from. To reconnect with him, he would need to leave Armand or possess power that could bypass this force. In the following days, Brody continuously studied the technique left by D, yet always felt something was slightly off. Now, it was finally the day he had agreed to meet with Yates. That day, Yates came over. "Brother Flynn, have you found your stay here satisfactory?" he asked with a smile. This wasn't his first visit. During this period, he had come twice, staying briefly each time before leaving. "Thank you for your hospitality," Brody replied with a bow, and he followed Yates along with Jasmine. "I wonder where the battle will be held?" Yates responded, "The Armand platform is an ancient battlefield with immense carrying capacity, free from external interference. Why don't we choose this place? Is that acceptable?" Brody nodded, having no objections. He wasn't overly worried about the prestigious immortal clan playing tricks or unfair means used by the immortal body like Yates. Led by Yates, they crossed the stone marker for the first time, entering the heart of the Armand immortal clan. Along the way, many members of the clan watched them curiously, clearly having heard news of his impending duel with the Armand immortal body. This Brody is supposedly the legendary innate sword body. It's unclear how he matches up against our clan's immortal body. Do we even need to ask? The innate sword body is indeed powerful, but our Armand immortal body is no slouch either. More importantly, Brody's cultivation is merely half-step divine realm. Defeating an opponent above his realm is simply unrealistic. A disciple analyzed pragmatically, causing others to nod in agreement. Indeed, if they were at the same level, the outcome would be uncertain. But in reality, the gap in cultivation was a significant disadvantage. More importantly, an immortal body displayed extraordinary strength after reaching the divine realm. Though Yates had only recently entered the divine realm, he could still excel there. "It seems they're not very optimistic about you," Jasmine remarked teasingly, having overheard their conversation. Brody smiled bitterly. This was expected. Even he lacked confidence, given the disparity in cultivation levels. By now, battles weren't like those between mortal and sage realms. A small difference could be worlds apart. "Don't worry, I believe in you. Besides, losing isn't dishonorable given the cultivation gap. You'll surpass everyone eventually." Jasmine patted Brody on the shoulder, winking at him. The trio stopped before a grand hall, one of the few such structures in Armand, exuding a majestic aura. Yates bowed towards the hall. "For today's battle, please open the Armand platform, honored Hartleys." As his voice faded, a beam of light shot skyward from deep within the hall, shaking the earth and causing thunderous roars. Under the astonished gazes of all present, a massive platform appeared in the heavens, emanating an ancient warlike aura. Guided by this sign, Yates and Brody each squeezed a drop of blood from their fingers. Shortly after, two beams of light descended from the Armand platform, enveloping both of them. Sitting cross-legged, they could be seen as two identical figures appearing on the Armand platform. This was the unique feature of the Armand platform. It projected ethereal forms with the same combat strength as their physical selves, allowing real battle sensations while preventing harm to the originals. "Brother Flynn, here we can fight without holding back," Yates whispered across from him. Brody nodded, summoning the sword bone into his hand. Its feel was incredibly real, testament to the marvels of the Armand platform. "Let's begin." Brody's eyes sharpened, his blood chi erupting as the shadow of the imperturbable king manifested, unleashing a furious slash. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he unleashed his full potential right from the start. But before the sword light reached him, Yates deftly countered, wielding a purple-gold spear that streaked toward Brody like a phantom. The gleam was bone-chilling, and in an instant, lightning-fast strikes sent golden blood spraying from Brody's shoulder. Chapter 421. Ascension of the Flesh to Divinity. Seeing this scene, the members of Forrester Immortal Clan all wore smiles on their faces. Clearly, from the current situation, Brody did not seem to be a significant threat. Intense pain surged through Brody, but his expression remained composed. The towering shadow of Alec and his own vital energy resonated, instantly pulling the sword bone out of its black scabbard. He unleashed a horrifying sword light that ripped through the air with a deafening sonic boom. This slash was incredibly powerful. Within his realm, almost no one could match it. However, his opponent was an immortal body that had already reached the divine realm. Yates tightened his grip on the purple golden spear, striking towards the sword light with overwhelming force. Indestructible power met irresistible force. The sword light barely lasted for less than a breath before it completely collapsed. The spear's menacing momentum remained undiminished, instantly closing the gap to Brody's position. At this moment, Taylor's heart leaped into her throat as she clenched the corners of her dress tightly. Ultimately, Brody failed to withstand this strike and flew backward, nearly disintegrating physically. Yates clearly didn't want to prolong this any longer. A formidable aura radiated from his origin. This was the power of Forrester's immortal body. Armor began forming on the surface of his body, holding the long spear like a general leading countless troops. Most terrifyingly, his aura continued to surge uncontrollably. This is my strongest state. Let's end this battle now. His gaze deepened, and in his eyes, Brody's figure overlapped with that of someone else's, slowly merging together. He moved. Turning his hand, he gripped the purple golden spear, thrusting it fiercely toward Brody. The spear light pierced the space, streaking between them like a meteor. Sensing the immense force, Brody closed his eyes. His vital energy, profound truths, fist intent, sword intent. All these forces were channeled into the sword bone at this moment. Opening his eyes again, with chaotic chi swirling around him, Brody pointed outward, sending the sword bone flying. Observing this, an Hartley with black hair exclaimed from deep within the hall. This is the way of chaos. He has quite a high level of mastery to reach this point. The way of chaos was renowned for being the most mysterious and unfathomable great Tao. The entire Forrester platform buzzed with their energies. The instant their attacks collided, the battlefield trembled. Although Brody had been at a disadvantage previously, this single sword attack left everyone in awe, defying imagination. Various forces fused into one sword strike, breaking all limits. Even under such a powerful state, Yates's spear couldn't overpower it. The sword bone returned to Brody's hand, his aura fluctuating. This move consumed far too much energy. Comparatively, Yates fared much better, not even breathing hard. Given his cultivation base, he refused to give Brody any chance to rest and struck again with his spear. Brody's pupils dilated, using the sword bone to block. The force reverberated through his arms, causing numbness and fresh blood to ooze from his palms. Within 3 moves, Brody was covered in blood, severely injured. It seems Yates has secured victory. To think that a constitutional sword body can still fight this well despite being one realm behind. If they were at the same realm, who knows who would win? Note, Shantanjanti is translated as constitutional sword body to maintain consistency and fluency in English. D was incredibly gifted back then. It's impossible for his son to be even more talented, right? From deep within the hall, several voices conversed. They were senior figures of the Forrester immortal clan, observing this battle intently. On the Forrester platform, Brody looked utterly miserable, with gun intent constantly wearing away at his life force. But he still firmly held onto the sword bone. He still had hope. He hadn't reached his limit yet. In his mind, the memory of that sword strike became increasingly clear. That elusive feeling finally grew distinct, and he was about to grasp it. Give up. At your current state, you're no match for me. Wait until you achieve divinity, then challenge me again. Holding the long spear, Yates stepped forward through the air, looking down at Brody with superiority. Even he believed he would be the victor. Brody spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, grinning faintly. Surrender? The real fight is just beginning. As he spoke, a dominantly oppressive vital energy emerged from his body. The towering shadow of Alec behind him became more solid, like thunder roaring within Brody's body. Joy filled his eyes. After enduring this intense battle and the pressure in this desperate situation, he finally absorbed all the remaining medicinal power within his body. Every cell in his body now contained immense strength, absorbing and exhaling the essence of life. Blood chi soared like mighty dragons, turning the sky golden. Flesh becoming divine? How is this possible at this moment? Voices echoed from deep within the hall, filled with astonishment. Indeed, it was unforeseen and unexpected. Achieving divinity of the flesh at this critical juncture, was he aiming for a comeback? Someone gazed directly at Brody's body, which now appeared crystalline and translucent, with blood chi rising continuously, reaching a scale described as overwhelming. Not only did the towering shadow of Alec become more tangible, but it also transcended from being merely a shadow to resembling a vivid manifestation, exuding immense majesty that made people shudder. Especially those open eyes seemed to pierce directly into one's soul, daring none to look into them. As for Brody, he shimmered in golden radiance, his aura unceasingly extending, with blood chi surging in the air like dragons and phoenixes ascending, truly achieving divinity of the flesh. On the Forrester platform, Brody rose again, standing amidst the heavens and earth, his golden eyes like the blazing sun, hair turning golden and radiating brilliance, akin to an eternal warrior god. He moved. Each step resonated with the pulse of the earth, shaking hearts deeply. Yates's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected such a dramatic change. In the last moment, he broke through, achieving divinity of the flesh before his opponent. Grasping the purple golden spear once more, Yates's hair danced in the wind, his fighting spirit not diminishing but intensifying even further. This is perfect. If Brody had only been half a step away from divinity, Yates might have felt it unfair. Now, with Brody having ascended through divinity of the flesh, this was a true battle. Instantly, both engaged in fierce combat. Yates's spear was suddenly blocked by Brody's bare hands. The terrifying force barely affected him. The breakthrough to divinity was a qualitative leap. Brody unleashed several punches, each emitting golden light so powerful that it seemed capable of annihilating the opponent on the spot. FLYNT, Yates was no ordinary fighter. Despite the raw power of the fists, he managed to destroy them with his spear. Yates's gaze grew heavy, pushing his immortal body to its limits. Spear and tint roared like dragons, and with a fierce throw, the long spear became a bolt of purple lightning, exploding into a bloody bloom on Brody's right arm. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Forrester immortal body is invincible within its realm. What difference does divinity of the flesh make? Still got injured. Some disciples of Forrester immortal clan smiled. Despite the supposed strength of constitutional bodies, they ended up injured. From this perspective, they weren't much against their Forrester immortal body. However, deep within the hall, there was an eerie silence. They knew that constitutional bodies were not only defined by physical strength, but also by their terrifying recovery ability. Logically, the stronger the blood chi, the more frightening the healing capacity. It seemed to confirm their thoughts. Brody's mangled arm started gathering golden blood chi, rapidly healing even with spear and tint hindering it. Yates's expression turned even graver. He wouldn't let Brody recover easily. Divine rules condensed, forming a world-destroying spear overhead, piercing down relentlessly. Brody's pupils narrowed, but he showed no intention of retreating. Instead, advancing further, he covered the sword bone with blood chi, unleashing a powerful slash. This was one of his most terrifying traits. Not only a constitutional cultivator but also a sword cultivator, with insights into the way of chaos. Both forces could be combined effectively. Chapter 422. Under no circumstances, Arlie Johans not. The intertwining of life energy and sword intent struck the spear's shadow, releasing a terrifying force. Just then, a glint of gold appeared, causing Yates's pupils to constrict. He attempted to create distance, but time was already against him. Or rather, Brody didn't give him the chance. In the blink of an eye, Brody was right in front of him. When battling a corporeal cultivator, there is one unbreakable rule. Never let them get close. Corporeal cultivators possess powerful physical bodies, often referred to as humanoid beasts or weapons. Once they close in, they have no limitations. Every part of their body can become a lethal weapon. Indeed, once Brody got close, he instantly unleashed an overwhelming suppression ability. The martial arts he had learned played a crucial role at this moment. As for Yates, he seemed somewhat disadvantaged. His innate weapon was a spear, which became almost useless in close combat, revealing a significant weakness that reduced his overall fighting strength by at least 40%. Seeing this, the people of Forrester Immortal Clan couldn't help but feel anxious, hoping that Yates would seize any possible mistake from Brody to gain some distance. Would Brody make a mistake? Clearly not. After exploiting his strengths against the other's weaknesses, how could he miss such a golden opportunity? Yates quickly made a decisive move, retracting his purple gold spear, as keeping it would only hinder him further. However, he could only barely hold up against Brody's intense onslaught, using his immortal body's power. The situation is not looking good. From deep within the grand hall, someone sighed. At this rate, Yates's defeat was inevitable. Yates's gaze grew heavy as he realized the outcome if things continued. Suddenly, he made an unexpected decision. Facing Brody's punch, he did nothing to defend himself, instead immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, he successfully used this thrust to pull away from Brody just in time, gaining enough space to operate, though not much. Brody frowned, wanting to pursue, but a purple gold spear suddenly reappeared in Yates's hand, spinning wildly. Clang! The spear shaft collided with Brody's arm, producing a crisp sound. However, Brody remained unhurt except for a slight numbness in his arm. FLYNT, Yates had managed to maintain a safe distance. Bravo! Someone cheered. Even Taylor felt admiration. Brody's punch was no less than a divine weapon strike. If an ordinary deity were to do this, suffering grave injuries would be considered light. Even with the boost from his immortal body, Yates would have suffered terribly if he failed. This showcased his courage. As expected, blood dripped from the corner of Yates's mouth. His chest was visibly caved in, but his fighting spirit soared higher than ever. He held the purple gold spear horizontally before his chest and spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto its surface. Brody, withstand this spear strike, and you win. Seeing the essence blood absorbed into the spear, a strong fluctuation immediately emitted. Yates knew that with Brody's current endurance, prolonging the fight would mean certain defeat. To win, he had to unleash his ultimate attack. The purple gold spear floated slowly, emitting a faint purple glow. When the spear tip faced Brody, a chilling sensation surged through him. Perforate rainbow! Yates roared, his face deathly pale from expending at least 70% of his essence blood. This spear strike's power could nearly kill anyone below the sovereign level. A desperate move indeed. Brody coldly snorted. Since this was only a projection, who wouldn't go all out? His internal life energy began surging explosively, his entire body bursting with golden flames as he ignited his essence blood completely. Blood energy flowed like a torrential river. Facing the oncoming spear strike, Brody punched out forcefully, infusing all his strength, mirroring the essence of the heaven-cleaving sword technique. Upon impact, Brody's entire right arm trembled, followed by a sharp cracking sound, the sound of bones breaking. The terrifying force traveled up his right arm into his entire body, causing considerable damage even to a godlike physical body. Break! Brody roared, burning his essence blood recklessly. Light from the fist illuminated the entire Forrester platform, reaching his peak aura. Crack! A peculiar sound emanated from the purple gold spear. A closer look revealed that Yates's spear deformed slightly under immense pressure, then was violently flung, lodging itself diagonally into the distant ground. Golden blood dripped from Brody's palm, yet his expression remained calm. Opposite him, Yates bitterly smiled. He had no more strength left to fight. You win. The battle ended, their figures gradually fading along with the Forrester platform, leaving everyone in shock. The two originally seated with closed eyes began trembling slightly, opening their eyes as Brody's blood energy anomalies disappeared, returning to normal. Yates's expression was complex, but defeat was defeat. He bowed slightly. Brother Flynn, as promised, I will follow you for 100 years. This statement caused waves of shock among the Forrester Immortal clan members present. They exclaimed, Arlie must absolutely not. How could Yates, their clan's young master and bearer of the Forrester Immortal body, lower himself to serve another? It was unthinkable. Even those in the Grand Hall frowned slightly but remained silent. Brody shook his head slightly. He wasn't particularly interested in Yates. His concern currently lay with the mystic sword. Chapter 423, Immortal. Brody glanced at the crowd around him and then looked at the hall before saying, You'd better not. If you were to follow me, your immortal clan would tear me apart. Yates's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Brother Flynn is joking. If it weren't for this battle, I probably wouldn't have attained physical godhood so soon. In a way, I benefited from it. I think we should call off the matter of following me. What do you think? Yates hesitated slightly before firmly shaking his head. As I said earlier, if I lose, I will follow you for 100 years. A man of honor cannot go back on his word. All right. Brody gently massaged his temples. Yates was somewhat stubborn. He decided not to argue further and let things be. Seeing their young master so adamant, some disciples of the Forrester Immortal clan had troubled expressions but could not react strongly given Yates's insistence. Unlike them, Taylor stood by Brody, her beautiful eyes frequently glancing at his side profile. Seeming to sense her gaze, Brody turned his head slightly, meeting her eyes. Suddenly, Brody grinned. So, am I impressive? Taylor couldn't help but smile. You're the greatest man in the world. Praised by such a beauty, especially in front of so many people, Brody wore a satisfied smile, yet he felt something odd about her words. At that moment, soft footsteps approached from the direction of the hall. Everyone turned their heads upon hearing the sound. Inside the hall were all high-ranking members of the Forrester Immortal clan. An Hartley wearing simple robes appeared. His hair was jet black without a single gray strand, his eyes sharp and his face strong, radiating vigor and vitality. Greetings, Third Nathaniel. The disciples of the Forrester Immortal clan, including Yates, bowed deeply, while Brody and Taylor clasped their hands in respect. Please rise. The black-haired Hartley turned his gaze towards Brody. This generation's innate sword body is excellent. Sword Venerable has indeed found an outstanding successor. The Sword Venerable he referred to was naturally Bowden. Hearing his praise, Brody responded humbly, bowing slightly. Thank you for your praise, senior. The black-haired Hartley nodded. Follow me inside. Brody glanced at Taylor beside him and whispered, Wait for me. Seeing her nod, Brody took a deep breath and followed the black-haired Hartley up the steps, entering the hall soon after. The hall was special, emanating an ancient and grand atmosphere. Some materials used in its construction were unfamiliar to him. They walked straight to the depths where 4 figures awaited. Undoubtedly, these were the Hartleys of the Forrester Immortal clan. Brody clasped his hands in greeting. Latecomer Brody pays respects to all the Hartleys. Hee, no need for formalities here. Your potential impresses us greatly. Calalangian, you may take it away. A white-browed Hartley spoke. He was extremely old, his face covered with wrinkles as if on the verge of death. He alone was seated, while the others stood beside him. Hearing his words, Brody felt a surge of joy within, but quickly regained composure. After all, things only truly belonged to him once they were in hand. He merely bowed slightly. Thank you, senior. Seeing his composed reaction, one Hartley nodded approvingly. This young man had remarkable poise, leaving them impressed. The white-browed Hartley smiled warmly, despite his wrinkled face. However, I have a small request. Could you, young friend, erase those characters? Brody was momentarily puzzled. Why ask him? Given their cultivation, this task should not be difficult. Nonetheless, he nodded in agreement. Then, the white-browed Hartley rose, leading Brody deeper into the hall along with the other Hartleys. They walked far, roughly half an hour, before finally stopping. Before them lay a massive stone door with intricate, cryptic patterns. Curious, Brody wondered what lay beyond. Could it be the Calalangian? The white-browed Hartley confirmed his thoughts. Beyond this stone door lies the Calalangian. Heart racing, Brody braced himself. But the Hartley continued, however, you must resolve one issue before you can claim it. Like a bucket of cold water thrown over him, Brody frowned. This annoyed him. Why more conditions when the Calalangian was supposed to be his according to the prior agreement? It felt like overstepping. FLYNT, realizing he had little choice, Brody asked, voice slightly cold, what issue? The 5 Hartleys noticed his change in tone but did not react harshly. The white-browed Hartley understood Brody's sentiments. Forming a seal with his hands, the Hartley chanted incantations, causing the runes on the stone door to glow. Boom! The stone door opened, revealing the scene inside. While the Hartleys remained calm, Brody's face showed shock. He saw the Calalangian, but it was lodged in the chest of a floating man. The man wore ancient attire, his eyes closed, his features striking. Most notably, there was a triangular star mark between his eyebrows. Black blood dripped from the wound, but evaporated in midair before reaching the ground. Clearly, the Calalangian was suppressing this mysterious man, though even the residual energy emitted was overwhelming. Brody felt immense pressure, eventually closing his eyes as his vision blurred. But one word surfaced in his mind. Immortal. It was a legendary immortal, a suppressed immortal. Not just Brody, the Hartleys were tense, closely monitoring the mysterious man. Then, the man's eyelids fluttered open, and he gazed at them calmly, finally fixing his eyes on Brody. Innate sword body. His lips moved, all presence receding. Upon hearing this, Brody reopened his eyes. Meeting the man's gaze, Brody felt puzzled. Why was this legendary immortal imprisoned here in such a tragic state? Seeing the mysterious man was coherent, the Hartleys shed tears, kneeling down. Lord Supreme. Lord Supreme. The identity of the mysterious man was revealed. Supreme Lord of Forrester. Observing this, Brody began to form some theories. According to James, the Carolangian was left behind by Swordmaster with 3 conditions. Now it was suppressing the Supreme Lord of Forrester. Clearly, some anomaly occurred with the Supreme Lord, leading to this situation. Forrester became a forbidden zone to isolate it from the outside world, preventing uncontrolled events. With these conjectures, Brody focused on the white-browed Hartley, concerned only with how he could obtain the Carolangian. Chapter 424. The Power of the Curse. Seeing Brody look over, the white-browed Hartley glanced at the Lord of Forrester and slowly spoke. In principle, since you have defeated Michelle, we have no reason not to return the Carolangian to you. But as you can see, to be frank, His Excellency suffered a curse during a battle with the Heavenly Temple years ago. If the Carolangian is not used to suppress it, he would fall into a state of madness. A deranged immortal would be a catastrophic disaster for both Forrester and the universe. Brody was stunned. He knew the Heavenly Temple was terrifying, but this revelation still left him shocked, causing an eminent immortal such suffering. His frown deepened as he waited for the white-browed Hartley to continue. Since they had brought him here, it couldn't just be for show. He believed these old men also wished to resolve Lord Forrester's curse. The curse can be lifted if the primordial sword body wields the Tao Law sword to sever one step of my great Tao. The calm voice came from behind. Brody turned his head. It was the Lord of Forrester speaking. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the white-browed Hartley and others changed dramatically. Your Excellency, that cannot be done. If we sever one step of the great Tao, your cultivation? At this moment, Brody frowned. Can the mysterious force then be resolved? To be honest, if Flynn Art were to act, the success rate would likely be higher. When he arrived at Forrester, his connection with Flynn Art and the others had been severed, seemingly blocked by some enigmatic power. He had suspected it might be due to the Forrester Immortal Clan's interference. However, the mysterious man shook his head. No, once that power is released, the secrets of Forrester will be exposed, and the people of the Heavenly Temple could arrive instantly. We cannot take that risk. While everyone knew that Forrester's location was at the intersection of the Eastern and Western universes, its unique nature obscured its true whereabouts. The entrance remained hidden, and while Lord Forrester could indeed remove that enigmatic force, doing so would expose all of Forrester to the universe. Just then, Lord Forrester's expression suddenly altered, a trace of crimson appearing in his eyes, indicating immense pain. His features contorted grotesquely, revealing traces of Tao imprints. At that moment, Brody's sword bone began emitting a glow, transforming into numerous Tao laws and surging into Lord Forrester's body. This was the inherent Tao essence contained within the sword bone. As it appeared, Lord Forrester's condition improved significantly, and the curse was temporarily suppressed. However, it soon counterattacked ferociously. Brody's cultivation was still too weak to maintain the suppression. The glow on the surface of the sword bone dissipated entirely. Then, the Carolangian burst into radiant light, its blade seeming immensely heavy as it gradually sank deeper, black blood spraying out. Witnessing this, the white-browed Hartley and others' expressions changed drastically, as if facing a terrifying event. They hurriedly led Brody away from the area. With the stone door closing, the power was finally isolated. Though the Hartleys' faces remained grim, the curse had clearly begun to act up again. Brody cast one last glance at the stone door. The Carolangian possessed a spirit, and a faint divine message had informed him that it could not leave yet. He now understood the gravity of the situation and had to leave with the Forrester Hartleys. Exiting the Great Hall, Brody looked somber. He realized that when the curse erupted, it could not be suppressed quickly, meaning it would be impossible to obtain the Carolangian for some time. Fortunately, at least he now knew where the Carolangian was. However, his mission was to assist Lord Forrester in suppressing the curse, so he could not leave immediately. If the issue were ever resolved, acquiring the Carolangian would naturally follow. Seeing Brody emerge from the hall, Jasmine approached. What happened? Judging by his expression, she already had her suspicions. Brody shook his head slightly. It's not the right time yet. We can only wait for now. Saying this, even Brody sighed. Then, he noticed someone. Hildred. Show Nathaniel, why are you here? Hildred glanced at Brody. Looks like it didn't go well earlier. From his words, it was clear he knew the entire story but had not informed Brody beforehand. Brody did not blame him excessively, merely nodding and recounting what had transpired. Through subsequent discussions with the white-browed Hartley, Brody expressed his intention to leave Forrester, knowing he could not stay indefinitely waiting for the curse to be suppressed. Who knew how long that might take? The white-browed Hartley nodded, assuring him that he would personally escort Brody when the time came, and they would notify him immediately once the curse was under control. Brody gave him a strange look. Wouldn't this lead to another spatial rupture and serious injuries? Stretching lazily, Hildred remarked. I've stayed here long enough and feel like going out for a walk. Brody's eyes lit up. Disciple wishes to head to the ethereal immortal domain. If there's nothing pressing for Senior Chio, would you consider joining me? Once matters are settled, we can return to Miguel Divine Realm together. After conversing with the Forrester Hartleys, Brody learned why Hildred was there. Neither he nor the Khanal and the Master of Northern Palace were natives of Forrester. Hildred was a guardian deity king of Miguel Divine Realm, while the Khanal hailed from the Eastern Universe's ethereal immortal domain. The Master of Northern Palace originated from the central immortal domain. They were present to prevent unforeseen events. Those leaving with Brody besides Hildred included Jasmine and Vivian Tao. Meanwhile, the Master of Northern Palace and the Khanal did not plan to depart Forrester yet. Guided by the black-haired Hartley, Brody and his group arrived at a stone monument inscribed with Forrester. So, the exit to leave Forrester is here. Brody mused internally, noticing the characters on the stone, which vanished when he lightly brushed them. Seeing this, the black-haired Hartley smiled, a small victory over something that had long bothered them. Chapter 425. Mistakenly entering the 100 Flowers Palace. The innate sword body can indeed suppress curses, but to completely eradicate them, one would likely need the cultivation of a supreme deity. And this was still under the assistance of the mystical sword. The black-haired Hartley nodded seriously and handed a token engraved with Armand to Brody. This is Armand's teleportation token. In case of any danger, you can use this to communicate. No matter where you are, it can send you back to Armand. And when you reach the supreme deity realm, you can also communicate your return. Brody took the token. It was made from an unknown material, cold and heavy in his hand. Entirely pure black gold, emitting a matte black sheen. The characters Armand were exactly the same as those on the stone stele. At this moment, Jasmine's expression changed. She sensed the presence of the Terran. As expected, within a few breaths, a beautiful woman appeared in their line of sight. The black-haired Hartley showed no surprise on his face, clearly having known about the arrival of the Terran beforehand. As for why the Terran came here, everyone understood. It was naturally for her disciple, Jasmine, who possessed the mystic ice immortal body. Regarding her, the Armand immortal clan was also aware that her growth would not be inferior to the mystic ice immortal body. She had the potential to become an immortal, such individuals being collectively referred to as immortal seedlings. Master, rest assured, with Brody by my side, nothing will happen. You should take care of yourself too. When it was time to leave, Jasmine's pretty face showed a hint of reluctance. After all, she had grown up under the watchful eyes of the Terran. Leaving the northern Ling snowfield hadn't been too hard at first since she would be close to Armand. However, now that she had to leave Armand, they might not meet again for a long time. The Terran gently patted Jasmine's head, a rare smile appearing on her face. Although she was reluctant, she knew well that to achieve enlightenment, Jasmine must undergo trials and tribulations. Following Brody was currently the best choice for her. It's time. Let's set off. With the black-haired Hartley's words, the characters Armand on the stele suddenly emitted a mysterious force, causing the space around them to twist. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the spot, leaving only the black-haired Hartley and the Terran behind. Everyone has their own destiny. Let them go. In some future, these people will be the seeds of hope, ready to grow into towering trees. The black-haired Hartley let out a bitter laugh and turned to walk deeper into Armand. The Terran also left this place. Her purpose here was solely to see Jasmine. On Brody's side, the surrounding space continued to distort, and they were moving at an ultra-fast speed, nearly exceeding the speed of light. The scenery flashed by rapidly. The friction caused by this movement was terrifying, but fortunately, Hildred was there. His divine Dao law condensed into a barrier of light, protecting everyone within. They didn't know how long it had been. Time was impossible to measure. Finally, a brilliant light enveloped them. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a new world. Where are we? Brody looked around. They were in a sea of flowers. At this moment, a mental message echoed in his mind. We have arrived at the ethereal immortal domain of the Eastern Universe. I will be going ahead. Contact me if necessary. This was the mental message left by Hildred. He himself had already disappeared sometime earlier. But upon hearing that this was the ethereal immortal domain, Brody felt a surge of excitement. However, he quickly calmed down. In his understanding, the ethereal immortal domain encompassed almost the entire Eastern Universe, vast and boundless. To find Jane and the others, they could only gather information slowly. Cloudy skies, seas of flowers, bird songs. Each breath brought a refreshing fragrance. A gentle breeze blew, creating a picturesque scene. Jasmine's eyes lit up with surprise. She had never encountered such a beautiful place before. As for Yates, he stood woodenly, expressionless, seemingly unaffected by the beauty around him. What intruders! Suddenly, a sharp voice called out from afar. Everyone turned to see several blurry figures flying toward them, soon stopping in front of them. There were 5 of them, all young women dressed in uniform attire. However, their eyes were filled with hostility. Brody frowned slightly. Without doubt, they had stumbled into the territory of some sect. He immediately bowed and said, "Ladies, our coming here was not intentional. We were unaware this was your sacred ground. We will leave immediately. Please forgive us." Seeing Brody's politeness, the women's expressions eased slightly. One of them stepped forward and said, "This is the 100 Flowers Garden of the 100 Flowers Palace. Outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. Please leave immediately." "Thank you." Brody bowed again, intending to leave. He was relieved that the 5 of them were relatively reasonable, otherwise, another battle might have ensued. But just as they were following the directions given by the 5 women, another figure appeared. A palace-clad matron whose presence radiated immense pressure. Upon seeing her, the 5 women's faces turned pale. They whispered nervously and hurriedly greeted her. "Disciples greet Senior Sister Kai." The palace-clad matron wore an icy expression. Brody's frown deepened. It was obvious that she wasn't friendly. Sure enough, her tone was harsh. "Who are these people? Why are they here?" The lead woman stepped forward hesitantly. "Senior Sister Kai." Disciples questioned them. "They accidentally wandered in here." Disciples instructed them to leave immediately. Her voice grew weaker as she spoke. She knew the consequences if word of this reached higher-ups, which was why she urged Brody and the others to leave quickly earlier. Unfortunately, they were discovered anyway. Sure enough, the palace-clad matron erupted in anger. "Entry into the 100 Flowers Garden is strictly forbidden, especially for unknown individuals. How dare you let them go? If anything happens, can you take responsibility for it?" The 5 women hung their heads. Disciples understand the mistake. You failed to guard the 100 Flowers Garden. 5 months of confinement await you. The palace-clad matron snorted coldly, then turned to Brody and the others. "As for you 3, intruding into the 100 Flowers Garden is a grave offense. You will be detained and imprisoned. If any issues arise, you will be executed immediately." Her tone was icy, causing even Jasmine to frown slightly. Yates glanced at her. If Brody gave the signal, he would act. The palace-clad matron was merely at the divine spirit realm, and together with Brody and Jasmine, they could subdue her. Perhaps sensing the commotion, another figure appeared, also dressed in palace attire, adorned with depictions of hundreds of flowers. Her skin was like jade, and she seemed much gentler than senior sister Kai. Seeing her, the 5 women instantly brightened and exclaimed, "Master!" This gentler-looking beauty was named Nia. She nodded gently and then turned to Brody. "Fellow Taoists, the rules cannot be broken. Please do not resist. If the 100 Flowers Garden remains undisturbed, you will be released. For now, please stay at the 100 Flowers Palace." Brody's gaze sharpened. Stay at the 100 Flowers Palace? To be your prisoners? Would the final outcome not be decided by you? Considering the respect for those young ladies, I am unwilling to provoke conflict. But if my safety is not guaranteed, then we must fight. The atmosphere became tense. However, Brody was certain that they wouldn't dare engage in a large-scale battle here, as the 100 Flowers Garden was far too important. Any major confrontation would surely destroy this place. Chapter 426. Castrated? Upon hearing this, the woman surnamed Kai's eyebrows furrowed in anger. "How dare you, to act so wildly in my 100 Flowers Palace? You 3 can rest assured, you won't be prisoners. You just have to stay within the 100 Flowers Palace until everything is clear. Once it's confirmed there are no problems, we won't stop you from leaving." A gentle voice interjected, and the woman surnamed Kai abruptly turned her head. "Nia, can you take responsibility if they escape?" Her tone was icy. "The best solution now is to subdue these 3 on the spot. If any issues arise, execute them immediately to set an example." Hearing her words, Nia remained expressionless but secretly transmitted a message to her. Their strength cannot be underestimated. "Do you want to watch as the 100 Flowers Garden is destroyed?" Indeed, the woman surnamed Kai's face flickered with different emotions before finally agreeing with Nia. "Fine, I agree. But if anything happens to the 100 Flowers Garden, you won't escape death." Unmoved by her harsh words, Brody bowed slightly to Nia. "Thank you for your understanding, Taoist friend." Nia smiled faintly. "It's nothing. This way, please." As she spoke, Brody and his companions followed Nia away. As promised, the 3 were arranged in a courtyard, with no sign of treachery. As for the 5 women who had been there first, after Nia intervened, they naturally weren't confined either. However, should anything happen to the 100 Flowers Garden, their responsibility would indeed be significant. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," Brody said apologetically. He held some affection for these 5 women. Unlike the woman surnamed Kai, they hadn't pressured them to leave earlier. The lead woman laughed bitterly and shook her head. "No worries. My masters are quite reasonable. If nothing untoward happens to the garden, it will be fine." Another woman looked at Brody anxiously. "Please confirm. Did you really do nothing?" Brody's expression turned serious. "We absolutely did nothing. You can rest assured." He then explained the reason to them. He didn't mention Armand or anything like that, but instead indicated that they had accidentally arrived at the 100 Flowers Garden due to a spatial teleportation mishap, not being transported to the welcoming platform. The lead woman had no doubts since they had guarded the entrance to the 100 Flowers Garden and hadn't noticed anyone slipping in unnoticed. However, they couldn't help but glance at Jasmine again. The reason was simple. They found her incredibly beautiful, like a lotus blossom, especially her eyes. Seeing them look at her, Jasmine paused, then nodded with a smile as a greeting. Brody suddenly smacked his forehead. "I almost forgot to introduce ourselves. A meeting is a blessing. I'm Brody. This is Vivian Tao, and this young lady is Jasmine." The lead woman smiled gently. "It's all right. I'm Tamsin." The other women introduced themselves too, maintaining a pleasant atmosphere. Of course, this was contingent upon no problems arising in the 100 Flowers Garden. If something did happen, things could get complicated. After brief conversation, Brody was somewhat surprised to learn that the 100 Flowers Palace consisted entirely of female disciples, including the Hartleys and Palace Master. Brody didn't pry further, knowing their status made them suspects. Naturally, he wouldn't learn much by asking. News of their appearance in the 100 Flowers Garden had spread throughout the palace, and everyone knew of their existence. Shortly, several disciples from the 100 Flowers Palace arrived, all dressed uniformly. Admittedly, every woman here, whether disciple or Hartley like Nia, had impeccable beauty. However, when Tamsin saw the leader among them, her face darkened. "Marilyn, why are you here?" Marilyn sneered coldly. "Why can't I come here? Tamsin, you should worry about yourself. If anything happens to the 100 Flowers Garden, the consequences will be severe." Clearly, they didn't get along. Tamsin replied icily, "Whatever the outcome has nothing to do with you. If you're here to gloat, just leave. I don't want to deal with you." Marilyn, unfazed, turned her gaze towards Brody and his companions. Her eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing Jasmine. This woman is incredibly beautiful. After a moment, she focused on Brody. "As outsiders, men, how dare you intrude into the 100 Flowers Garden? Even if no problem arises, you still deserve punishment. However, you're quite handsome. Perhaps I'll petition the Hartleys to castrate you and keep you by my side." Brody frowned, but soon smiled. "Why castration? How about sparing me? I promise to make each night unforgettable for you." The women around him were taken aback, then blushed. Jasmine stepped closer and pinched his waist hard, making Brody wince. Marilyn's face froze, then flushed with anger. "Do you want to die?" Before Brody could respond, Jasmine spoke, her tone icy. "I advise you to back off, for your own safety." The temperature seemed to drop, a hint of killing intent looming. Marilyn's face changed. The pressure was palpable. Tamsin quickly stood up and whispered, "Jasmine, calm down." The bone-chilling killing intent made Marilyn's face pale, stuttering, "Why you? What do you plan to do? This is the 100 Flowers Palace. I suggest you behave." Chapter 427. Ambush. At this moment, Brody shifted slightly and turned his gaze to one side. He saw Nia had appeared in the courtyard at some point. Jasmine also sensed her presence and hesitated for a brief moment before withdrawing her aura, allowing the air temperature to warm up instantly. Marilyn and the two disciples who accompanied her finally heaved a sigh of relief, only then noticing that their backs were drenched in cold sweat, as if they had taken a round trip through the gates of hell. "Greetings, master." Tamsin exhaled softly. She was relieved her master had arrived in time. Otherwise, she dared not imagine what could have happened. She inwardly cursed Marilyn for stirring trouble again. "Greetings, Nathaniel Lin." Brody bowed slightly, feeling more amicable towards Nia compared to that overbearing Gia. Nia nodded gently, but focused her gaze on Jasmine for a while before turning back to Brody. "You're all clear now. There's no anomaly in the 100 Flowers garden." "Thank you, Nathaniel Lin." Brody remained calm. They hadn't done anything improper, so the result wasn't unexpected. However, if someone from the 100 Flowers Palace wanted to frame them, it would be another matter. But Nia's gaze returned to Jasmine again. Seeing this, Brody frowned, wondering why she kept looking at Jasmine. Soon, Nia spoke. "Camila, do you belong to any sect? What is your impression of the 100 Flowers Palace? Interested?" There was a hint of anticipation in Nia's eyes. The 100 Flowers Palace had certain requirements for recruiting disciples. Good talent and, of course, good looks. When she first met Jasmine, she was stunned by her beauty. She had also sensed this woman's icy aura just now, which gave her a suspicion that she didn't express. Hearing these words, Brody raised an eyebrow. This was a direct attempt to poach. Jasmine, too, seemed momentarily puzzled but quickly recovered. She bowed slightly and said, "Apologies, I already have a sect. Though the 100 Flowers Palace is excellent, I'm not particularly interested." Her tone was indifferent, typical of her demeanor with outsiders, except when it came to Brody. Nia couldn't help but feel disappointed upon hearing this, but she understood that such matters couldn't be forced. She added nothing further. "Since you are now cleared of suspicion, you can leave any time if you wish. Tamsin will escort you." That's it. Brody was somewhat surprised that it ended so easily. Initially, he thought even if there was nothing wrong with the 100 Flowers garden, they would still have to pay some price as a deterrent. Before Brody could express his gratitude, Nia had already vanished. Indeed, as he suspected, the reason was mainly because the palace master was not in the sect. The Hartleys had assessed Brody's group and decided to let them go without further ado to avoid potential losses. "Miss Chu, I suppose we'll need your help from here." Brody cupped his hands. Now that they were cleared of suspicion, and being Nia's disciple, Tamsin naturally didn't have much left to worry about. She nodded. "Let's go then." The journey was straightforward until they reached the gate of the 100 Flowers Palace. Tamsin stopped and said, "Fellow Taoists, we've arrived at the entrance. I shall return now." "Miss Chu, please wait a moment." Tamsin was startled and looked at Brody in surprise. "Master Flynn, what's wrong?" Brody smiled faintly and cupped his hands. "Do you happen to have a map of the ethereal realm or this region? I can purchase it." "It's just a map, nothing much. However, I only have the East Continent map." Tamsin smiled lightly, handing Brody a jade slip. Taking the jade slip, Brody clasped his hands together. "Many thanks. We'll meet again." After bidding farewell, Brody led the others away from the 100 Flowers Palace. Skimming through the map, he was astonished by the vastness of the East Continent. The entire East Continent was enormous, with countless forces, but the 100 Flowers Palace was undoubtedly one of the major forces. It had several divine realm cultivators, making it immensely powerful. Just as they were about to leave the 100 Flowers Palace's territory, a slight spatial ripple emerged, followed by a killing intent and a sudden burst of sword light. "Who is it?" Yates's expression turned cold, and he immediately gripped his purple gold spear, dispersing the sword light while fixating on a certain spot, jabbing out fiercely. SSHH. A streak of blood appeared, staining the purple tassel red. Unfortunately, the assailant remained unseen. From the power of that strike, it was evident that the attacker was a divine realm cultivator. None of them were surprised he managed to escape. Achieving the divine realm was no small feat unless in a life or death battle or under vastly different power levels. Capturing a divine realm cultivator was extremely difficult. Yates did not pursue but returned to the others. Was it the 100 Flowers Palace? His tone held a trace of hostility. Given that they encountered an assassination attempt right after leaving the palace, the 100 Flowers Palace was the prime suspect. Brody pondered for a moment and shook his head. Probably not. The 100 Flowers Palace primarily practices incultivation, unlike the aggressive nature of the Blade Y. Hartley. Besides, they wouldn't attack us now if they planned to. He turned to Yates. "Can you track him?" "I marked him with my spear's intent. Within a certain range, I can sense and follow it unless he erased it," Yates replied. "Then let's go." Brody needed to know this person's identity and motives. He sent a strand of divine will into a transmission jade slip. In a distant void, a middle-aged man in gray robes was fleeing rapidly. His shoulder bled profusely from a wound. Realizing those people were formidable opponents, he had fled immediately. "Fortunately, I ran fast enough. They didn't chase me." Feeling no pursuit behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief. His immediate task was to dispel the spear's intent within his wound. Suddenly, his face changed. 3 auras approached him swiftly, one of which carried the lingering spear's intent. He recognized it as the 3 individuals from earlier. Cursed. He sped up, but an intense cold enveloped him, causing him to shiver. Worse yet, the spatial void started freezing, drastically reducing his speed. Even more terrifying was the blue cold energy filling the area, blooming ice flowers appearing out of nowhere, bringing a wave of danger. An ice flower materialized beside him unexpectedly. The middle-aged man had no time to react as sharp ice pierced through half his body. Even more horrifying, the cold seeped into his body through the wound. His eyes widened as terrifying divine rules erupted, shattering the ice instantly. But when he tried to flee again, despair filled him as he found himself surrounded. Figures appeared from 3 different directions, coldly staring at him. With fluctuating expressions, the middle-aged man chose to charge at Brody. In his mind, the spear-wielding man was stronger, and the woman's cold aura affected him. Only the seemingly ordinary black-robed youth offered a weaker defense, giving him a chance to break through. Chapter 428, Dustless Palace. Seeing him charging towards him, Brody's blood chi instantly erupted, and he swung his fist. The middle-aged man immediately sensed the impending danger, but it was already too late to retreat. He could only draw his sword to meet the punch. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as fierce energy surged forth, sending the middle-aged man flying backwards. How could an injured man be a match for Brody? He spat out a mouthful of blood, eyes filled with horror. Divine Realm Body Cultivator. Despair washed over him. Facing the three of them, he truly feared he would perish here today. A flicker of regret flashed across his mind. If he had known this, he should never have accepted this mission. In the blink of an eye, Brody was right before him, his terrifying physical body pinning the man down tightly. Vivian Tao's purple-gold long spear swiftly followed, nailing him into the air, sealing his fate. This blade cultivator no longer had any strength to resist. Brody retracted his blood chi and calmly approached. Speak up. Who are you? Why did you ambush us? You have 1 incense stick's time to talk. Otherwise, you will die. The spear entered his body, its intent ruthlessly suppressing him. Pain contorted the middle-aged man's face as he heard Brody's question. After coughing up more blood, he asked, if I tell you, can you spare me? Though he knew the chances were slim, he couldn't help asking. He didn't want to die. People often say they fear neither heaven nor death, but who really wants to die when faced with it? It took immense effort to reach this level of cultivation. Who would willingly perish? Brody neither agreed nor refused. Accept reality. You are now our captive. Your life is in our hands, so you have no right to negotiate. However, I guarantee that if you don't speak, you will certainly die. The middle-aged man fell silent, then said after a moment, I am Giles of Dustless Palace. We received reports from 100 Flowers Palace spies that you bypassed their detection and appeared within the garden. We wanted to obtain this information, and I accepted this mission. As expected, it confirmed something Brody had suspected. They hadn't visited ethereal immortal domain before, and upon leaving 100 Flowers Palace, this incident occurred. Clearly someone with ill intentions had been informed. I've told you everything. Can you let me go? Hope flashed in Giles's eyes. He hoped Brody would spare him because of his cooperation. He also noticed that among the three, this black-clothed youth held the most sway. Brody smiled enigmatically. I won't kill you. Hearing this, Giles first showed surprise, then ecstasy. He hadn't expected to escape death. Even Alithia and Vivian Tao looked over in disbelief. Brody usually wasn't this lenient. Although surprised, they didn't ask or doubt him. Alithia supported Brody unconditionally, while Vivian Tao, as a follower, wouldn't press further. So can you let me go? No, not yet. We need to wait for someone. Brody shook his head slightly. Wait for someone? Who? For some reason, Giles felt inexplicable unease. He was like fish on a chopping board, powerless against whatever happened. Suddenly, Brody's eyes lit up. Here he comes. Not only did Brody sense it, but Alithia and the others also felt it. Turning their heads, they saw a gorgeously dressed beauty appear. She had skin as white as snow, a dignified and beautiful appearance, and graceful posture, radiating mature charm. Seeing her, Brody smiled. Nathaniel Lin, we meet again. The newcomer was indeed Nia, whom Brody believed was connected to 100 Flowers Palace, so he had messaged Tamsin to inform her. Upon seeing them again, Nia bowed slightly. Greetings, fellow Taoists. When her gaze landed on Giles pinned in midair, even with her suspicions, she was still startled by the trio's methods. As for Giles, seeing Nia terrified him. He seemed to understand what Brody's smile meant. If he fell into the hands of 100 Flowers Palace, would there be any chance for him? After all, Dustless Palace and 100 Flowers Palace were eternal enemies. After informing Nia about this person's purpose, Brody smiled. Earlier, Nathaniel Lin helped us out of trouble. Now, I will offer him to you. I wonder if Nathaniel Lin finds this gift satisfactory. Nia smiled. Thank you, fellow Taoist Flynn. This person holds a significant position in Dustless Palace, which makes it very important. I shall take him back to 100 Flowers Palace. If you have time, you're welcome to visit any time. Nia had never underestimated Brody's group, but now she truly regarded them as equals. After taking a final look at Alithia, Nia left with the sealed Giles. With the relationship between 100 Flowers Palace and Dustless Palace, Giles would likely face no good outcome. Let's go. Brody's eyes flickered. He was not captivated by Nia but merely wanted to repay this favor. As for the conflict between 100 Flowers Palace and Dustless Palace, he had no interest in involving himself. Giles had brought this upon himself. After they left, tens of thousands of miles away from 100 Flowers Palace, lay another territory, the domain of Dustless Palace. 3 days had passed. Several Hartleys of Dustless Palace gathered, each with grim expressions. They guessed that Giles had failed. One of our Hartleys suspects that these three might have been bait from 100 Flowers Palace, a cunning trap. Our Dustless Palace has lost a divine spirit without cause, and Hartley fumed. His reasoning made sense, earning nods from the other Hartleys. According to the faint life force of Giles, he was indeed within 100 Flowers Palace. Among the Hartleys, only one hunched old man remained silent, appearing almost asleep. But none dared disturb him, for this frail-seeming Hartley was actually the Grand Nathaniel of Dustless Palace, a being one step away from the main deity realm. Opening his somewhat cloudy eyes, he said, Giles cannot just die. Send someone to 100 Flowers Palace to negotiate. Pay any price to ransom him back. As for those three youngsters, confirmed information reveals they are not from 100 Flowers Palace. Alice staring over Giles was likely to divert our attention from them. Chapter 429. The Sister Blossoms. The 100 Flowers Garden is the foundation of the 100 Flowers Palace. We must obtain this method, no matter what means we use. The senior Nathaniel's tone was resolute, while some Hartleys showed signs of difficulty. But 3 days have passed. If they leave using a teleportation array, Won't it be like birds flying free under the sky? This task is very difficult. Their concerns were not unfounded. It was even possible that those three had already been protected by the 100 Flowers Palace. However, as the senior Nathaniel, he calmly extended his hand, revealing a wisp of gunchi swirling in his palm. Seeing this, everyone present was taken aback. This is the wisp of gunchi found at the scene by our dispatched scouts yesterday, which can help us track them. The senior Nathaniel explained calmly and then pulled out a special divine weapon from his robes, a 3-foot-long needle called the soul-chasing needle. Its function was not to kill but to track. Under the senior Nathaniel's control, the gunchi was absorbed by the soul-chasing needle. Then, marvelously, the needle began spinning in midair without any manipulation and stopped when its tip pointed in a specific direction. 4th Nathaniel, 5th Nathaniel, I'll leave the pursuit to you two. Even if they escape into other factions' territories, it doesn't matter. I will handle the coordination. The senior Nathaniel quickly issued orders. With his words, 2 Hartleys stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Please rest assured, Senior Nathaniel. With that, they left the dustless palace with the soul-chasing needle, speeding towards the indicated direction. The senior Nathaniel's gaze remained calm. If everything went smoothly, obtaining the method to enter the 100 Flowers Garden would deliver a heavy blow to the 100 Flowers Palace. It was simple. That garden was the place where all the cultivators of the palace relied on for cultivation. Their unique method depended on flower pollen, and if anything happened to the garden, it would shake their foundation. Meanwhile, Brody and the others had left the 100 Flowers Palace territory. They hadn't used any teleportation arrays, as they were still gathering information with no specific destination. Brody's expression grew heavy. Since the 100 Flowers Palace, he had inquired about Jane and Alf multiple times, but gained no useful leads. It seemed nobody had heard of them, making him worry deeply. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. He nearly overlooked an important person. The woman who had taken Jane and Alf away initially. Petra. According to the map, ahead lies the Black Triangle. This place is rumored to be filled with riffraff and chaos, but hopefully, we can gather useful information, Brody thought to himself. The Black Triangle was home to many outlaws, such as evil cultivators, demons, or those wanted by major factions. In short, people from all over gathered here. Such a place suited Brody's needs perfectly. Information about major factions or significant events almost always spread here. Yates was unusually quiet after being defeated by a father-son duo. Jasmine, however, occasionally chatted with Brody, seeming quite at ease around him. The air in the Black Triangle was permeated with a faint, bloody smell, proving its chaotic nature. Yohanter could happen at any moment. The area was vast, far exceeding the 100 Flowers Palace territory by several times, acting as a convergence point for multiple faction boundaries. Brody sensed the thinning spiritual energy, barely sustaining cultivators like them. Yet this place drew so many outlaws for good reason. What attracts several factions to refrain from interference isn't something friendly. Sometimes, one mustn't talk. A strong fist earns respect. Brody's companions nodded in agreement. They walked aimlessly, unfamiliar with the Black Triangle's power structures and detailed maps. Soon, they encountered a group, better described as 2 factions in combat. One side comprising over a dozen cult disciples in uniform, the other consisting of just 2 women, both injured and surrounded. The lead disciple wore light pink robes, clearly a youth. He looked down on the 2 women, sneering. I've heard Dark Knight Roses are Trina. Today, meeting you indeed does not disappoint. Here's a chance. Surrender that item, serve us well, and you may leave. The 2 women were incredibly alluring, clad in revealing outfits, though injuries marred their beauty. Clearly identical twins, they roused the youth's desires, shared by his fellow disciples. One of the Dark Knight Roses spat blood, coldly retorting, Who doesn't know your blood emperor sex ways? Your words mean nothing. Do whatever you want. Her eyes showed madness. They knew leaving alive was impossible. But the youth, patient, felt more desire to conquer them. I, Manny, swear by my martial heart. If you do as I asked, I won't harm you. What say you? Swearing by martial heart. Hearing this, their resolve faltered. If survival was a possibility, who would choose death? Life over death. This was a stark reality. Faced with this choice, even cultivators might abandon principles to survive. Watching from afar, Brody showed little emotion. Condemned to die, could they still preach morality? Besides, he wasn't prone to meddling. They concealed their aura, intending to leave unnoticed. But unexpectedly, the Dark Knight Roses detected their presence. Hidden friends, can you assist us, Adley? We will reward you generously afterward, one shouted openly, looking towards Brody. Opposite, the youth's eyes narrowed, his perception expanding. Who's there? Brody halted, a hint of killing intent flashing, not towards the Blood Emperor sect, but towards the alluring Trina. Chapter 430, Blood Coagulation Crystal. Since they had already been discovered, Brody no longer concealed himself. The 3 of them appeared before the group without saying a word, merely observing the Antonio sect party with a composed demeanor. The young man at the front narrowed his eyes, not eager to take immediate action. He was unsure of these 3 individuals, but was visibly impressed when he saw Jasmine. Flynnt, having come this far, he was not one to act rashly and asked in a probing tone, Who are you? Why are you skulking around here? What are your intentions? Just passing by. I don't want to get involved in your affairs, so don't force me to. Brody responded coolly, with a hint of warning in his last sentence, as he prepared to leave with the 2 others. However, the leading youth sneered, Don't force you to get involved? Since we've met so fatefully, I think it's better if you stay here. The object he sought was too significant to let slip any information, even if these 3 seemed formidable. But he was confident in his own side's capabilities. Still, he remained cautious, only sending his disciples forward as a test. If the situation turned unfavorable, he could escape immediately. Seeing this, the Trina wore triumphant smiles. They had deliberately dragged Brody and his companions into this. Knowing the youth wouldn't let them go easily, once chaos ensued, they could escape. You're courting death. Seeing several disciples rush forward, Vivian Tao's gaze turned cold. A purple gold spear materialized in his hand, and its intent surged like a dragon, instantly obliterating the disciples without a trace. A divine realm expert? The youth went pale at this sight, turning and fleeing in the opposite direction without a second thought. Facing such power, he had no hope of victory, and escaping with his life would be fortunate indeed. It's all because of that blasted woman. He felt deep regret. Those three clearly didn't wish to meddle, but due to the twins' actions, how could he avoid this peril? On this side, the remaining disciples were stunned by what transpired. Realizing their senior brother had vanished, they tried to flee, but it was too late. The spear's intent reached them instantly, leaving only a few more corpses on the ground. I will pursue. Vivian Tao took the initiative, getting Brody's nod before chasing after the fleeing youth. As for the Trina, they trembled on the ground, kneeling. They knew they had encountered someone they couldn't provoke, hoping Brody hadn't seen through their tricks. Brody did not kill them immediately but asked calmly, "Tell me, how did you detect our presence?" The Adley shivered and quickly explained, Because we are twins and have very sensitive perception since childhood, allowing us to notice adults nearby." Then, they bowed deeply, "Thank you, sir, for saving us from harm. If there is anything you need, my sister and I can do anything for you, even serving you." Her voice carried a flirtatious undertone, her pitiful appearance evoking sympathy. Especially with the way they revealed glimpses of their chests and curves, it was almost irresistible. Jasmine glanced at Brody, curious about his reaction. Brody did not disappoint. His expression remained calm. "Tell me about the black triangle, everything you know. Alastered over that thing as well. And if you dare to act like that again, I'll kill you now." Chilled by the sudden icy aura, the Adley trembled. The Black Triangle mostly consists of wilderness outskirts, with 10 cities controlled by 10 major forces, including the Antonio sect, which has a divine-level expert as guardian. They then handed over a dark red crystal to Brody. It was cold to the touch, rough on the surface with countless small holes, yet contained immense refined energy. What is this? Even Brody had never seen it before. This is a blood coagulation crystal. Only 10 kilograms are produced every 10 years in the entire Black Triangle, divided among the 10 major forces. It helps enhance cultivation breakthroughs. Fearing impatience, the Adley quickly explained. But they were overthinking. Brody's attention was entirely focused on examining the blood coagulation crystal. Based on his observation, the crystal in his hand weighed 3 kilograms, highlighting its value. No wonder Antonio's sect disciples pursued them relentlessly. This resource was coveted by cultivators, many coming to this chaotic place just for it. Even divine realm experts desired it, let alone holy realm cultivators. Just then, Vivian Tao returned, holding a head, the youth's. His final expression was eternally fixed in despair. The Trina were frightened. They might not know Brody's strength, but they knew Vivian Tao was a genuine spear cultivator. Such an individual was a formidable force even in the Black Triangle, respected and feared. Overcome with fear, they pleaded, "Masters, can we leave now?" Brody glanced at them, not answering directly. Instead, he produced a portrait. "Have you seen this woman in the painting?" The Trina looked at the painting depicting a woman in a yellow floral dress, with delicate features and long, flowing hair. Jasmine also glanced curiously. She knew from Brody that this was his fiancée. Chapter 431. Follow me, or leave. The two Adley scrutinized the painting carefully. The woman depicted was indeed beautiful, but they shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen her before. This left Brody somewhat disappointed. "Do you know of any force in the ethereal immortal realm that specializes in the way of dreams? Have you heard of Vernon Lee?" The Adley exchanged glances and then smiled bitterly. "Esteemed lord, the ethereal immortal realm is vast, with countless forces. We are merely at the sage realm and have never left Donghua, so our exposure to such matters is extremely limited." Brody's gaze turned cold. "If that's the case, then you two aren't useful to me." Sensing the bone-chilling killing intent, the Adley were thrown into panic, fear instantly overwhelming them. One of them, the Hartley sister, seemed to remember something and clung to it like a lifeline. Wait, I know someone who might know." Brody retracted his killing intent, but kept his tone icy. "Speak. We can take you to find him, but before that, you must guarantee us our lives." The Adley had learned to play smart, and wanted this as leverage. However, Brody sneered. "Threaten me? Do you know that if I perform a soul search on you, I could learn everything?" This scared the two women speechless, but the Hartley sister remained relatively calm, quickly regaining her composure and forcing herself to stay composed. "Lord, soul searches violate the natural order, and besides, can you ensure you'll obtain complete memories?" Her forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and her back was soaked. She couldn't be sure whether Brody would actually forego the soul search. If he did conduct one, they could end up as imbeciles at best, or dead at worst. But this was their only chance. In the Black Triangle, it was all about self-interest. Emotional appeals were laughable here, especially to someone at Brody's level. "You win. If you can provide the information I seek, I will spare your lives. But don't expect me to swear a martial oath. There are only 2 options for you. Let me perform a soul search or lead me to that person." After a moment's contemplation, Brody spoke slowly, presenting the choice again. Indeed, a soul search was the most direct and convenient way to extract information, but it had its pros and cons. The primary condition was having a dominant soul to suppress the other, and the most critical drawback was that it didn't guarantee obtaining complete information. Memory was always the most mysterious part of the soul, easily becoming fragmented upon intrusion. Naturally, she chose to guide Brody to the person, gambling on his word. Though the hope was slim, it was their only chance. The 5 proceeded together through this desolate landscape. Along the way, they encountered not just numerous corpses but also other travelers, though no conflicts arose. They merely observed from afar and moved on. Soon, They arrived at a massive city marked with 3 prominent characters. Antonio City. Clearly, this was the city controlled by the Antonio sect. Upon returning here, the Adli trembled slightly, feeling some fear. Previously, they had fled from here, and none of them imagined they'd come back. There was no choice but to proceed. The Adli took out black cloaks to conceal their appearances, which caught Brody's slight attention. Sensing them, he noted that their auras had changed, becoming unfamiliar. Indeed, to survive here, one needed skills. Unlike the desolation outside, Antonio City was bustling with activity. People, taverns, inns, shops, it had everything. Occasionally, cries of vendors filled the air. Lord, under no circumstances should you reveal the blood crystal here. The Hartley sister was Kala, while the younger was Jacqueline. Kala explained that blood crystals, being precious resources, were strictly controlled by the 10 major forces. Though other factions received shares during mining, the largest portions always went to these 10. Revealing possession of a blood crystal would inevitably attract deadly consequences. If it's so serious, why didn't the Antonio sect's Divine Realm experts attack you? Brody asked. It was sheer luck. There were few Divine Realm experts in the city then, and they considered us mere ants, not worth bothering. After we escaped, they sent many disciples after us. The ones you dealt with were only part of one squad, Jacqueline replied. Brody nodded lightly as they continued walking. With the Adli and Alithia drawing considerable attention, their fiery figures and Alithia's serene beauty attracted many gazes. Even Brody and Vivian received attention, but those eyes soon withdrew. They gave off a dangerous aura. Though certain men lusted after the women, no one dared cause trouble. Here, in the Black Triangle, women were also a resource, but specifically, weak women. However, the chaos in the Black Triangle was merely a reflection of the broader cultivation world. Back in Calalanching, Brody met Ruby for the first time at an auction. Possessing 3 such beauties, it wasn't about the quantity but the quality. The men must be very powerful, or the women weren't easily manipulated. Facing many suspicious gazes, Alithia remained indifferent but slightly frowned. As for the Adli, they were used to such attention and responded coldly, "Keep staring, and I'll gouge out your dog eyes." A flicker of killing intent dissuaded many gazes. Kala privately explained to Brody, "It's unavoidable. To avoid being bullied, we must appear fierce. The weaker we seem, the more excited they get." Brody nodded lightly, understanding. Kala breathed a sigh of relief, fearing he might think she was causing trouble. "You're intelligent, but focus your cunning elsewhere. Never try to manipulate me. Take this as a warning." Hearing this, Kala's eyes widened. She immediately assured him that she would not do so. Giving her a deep look, Brody didn't speak further. He found her smart and capable. If possible, he even considered keeping her around for his own purposes. Led by the Adli, they eventually stopped before a modest residence, not the opulent mansion one might expect. FLYNT. Owning a mansion here implied significant status. The master here is known as xuanhuan, a spirit being. It's said he defected from Tianjulu and now serves as a guest scholar at the Antonio sect. He likely has the information you seek. Now, can we go? The Adli wanted to leave. Staying here felt unsafe, and they weren't entirely confident that xuanhuan knew anything. Brody gave them a mild look. You two have one final choice. Follow me, or leave. Chapter 432, Corey. The 2 Adli were visibly taken aback by his words. Brody stood quietly watching them, ready to strike and kill them instantly if they chose to leave. The reason was simple. He couldn't risk them betraying him. If the Antonio sect surrounded him, it would inevitably cause trouble. He had to act when necessary. Dolores swallowed hard, a struggle playing out in her mind. It seemed she had made a significant decision as she knelt on the ground. This humble woman, Dolores, is willing to follow you, my lord. She realized this was an opportunity. Following a divine being would greatly improve their situation. Seeing her sister agree, Angie also knelt down and nodded. This humble woman, Angie, is willing to follow you, my lord. A smile flickered across Brody's face. Good. As he spoke, 2 sword souls surged into the minds of the Adli without warning, but did not harm them, only sinking into silence. This sword chi can annihilate your souls with just a thought from me. Of course, as long as you remain loyal in the future. This sword chi can protect you from one fatal strike below the divine realm, and I will ensure you gain endless benefits. Hearing Brody's words, the 2 Adli quickly replied, My lord, rest assured, we will have no second thoughts. With their lives held in someone else's hands, the 2 Adli felt a mix of daze and resentment, but the outcome was already set in stone, leaving them powerless to change it. Brody shifted his gaze to Yates and smiled. From now on, they are under your care. What do you think? Yates hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. Subjugating these 2 Adli wasn't about satisfying any desires. Rather, Brody believed that in the Black Triangle, he could try to establish his own force. Of course, personnel were insufficient now, so this idea was just the starting point, requiring more effort in the future. Brody looked at the mansion and, finding no guards at the gate, knocked on the door. Soon, footsteps approached. Creak. The door opened, revealing a young boy who scrutinized the group with wide eyes before speaking in a childlike voice. Master does not see visitors today. Please leave. Not seeing visitors? Brody narrowed his eyes and said, I'm here today only to ask a few questions, nothing more. The boy sneered. I've already said Master doesn't see visitors, so? Before he finished, Brody suddenly grabbed his collar, lifting him up and stepping into the residence. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Give me 2 choices. Either lead us to your master or die right now. Oh great, another choice. The 2 Adli watched this unfold, deeply empathizing with the situation. Killed intent hovered over the boy, making him shiver and unable to move. From Brody's eyes, he could see that he meant business. Swallowing hard, the boy stammered, I'll take you. Who would have thought he'd encounter such a ruthless person? His master was a genuine deity, and backed by the Antonio sect. How dare he? Seeing him agree, Brody smiled and ruffled the boy's bald head. Wouldn't it have been better if you had cooperated earlier? To the boy, this smile looked no different from a demon's smirk, but he had learned to assess the situation. Nodding rapidly, he replied, Flynn's, yes, it's all my fault for not recognizing your might. Under the boy's guidance, Brody and company traversed a bamboo grove and finally arrived at a small cottage. The wooden door, previously closed, slowly swung open on its own. Inside was dim and gloomy, giving off an unsettling feeling. The boy stopped and glanced at Brody. This is Master's residence. Go ahead and speak with him. Brody's gaze flickered as he turned to Jasmine and the others. I'll go in first. Wait here. If anything feels off, ignore everything and storm in immediately. He wasn't afraid. The most Corey could be was a divine realm cultivator. To be safe, he decided to leave them outside. Brody's eyes focused as he stepped inside. The room was much larger than expected, though still dimly lit. Strange objects littered the space. Unknown turtle shells, animal bones, animal skins hanging on the walls, and mysterious runes. Why has a Taoist brother intruded upon my residence? A hoarse voice echoed from within. Brody's gaze locked onto the source of the voice. A recliner chair facing away from him, a few steps away. Surprise flashed in Brody's eyes. He hadn't noticed this person lying there the whole time. A hunched figure slowly rose, covered in pockmarks, which appeared frightening in the dark. Without further ado, Brody took out a scroll and opened it, asking, Do you know about the woman depicted here? Her name is Jane. Corey examined the scroll carefully and nodded. Jane, yes, I've heard of her. She's not from ethereal immortal domain. She was brought back by Petra from the outside world, and initially exhibited astonishing talent. Accompanying her was a younger brother named Alf, though his talent was slightly weaker compared to hers. Corey almost divulged all the information about Jane. Brody's eyes narrowed, trying to contain his excitement. Where is she? Hearing Brody's question, Corey chuckled. I do know, but... Chapter 433, Negotiation. I need something to exchange with. Brody's gaze sharpened. I wonder what it is you want? Titus glanced at the black scabbard hanging from Brody's waist. That? The scabbard was entirely black, emitting a matte finish and giving off an enigmatic feel. From the moment he first saw Brody, Titus's eyes had been drawn to it. Having studied numerous peculiar items, he had a strong hunch that this black scabbard had an extraordinary origin. I generally do not meet outsiders today, but I made an exception purely out of interest in this scabbard. What are your thoughts on this, fellow Taoist? Titus gave a faint smile. If Brody were an ordinary person, and without concern for the two individuals outside, he might have already tried to seize the scabbard. Apologies, but I cannot give this away. You can propose another condition. Brody remained calm as he spoke. How could he possibly hand over the black scabbard, a gift from Dao Ze? Hearing Brody's response, Titus paused momentarily before turning away, then leave. I won't see you out. Brody looked deeply at him once more before walking out. This place was Antonio's sect's stronghold. He did not act rashly here. Wait. Just as he was about to leave, Titus called out to him again. Brody felt a flicker of hope. Could there be a turnaround today? He turned back to look at him. Titus resumed his smiling face. Help me with a task, and I will provide you the information you seek. Brody scoffed. Help you with a task? While you know much, the information I need isn't a secret within the ethereal immortal realm. Why go through such lengths? Titus paused, then laughed loudly. True indeed. But completing this task will not only get you the information, but also bring immense benefits to both of us. Want to hear it? Destroy Antonio's sect. You're insane? Hearing these words, Brody's pupils constricted sharply. The mere thought made him draw in a cold breath. Not to mention the divine beings seated in Antonio's sect. Just dealing with the supreme deity alone was beyond his capabilities. Though Brody was usually confident, he wasn't arrogant and understood his limits well. Destroying Antonio's sect sounded impossible at his current strength. At this point, Brody felt further discussion was futile. Titus seemed deranged. Antonio's sect controls vast resources. With no supreme deity present in Black Triangle now, don't you feel tempted? Titus suddenly asked as Brody turned away. Indeed. Hearing this, Brody halted his steps and turned back. Is what you say true? Why would an old man like me lie? Not just Black Triangle, even neighboring powers lack supreme deities. This statement made Brody's pupils constrict sharply. If true, perhaps negotiations could continue. He also recalled why Hundred Flowers Palace let them go. It was likely due to the absence of the supreme deity, avoiding unnecessary losses. However, Titus's intentions intrigued Brody. Wasn't he supposed to be a guest heartly of Antonio's sect? Though Antonio's sect has no supreme deity, they still have 4 divine beings, a considerable force. Let's hear your plan for now. Brody did not agree immediately. This was a major decision requiring caution. Hearing Brody's openness, Titus smiled. As a guest heartly, I can at least contact one to come here. Together, we'll swiftly subdue him. Afterward, matters will be easier, less risky. As far as I know, Antonio's sect possesses over 50 kilograms of blood crystal, a substantial resource. 50 kilograms of blood crystal. More than just substantial, it was a staggering amount. Entire Black Triangle only produced 10 kilograms every decade, divided among major and peripheral forces. 50 kilograms was terrifyingly significant. If Titus knew Brody's thoughts, he would scoff. 10 years, 10 kilograms? Nonsense. It was propaganda by major forces. The actual production was much higher. As a divine realm powerhouse, Titus joined Antonio's sect primarily for blood crystals. However, they clearly distrusted him, allocating pitifully few crystals annually, greatly disappointing him. Nonetheless, given the stakes, plans must be meticulous and executed swiftly. If other factions caught wind, they'd join, creating chaos beyond their control. Ultimately, Brody agreed, not only to learn more about Jane but also because controlling so many blood crystals could advance his cultivation significantly. After discussing the plan with Jasmine, both agreed. Dolores and her sister weren't informed, merely instructed to stay put. Antonio's sect resided on a towering mountain peak, within a paradisiacal divine realm. Inside, a blood-robed Hartley named Khalil Vivian suddenly opened his eyes. What does this old devil Titus want? Khalil Vivian was a divine realm expert of Antonio's sect, a disciple of its supreme deity. He received a divine transmission from Titus, leaving him puzzled. Despite being a guest Hartley, Titus's relationship with Antonio's sect wasn't cordial, evident from his living outside the sect. Khalil Vivian didn't ponder too deeply, curious about Titus's intentions, which seemed trivial, a mere invitation to view a strange item. Khalil Vivian turned to his favored disciple, Foster. Come with me. Flynn's master. Foster, his prized disciple, was always close to Khalil Vivian, receiving abundant resources. Soon, the duo arrived at Titus's residence. Khalil Vivian maintained a facade of cordiality despite their estrangement. The gates were open, with a servant awaiting them. Upon seeing Khalil Vivian, he bowed, divine being Khalil Vivian, master awaits inside. The servant, unaware of any intrigue, respectfully led them in. Passing through bamboo groves, they soon reached Titus's quarters. Wait here, Khalil Vivian told Foster before stepping in. Little did he know, a deadly ambush awaited. Inside, Titus greeted, Greetings, Khalil Vivian fellow Taoist. It's been a while. Khalil Vivian inwardly sneered but nodded politely. Fellow Taoist Yen, why summon me here? Knowing Titus's penchant for collecting oddities, Khalil Vivian presumed this visit was no different. Chapter 434. Subduing a divine being. As for Brody standing beside him, he did not draw any attention. He assumed that Brody was merely Aaron's newly admitted disciple. Meanwhile, Jasmine and the others had been concealed by Brody using the characteristics of the Void Sword. After leaving Armand, his communication with Billy and the others had resumed. However, they seemed to have sensed something, and after briefing him, they fell into deep slumber to fully recover their strength. As per their words, everything from now on depended on Brody's own abilities, except for major issues which they would address. Aaron smiled faintly, but his laugh carried an eerie quality. Actually, I invited Taoist Khalil Vivian here today to borrow something. Khalil Vivian sensed an unusual vibe. What is it? Your life. Brody's tone was cold. Khalil Vivian's pupils constricted as he realized the situation was dire. He wanted to leave the room immediately, but the scene began changing. The room's layout vanished and they appeared in an unknown place. This was Aaron's divine realm world, having forcefully pulled Khalil Vivian inside. At the same time, Yates and Jasmine emerged within Khalil Vivian's line of sight. The four surrounded him. Damn! Khalil Vivian's expression turned grim. Judging by this arrangement, he knew he was about to face disaster. His eyes locked onto Aaron, the chief culprit, and said without pretense, By attacking me, old devil Yen, are you rebelling? Hearing his words, Aaron laughed. Rebelling? When did you ever consider me one of your own? Today, we will first execute you, and then destroy Antonio's sect. Upon hearing this, Khalil Vivian was both shocked and furious. He then looked at Brody and the others. This fellow Taoist, old devil Yen, is unreliable. It's like negotiating with a tiger. Let's join forces to kill him. There will be substantial rewards afterward. Even now, Khalil Vivian tried persuading them. There was no turning back. Brody shook his head slightly. You should rest in peace. His voice barely fell when golden blood aura erupted around him. He resembled a being enveloped in golden flames, with blood energy surging like waves. A divine body cultivator. Seeing this, Khalil Vivian's expression darkened, becoming increasingly anxious. He couldn't send a distress signal to his sect through the divine realm, so his only hope rested on himself. Yates also unleashed a powerful aura, a purple glow flashing before gripping a spear. Another divine spear cultivator. Khalil Vivian's heart sank. He feared he might truly perish here. They said it was hard to kill a divine, even harder to hold someone back if they wanted to flee. Yet this setup left him vulnerable to death. 3 divine beings could crush him completely. Still, even in such dire circumstances, he held onto a glimmer of hope, waiting for the disciple he brought to alert the sect. Unknown to him, his waiting disciple outside had become an ice sculpture. Prepare to die. Aaron took the first move, hurling 2 mystical bone armors that instantly transformed into strange runes trapping Khalil Vivian. These runes emitted an eerie light, effective against divine principles. Aaron glanced anxiously at Brody and Yates. Quick, I can't suppress him for long. Mid-sentence, a crack appeared on one bone armor's jade-like surface, making him wince. It was caused by Khalil Vivian's frantic counterattack. In a desperate situation, never underestimate a divine being. No, don't underestimate anyone. Brody nodded and disappeared, reappearing with a fist ablaze in golden fire smashing into Khalil Vivian's chest, brutal and terrifying, causing immediate damage, caving in his chest and spitting out large amounts of blood. Simultaneously, a purple lightning bolt arrived in an instant. It was Yates, whose spear tip pierced through Khalil Vivian's heart and lungs. Under their combined attack, the mighty Khalil Vivian had little to no means to resist. This was expected, each using all their might. Yates, as an immortal body, his combat prowess was indisputable. Brody, a divine body cultivator, made the suppressed Khalil Vivian akin to a toy. As for Aaron, his bone armors reduced Khalil Vivian's power by nearly half. Everything aimed for a swift resolution to prevent Antonio's sect from responding too quickly. Within moments, Khalil Vivian was unrecognizable. His divine body bruised and battered, origin fragmented. When my master returns, he will surely tear you all to shreds. Defeat was certain. Khalil Vivian roared, his violent power fluctuating wildly. Knowing he wouldn't survive, he wanted to self-destruct. Seeing this, Aaron sneered. The bone armors blazed brightly, suppressing Khalil Vivian's essence. Quick, break his divine essence. Aaron urged, knowing it was his divine realm. If Khalil Vivian self-destructed, he'd suffer significant injuries. Don't worry, he won't get the chance. Brody vanished, punching a terrifying blow through the essence while incorporating the sword's soul infused with profundity into Khalil Vivian's sea of consciousness. However, his spiritual power had inherent limitations. Even with profundity-infused power, it could merely ensure Khalil Vivian couldn't control his essence to self-destruct. But this bought enough time. The safest way was to annihilate Khalil Vivian completely, unable to risk stripping his divine essence. Yates focused, merging his immortal body power into the spear, forcefully suppressing and annihilating Khalil Vivian's essence. Relieved, the minds of Brody and company relaxed. This battle highlighted Aaron's importance. The magic of his bone armor suppressing divine beings made their victory easier. As the divine realm retracted, the room scene reappeared, but a mutilated corpse lay on the ground. ####Chapter 435, Designated Plan. Seeing Brody glance over, Esau calmly put away the bone armor. He wasn't afraid that Brody and his group would make a move against him. I've temporarily concealed this place from the heavens. Blood Emperor Sect won't detect Blood Rain's death for some time. Next, we need to deal with the 3 remaining deities of Blood Emperor Sect, Esau said, his eyes flickering. He took out 2 more tortoise shells from his chest, the same pair Brody had seen on the table earlier. I can trap one deity for an hour. My suggestion is to save this ability for the Lachlan. He is the chief disciple of the principal deity and has reached the peak of divinity. After that, we'll combine forces to eliminate the other 2, and our plan will succeed. Upon hearing Esau's words, Brody's eyes flickered. It seemed this old man had been preparing for this day for a long time. He nodded in agreement but didn't let Jasmine participate at any point. Though she was currently only a demigod, entering her immortal state would allow her to contend with deities. However, the subsequent cold poison was troublesome. Most importantly, she needed to be held as a trump card. In case of emergencies, having her as backup would prevent things from turning too dire. As for Dolores and her sister, Brody had them leave before Blood Rain arrived, giving them resources to secretly cultivate. They weren't yet qualified to participate in matters concerning Blood Emperor Sect. I have an idea, Brody suddenly said. Esau glanced over, waiting for him to continue. If Blood Emperor Sect really falls into our hands, why don't the 3 of us take control of Blood Emperor City? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Esau was surprised. You want to take over? Brody nodded. His thoughts were along those lines. If they control the city, along with their power, they could become a new force in the Black Triangle by showing enough strength to deter other factions from interfering. While Blood Emperor Sect's resources were indeed abundant, their true wealth lay in the few blood crystal veins they controlled. However, Esau sneered, not optimistic about Brody's idea. How long have you been in the Black Triangle and you want to do this? After Blood Emperor Sect falls, the other 9 forces won't sit idly by. They'll come to carve it up. What will you do then? Even if you can fend them off and intimidate them, what next? Once the principal deity returns, staying here will be like waiting for death. This was also Esau's most significant concern. To him, Brody's plan was unrealistic. His own idea was to destroy Blood Emperor Sect, loot everything, and then flee the Black Triangle. With the vast world and concealed heavenly signals, he was confident even the principal deity wouldn't find him for revenge. Young man, without principal deity level strength, you can't become a top-tier force in the Black Triangle. Better drop that thought for now. Patted Brody on the shoulder, Esau spoke sagely. Brody smiled faintly. Clearly, Esau wasn't going to join them. Only cooperation was possible. But his words made sense. Becoming a top-tier force without solid backing was wishful thinking. Elsewhere, 2 figures stopped at a certain location, looking cautiously at the direction pointed by the needle. That's the Black Triangle ahead. Should we really go in? The 4th Nathaniel of Dustless Palace looked hesitant. The reputation of the Black Triangle was no small matter, filled with desperados. Conceal our auras, let's go. Don't expose ourselves too early. It shouldn't be a problem. The 5th Nathaniel cleared his throat, and both concealed their presence, disappearing into the Black Triangle. Unaware of this, Brody's group was intensely discussing the next steps, quickly finalizing the plan. As discussed, Esau would restrain one deity, Brody another, and Vivian-Tao the third. Once these 3 deities were dealt with, the rest of Blood Emperor Sect would pose no real threat. Afterward, we'll meet 200 miles outside Blood Emperor City. No issues, right? Esau transmitted the map information to Brody. No problems. Brody smiled. Esau packed some things and then looked at the boy. Go out of the city and wait for me there. The boy nodded immediately, unaware of the day's plans. Though he felt curious, he didn't ask. Once arrangements were complete, the 3 left the residence, heading straight for Blood Emperor Sect's divine realm. Brody, we must be wary of Esau. We cannot fully trust him. On the way, Vivian-Tao's eyes flickered, glancing at Esau several times, harboring suspicions about the old man. I know, but for now, our actions are aligned. I need information from him, and he needs my help. For now, he probably can't scheme against us. Brody replied. He naturally wouldn't fully trust Esau. To prevent accidents, Jasmine had been sent ahead to the rendezvous point. Outside Blood Emperor Sect's divine realm, disciples guarded the entrance. With the principal deity absent, defenses were even stricter than before. But the current guards gathered in small groups, chatting idly. They couldn't imagine anyone daring enough to cause trouble here. They've sent out so many disciples and still haven't caught that Dark Knight Rose. Rumor has it one team has gone missing. I suspect they're probably already dead. Who would be so bold? Just as they chatted, a gentle breeze passed by, drawing their attention. Turning, they saw 3 figures appear before them. The disciples immediately grew alert, but relaxed upon recognizing the visitors. Nathaniel Esau is here. Please proceed. Despite disagreements with other Hartleys of Blood Emperor Sect, as an honorary Nathaniel and Divine Realm expert, these disciples dared not offend him, respectfully stepping aside without questioning Brody and Vivian-Tao's intentions. Entering the Divine Realm, Brody half-joked, Brother Esau, looks like you have quite the influence? Esau's gaze remained calm. They're just small fries. Ignore them. Next, I'll seal this divine realm and conceal its presence from the heavens. They'll realize something's wrong, leading to a battle. Are you ready? With Brody and Vivian nodding, Esau retrieved a cloak made from an unknown beast's skin, unfurling it to cover the entire divine realm, darkening the sky. In the next moment, the divine realm changed dramatically. Even Brody couldn't sense its existence, marveling at the treasures in Esau's possession. Who did this? As expected, soon 3 powerful auras erupted, shooting into the sky. These were the 3 deities of Blood Emperor sect, who immediately sensed something was amiss. 3 figures appeared, their divine images reflecting, all dressed in blood-red robes, 2 men and a woman. The central figure, a blood-haired Hartley, had sinister eyes. Upon seeing Esau, his face darkened. Old ghost Esau, are you seeking death? Shielding a divine realm was a huge deal. Seeing Esau appear here, even a fool could tell he was responsible. Chapter 436, Gale. Blood Emperor Leonardo, we meet again. Titus sneered. Today, he was fully prepared to annihilate the Blood Emperor sect and claim the blood condensation crystals at all costs. Noticing Brody and Yates beside him, the Blood Emperor Leonardo's expression turned grim. With no attempt to conceal their presence, he easily sensed a body cultivator, a spear cultivator, and Titus, an obviously deadly lineup targeting his sect. Where's Randy? Have you already killed her? The woman's eyes turned cold as she sensed something was amiss. They all knew Randy had left abruptly, initially without much concern since who would dare cause trouble in Blood Emperor City? However, now it seemed Randy was likely dead, killed before she could even send a distress signal, leaving them caught off guard. The middle-aged man looked at Brody and Yates, finding them unfamiliar. He was certain they had never met, let alone offended them. Bowing, he said, Dear fellow Taoists, I don't know what reward Titus has offered, but whatever he can give, the Blood Emperor sect can match. If you agree to leave, not only will we not pursue Randy's death, but we'll also offer 20 kilograms of blood condensation crystals as a token of friendship. What do you say? Although unaware of Brody and Yates's origins, he was sure they weren't from Black Triangle. He continued, Please think carefully. Why take such risks? Our sect has a Lord God sitting in vigil. Facing the middle-aged man's threats and temptations, Brody's gaze flickered. He didn't immediately reject or accept the offer. He was waiting for Titus's price. Sure enough, Titus couldn't wait any longer. His expression darkened. Flynn Taoist, things have reached this point. Your resolve mustn't waver. After this, I'll give you 60% of the blood condensation crystals and 70% of other resources. FLYNT, Brody remained unmoved. His gaze shifted, unsure of what he was thinking. Titus frowned, realizing this guy wanted tangible benefits. He then sent over the divine origin extracted from Randy's body. Flynn Taoist, the divine origin is yours now. Despite hating Brody's bargaining, Titus had no choice. Still, Brody shook his head slightly, gazing over. Yin Taoist, you know what I really want to know? Though unethical to drive up the price at this crucial moment, Brody felt no remorse. Plainly put, he never fully trusted Titus. Now was the time to use this situation to get the information he craved. Titus's expression fluctuated. That piece of information was his final leverage against Brody. Reluctantly, he handed it over, unsure if Brody would leave once he knew. Their conversation wasn't transmitted via divine messages. The old man with blood-red hair brightened, seemingly seeing an opportunity. May I ask what this young friend wishes to know? Perhaps I can provide some answers. This comment gave Titus no choice but to reveal Jane's whereabouts with 3 words. Dream Swamp. Brody's heart raced. Was this where Jane was? He wanted more details but knew better than to press too hard. Titus wouldn't continue talking after revealing this much. Smiling, Brody reassured Titus, rest assured. My resolve remains firm. Humph. Titus scoffed, unhappy but saying nothing more. Flynn Taoist, time waits for no one. Let's not dawdle further. Seeing this, the 3 leaders of the Blood Emperor sect grew grim, realizing they had reached an agreement. A battle was inevitable today. Want to destroy our Blood Emperor sect? We'll see if you have the capability. The Blood Emperor Leonardo snorted, red light enveloping him. This wasn't blood chi but blood mist, emitting a pungent, bloody odor. His skin turned entirely red as he lunged at Titus. He knew Titus was key to their success. If Titus died, the others wouldn't stay to fight to the death. The middle-aged man faced Yates, gripping a blood-stained spear, a weapon that had killed many. He too was a spear cultivator. As for Brody, only the woman remained in front of him. Her pale red eyes had a hypnotic allure. Heard that body cultivators have full blood chi and unmatched physical strength. How rare to meet a divine realm body cultivator, true or false. Her voice dripped with seduction, her tone sending shivers down Brody's spine like a warm breeze, transforming the scene into a bedroom filled with red silk, a large round bed dotted with flower petals, and a mirror overhead, exuding intimacy. More striking was the woman's disappearance of her blood robe, revealing her white as jade body in all its alluring glory. She slowly approached, almost pressing against Brody, hooking her fingers around his neck, her eyes soft, lips cherry red, whispering in his ear, Flynn Taoist, fighting is so boring. At this level of cultivation, why not enjoy life? Tonight, I'm yours. As she spoke, her other hand slid down, seemingly exploring. Brody's eyes turned cold, his blood chi bursting forth. One hand shot out lightning fast, gripping her throat, voice icy. Gale, you also wish to disrupt my path? Die. With a squeeze, her throat shattered, her body dissolving before his eyes. Brody's eyes narrowed, looking up to see her reappear on the bed, still naked, gazing at him seductively. Chapter 437. Unmoved by temptation. The woman's rounded, shapely legs were smooth as white jade, her delicate ankles and slightly reddened toes glowing invitingly. The entire room exuded an intoxicating fragrance that seemed to stir primal desires. It was as if a voice whispered in his ear. Go ahead. Why resist? If you must die among peonies, even death would be romantic. She is yours. Do with her as you please, satisfy your every desire. Before him, the seductive woman lay naked on the bed, her every curve inciting criminal thoughts. Brody frowned deeply, sensing that the longer he stayed, the more control over his own mind he would lose. This woman was truly formidable, her skills in the art of seduction profound. If not for the cooling aura emitted by his sword bone and the sharpness of his sword-cultivating spirit, he might have succumbed to her wiles. Still, despite these defenses, the blood within him churned uncontrollably, a tint pitching below, an inevitable reaction to her overwhelming allure. His powerful vital energy clashed bitterly with this damnable seductive technique. If I stay here any longer, my body will lose all control, Brody muttered to himself, scanning the surroundings for a way out. At this moment, the woman glanced at his rising form, a sly smile curving her lips. Friend Taoist, look how your body already reacts. Why pretend to be a saint? Trust me, you won't forget this night. Seeking death. Brody's eyes turned cold, and he appeared before her instantly, unleashing a terrifying golden punch. But the woman had vanished again. All before you is illusory. Unconcerned with where she would reappear, Brody radiated a piercing sword intent with each step, expanding its reach until it filled the entire room. Break! With a light shout, his sword intent exploded outward, transforming the scene yet again. However, it did not return to reality. This time, it shifted to a bathhouse. There she was once more, but now clad in a red silk garment that became translucent upon contact with water, revealing enticing glimpses beneath. Do you dislike the room, friend Taoist? How about this bath? Are you satisfied? The woman smiled coyly, gliding toward Brody like a fish in water, wrapping her long legs around his waist. Her touch felt so real, almost overwhelming his senses. Brody's frown deepened as his vital energy surged, responding to her advances. He was no sage like Gabriel, incapable of remaining unmoved. Gazing at the woman clinging to him, a flash of killing intent crossed his eyes, and he erased her once more. Only then could the agitation in his blood slightly subside. The sword bone continued to emit a soothing chill, but he needed to break free quickly. FLYNT there were no clear clues around him. Moments later, the woman reappeared. Brody frowned, punching straight at her without hesitation. He had no patience for her games. Unbeknownst to him, her attempts only further impressed upon the seductress how strong-willed this man was. Normally, few resisted her unless they were of higher cultivation. FLYNT this man, with lower Dao cultivation and focused on physical refinement, had held out this long, proving his unwavering Dao heart. Nevertheless, she refused to give up. The longer Brody stayed, the better for her. Once he succumbed, he would become her toy, a divine realm physique cultivator, far too valuable to let go. Outside, the battle raged on, fierce fluctuations claiming countless Antonio sect disciples' lives. Panic filled their faces as they tried to flee, only to find themselves trapped in the temporarily sealed divine realm world, unable to escape. Damn it, I don't want to die here. The divine realm has been sealed. There's no way out. We can only rely on our own abilities to survive. Cries of anguish echoed everywhere, but to the divine beings involved, their lives were insignificant. Antonio sect's divine power was otherwise occupied, unable to spare attention for them. In the sky, the middle-aged man faced the combined onslaught of Yates and Devlin under immense pressure, multiple injuries covering his body. Meanwhile, Antonio's sect master, who was supposed to be Devlin's opponent, had vanished. Not far from them stood a massive barrier, intricate patterns visible yet absolutely sealed. Careful observation revealed similarities to the turtle shell patterns Brody had seen earlier, and inside, Antonio's sect master remained trapped, unable to break free. Clearly, Devlin had come prepared to destroy Antonio's sect entirely. The middle-aged man's heart sank deeper, knowing he had to hold on, hoping for Antonio's sect master and the seductress to aid him. Bloodied but undeterred, he fought fiercely against the two. Though disadvantaged, his resilience showed no sign of faltering. Witnessing this, Devlin frowned. Antonio's sect could endure, but they couldn't, not when the cloak and turtle shell's time ran out. Yates understood this well and ceased holding back, entering a mortal body state, his strength soaring as he pierced the middle-aged man with his purple gold spear, spraying blood. Cursed, how can this be? The middle-aged man's eyes widened, but the situation left him no time to think, only to delay as much as possible. Devlin's gaze flickered toward Yates. Though his combat prowess wasn't remarkable, his methods and experience were vast. He recognized the transformation. An immortal body. Inside, he was shocked. Immortal bodies were exceedingly rare, even across the universe, rarely exceeding 10 at any one time. To see Yates possess one stunned him. In this state, Yates nearly reached an unopposed level, turning his purple gold spear into a lethal weapon. The middle-aged man struggled under the pressure, suffering heavy wounds and nearing exhaustion after just a few exchanges. Then, Devlin flashed a peculiar smile and vanished from sight. Rage surged within Yates. Devlin had chosen to head directly for Antonio sect's central hall. Devlin, you dare? He wasn't foolish, understanding the ulterior motives behind this move. Devlin wanted them to do the hard work, while he reaped the benefits. Turning to face him, Devlin grinned. He's on his last legs. Finish him quickly, friend Taoist Vivianian. Let me settle the spoils first. Despite spitting blood, the middle-aged man jeered. See, this is what happens when you ally with him. He's treacherous. You'll end up achieving nothing for him. Killing intent boiled within Yates. Had Brody not still been trapped by the seductress, he would have broken free to leave Devlin alone. For now, he could only hope Brody would soon break free. Within the seductive space, Brody searched tirelessly for a way out. He had already killed the woman countless times, but she always reappeared. Killing her proved futile. Instead, Her presence only interfered with his focus and intensified the agitation in his vital energy. Chapter 438, Breaking the Seduction Tao. Is it really impossible to leave here unless my cultivation surpasses hers? Is this a dead end? Brody furrowed his brow. He had been observing the situation and tried several methods, but none seemed effective. No. Just as Brody was feeling stumped, a sudden realization struck him. He realized he had overlooked something crucial. His gaze returned to the revived woman, still radiating irresistible charm, flawless in every way, with skin that glowed rosy white and eyes that exuded seductive allure. However, his attention was elsewhere, deep in thought. Suddenly, Brody smiled faintly, stepped forward, and approached the seductive woman. He looked down at her from close by. Seeing Brody come closer, the seductive woman's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but continued with a tantalizing smile. Fellow Taoist, have you changed your mind and want to enjoy this servant's company now? Brody reached out, gently lifting her chin. Your mastery of the seduction Tao is indeed profound, but I have a hypothesis. Could this scenario be part of your divine realm? Hearing this, the seductive woman's expression changed. Before she could react, Brody unleashed a burst of blood energy, forcefully suppressing her to prevent her from dissipating in the short term. Simultaneously, sword chi appeared, aiming to tear apart the current scene. Golden sword chi swirled around, and the surroundings began to fragment. The seductive woman struggled fiercely, but could not escape Brody's control for the moment. As the sword chi tore through, the surroundings gradually faded into nothingness. Under Brody's control, the woman did not vanish, but his focus shifted elsewhere. There, another woman stood, dressed in a blood-red robe, glaring at him with murderous intent. As expected, the clone I hold is intertwined with the environment. If she remains, the environment won't change, Brody remarked coldly. Finding the true self of the seductive woman would make everything much easier. The surroundings tried to restore themselves but were suppressed by his sword chi. The woman he held was tightly restrained. To think I underestimated you. Who would have guessed you are not only a physical cultivator, but also skilled in sword Tao? The woman in the blood-red robe looked displeased. This was the first time her seduction Tao had been puajia by someone of lower cultivation. Note, puajia should be translated as decoded or broken. Here is the corrected version. To think I underestimated you. Who would have guessed you are not only a physical cultivator, but also skilled in sword Tao? The woman in the blood-red robe looked displeased. This was the first time her seduction Tao had been broken by someone of lower cultivation. What else do you have? Brody's gaze turned cold. Without warning, he vanished and reappeared beside the woman. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch. Although the blood-robed woman excelled in the seduction Tao, her physical strength was clearly average. This punch didn't kill her but damaged her internal organs, causing her to spurt blood as she tried to retreat from Brody. But Brody wouldn't give her the chance, relentlessly pursuing her. Infinite golden fist light emerged, intending to suppress her instantly, while the shadow of an immovable wisdom king floated behind him, shaking her heart. Had Brody been an ordinary physical cultivator, he might have succumbed to her charms long ago. However, his body possessed the sword bone, and more importantly, he was an incarnation of the immovable wisdom king, representing fierce and domineering power along with the ability to see through all illusions and malevolence. By now, the blood-robed woman was heavily injured. Three of her wouldn't stand a chance against Brody in a direct confrontation. Die! Brody reappeared behind her, gathering golden blood chi into his arm, delivering a blow that penetrated her abdomen, leaving a gaping hole larger than a bowl. The blood-robed woman was barely alive, held by Brody. As the divine realm shattered, he returned to the blood sovereign sect, appearing before two people. Upon seeing the outcome, the middle-aged man gnashed his teeth in disbelief. The seductive woman had lost. How could this be possible? FLYNT the result was undeniable, leaving him desolate. Yates seized the opportunity, shattering the man's heart and lungs with a spear thrust. With a mouthful of blood, the man's gaze was like that of a dead man as he murmured, "Heaven has abandoned the blood sovereign sect." Yates ignored him, turning to Brody and recounting Ronnie's actions without exaggeration. Brody's gaze turned cold. Indeed, Ronnie was untrustworthy, but he hadn't anticipated Brody escaping so soon. Brody, go find him first. He's no threat to me. Hearing this, Brody nodded slightly, then transformed into a stream of light, diving deep into the divine realm of the blood sovereign sect. Ronnie must have calculated that Brody wouldn't escape so quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared act so boldly. First, he hadn't informed Brody that the woman practiced the seduction Tao. Furthermore, their arrangements had been given by Ronnie. Fortunately, Brody arrived just in time to catch Ronnie, who was attempting to leave. Behind him, the treasure repository, used to store valuables, had obviously been plundered. When he saw Brody, Ronnie was visibly surprised but quickly concealed his other emotions, revealing a trace of joy. Brother Flynn, I knew that woman wouldn't be your match, as expected. Watching his performance, Brody chuckled inwardly but wore a fake smile on his face. Brother Yin, I didn't expect you to move so quickly. How was your harvest? Ronnie's expression was awkward, and his thoughts were tumultuous. He hadn't expected Brody to overcome the challenge so fast, disrupting his plans. He laughed, "You jest, Brother Flynn. No matter how much we harvest, it's all ours. I was confident in victory, so I counted the spoils early. Don't worry, Brother Flynn. What's rightfully yours will be yours." Brody gave Ronnie a piercing look, but decided it wasn't the right time to confront him openly. He replied calmly, "I trust Brother Yin completely, but any actions outside the plan should be avoided to prevent misunderstandings, which could be problematic." Chapter 439, Annihilation of Blood Emperor Sect. Titus's eyes flickered, and he chuckled with a nod. I acted rashly. It wasn't the time to argue with Brody now. Their relationship shouldn't be broken yet. He didn't refute, but admitted his mistake. On the other side, under Yates's onslaught, the middle-aged man was now grievously injured, with irreversible wounds all over his body, like bloody craters, his life force flickering like a candle in the wind or a light in the rain. His face smeared with blood, he stared fiercely at Yates. My master will never let you go unpunished. Everything you do today will return to haunt you 100-fold. Unmoved by this, Yates's purple gold spear transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, instantly shattering the man's origin and easily extinguishing the last remaining spark of life within him. Looking at the middle-aged man's corpse, Yates retracted his spear. You were impressive indeed, but alas, it was your time. It is no disgrace to die by my hand. This middle-aged man could be considered one of the best deity realm experts he had encountered since leaving Forster, excluding Brody, of course. You all deserve death. Inside the tortoise-shell barrier, the Blood Emperor sect's leader watched this scene with bared teeth and gnashed jaws. Although isolated, he could still see everything clearly. His younger brothers' and sisters' deaths pushed him close to losing his mind, the terrifying divine principles stirring wildly. The barrier was almost at its limit, showing numerous cracks on its surface. Brody and Titus appeared beside Yates, their gazes solemn as they observed the figure inside the barrier. As for Titus, there was an added hint of sorrow. The tortoiseshell couldn't be used infinitely. Each use increased the cracks on its surface. By his estimation, this tortoiseshell could probably only be used 3 more times. Although their expressions were heavy, there was no fear among them. After all, it was 3 against 1, and they weren't ordinary deities. What did they have to fear? The original Blood Emperor sect now looked like ruins, with countless corpses lying around, victims of the shockwaves. Finally, under the relentless attack from the figure, the cracks on the barrier's surface grew rapidly like spider webs before exploding outward. Titus's eyes narrowed as he caught 2 dull pieces of the tortoiseshell that flew out from the explosion, carefully storing them in his core for nurturing. Clearly, he placed great value on these pieces. The Lachlan's face was distorted with rage, immediately attacking the trio as soon as he broke free. He was like a madman, with no specific target, living up to his status as a peak deity realm expert, his aura far surpassing the previous middle-aged man. Yates snorted coldly, his celestial body bursting into full power, charging skyward like a purple bolt of lightning, engaging the Lachlan. Brody and Titus didn't stand idle, joining the fray, resulting in a lopsided battle. Being 3 against 1, no matter how extraordinary the Lachlan was, he was not at the sovereign level, rendering his efforts futile. In just a few breaths, he suffered several injuries. Die, all of you. Lachlan's crimson hair flew wildly, his eyes locked on the 3, crimson flames erupting from his body, his aura surging powerfully. Titus's pupils contracted. The Lachlan had chosen to burn his origin without hesitation. He had no intention of living. This was a fight to the death. With his burning origin, the Lachlan's aura almost transcended the deity realm, stepping halfway into the demigod realm. A large crimson halberd appeared in his hand, unleashing boundless divine principles, aiming to slay the trio. So what if it's a desperate fight? Who wouldn't be at this point? Brody roared, his body emanating blood chi like golden mist, bearing the shadow of the immovable Wisdom King. With a single punch, space warped and exploded. The punch landed on the chest, causing the Lachlan's chest to cave in, emitting a low grunt. At the same time, a halberd slash left a bloody hole on Brody's shoulder. Even a deity realm physique wasn't invincible, especially now, the Lachlan posed a genuine threat. Yates appeared at this moment, his purple gold spear made from special materials, top-notch in every aspect. With a powerful thrust, the Lachlan was sent flying away. Unfortunately for him, the direction happened to be toward Titus, who was startled. Brody and Yates could withstand such attacks, but he was different. If hit, he would suffer severe injuries at the very least. Cold sweat poured out of him as he hurriedly tried to increase the distance. However, seeing him, the Lachlan sneered, remembering this hateful old ghost Titus for causing all this. Without regard for his injuries, he slashed horizontally at Titus. The terrifying power caused Titus's hair to stand on end as he quickly pulled out a jade token, smashing it to create a protective light screen. Despite this, the massive counterforce still penetrated through, causing Titus to spit out a mouthful of blood. But he successfully blocked the attack, infuriating the Lachlan, while also catching Brody and Yates off guard. Though Titus's own strength was average, he possessed numerous tricks up his sleeve. Coughing up blood, Titus turned to Brody, his voice urgent. Fellow Taoist, please act swiftly. Don't let this brute continue his aggression. Fellow Taoist, do not worry. I'm coming right away. Brody smiled inwardly, rushing over with Yates to block the Lachlan. Turning to Titus, he said, Fellow Taoist Yen, use whatever means you have. Don't hold back. This person is strong, hard for us to handle alone. Titus gave a bitter laugh and produced 2 bone armors, radiating brilliant white light. Under his control, the 2 bone armors flew towards the Lachlan, emitting mystical runes, suppressing his divine powers. Damned old ghost Yen. The Lachlan roared in anger. Under the effect of the bone armor, the crimson flames on his body dimmed and seemed on the verge of being extinguished, his aura plummeting dramatically. Seeing this, Yates marveled internally. These bone armors were incredibly mysterious, likely crafted from the bones of some mythical beast, extremely precious for their ability to suppress divine power. Under the suppression of the bone armors, the Lachlan was reduced to peak deity realm strength, facing overwhelming assaults from Brody and Yates, losing control and suffering multiple injuries. Bloodlight Hellfire. The Lachlan snorted coldly, taking a step forward as the surrounding environment began to distort, undergoing some transformation. Brody's eyes widened as he darted forward, with Yates following closely behind, blending sword intent with golden fistlight, aiming to stop him. Earlier, Titus mentioned the cloak couldn't hold much longer. If this continued, it would surely attract the attention of deities from other forces. Immovable Wisdom King Fist. Brody fused his punch with the immovable Wisdom King's shadow, almost causing the forming Bloodlight Hellfire to explode. Yates appeared behind the Lachlan, his spear piercing through without warning. Blood splattered as the spear struck a vital spot. Pain flashed in the Lachlan's eyes as Brody followed up with a fiery golden punch straight to the forehead. The Lachlan's head cracked open like a watermelon, red and white fluid spurting out, disgusting but not alarming to Brody. Deities had resilient life forces. Losing a head wasn't necessarily fatal. But thankfully, the distorted red light faded, returning to normal scenery. It was clear the Lachlan's attempted domain failed. Even with deep cultivation, the Lachlan was overwhelmed by the trio's combined efforts. Despite regenerating his head, his origin was nearly shattered. Finally, his complexion paled, and the blood flames completely dissipated. Chapter 440, For safety's sake. The essence was about to be depleted, unable to sustain the burning any longer. He knew very well what this meant. Antonio Leonardo, with a face full of resentment, howled to the sky, "I cannot accept this. Why couldn't I kill you all?" However, he was also acutely aware that even if he continued burning, it would not exterminate these three people. They were too strong. At best, even he could only fight them to a standstill, and even then, he might still be at a disadvantage. How could victory be easily achieved? But he remained unconvinced, unwilling to fall here, unwilling for Antonio's sect to be destroyed, its essence shattered and dim. His eyes brimmed with hatred. "May you die miserably. One day, you will end up with no place to bury your bones. That day may never come, but you can go ahead." Brody stood before him, his gaze cold, delivering the final blow. The essence shattered at once, utterly collapsing, taking away Antonio Leonardo's last glimmer of hope. Antonio Leonardo was dead. Titus finally revealed a relieved expression, then said, "Fellow Taoists, although Antonio's sect has been annihilated, we shouldn't stay here long. Let's leave quickly for the previously agreed location." Brody nodded. Titus retrieved 2 bone armors, and also pulled back the cloak enveloping Antonio's sect's divine world. The 3 figures streaked across the sky like meteors, leaving Antonio City. However, unbeknownst to them, in a corner of Antonio City, 2 pairs of eyes had been closely following their movements. These 2 individuals were none other than Dustless Palace's 4th Nathaniel and 5th Nathaniel, who had just arrived at Antonio City and had been hiding their presence due to fear of Antonio's sect to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, when the 3 figures appeared, the soul-chasing needle immediately reacted again, pointing towards one of them. "They are indeed here. Let's chase after them." 5th Nathaniel showed a smile, but 4th Nathaniel stretched out his hand to stop him. "4th Nathaniel, what is it?" Seeing the shock on his face, 5th Nathaniel was puzzled. 4th Nathaniel swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Probe the situation at Antonio's sect? You'll understand." Hearing this, 5th Nathaniel cautiously investigated, but upon witnessing the scene, his reaction was no less intense, perhaps even more shocking. Antonio's sect was destroyed? How is that possible? He almost growled, refusing to believe what he saw. The once formidable Antonio's sect now lay in ruins, filled with corpses, a gruesome sight. Considering the 3 figures who had just left Antonio's sect, they felt a chill run down their spines. Undoubtedly, this must have been their doing. Should we continue chasing after them? 5th Nathaniel began to hesitate. What initially seemed like a minor calamity turned out to be so devastating. Had they known, they wouldn't have taken this mission. Antonio's sect being destroyed is a significant event. This place will soon become unstable. We should follow and observe, but remember, do not be discovered. If it turns out to be too dangerous, we retreat. 4th Nathaniel frowned, deciding to follow. Though 5th Nathaniel hesitated, he eventually nodded. The 2 disappeared from the spot. Sure enough, within half a day after they left, the news of Antonio's sect's destruction spread throughout Antonio City, shocking everyone. No one had sensed it. The mighty Antonio sect had been annihilated without anyone knowing. Who could have done this? Antonio's sect has been destroyed. Other forces will soon take over Antonio City. This place has become chaotic. We can't stay any longer. Let's leave. Noticing this, many people began to leave Antonio City in large numbers. Some of the more daring ones ventured into Antonio's sect, hoping to seize some benefits during the chaos. But this had nothing to do with Brody and the others. Soon, the 3 reached the prearranged location. It was a simple hill, barren and plain. The disciple was already waiting there, rushing forward upon seeing Titus's return. "Master!" Brody glanced casually around, then focused on Titus. "Matters are concluded. Fellow Taoist, can you now divide the spoils?" And the location of Dream Marsh. Hearing this, Titus smiled mysteriously, saying, "Dream Marsh is located in Zhengzhou province. You can find the specifics yourself. As for the spoils, consider it payment for this information." Yates's gaze grew cold. This old fox is indeed untrustworthy. Brody's eyes narrowed as he stared directly into Titus's. "Fellow Taoist Yen, are you serious?" A faint ripple of blood energy stirred around him, and Yates took a step forward, brandishing a purple golden spear, ready for an immediate confrontation. Titus kept smiling, seemingly unworried. "Fellow Taoists, you may not have a choice in this matter." As if prepared beforehand, for beams of light shot up from each direction, forming a barrier that enveloped the entire hill. Titus looked at Brody smugly. "Flynn Taoist, informing you of that was all I could do. Now, farewell. You two enjoy staying here for some time?" Titus's face was smug. Not only had he obliterated Antonio's sect, but he had also ensnared Brody and company from the start. Initially bringing the disciple here was to set up a prearranged barrier. Concerned about offending them? He didn't care. With his skills, they wouldn't be able to trace him afterward. But he soon noticed something amiss. Brody's gaze was unervingly calm, showing no panic or anger even now, unsettling him somewhat. "You have a contingency plan. Do you really think we don't?" Brody sneered. He had never trusted this man from the start. Titus's expression changed, sensing something off. Suddenly turning, he saw that the surrounding barrier had, at some point, been covered in a thin layer of ice, undetected even by himself. Chapter 441. a basket full of water lost. What's happening? Titus's gaze flickered with alarm. If it were ordinary ice, it would have no effect on him, but this thin layer of ice was extraordinarily magical. After the barrier was covered, it actually severed his connection to it. He tried briefly, and his heart sank as he realized that even he could not get out now. Seeing Brody and Yates staring at him intently, without any hint of surprise, it was clear this was their doing. But he had not detected it beforehand. Titus, for someone who is cultivated to this level, don't treat others as fools. A smirk crossed Brody's lips as a faint blood aura slowly seeped from within him. Yates also summoned his purple golden spear, both advancing toward Titus from opposite sides. Titus remained unperturbed, his eyes fixed on the thin layer of ice covering the barrier. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he let out a bitter laugh. I understand. I've been ignoring someone all along. Alongside Brody was not only Yates, but also a woman who had hardly participated in the battle. Her presence in Titus's mind was somewhat low, and he presumed a half-god wouldn't significantly affect his plans. Through the barrier, he seemed to see a vague figure outside. It was her who made his scheme fail. Jasmine, being a half-god, couldn't break through his barrier, but as an immortal ice body, she managed to freeze it and cut off Titus's control. Initially, he intended to use the barrier to temporarily trap Brody and Yates while he left with the blood crystal. Now, there was no choice. Despite his reluctance, he had to accept his fate. He took out a storage ring. This is what I obtained from the Antonio sect, 100 kilograms of blood crystals and other resources. I will give you half. Half. Brody laughed, as if hearing the biggest joke in the world. Titus, are you trying to fool us like we're 3-year-olds? His laughter faded, replaced by a cold stare. I'll lastard over everything you got from the Antonio sect, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, I'll take more time to kill you, and the result will be the same. Upon hearing Brody's demand, Titus's face darkened. This felt like all his efforts were wasted. After all, the Antonio sect was dealt with by our joint efforts, and it was my plan. What you're asking is too much. 100 kilograms of blood crystals were incredibly valuable even to gods. To hand them over was hard for him. Brody's expression remained unchanged, feeling no guilt. Since Titus acted unrighteously, he could not blame Brody for being unjust. If not for fearing Titus's abilities, they might demand more than just these items. You have 3 seconds to decide. Think carefully. The atmosphere grew tense. Titus hesitated before throwing the storage ring to Brody as if he had suddenly lost all strength. Brody probed the ring cautiously. Confirming it was safe, he delved into it. The resources were plentiful, but what caught his attention most was the pile of crimson, translucent blood crystals. Seeing this, Brody's lips curled upward. With such a quantity of blood crystals, breaking through to the divine realm was almost guaranteed. After confirming this, Titus said, As you wish. Can I leave now? Brody laughed, clasping his hands. Naturally, fellow Taoist. Until we meet again. The thin layer of ice gradually melted away, and Titus deactivated the barrier. Giving the trio one last deep look, he turned around with his boy servant and left. This marked one of his rare failures, deeply etched in his memory alongside Brody and the others. Once Titus left, Brody immediately approached Jasmine. As expected, overusing her immortal ice body had caused her face to turn deathly pale, her body icy cold. Clearly, the cold poison had surged back. To avoid being troubled by the cold poison, you must fully master it and break through to the divine realm. Yates's words hit the nail on the head. Fully mastering the cold poison after breaking through to the divine realm would unleash her true power without any side effects. Currently, Jasmine's cold poison and immortal ice body coexisted. Using the latter would cause her to be invaded by the former, requiring constant suppression with extremely young substances. Looking at her pale face, Brody felt a pang of concern. However, they weren't in a completely safe place, so he carried her away immediately. Yates, guard me. In a secluded spot, Brody placed his hands on Jasmine's back. Immediately, a cold sensation spread from his palms, but he didn't have time to savor it. Blood chi flowed from his arms into her body. 7 days passed. News of the Antonio sect's destruction spread throughout the Black Triangle. The other 9 major forces swiftly descended upon Antonio City, taking control of the blood crystal mines once belonging to the Antonio sect. In a short time, the Antonio sect was thoroughly divided. Should we make a move? Nathaniel's number 4 and number 5 of the Dustless Palace had been secretly monitoring Brody's group's movements. Now is a good opportunity since only the spear cultivator is outside. But can we handle him? Is he suspected to be a god? Upon hearing this, Nathaniel number 5 hesitated. If those 2 others showed up, would they stand a chance? Let's return and say the opponents are too strong for us. Nathaniel number 4 clearly valued his life. Learning about their enemy's strength, he was less willing to stay. In the Black Triangle, getting injured could easily lead to exploitation by others. Nathaniel number 5 nodded in agreement. Returning wouldn't cause any loss. Just as they turned around, a purple golden spear pierced through the air. Damn, he found us. The Hartleys quickly blocked the spear with their divine weapons. At this moment, Yates arrived, retrieving his spear. I always felt someone was watching. Who are you? Neither Hartley responded, focusing only on escaping, only to be blocked by another figure. It's him. A divine realm body cultivator. Damn. Recognizing Brody and sensing his cultivation, they were internally horrified. Wasn't he still in closed meditation? When did he come out? Nathaniel number 4 maintained his composure. Fellow Taoists, we were merely passing by and observing. We meant no offense. Saying this, he put away his pursuit needle to avoid exposing himself. Brody stared intensely at them. These 2 had followed them with ulterior motives and couldn't be let off easily. He immediately attacked. Nathaniel number 4 dodged the punch narrowly and countered, questioning, Why are you doing this? If you want to fight, we aren't afraid. Then that works out perfectly. Brody snorted coldly, his golden blood chi bursting forth, overpowering Nathaniel number 4. Meanwhile, Yates wielded his spear against the other. Nathaniel number 4 reluctantly defended the punch, cursing inwardly at the unconventional tactics. No attempts were hidden here. The ripples quickly spread, affecting a vast area. Passing cultivators were astonished and quickly avoided the scene, fearing being drawn into the conflict. Chapter 442. The soul-chasing needle. This is a battle of deities. Who knows which heavenly beings are causing such an uproar? Don't stay to watch. We should leave now. If a stray shockwave hits us, we won't survive. In a place like the Black Triangle, it was obvious that there were few spectators. No one dared to get close. They all fled far away. A battle of deities was no less than a natural disaster to them. Inside the battlefield, countless spatial rifts had appeared. Blood essence surged, and cold spear energy flared. The eyes of the 4th and 5th Nathaniels of the Marco Chun Palace grew increasingly grim. Both combatants' strength exceeded their own, leaving them powerless to change the tide of battle. Are you two really going to fight to the death here? This is the Black Triangle, the 4th Nathaniel roared. If they continued like this, it wouldn't be long before other deities noticed the disturbance. Things would become infinitely more complicated then. Brody sneered. Why do you say that? You tracked us with ill intentions, and now try to pin it on us. Truly laughable. With that, he hurled a punch, his posture indicating he wouldn't let them off without keeping them here. The 4th Nathaniel gritted his teeth and exchanged a glance with the 5th Nathaniel. Unable to continue, they reluctantly compromised. Fellow Taoists, continuing this will benefit neither side. How about we negotiate a price if it's something we can accept? The friends from the Marco Chun Palace, would it not have been better to agree earlier? Brody smiled faintly. He had suspected as much. They clearly weren't cultivators from the Black Triangle, and those who had motive to target them could only be from the Marco Chun Palace. The two men exchanged deep glances but did not respond, waiting for him to continue. I'll lastard over the treasure you used to track us, and I'll let you leave. Upon hearing this, the two men's expressions changed drastically. Impossible.